Chapter 1. Luffy's Arrival. Grandfather, this is dangerous. If I fall like this, I might end up as mincemeat. Are you really sure about this? Luffy's mouth trembled as he gazed downwards, where a sea of white obscured the depths of the abyss below. Atop this cliff, the wind howled fiercely. Had it not been for Garp's firm grip, he would likely have been swept away by a gust. Garp laughed heartily, nonchalantly picking his nose, and declared, "Nonsense. You are the grandson of Monkey D. Garp. You will not perish." He continued, "Moreover, you are destined to become a remarkable marine. So how could you possibly meet your end here?" Luffy, exasperated, slapped his face and rolled his eyes, stating weakly, "I am certain that I will one day become a great being. However, even great individuals require time to grow. Your actions will lead me to an untimely demise." Garp waved dismissively, insisting, "You will not die." His tone was so resolute, and his expression so confident, that it ignited a surge of anger within Luffy, causing the veins on his small forehead to bulge. Grandfather, before Luffy could finish, Garp loosened his grip, and a fierce wind swept in a daze. Luffy's tiny form was whisked away from the cliff's edge, plummeting toward the unknown depths of the mountain. In that moment of freefall, despair engulfed Luffy. Hope for survival ignited within him, and he reached out his small hand toward the receding figure of Garp, yearning for him to reconsider and realize that this release meant the loss of his beloved grandson, thereby saving him. "What do you understand about anything?" Ah. To Luffy's disbelief, Garp produced a donut from seemingly nowhere, munching on it with a cheerful demeanor while callously watching his grandson's peril. Ultimately, he waved his hand and shouted, "Luffy, my grandson, you must survive. You are truly abandoning your dear grandson, uncertain of my survival, only to cast me down, aren't you?" It was hard to fathom how the original Luffy from the series managed to survive. Knowing the tale was one thing, experiencing it firsthand was altogether different. The fierce winds lashed against Luffy's youthful face, forcing his eyes shut as he surrendered to the sensation of the wild descent for what felt like a dozen or more seconds. He braced for the inevitable plummeting to a gruesome fate. "Thank goodness for these winds. They have granted me a few extra moments of life." His small frame was carried by the gusts, preventing him from plummeting straight down, yet ultimately, he could not evade the grim end that awaited him. In the original story, how did Luffy manage to survive? Did he fortuitously land in a pond? Or was there some other twist of fate that spared him? Perhaps Garp intervened just before Luffy met the ground. As he fell, Luffy pondered, analyzing the glimmers of hope for survival. The earlier fears and despair of his fall had been cast aside. As a traveler from another world, he was inherently a being of extraordinary potential, and now, reincarnated as the protagonist Monkey D. Luffy, he was destined for greatness, the protagonist theory of immortality. While some characters in the realm of anime may meet their demise, Luffy from One Piece is destined to survive until he achieves his dream of becoming the Pirate King, has garnered the affection of the world time and again. When faced with seemingly fatal situations, he transforms disaster into fortune, and there are numerous advantages to this that need not be elaborated upon. Coupled with the extraordinary powers bestowed upon travelers from another world, these elements combine to create an overwhelming advantage. From the moment I reincarnated as Luffy, right when he was born, the world became mine. Whether it be ascending to the title of Pirate King or overthrowing the celestial dragons to become the sovereign of the world, all is within my grasp. The sky bears 5 characters, and none of this is beyond my reach, although it seems like 6 characters. Amusingly enough, Luffy holds this belief with unwavering conviction, even as he finds himself, at the tender age of 3, cast off a cliff by his grandfather. He remains resolute in his faith that he will survive no matter how the original Luffy managed to persevere. "I too shall devise my means of salvation." In a flash of inspiration, Luffy resolved to save himself regardless of his previous existence as an insignificant and unremarkable individual. He now finds himself with a chance to seize control of his destiny. As his observation haki awakened, he sensed the life force within a radius of 1 mile, along with a faint image beginning to materialize in his mind. Detecting that the merciless Garp was still at the cliff's edge with no signs of moving, Luffy could not help but scoff internally. "Is he truly unconcerned about me plummeting to my death?" With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Luffy swiftly searched for a means of self-rescue. "I wonder if this will succeed." Perhaps it was the world's favor that, at that precise moment, a magnificent eagle with a wingspan exceeding 3 meters soared by not far from Luffy. Its golden eyes scrutinized Luffy, seemingly perplexed as to how he had found himself falling from the cliff. It is no mystery how Luffy could discern this. Although his eyes remained shut, his observation haki allowed him to perceive the eagle's emotions. "Hey, eagle, fly over here and catch me." Upon concluding this silent plea, An invisible wave emanated from his body. Brushing against the eagle, the unseeable ripple caused the eagle to momentarily freeze, its fear evident in its golden gaze. The eagle, gripped by terror, momentarily forgot how to fly and began to plummet. Hurry and catch me, please. Luffy's use of Conqueror's Haki was not intended to send the eagle spiraling downward. Rather, he wished for the eagle to catch him, thus ensuring his survival. Estimating that such intensity of Conqueror's Haki would render the eagle unconscious, he gradually tempered its strength, using his observation Haki as a bridge to convey his thoughts to the eagle's mind. As the pressure of the diminished Conqueror's Haki washed over it, the eagle finally regained its senses, quickly flapping its wings to resume its flight, halting its descent. While soaring through the air, it cast fearful glances at Luffy, circling around the falling boy in hesitation, puzzled as to how he had managed to communicate these thoughts and meanings to it. The eagle dared not take flight, for the overwhelming Conqueror's Haki emanating from Luffy instilled a sense of fear within it. Though it did not immediately rescue Luffy, the essence of the Haki conveyed an undeniable message of submission, rendering the eagle incapable of resistance. Thus, the eagle did not succumb to its primal instinct to flee from danger. Remaining close to Luffy, there's hope, Luffy thought, sensing that the eagle had not departed and realizing that this approach might bear fruit. Meanwhile, he felt the sensation of falling as the ground loomed dangerously close, merely hundreds of meters beneath him. Through his observation Haki, he perceived that there were trees and grass below, accompanied by wild beasts, leading to a grim conclusion: certain death awaited. Time is running out. I refuse to perish. Luffy gritted his teeth. As a transcendent being and the protagonist of his own tale, he pondered whether this extraordinary opportunity would ensure his survival. Only fate could unveil the truth. Those aware of the situation would undoubtedly assert that he was doomed, yet Luffy remained resolute in his belief. He would not die. This conviction was not mere self-deception. It was the unwavering truth he embraced since the moment of his rebirth. I am a traveler, the protagonist, a being of unparalleled strength. All despair and danger are nothing but paper tigers indeed. This perilous fall is merely a paper tiger, he affirmed. As he neared the brink of the abyss, Luffy found tranquility. Undeterred by the fleeting seconds before impact, he directed his voice one final time into the eagle's mind. Hey eagle, I command you, catch me. The effect of his observation Haki etched these words deep within the eagle's consciousness. The force of the Conqueror's Haki filled the eagle with primal fear, compelling it to comply. With a resounding whoosh, the eagle ultimately yielded beneath the pressure of Luffy's Haki, furiously flapping its wings and producing a thunderous sound, just in time to save Luffy from certain doom. Luffy clung to the eagle's neck, gazing down at the rapidly receding ground, and erupted into joyous laughter. He laughed, celebrating his narrow escape, reveling in the realization that he was, indeed, the protagonist. This ordeal, a significant trial, alongside the potent Haki he had cultivated, affirmed one undeniable truth. I am undeniably the center of the world. In that moment, as he laughed upon the eagle's back, exuding an air of invincibility, it was clear that Luffy could challenge the heavens themselves, and there would be those who believed it. If there exists a figure of unparalleled strength, then Luffy now embodies a version of that. Without any foolishness, why did Luffy hold such unwavering faith? What fortified his belief to such a degree? The answer lay not in his reincarnation into the protagonist, nor in any prophetic advantage, but rather in the essence of Haki. Indeed, it was solely because of Haki as a being of the three-dimensional realm. What distinctions arise when one traverses and reincarnates into the existence of a protagonist from the two-dimensional world? The difference lies in the essence of the soul. The amalgamation of three-dimensional and two-dimensional souls results in a powerful entity, where two souls converge as the reincarnation occurs within Luffy, who initially possesses a blank slate of consciousness, merely awakening to the newly emerged soul. This transformation begets a formidable spirit. However, this strength does not imply that Luffy possesses the capacity to vanquish the heavens and the earth, especially as he is but an infant at the time of rebirth. Such a notion is inconceivable. The assertion of Luffy's robust soul stemmed from the fusion of two dimensions, leading to a significant enhancement of the soul's essence. If we liken the fundamental quality of souls in the world of One Piece to that of wood, then Luffy's soul ascends to the caliber of iron. While they may not compare in quantity, once Luffy's potential is fully realized, can there be any semblance of comparability between the two? Certainly not. Of course, even with a powerful soul, it is imperative to harness this advantage without the ability to exploit one's strengths. One is merely a lifeless entity. Fortuitously, The world of One Piece offers the means to leverage the strengths of the soul through the concept of haki. The powers within the One Piece universe can be categorized into four distinctive types: devil fruits, haki, physical techniques, and swordsmanship. These four sources of power encompass the entirety of strength within the One Piece realm. Even Princess Shirahoshi, the Sea King, who can summon colossal sea creatures, relies on the support of observation haki. Should there be any other form of power, feel free to enlighten me. I humbly request your support through recommendations, flowers, and rewards. Initially, I intended to elaborate on these four types of power, but to avoid accusations of superfluousness from readers, I shall briefly summarize the three primary forms of strength. The first form of power is physical techniques. Through relentless training day after day, year after year, one can attain a robust physique by continuously pushing the limits of the body. A formidable body can then employ various physical techniques, such as the Marine Six Styles, Sanji's leg techniques, or techniques akin to the Jeppo, which can indeed shatter mountains. The second form of power is swordsmanship. While honing the body, beginners must also master sword techniques. Those who are powerful grasp the essence of cutting through iron, realizing the breadth of all existence, thus achieving the ability to sever anything. The prerequisite is a profound understanding of the sword path. The third form of power is the devil fruit. Devil fruits represent a quintessential feature of the One Piece universe. Possessing a suitable devil fruit, whether it be of the Paramecia, Zoan, or Logia type, or even the subcategories within Zoan, such as ancient or mythical forms, can elevate an individual to greatness. The synergy of encountering a fitting devil fruit coupled with an unimaginably creative mind gives rise to a formidable individual. It is often said that there are no worthless fruits, only inept users. I find this notion utterly preposterous. Therefore, kindly disregard my previous statements. The reasons are clear to those who understand. For those who do not, seek your own answers in brief. The Logia type allows one to manipulate various natural energies, and it is essential to note that it pertains to a single type of natural element, such as wind, lightning, light, ice, etc., while also allowing for elemental transformation. The powers of the superhuman devil fruits are incredibly diverse. In short, there is no ability that cannot be imagined, and everything exists. The animal type devil fruits typically bestow abilities derived from various animals, allowing transformation into three distinct forms: human, beast, and hybrid. Among them, the ancient varieties grant powers associated with prehistoric creatures, while the mythical types offer abilities from mythological beings. For instance, the Buddha fruit enables its user to transform into a resplendent golden Buddha. The phoenix fruit allows one to become a magnificent bird engulfed in blue flames, which possess the remarkable capability of self-healing from injuries, rendering the user practically immortal. Having discussed these three categories, we arrive at the final type of ability, haki. In the world of One Piece, there's a saying that to become a formidable warrior, a pinnacle of strength, one must master haki. Those lacking haki, like the nature-based Sansan fruit user, Crocodile, who is one of the 7 warlords, tragically succumbed to the novice pirate, Luffy. Despite being endowed with protagonist privileges and possessing a critical weakness to water, one cannot help but feel sympathy for Crocodile. This illustrates the paramount importance of mastering haki. Haki is divided into 3 distinct forms. The first is Kenbunshiko haki, which allows one to keenly sense the surrounding atmosphere, enabling the user to detect enemies beyond their line of sight or even foresee their movements. In the Sky Island arc, it is referred to as the Heart Network, functioning akin to a form of telepathy or the power of hearing. As long as one is alive, their body can emit unique sounds which can be utilized to predict the next actions and positions of opponents. With training, the range of this ability can be expanded. Those who possess a higher grade of Kenbunshiko haki can hear the thoughts of others, engage in persuasive speech, and even glimpse into the future. High-level Kenbunshiko haki is rarer than the other forms of haki. The second type is Busashoka haki, which enhances personal defense, acting like an invisible armor. It can also evolve into offensive power, allowing the user to contend against devil fruit users, even being able to touch the tangible forms of nature-type devil fruit users. It is important to note that while Busashoka haki can grasp the entity of the ability user, it cannot strip them of their powers like Sea Stone can beyond the body. Busashoka haki can also be infused into weapons to amplify their striking force. The third type is Haushiko haki, which manifests as the ability to intimidate or incapacitate foes through one's own spirit. However, if not controlled properly, it may inadvertently affect those nearby. Conversely, if one reaches a higher level of haki, it can exert a commanding pressure. This form of haki is a rare gift, possessed by only one in millions, symbolizing the qualities of a king unlike the previous 2 forms. Haoshiku cannot be strengthened through training, it can only be enhanced through the natural growth of the user. Chapter 3. Luffy's Haki. Is it true that Haoshiku Haki cannot grow stronger through training? No, Luffy defies this notion. Therefore, one should disregard the notion that the Conqueror's Haki cannot be enhanced through training, but only through the growth of its wielder. Such a belief is adhered to solely by the indigenous inhabitants. The reason for this is rooted in the limitations imposed by the world. Regrettably, Luffy is not bound by such constraints. The fusion of souls has inherently surpassed the world's limitations. What Luffy must do is to unleash the latent potential of his soul. To harness this potential, Luffy is gradually uncovering it through Haki as a bridge. With regard to observation Haki, beyond the advanced applications such as listening to the sounds of all things, foreseeing the future, and conveying emotions to inspire others, the fundamental aspect of ordinary observation Haki lies in the ability to hear, thus enabling one to predict the subsequent actions of others. In the early stages of his life, Luffy's observation Haki remained dormant, as his infantile state rendered him primarily focused on eating and sleeping. With only a few hours of wakefulness, it was not until he reached 6 months and then 1 year that his condition began to improve. During this time, Luffy was unaware of his origins. He only recalled being reborn in a warm embrace, with the soothing sounds of maternal love resonating in his ears. Subsequently, due to the necessity of merging souls, he fell into slumber once more. From that moment onward, Luffy never had the chance to uncover the truth. The warm embrace transformed into a broad chest, and the maternal voice faded into a commanding male tone. His mother was absent. The circumstances of her fate, whether deceased or alive, remained a mystery. As Luffy grew, his powerful soul gradually manifested his Haki without the need for awakening. By the age of 1, he had begun to grasp the basic applications of observation Haki. By 2, he could vaguely sense the emotions of others, and by 3, he not only perceived the emotions of animals, but also caught glimpses of the surrounding scenery. It was akin to the spiritual awareness found in fantasy novels, albeit in monochrome imagery, marking a significant breakthrough. Shifting focus to Conqueror's Haki, this ability emerged just a month prior. I vividly recall a sun-drenched noon when Luffy, nestled beneath a grand tree, was indulging in a nap. Unexpectedly, a little girl approached him to play. Despite her apparent signs of having wiped her nose, she was, by all accounts, an adorable child. "Luffy-chan, come play with me," she chimed in a soft voice. On most occasions, Luffy would have obliged, but not today. The relentless sun had already irritated him, and just as he was about to drift off in the cool shade, he was disturbed. Annoyed, he opened his eyes and retorted, "Leave me alone." The consequence was the spontaneous release of his Conqueror's Haki, which struck the little girl, rendering her unconscious. Fortunately, when she awakened the following day, she bore no lasting effects, except for a newfound wariness of Luffy, avoiding him henceforth. The little girl's reaction left Luffy disheartened, and he wished to forget the incident, redirecting his focus towards mastering his Conqueror's Haki. Through a month of experimentation, Luffy discovered that he could control his Conqueror's Haki. He could determine its intensity, the range of its influence, and whether it targeted a single individual or multiple ones. After several attempts, he found himself able to manipulate it almost at will. The only limitation was that his current Conqueror's Haki was not particularly strong, constrained by his physical constitution. However, Luffy was confident that with growth and training, his Conqueror's Haki would become immensely powerful. When unleashed, it could cause the heavens to tremble and compel all beings to submit. One of the aspects Luffy valued most about his Conqueror's Haki was its ability to make all things yield. In the original narrative, regardless of whose Conqueror's Haki it was, it could only subdue sea creatures or animals, while its effect on humans was limited to intimidation, often leaving them faint. The question remained, why could Conqueror's Haki not compel humans to submit? It is due to the profound self-awareness of individuals and their relentless pursuit of freedom that they can only be deterred or incapacitated. In light of this limitation, Luffy expresses his defiance. As a character of exceptional strength, one who embodies the essence of a dragon, he cannot be confined by such constraints. Although transcending these limitations proves arduous, the inherent power of his soul affords Luffy the opportunity to achieve it. Haki, whether it be observation, armament, or Conqueror's Haki, is a manifestation of the mind and the latent potential of the soul. Despite the constraints of the body, the essence of the soul and the spirit are paramount. Once one resolves to pursue a particular goal, they remain unwavering, impervious to the demands of others or even to overwhelming power. Such individuals can easily awaken Conqueror's Haki. as the strength of their spirit plays a crucial role. This fortitude of spirit is indeed one of Luffy's greatest strengths. As a character who has traversed realms and been reborn, from the moment he arrived in the world of One Piece, it was destined to revolve around him. Behold the might of his spirit. Without a formidable soul, it would be inconceivable. Tragically, Luffy's soul possesses the essence capable of transcending the confines of the world. Thus, since the awakening of his conqueror's haki, Luffy has been exploring the potential for all things to submit to him. In the recent cliff incident, he achieved a significant breakthrough in the ability to compel submission. At this stage, his observation haki allows him to perceive the emotions of others, indicating his capacity to influence their emotions in return, coupled with the freely controlled conqueror's haki. By connecting through observation haki, he can project his conqueror's haki with precision, ensuring that the intensity does not overwhelm the target. He envisions the notion of submission and obedience, devoid of resistance, as he channels his intent through the waves of haki. When the target can no longer withstand the onslaught of conqueror's haki and yields, it signifies that the seeds of submission have taken root in their heart. From that moment onward, though the future may hold uncertainties, they will ultimately submit to Luffy. As the saying goes, where there is one, there is also two. With repeated exposure, one becomes accustomed to it. This technique of inducing submission has been aptly named by Luffy as the Imperial Domain, signifying that within his realm, all must submit, regardless of who they are. The first subject of submission to the Imperial Domain is the eagle. Let this historic moment be etched in memory. Perhaps this Imperial Domain may have no effect on those of strong spirit. Who can say? The future remains unpredictable. Luffy knows only that the inherent strength of his soul allows his conqueror's haki to continually transcend its limits, until the day arrives when even the will of the world may bow before him. Chapter 4. Posturing ha ha ha. Indeed, he is my grandson. Awakening haki at such an early age. Carp's hearty laughter jolted Luffy from his reverie, pulling him back from his enchanted personal world. The wind was blowing. Below lay an endless expanse of trees, and the surroundings were vast and open, with the sound of the eagle flapping its wings resonating continually. This indicated that Luffy was still perched upon the back of the eagle, soaring through the skies. Is this the moonwalk, one of the Navy's 6 forms? It is evident that humanity cannot soar through the heavens like an eagle. However, the world of One Piece is distinctly different. It brims with possibilities. Through the powers of the devil fruits or formidable physical techniques, there exists a way for humanity to soar into the skies. Such is the case with Carp, who, by exerting explosive force through his feet, generates a momentary power that allows one to traverse the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds resonate as Carp steps lightly, executing the moonwalk around the eagle, enabling Luffy to persist through sheer force, laughing heartily. The eagle, a creature that has submitted to the dominion of the Emperor, emits a soft cry, instinctively sensing the immense power within Carp, trembling in fear as it takes flight. Upon sensing the eagle's trepidation, Luffy gently strokes its back, conveying a sense of reassurance through his observation haki, assuring it that all is well. Gradually, the eagle calms its quaking body. Oh, not only has he awakened the observation haki and conqueror's haki early, but it seems these powers are extraordinary indeed. Truly, he is the grandson of an old man. Ha ha ha. If Luffy could awaken his haki in the midst of a perilous fall, Carp was astonished. In that moment of awakening, Luffy managed to subdue the eagle with his conqueror's haki to save himself, despite the fact that newly awakened conqueror's haki cannot be controlled and merely stuns foes. His newly awakened observation haki is capable of sensing the emotions of living beings and transmitting his own feelings. Accomplishing such feats left Carp astounded, pondering. It seems my grandson is indeed a prodigy. With that thought, he leaped onto the eagle's back with a step of the moonwalk. Hey, what is your weight? It was evident that the young eagle could hardly bear the load. He needed to vacate its back swiftly. As Luffy spoke, the young eagle struggled to flap its wings, accompanied by a mournful cry. Young eagle? Is it the one beneath me? It was evident that Carp was indifferent to whether the fledgling could withstand the burden. As he sat firmly on the eagle's back, munching on a donut while posing his questions, Luffy, with a disdainful gaze, remarked, I just named him Little Eagle. Carp, comprehending the situation, responded, I see it's a freshly bestowed name. Little Eagle does not possess a pleasant ring to it. Let us rename him. How about Little Gold? Luffy, feeling utterly powerless against Carp, gazed expressionlessly at the ground, drawing ever closer, exclaiming, this is hardly the moment for naming disputes. Grandpa, if you don't leave now, we shall plummet. What does plummet mean? Carp retorted, casually finishing off another donut. If you truly wish to know the meaning of plummet, kindly allow me to survive first, Luffy responded, casting his gaze skyward, marveling at the azure expanse above. At that moment, soaring upon the back of a hawk, the sensation of freedom was intoxicating. Yet, alas, there was his inconsiderate grandfather. With a resounding bang, the little hawk flapped its wings with great effort. However, despairingly, its strength was no match for Carp's weight, and they were destined for a fall. In the nocturnal forest, a fire crackled, roasting a wild boar that emitted an enticing aroma, drawing the attention of lurking beasts in the surrounding darkness. Soon it would be ready to eat. How delicious it smelled. Carp rolled the boar over, ensuring it cooked evenly, saliva trickling from the corners of his mouth. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The little hawk, equally salivating, nodded in agreement. It was indeed delightful. Who would have thought Grandpa possessed such culinary prowess? Awakened by the delectable scent, Luffy, who had been dozing on the ground, sat up while clutching his growling stomach. Carp laughed heartily, boasting, of course. Sometimes while pursuing pirates, one finds oneself on deserted islands, where cooking is far from ideal. Thus, for the sake of sustenance, I have diligently honed my roasting skills. Setting that aside, Luffy could not help but inquire, Grandpa, why did you not catch me when I fell? This thought ignited a spark of irritation within him. Despite the little hawk's relentless flapping and the protection of its feathery shield, he had still lost consciousness. Carp was right there, in that situation. He could have effortlessly caught Luffy if he had chosen to. It was infuriating to recall how his neglectful grandfather had simply leapt to the ground ahead of him, pulling out a donut and focusing solely on his meal, utterly indifferent to Luffy's plight. How exasperating. Luffy, grinding his teeth, remarked, I truly doubt you are my grandfather. No grandfather treats his own grandson in such a manner. Let us not dwell on such matters. You seem to be fine. Here, the roasted meat is ready, Carp said, tearing off a hind leg of a wild boar and handing it to Luffy. Never mind. Speaking too much to such a stubborn, somewhat misguided grandfather is simply futile. Luffy, sensing the atmosphere, swiftly changed the subject and eagerly took the grilled meat, unperturbed by its heat, blowing gently before devouring it while it was still warm. Did he not notice how rapidly the skewer in Garp's hand was dwindling? Once Garp finished, the remaining meat would surely be at risk of being snatched away. Hurry and eat, do you understand? With a muffled whimper, the little eagle tore into the portion of meat it had received, hastily responding to Luffy, roaring with hunger. The beasts lurking in the shadows grew anxious as the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat began to vanish. They could no longer afford to regard the faint fear Garp instilled in them. They let out frantic cries and charged forth. Want to steal a bite? Get lost. Luffy, witnessing Garp devour half the meat while casting a greedy glance his way, felt a surge of urgency. More beasts were approaching to snatch the food. This was intolerable. Channeling his conqueror's haki, he maneuvered around the little eagle and Garp, suddenly launching a powerful shockwave outward. An invisible ripple swept through the surroundings, silencing the once boisterous forest. Moments later, the cacophony returned, but the beasts, now filled with terror, retreated with frightened cries. Luffy, what's up? Garp, who had been voraciously consuming the grilled meat, abruptly halted upon sensing Luffy's haki, his expression turning grave. Luffy couldn't help but notice how unusual it was to see Garp so serious. You truly are a monster. Ha ha. My dear grandson, I believe that with my nurturing guidance, you will undoubtedly grow into a remarkable Navy officer. This grilled meat is delicious. With a crunching sound, Garp resumed his assault on the skewer in his hand. Luffy scoffed, remarking, who says that my grandfather considers me a monster? Carp, savoring his meat, responded, yet, you truly are a monster. The fact that you can effortlessly control your conqueror's haki upon its awakening is remarkable. You must understand that even those who possess the same haki must undergo rigorous training over time to attain such mastery. Such mastery, indeed? Luffy chuckled inwardly, as Carp believed that he could merely control his conqueror's haki to avoid undesired targets. However, Carp was unaware that Luffy's mastery of this power was far more profound. Much like the small eagle nearby, Carp assumed that Luffy had subdued it with his haki, using his observation haki to convey his intentions and achieve a level of communication. Little did he know, Luffy had employed the Emperor's domain to ensure the eagle's eternal subservience. Grandfather, there is something you are unaware of, Luffy remarked. Carp paused for a moment, then inquired, oh, what is it? Luffy let out a mischievous laugh and remarked, the conqueror's haki you speak of seems to have awakened just a month ago when I was disturbed from my afternoon nap. A month ago? An afternoon nap? Upon hearing this, Garp could not help but feel a surge of agitation, his eyes widening in disbelief as he retorted. Luffy responded nonchalantly with a simple HM, putting on an impressive facade. Chapter 5. The Divine Skill of Intuition. There exists a well-known adage, do not pretend to be something you are not, for such pretense may invite calamity. This serves as a profound cautionary reminder, indicating that the wisdom imparted by our predecessors holds significant truth. Luffy has now profoundly grasped the essence of this statement. Although there was no lightning strike, the situation was hardly more favorable. Since the day he tumbled off the cliff, Garp recognized Luffy as a remarkable being and resolved to intensify the heartwarming training plan, increasing its difficulty manifold. It is said that even a Navy soldier with a power level of 50 would be doomed under such arduous conditions, yet I firmly believe my extraordinary grandson will prevail. On the morning following his fall, as the sun rose majestically, Garp boldly announced the training regimen to Luffy. In the original tale, there were instances where darkness cast Luffy into the forest, where he was thrown from the mountaintop, or left to fend for himself against ravenous beasts. Such cruelty was already inhumane, yet Garp decided to multiply the challenges. If a soldier with a power level of 50 would surely perish, what fate awaited Luffy, who at merely 3 years old could barely run a few hundred meters without gasping for breath? I refuse to accept this absurd training. I want to go home. Luffy protested, turning to flee, for only a fool would allow Garp to dictate his fate, unless one wished to court death. Heart of Iron Fist. Not having run far, Luffy's Heart of Iron Fist was activated, with Garp as its executor. Luffy crouched on the ground, hands clutching his throbbing head. He swore that with his newfound observation haki, he could even see the trajectory of Garp's fist. Was this the embodiment of absolute power? Regardless of any evasive maneuvers or divine techniques, they were all rendered futile before Garp's might. Ha ha ha, today we have many heartwarming training exercises to undertake, so let us not waste any more time. Forward. Garp laughed heartily as he hoisted Luffy and made his way into the shadowy forest. Grandpa, do I stand a chance of emerging alive from this? Absolutely. Grandpa believes in you. Really? As Garp led him deeper into the woods, Luffy watched the newly risen sun being consumed by the encroaching trees, forcing a smile onto his face that was more painful than tears. You believe in me? I must be cursed to believe in your words. Has it been 3 months? How have I survived? Just moments ago, having barely emerged alive from Garp's heartwarming training, Luffy lay on the ground in tattered clothes, gazing vacantly at the sky. Over these 3 months, thoughts of being the protagonist, the center of the universe, and the belief that he would never die had been cast aside. In the relentless struggle for survival during the past 3 months, Luffy had no time for such musings. He unleashed his potential in the heartwarming training, driven solely by the desire to live. The result was the gradual refinement of his Emperor's domain, which had steadily grown stronger. Now, the entire forest encompassed by this heartwarming training was filled with powerful beasts that had become Luffy's loyal subordinates. Oh. At that moment, a 3-meter-tall monkey charged towards Luffy, cradling an assortment of fruits in its arms, which it placed on the ground. Then, with both hands pounding on his chest, he leaped and spoke to Luffy in a language akin to that of monkeys. Is that all? Oh, is this a new fruit? Well, these fruits are just barely sufficient to satiate my hunger. As Luffy indulged in fruit, he responded casually. Suddenly, he halted, raising an eyebrow as he turned to gaze at the towering mountains behind him. After taking another bite of his fruit, he waved his hand towards the monkeys, urging them to depart swiftly, for soon, a terrifying event would unfold. Come back at night. This time, I shall feast on the jumping rabbit. The jumping rabbit, a creature with legs twice as long as an ordinary rabbit, boasted notably more delectable flesh. Furthermore, its remarkable leaping ability allowed it to bound several meters away, making it a challenging target for most wild beasts. The monkey thumped its chest in agreement, signifying that there would be no trouble. Although capturing the jumping rabbit posed a challenge, the monkey was the leader of a troop, and a coordinated hunt was merely a trivial task. This new fruit is delightful. Next time, I'll ask Little Monkey to bring more. Who is Little Monkey? That would be the elder monkey who has wandered off. Besides Little Monkey, there were also Little Eagle, Little Pig, Little Deer, Little Cow, Little Tiger, and Little Lion, among others. Ahem, Luffy would never admit that his naming skills were rather limited. With a sigh of relief, he discarded the remnants of fruit in his hand, stood up, and stretched his limbs. Gritting his teeth, he glared at the mountain, muttering, "Damn it, Grandpa, do you truly wish for my demise with such a grand scheme?" As his instinct for danger kicked in, Luffy's observation haki revealed Garp standing atop the mountain, clutching boulders several meters in size. It dawned on him what this session of heart training entailed. Garp was planning to simulate a meteor shower. Even though Luffy had grown considerably stronger, traversing the forest with his Emperor's Haki, he could handle this heart training without Garp's intervention, albeit the process was quite grueling. Thanks to Garp's guidance, 3 months of heart training had significantly amplified Luffy's potential, awakening his precognitive sense of danger through observation Haki. In simpler terms, this ability allowed Luffy to sense impending peril before it manifested. While he could not pinpoint the exact source of danger, he could ascertain its general location and timing. This ability resembled a sudden inspiration, akin to the ancient martial arts concept of the cicada sensing the autumn wind before it stirs. Luffy firmly believes that his precognitive sense of danger transcends mere instinct. His aspiration regarding this ability is to attain intuition. Intuition, often referred to as the sixth sense of humanity, represents one of the most enigmatic realms that elude human comprehension. Luffy defines intuition as the capacity to directly foresee matters of interest. When confronted with challenging decisions, intuition provides clarity. It indicates which path to take, whether it leads to fortune or peril. When lost at sea, intuition serves as a guiding beacon in the quest to uncover the vulnerabilities of formidable adversaries. Intuition illuminates their weaknesses. Luffy holds a firm belief regarding intuition. My path is a one-way street. Thus, intuition manifests as an extraordinarily powerful ability akin to a divine skill. Luffy eagerly anticipates that his instinct will evolve into a divine skill. Thus, he refers to this burgeoning ability as instinct. The potential of instinct is indeed promising. Yet presently it offers little solace to Luffy in his predicament. It is essential to recognize that Luffy is merely 3 years old, and aside from his Haki, his physical constitution is remarkably frail. The ability to perceive through observation Haki and foresee through instinct proves futile in dire situations. Can Luffy evade a massive boulder plummeting from several hundred meters above? Even if he could escape one, there would be more than one boulder descending upon him. Grandfather, one day I shall deliver a resounding blow to you, I swear. Just as he narrowly dodges one falling boulder, he gazes at the crater formed by the impact nearby, his body aching from the small stones that have scattered and struck him. Before he can catch his breath, a chill runs down his spine as his observation Haki reveals that Garp is gripping 2 large boulders, poised to hurl them down. Luffy, thank me, Garp exclaims, for your future as a great marine, and to ensure I do not squander your monstrous potential, I have racked my brain to devise this affectionate training. Reflecting on the previous affectionate training that Luffy had surmounted, it was not Garp's turn to make a grand appearance and rescue his grandson. Unable to fulfill his desire to save his grandson and earn his admiration, Garp's inner demon has been unleashed. He seemingly reveals a terrifying smile, his eyes glinting as he shouts, Luffy, embrace your grandfather's love. Luffy gazed in despair at the 2 enormous stones plummeting downwards, bellowing, is this what you call love? You foolish grandfather? Had Luffy been aware that his ostentation had compelled Garp to continuously elevate the difficulty of the love training, he might have felt a twinge of regret. Chapter 6. The Art of Rapid Growth in Physical Skills. Is this truly the final session of love training? Regrettably, yes. So, has your love training concluded? Indeed, it has. Once again by the campfire, this time devoid of the little eagle, only Garp and Luffy remained. The fire crackled as it roasted an unknown beast, emitting a tantalizing aroma that wafted through the air. It was not yet nightfall, but rather the glow of twilight. Surrounding them were several stone pits of varying sizes, numbering roughly 11 or 12. This served as evidence that Garp's love training had reached exhilarating heights. Thus, one could surmise the depth of despair Luffy experienced during that time. Luffy, I find myself at a loss for words, uncertain whether to utter a certain expletive or remain silent. Encountering such a treacherous elder fills me with despair. Nevertheless, regardless of how disheveled Luffy appears at this moment, dressed in garments that are more tattered than those of a beggar, or the multitude of minor wounds bleeding upon his body, everything has come to an end. The artificial meteor's descent culminates as Luffy braces for the inevitable kiss from the impending boulder. In this critical moment, Garp, at long last, does not forsake his grandson, rescuing Luffy just in the nick of time. Having fulfilled his desire to save his grandson personally, Garp finally declares the conclusion of the heartfelt training involving the artificial meteor. While preparing to grill some meat, he mentions receiving a call urging him to return to work, signifying the end of his vacation. At the moment Luffy hears this news, disbelief washes over him. Tears streaming down his face in a cathartic blend of joy and relief. as if he has glimpsed paradise. Witnessing Luffy's tears, Garp is moved and exclaims, "My dear grandson, I too cannot bear to part from you. There are still many envisioned heartwarming exercises I have yet to implement. Perhaps I shall inform Sengoku and extend my leave for another month or two." Luffy's body stiffened, and his tears ceased abruptly, as if he had glimpsed the impending hell. He hurriedly exclaimed, "How can this be? The seas are teeming with pirates at present, and it is imperative for you, grandfather, a hero of the Navy, to quell their chaos. For my sake, you have already taken a 3-month leave. Reflecting on this hiatus, how many nefarious deeds have those unrestrained pirates committed, and what crimes have they perpetrated? Not to mention the countless islands they have laid to waste. If you were to extend your leave for several more months, the ocean would truly descend into a dance of demons, rife with lawless brigands. In that case, would I not be the sinner for delaying your pursuit of these pirates?" Garp paused, scratching his head, and replied, "Is that so?" Luffy nodded emphatically and declared, "Indeed, that is the case. Grandfather has always wished for me to become a Navy officer, and thus he must set a commendable example." He raised his fist and passionately urged, "Not only during regular duties, but even on his days off, grandfather should dedicate himself wholeheartedly to his role in the Navy, tirelessly pursuing pirates to enhance his illustrious reputation across the seas. If grandfather were to act in such a manner, and should I hear of his deeds, I might very well take him as my inspiration and choose to join the Navy myself." Upon hearing Luffy express his desire to join the Navy, Garp's eyes sparkled with excitement as he inquired, "Are you truly serious?" Luffy nodded vigorously, declaring, "It is indeed true, more so than your iron fist." Yet, there remained unspoken words in his heart. After all, Luffy had articulated that these 3 words might convey his true intentions. The notion of compelling Luffy to join the Navy and heed commands was undoubtedly a far-fetched idea. The freedom of being a pirate allowed him to do as he pleased, with no one to confine his movements or dictate his actions. "Very well. To ensure you become a naval officer, I shall strive to set a commendable example," Garp remarked, evidently swayed by Luffy's persuasive charm, as Jichin shouted in exasperation. From that day forth, the seas welcomed a diligent hero of the Navy, while those pirates who continued their nefarious deeds would soon encounter their reckoning. Setting aside the impending tragedies awaiting the pirates, Luffy's taut body and mind finally relaxed. As long as Garp was preoccupied with apprehending pirates, he would scarcely have time to return and train him. The sudden idea had flourished successfully. Whenever Grandpa found time to return, Luffy would seek refuge in some hidden spot, evading his grasp. If he could elude detection during his childhood, by the time the original Luffy set sail, he would surely have the opportunity to deliver a formidable blow, a blow he intended to execute with great fervor. A sinister smile lingered within his heart, though his expression remained impassive. Armed with his innate potential and knowledge of the original Luffy's path to power, Luffy now estimated that by the age of 17, when he embarked on his voyage, his strength would undoubtedly surpass that of the 7 warlords. Luffy, in terms of power, I concede to the lower tier of the 7 warlords. However, Luffy's ambitions extend far beyond that level. He aspires to achieve even greater heights, and for that, he will need Garp's assistance. Contemplating this, Luffy gazed at the meat that was nearly grilled to perfection and, feigning nonchalance, inquired, "By the way, Grandpa, what was that method you used to walk in the sky 3 months ago? What ability is it?" Garp chuckled and replied, "That is called the moonwalk. A technique from the Marine's 6 styles, a powerful physical skill accessible only to high-ranking officers of the Navy." Luffy feigned interest, though he was genuinely intrigued, and remarked, "The moonwalk is impressive. I had no idea such extraordinary physical techniques had a 5th style. Grandpa, could you demonstrate it?" Observing the eager glint in Luffy's eyes, Garp chuckled heartily, "Of course." He then stepped onto an adjacent open space and declared, "Luffy, pay close attention." In addition to the previously demonstrated moonwalk, Garp sequentially exhibited the remaining techniques of the 6 forms: shave, paper drawing, gale foot, finger gun, and iron body, elucidating the formidable nature of the 6 forms while briefly explaining their underlying principles. After the demonstration, Garp, still brimming with enthusiasm, added, "Beyond these 6 forms, there exists a 7th, which can be regarded as the pinnacle of physical techniques." Upon hearing this, Luffy felt a surge of excitement. The Navy's 6 styles are formidable, yet his current physique is ill-suited for such training. Thus, his primary objective was not the 6 styles, but rather the elusive 7th style. He had initially hoped to find an opportunity to inquire about the 7th style, only to have Garp directly reveal it. Luffy feigned confusion, asking, Is there really a seventh style? Can you demonstrate it for me, Grandpa? Garp nodded affirmatively, saying, of course. The seventh style of the Navy's 6 styles is known as life return. It is an exceptionally challenging technique to master. While many high-ranking Navy officers may know 1 or 2 of the 6 styles, the life return technique is known to be possessed by only a select few. In the original narrative, Luffy is aware of only 2 individuals who can perform life return, Rob Lucci and Kaku. Whether there are others who possess this ability remains unknown to him. As he watched Garp demonstrate the extraordinary capabilities of life return, Luffy realized that Garp was the 3rd person he had learned about who could wield this skill. It made sense. For Garp had the strength to contend with legendary pirates such as Gold, Roger, and Whitebeard using merely his fists. It stands to reason that he would master life return as well. Life return allows for the complete control of one's body, hair, and internal organs. Once consciousness is infused, one can manipulate any part at will. In the original story, Rob Lucci utilized life return to enhance his speed in his hybrid form, transforming his entire body to resemble that of a human, sacrificing some attack power for greater velocity. Furthermore, Kaku employed the unique characteristics of life return to bind and ensnare his adversaries with his hair, which could also extend and retract freely. Reminiscent of the techniques developed by Jiraiya in Naruto, my spirit is formidable, and the challenge of infusing my consciousness throughout my body is a trivial task for me. This indicates that life return poses no difficulty for me. Luffy attentively listened as Garp elaborated on the application of the life return technique and the general methods of training. Feeling a surge of excitement within, Luffy harbored grand ambitions, given the essence of his soul. If he were to merely employ life return akin to its portrayal in the original narrative, it would be a gross underestimation of his potential. Life return is destined to shine brilliantly through Luffy. Chapter 7. Farewell, you old scoundrel. The evening glow had faded, and night was drawing near. Goodbye, Grandpa. You must capture many pirates. To his surprise, even though Garp mentioned that Sangoku urged him to return, Luffy had assumed he would at least depart the following day. Unexpectedly, right after finishing a hearty meal of roasted meat, Garp promptly took Luffy to the harbor where the warship was docked. He imparted some parting words, expressing that Luffy must aspire to become a sailor, that he would be missed, and that during his next leave, he would ensure to utilize the remaining training opportunities. Having shared his farewells, Garp departed with his subordinates. Throughout the journey, Luffy maintained a cheerful smile, enthusiastically waving his small hands to bid farewell to Garp. It was not until the warship vanished from sight that Luffy's performance came to a close. He chuckled, Grandpa, wait for me. I shall make good use of the life-returning lessons you imparted, and in the future, I will surely surprise you. As Luffy pondered the astonished expression on Garp's face, alongside the image of his left and right hooks landing squarely upon Garp's visage, he couldn't help but cover his face with his hands and erupt into laughter. Forgive Luffy for his unabashed mirth. The departure of Garp, the culmination of heartfelt training, and the joy of life being restored were truly occasions worthy of celebration. After a fit of laughter, Luffy composed himself and mused, Now, I shall personally delve into the wondrous phenomenon of life restoration. He sought to calm his mind and immerse his consciousness within his body, adhering to the methods taught by Garp. Although Luffy possessed a robust spirit, mastering the art of life restoration, a pinnacle technique, was not a trivial endeavor. With his consciousness successfully anchored in his corporeal form, he faced the challenges of controlling his body and harnessing its strength, both of which were pivotal to the process of life restoration. Fortunately, these dilemmas unraveled before Luffy's formidable spirit. Even the most perplexing issues, for which he could not yet discern the principles, were bravely confronted by Luffy's indomitable essence. At last, success was achieved. After a prolonged moment, Luffy opened his eyes to behold the surrounding darkness. Unbeknownst to him, he had stood there until the depths of night. Oblivious to the passage of time, Luffy reveled in the newfound sense of control over his body, exclaiming with excitement, This is life restoration. Truly a remarkable technique. Now, let me test its might. Luffy's formidable power, of course, cannot be derived from the resurrection of life. The body of a mere 3-year-old child, no matter how miraculous the resurrection might be, cannot achieve such strength. However, while it may not be possible to attain such power, utilizing the resurrection of life to enhance the body can at least significantly elevate its physical attributes. Even an enhancement of several times still results in a rather feeble form, yet it would resemble that of a child around 10 years of age, allowing the blood to flow, fine-tuning the muscle tissues throughout the body, and I must also attend to my wounds. They need to be sealed. Although they cannot heal instantaneously, I can at least facilitate the scabbing process, and in a few days, they may be fully healed. As Luffy muttered to himself, he activated the ability of life return. Interestingly, those who possess the power of life return tend to have exceptionally robust physiques. The primary function of life return is to enable them to wield their physical strength with greater ease, alleviate bodily injuries, and significantly prolong the duration of their battles. Consequently, those who master life return do not utilize it to enhance their physicality, for their bodies have already reached the pinnacle of strength. To achieve further augmentation, one must engage in relentless training over time, transcending their current physical limitations to attain greater power. Luffy's current situation has turned the order upside down. He first attains the ability of life restoration and subsequently strengthens his physique. Perhaps this is Luffy's unique approach to becoming more powerful, utilizing his innate talents to master the art of life restoration and then employing it to fortify his body. Once he has reached the pinnacle of his current physical limits, he will break through rigorous training, further enhancing his physique with the aid of life restoration. This represents a rather unorthodox method of cultivation. Furthermore, Luffy is not content with merely this advantage. He harbors an idea regarding the application of life restoration. Should he succeed in conceptualizing it, his growth will accelerate considerably. By the time he sets sail, the power of an admiral will no longer be a mere dream. With the practice of life restoration, Luffy's still youthful body exhibits muscles that seem to ripple as if countless tadpoles are swimming within. The effects of this technique on his physique are visibly remarkable. His previously chubby face has thinned, becoming more austere. The hidden muscles of his body gradually emerge, his calves becoming sturdier, and he has even grown a bit taller. Moreover, the wounds that once marred his skin are scabbing over, minor cuts healing completely, while larger ones are also forming scars. And let us not forget his hair. Just as his healing nears completion, Luffy realizes he has yet to attend to his hair. Since he is adjusting his body, it would only be fitting to also style his hair accordingly. The hairstyling is quick, accomplished in just a few strokes. When Luffy ceases the use of life restoration, his appearance has undergone a significant transformation, to the point that only those who know him well could recognize him. First and foremost is his visage. His now austere face bears a slight resemblance to Uchiha Sasuke, an influence from his viewing of Naruto when refining his features. His hair has grown to 1.5 times its original length, standing up in a style reminiscent of a Super Saiyan 2. Moreover, his tattered clothing reveals his well-defined muscles, embodying a physique akin to the youthful Goku from Dragon Ball GT. With hair styled like a Super Saiyan 2, a physique resembling a young Goku, and a face reminiscent of Sasuke's cold demeanor, this is the new form of Luffy. Walking along the shore under the luminous night sky, he catches a glimpse of his reflection in the water and nods in satisfaction, proclaiming, "Not bad, I look incredibly cool now." As he runs his fingers through his somewhat prickly hair, Luffy muses, with life restoration, could his hair serve as a means of attack? After pondering for a moment, he resolves to utilize this potential. Drawing inspiration from Jiraiya's hair-based jutsu in Naruto, he considers how to employ his hair in a manner akin to octopus tentacles. Albeit for nefarious purposes, hair could indeed serve as a means of offense. If he were to wield his hair as a weapon, then the current Super Saiyan 2 hairstyle would not suffice. A Super Saiyan 3 style would be far more appropriate. Luffy has resolved that his future hairstyle will be akin to that of a Super Saiyan 3. Giggling, he suddenly felt his stomach rumble. A wave of hunger washed over him. While he was adjusting his body and pondering various matters, he had not noticed the gnawing emptiness within. Now that he had finished, the hunger struck him like a relentless tide. Restoring his strength through sheer will may seem like a cheat, yet it does not come without its costs. It depletes the body's energy. The matter of adopting the Super Saiyan 3 hairstyle can wait. For now, the foremost concern is to satiate his hunger. As Luffy spoke, he made his way towards the village. At this hour, the villagers were surely fast asleep, and the restaurants had closed for the night. Not relying on these establishments to satiate his hunger, Luffy intended to return home for a meal. Thoughts of the gentle girl filled him with renewed vigor, not only the desire for sustenance, but also a profound yearning for her presence. It had been 3 long months since he had last seen her, a result of his grandfather's rigorous training. Chapter 8. Makino. Who was this girl that Luffy missed so dearly after 3 months? Why did he live with her? And why did he refer to that place as home? The tale is a lengthy one. After Luffy's birth, his mother vanished the following day, and a few days later, his irresponsible father sent him to Fusha village, entrusting him to the village chief. "This is my son," When my old man returns, you can tell him, Monkey D. Dragon uttered these careless words before disappearing into the wind, leaving behind a bewildered village chief who gazed at the infant in his arms, while Luffy stared back with wide eyes. Alas, what was to become of this family? Garp was constantly out capturing pirates, with no knowledge of when he would return to the village. Dragon had become enigmatic, busy with his own affairs, leaving his son in my care. As a solitary elder, how could I possibly tend to a newborn who required milk and meticulous attention? The village chief furrowed his brow, contemplating how to care for Luffy. Surely, he thought, he could not manage this task alone, especially with his regular village responsibilities. However, he could temporarily entrust Luffy to someone in the village. But whom to choose? As he pondered, a vision of a pitiable young girl appeared in his mind. The girl, named Makino, was 13 years old, a lovely and sensible child. Yet, fate had not been kind to her. Just a few years after her birth, Makino's mother succumbed to illness, and her father, a man who yearned for freedom, abandoned her to pursue a life of piracy, leaving just a year after his wife's death. Life as a pirate was fraught with challenges. He had to navigate the treacherous seas while evading the navy and sometimes even battling other pirates. Thus, it was not long before he perished, leaving Makino an orphan. Despite her hardships, the resilient Makino survived with the compassion and assistance of the villagers. At 13, shaped by her early experiences, the village chief believed she possessed the capability to care for Luffy. It was decided that Makino would look after him, providing her with some compensation as an excuse for the villagers. An exceptionally understanding child, Makino was already aware of the importance of not burdening others, graciously declining any assistance beyond her own earnings. Thus, Luffy came to reside in Makino's home. The village chief initially covered Luffy's needs, intending to seek reimbursement from Garp upon his next visit. When Garp returned to the village and learned of Luffy's existence, he casually remarked while enjoying a donut, "Since Makino is taking care of Luffy, let it be so. After all, I scarcely have time to return to the village." With an irresponsible father and a grandfather who dotes on his grandson, Luffy found himself residing in the home of Makino. He felt quite content with this arrangement. Having developed a fondness for Makino from the original story, living together seemed like a serendipitous opportunity. He chuckled to himself, but then reminded himself to grow up first. However, he realized that returning in this state was inappropriate. As he approached home, Luffy paused, his eyes darting around as he contemplated his predicament. In a moment of desperation, he used his ability, Life Return, to reopen the scars on his body, rolling on the ground until he was covered in dirt. Had he known this would happen, he would have refrained from washing up after his heartfelt training and certainly would not have used Life Return to heal his wounds. There was no other choice. He had to bear the consequences of his own actions, even if it meant swallowing his pride with tears. After all this, he had reverted to a beggar, his wounds bleeding and mud clinging to him, a sight that could only be described as pitiful. Enduring the itching sensation from his wounds, Luffy knocked on the door. "Makino, open up." His youthful voice echoed in the still of the night. Moments later, the light within the house flickered on, and hurried footsteps approached, culminating in a swift opening of the door. "Luffy, what happened? Weren't you with Mr. Garp in the mountains?" Her gentle voice trembled with concern as Makino covered her mouth, tears of anguish welling in her eyes, unable to believe what had befallen Luffy to leave him in such a wretched state, despite the changes in his appearance. The woman who had nurtured him since childhood recognized him instantly. Luffy lamented, "Do not even mention grandfather. I almost did not make it back and feared I would never see Sister Makino again." With that, he flung himself into Makino's embrace, nuzzling against her modest bosom, and said, "Sister Makino, I am hungry." At that moment, his little stomach audibly protested. Makino, filled with affection, held Luffy tightly, unfazed by his impertinence, and replied, "I shall prepare something for you. Just wait a moment." She took Luffy by the hand and hurried into the kitchen to cook. Seated at the dining table, Luffy gazed at Makino as she busied herself on his behalf, patiently awaiting his meal. Of course, his eyes were also mischievous, wandering over Makino's youthful figure. Earlier, she had been asleep, clad only in a short nightgown, and was startled awake by Luffy's call. Realizing it was the dead of night, and fearing something was amiss with him, she hurriedly got up to answer the door. In her haste, she forgot to slip on her shoes, and the 2 buttons on her nightgown remained unfastened. Thus, she prepared food for Luffy in this state. Sister Makino's petite feet were indeed lovely. Despite being dusted, they inspired a desire to savor them. Furthermore, the short nightgown could not conceal the youthful allure of her figure. Her long, elegant legs occasionally revealing glimpses of white undergarments, along with the delightful sight of her modest yet enticing curves. Luffy gazed with insatiable desire, nearly drooling at the sight. It is rather unfortunate that prior to this, he had taken advantage of his youthful innocence, sharing meals, slumber, and baths with Makino. However, as Makino matured and gained a deeper understanding of the world, Luffy's intentions became increasingly apparent. Could they be any more obvious? During bath time, his claim of wanting to dive often led him to explore Makino's more intimate regions, or to her delicate feet, seizing any opportunity that arose. Their nighttime rest was equally tumultuous. Even when Makino was awake, Luffy could not resist his urges, and one can only imagine the mischief he engaged in while she slept. In time, Makino became aware of Luffy's burgeoning desires, though it was astonishing to her that such thoughts could arise at such a tender age. Resolutely, she decided that from then on, they would no longer share the same bed or bath. Following Makino's decision, Garp returned to the village, and soon after, the rigorous training began. Luffy certainly cannot accept Machino's unilateral decision. In his heart, Machino is now forever his, thus her actions have indeed crossed a line. So how can he resist Machino's decision? Clinging stubbornly is not an option, nor can he shamelessly impose himself upon her. Luffy dismisses such notions. During Luffy's heartfelt training, he often found himself troubled, pondering ways to improve his situation, demonstrating a lack of earnestness towards Garp's rigorous regimen. It is said that when the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally find its way. By the time Garp completed his heartfelt training, Luffy's disheveled appearance could indeed be seen as a clever tactic. Prior to returning home, Luffy's actions can be understood as an attempt to stir Marcino's compassion, seizing the opportunity to defy her decisions. Luffy pondered, a lewd grin spreading across his face, as his mind wandered to thoughts best left unspoken. After 3 months of abstinence, he was quite unaware of how much larger Machino's buns had grown. Chapter 9. The Art of Tongue Twisting? Luffy ate slowly, lest he choke. Machino stood nearby, assisting by handing him skewers of meat. Observing his insatiable hunger and the unfortunate state he was in, she felt a pang of sympathy. Machino inquired, "Did you not go out with Mr. Garp? How could this happen? What transpired? Why have you changed so dramatically? Where is Mr. Garp?" Luffy slowed his pace while eating, filled with sorrow and indignation. "Sister Makino, you cannot fathom it. My grandfather is a devil, and my current misery is entirely his doing." Makino gasped in astonishment and exclaimed, "Mr. Garp? How could that be?" "Oh, it is indeed true." As Luffy continued to gnaw on his food, he lamented in a pitiful tone about the torment he endured at the hands of Garp, the tricks he played, and that grueling heart training. When it came to Garp's appearance, he attributed it to the rigors of training, spilling forth his tale in one breath. Naturally, to spare Makino from undue fright, Luffy selectively recounted only the most palatable aspects of the heart training, omitting the more harrowing details. Even so, Makino, listening from the side, was taken aback, her face paling at Garp's actions and the nature of the heart training. With a heavy heart, she embraced Luffy, tears streaming down her cheeks as she angrily declared, "You are his grandson. How could Mr. Garp treat you this way?" After uttering this, she held him even tighter. Makino was filled with trepidation. Ever since she took on the responsibility of caring for Luffy from the village chief, her previous solitude had dissipated. At that time, she could hardly contain her joy. Indeed, as time passed, the once lonely Makino had found her anchor in Luffy, whom she cherished as family, akin to a younger brother. Though this younger brother harbored dubious intentions. "When Mr. Garp returns next, I shall surely confront him with fervor." The typically gentle Makino was now irate. Having spoken harshly for the first time to the revered Garp, Luffy nodded in Machino's embrace, playfully nudging her as he said, "When Grandpa comes back next time, let's talk about it together." Machino's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Luffy feigned confusion as he looked up and asked, "What is the matter, Sister Makino?" Makino's face flushed crimson, and she struggled to suppress her discomfort as she replied, "You should promptly remove your hands." It turned out that while Makino was engrossed in the conversation, Luffy's hands had become rather mischievous. One hand ventured toward the roundness behind Makino, while the other sought to explore the enigmatic realms. Just as he was on the verge of reaching his destination, almost touching the delicate fabric, alas, his efforts were thwarted at the last moment. A swift offensive was indeed warranted. As Luffy contemplated, he withdrew his hands, since Makino had already noticed. He could not afford to push his luck further. Although Makino was gentle, her soft exterior belied an inner strength, and when angered, she could be quite formidable. Observing that Luffy had ceased his antics, Makino felt a sense of relief and said, "I shall prepare hot water for your bath. Once you're finished, I will tend to your wounds." Luffy promptly nodded and, in a tone that suggested it was a matter of course, replied, "All right, then let us bathe together." Upon hearing this, Makino's expression froze momentarily, and after a brief pause, she said, "Did I not mention 3 months ago that from now on, we should bathe and sleep separately?" Luffy looked at Makino with a pitiful expression and said, "Is my grandfather truly so heartless towards me? Has even Sister Makino forsaken me now?" Makino hurriedly replied, "How could I ever abandon you? We are merely bathing and sleeping separately, nothing more. I do not wish for this, nor can it be." Luffy resolutely declared, "I simply enjoy bathing together, sleeping side by side. And I have a fondness for Sister Makino's physique. I cherish Sister Makino even more." Luffy understands that if he reveals his lecherous nature to Makino, even if she were to momentarily succumb to pity and break her resolution this time, she would undoubtedly adhere to her decision in the future. Therefore, Luffy must seize this opportunity and lay his cards on the table. After Luffy spoke, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Makino was taken aback by his words. Her face flushed with embarrassment, unable to shake off the heat. She understood that Luffy was not one to be taken lightly, but she never anticipated he harbored such bold thoughts. The notion of liking Makino's body, of expressing affection for her, such words should not be uttered so recklessly. Panic surged within her heart racing with an unbidden intensity. Logically, Makino should have immediately refuted Luffy's claims and admonished him for such thoughts. Yet, she found herself at a loss for words, rendered speechless by Luffy's presence. Had he made such declarations 3 months prior, she would have dismissed them as mere childish musings. An inquisitiveness about the female form from a boy as exceptional as Luffy would not have been surprising. His affection for her, Makino would have considered it nothing more than familial love, given that she had raised him from a young age. However, in this moment, as Luffy articulated his feelings, Makino was acutely aware of the gravity behind his words, his unwavering resolve. Even more troubling was the undeniable urge within her to embrace his sentiments rather than reject them. Is this truly my heart? Do I genuinely wish to decline? Confusion enveloped Makino. She had always regarded Luffy as family. Yet, if that were the case, she should not be experiencing this compelling desire to acquiesce. A turning point emerged. Following his candid confession, Makino had anticipated a firm denial from Luffy, or perhaps a patient discourse emphasizing the impossibility of such thoughts. Luffy believed that this was how the story would conclude. Though he possessed a hint of the overbearing protagonist, he was not foolish. He understood that confessing his affection to a 16-year-old girl at the tender age of 3 would undoubtedly result in rejection. Rejection is not to be feared. Luffy had already made his feelings known, ensuring that in the future, Makino would no longer regard him solely with the eyes of kinship. Subsequently, through his daily acts of love, Luffy managed to drive away all of Makino's suitors, ultimately triumphing in his quest to win her heart. To his surprise, Makino's reaction was unexpected and delightful. How could this be? Had she been taken aback by his overwhelming charisma? Wait, overwhelming charisma? Luffy seemed to have grasped the reason behind it, although he did not explicitly employ the powers of the Conqueror's Haki while speaking those words. He inadvertently channeled some of its might. The Conqueror's Haki, primarily driven by one's will and supported by observation Haki, enables the bearer to convey their intentions to others. When Luffy expressed his desire for Makino to become his partner, his determination was unequivocal. Consequently, this resolute spirit invoked the power of the Conqueror's Haki. Even in the absence of a direct application, his words carried a certain weight. It was unexpected to discover that the Conqueror's Haki could manifest passively, leading me to ponder whether this was the ultimate technique for developing the protagonist. Delighted by the capabilities of the Conqueror's Haki, Luffy, after a moment of jest, redirected his focus to Makino, who appeared to be in a state of internal conflict, poised to speak. Makino began, but Luffy interrupted her. Even with this newfound technique, it was improbable that Makino would readily accept. Nonetheless, time was on their side. Armed with this powerful ability, they could proceed slowly, like a frog in gradually heated water, confident that success would eventually follow. Luffy exhibited a wistful expression and said, "Sister Makino, what I said before was heartfelt. Let us just forget those sudden words. Now, all I desire is to bathe with you once more. Do you understand? During Grandpa's training, there were times when I felt I might perish, and all I could envision was your tearful face." Makino was moved to tears by Luffy's words. She could sense the dangers he faced during his training, and more profoundly, she felt his deep affection for her. This was the power of persuasion. If the words of those engaged in dubious enterprises were captivating, then Luffy's charm was far more potent. His words could resonate with others' emotions, evoking an unspoken acceptance of his sentiments. Furthermore, the target of his charm was Makino, who had always been so fond of him. Sister Makino, shall we go for a bath? Perhaps it was the magic of his persuasion, or perhaps Luffy's current pitiful state added to his appeal. Or maybe it was simply that Makino could not bear to turn him down. Well then, let us bathe, she acquiesced. After Luffy made his intentions clear, her agreement was not easily won. It signified her readiness to confront the boldness of Luffy's request. Chapter 10. Dressing the wounds in the bathing area. The exquisite scene of the two immersed in the bath need not be elaborated upon, after all. Seeing Makino's alluring form again after 3 months left Luffy in a state of exhilaration. During the bathing process, perhaps due to the necessity of tending to Luffy's wounds, or perhaps having steeled herself for the encounter, Makino merely blushed and playfully scolded him when he acted mischievously, without outright refusing him. However, as Luffy's actions grew bolder, Makino finally intervened, suppressing her discomfort and stating, "All right, I've cleaned your wounds thoroughly. It is unwise to linger in the water with injuries. Let us step out so I can apply medicine to your wounds." Luffy chuckled mischievously. "All right, let Makino emerge from the bathtub first." Makino cast a fleeting glance at Luffy. Fully comprehending his implication, she refrained from further comment, for everything that needed to be seen had already been seen, and all that should have been touched had likely been touched as well. After all, she had faintly sensed it in her slumber. Amidst the splashing of water, Makino's damp form gracefully exited the bathtub. Luffy's eyes sparkled with an unquenchable fascination, for no matter how many times he beheld this breathtaking scene, its allure never waned. Moreover, he had previously articulated his innermost thoughts, and now he acted without reservation, a testament to his innate boldness. Luffy's gaze burned intensely, revealing his intentions with astonishing clarity. Makino had endured such looks from Luffy on numerous occasions, and she had experienced this scenario time and again. Given her past encounters, she ought to have been accustomed to it and remained unperturbed. Strangely, however, Makino found herself flustered and increasingly shy. Until now, she had considered herself Luffy's sister, viewing his lecherous instincts through the lens of familial affection. This time, however, things had changed. Understanding Luffy's desires, she felt an unsettling discomfort in the face of his hungry gaze, as if she were exposing herself before a man. Her feelings were not unfounded. 3 months prior, Luffy had not possessed the Conqueror's haki. Back then, regardless of how fervent his gaze might have been, Makino remained indifferent. Now, however, under the influence of his newfound power, she sensed Luffy's manly yearning, no longer perceiving him merely as the playful little brother she had once known. The distinction in his gaze served as a constant reminder to Makino that Luffy had transformed. He was no longer the boy he once was, but had become the man who had seen her form and touched her gently. Flustered by Luffy's gaze, Makino blushed deeply and hurriedly sought to don her robe to cover herself. Suddenly, Luffy began to perform once more. Just as she moved, he stepped out of the bathtub, sneezing multiple times and exclaiming, "Sister Makino, I'm so cold. I think I'm getting sick. Please help me get dressed." As he spoke, he shamelessly wrapped his arms around Makino's smooth legs. "Hey, let me go," she protested, immobilized by Luffy's antics. Her body aflame with discomfort and her heart racing as she pleaded, "Luffy, stop it." Luffy stepped away slightly and spoke earnestly. "I truly did not cause a ruckus. It seems I am genuinely unwell." Indeed, it merely seemed so, yet under the formidable influence of Zuedan, Makino discerned that Luffy was speaking from the heart. "Are you truly ill?" Makino exclaimed, her anxiety palpable as she swiftly reached out to touch Luffy's forehead. In the next moment, she cried out in alarm, "Oh no. You really are sick. Could it be that during the recent cleaning of your wound, you contracted an infection? To feign illness at the cost of one's life is but a trivial matter." Luffy nodded in agreement, saying, "It should indeed be this way." As he spoke, he interrupted. Hey, what are you looking at so indiscriminately? Have you spotted something interesting?" Acknowledging Luffy's cold, Makino paid little heed to his mischievous gaze. Even if she did, she likely felt powerless against him. At this point, Luffy had achieved his objective. What could be more delightful than having the bare-skinned Mei Xiao envy dress him? Be gentle, be gentle. I will be gentle, just bear with it. It feels a bit tingly and somewhat painful." The aforementioned exchange transpired between Luffy and Makino, and as for the activity at hand, It was simply Machino applying medicine to Luffy's wounds. Do not misconstrue it. After several minutes, Machino tidied the medical kit and sighed in relief, stating, "The wounds have been treated. In a few days, they will gradually scab over." Upon finishing, her expression shifted back to anger as she exclaimed, "Mr. Carp, really? Does he not realize that Luffy is still young? How could he engage in such perilous training?" The gentle Machino was genuinely incensed, frequently voicing her grievances about Carp while bathing and administering the medicine. Indeed, that grandfather has no sense of humanity. Luffy, in a moment of agreement, completely forgot that he had not spoken. It was his monstrous aptitude that prompted Garp's actions, while he selectively overlooked the fact that this pitiful state was one he had deliberately maintained. Observing that Machino's anger had yet to subside, Luffy raised an eyebrow and, with a mischievous grin, remarked, "When Grandpa returns next time, Machino shall address him as his granddaughter-in-law. I believe that as a granddaughter-in-law, Grandpa will surely listen, and I shall no longer endure those life-threatening trials." Machino's cheeks flushed once more, and she retorted, "Luffy, what nonsense about being a granddaughter-in-law? Don't speak so frivolously." Luffy gently caressed the radiant face of Machino as she knelt beside him, diligently applying medicine. With utmost sincerity, she remarked, "I am not speaking frivolously. These are my heartfelt words." Luffy's earnest expression, imbued with genuine emotional resonance, caused Machino to pause momentarily. Taking a deep breath, she remarked, "When Luffy matures, countless girls will await your pursuit. Do not dwell on me. Our connection is implausible. I regard you merely as a younger brother. And considering the significant age gap between us, by the time you grow up, Sister Machino will have aged considerably." Upon hearing Machino's refusal, Luffy pondered deeply, "Sister Machino, do you reject me merely because you see me as a younger brother, or is it due to the disparity in our ages?" Machino paused for a moment and inquired, "Is there truly a distinction between the two?" Luffy remarked, "Certainly, there is a distinction. If it pertains to the issue of being a younger brother, then why can't one also be a beloved younger brother? If it is a matter of age, that is even more easily resolved." Leaning close to Machino, he whispered playfully, "My body is far from ordinary. In a few years, or when that fated fruit appears, we shall indulge in some rather naughty activities." Upon hearing this, Machino's face flushed crimson as she pushed Luffy away. She was well aware of the implications behind his words and retorted, "What naughty activities? What nonsense are you spouting?" Luffy chuckled softly and said, "I am not speaking recklessly. I have evidence." His diminutive form bore the emblem of manhood, a manifestation of life's restoration. Only Luffy could undertake such a feat through the revival of life. Though still tender in years, he undoubtedly stood firm. However, this dilemma could be resolved. By consuming the gum-gum fruit and harnessing the power of life restoration, he would truly have no obstacles. At that moment, Machino remained unaware of this. She was taken aback. Her small mouth agape, unable to fathom that the mere 3-year-old Luffy could accomplish such a thing. Seeing Machino in this state, Luffy's mischievous thoughts surged, prompting him to take action. After a considerable time, Machino, drenched in sweat, finally extricated herself from her predicament, her rare ire directed at Luffy as she exclaimed, "How could you do such a thing?" "Because I wish to," he replied, earnest and resolute, leaving no room for doubt. Machino found herself momentarily silenced by Luffy's words. Turning his back to her, Luffy boldly proclaimed, "Just as I was destined to encounter certain events from the moment I was born, so too shall you be destined to become my woman." Destined? Machino pondered, struck by Luffy's declaration. Ignoring the impropriety of his words, she felt a profound confusion. Luffy's words were profoundly compelling and utterly convincing. Moreover, with the series of events that transpired that night under Luffy's influence, Machino's heart was in unprecedented turmoil. Luffy was acutely aware of Machino's current state, and no longer felt a sense of urgency. He simply donned his bathrobe and reclined on the bed, his tone laced with nostalgia as he remarked, "The night is deep, let us sleep. It has been 3 months since we last embraced in slumber, and I eagerly anticipated. Sister Machino must be looking forward to it as well." Faced with Luffy's invitation for what seemed like an ordinary shared slumber, Machino hesitated. She could no longer treat it as a mere commonplace act of sleep. Luffy extended a hand and smiled. "Sister Machino, come here. Regardless of what the future holds for us, at this moment, we are still two individuals who rely on each other, are we not? Let time testify to the nature of our bond." Upon hearing Luffy's words, Machino felt a tremor in her heart. Indeed, no matter what the future may bring, her affection for Luffy remained unwavering, regardless of the past indiscretions he had committed against her. With this thought, a sense of relief washed over her, as Luffy suggested. Let time determine their fate. A gentle smile reappeared on her face as she nodded softly. Yes, let us rest. Chapter 11. The Strategy of Daily Life 3 months later. As the evening glow descended and a cool breeze swept through, the birds returned to their nests, and the vibrant red sun began its descent below the horizon. Atop a towering mountain, a small figure stood still, while the cries of an eagle echoed above. It was a majestic bird soaring through the sky. Indeed, this was the young eagle. The figure was none other than Luffy, standing at the peak of the cliff where he had once fallen. He was not there to relive that moment, but rather to practice. A gust of wind blew, and Luffy's petite form was almost concealed, save for the wild mane of his Super Saiyan 3 hairstyle that danced in the breeze. After 3 months of rigorous training, he had become quite adept at utilizing the life return technique, with the Super Saiyan 3 hairstyle being a mere trivial aspect of his skills. Now, Luffy was engaged in the profound depths of the life return training, a capability he had envisioned upon acquiring it. Having mastered this ability over the past 3 months, he declared, "Let us begin. It is getting late, and I cannot keep Sister Makino waiting." As Luffy spoke to himself, he closed his eyes, relaxed his body, and extended his arms outward, adopting a half-squat stance reminiscent of the horse stance. Once he settled into this position, Luffy began to hum softly, and soon thereafter, the revival of life commenced. In the blink of an eye, every muscle in Luffy's body trembled, accompanied by a series of subtle vibrations, while the sound of his heart beating vigorously resonated and reverberated through the air. Luffy furrowed his brow, experiencing a sensation akin to a myriad of ants crawling over his skin, the discomfort indescribable. Nevertheless, he did not cease his relentless pursuit of vitality, grunting persistently. After approximately 10 minutes, drenched in sweat, Luffy finally halted his endeavor, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath, his entire body enveloped in a profound sense of weakness, reminiscent of a lifeless serpent sprawled upon the earth. The vibrations of his training persisted for a few more seconds. After nearly half an hour of rest, Luffy regained his composure, a smile gracing his face. From the initial 10 minutes to now having endured a few additional moments, his progress was commendable. Luffy firmly believes that with the vibrational body forging technique, he can undoubtedly elevate his combat prowess to the level of a Marine Admiral by the time he sets sail. The vibrational body forging technique is a profound method of harnessing the essence of life. By resonating with sound, he allows it to reverberate within his body, controlling every muscle through the life-returning manipulation, harmonizing with the internal sound. Through this process, each muscle and every organ within him is as though being hammered, meticulously chiseling away the remnants of his body. Ultimately, when the debris is eradicated, what remains is the essence itself. Luffy's vibrational body forging technique enables a complete metamorphosis of the body, transforming it into a refined vessel through relentless trials. One might assert that with this technique, attaining a body akin to Kaido's immortal form is not merely a fanciful dream. However, the vibrational body forging technique is not easily wielded. Even the life return of Carp cannot accomplish it. The reason lies in the exceptionally high demands of this technique, necessitating an advanced mastery over one's body that only Luffy, with his remarkable soulful aptitude, can achieve. To illustrate, if we were to quantify the mastery over one's body, where the basic control is rated as 1, Rob Lucci is 3, and Carp between 5 and 7, then Luffy exceeds a score of 10. What is Kaido compared to this? Given sufficient time, my body will become the strongest, the mightiest creature will be I. As Luffy gazed into the future, a hearty laugh escaped his lips. The future is indeed promising, and dreams shall be realized. However, one must not neglect the necessity of sustenance. Thus, he summoned Little Eagle, and as the night descended, Luffy returned home. Knock, knock, knock. Welcome back, Luffy, came the warm greeting. The door swung open to reveal a figure adorned with a white headscarf that concealed his green hair. Dressed in a red and white striped apron, and bearing the faint scent of smoke, a testament to his recent culinary endeavors. My apologies, Sister Makino, for my late return, he said. It's quite all right, dear. What matters is that you have returned, Makino replied gently, retrieving a pair of slippers and kneeling down to assist Luffy in putting them on. Luffy skillfully cooperated with Makino as she assisted him in changing his shoes. Each time her delicate, fair hands touched his feet, it stirred a flutter in Luffy's heart. One cannot deny that this aspect of island customs is rather delightful. Within the household, the man is revered as the sky, while the woman is expected to serve him with gentle submission. Now, the question remains, should Luffy dine first or take a bath? After helping him into his slippers, Makino, despite knowing the answer, shyly inquired. Luffy chuckled and said, I just finished training, and I'm drenched in sweat. I should definitely take a bath first. Makino nodded and stood up, saying, I'll go help Luffy run the water. With that, she hurriedly made to leave. Wait, let's wash together. Luffy approached Makino and, unexpectedly, swept her up in a princess carry, prompting a startled gasp from her. Haha. You must hold on tight, Sister Makino, or you might just tumble down. Despite being only 3 years old, Luffy, enhanced by the resurrection of life and nearly 3 months of rigorous body-shaking techniques, had no trouble lifting Makino's delicate frame, fearing that she might actually fall. Makino quickly wrapped her arms around Luffy's head and exclaimed, Luffy, please put me down. Luffy paid no heed and proceeded towards the bathroom, stating, I can let you down. Once we reach the bathroom, I will set you free, but I still need your assistance in undressing. With that, he smirked. Luffy. Marcy interrupted, prompting him to halt. He turned and said, Did we not agree? Until we reach a conclusion, let time be the judge. So, why have you been so evasive lately? Seemingly seeking excuses to avoid bathing with me? Marcy, of course, could not voice her thoughts directly. She no longer regarded Luffy as a mere child, but rather as a young man. This realization was precisely why she felt they could not bathe together. The events of that night had vividly demonstrated to Marcy that Luffy possessed the qualities of a man, albeit still in their infancy. You mentioned allowing time to reveal the truth, so why do you insist on bathing together? Marcy countered, deftly sidestepping the topic. Luffy feigned innocence, saying, Indeed, that is correct. However, I never stated that we couldn't behave in such a manner before our relationship was clearly defined. You see, prior to this, we lived together, bathed together, and slept together. Everything was shared, and that was perfectly acceptable, wasn't it? Just as he spoke, Makino interrupted, hesitant to voice her thoughts. Was she about to suggest that Luffy, being somewhat of a little adult, would feel embarrassed about bathing together? Luffy seemed to have discerned the unspoken words of Makino. Smiling as he playfully threatened, Sister Makino, you cannot possibly seek excuses to evade bathing, for that would incite my wrath. When I am angered, I may resort to irrational actions, perhaps even to the extent of turning raw rice into cooked food. You are aware I possess such capabilities. You cannot act in this manner. Makino, taken aback, felt a flush of embarrassment rise to her cheeks, unable to fathom the reality of such a scenario. Merely contemplating it made her wish to retreat into a hole out of sheer mortification. With a mischievous grin, Luffy declared, If you don't wish for it to be this way, then Sister Makino should acquiesce a little, otherwise, I truly will follow through on my words. I am confident that even if I were to act as I have suggested, Sister Makino would not harbor any resentment toward me. Upon hearing this, Makino was left in a state of confusion. Would she truly resent Luffy if he acted in such a manner? Certainly not. Her affection for Luffy ran deep, a bond that would never be tainted by hatred. Thus, Makino found herself at a loss, uncertain of how to proceed. Should she yield to Luffy's whims? Such a path would undoubtedly lead to her being metaphorically devoured by him. To resist? The consequence would be Luffy's unyielding approach, which could sever their bond forever. Makino was unable to contemplate such a scenario. Caught in a web of indecision, she spiraled into a cycle of turmoil. Suddenly, she felt a lightness in her body, and the sensation of the ground beneath her indicated that they had arrived at the bathroom, where Luffy gently set her down. Sister Makino, please help me undress for a bath. I'm quite hungry, and there is still a meal to prepare. As Makino gazed upward from the floor, she was taken aback by Luffy's calm demeanor, as if nothing had transpired at all. Luffy smiled and said, Sister Makino, just as you would never harbor resentment towards me for anything I do, always accommodating and cherishing me, I too shall never allow you to feel sorrow. Let us take a bath together. Luffy's words resonated deeply with Makino. She reminisced about the days spent with him, recalling how he would joyfully exclaim, bath time, during their bathing sessions. Makino would embrace Luffy with delight, assisting him in shedding his garments while echoing his enthusiasm. If she continued to resist Luffy's affections, he might not force himself upon her, yet he would undoubtedly feel disheartened, creating an irreparable rift between them, and they would never return to their former closeness. Amidst these poignant memories, Makino pondered extensively. Ultimately, she realized that, regardless of the circumstances, she could not bear to lose Luffy. As she emerged from her contemplations, she noticed a subtle tension beneath Luffy's calm demeanor. With a sigh, she gently tapped his forehead with her alabaster fingers, saying, You just love to tease your sister. I should never have taken you in. From Makino's expression, Luffy discerned the answer, playfully leaping into her embrace and declaring, I love to tease Sister Makino because I adore you. Makino smiled tenderly and suggested, shall we take a bath? Sure, he replied. Thus, the situation unfolded without incident, allowing them to navigate through yet another challenge. Over the past 3 months, Makino had sought every excuse to avoid bathing together, but Luffy had skillfully countered her reluctance, ultimately resolving the matter without her staunch opposition. Luffy, weary of the troublesome ritual of bathing, devised a grand strategy today. Such a maneuver, once unleashed, would either lead to success or result in harm to oneself or others. Ultimately, under the guise of his last resort, it stirred a flood of memories for Makino, revealing her deep affection for Luffy and her desire to shield him from any distress related to bathing. Although they shared moments of bathing and sleeping together, Makino believed that as long as she maintained her resolve, once Luffy matured and encountered a girl he loved, their relationship would likely revert to its former state. This was her contemplation, yet inexplicably, a sense of melancholy lingered within her. There is a saying that habits can be quite formidable. Under the influence of his persistent presence and daily interactions, could Makino truly return to a conventional sibling relationship with Luffy? Luffy couldn't help but chuckle, perhaps overthinking the situation. Don't fidget, I'm merely tending to your body, he remarked. Ah, why are you kissing me? Hee. Marcy's lips are simply delightful, so if I wish to kiss, I shall, she replied playfully, her tone a touch teasing. Chapter 12. Mealtime on an ordinary day, as was customary. Luffy felt quite content after taking advantage of Marcy's affection and ventured out for his morning exercise. Strolling through the increasingly lively village, he embraced the innocence of childhood, exchanging polite greetings as he moved along. Upon entering the tranquil forest, he warmed up amidst a group of wild beasts. In a secluded spot, guarded by a few loyal animal companions, he routinely practiced his vibrational body technique. The subsequent hours were dedicated to mastering the 6 styles of the Marines, continuing his physical training while contemplating various matters, such as events from the original story, enhancements to his combat abilities, and the utilization of haki. Before dusk fell, he employed the vibrational body technique once more. Its effects were remarkable, yet one must allow their fatigued body ample time to recuperate for optimal efficiency. Utilizing it twice a day without harming oneself was ideal, and afterward, he returned home. This encapsulated Luffy's typical day. However, this evening, the tranquil routine was about to change. At the dining table, Marcy, her cheeks slightly flushed, sipped her soup delicately and said, Luffy, I have an idea. I want to open a tavern in the village. What do you think? Surprisingly, there was no one seated across from Marcy. The table was empty save for the bowls of rice. Where was Luffy? A voice emerged from beneath the table. Marcy, you wish to open a tavern? Marcy responded with a soft hum, her tone slightly annoyed. How long does it take you to pick up a pair of chopsticks? And why is it that every time you drop them, they end up by my feet? Ignoring the chopsticks right beside him, Luffy's gaze remained focused as his hands wandered over her delicate, porcelain-like feet. I don't know. Perhaps it's fate, he replied nonchalantly. Stop rambling and come out. I am trying to discuss something serious with you, Marcy retorted, her foot recoiling slightly from Luffy's grasp. Sensing her reaction, she nudged his forehead with her foot playfully. Under the table, Luffy wore a mischievous grin, his mouth parting to expertly catch her delicate toe. Luffy, if you keep this up, I'll be angry, Marcy said, a mix of embarrassment and irritation in her voice. Despite having endured many of Luffy's shameless antics, she found it difficult to accept them with ease. All right, I shall emerge now. As he reluctantly made his way out, he took a moment to indulge in a few more playful antics, finally crawling out from under the table. With a cheeky grin, he raised the chopsticks in his hand and feigned confusion. Oh dear, I finally found the chopsticks. Could it be a trick of fate that causes me to drop them every time I eat? Marcy shot him a disapproving glance, her blush still evident. What fate? It's clearly intentional on your part. Luffy chuckled, unfazed by the teasing, and leaped into Majino's embrace, indulging in the tofu. He remarked, I know that Sister Majino loves me the most. I also adore her tofu and cherish Sister Majino even more. Unintentionally, he unleashed a charm that stirred Majino's heart, compelling her to cast aside any inappropriate thoughts, as she gently admonished. All right, it's mealtime now, so let's not fool around. Luffy, having savored the moment, returned to his seat. While resuming his indulgence in the meat, he inquired, Sister Makino, what inspired you to suddenly consider opening a tavern? Makino replied, it is because there has been no tavern in the village for quite some time, and I believe that establishing one would undoubtedly be profitable. After a moment of contemplation, Luffy remarked that establishing a tavern would be a splendid idea. Sister Makino toiled throughout the day in the village, and aside from the essentials, little money remained. Operating a tavern would indeed demand significant effort. Yet it promised a more substantial income. Makino smiled gently and replied that she did not aspire to earn a fortune. Enough to meet their needs would suffice. While she did harbor thoughts of earning a bit more from the tavern, her primary motivation was to ensure that Luffy could enjoy better meals and attire. As Luffy matured and embraced the return of life, his appetite had grown alarmingly insatiable. At this rate, even the occasional game meat Luffy brought back from his hunts would not sustain them for long. With Garp often away from home, Makino found it difficult to procure living expenses for Luffy from him. More importantly, she was reluctant to accept money from Garp. To her, nurturing Luffy was a natural responsibility, as she regarded him as family. As Luffy gnawed on his meat, his increasingly acute observation haki allowed him to discern the thoughts of Makino. He mused that in the original story, Sister Makino was known for running a tavern. Now, she was preparing to open one, and he never anticipated it would be due to him. However, a dilemma arose. Opening a tavern required capital, and his current funds were likely insufficient. Makino expressed her concerns. "Do not fret about the capital. In a few days, I shall undoubtedly gather the necessary funds," Luffy declared confidently, thumping his chest. Makino paused, a thought crossing her mind, and quickly inquired, "How do you plan to raise the money? Are you intending to ask Mr. Garp for it?" "That won't do. I will find a way myself." Noticing Makino's apparent misunderstanding, Luffy chuckled, "Of course not. Even if I wish to ask my grandfather for assistance, I have no idea when I might see him again. It is improbable that I could obtain money from him in just a few days. When I say I can gather the money in that time frame, I mean through my own means. In the forest, there are certain beasts whose pelts are worth a considerable sum. If I can hunt those creatures, gathering the funds will be quite simple." "No way," Makino immediately refuted, her concern evident. "How could I allow you to undertake such a perilous task? You are still so young." Luffy, with a profound smile, playfully winked and said, "Sister Makino, though I may be small in stature, my abilities are considerable, and my resources even more so." Makino, detecting the teasing undertone in Luffy's words, exclaimed, "Luffy." After sharing a hearty laugh, Luffy wiped the remnants of food from the corners of his mouth and earnestly reassured her, "Rest assured, Sister Makino, I haven't consumed you yet, and I won't perish so easily. I am quite adept at hunting." Makino, accustomed to overlooking Luffy's playful banter and well aware of his character, understood that when he spoke seriously, he had a degree of confidence. Moreover, she knew that once Luffy made a decision, he would not waver. Luffy chuckled and assured, "Rest easy, for my abilities are formidable. Mere beasts cannot harm me. The Emperor's domain poses little threat to humans, at most causing the feeble-minded to faint. However, it is a different matter altogether with beasts. Nearly all the creatures of the forest are akin to my loyal subordinates." Yet, a twinge of conscience gnaws at Luffy. These loyal companions have tirelessly served him, and he wonders if his actions might be somewhat uncouth. For the sake of Sister Makino's successful tavern opening, perhaps they must make a sacrifice. Luffy's conscience seemed to have been devoured by a hound, as his mind wandered to the characteristics of various beasts. He contemplated which ones would serve well for hunting and which pelts would fetch a higher price. The capital required to open a tavern was no trifling matter. Luffy knew he needed to hunt a substantial number of animals. Furthermore, once the tavern was established, the demand for beastly meat would increase significantly. It appeared that a calamity for the wild creatures was on the horizon. The new year was fast approaching, and soon I would celebrate my 4th birthday, marking the arrival of the year 1507 in the sea calendar. This year, I recall, was notable for the adventures of Fisher Tiger, the fishman who liberated the celestial dragon slaves, as well as for Boa Hancock's escape with her 2 sisters. The thought of Hancock's future enchanting beauty, clad in a cheongsam that accentuated her allure, and her long, slender, smooth legs made Luffy's heart race with excitement. Hancock was destined to be Luffy's woman, and he would not allow any celestial dragon who had harmed her to go unpunished. "Luffy, you hurt me," she exclaimed, realizing that his fervent thoughts of Hancock had led him to apply too much pressure while bathing, causing the 2 buns in Makino's hands to swell and shift. Chapter 13. The Tavern Keeper. Recently, the Navy's intelligence reported sightings of the Sun Pirates. Admiral Akiji led a fleet into action, even freezing a vast expanse of sea. Yet regrettably, the Sun Pirates managed to elude capture. Fisher Tiger continued his flight from justice. Date, X month, year 1508 in the sea calendar. Upon finishing the news in the newspaper he held, Luffy joyfully set it aside and proclaimed, in celebration of Fisher Tiger's successful escape once again, "I hereby announce that the drinks for all present will be on the house." In the tavern, which still bore a fresh appearance, a group of 7 or 8 patrons erupted in cheers, raising their glasses and shouting, "Long live Fisher Tiger! Long live our young boss, Luffy!" One eager drinker banged on the table, exclaiming, "Mistress, hurry with the drinks." "Ha ha ha. Yes, mistress, bring the drinks quickly. Your young boss has made a promise." The patrons echoed in raucous agreement. "Just a moment, I'll be right there." Marcy, her head adorned with a white scarf that concealed her long, straight green hair, something Luffy thought looked lovely, dressed in a red and black work outfit, approached with a gentle smile, serving drinks to each of the patrons. As for the title of young boss and mistress, it was self-assumed by Luffy, and the grateful drinkers soon followed suit in their flattery. Consequently, the title of mistress spread throughout the village, though no one took it too seriously. "I say, young boss Luffy, since today is a day of celebration and drinks are free, why not waive the cost of the roasted meat as well?" One greedy patron called out. Luffy's eyes widened as he slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "You wish? There's no way I would forego anything. That would mean incurring a loss. Most importantly, if I don't earn money, how can I support Sister Makino? You think I would waive the cost of the grilled meat? Don't even think about it." "Oh." To support Sister Makino, our young boss Luffy is already contemplating the responsibilities of providing for a wife. How remarkable. The drunkards banged on the table, guzzling their drinks and creating a ruckus. Luffy raised his head and declared with unwavering confidence, "Of course, as a man, it is my responsibility to support Sister Makino." "Oh. How delightful. How delightful. Little man, little boss," the drunken patrons clamored. "Hey, I've told you countless times. Can you please drop the little? If this continues, I shall have no choice but to withhold your drinks." Luffy shouted in anger, "Yes, little boss." The drunken patrons, well acquainted with Luffy's temperament, continued their raucous antics without a care. Meanwhile, Makino watched the spectacle with a smile, a scene that had become part of their daily routine. Each time news of Fisher Tiger's successful escape reached them, Luffy would forego drinks in celebration. Makino indulged Luffy's whims, knowing that aside from the beverages, there was also profit to be made from grilled meat, a venture with no financial risk. As long as Luffy ventured into the forest, he would invariably return with a splendid beast to provide succulent meat. After witnessing Luffy's prowess in hunting to gather funds for the tavern, Makino gradually came to appreciate his abilities. Following this, she no longer worried about Luffy facing danger during his expeditions. Fisher Tiger's time was running short. The drunken revelers might as well drink to their heart's content while they still could. After the uproar with his fellow drinkers, Luffy sat at the bar, sighing. Knowing the original story, he was painfully aware that within half a year, this great hero would meet his demise. Luffy feels a profound sense of regret for Fisher Tiger. Yet he finds himself powerless to intervene, left only to await the news of his demise. It is indeed a tragic loss, as Fisher Tiger's act of liberating slaves indirectly saved Hancock, a debt that cannot be repaid. In the future, when he embarks on his voyage, he shall extend his gratitude towards Fishman Island. The mere thought of Fishman Island inevitably brings to mind Princess Shirahoshi, though still in her youth. Shirahoshi possesses a stature akin to that of a giant, and her physique is undeniably exceptional. Consequently, her bosom is truly captivating, a detail that has not escaped the attention of Luffy in the original narrative, where he has even playfully leaped upon it. It is worth noting that Shirahoshi is one of the 3 ancient weapons, the Sea Kings. Given that Luffy has previously frolicked upon her, I cannot accept a lesser treatment. Rather, it must be elevated. Might it be possible to indulge in Shirahoshi? Luffy fell into contemplation, pondering the possibility of deeply harnessing the elasticity of the gum-gum fruit, driven by the essence of life itself. By skillfully integrating the capabilities of Gear 3rd, he envisioned a temporary transformation into a giant form. This notion was not entirely unfounded. He vaguely recalled an encounter with a female giant who had consumed the mini devil fruit before his confrontation with the former Marine Admiral Zephyr. During the battle against formidable foes, Luffy had swallowed the shrunken female giant, and upon her return to her original size, he too experienced a significant increase in stature, becoming giant like himself. Such a whimsical act, without the peril of bursting his stomach, was a unique feat only made possible by the gum-gum fruit. With this successful precedent, Luffy's temporary gigantification appeared plausible. If he could indeed achieve this transformation, then the possibilities were endless. Luffy found himself ensnared in a web of troubling thoughts. Luffy, Luffy. Machino called out to the imagined version of him, her voice laced with concern as she inquired, "Are you perhaps contemplating something unsettling?" Luffy regained his composure and exclaimed, "How is that possible? I was merely contemplating how much I could earn today." Machino, skeptical, replied, "Is that so? However, I noticed you drooling. You must be harboring some wicked thoughts." Luffy hurriedly wiped his mouth, noting that there was no drool, just a few traces of moisture at the corners. He swore that these marks were merely remnants of alcohol, likely due to his age, as Machino forbade drinking. After cleaning his mouth, Luffy caught sight of Machino's beaming smile. Unable to resist, he resorted to a clever tactic. With a mischievous grin, he leaped down from behind the bar, gesturing with his hands as he said, "I truly haven't thought of anything, merely some thoughts of tonight." Machino's body stiffened, nervously glancing around. Although they were concealed behind the bar and the drunken patrons outside could not see, she still felt apprehensive, with a blush creeping onto her cheeks and her heart racing. She lowered her voice and said, "Luffy, don't do that. Stop it, or I might get angry." Luffy's hand moved playfully behind Machino, occasionally sweeping downwards, sometimes venturing between her legs, savoring the warmth. With a mischievous grin, Luffy feigned ignorance and said, "Sister Machino, why are you so angry?" His hands continued their playful movements. Machino, feeling flustered, was on the verge of stomping her feet in annoyance, wishing to push Luffy away to put an end to his teasing. However, the actions she contemplated were too conspicuous, and Luffy's antics were not easily halted. All she could do was pout, as a light sheen of perspiration began to glisten on Luffy's forehead. Upon witnessing the sight of Machino, Luffy decided it was inappropriate to press further. He remarked, "If Sister Machino wishes me to release my hold, I shall comply. Tonight, I will assist Sister Machino with a massage." She consented, and he was pleased. As long as Luffy refrained from causing a ruckus at the tavern, Machino was unfazed by what might transpire at home, having grown accustomed to it over time. Hearing Machino's agreement, Luffy withdrew his mischievous hands. While the thrill of such antics was enticing, he deemed it preferable to indulge at home, where it would not merely be a furtive endeavor. Moreover, the prospect of being caught in the act before the drunken patrons was one thing, but the arrival of the red-haired pirates or the presence of formidable warriors would render any such mischief impossible. "Tonight, I shall be the one to give you a massage." As we agreed, he declared joyfully, before seizing a jug to refill the drinks for the inebriated patrons. This left Machino blushing deeply, her heart racing with excitement. What Luffy referred to as a massage is, in essence, a full-body massage. Despite Luffy's ability to restore life, his massages genuinely provide great comfort to Machino. Moreover, through the act of massage, Luffy pays special attention to Machino's exquisite feet. Not only that, but the dedicated Luffy also employs his lips to provide service. This truly leaves Machino feeling so embarrassed that she wishes to burrow into the ground, yet she finds herself at a loss when it comes to Luffy. Chapter 14. The arrival of red-haired Shanks. Unlike the three-dimensional world, the beauties of the two-dimensional realm possess an enchanting allure. Whether it be their figures, charming faces, beautiful legs, or even the exquisite feet that Luffy is enamored with, they are undeniably captivating. Luffy has developed an ardent affection for the world of the second dimension. Arriving in the realm of One Piece brings him even greater joy, particularly as he beholds the exquisite, flawless feet of beautiful women, allowing him to indulge in this peculiar passion to his heart's content. As the object of Luffy's unique infatuation, Machino finds herself at a loss, only able to secretly label him as a pervert while silently enduring the discomfort he brings. As days turn into weeks, Machino gradually becomes accustomed to Luffy's antics. Habit, as it is known, can be a formidable force, and compounded by Luffy's capabilities of evasion, her resistance, both physically and mentally, begins to wane. Then came that fateful day. On the boundless ocean, the wind howled and seagulls cried, soaring through the sky before diving towards the water, their talons deftly snatching fish from the depths. At that moment, a ship appeared on the horizon, sailing towards Windmill Village. It was a grand wooden vessel, proudly displaying a pirate flag. The flag depicted a skull, crossed by two swords, with a red slash marking the left eye of the skull. It was evident that the ship, adorned with the pirate emblem, was home to a band of pirates, no ordinary crew, but the notorious red-haired pirates, led by the formidable Shanks in the New World. The ship, named the Red Force, resonated throughout the New World. A cacophony of noise erupted from aboard, not the disarray of mutiny, but rather the revelry typical of pirates, a grand feast. Cheers. Ah, Captain, you've pilfered my drink again. Don't be so stingy. It's merely a sip. No way. Give back my liquor. Please, be merciful. As the captain, am I not entitled to a sip of my own? Am I still the captain, or has my first mate grown too cruel? Shanks, akin to a petulant child, pounded the deck with fervor, lamenting loudly. First mate Ben Beckman, unfazed, seized the recovered exquisite bottle and took a modest sip. This was his cherished vintage, and he savored it slowly, reluctant to indulge too freely, while the captain brazenly gulped it down. Observing Beckman's indifference, Shanks, entranced by the intoxicating aroma, salivated and lunged at Beckman, pleading, "Just let me have a taste, just a taste." Who doesn't he know that your so-called taste is merely an invitation to finish the entire bottle? Away with you. Beckman, without mercy, delivered a swift kick that sent Shanks sprawling. Guarding his precious bottle, he took his time savoring each sip. A wretched wail echoed as Shanks protested. What is this? Not even the slightest concession for the captain's humble request? I must be a false captain. Laughter erupted among the crew. Well done, first mate. I stand with you. The captain has drained all my cherished wine. How despicable. I too. My plight is even worse, lamented the officer, Lockie, in a fit of indignation. Not only have I lost my drink, but also the meat I so adore. A corpulent figure, adorned with petite sunglasses, a green and white striped hat, a matching shirt, draped in a yellow coat, secured by a blue belt, and clad in beige trousers, sported red sneakers, typically clutching a morsel of meat in his hand. He found himself bereft of such sustenance at this moment, having been thoroughly raided by the red-haired Shanks. Beside him, the sniper Jesus Burgess sympathetically patted the shoulder of Luffy, mourning his loss, while cautiously retrieving a hidden chicken leg from his bosom to consume swiftly. Observing that no one paid him heed, Shanks resumed his seat, adjusting his straw hat, and lamented, "This cannot be blamed on me. The provisions aboard have diminished. Last night, I was famished, and to my surprise, one bite led to the complete depletion of our food. How can you still speak? Who has been pilfering the food these past few nights?" The crew collectively rebuked. Shanks, at a loss for words, resorted to pouting, exclaiming, "You all bully me. Am I truly an imposter, Captain?" Ben Beckman, feeling a headache coming on, lamented the burden of having such an unreliable captain. Nevertheless, Shanks' personal charm and reliability in critical moments remained the reasons they pledged their unwavering loyalty. Turning to the navigator, Ben inquired, "How far are we from the resupply island?" The navigator, gazing confidently towards the horizon, replied, "The nearest island, renowned as the most beautiful kingdom in the East Sea, is the kingdom of Goa." Upon mentioning Goa, the navigator's tone turned dismissive. "We all know the truth behind its beauty. They merely cast aside their filth, and the kingdom appears lovely." He continued, "To avoid unnecessary troubles, we shall not directly land in the kingdom of Goa, but rather on the outskirts, at a small village known as Windmill Village, where we can resupply. When shall we make landfall?" Ben pressed further, aware of the potential troubles of anchoring near Goa. As pirates, they would undoubtedly face fierce resistance from the kingdom, followed by naval reinforcements. Although they hailed from the New World and were not intimidated by such threats, they were not ruthless marauders and thus preferred to avoid needless bloodshed. The navigator did not respond immediately but walked to the edge of the ship, gazing into the distance. "It won't be long now. I believe we are nearing our destination." From the lookout tower, a voice confirmed the sighting of the island, merely a few kilometers away. "Oh, we are about to land. I want a drink. And I want to eat meat," Shanks exclaimed, leaping with excitement. Luffy boisterously echoed, "I want meat. I want plenty of it." Following this, the pirates, eager to reach Windmill Village for resupply, began to vocally express their cravings. After navigating the vast ocean, the moment one sets foot on an island, joy envelopes all. From the moment of birth, humanity finds its connection to the earth. Even pirates, who make the sea their home, must occasionally seek refuge on land. At this juncture, the exuberant Shanks, with his red hair, discerned something peculiar. He paused, a look of curiosity etched upon his face as he gently touched his straw hat, moving to the edge of the ship to gaze towards the direction of Windmill Village, seemingly confirming something of significance. "What troubles the captain?" inquired a bewildered crew member. Could it be that Windmill Village conceals formidable power? Ben Beckman explained, his demeanor growing earnest. What sort of strength could a small village in the East Blue possess?" Another crew member scoffed. "Indeed, there is power present. This observation hockey is remarkably potent. Even from several kilometers away, I can sense it. As if a pair of eyes were fixated upon me, Jesus Burgess gripped his sniper rifle tightly. As a marksman, he relied heavily on his observation hockey, believing his prowess to be on par with this unknown entity. Yet, he soon realized that the essence of their observation hockey differed fundamentally. He could not replicate the sensation of being scrutinized from such a distance. What shall we do next, Captain? I wish to savor some meat soon, Luffy asked. Patting his stomach, Shanks responded nonchalantly, we shall land. Upon reaching Windmill Village, I am eager to meet this mysterious powerhouse, perhaps forge a friendship. In truth, Shanks sensed something deeper within the layers of observation hockey, a subtle willpower exuding dominance and command over all. If any attentive crew member were to observe closely, they would note that since the emergence of this hockey, the circling seagulls had fallen silent, gliding leisurely just above the sea's surface. Beneath the waves, the wandering fish had all descended, no longer leaping from the water's depths to create splashes. This phenomenon was only perceived by a select few crew members, including Ben Beckman. The author muses, some say that Luffy should not consume the rubber fruit. I pose the question, is Luffy still Luffy without the rubber fruit? Furthermore, in my vision, the awakening of the rubber fruit is immensely powerful, distinct from the Paramecia's ability to assimilate the surrounding environment. As for the nature of this awakening, I shall refrain from revealing it just yet. Chapter 15. A fateful encounter. Windmill Village harbors a formidable presence. Who could this powerful figure with exceptional observation hockey be? The underlying conqueror's hockey concealed within the observation hockey astonished Shanks further. Who is this individual? With this question lingering, the red-haired pirates swiftly approached Windmill Village. Before long, a flag emerged, followed by the gradual appearance of the ship's hull from the water's edge. The arrival at Windmill Village was imminent. That is a pirate ship. Pirates are coming. Run, cried out one villager. Everyone, remain calm. Windmill Village is the hometown of Vice Admiral Garp. Pirates would not dare to cause chaos here. Listen to me, everyone. Gather everyone together and hide well. Once I have finished negotiating with the pirates, I will inform you to come out. The village chief calmly directed the villagers amidst their panic. Though his heart was heavy with worry, he prayed that the approaching pirate crew was a renowned one. For such pirates would surely understand the formidable reputation of Garp and refrain from causing chaos in the village. If they were merely a fledgling crew, untested and reckless, they would be undeterred by Garp's intimidating presence. The chief's hope rested on the arrival of formidable pirates. As the villagers assembled, a sudden realization struck the chief, and he shouted in alarm, "Where are the chief, Makino, and Luffy? The pirates are coming. Where could they be? I hope they are safe." A drunken patron, often found in the tavern, recalled, "I remember Makino should be busy at the tavern, while Luffy likely went into the forest." The village chief, in a fluster, exclaimed, "Damn it! The tavern is on the other side of the village, quite a distance away. Makino probably hasn't heard the commotion. Quickly, send someone to notify her to hide." He sighed as he continued, "As for Luffy, we can only hope he returns later and avoids crossing paths with the pirates." After instructing one villager to inform Makino, the chief led the others to their hiding place, just as the red-haired pirates were about to land. As the villagers disappeared, a small figure emerged in the distance. Rather than retreating with the others, he drew closer to the landing site of the red-haired pirates. It was fate's encounter. "Shanks!" Luffy exclaimed joyously, standing by the shore, his wild hair dancing in the sea breeze. Since his rebirth, Luffy had eagerly anticipated meeting Shanks. Today, without warning. While training in the forest as usual, Luffy's growing instincts began to signal something significant. Following this intuition, he exited the forest and, using his observation hockey, finally saw the pirate crew several kilometers away, realizing that the red-haired pirates had indeed arrived. The Red Force slowly docked at the shore, the sound of heavy footsteps echoing as a throng of pirates disembarked. They all stared at Luffy in astonishment. As the host, Luffy stepped forward with a smile, arms outstretched, and declared, "Welcome to the arrival of the red-haired pirates from the New World." "What a surprise. It's you," a voice called from behind the ranks of pirates. The crew parted to reveal Shanks, followed by Ben Beckman, Lucky Roo, and Yasopp, who all looked at Luffy in disbelief. The pirates, now understanding the situation, began to grasp why this young boy was not afraid of their ship's approach and was instead welcoming them. Was this child truly the unknown master of observation hockey? How could it be? The pirates were in an uproar, voicing their disbelief with a cacophony of sounds. Ha ha ha. In the face of their skepticism, Luffy erupted into laughter. His resounding voice echoed across the vast ocean, proclaiming that there is nothing that cannot occur in this realm. Fools! Is it not the allure of this uncharted sea that drives us all to set sail? A hush fell over the crowd as the pirates stared in astonishment at Luffy. Perhaps chastised? While Luffy's words resonated with a sense of agreement, they undeniably served as a rebuke, labeling them as fools, particularly the red-haired pirates. Luffy is indeed audacious. Ha ha. The young lad speaks the truth. Shanks, the red-haired pirate, resonates with Luffy's words and discovers a shared understanding. They are kindred spirits, both yearning for freedom. Approaching Luffy, Shanks smiled and said, "Young one, allow me to introduce myself. I am the captain of a pirate crew, known as Shanks." Luffy, somewhat displeased, remarked, "If you wish to know my name, you must first refrain from calling me little brat." Shanks was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that Luffy would take offense at such a term. The other pirates erupted into laughter, relishing the familiar banter with their captain. The captain had been reprimanded, his pride somewhat bruised. Despite having weathered countless storms and witnessed many wonders, the red-haired pirates, who once regarded Luffy with awe for his mastery of observation haki, had now grown indifferent to his antics. "You scoundrels, it is all you're doing. You have stripped away the respect due to a captain." After delivering a light-hearted scolding to his crew, Shanks turned to face Luffy with a more serious demeanor, leaning slightly forward, and declared fiercely, "You dare to speak to me in such a manner, little brat? Are you not afraid that I might end your life? I am a pirate from the New World." Luffy rolled his eyes and remarked, "You are the notorious pirate from the New World, Shanks the red-haired. I am aware of that." Shanks scratched his head and replied, "Oh, you know? When we disembarked, this little brat already revealed our identities." Then Beckman interjected, "Ordinary individuals would not have a clear understanding of who we are, let alone a mere child. This child is no ordinary one. Indeed, he is not a typical child. A common child would not possess the ability of observation haki." Added Riki Lu, Child, ordinary child. It's all about the child." Luffy, enraged, veins bulging, exclaimed, "I am Luffy, not a brat. Have you all heard me clearly?" "Oh, so you were referred to as Luffy the brat," Shanks replied, a broad smile adorning his face, seemingly amused by the situation. Luffy furrowed his brows and gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "You scoundrel, this is absolutely intentional." Shanks' continuous provocation ignited a flicker of Luffy's conqueror's haki. The perceptive Shanks immediately sensed Luffy's burgeoning power, his eyes gleaming with realization. Luffy had indeed awakened his conqueror's haki. Astonished by the young pirate's early awakening, Shanks noted that Luffy seemed capable of controlling his own haki, sparking curiosity about its magnitude. Thus, Shanks subtly released his own conqueror's haki in response. As Luffy faced the onslaught of Shanks' haki, his expression hardened, suppressing his fury as he met Shanks' gaze and asked, "Are you provoking me?" With those words, Luffy unleashed his own haki. Though the clash of their powers was subtle, the essence of Conqueror's haki remained potent, and the atmosphere was charged with an invisible, intimidating presence. Weaker pirates felt a tremor of unease, and a profound silence enveloped the scene. Shanks bent slightly, while Luffy held his head high. Their eyes locked, the intensity of their haki gradually escalated, neither harboring thoughts of retreat. Did this signify that an earth-shattering clash of their haki was inevitable? Chapter 16. The welcome banquet. The tension between the two was palpable, the oppressive atmosphere expanding outward. The red-haired pirates seemed to grasp the impending confrontation, holding their breath in anticipation of the clash of haki. Was this boy a monster? Not only had he awakened observation haki, but he had also awakened Conqueror's haki. Faced with his captain's power, the boy stood undaunted, daring to clash with haki. This remarkable child was named Luffy. Regardless of his monstrous abilities, the assembled pirates would forever remember Luffy's name and the courageous figure he embodied. Yes, courage. Despite Luffy's extraordinary potential at such a tender age, it was predetermined that his haki could not surpass that of Shanks. The outcome was clear. Luffy would be defeated and would likely faint under the overwhelming force of Shanks' haki. As the watching pirates envisioned the impending scene, just as the clash was about to reach its zenith, a panicked shout from the village chief rang out. "No, don't hurt Luffy." Having just organized the villagers, the chief had arrived only to find Luffy standing alone before a multitude of pirates. Unaware of the situation and fearing for Luffy's safety, the chief called out from a distance. His desperate plea shattered the silence, causing both Luffy and Shanks to retract their haki. Shanks had never intended to use his superior haki to intimidate. He merely sought to gauge Luffy's mastery over his own power. Thus, even without the chief's interruption, Shanks would have withdrawn his haki. Regarding Luffy, when Shanks retracted his conqueror's haki, Luffy followed suit. There was no other option. The current strength of his conqueror's haki was indeed lacking, and unleashing it would only lead to humiliation. Previously, when Shanks' conqueror's haki surged towards him, Luffy did not falter. He held his ground. witnessing Luffy's ability to swiftly retract his haki. Shanks was more astonished by Luffy's mastery over it. This level of control was already comparable to that of some formidable pirates. At present, Luffy's only shortcoming lay in the intensity of his haki. Once he matures, a monstrous powerhouse destined to resonate across the seas will emerge. Shanks anticipated Luffy's future as he glanced at the approaching village chief and inquired, "Are you the village chief?" "Yes, indeed," the chief replied, hurriedly pulling Luffy behind him. Warily addressing Shanks, "You may seek provisions in my humble village, but please do not harm Luffy or the villagers. As pirates, you must have heard of Vice Admiral Garp's reputation. Windmill Village is his hometown." The red-haired pirates were taken aback, never expecting that a simple landing in a small village would lead them to Garp's homeland. Considering Garp's strength and his infamous reputation as a mad dog during the era of Roger, they felt a profound sense of trepidation. Ben Beckman furrowed his brow and remarked, "Since this is Vice Admiral Garp's village, we should seek provisions in the next village instead." Although they were not afraid of Garp's pursuit, he deemed it unworthy to provoke Garp for mere supplies. Shanks, seemingly unfazed by the warning, gazed towards the village in the distance with curiosity, expressing, "Now that I know this is Vice Admiral Garp's village, I am even more inclined to explore it. I am truly curious about the kind of village that could produce both Vice Admiral Garp and Dragon." Dragon? The pirates were aware of the relationship between Garp and Dragon. Recognizing that they were indeed formidable figures, the village chief was astonished, while the connection between Garp and Dragon was not a secret. It was not common knowledge among ordinary pirates. Ben Beckman, noticing his captain's reckless curiosity, sighed, "Please do not provoke Vice Admiral Garp's pursuit for the sake of mere curiosity." Shanks dismissed the concern with a wave of his hand, assuring, "Do not worry. Vice Admiral Garp is not a petty man. We will pay for the provisions we take and will not harm anyone, thus avoiding any trouble with Garp." He recalled how Captain Roger had joyfully shouted to run when Garp was in pursuit. Having spent time aboard the Pirate King's ship, Shanks knew Garp's character well. "Greetings, Village Chief. We seek to temporarily procure provisions and will dock here for a while. Rest assured, we will not inflict harm, and we will pay for the food," Shanks stated. The village chief, relieved at the assurance of no harm, was taken aback upon hearing the mention of payment. "Payment?" Shanks affirmed, "We are pirates, not robbers. Of course, we will pay for the provisions." No. As long as you do not harm anyone, that is sufficient. Payment is not necessary." The village chief was quite eager for funds, as it was a small village, and providing provisions for the red-haired pirates was a considerable burden. Having money would undoubtedly be preferable. The chief was apprehensive about the pirates' frequent capriciousness, fearing that demanding payment might lead to unforeseen complications, while foregoing it seemed far more reassuring. Shanks insisted firmly, "We must provide the payment." Yet, the village chief remained steadfast, responding, "It truly is unnecessary. Enough is enough." Observing the dispute over money between the two, Luffy stepped forward from behind the chief and declared, "All right, let us cease this argument. This is a small village, and your supply provisions will certainly require compensation. However, Luffy interrupted the village chief's words, assuring him, "Don't worry, chief. This amount of money is insignificant to them. On the contrary, if you continue to refuse, you might provoke them and cause a serious incident." The chief, taken aback by Luffy's words, could only give a wry smile and concede, "Well then." Observing the chief's change of heart, Shanks remarked, "That's more like it. It's good to be able to provide some funds. Among pirates, only the red-haired pirates exhibit such uniqueness. Never seizing the sustenance of the common folk, they pay for supplies and willingly assist others in need. Such individuals should not be labeled as pirates, but rather as adventurers, much like the original Luffy. Now, as Luffy sets sail and establishes his own pirate crew, the future remains uncertain. The pressing question arises, where shall these pirates be settled? Just as the village chief was grappling with this dilemma, he heard Luffy speak again, "Follow me. The only tavern in the village is run by me. So if you wish to drink, come along." "Oh, drinking. How delightful." It turns out that young Luffy is a little proprietor. "Is there meat?" "Yes, of course. There is meat." As Luffy led the red-haired pirates toward the tavern, he continued, "The roasted meat in my tavern is prepared from the flesh of exquisite beasts, ensuring it's delectable." Ricky Lu couldn't help but salivate, exclaiming, "Delicious meat. I can't wait to indulge." "Say, little Luffy," Shanks said, patting Luffy's small shoulder. "Do you have any rare wines in your collection?" Luffy assured, "Of course there are exquisite wines. How could a tavern be without its cherished collection?" Shanks' eyes brightened, and he quickly replied, Then let us bring them forth for a celebration. Luffy was taken aback and asked, "What are we celebrating?" Shanks replied, "Of course. We are celebrating our acquaintance. Is this merely an excuse to drink?" Luffy let out a nonchalant "oh" and remarked, "Is it merely a celebration of acquaintance? I had thought it was a celebration of friendship." Shanks, with a cheerful smile, adjusted his straw hat and said, "Since we are friends, we must bring forth all the finest wines." Luffy paused in his stride, raising his voice with enthusiasm. "Rest assured, since we are friends, I will surely present the finest wines. Ha ha ha, how delightful. I am truly looking forward to this. Let the banquet commence, to celebrate the friendship with little Luffy." A group of pirates followed Luffy into the distance, leaving the bewildered village chief standing in the breeze. What could this mean? It appeared that Luffy was well acquainted with these pirates, even though he had never encountered them before. The village chief was unaware that some individuals, despite living side by side for years, may never become friends, while others can forge a bond merely by meeting once. Through a subtle clash of haki, the two sensed a mutual will for freedom. Nothing else was required. This was sufficient to establish a camaraderie. On another front, the red-haired pirates, fully aware of Luffy's extraordinary potential, welcomed his friendship wholeheartedly. Under the captain's endorsement, they embraced Luffy from the depths of their hearts. True friendship is often devoid of reason and devoid of ulterior motives. It simply aligns with one's temperament. Chapter 17. Declaration. At the edge of Windmill Village, the raucous sounds of a tavern echoed, drawing a gathering of villagers who anxiously stared towards it. "Is Machino and little Luffy all right?" Indeed, although these pirates seem amiable, they are still pirates. I am truly concerned. Amidst the villagers' worries, the chief stepped forward, declaring, "Enough with the baseless conjectures. Machino and Luffy are fine. Those pirates are in their capable hands. You may disperse." The chief urged the villagers to leave, and after lingering for a moment to confirm the continued revelry inside the tavern, he quelled his worries and departed. Observing Luffy's familiar demeanor with the pirates and their mutual recognition as friends, the chief understood that those pirates would not harm the villagers, nor would they pose a threat to Luffy. However, the chief's concern lay in the possibility of Garp discovering Luffy's friendship with pirates, which would be difficult to explain. Garp had always wished for Luffy to join the Navy. If Luffy were to associate with those pirates and yearn to become one himself, Garp would undoubtedly be furious. What would it mean if a grandfather were a Navy officer and his grandson turned out to be a pirate? With a sigh, the chief pondered. Little did he know that beyond the Navy and the pirates, a revolutionary army would soon emerge. Thus, the grandfather, father, and grandson would represent three factions of the Pirate King: the Navy, the pirates, and the Revolutionary Army. Hee 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 hee. The haunting melody of Bink Sake, the quintessential song of a pirate banquet, reverberated through the tavern. Members of the red-haired pirates sang heartily, while little Luffy stood atop the bar, joining in with a voice that was youthful and not yet melodious, yet undeniably filled with earnestness. "Luffy, those newspapers and bounty notices hanging on the wall, are they all related to Fisher Tiger? Do you hold him in high regard?" After Shanks finished singing a verse, he took a hearty swig of his drink and posed the question that had been on his mind since entering the tavern. "Fisher Tiger, huh?" Luffy candidly remarked. "The first hero in history to liberate slaves is someone whom all who yearn for freedom greatly admire, is he not?" Shanks chuckled heartily and replied, "You are absolutely correct. I too hold him in high regard. Let us toast to the hero Fisher Tiger." "Oh, cheers." The crew responded in unison. Luffy, seemingly from nowhere, produced a small bottle of liquor to join in the toast. "No, Luffy, you are still too young to drink," came the admonition. Just as Luffy was about to fulfill his wish and take a sip, the critical moment was interrupted by Makino, who, disregarding Shanks's presence, snatched the small bottle away. Initially, when Makino first encountered Shanks and his crew, she was filled with trepidation. Seeing Luffy amidst a group of pirates made her heart race. However, under Luffy's reassuring presence and witnessing the amiable demeanor of Shanks and his companions, she gradually felt at ease. Luffy implored, on such a joyous day, "Allow me but a taste." However, Makino shook her head in refusal, stating, "No, you are still young. Alcohol is detrimental to your health." Despite Luffy's persistent pleas, Makino remained steadfast in her decision. While she might have overlooked Luffy sneaking a drink in the past, she resolutely forbade him from consuming alcohol under her watchful gaze. Haha. The proprietress is absolutely right. What business does a child have with alcohol? Fruit juice is what a young one should enjoy. Shanks remarked with a mischievous grin as he handed Luffy his juice. Luffy exclaimed in frustration, "Shanks, you are not a true friend. To which Shanks innocently replied, "It is not that I am lacking in friendship. Rather, the little ones ought to indulge in juice. Do you all agree?" Indeed, came the consensus. Young Luffy, still in his formative years, should indeed be sipping juice. The pirates, in a raucous uproar, raised their cups of alcohol and pretended to drink heartily, all the while extolling the virtues of fine wine. What a bunch of scoundrels! Luffy, in a fit of frustration, found himself unable to indulge in alcohol, as Makino firmly prohibited it. Resigned to his predicament, he reluctantly picked up a juice, attempting to savor it as if it were a drink of spirits. Observing Luffy's acquiescence, Makino felt a sense of relief and proceeded to serve drinks to the pirates. "Madam, you are truly exquisite," one pirate exclaimed. "Do you have a boyfriend? How about considering me as your suitor? I assure you, I am quite remarkable." The pirates' playful banter stemmed not from malice, but rather from the effects of the drink, a mere jest in the spirit of camaraderie. Makino, with her gentle smile unaltered, continued her duties, unfazed by the teasing remarks, and offered no response, choosing instead to carry on with her tasks. Luffy would not remain silent. He exclaimed with irritation, "You scoundrels, Sister Makino belongs to me. Shut your filthy mouths." A hush fell over the scene, and Makino's face flushed with embarrassment. She chastised Luffy in her heart, wondering how he could speak so indiscreetly in front of so many people. "Ha ha ha, little Luffy has truly grown up," someone chuckled. "Indeed, even at such a tender age. He understands the allure of women." The tavern, which had fallen silent for a moment, erupted into noise once more. Clearly no one believed him, not even Shanks. "Hey, what I said is true," Luffy insisted. His words were simple, yet the faint glimpse of his conqueror's haki compelled others to accept his claim without question. More importantly, Makino, still blushing, did not refute him. Once again, silence enveloped the room. "So it is true, she is indeed the landlady. My apologies for the earlier lewd remarks." Shanks broke the silence, bowing to Makino in belief. "I apologize as well." "Me too. I'm sorry, landlady. I had a bit too much to drink. Please don't take my previous comments to heart." "No need. Please don't worry. I didn't take those words to heart," Makino said, flustered, her face reddening to her ears, her heart racing. Although she gradually ceased to resist Luffy in her heart, his candidness in front of so many pirates made her wish to disappear. "There's not much wine left. I shall fetch some from the cellar." Unable to endure the gazes of so many, Makino hastily concocted an excuse and hurried away. After her departure, a group of pirates regarded Luffy with peculiar looks. Shanks pulled Luffy close and said, "Now tell me, how did you manage to win over such a gentle landlady at such a young age?" Luffy disdainfully remarked, "You wouldn't comprehend, not with your status as a perpetual singleton. It is a truth you'll never grasp." Shanks felt as though his heart had been pierced by an arrow, his visage turning ashen, as the term singleton struck him with unrelenting force. "I too am a singleton," he lamented. "I envy Luffy. He has found a girlfriend at such a tender age." One might ponder how a child of merely a few years and a girl in her teens might share a night's slumber. Yearning, exploration, and peculiar gazes converged upon Luffy, even prompting the beleaguered Shanks to curiously draw closer to him. Luffy felt a shiver run down his spine under the gaze of those eyes and exclaimed, "Put away those peculiar thoughts. I shall not divulge such matters." In light of Luffy's refusal, they found themselves unable to press the issue further and redirected their attention to the ongoing celebration. Throughout the entire affair, no one paid heed to the difference in age between the two, nor did they question their compatibility. After all, they were free-spirited pirates. If they fancied someone, they had no reason to hesitate. Yet, one couldn't help but wonder why young Luffy had managed to find such a gentle and charming girl while they remained single. Goodness! As the festivities continued, Luffy noticed that Machino had yet to bring forth the wine, and he understood the situation. He made his way to the wine cellar in the basement. Chapter 18. Strategy in progress. The sound of footsteps echoed in the dimly lit cellar as Luffy descended. Indeed, he discovered Machino lost in thought while clutching a wine jug, evidently having forgotten to bring it up. "Sister Machino, what are you daydreaming about?" Shanks and the others are waiting for the wine. As Luffy spoke, he unconsciously indulged in a bad habit formed during their moments of solitude, his hand carelessly wandering over Makino's slender legs. Dressed in her work attire, the fabric offered little tactile sensation. Typically accustomed to Luffy's playful teasing, Makino was taken aback this time, letting out a surprised exclamation as she quickly stepped back. The blush on her cheeks had yet to fade as she scolded, "Oh, it's you, Luffy. You startled me." Luffy chuckled mischievously and approached, playfully taking advantage of the moment. "Sister Makino, What are you pondering so deeply? Makino shook her head, replying, I am not thinking of anything. Embarrassed yet indignant, she swatted away Luffy's playful hand and admonished, do not behave like this. It would not be proper if others saw. Moreover, do refrain from speaking recklessly in front of that group of pirates. Luffy, undeterred by the slapping of his hand, earnestly stated, I am not speaking recklessly. You are aware that my words carry weight. Makino, exasperated, retorted, even if it is true, it is still inappropriate to utter such things so carelessly. Luffy let out a sound of contemplation, his gaze shifting thoughtfully. Very well, I shall refrain from speaking casually. I will gather all the villagers and make a solemn announcement before them. With that, he turned to leave. No, you can't do that, exclaimed Makino in alarm, her heart racing as she crouched down and embraced Luffy. I would be utterly mortified to declare it in front of pirates. If you announce it before the villagers, then I. Luffy regarded her anxious expression with sincerity. I understand your feelings, yet I believe our love should not be bound by any reservations, and I feel no shame in expressing it. Makino paused, struggling to find her words. But I know, Makino, Luffy remarked. First, you have yet to fully accept me in your heart. Second, you are concerned about our age difference of 12 or 13 years. Fearing the opinions of the villagers and dreading their judgment, am I correct? After a brief moment, Makino's body tensed, and she softly affirmed with a slight sound. Luffy gently touched Makino's cheek and inquired, when I declared our relationship in front of Shanks and the others, do you think they were unable to accept it? After pondering for a moment, Makino hesitated before replying, it seems they did not. Luffy chuckled, raising his head and said, then it must be right. To Shanks and the others, it was no surprise that we were together. They could only envy me for having won the affections of such a gentle and beautiful sister. Makino. However, Makino was not easily swayed. She rolled her eyes and remarked, look at those pirates' expressions. They seem rather peculiar, don't they? Luffy remarked. At first they found it peculiar, but ultimately, did they truly care about the age difference between us? No. Just consider this, isn't that the case? Under Luffy's prompting, Makino hesitated for a moment and replied, it seems that way. Luffy affirmed without hesitation, absolutely. In the eyes of Shanks and his crew, I am a monster, destined to become a formidable force that reverberates across the seas. Thus, having a girlfriend like Makino is entirely natural. Makino chuckled, playfully admonishing him. But who claims to be a monster? The tension in his heart finally eased. In the world of One Piece, strength is revered, and the strong are idolized. Hence, the admiration for Roger, the Pirate King, alongside the allure of his treasure, heralded the dawn of the great pirate era. It is not surprising for a strong individual to have women. Even though Luffy is still young, his monstrous nature makes it quite acceptable for him to have a girlfriend. Makino has long understood that Luffy is indeed a monster. To win over Makino, Luffy began to showcase the immense power of the strong on the seas while gradually revealing his own strength. For instance, he led Makino into the forest to witness a group of beasts bowing in submission. At that moment, Makino was left in awe, and Luffy's mischievous side emerged. Seizing the opportunity while Makino was still stunned, he pulled her into the bushes for some mischief. Ahem, I shall refrain from elaborating on the details. However, Makino soon regained her composure and remarked, even if Shanks and the others are fine with it, we cannot speak of this in front of the villagers. Luffy had no intention of revealing anything to the villagers at this moment, so he readily responded, all right, let's not discuss it now. Perhaps when I grow up, we can talk about it. Observing Luffy's lack of insistence, Makino let out a sigh of relief and nodded. However, as she furrowed her brow, she realized that she seemed to have overlooked something. As Luffy observed Makino's contemplation, he promptly interrupted her thoughts, saying, Sister Makino, for your sake, I have to hold back for over a decade before I can officially announce our relationship to the villagers. Therefore, don't you think you should offer me some form of reward? Disrupted in her train of thought and fully aware of Luffy's nature, Makino playfully chastised. What kind of reward do you seek? Luffy wore a mischievous grin and declared, the response I desire is a kiss. Mind you, it must be one that allows me to initiate. Sister Makino, you must cooperate. If you refuse, I shall make an announcement to the village. A blush crept onto her cheeks once more. Though she wished to decline, she was apprehensive that Luffy would follow through on his threat. Torn between her desire to agree and her embarrassment, she found herself at a loss for words. Observing Makino's hesitation, Luffy swiftly pulled her in, aiming directly for her lips. What ensued was a delightful entanglement of tongues, a whirlwind of sensations that turned the world upside down. Time slipped away until, when Makino could scarcely catch her breath, Luffy reluctantly parted from her. With a playful smacking of his lips, he savored the lingering sweetness, having finally shared an unrestrained kiss with Makino. Previously, she had always held back, allowing him only a fleeting taste. Hiki, Sister Makino's kisses are simply delectable. Let me indulge once more. Noticing Luffy's insatiable desire, Makino felt a surge of panic and pushed him away, clutching a jar of sake. We have tarried here long enough. Shanks and the others are likely growing impatient for their drinks. We should ascend promptly. Luffy harbored a strong desire, yet he was acutely aware of the constraints of the situation. In his frustration, he declared, I can go up now, but let me have a taste at home tonight. If you refuse, I shall not allow Sister Makino to leave. Upon witnessing Luffy obstructing her exit, Makino, exasperated, stamped her foot and chided, Do not behave this way, Luffy. Luffy, in pursuit of his aspirations, held on to Makino with unwavering determination, declaring resolutely, If Sister Makino does not agree, I shall hold on to you without letting go. Luffy's brazen antics truly exasperated Makino, particularly when she felt those hands roaming indiscriminately over her body. With a resigned blush, she finally conceded, Very well, I shall comply. Upon hearing the desired response, Luffy joyfully released Makino, exclaiming, Sister Makino cannot go back on her word. Makino shot him a disapproving glance, her delicate fingers playfully tapping his forehead as she retorted, Even if I wished to reconsider, it would depend on whether you would allow me to. Taking advantage of the moment, Luffy seized Makino's finger, grinning widely as he playfully took it into his mouth. You, from this day forth, are mine forever. Faced with Luffy's relentless antics and his penchant for taking liberties, Makino found herself powerless to resist. After a struggle to reclaim her finger, she hurriedly clutched the wine jar and ascended, determined not to grant him another chance. Luffy pursued, a secret smile dancing upon his lips. For he was but a step away from his ultimate goal. Previously, he had skillfully steered the conversation, directing Margino's attention solely to matters of age and the question of whether to declare their relationship within the village. He had overlooked the fact that, despite his apparent advantage, Margino had yet to affirm the reality of their bond as a couple. Perhaps Margino had become aware of this. Yet, her inner resistance diminished with each passing moment. And under Luffy's subtle guidance, the indecisive Margino allowed herself to be led forward. Luffy speculated, smiling, that regardless of the circumstances, it was evident his strategy was nearing fruition. He eagerly anticipated the events of the night, longing for dusk to arrive swiftly. Chapter 19. Morning Admiral Garp, there is trouble. The notorious red-haired pirates have arrived in Windmill Village. The lieutenant, having received alarming intelligence from the Navy headquarters, was taken aback. He was acutely aware that Windmill Village was Garp's hometown, and the thought of the red-haired pirates wreaking havoc there sent chills down his spine, envisioning Garp's wrath. However, when the lieutenant hurriedly conveyed the news to Garp, the admiral merely waved dismissively, munching on a donut, saying, I'm aware. You're aware? The lieutenant was astonished. This is the red-haired pirates. Aren't you concerned about your hometown being destroyed? While the lieutenant knew Garp possessed a grand heart, he could not fathom how one could remain indifferent to the safety of their homeland. Admiral Garp, it's the red-haired pirates. Garp chuckled heartily, reassuring the lieutenant. There is no need for concern. The red-haired pirates want to wreak havoc in my hometown. Garp was not simply carefree. By the time the lieutenant received the news, the village chief had already communicated through the transponder snail, informing him that the red-haired pirates had not harmed the village and even provided supplies for a fee. Garp, upon hearing this, laughed joyfully, muttering to himself, they truly have inherited Roger's spirit of freedom. As Roger's eternal pursuer, Garp was well aware that Red-Haired had once been a crew member of Roger, thus he was not surprised by this unconventional behavior. Hence, Garp felt genuinely reassured about the safety of Windmill Village. To further alleviate the lieutenant's worries, Garp added, All right, we are still pursuing pirates. How far are we from that pirate crew? Seeing Garp's renewed assurance, the lieutenant reluctantly replied, I consulted with the navigator and confirmed the intelligence. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we should encounter them upon our arrival. Good. Instruct everyone to prepare for battle. I, Garp, shall ensure that all nefarious pirates are imprisoned in the depths of the sea. Understood. The lieutenant departed to relay the orders, pondering over Garp's unusual fervor for capturing pirates since his return from a vacation in Windmill Village 2 years prior. The reason was undoubtedly Garp's desire to set a commendable example for his grandson, hoping to inspire him to join the Navy. Alas, Garp's noble intentions were in vain as Luffy remained resolute in his chosen path as a pirate. The village chief had also withheld news of Luffy befriending pirates, perhaps fearing it might instigate a conflict between grandfather and grandson. In summary, oblivious to the circumstances, Garp remains occupied with apprehending pirates, while Luffy manages to evade Garp's iron fist. It is the 5th day since the arrival of the red-haired pirates in the tranquil village of Windmill. As dawn breaks and the sun rises, with a delicate sigh, the slumbering beauty awakens, her body besieged by an unusual sensation. The soft morning light filters through the window, revealing her exquisite form as the covers are cast aside, leaving her nightgown conspicuously on the floor. The source of this commotion lies in Luffy, who is delightfully savoring her delicate feet, occasionally launching playful advances towards her lovely legs while his gaze wanders in admiration. Gradually becoming more aware, Makino blushes deeply, struggling to suppress the intensifying sensations within her. With a sigh of resignation, she exclaims, "Oh dear, this mischief always begins at dawn," as she attempts to free her feet and retrieve the blanket to shield herself from the morning light. Luffy, with a mischievous grin, allowed Makino to conceal her body. For prior to this moment, he had indulged in every delight, whether it be her exquisite legs or other enticing areas. This was a sensation Makino could feel throughout her body. The throbbing from the two buns left a lingering imprint of passionate kisses upon her skin. Moreover, there was an odd sensation in the forest, palpable and vivid, with a scent lingering in the air. Makino recalled a dream she had before waking, one in which she and Luffy engaged in intimate acts, and now, it became evident that the sensations of her body mirrored those of her dreams. With a mix of embarrassment and indignation, Makino thought to herself, "Dawn has arrived, Shanks and the others are about to set sail, and you should hurry to bid them farewell." Luffy approached with a carefree grin, his hands playfully burrowing under the covers, proclaiming, "It's all right. Shanks and the others won't set sail so early." Margino feebly protested, "Please don't do that." "What do you mean, don't?" Luffy retorted. And witnessing Margino's bashful demeanor, he found greater excitement in her vulnerability compared to her passive slumber. His hands, restless, continued their exploration beneath the sheets. After a while of playful antics, it culminated in a long, lingering kiss, prompted by Margino's pleas for mercy. Contentedly, he watched the beauty dress, and in a spirited mood, he took it upon himself to assist her in putting on her shoes. Truth be told, the sight of her delicate feet adorned in shoes, with her exquisite toes on display, offered Luffy a unique thrill. Today marked the day of Shanks and his crew's departure. They were to voyage across the East Blue, not merely lingering in one location. Thus, after replenishing supplies in Windmill Village and cherishing the company of his friend Luffy for several days, it was finally time to embark. Reluctantly bidding farewell to Margino, Luffy arrived just in time as Shanks prepared to set sail. "Haha, I thought I wouldn't see you before we left." Shanks chuckled. Luffy stood below, gazing upwards, and called out to Shanks aboard the ship. "Today marks the day of departure for Shanks and the red-haired pirates. How could I not see you off?" With a hearty shout and a wave, he continued, "Everyone, if you need supplies during your voyage, be sure to come to Windmill Village. I shall host you splendidly. Next time you visit, do bring along a bounty of fine wines. The roasted meat is exquisite. Make sure to prepare plenty. By the way, little boss, when will you and the missus have a child?" This playful jest from Luffy elicited laughter from Shanks and the crew, lightening the mood of their farewell. As Luffy surveyed his surroundings, he felt relieved that Shanks and his crew, being pirates, were not present on the shore. Otherwise, the villagers would have learned of Machino's request today. "You bunch of single dogs, you have no right to mock me," Luffy retorted, striking at a vital weakness that left the red-haired pirates in disarray. In unison, they condemned Luffy, branding him a demon. Jesus Burgess, clutching his gun, silently mused, "I am certainly not a single dog." Memories of a figure and a child who had just been a few years old upon parting flooded his mind. This reflection stirred a longing within him. Perhaps it was an opportune moment to return home discreetly. Amidst the revelry, the red-haired pirates departed, and Luffy did not turn back until the silhouette of the red force vanished beyond the horizon. In the original narrative, this voyage in the East Blue lasted a full year for the red-haired pirates. After a year, they ventured into the New World, swiftly overcoming numerous formidable foes. Standing resilient against the pressures exerted by the three titans, Whitebeard, Kaido of the Beast, and Big Mom Charlotte Limlin, they emerged as the fourth monster, earning their place among the Yonko, dominating the latter half of the Grand Line. also known as the New World. They reigned supreme, akin to emperors of the seas, embodying the might and renown of the Yonko. During Shanks' year-long journey through the East Blue, he would serendipitously encounter the gum-gum fruit, which Luffy would mistakenly consume as if it were mere fruit, thus transforming into a rubber man. Armed with the powers derived from the gum-gum fruit, Luffy embarked on a relentless quest, vanquishing an array of formidable adversaries. As Luffy walked, memories of the original story flooded his mind. He pondered the circumstances under which Shanks had encountered the gum-gum fruit, deducing that it must have occurred within this very year. Perhaps it was a matter of 2 or 3 months, 6 months, or even within a year. Luffy eagerly anticipates the moment he consumes the gum-gum fruit. In the 20th chapter, the question arises, will there be new life? A butterfly flutters its wings on one side of the earth, potentially stirring a storm on the other. This illustrates the concept of causality and variables. Thus, Luffy, as a reincarnated traveler, will not alter the trajectory of the Pirate King's world. Indeed, he may enhance his relationship with Makino, and compared to the original narrative, his own strength will surpass that of before, ultimately influencing Shanks' fate regarding his lost arm. This signifies a transformation. As for whether the emergence of the gum-gum fruit will be affected, Luffy remains confident that it will not. The inherent destiny of the Pirate King's world will not be easily disrupted. What was destined to occur will continue as foreseen. Unless, of course, as a reincarnated traveler, he seizes the opportunity afforded to him as the protagonist to reshape his fate. Luffy has altered the fate of Makino, yet his resolve to consume the gum-gum fruit remains unchanged, unless he chooses otherwise. The gum-gum fruit is destined to pass through Shanks' hands, or perhaps through some twist of fate, ultimately finding its way to Luffy, such as the decree of destiny. Ah, destiny. There are certain fates I shall accept, while others I shall strive to shatter. Luffy pondered deeply, recognizing that fate had bestowed upon him a remarkable group of companions and thrilling adventures. Indeed, fate had shown him great favor. Yet, fate was not entirely benevolent to Luffy. It also toyed with him. The amnesia of Sabo and the tragic demise of Ace were but cruel tricks played by destiny. These trials, Luffy vowed to transcend. To achieve this, he required strength. With the return of life and the vibrating body technique, his physique would soon grow formidable. What he lacked now was a fruit that could harness this newfound power. The gum-gum fruit could fulfill that need, thanks to its unique properties. Even Luffy's 5-year-old body could unleash strength far beyond its limits, without the fear of injuring his tender form. His body, now akin to rubber, would not easily sustain harm, especially with the life-returning ability granting him enhanced control over it. With the combination of this rubbery resilience and the command offered by the return of life, inflicting damage upon himself would prove exceedingly challenging. Luffy, what are you contemplating so intently? After a considerable time lost in thought at the bar, Makino, having completed her tasks, inquired with curiosity. Luffy returned to his senses and said, I was contemplating certain matters concerning the future. Matters concerning the future? Marcy inquired with curiosity. Luffy, with a playful heart, remarked, indeed, regarding our future. Previously, when bidding farewell to Shanks and the others, they inquired about when I would have children. Thus I pondered, when shall we have children? Michino, feeling a profound sense of embarrassment, replied, children? How mortifying, please, do not speak of it. The thought of having children had never crossed her mind. Often, Michino contemplated when Luffy would finally relent or when her own defenses would lower, allowing them to engage in the most intimate of acts. Just the notion of it made her heart race and her cheeks flush with warmth. Goodness. It was beyond her imagination, let alone the idea of bearing children. I still have matters to attend to, she stammered, feeling flustered under Luffy's unwavering gaze, and attempted to make her exit. Luffy feigned a sigh and said, Sister Makino, do you not wish to help me bear a child? That way, after my departure, I shall not be without an heir. The steps he was about to take came to a halt, and with a trembling heart, Makino replied, do not speak such nonsense. How could you possibly perish? Luffy solemnly remarked, Sister Makino must be aware of my dream. Indeed, Makino replied, your aspiration is to become a pirate, the mightiest pirate in history. During casual conversations, Luffy often shared that once he set sail, he would pursue this ambition. Undoubtedly, Luffy's journey across the seas is not solely driven by his desire to surround himself with numerous beautiful women and indulge his whims. Another paramount objective is to ascend as the most formidable pirate in history. To be the strongest, surpassing Whitebeard, outmatching Kaido in single combat, eclipsing all other powerful beings, and even outstripping the legendary figures of the past, the ancient Sea Kings, and monstrous entities like the Sea Kings. He aims to embody the pinnacle of strength throughout history. Luffy nodded and said, "Indeed, this is my dream. However, as you know, I aspire to be a pirate. Once I set sail, I will face not only the relentless pursuit of the Navy, but also a myriad of dangers. It is possible that a moment of inattention could lead to death." "That won't happen," Makino replied, her face ashen, shaking her head. "You will not die?" Even the self-proclaimed dragon overlord, Luffy, could not be certain that he would not meet his demise in the pursuit of his dreams. How could Makino be so sure? She was merely deceiving herself. "Luffy, you..." Makino hesitated, wanting to implore Luffy not to become a pirate, believing that would spare him from the perils of life. Yet, the empathetic and gentle Makino found herself unable to voice her concerns. The pursuit of dreams is a lifelong endeavor for those who aspire to be the Pirate King. Even if it means forsaking everything, it must be realized. How could Makino possibly articulate such thoughts? Luffy gently caressed the side of Makino's face and reassured her, "Sister Makino, do not worry. For your sake, I shall strive to live on." Despite the ominous talk of death, how could Makino find solace? She could only embrace Luffy tightly, letting out a soft sound, seeking comfort. "Sister Makino, to avoid any regrets, let us engage in something more intimate tonight." With the atmosphere charged, Luffy finally revealed his fangs. Makino shuddered, shaking off her melancholy. Although she had an inkling of Luffy's intentions, her inner resistance gradually dissipated. The reality of Luffy's words about death loomed over them. Have we perhaps embarked on parenthood too soon? After a considerable pause, Makino finally spoke softly. Had they not been in each other's embrace? Luffy might not have heard her at all. Luffy was overjoyed, suppressing his eager heart and thinking to himself, "I am still young. There is no rush to have children. I can wait until before I set sail to start a family. Without the need for offspring, we can first engage in those activities." What those activities entail? Makino certainly understood. In her final struggle, she remarked, "But you are still quite young. Even if you can stand upright, you are still so tender." Upon uttering these words, Makino was blushing profusely, and one could only wonder how she managed to voice them. It was almost inevitable. Hearing Makino's words, Luffy sensed her resistance was waning. Suddenly inspired, he set a trap. "Sister Makino is right. When I grow a few years older, or if my body undergoes some changes, I shall no longer be so tender. Then, dear sister, you can no longer refuse." Upon hearing Luffy's unexpected concession, Makino disregarded the underlying implications and sighed in relief, nodding, "All right, I promise you." In her mind, Luffy's body, no matter how extraordinary, would still require several years, until he was around 11 or 12, to be deemed ready. By that time, she would accept it. Seeing that he had achieved his goal, Luffy couldn't help but laugh heartily, and in his delight, declared, "Sister Makino, I want to kiss you." Makino, blushing deeply, replied, "We are still in the tavern. Let's discuss this when we return home." Luffy assured, "At this time, there won't be anyone around. Even if someone does come, I will know in advance." The miraculous ability of observation haki had already been demonstrated to Makino, and she trusted that Luffy would not deceive her. However, the thought of this taking place in a tavern was disconcerting. If they were to be seen during their kiss, even if Luffy detected it in time, it would still be troublesome. Contemplating this, the kiss itself was an exhilarating prospect for Makino. Just as she was struggling to voice her objections, Luffy pressed his lips against hers, interrupting her words. "I can't do anything about you," Makino thought helplessly, praying that they would not be discovered. Chapter 21. The arrival of the Gum fruit. After a fortnight, the red-haired pirates returned to Windmill Village for supplies, yet there was no sign of the Gum fruit. A month later, they returned again, but still no trace of it. Time passed slowly. Half a month, 2 months, 3.5 months, and amidst Luffy's anticipation, the end of the year 1508 in the sea calendar approached, with December looming near. During this period, the red-haired pirates consistently returned to Windmill Village for provisions, as if it were the sole resupply point in the East Blue. Thanks to the red-haired pirates, the villagers prospered significantly. They utilized the funds from the pirates to purchase supplies and, upon the next visit from the crew, sold the goods at a markup. Luffy paid no mind to the villagers' profits. His sole focus lay on the appearance of the Gum fruit. Each arrival of the red-haired pirates filled him with hope, only to leave him in disappointment. Recently, a monumental event transpired at sea. Fisher Tiger, the merman, met his end. After returning a young girl, who was once a slave like him under the celestial dragons, to her village. The villagers, with differing beliefs, devised a trap that led to the Navy capturing Fisher Tiger. At the cost of the girl's regained freedom. Ultimately, Fisher Tiger escaped, but sustained grave injuries. To survive, he required a blood transfusion, and only humans matched his blood type. Due to a misunderstanding, Fisher Tiger believed the girl had betrayed him, which kindled a hatred for humanity and led him to refuse their help. In the end, consumed by rage, Fisher Tiger perished, and the Sun Pirates disbanded. Having read the original story, Luffy understood the entire sequence of events better than anyone. The girl was merely a victim of circumstances, forced into compliance under the terror of the celestial dragons. She had no say in the villagers' decisions. Eventually, the girl responded to the call of revolution, joining the revolutionary army to overthrow the oppressive rule of the celestial dragons in pursuit of freedom. She later became known as Koala, who appeared beside Sabo. This was a tragedy born from a misunderstanding. Upon witnessing the newspaper, Luffy's heart reflected upon the matter at hand. The demise of Fisher Tiger did not evoke excessive sorrow or lamentation within him. Perhaps he had been mentally prepared for this news. Or perhaps his thoughts were diverted by the rubber fruit. As December approached and the rubber fruit still eluded him, he pondered whether he, the protagonist, was merely a figment of imagination. Anxiously, he mused to himself. Rising early that day, an inexplicable intuition hinted at something significant about to unfold. A portent that today would herald an important event. Besides the anticipated appearance of the rubber fruit, what other momentous occasion could there be for Luffy at this juncture? With a surge of excitement at the prospect, he hastily leapt from his bed and dashed outside, leaving behind a flurry of questions. Chungwang, half covered by the blanket, blinked in confusion, while Makino, curious about the urgency, found herself overlooked in the commotion. In truth, Luffy's instincts had never failed him. After several hours of anxious waiting by the shore, the silhouette of the red forest gradually emerged upon the horizon. Luffy let out a sigh of relief and remarked, "This time, it's hidden." The return of the red-haired pirates for supplies was no different from usual. They greeted Luffy with laughter and camaraderie, and upon arriving at the tavern, playfully teased Makino about when she and Luffy might have children. In response to such inquiries, the gentle Makino blushed profusely, her embarrassment lingering. Fortunately, given their identities as pirates, the villagers, though aware of the red-haired pirate's distinctiveness, chose not to intrude. "Shanks, is that a devil fruit?" Luffy's gaze had been fixated on Ben Beckman since the red-haired pirate's arrival. But do not misconstrue his interest. It stemmed from the peculiar fruit that Ben had been holding when he disembarked. Upon entering the tavern, Ben casually placed the strange fruit on the bar. Luffy picked it up, scrutinizing it with excitement, as the long-awaited result was finally within reach. And he couldn't contain his eagerness to inquire. Shanks took a sip of his drink and said, "You are correct. It is indeed a devil fruit. It is quite fortunate that I stumbled upon it at a fruit stall in some town. Can you guess how much I paid for it? A mere 100 berries for a fruit worth 100 million. Shanks chuckled heartily, praising himself. Due to the fruit's immense value, it was prudent to keep it close, lest it be stolen while they were away, hence he carried it with him. Ben Beckman interjected, "What is this, Luffy? Are you particularly interested in this devil fruit? You've been staring at it since you laid eyes on it." Luffy is deeply concerned about this devil fruit. This is something that not only Ben Beckman can deduce, but even an ordinary person could perceive, as Luffy's actions are exceedingly conspicuous. Luffy nodded directly, perusing the devil fruit in his hand, and remarked with a smile, "I am quite concerned, for I wish to consume it." "Consume it?" Shanks furrowed his brow and inquired, "Do you aspire to become a wielder of the devil fruit's powers?" "Indeed," Luffy affirmed with a nod. Shanks pondered for a moment and responded, "Consuming a devil fruit provides a convenient means of acquiring strength. Certain exceptionally potent fruits grant even greater power upon consumption. However, one must consider that eating a devil fruit renders one incapable of swimming. And there is the inherent weakness to sea prism stone, a fact I trust one have already conveyed to you." Luffy nodded and said, "You have mentioned it before. Although there are weaknesses and I may become a clumsy swimmer, I still wish to partake." During their stay at Windmill Village, under Luffy's prompt, Shanks shared numerous insights regarding the current state of the seas, the formidable individuals therein, and the intricacies of the devil fruits. After all, Shanks did not regard Luffy as an ignorant child. Despite his tender age, Luffy had managed to find a girlfriend. And his occasional display of maturity would lead one to question the notion of him being merely a child. Nonetheless, he was, indeed, quite young. Observing Luffy's determination, Shanks sighed. "In truth, with your monstrous potential, even without consuming a devil fruit, You could become immensely powerful through sheer physicality and haki alone. I would not recommend you eat it. However, if you remain resolute, I shall not impede your choice. Yet, even if you decide to consume a devil fruit, I advise you to wait a while longer. I do not think the fruit you possess is suitable for you. Some devil fruits exhibit inherent strength, while others require time and training to unlock their full potential. The fruit in your possession belongs to the latter category. It is known as the gum fruit, and I do not believe it is fitting for you. Shanks had indeed encountered the devil fruit encyclopedia and was well aware of the rare fruit he had fortuitously discovered. Consequently, his crew harbored no desire to consume it. Transforming into a rubber person, aside from being impervious to blunt strikes devoid of haki and bullets, they could not envision the avenues for development. The gum fruit, indeed. With a smile, Luffy turned to Shanks and inquired, "Do you believe in fate? If I were to tell you that the gum fruit was destined to be consumed by me, would you believe it? To us pirates, freedom is what we yearn for, and we do not place our faith in fate. Luffy, do not consume the gum fruit. If you truly desire a devil fruit, should we encounter a formidable one next time, I shall reserve it for you." "Indeed, what is so special about the gum fruit?" the pirates chimed in, urging Luffy to reconsider, feeling that with his monstrous potential, consuming the gum fruit would only diminish their own prowess. "If you are resolute, then go ahead and eat it." The notion of Luffy's destiny stirred something within Shanks. Regardless, witnessing Luffy's unwavering determination to eat, he could only lend his support. "Thank you, Shanks," Luffy expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Meanwhile, Makino interjected anxiously, "Luffy, this is worth 100 million berries. How can you casually ask Shanks to let you eat it?" "Ah, indeed." Luffy tilted his head, then took a wine glass, filled it himself, and handed it to Shanks with a broad grin, proclaiming, "I believe that the wine poured by the future strongest pirate is worth 100 million. What do you think, Shanks?" Shanks laughed heartily as he accepted the drink, replying, "To become the strongest pirate, you must first defeat me. In the future, you shall prove that the wine you poured truly holds that value. Drink it all in one go, or I shall not let you off easily." "I certainly will. Just wait and see," Luffy replied with determination. Luffy spoke as he gradually peeled away the fruit skin, revealing the flesh within, and without hesitation, he took a hearty bite. Chapter 22. The momentous occasion approaches if one were to inquire about the most unpalatable food in the world of One Piece. Seasoned viewers would unanimously declare that the devil fruit is the most distasteful. Many who have consumed a devil fruit have lamented that it tastes akin to feces. But is feces truly the most repugnant flavor? One wonders if, in Luffy's past life, there existed a nation that operated a restaurant specializing in such dishes. Enough of that. I can scarcely stomach the thought. By consuming the gum fruit, Luffy demonstrated that the devil fruit is not merely unpleasant, but its foul flavor transcends the limits of human imagination. Just as the origins of the devil fruit's powers remain unfathomable, so too does its horrendous taste. Well aware of its dreadful flavor, Luffy resolved to return to life. At the moment he ingested it, he swiftly digested the fruit. Yet he pondered, why must it still taste so atrocious? Ignoring Machino's attempts to deter him, Luffy, with a face contorted in distress, seized a jug of, rapidly pouring it down his throat in a desperate attempt to cleanse the deeply ingrained foulness from his senses. This was the most repulsive food I have ever tasted. Without exception. Setting the empty jug aside, Luffy gasped for breath, still haunted by the lingering stench. Even if the odor dissipated, it was certain to remain etched in his memory for a lifetime. I knew it would be like this. The devil fruit is indeed fearsome. Even an oddball like Luffy could not withstand its overwhelming stench. To commemorate Luffy's encounter with the most distasteful food in the world, shall we raise a toast in celebration? Of course, a toast. Under Shanks' leadership, all the pirates raised their glasses in celebration, completely oblivious to Luffy's grimace. However, not everyone was indifferent. Machino wore a worried expression and remarked, "Did you really drink an entire jug of? Are you all right?" As she spoke, she reached out to Luffy's face, checking for any signs of fever. Luffy chuckled, "It's nothing, just a barrel of wine. I want to be easily intoxicated." He then patted his slightly swollen belly and mysteriously declared, "Next, I shall perform a little magic for you all. Everyone, come and take a look." Luffy shouted, capturing the attention of Shanks and the others. "What kind of magic?" Makino inquired, puzzled. Shanks and the others turned their curious gazes toward Luffy, speculating what it could be. Perhaps a demonstration of Luffy's rubber fruit abilities. However, the reality surpassed their wildest imaginations. Recalling the original story, Luffy had once utilized the rubber fruit in conjunction with a technique called life return. With a low shout, Luffy demonstrated the rubber life return, his belly visibly deflated before their astonished eyes, ultimately returning to its original state. How astonishing! How did he do that? Is this the power of the devil fruit? Among the crowd, Makino appeared the most astonished. She curiously reached out to touch Luffy's belly, even lifting his shirt to witness the miraculous restoration with her own eyes. It was not merely the effect of the rubber fruit. It was the application of life return that made such a feat possible. To her surprise, having known Luffy for so long, she had no idea he had mastered the secret technique of the Navy or the world government, life return. The well-informed Shanks immediately recognized Luffy's use of life return. The so-called Navy 6 styles had never been a secret to the strong. Anyone willing to study could adopt a technique that suited them. However, life return was different. Even with an understanding of its principles, mastering it was not achievable through mere study. Thus, life return remained a secret art of the world government. The secret art of the world government? How did Luffy learn it? The normal person might think that Luffy must be affiliated with the world government or a spy from the CP9 organization to have acquired such knowledge. Yet, it was clear that Shanks and the others were not ordinary individuals. As friends, they would never first suspect Luffy regarding any matter. They were simply bewildered as to why Luffy could perform life return. Faced with the unwavering gazes of Shanks and the others, Luffy's heart burned with a fervent heat, a warmth that nearly brought him to tears. Such an unmanly reaction was something he struggled to suppress. Luffy playfully remarked, "There seems to be something you all have yet to inquire about. My name is Luffy, but do you know my surname?" The crew members exchanged glances, having never truly considered what Luffy's last name might be. Luffy's silence had deterred their curiosity. A surname? Could it be that Luffy is, as the vice captain of the red-haired pirates, or perhaps a strategist? Ben Beckman, prompted by Luffy's hint, recalled they were in Fusha village, a clear indication. Indeed, you guessed correctly. Luffy confirmed Ben Beckman's unspoken assumption. Ben Beckman took a swig of his drink, realizing only now, and thanks to Luffy's suggestion, the significance of Luffy's identity, an oversight on his part as the ship's strategist. However, this was not entirely Beckman's fault. Upon first encountering Luffy, he had been astonished by the boy's monstrous potential. Subsequently, due to Luffy's mature demeanor and the absence of Garp, Beckman had never considered the familial ties between Luffy and Garp. One might ponder, if Luffy were indeed related to Garp, then the red-haired pirates, upon arriving in Fusha village, should have shown some concern for the well-being of a family member, even if they appeared amiable. Garp's peculiar nature had led him to remain absent for nearly a year, seemingly unconcerned for Luffy's safety. This, too, misled Ben Beckman. Hey, stop playing dumb. What does Luffy's lineage have to do with his life being returned? Not everyone possesses Ben Beckman's intellect, and their impatience grew as they voiced their dissatisfaction. Ben Beckman sighed. I have my suspicions, but it is best for Luffy to reveal it himself. With a chuckle, Luffy faced the curious gazes of the pirates around him and proclaimed, Allow me to introduce myself. I am Monkey D. Luffy, and Admiral Garp is my grandfather. The revelation that Monkey D. Garp is indeed Luffy's grandfather left the multitude of pirates in utter shock, causing them to spew their drinks in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment at this unforeseen revelation. This certainly clarifies Luffy's remarkable resilience in the face of danger. Indeed, the element of surprise lurks everywhere. One could hardly fathom the extraordinary lineage of Luffy. Upon finishing his words, Shanks forcefully wrapped his arm around Luffy's small shoulders and exclaimed, Damn it! Why didn't you mention that Admiral Garp is your grandfather sooner? Luffy innocently remarked, But you didn't ask either, did you? Shanks, momentarily at a loss for words, begrudgingly threatened, No way, it was you who deceived us. What do you all think? Should we punish Luffy for his trickery? A resounding consensus emerged. Yes, absolutely. The pirates clamored for Luffy to drink several kegs of. They were relentless, displaying a determination that suggested they would not relent until their objective was achieved. All right. I admit it was my fault. I will drink. Is that acceptable? Luffy feigned helplessness. No way, Makino firmly objected. You are still young. You have already consumed a keg. Drinking several more would be detrimental to your health. Luffy confidently proclaimed, Rest assured, the devil fruit I consumed has permanently altered my physique. I am now stronger than an adult. In light of Luffy's impending punishment, Shanks refrained from merely spectating, assuring, Do not worry, madam. Luffy's current form is indeed more robust than that of an adult. With the powers of the rubber fruit combined with the effects of life restoration, Shanks could roughly gauge Luffy's present strength. Indeed, have no fear. Sister Makino, I am quite formidable in my current state, Luffy remarked with a hint of meaning, subtly winking at Makino as he lifted his drink. What does Luffy signify? Machino realized in a state of panic. Luffy's physique has grown robust. Does that not imply that everything else has also strengthened? Thus, the agreement between the two is on the verge of fruition. Tonight may very well mark the moment Machino embraces her womanhood. Alas, it seems we have overlooked something. Shanks and his crew have suddenly interrupted the scene. Indeed, Luffy is a remarkable being, capable of life restoration at such a tender age. Chapter 23, Evening. Nightfall, within the confines of home. For the first time, Luffy did not share a bath with Makino. Clad in a nightgown, he sat at the edge of the bed, brimming with excitement and restlessness. His face flushed and somewhat feverish. It was uncertain whether it was due to the several jugs of wine he had consumed, the warmth of his recent bath, or perhaps the emotions stirring within him. His entire being was ablaze with warmth. Half an hour had passed, yet Makino had yet to emerge from her bath. Luffy murmured to himself, pondering that he wouldn't activate his observation haki unless absolutely necessary. Outside, the beautiful maiden leisurely bathed in the bathroom. The anticipation was palpable, yet the moment of revelation would render it all worthwhile. Am I done washing? Should I step out now? The thought of what was to come filled her with embarrassment. Clad in a bathrobe, Machino still exuded steam from her skin, hesitating by the door, reluctant to turn the handle. Hee. My body is now more robust than that of an adult, and I am no longer innocent in that regard. They had previously made a pact. There was no turning back. Tonight, she would become his woman. Given the significance of the evening, they decided to bathe separately, and with that, Luffy excitedly picked up his bathrobe and headed for the shower, leaving a bashful Machino behind. Despite having received Luffy's subtle hints before, hearing him articulate his intentions so plainly now made her feel shy. The mere thought of what would transpire after their bath sent a thrill through her. She pressed her hands against her flushed face, her heart racing faster than ever. Just as Machino was lost in her embarrassment, too timid to step out of the bathroom, the door suddenly swung open with a resounding bang. Leaning against the door, Machino swayed, on the verge of collapsing. In her moment of panic, she was caught in a warm embrace. Are you all right, Sister Machino? Luffy's voice echoed in her ears, intensifying the panic within Makino. Uncertain of where the surge of strength came from, she struggled free from Luffy's embrace. Luffy, how did you get in here? She exclaimed hastily, only to be taken aback as she looked at him and remarked, how have you changed so much? Luffy's ability to return to life made it easy for him to grow taller. If not for the limitations of his former frail physique, he could have easily matched Makino's height. Despite these constraints, the 5-year-old Luffy already stood around 1.2 meters tall. However, the Luffy before Makino now towered at 1.7 meters, his physique robust and mature. It was undeniable that Luffy appeared as an adult. In response to Makino's astonishment, Luffy chuckled. This is a unique application of the gum-gum fruit. Achieving this form relies not only on the elastic capabilities of the rubber, but also on the power of life restoration. With Luffy's life restoration and his extraordinary bodily control, although it wasn't the third gear, merely growing taller and stronger to resemble an adult was manageable for several hours. The devil fruit is truly remarkable. Makino mused, her belief solidified. Having witnessed Luffy's demonstration of inflating his stomach and returning it to normal, she found his grown appearance acceptable. Her cheeks still flushed, she stood in the bathroom, her bare feet on the cool floor, the soft glow of spring subtly revealed beneath her bathrobe. The delicate, translucent toes, slightly bent, were enticing to behold. Luffy's heart raced, for tonight seemed to be a momentous occasion. Before him, Makino appeared as the most exquisite and alluring vision. Luffy gazed greedily, as beneath the return of life, a tumultuous change unfolded beneath him. Faced with Luffy's unmistakable expression and his obvious excitement, Makino, feeling flustered, turned away and said, I'm still bathing. You should step outside for a moment. Sister Makino, how can you still be bathing when you've already donned your robe? Luffy, unable to resist the tantalizing allure before him, inhaled sharply and, with a playful flourish, scooped Makino into a princess carry. Amid her delicate protests, he laughed heartily. We're heading out now. Sister Makino, I shall cherish you this evening. Flushed with embarrassment, Makino buried her face in Luffy's embrace, initially hesitant to emerge. Her reluctance stemmed from Luffy's youthful demeanor. Even as she resigned herself to the situation, his childlike appearance remained a psychological barrier. However, seeing Luffy in his more mature form, albeit temporarily, allowed her to deceive herself into acceptance. After Luffy's tender advances, which induced a delightful blush and quickened heartbeats, her fair feet, glistening with droplets, bore witness to their intimacy. Ultimately, unable to endure any longer, a soft sigh escaped her lips. That night, with Luffy's assistance, Makino transitioned from a young maiden to a mature woman. Following that evening, Luffy, reveling in his desires, indulged in a variety of pleasures with her each night. What thrilled him even more was how obedient and compliant the gentle Makino had become after embracing her new role as his partner. Whatever Luffy wished to do, though she often wished to vanish from embarrassment, she ultimately acquiesced. This compliance brought Luffy immense satisfaction and joy. Enthusiastically, Luffy spent 3 consecutive days at home with Makino, neglecting Shanks and the others, allowing them to frolic in the tavern. Eventually, however, the newly transformed Makino could no longer bear the strain of Luffy's exuberance, and felt it was improper to leave Shanks and the others unattended at the tavern. Thus, under Makino's insistence, Luffy reluctantly found himself heading to the tavern. "Hey, Luffy, where have you been for 3 days? You left us here. What about the landlady?" Shanks inquired, his curiosity piqued. Naturally, Luffy could not divulge that he had spent the past 3 days engaged in intimate activities, nor could he reveal that Makino was resting in bed. He evasively replied, "Oh, nothing much. Sister Makino has been feeling well these past few days." When pressed further by Shanks and the others, he waved them off, assuring them it was nothing serious. A few days later, Makino reappeared in the tavern, adorned with subtle yet elegant accessories and exuding a mature femininity that made her even more enchanting. The moment she entered, Shanks and the others were rendered speechless. Whistles and cheers erupted. "How is it that the landlady looks even more beautiful today?" they exclaimed. "No, it's not merely beauty. She has matured, becoming even more alluring." The seasoned pirates immediately recognized the change in Makino. "Ah, that explains everything," they mused, their scrutinizing gazes shifting between Luffy and Makino, accompanied by knowing smiles filled with intrigue. "The expression is quite clear. We are all aware of what you have done." Faced with the gazes of those around him, the audacious Luffy remained unfazed, instead proudly lifting his head high. However, Marcy's reaction left Luffy astonished. Although she still blushed shyly, she confronted those looks with an air of composure. Her change in status allowed her to embrace such banter. To Marcy, having entrusted herself to Luffy and becoming his woman, she could certainly accept this teasing. Cheers. Cheers. The pirate's banquet is rather simple. All it takes is a casual reason to celebrate. Presently, there exists a reason to rejoice. The true coming of age of Luffy as a man. Hey, a man is a man. Why refer to him as small? This time, Luffy openly indulged in drink, and Marcy no longer minded. After enduring the trials of Luffy's formidable abilities, she no longer questioned his drinking. Chapter 24, The First Battle. By December, Shanks' journey in the East Blue was nearing its conclusion. The new world was truly Shanks' domain. Luffy understood this, and so when Shanks announced that he would set sail in a few days, Luffy could only convey his blessings. Today marks just 2 days until Shanks' departure. As usual, the tavern was filled with raucous noise, as if the supply of alcohol could ever be exhausted. Shanks and his crew reveled in the merriment, drinking to their heart's content. Luffy sat at the bar as usual, raising his glass to join in the toast. The barmaid, out of stock, urged for more drinks. Makino recalled the empty wine cellar, clutching a barrel of wine, and lamented, "This is the last one. There are no more drinks left." "What? How can that be?" the pirates exclaimed, for a lack of alcohol was simply unacceptable. They were, after all, connoisseurs of libations. Shanks, wearing a grimace, questioned, "How could there be no wine left?" Luffy rolled his eyes and explained for Makino, "All the village's liquor is stored here. Even if there were more, with the way you drink daily, it would all be consumed." "Ha ha, isn't that right?" Shanks chuckled awkwardly. At that moment, the 2 small doors at the entrance were violently thrust open with a resounding bang, and under the gaze of Luffy and the others, a ragged group of individuals, their appearances menacing, strode in. At the forefront of this motley crew was a man clad in a russet coat adorned with circular patterns. Beneath it, he wore a white shirt, wielded a sheathed sword, and donned black boots. His hair was braided, and a beard adorned his face, exuding an air of arrogance. The bandit, Sig, casually surveyed the tavern and remarked, "Well, I didn't expect such a small village tavern to host so many people." Glancing at Shanks and the others' attire, Sig speculated, "Hey, are you also bandits?" Shanks burst into laughter, proudly declaring, "We are not bandits, we are pirates." "Humph, so it's a bunch of pirates adrift on the seas." Sig scoffed disdainfully. He then approached the bar, his eyes lighting up at the sight of Makino standing behind it. Luffy, seated at the bar, was overlooked by the bandit Sig. Hey, tavern owner, bring me all the liquor you have, Sig commanded, striking the bar with the hilt of his sword, creating a loud noise. His greedy gaze fixated on the alluring Makino. Had he not been wary of Shanks and his group, he would have already resorted to force. Hey, where are you looking? I advise you to keep your eyes to yourself. Luffy rose to his feet, displeased as he positioned himself protectively in front of Makino. The moment the mountain bandit, Sig, appeared, Luffy recognized this insufferable individual. In the original narrative, he had managed to spill a barrel of Shanks' precious sake, strike Shanks, and narrowly escaped a confrontation with Luffy. When he sought to take Luffy's life, he ultimately provoked Shanks and his crew, who annihilated the bandits with ease. In a state of panic, Sig took Luffy hostage and fled on a small boat to the sea. Believing himself to be safe, he foolishly tossed Luffy, who had consumed the gum-gum fruit, into the water, only to have the Sea King devour him moments later. As the protagonist, Luffy did not perish. Shanks intervened to save him. However, in doing so, Shanks sacrificed his left arm to the jaws of the Sea King. As the story unfolded, it became evident that Shanks could have easily avoided the loss of his hand, yet he chose to gamble on the future to leave a lasting impression on Luffy. Shanks held Luffy in high regard. Regardless of the circumstances, it was Sig's reckless actions that led to Shanks' injury. Presently, Luffy was determined not to allow Shanks' sacrifice to be in vain. With a fierce glare directed at the despicable Sig, Luffy resolved to teach him a severe lesson. Get out of the way, you brat, Sig exclaimed, ever the master of recklessness. Before Luffy could make a move, Sig swung his sword sheath toward him, the whooshing sound making it abundantly clear that a strike on an ordinary child would result in severe injury. Watch out, Luffy, Makino cried out in alarm, momentarily forgetting Luffy's formidable strength. Hearing her distressing call seemed to fuel Sig's resolve, and he swung with even greater force. At that moment, Sig remained oblivious to the silence that enveloped the tavern, the eyes of the onlookers fixated on him with morbid anticipation. Had it not been for the knowledge that Luffy was far from weak, Shanks would have surely intervened, and Sig would have learned firsthand what it meant to be a pirate. With a resounding clap, the encounter took an unexpected turn. Instead of sending Luffy flying as Sig had anticipated, the blow of the sword sheath was deftly deflected by Luffy's single hand. His arm bent just enough to halt the strike mere inches from his face. Sig stared in astonishment at Luffy, incredulously asking, "You little brat, do you not feel pain? Your hand should be broken." Luffy smirked, exclaiming, "Has your hand been severed? Why not take a look for yourself?" After speaking, the hand that had deflected the blade softened and slithered like a serpent towards the arm of the bandit, Siggy. It was a rubbery appendage. In no time, while the bandit was still astonished and rendered speechless, the hand had ensnared his swinging right arm, including the blade still sheathed within its scabbard. Luffy scoffed. "Since you have attacked first, I shall not hold back either." With a swift motion, his remaining hand elongated several meters backward before snapping forward with tremendous force, striking the bandit Sig squarely in the face. The bandit Sig shouted, "Kid, though I am unaware of the nature of your body, I still have another hand." His unrestrained left hand raised defensively. "No, you no longer possess a hand." The quills of Luffy's long hair deftly separated, forming several strands as thick as an adult's finger that ensnared the hand of the mountain bandit, Sig, pulling it away. The essence of rubber returned. Hair control technique. How is this possible? Before the mountain bandit Sig could utter a cry of astonishment, Luffy's rubber pistol struck fiercely against the face of the foolhardy. Like a serpent, his hand retracted, and the tendrils of hair swiftly released their grip, sending Sig flying several meters before crashing into his subordinate behind him. "Boss, are you all right? That wretched brat die?" A bandit immediately drew his gun and fired at Luffy. Terrified by Luffy's bizarre physique, he hesitated to engage him directly. After all, the boss was a living testament to the danger. A bullet could end a life, regardless of how peculiar one's body might be. Yet, he remained unscathed. Under Luffy's instinct, he swiftly raised his hand to shield himself, and the bullet struck squarely in the center of his palm. The force of the bullet caused his palm to bulge outward, resembling the length of a chopstick. However, due to the elastic nature of rubber, it did not penetrate. Luffy gazed at the gun-wielding bandit, a smile breaking across his face as he declared, "This is for you." With the application of life return, he enhanced the elasticity of his abilities, directing the trajectory of the bullet as he wished. The projectile, now twice as swift, pierced the heart of the bandit. "That insufferable brat! No matter what kind of monster you are, Daring to provoke me seals your fate, growled the bandit Sig, who had just risen with the assistance of his subordinates. Nursing a blow that had knocked out one of his teeth, blood staining the corner of his mouth. Oh, you dare to boast about killing Luffy in our presence? Your audacity is remarkable, Shanks interjected, rising to his feet, his crew following suit to encircle the group of bandits, anticipating a confrontation in the tavern. However, given the disparity in power between the two factions, it was evident that the bandits were destined for a futile defeat. Wait, this is my battle, do not interfere. Luffy interjected coolly just as tensions were about to erupt. Having consumed the rubber fruit and harnessed the application of life return, he was eager to test the extent of his strength at this moment. Very well, since Luffy has spoken, I shall withdraw my crew, Shanks conceded, gesturing for his men to step back, signaling his exit from the conflict. Sig exhaled, relieved, although he remained unaware of Shanks' true capabilities. The sheer number of his men provided him with a significant sense of intimidation. Nevertheless, upon hearing Luffy's intent to challenge them, Sig retorted furiously, "Brat. Do not delude yourself into thinking that a mere punch and immunity to bullets grants you the power to defeat us. I have a legion of subordinates, and my bounty stands at a staggering 8 million. You wish to face us alone? You are courting death." Luffy pointed his finger at the bandit Sig and began to count his group of lackeys one by one. 1, 2, 3, 9, 15, 18. In total, there were 18 minions, including himself, making for a total of 19 individuals. If it takes approximately 10 to 20 seconds to defeat each one, do you think I can conclude this battle within 5 minutes? Luffy provocatively addressed the mountain bandit, Sig, exclaiming, the notorious mountain bandit leader, Sig, has a bounty of 8 million. After uttering these words, he could not help but clutch his belly in laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, an 8 million bounty is quite high. I am truly terrified. What do you say, Shanks? Ha ha ha, an imposing mountain bandit with an 8 million bounty. Oh dear, this little pirate is so frightened. I am indeed so afraid. Perhaps I shall take a sip of drink to calm my nerves first." His banter and laughter echoed around him. The members of the red-haired pirates displayed expressions of indifference and mockery. To them, 8 million was trivial. They believed that only a bounty of at least 100 million would warrant their attention. Having prided himself on his 8 million bounty, Sig felt a surge of anger upon witnessing the ridicule from Luffy and Shanks. Yet, mindful of the formidable presence of Shanks and his crew, he refrained from recklessly confronting such a multitude. Once I have dealt with this little brat, I shall return with hundreds of my men to toss this band of pirates into the sea to feed the fish. In the end, the enchanting tavern owner will be mine. With this imagined conclusion in mind, Sig struggled to suppress the rising fury within him and address Luffy, "Since you are so confident, little brat, if you can defeat us within 5 minutes, do not regret begging for mercy afterward. I shall show you the true essence of a mountain bandit." Sig's face contorted into a menacing and terrifying visage. Luffy, with an air of indifference, shrugged and said, "Sure, I look forward to it. Let us step outside and find a place to fight. This is my tavern, and I have no desire to demolish it." He huffed, "Damn little brat, just wait." The mountain bandit, Siegfried, expressed no dissent and followed Luffy outside. Engaging in combat outdoors was preferable, should he manage to defeat Luffy. Even if Shanks and his crew sought retribution, they would not be cornered, allowing Siegfried to retreat temporarily. The tavern was situated on the outskirts of the village, with open ground and trees nearby, providing an immediate arena for their confrontation. Given the pirate status of Shanks and his crew, no villagers were present, and Luffy's initial skirmish was set to unfold under the watchful eyes of Makino and Shanks. "Luffy, be careful," Makino called out anxiously from a distance, observing the impending clash. As Luffy faced a horde of mountain bandits, he nonchalantly gestured behind him, signaling them to remain at ease. "Kid, if you are unafraid of bullets, I find it hard to believe that you fear the blade." The bandit, Sig, grinned wickedly as he unsheathed his knife, speculating, "You must have consumed the legendary treasure of the sea, the devil fruit, to possess a physique akin to rubber, right?" After receiving a punch from Luffy and witnessing his extraordinary form, Sig had been pondering this mystery until the notion of the fabled devil fruit struck him with clarity. Luffy, with an unguarded heart, nodded and declared, "Indeed, I have consumed the gum-gum devil fruit, and I have become a rubber man." The astonishment was palpable. The legendary devil fruits truly existed. I had thought them merely a myth. Our adversary has consumed a devil fruit. How could we possibly prevail? Upon hearing Luffy affirm his suspicions, The bandit Sig's heart raced with trepidation and jealousy, lamenting why it was not he who had been bestowed with the power of a devil fruit, that fortunate lad. Facing an opponent endowed with such abilities, he felt no confidence in his chances of victory. Yet, how could he falter without engaging in battle? The bandit Sig bellowed at his subordinates, "You fools! Even if he has consumed a devil fruit, he is but a mere boy. Can we not overcome him together? Follow me." With that, Sig led the charge, rushing towards Luffy, his blade glinting in the sunlight as it aimed for Luffy's head. "Onward!" he shouted, with their leader advancing. The underlings had no choice but to suppress their fear of the devil fruit and, in a chaotic uproar, brandish their swords and rush into battle. Bandits are unlike ordinary folk. Despite Luffy's previous disdain for them, they still posed a formidable threat. A moment's inattention could spell disaster. My current condition is not conducive to prolonged combat. I must aim for a swift resolution. Luffy contemplated quietly. This was the reason he aimed to conclude the battle within 5 minutes. Gear Second, Soru False. Luffy's legs overlapped multiple layers as he activated Gear Second, his skin turning crimson while red steam erupted from his body. The technique of life return alleviated the pressure on him, if sustained for no longer than 10 seconds. It would not inflict harm upon his physique. Afterward, he would only experience extreme fatigue. Moreover, Luffy did not require prolonged durations for this technique. Utilizing the principle of shave, Luffy executed a pseudo shave. Although his speed was merely a fraction of the real shave, it sufficed for the group of pirates. Just as the pirate Sig was about to strike him with his blade, Luffy, enveloped in red steam, swiftly evaded the attack. In the next instant, he materialized amidst the throng of pirates. With his hands pressed against the ground and his head downward, Luffy's elongated legs spun like a whirlwind, sweeping through the lower bodies of the pirates. Only 4 or 5 managed to escape slightly, while the remainder were temporarily suspended in the air. Rubber windmill. This was the second. The life return technique enabled Luffy to masterfully control his rubber body. Drawing a deep breath, he leapt into the air, casting his gaze upon the pirates who had just collapsed to the ground. Rubber Gatling. Harnessing the elastic recoil of his rubber form, his fists flew forth with astonishing speed, rebounding rapidly for successive strikes akin to an onslaught of countless fists. Due to his limited strength and the constraints of Gear Second and life return, he could only deliver a dozen or so punches. Having consumed the gum-gum fruit, the punches propelled by his rubber elasticity were akin to the full force of an adult. Each punch wielded approximately 10 units of force, combined with the Gear Second state and the enhancement of life return. The force of Luffy's strikes now reached at least 30 units. As his body matured, this amplification would only increase. Enduring the force of 30 units delivered by Luffy, and under the precise control of life return, each punch struck the pirates at their vital points. The pirates screamed in agony, blood splattering. And by the time Luffy retracted his fists and returned to the ground, few pirates were able to rise again. This marked the 5th second. Luffy exited the second gear. Aside from maintaining his life return status, he had returned to his normal appearance. 10 seconds was the limit. It would be best to exit sooner. Suddenly, Luffy tilted his head, his body becoming as supple as a serpent, executing movements that no ordinary human could achieve, deftly evading the oncoming blades. How infuriating. That little brat can dodge. The mountain bandit, Sig, glared at Luffy with resentment, feeling a twinge of fear as he realized that nearly all of his subordinates had already been dispatched. What should we do, boss? This kid is a monster. The remaining 5 subordinates, capable of fighting, swallowed nervously and approached Sig from behind, trembling with fear. Chapter 26. Luffy's strength, what are we afraid of? Even if he is a monster, he is still just a kid, and he will soon tire out. The bandits hesitated, glancing at Luffy, who showed no signs of sweat or fatigue, murmuring, "Is that so? He doesn't look like it." Sig, though uncertain, asserted firmly, "Of course. That brat is just putting on a brave front." "Oh, so that's how it is. No wonder he is the boss. I almost fell for it." How infuriating. The realization dawned upon the bandits, and they shouted angrily at Luffy. A vein throbbed on Luffy's forehead. He was indeed exhausted. However, in his life return state, he believed he could conceal it from others. Although Sig was spouting nonsense, he inadvertently spoke the truth, and the foolish bandits believed him. Such ignorance could only exist in a two-dimensional world, and in the realm of One Piece, such ignorance was even more prevalent. Indeed, that brat is out of strength. Let us go. Sig rallied both himself and his subordinates, charging at Luffy once more. The remaining bandits shrieked, encircling Luffy with their weapons drawn from all directions. With the absolute control granted by his life-returned state, combined with his rubber body, Luffy, though still small, was able to utilize his abilities fully. His body, as flexible as a serpent, moved with a weightless grace, swaying left and right, occasionally executing a 360-degree twist, elongating and narrowing in a horrifying manner. Under the siege from Sig and the 5 remaining bandits, he evaded their strikes with remarkable agility. How infuriating. Why can't we land it? This rubber body is utterly unfair. We can't hit him. What should we do, boss? Despite their incessant queries, Sig found himself at a loss and could only shout, "Keep swinging." I refuse to believe that Brat can dodge indefinitely. The sensation of fatigue was intensifying within Luffy. He certainly couldn't sustain this for much longer. Once again evading a blade that narrowly passed by, Luffy maintained a stoic expression. Trusting his instincts without overthinking, he spun around, his arm extending perfectly through the gaps between the bandits. Rubber pistol. Before the bandits could react, Luffy, who had been dodging all this while, suddenly struck, sending one of the bandits flying. How is this possible? He clearly had no strength to fight back moments ago. There were no forewarnings prior to the strike. Naturally, there were no signs. My actions were not predicated upon any foreseen perceptions. Instead, I relied solely on instinct. This marked the inception of Luffy's initial battle, where an intuition made its debut. Seizing the moment while the bandits were momentarily dazed, Luffy advanced toward 2 of them. The essence of rubber returned, rubber control technique. Dozens of strands of hair deftly ensnared the 2 bandits, and amidst their astonished gazes, his hands intertwined behind him in a spiraling motion. Rubber spiral pistol. Just before striking the 2 bandits, the hair retracted in the nick of time. His powerful fist sent them flying, accompanied by their anguished cries. Spewing blood as the sounds of breaking bones echoed, they collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again. 3 remain, including you, the bandit chief. Luffy turned around, casting a nonchalant glance at the mountain bandit, Sig. His tone was unmistakably self-assured. This demeanor incensed Sig, who felt that Luffy truly regarded him with disdain. Anger suppressed any thoughts of retreat within the bandit, prompting him to bellow, "Don't get too cocky, kid. I am a mountain bandit with a bounty of 8 million. Oh, I am aware," Luffy replied, his feet forming a stack beneath him, reminiscent of having consumed a spring fruit. He did not resort to gear second. Instead, he merely accelerated for a fleeting moment. He swiftly evaded the charging Sig, leaving behind the words as he surged past him. The 2 bandits, their faces etched with terror and lagging a few paces behind, braced themselves. Before confronting the boss, one must undoubtedly clear out the minions first. With a flurry of rubbery gunfire unleashed, it came as no surprise that the 2 timid bandits succumbed to Luffy's onslaught, collapsing to the ground with vacant stares. Their pitiful groans the only sounds they managed to utter. Now, it was time to face the boss. Luffy took a few deep breaths, his small chest heaving vigorously, leaving only the mountain bandit leader remaining, who no longer bothered to conceal his weariness. The expression on Luffy's face brought immense joy to the mountain bandit, Sig, who was momentarily under the illusion that victory was within reach. Eager to deny Luffy any chance to recover, he rushed forward with his blade drawn. "You little brat, perish," he bellowed. "Just one strike from me, and with your diminutive frame, regardless of where I land my blow, you will be at my mercy." As Sig raged, he swung his weapon with ferocity, indifferent to the fact that Luffy was evading his attacks. Observing Luffy's weariness, Sig was convinced that it was only a matter of time before he landed a hit. In the midst of this dance of dodging, Luffy smiled, seemingly reveling in the danger. He could sense Sig's intentions, recognizing the simplicity of his thoughts. While the notion was commendable, Luffy was not merely a dodger. With a fierce resolve, he unleashed his rubbery combat techniques. While deftly avoiding the descending blade with his upper body, he extended one leg behind him, waiting for the opportune moment. As Sig, caught off guard, failed to retract his weapon in time, Luffy delivered a powerful kick to his chest. "Gah!" Sig gasped, his body curling like a lobster, stumbling backward as he coughed up blood, revealing a missing tooth. After a moment of retching, he steadied himself, fueled by a surge of determination, and lunged forward once more with his knife. "You little brat, you possess quite the strength. Let us see how much stamina you have left." Luffy, unabashedly panting, remarked, "My stamina is running low, but defeating you poses no challenge." "Is that so? Then come at me." The 2 returned to their previous battle stance, with the mountain bandit, Sig, swinging his blade while Luffy deftly evaded. Trusting his instincts, aided by the return of life through paper drawing, Luffy managed to dodge every strike. were it not for the formidable prowess of his opponent disorienting him. No attack could inflict harm upon Luffy. However, merely evading was not a viable strategy. Seizing an opportunity, Luffy unleashed a flurry of punches, causing Sig to spit blood, leaving him in a disheveled state. Yet, despite the blows he endured, Sig stubbornly persevered. Based on my estimations, pirates in the realm of One Piece typically possess strength slightly superior to that of mountain bandits. An 8 million bounty for a bandit translates to a mere 5 to 6 million bounty for a pirate. Thus, my current strength aligns with the 6 million bounty tier. My power remains insufficient, constrained by my physical limitations. Even amidst the fray, Luffy found himself contemplating his own inadequacies, feeling dissatisfied with his strength yet devoid of means to alter it. After sending Sig staggering a few steps back, the two momentarily locked eyes. This battle had dragged on long enough. Nearly 5 minutes had passed, and it was time to conclude the fight. Clutching his aching chest, Sig coughed several times and declared, "It seems the end of the battle is near. Your punches are losing their vigor. Next, I shall end your life." Luffy took a deep breath, biting down on his thumbs and declared, "Kill me? If you can, then come at me and let us see who falls first. Luffy, please be safe." The spectators understood that the moment of truth was upon them. Michino clasped her hands together, silently praying, "Luffy, your surprises continue to astonish me. The gum-gum fruit has been in your possession for only a short time, and yet you have already developed an elastic skill. This is not merely one skill. What will your next move be?" Shanks speculated, eagerly gazing at Luffy. The confidence with which he had defeated the mountain pirate, Sig, suggested that he was stronger than the second gear. Not only was Shanks intrigued, but his crew also watched Luffy intently, brimming with excitement. As for their concerns about Luffy's safety, they believed that even if he were unable to engage in hand-to-hand combat, it did not mean that the outcome was predetermined. He would not be easily defeated. However, those possessing the Conqueror's haki do not yield easily, and Shanks and his crew were all anticipating how Luffy would vanquish this formidable foe. Chapter 27. King of the Near Seas Third Gear, Balloon Pistol. A power surpassing the second gear, undeniably the third gear. However, due to physical limitations, Luffy's arms did not swell to the size of giants. They were merely as thick as an adult's thigh. In that moment, Luffy's small frame juxtaposed with his disproportionately large arms appeared rather peculiar. I will end this in one breath. Not only was he utilizing the third gear, but red steam also erupted from his body as he activated the second gear. His legs coiled like springs, ready to launch forward in the next instant. The mountain pirate Sig held his blade defensively, wary of Luffy's proximity. Given the spectacle before him, it was evident that Luffy was unleashing his full strength. If he could withstand this strike, the exhausted boy would be left vulnerable to his mercy. Gum King Kong Gun. Employing a pseudo-Soru, Luffy vanished from his original position, leaving behind a series of afterimages, and reappeared before the mountain pirate Sig. His robust fist aimed directly at Sig's face. Fool, such a straightforward attack can be blocked by anyone. The mountain pirate Sig steadied himself to intercept the heavy blow. Though it required effort and he staggered back a few steps, he maintained a firm grip on the blade that shielded him from the punch. Who was the fool? With a slight upward curl of his lips, Luffy's words had barely escaped his mouth when several strands of hair, previously concealed beneath his robust arms, swiftly emerged. They slithered along the blade, launching themselves towards the bandit, Sig. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Sig recalled the peculiar nature of Luffy's hair and contemplated ensnaring it. Yet, it was too late. Initially, a few strands of hair, hidden by the formidable arms, ensnared Sig, followed by an overwhelming multitude that ensnared him further. In that moment, Sig resembled a mosquito ensnared in a spider's web, utterly immobile, awaiting the predator's feast. Thus, it was clear, this battle was mine to win. Luffy cast a cold, piercing gaze at the mountain bandit, Sig, as he extended his robust arms backward, reaching their utmost limit before snapping back with ferocity. The rubber Monkey King rocket cannon. Sig, filled with horror and despair, struggled with all his might, yet it proved futile. He was ensnared by the relentless grip of Luffy's hair. With ample momentum gathered, Luffy's powerful hands violently pressed against Sig's chest. This time, in a bid to inflict greater harm, he refrained from immediately releasing the binding hold of his hair. The force tautened the strands, producing a creaking sound, effectively preventing Sig's body, which should have been propelled backward, from moving an inch. The desperation etched on Sig's face. The blood spewing forth, the unmistakable sound of his bones fracturing, and the ominous rupture of his heart reverberated in the air. Luffy observed everything keenly. Only when some strands of hair threatened to give way on the verge of breaking did he retract his hair, sending the mountain bandit, Sig, hurtling 2 or 3 meters away, where he met his demise upon hitting the ground. Indeed, this initial battle had proven to be quite arduous. As the second and third gears were simultaneously released, an overwhelming fatigue enveloped Luffy, tempting him to succumb to slumber right then and there. Yet, under the influence of the life-returning effect, his resilient spirit prevailed, preventing him from collapsing entirely. What a fragile vessel he inhabited. Luffy expressed his dissatisfaction once more, remarking that had it not been for the return of his life, this brief skirmish would have severely strained his physical potential. Luffy, you had me worried sick. Are you all right? Makino embraced Luffy, enveloping him in her gentle warmth, which intensified his struggle against the overwhelming drowsiness. Had he not been aware that Shanks and the others were present, he would have succumbed to sleep long ago. But he refrained from doing so out of concern for his dignity. I'm fine, just a bit tired. Don't worry. Luffy extricated himself from Makino's embrace and glanced at Shanks and the others approaching, raising an eyebrow with a sense of pride as he proclaimed, "What do you think of my strength? Have I startled you?" At the tender age of less than 6, he had vanquished a bandit with a bounty of 8 million and his numerous subordinates, a feat that could be deemed extraordinary. However, when compared to even more formidable adversaries, such as the fearsome Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, there remains a considerable chasm in power. Luffy remained undeterred. These formidable foes were naturally endowed with robust physiques, while he possessed an indomitable spirit destined to rival them in the future. Merely mediocre. It is laughable that such minor characters struggle so much. They hardly deserve to be called possessors of conqueror's haki. Shanks uttered these callous words, his expression, gaze, and the smile upon his face unmistakably mocking Luffy. The captain was being disingenuous. Luffy had performed remarkably well. Indeed, Luffy, at such a tender age, exhibited immense strength. And one could only anticipate how powerful he would become upon setting sail. I am particularly eager to witness Luffy's future mastery of the gum-gum fruit. The pirates exchanged words of admiration for Luffy, directly countering the captain and eliciting an unmistakable displeasure on Shanks' face. To celebrate Luffy's inaugural victory against a formidable adversary, a feast was to be held. Yes, a feast. However, the tavern was devoid of any alcohol, as the pirates reveled in excitement. A single remark from Makino brought an abrupt silence to the gathering. How could this be? Surely, one cannot host a feast without any drinks. The reality was harsh. The pirates lamented, utterly disheartened. There could be no greater cruelty than dreaming of a feast without wine. At that moment, Luffy chuckled, "Ha ha ha, who says there is no alcohol?" The pirates, filled with anticipation, turned their eyes toward Luffy. "Indeed, there is." Luffy let out a mischievous laugh and exclaimed, "For a little rascal like me. Isn't juice just a form of alcohol?" "Ah." With that, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Those pesky pirates realized they had been played. Shanks, aware that there was indeed no alcohol, grinned wickedly as he pulled Luffy closer, exerting considerable effort in the embrace. Luffy's face flushed crimson as he struggled, exclaiming, "Release me. I can scarcely breathe." The captain insisted, "Do not spare Luffy." Another voice chimed in, "Allow me to show Luffy the warmth of my generous heart." Out of the corner of his eye, Luffy caught sight of a disheveled figure, exuding an unpleasant odor, and felt a surge of despair as he fought against his captors. Pleading, "No, please. I will have nightmares. I admit my wrongs. In life, there is no remedy for regret," and thus Luffy, in his folly, was destined to be haunted by a nightmare that would plague him eternally, merely at the thought of it. Ugh, can we not discuss this matter? The following morning, by the shores of Windmill Village, the Red Force rested at anchor. Shanks and his crew gradually boarded the ship, preparing for departure. Luffy stood at the forefront, with Makino trailing closely behind, embodying the harmonious image of a devoted couple. "Shanks, farewell. Upon your return to the New World, I hope not to hear any ill tidings regarding you," Luffy remarked. Shanks laughed heartily, giving Luffy a hearty pat on the shoulder, and declared, "Just you wait. My return to the New World will not be in vain. Anticipate my good news." "Very well, I shall await it," Luffy responded. Luffy is well aware that Shanks is unlikely to meet misfortune. Upon his return, Shanks will ascend to the rank of the 4 emperors. "Luffy, I must take my leave," Shanks declared. After a moment of silence, an atmosphere of parting reluctance enveloped the scene. "Before departing, I have a gift for you." Shanks broke the stillness after a while. What gift?" Luffy gazed up at Shanks, a faint sense of realization dawning within him. Shanks removed the straw hat from his head, his eyes filled with nostalgia, and said, "This hat was gifted to me by my former captain, and now I wish to pass it on to you." With that, he extended the hat towards Luffy. Luffy took the treasured straw hat from the original story, gazing at it with deep reverence. He nodded and said, "I shall accept it without hesitation." As he carefully placed the hat upon his head, observing Luffy donning the straw hat, Shanks momentarily felt as if he were gazing upon his captain. In the next instant, he envisioned Luffy standing in place of Roger at the pinnacle, confronting all challengers with an indomitable presence. "Luffy, I eagerly anticipate your future." Aboard the Red Fourth, Shanks gazed out toward the long-gone windmill village, filled with hope. "Captain, by gifting Luffy your cherished straw hat, do you intend to pass on your captain's will to him?" Then Beckman inquired, understanding certain truths. Shanks shook his head, smiling as he replied, "Previously, I harbored such thoughts, but I might have been mistaken. Perhaps the captain's will is insufficient to bear the weight of Luffy's ambitions. Only time will tell." "How could that be?" Ben Beckman mused, somewhat lost in thought. Shanks' captain was the Pirate King. Could even the achievements of the Pirate King fail to satisfy Luffy? How could that be impossible? There can only be one Pirate King. Luffy will not tread the path of another. At the moment Luffy adorned the straw hat, Shanks felt he glimpsed the future, the green surpassing the blue. Accepting the Pirate King's hat, if he were to become merely the second Pirate King, that would be far too unremarkable. I, of course, must carve out a reputation far greater than that of the Pirate King. Luffy stood still for a long while, gazing at the horizon where the Red Fourth had vanished, contemplating the future and his ambitions. Let us return. After a considerable time, Luffy finally made his way back with Makino. Recently, they had heard news of the Near Sea King attacking ships in the vicinity, and today, Shanks and his crew had been fortunate enough to avoid an encounter with the Near Sea King. Indeed, quite fortunate. As the two walked away, their figures gradually faded, and their voices drifted with the wind. Luffy refrained from disclosing to Makino that the Near Sea King had appeared, to prevent any disruption to Shanks' voyage. Luffy had already intimidated the Near Sea King with his conqueror's haki, sending it fleeing in panic. Poor Near Sea King, from the very beginning. Luffy had never afforded it the opportunity to make an entrance. Chapter 28, The Rampant Beasts. After the departure of the red-haired pirates, December passed slowly, and a new month heralded the arrival of a new year. The year was 1509 in the sea calendar, and Luffy remained a young boy. However, despite his youth, Luffy had already found himself a gentle and obedient girlfriend. Each day, aside from training his body, engaging in playful pursuits with Makino was a necessity. On one particular morning, as the sun rose, its early rays filtered into the room, as if shyly avoiding the happenings within. The soft sounds of a mature woman's shy whispers mingled with the mischievous laughter of a boy. Occasionally, the boy's voice would rise, making various playful demands. The young woman shyly uttered her reluctance, repeatedly insisting on her refusal. Yet, in the end, she yielded to the desires of the boy. It was not until a couple of hours past dawn, when the sunlight began to grow somewhat blinding, that the commotion within the room finally subsided. Luffy extended his arms, resembling a lord being attended to by the graceful Makino as she assisted him in donning his attire. His half-closed eyes reveled in the splendid view before him. Dazzling to the senses, with glistening droplets of perspiration adorning her flawless form, remnants of an intense exertion, Makino blushed deeply, feeling rather uncomfortable under Luffy's gaze. As she crouched and then rose, meticulously adjusting his clothing from the front and ensuring everything was in order at the back. The details of how Makino, without her own garments, assisted Luffy are best left unspoken. It reflects Luffy's mischievous inclinations, as he delighted in finding ways to tease Makino, fulfilling his whims of novelty. "There, all dressed, my lord." In their moments of solitude, Luffy requested that Makino address him in such a manner. This request she complied with willingly, for after that night, Luffy had indeed become her lord. "Hee, my lady is yet to be clothed. Now, allow me, her husband, to assist her with the utmost care in dressing." How might Luffy assist Makino in donning her attire? What causes the irresistible delicate sounds during the process? Why do Luffy's actions evoke a desire to intervene or retaliate? One can only imagine. Speaking of which, those translucent, exquisite feet, with their bashfully curved and perfectly aligned toes. How do such delicacies make Luffy yearn to consume them even more? It is a vexation. This is the essence of something absent in the three-dimensional world. Luffy has ventured further down the peculiar path of his unusual fascination with feet. After a hard-fought struggle to extricate himself from the allure of Makino, He reluctantly bids her farewell and strides towards the forest he has frequented countless times. Leaning against the door, Makino watches Luffy's silhouette fade into the distance before she turns to return inside. She must tidy up the disarray within her home before she can open the tavern. Little eagle, little tiger, little lion, little cow, little pig. Has another tiny pig joined the fray? In the forest, a group of wild beasts surrounds Luffy, seemingly lined up to heed his commands. He points at a wild boar, as massive as an elephant, and glances at the 3 piglets beside it, saying, "I must say, little pig, you certainly know how to breed. Just a few days ago, there were only 2 piglets, and now you've brought forth a third?" The wild boar grunts in response, "I have a dozen more piglets at home. These 3 are capable of foraging on their own, which is why I brought them out." Luffy's increasingly refined intuition allowed him to grasp the meaning of the wild boar's expression. A frown appeared on his forehead as he said, somewhat irritably, "From now on, no matter how many little piglets you have, I do not want them around during my training, do you understand?" The observation haki conveyed Luffy's sentiment, and the wild boar, feeling a bit aggrieved, lowered its head and grunted in agreement. "Well then, time is swiftly approaching noon, and I have yet to commence my training. Now, let us hasten to begin." Luffy urged the beasts to hasten their actions with a wave of his hand. Now you realize that time is of the essence? Who was it that dallied with Makino and lost track of time? Roar. Prumph. Moo. As soon as Luffy's words fell, the beasts emitted a cacophony of different roars. With their fierce eyes fixed upon Luffy, their powerful bodies twitched in anticipation, and the more impatient among them could hardly suppress their primal instincts, lunging toward him. Utilizing a technique known as rubber paper drawing followed by false shave, Luffy danced amidst the throng of beasts, seeking an opportunity to escape the encirclement. With his hands drawn back to his waist, he gathered his strength. He unleashed a barrage of rubber gatling, but after the flurry, he found that not a single beast had been incapacitated. The punches that could fell an ordinary person merely inflicted a momentary discomfort upon the beasts, for the force he wielded was far too feeble. As Luffy contemplated, his instincts alerted him, prompting him to leap to the left with all his might, narrowly evading the talons descending from above. "Wow, little eagle, do you wish to take my life?" Luffy emitted a strange cry. If he failed to evade this claw, his rubber body would surely be drenched in blood. The situation left no room for Luffy to ponder. The beast continued to roar and rush towards him. His instincts incessantly urged him that in the face of such peril, hesitation was not an option. He instinctively dodged between the beasts. Under these circumstances, relying solely on his observation haki would be tantamount to courting death, given his diminutive stature. Even if he could predict the attack, he would still need to devise a means of escape. By the time he figured out how to dodge the first strike, a second, then a third would inevitably follow. A relentless barrage of assaults. While he contemplated his responses, he would already be finished. However, instinct operates differently. Luffy need not deliberate. By adhering to his instincts, he would find the optimal path to evade. This bears resemblance to a beast's intuition. If there exists a distinction between the two, it is that instinct is more potent, encompassing, and formidable than mere primal intuition. To his left, to his right, and crouched down. At this moment, should he extend his hand backward? Without hesitation, Luffy, aware that he was on the brink of being attacked by a multitude of beasts, extended his hand backward and grasped a branch just in time. Without delay, he leveraged it to evade the impending blows. Despite this, with an innate sense of survival, a return to life, the assistance of his paper drawings, and a rubber body capable of executing any maneuver, Luffy found himself increasingly afflicted by the relentless onslaught of the beasts. Vivid crimson blood gradually stained his clothes, transforming them into a deep red. Confronted with the ever-present peril of death, Luffy displayed no signs of retreat. He gritted his teeth and persevered. It was only when his body could no longer withstand the strain, and he collapsed to the ground, that he would consider yielding. Although this pack of beasts, cowed by the aura of the Emperor's domain, submitted to Luffy, the primal instincts buried deep within them remained unchanged. Luffy commanded the beasts to unleash their full might, harmonizing their efforts with rigorous training. The beasts complied, exerting themselves to the utmost. As the relentless onslaught continued, their primal instincts began to surge, driving them into a frenzied state. Ultimately, even if Luffy were to command them to cease their assault before collapsing, certain beasts might still succumb to their savage impulses and deliver a final blow. If Luffy were to unfortunately encounter such a predicament, and his fallen body left him unable to evade it, then it would indeed be the end of the tale. He must bear the consequences of his own actions with unwavering resolve. Since Luffy has contemplated such a perilous training method, he can only persevere through it. Thus, amidst this rigorous training, Luffy fortuitously avoided fatal mishaps. His instincts, life returning, rubber body, and the Conqueror's haki gradually evolved after enduring the trials imposed by numerous beasts. Time flowed on in this manner until Chapter 29, The Return of Garp. What is happening today? My eyelids seem to be engaged in a relentless struggle. An ominous intuition incessantly warns me that something significant is amiss. Luffy pondered, I have always been in Windmill Village, where nothing could possibly threaten my life. Yet, despite my comfortable stay in Windmill Village, an ominous intuition has inexplicably gripped me. Perhaps I have come to a realization. Luffy's mind raced with thoughts, his complexion turning pale. The fearless young man displayed an expression of sheer terror. With a gulp, he struggled to swallow, his body trembling. Surely, it must be that his grandfather has returned. It had been an extensive period since his grandfather had set sail, and only recently had Shanks and his crew departed. Regardless of the circumstances, his grandfather ought to come back for a visit. Grandfather, the demon. The mere thought of Garp's merciless training sent shivers down Luffy's spine, causing even this self-proclaimed dragon to feel a profound sense of dread. Strengthening oneself through rigorous training, gaining the ability to return to life, acquiring the rubber fruit, and having a reference point for Luffy's original strength, he realized he could train alone without Garp's so-called good intentions. Thus, before Garp's return, should he not seek refuge? If he could conceal himself in the forest and suppress his presence using the ability to return to life, he believed he could evade Garp's detection. This notion took root in Luffy's mind. Evade. He must not let his grandfather find him. One morning, Luffy was lost in thought. His previous interactions with Makino seemingly absent. At this hour, he should have been training in the forest, yet that too was lacking. Observing Luffy as he wandered and muttered to himself for quite some time, Makino could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, My lord, is there something difficult weighing on your mind? Might you share it with me? At the sound of Makino's voice, Luffy snapped out of his introspective reverie, halting his restless pacing and sighed, Today, my grandfather is returning. As noon approached, an instinctual urgency surged within him. Time was of the essence, and a decision needed to be made. Captain Carp? No, grandfather. Upon hearing that Carp was coming back, Makino did not question how Luffy had come by this knowledge. Instead, she found herself entangled in a similar turmoil, anxious about how to address Carp. Should she greet him as Captain Carp as usual, or call him grandfather? If she chose the latter, would Carp discern her relationship with Luffy? Would he accept it? Conversely, if she refrained from calling him grandfather, could she ignore the fact that she was now his granddaughter-in-law? Makino's heart raced, her complexion paling as she worried whether Carp would disapprove and question the age difference between her and Luffy, potentially rejecting her as his granddaughter-in-law. This was a deeply buried concern that had lingered since she became Luffy's partner. Witnessing Makino's distress, Luffy felt a surge of compassion. Taking her cold hands in his and reassuring her, Do not fret. Grandfather is not a superficial man. He will not concern himself with our age difference. Therefore, this is not the time for such thoughts. What you should focus on now is how to present yourself beautifully and prepare a delightful feast of roasted meat. For that is what a granddaughter-in-law ought to consider. Upon hearing Luffy's words, Makino's anxious emotions eased somewhat, and with a hint of uncertainty, she asked, Really? Grandfather truly won't mind? Luffy confidently declared, I am his grandson. I certainly comprehend my grandfather's character, and he would not mind at all. He leaned in to share a secret. Noticing Luffy's mysterious demeanor, Makino inquired, What is it? 3 years ago, Luffy began, when my grandfather returned to train me. He repeatedly mentioned, Makino is a wonderful girl. With her looking after you, I can rest easy when I am away from home. Go for it. Strive to win Makino's heart and make her my granddaughter-in-law. Luffy mimicked Garp's manner of speaking and even went so far as to imitate Garp's habitual nose-picking. Is that truly the case? Machino inquired. Indeed. Luffy reaffirmed his statement. Without allowing Machino much time to ponder, he urged, Grandfather will be back soon. Shouldn't you hurry and prepare? My lady. Indeed, my lord. Machino responded in agreement, hastily beginning to adorn herself and prepare the roasted meat. Though her heart was still laden with various concerns, Luffy's comforting presence managed to steady her emotions somewhat. This time, with Grandfather's return, there would be no evasion. Luffy observed the bustling Marjorie, her anxious demeanor unmistakable. He understood that until she received the heartfelt approval from Garp, acknowledging her as his granddaughter-in-law, Marjorie would remain burdened by her inner turmoil. Moreover, under my persuasion, she had tirelessly devoted these past years to capturing pirates. Given my grandfather's indolent nature since the demise of Roger, such diligence was indeed remarkable. Yet, despite her unwavering efforts, I ultimately destined to become a pirate. How sorrowful that must be for my grandfather. Luffy recalled the original narrative, particularly the tragedy of Ace's demise during the Marineford War. As a member of the Navy, Garp, who was also the grandfather of a pirate, found himself powerless on the battlefield, forced to witness Ace's brutal death at the hands of a Kainu, also known as Sakazuki. This represents one of the most harrowing experiences in human existence. One can only imagine the profound anguish that Garp must have felt in that moment. Hence, Luffy hesitated to evade Garp earlier, overwhelmed by guilt. He resolved to embrace the life of a pirate, knowing it would inevitably cause disappointment and sorrow for Garp. However, when Garp sought to visit his grandson, Luffy felt it imperative that he should at least be present for that meeting. Now, Luffy also became aware of Machino's emotional turmoil. Thus, a decision formed within him. Matters of compassion and nurturing would be addressed after meeting Garp, and he would devise a way to defer those responsibilities. With that, he made his resolution. Luffy nodded vigorously, embodying the tragic essence of a hero embarking on a perilous journey. Reminiscent of the melancholic refrain, "The winds howl and the waters of the river grow cold, a warrior departs and shall not return." Subsequently, the two anxious souls were not left in suspense for long. On the distant horizon, a warship rapidly approached Windmill Village. Its naval flag adorned with a distinctive emblem, a dog's head. Standing steadfast at the forefront of the ship, Captain Carp, donning a dog-headed hat, appeared slightly aged yet filled with anticipation. "Oh, ha 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 ha. I'm about to see Luffy, how exciting," exclaimed Carp. His aide chimed in, "Indeed. After 3 years dedicated to hunting pirates, it has been quite a while since Vice Admiral Carp returned to the village." "Yes, I truly miss Luffy," Carp mused, munching on a donut. Then, recalling something, he inquired, "Have you prepared what I asked for?" The aide's lips twitched slightly as he replied, "It is all ready." He gestured towards a large chest behind them, saying, "The reports and bounty notices are all inside." "Excellent, excellent." Carp laughed heartily, declaring, "Upon my return, I shall let Luffy know just how many ruthless pirates his grandfather has apprehended over the past 3 years. I want him to realize how great his grandfather is." After a moment of reflection, Carp turned to his aide and asked, "Do you think Luffy will immediately express a desire to join the Navy?" The aide promptly affirmed, "Absolutely." Without a moment's hesitation, he answered, for he had responded to this question countless times before, each time Carp eagerly inquiring. As for what Carp had requested from his aide, those were the reports of the pirates he had captured, along with the bounty notices of those apprehended before entering the deep-sea prison. Carp aimed to ensure that Luffy understood the formidable nature of capturing such pirates and the respect due to one who could achieve such feats. His intentions were undoubtedly noble. All for Luffy's aspiration to join the Navy. Chapter 30. The Fashion Exhibition. After a 3-year absence, Carp returned to Windmill Village, his imposing warship anchored at the shoreline. He led his aide and 2 subordinates carrying large chests towards the village. "Vice Admiral Carp has returned? It has been ages since we last saw him." "I hope he is well," villagers remarked, expressing their surprise. "Vice Admiral Carp, I have been following your exploits in capturing pirates for the past 3 years. What prompted this sudden diligence?" As Carp approached Windmill Village, more villagers noticed his return, greeting him with joyful exclamations. Upon reaching the village center, news of his arrival spread, and the villagers gathered around him, exchanging warm greetings and excited chatter. "You rascal, Carp. After 3 years, you finally decided to come back," shouted the village chief, panting as he rushed from afar. Well, it's been a long time, Chief." Kapu laughed and addressed the village chief, gasping for breath. The chief pushed his way through the throng of villagers gathered around and stood before Kapu, glaring at him. "You scoundrel. That red-haired pirate crew has lingered in the East Blue for a year, frequently coming to our village for supplies, and they just left a few days ago. I informed you well in advance via the Den Mushi. Why did you not return? Are you not concerned about the safety of our village against the pirates?" The chief questioned angrily. Although the red-haired pirates had not harmed the village and had even provided some financial benefit to the villagers, the chief was still irritated. After all, pirates had come to their village. Kapu should have returned at least once to express his concern. Indeed, while the red-haired pirates are quite benevolent, I cannot shake this feeling of unease, a plump woman interjected. I was utterly terrified when they first arrived. Clearing her throat, she continued, "Without Admiral Kapu here, Seeing that group of pirates in our village leaves me feeling quite unsettled. The villagers chimed in, finally voicing their pent-up concerns to Kapu. I was busy dealing with pirates, and I assured the chief that the red-haired pirates would not harm the villagers. Clearly, everything turned out fine, Kapu chuckled, patting the chief on the shoulder. I returned this time to see how Luffy has fared over the past 3 years. Where is he now? Despite Kapu's explanations, the chief remained irate, retorting, today. The tavern has not opened, and the villagers have not seen Luffy in the forest. He is probably at home. The chief then added, over the past 3 years. Luffy has changed quite a bit. You will surely be astonished when you see him again. The transformation he has undergone in returning to life is remarkable, not just you, Kapu, but even those of us who see him regularly are taken aback. Oh, he's at home. Has changed quite a lot? Kapu mused. Intrigued about the tavern and curious about Luffy's transformation, he bid farewell to the villagers and departed eagerly. Upon Kapu's return to the village, and while conversing with the villagers, at home, a charming figure dressed in a light green skirt revealed a pair of exquisitely delicate legs, and adorning her feet were lovely, petite sandals. With her long green hair, Magino resembled a forest sprite. Dressed beautifully, Magino was busily preparing a delicious roast, while Luffy sat leisurely, admiring her beauty. His heart stirred. In truth, during the night when the two were engaged in intimate activities, Magino, skillfully attuned to Luffy's preferences, had crafted some alluring outfits such as nurse costumes, maid outfits, and queenly attire. Wearing these garments was intended to indulge Luffy's whims. Why did Magino make the clothes herself instead of purchasing them? Setting aside whether such outfits were available in the village, even if they were, Magino couldn't go out to buy them. The villagers were not fools. They would surely gossip about the purpose of such attire. Luffy, do you think Grandpa has returned? Amidst the busyness, Magino inquired. I am uncertain. If Grandfather were to return, he would undoubtedly head straight home. Luffy uttered these words, as he had sensed that Garp had returned to the village. Then Luffy, do check on when Grandfather will be back. Once he arrives, please inform me, so that I may go to welcome him. Luffy raised an eyebrow and teased, Oh, Sister Makino, are you not afraid? You must realize that there will be many villagers around Grandpa at that time, and you will be there to greet him. How shall we address him? Should we welcome Vice Admiral Garp, or should you embrace your role as his daughter-in-law and welcome Grandpa back? Makino paused in her bustling activities, caught in a web of conflict. Then, as if coming to a realization, she resolved, even if there are villagers present, I will still call him Grandpa. This decision profoundly moved Luffy. It was evident that Makino, concerned about Luffy's youthful appearance, was hesitant to reveal their relationship to the villagers so soon. Yet even so, when it came time to greet Garp, she was willing to risk the exposure of their bond and insist on addressing Garp as Grandpa. It was clear that Makino was prepared to sacrifice everything for Luffy. How could such a gentle and devoted Makino not endear herself to Luffy, to express his affection? Luffy was eager to find ever more creative ways to love Makino. Touched by her words, Luffy fought to suppress his immediate desire to shower Makino with affection and said, All right. Since Sister Makino has made this decision, I will go see if Grandpa has returned. With that, he went to open the door. Indeed, it was time to open the door, for Garp was about to arrive, and Luffy was naturally eager to greet him. His earlier remarks had merely been playful banter with Makino. With her gentle and charming demeanor, Luffy could not bear to put Makino in a difficult position. As he opened the door with a faint gasp of surprise, he exclaimed, Grandpa is back? Garp took a few quick steps forward, surprised, examining Luffy's appearance. Though there was a hint of familiarity in his features, he was puzzled by Luffy's transformation. Nevertheless, he recognized without a doubt that the boy before him was indeed his beloved grandson. In his astonishment, he scooped Luffy up into his arms. Lifting him high above his head with joy, Luffy, it's been so long. Did you miss Grandpa? You've changed so much, I can hardly recognize you. I did miss you, Luffy replied. He had already prepared a response regarding his appearance, saying, Is my look strange? After you left 3 years ago, I often trained alone. And before I knew it, I had changed this way. Such a statement might have been met with skepticism, yet Garp believed him, his expression shifting to one of understanding. Upon hearing that Luffy had diligently trained by himself, Garp burst into hearty laughter, continuing to hold Luffy aloft for an extended moment. Luffy, no longer a child, did not appreciate being treated like one and implored, Grandpa, could you please put me down? All right, Garp complied, setting Luffy down while placing a hand affectionately on his small head. He continued to chuckle. It's been 3 years, and you've changed so much. You've grown taller, stronger, and even gained a bit of weight. Of course, 3 years ago, I was just 3 years old. Now I'm 6. So changes are to be expected. Luffy mused, once again seeking justification for the image he had crafted for himself. Indeed, Luffy was 6 years old, gradually maturing. And such changes were entirely natural. Garp reflected, seemingly relinquishing concerns regarding Luffy's transformed appearance. Just then, the enchanting figure of Makino graced the room, nervously addressing Garp, "Grandpa. You're back? I was just wondering if Luffy had gone to see if you returned." "Ah, it's Makino. 3 years have passed. And she has grown even more beautiful. Over these years, Luffy has been fortunate to have your care," Garp noted, appearing indifferent. As Makino addressed him in a manner distinct from her previous interactions. "How lovely she is. I never imagined that the village of Vice Admiral Garp would harbor such a stunning maiden. She seems to embody the tales of ethereal beings." He pondered over her name. Makino, and her affectionate reference to Garp as Grandpa, questioning the nature of their relationship. Two auxiliary Navy officers, burdened with large crates, were utterly captivated by Makino's presence. Their eyes sparkling with infatuation. "Enough of your whispers," a subordinate officer chided softly. "This young lady, Makino, has nurtured Luffy since childhood. Thus, their bond is akin to that of siblings, which explains her endearment towards Vice Admiral Garp." The officer accompanying Garp was certainly privy to certain details. After his remark, his gaze lingered on Makino, his heart racing. The two auxiliary officers were right. Makino was indeed exceptionally captivating. "It is best for you to think this way, lest you uncover the true nature of my relationship with Makino." Hearing his first mate's words, Luffy contemplated that he was indifferent to his youthful appearance. However, Makino harbored concerns. Their relationship, if made known to Garp, would likely be accepted by her. Yet, if too many people became aware, Makino would probably be quite sensitive to their scrutiny. Therefore, Luffy resolved to cooperate with Makino, keeping their bond a secret. He turned to Garp and said, "Grandpa, let us go inside. Sister Makino has prepared a feast for you." Upon hearing the mention of food, Garp's eyes sparkled with delight, and he swiftly made his way indoors. Indeed, they had truly formed a sibling bond. Luffy's call of sister confirmed the deputy's speculation for the three who followed behind Garp. Chapter 31, The Question of the Dragon. "All right, place the large box down. You may take your leave now," Garp instructed upon entering the room. The deputy led the two minor naval officers, reluctantly averting their gaze from Machino, leaving with a sense of longing. "Hee, my sister Machino is truly enchanting," they remarked, captivated by her presence and reluctant to depart. Luffy teasingly whispered to Makino, feeling immensely proud of his captivating and charming woman. "Do you want her? Are you envious?" "Hee, but alas, she belongs solely to me. At night, with Makino, I can indulge as I please." "How envious you must be." "Enough, Luffy," the three departing subordinates said, clearly aware of the lingering gazes upon them. Makino, feeling a slight flush of embarrassment, softly remarked, "Wow, so much delicious food. It smells so fragrant. This roasted meat looks delectable." As the two exchanged their hushed whispers, the alluring aroma led Garp to the kitchen, where he joyfully exclaimed, all the while indulging in the steaming roasted meat. Luffy and Makino entered the kitchen, where she said, "Isn't it delicious? These dishes were specially prepared for you by Sister Makino." Garp, preoccupied with devouring the meat, paused to exclaim, "Oh, you made this just for me? Did you know I would be back today?" To this inquiry, Luffy, of course, could not divulge the truth about his intuitive insight and opted for a diversion instead. "I don't know. It was just that before you returned, I suddenly sensed that Grandpa was coming back." "Oh, is that so?" Garp mused, aware that Luffy had awakened his observation haki. He understood that through the blood bond shared among family, one could occasionally sense the presence of a loved one. Convinced he had found his answer, Garp dismissed the matter and resumed his assault on the roasted meat. "Is that all? No further questions?" Luffy contemplated various reasons to address Garp's forthcoming inquiries, yet to his surprise, Garp refrained from asking any questions. Intrigued by this unexpected turn, he chose not to pursue the matter further, finding solace in the silence. "Grandfather, please take your time eating. Do not choke," he said. Upon addressing him as grandfather, Majino felt a persistent unease in her heart, anxiously anticipating Garp's questions. To her astonishment, Garp appeared indifferent to the form of address. Helpless. Majino dared not directly inform Garp, "I am your granddaughter-in-law, grandfather." Instead, she maintained her anxious demeanor, pouring a glass of drink for Garp and standing by his side. Luffy, perceiving Machino's current state of inner turmoil, decided to confront the situation directly. He took hold of Machino, momentarily preventing Garp from indulging in the roasted meat, and positioned himself before Garp. Amid Garp's bewilderment and Machino's heart racing with anticipation, she anticipated Luffy's forthcoming declaration. "Grandfather, you have a granddaughter-in-law now." After Luffy spoke, he asserted confidently, "It's definitely Sister Machino." "Me? I have a granddaughter-in-law?" Garp pointed at himself, momentarily taken aback. "Yes." Luffy nodded affirmatively. Machino, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, lowered her gaze, anxiously awaiting Garp's response. What is a granddaughter-in-law? Is it some kind of roasted meat I haven't tasted?" After a considerable pause, Garp scratched his head, genuinely unable to fathom what delectable dish a granddaughter-in-law could be. The two awaiting a response leaned slightly, as if about to topple over. Luffy smacked his forehead. Clearly, the original Luffy's foolishness was inherited from Garp. Machino found herself in a mix of amusement and exasperation, never expecting that such a tense moment would culminate in such a bewildering reply. Luffy, somewhat irritated, remarked, "What I mean by daughter-in-law is that Sister Machino has become my wife." "Oh." Garp finally appeared to comprehend, striking his right fist against his left palm, exclaiming, "Are you implying that Machino will bear you a little Luffy in the future?" "Little Luffy?" Machino covered her flushed face with her hands, unable to believe Garp would speak so directly. "Indeed." Luffy nodded and, with a hint of mischief in his eyes, remarked, "Sister Machino will bear my children in the future. Thus, she shall be your granddaughter-in-law. And as for our offspring, it will simply be little Luffy." "No need to specify little Luffy, right?" Garp erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "You are little Luffy now, so your child will undoubtedly be called little Luffy." Luffy was momentarily speechless, murmuring, "You win." Meanwhile, Machino felt herself blushing to the point of fainting. Was this appropriate? To discuss the topic of childbirth so openly in her presence? "Well, that's settled. I trust you understand," he continued. Sensing Machino's discomfort, Luffy quickly redirected the conversation, asking, "So, Grandpa, what are your thoughts on Machino becoming your granddaughter-in-law?" Garp looked at Machino, and seeing her anxiously clutching her cold, pale hands together, he chuckled, "That sounds splendid. I'm quite pleased with the delicious meat dishes Machino prepares." Indeed, there was nothing wrong with that statement. He was in agreement, without reservations. As Machino contemplated this, her tense body relaxed, and her legs weakened, nearly causing her to collapse to the ground. Luffy timely supported Machino, observing Garp indulging in grilled meat, and remarked to Machino, "Now you can rest assured. Grandpa has accepted you." "Yes." Machino nodded with delight, her face radiating a brilliant smile. It was only Machino who worried whether Garp would approve of her as his granddaughter-in-law. Luffy had never considered it a matter of concern. Garp's perspective diverged from that of ordinary folk. The age gap? Luffy's youth? Such trivialities were inconsequential. Once Luffy made a decision, that was all that mattered. Garp dismissed any thoughts related to Luffy becoming a pirate. Ironically, Luffy was destined to embrace that very path. Thus, Luffy had been cautious in concealing his aspirations of piracy, hiding the straw hat gifted by Shanks before Garp's return. By the way, Garp, while savoring his meat, suddenly recalled something and said, "Since Luffy is going to have little Luffy, I wonder if Dragon is aware of this?" Luffy, unable to contain his exasperation, remarked, "Stop incessantly mentioning the prospect of little Luffys. I am still quite young and not ready to bring a child into this world." "Ugh, no way." Upon realizing the misunderstanding, Luffy quickly asserted, "It is not I who gave birth, but rather Sister Machino." A soft chuckle escaped Machino. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she covered her mouth. Subsequently, she turned to Garp and inquired, "Grandfather, the dragon you mentioned, could he be Luffy's father?" "Indeed. He is Luffy's biological father," Garp confirmed. With this affirmation, Machino's attention shifted from Garp to the enigmatic figure of Dragon. She suddenly recalled that aside from Garp, no one had ever spoken of Luffy's father, and she had overlooked the notion that Luffy may have other family. The mere mention of Dragon's name made her anxious, as she pondered how Luffy's father would perceive her as his daughter-in-law. Understanding the concern that weighed on Machino regarding the revolutionary dragon, Luffy reassured her, "You need not worry about my scoundrel of a father. I have never laid eyes on him since my birth." Machino, who had raised Luffy, could attest to this fact. With empathy, she remarked, "Perhaps Luffy's father is preoccupied with his revolutionary endeavors, which is why he is yet to visit." She expressed her belief that, as a father, he would undoubtedly care for his son. Luffy shrugged, acknowledging that Machino was not entirely mistaken. At the very least, in the original narrative, When Luffy found himself in peril in Rogue Town, a mysterious figure intervened to rescue him and discreetly escorted him on his journey towards the Grand Line. That rascal, Dragon. As Garp contemplated Dragon's clandestine activities, he felt a sense of annoyance, devouring grilled meat while muttering, "As for Machino's concerns, you need not worry. Dragon is well aware. And he will not object. Let us not dwell on that troublesome brat." During this time, Garp was reluctant to divulge too much about Dragon to Luffy. The matters concerning Dragon were quite sensitive, and Luffy was still young, leading Garp to believe it was not the appropriate moment to speak of them. Even if Garp chose silence, Luffy comprehended everything clearly. However, it was indeed unwise for Machino to become privy to Dragon's affairs. Thus, the two reached a tacit understanding and brought the topic to a close. Seeing their reluctance to elaborate, Machino, having received Garp's assurance that Dragon would not object, had no choice but to suppress her curiosity. What is the nature of Luffy's father? And what of his mother? Machino firmly believes that, as a family, they will eventually come to understand. Chapter 32. The most delicious food. As night fell, the sky was adorned with countless stars, and the serenade of insects filled the air. Inside the house, chaos reigned. All the dishes prepared by Machino, including the roasted meat, had been devoured by Garp and Luffy. At that moment, the time for evening rest had arrived, and Luffy was unceremoniously urging Garp to leave. "Why must you return to the warship to sleep? Are there not vacant rooms here?" Garp inquired lazily, his hands cradling his belly as though he were with child. Similarly, Luffy maintained his stance. Although he could sacrifice his life to restore his swollen belly, he refrained from doing so out of consideration for Garp's presence. At this moment, Luffy's condition was not something he wished Garp to be aware of, lest it lead to unforeseen complications. Luffy opened his eyes and spoke with a hint of frivolity. "There are no vacant rooms left. You haven't returned in years. So how would you know? We've opened a small tavern, and all the spare rooms are piled high with belongings." "Is that so?" Garp inquired. "How did you come to establish a tavern?" "To make a living, of course," Luffy lamented. "It's all your fault. You haven't been back in years. And no one has sent any money. How else could we survive without opening a tavern?" "Ah, ha ha ha. Is that so?" Garp chuckled awkwardly. Grandfather has been so busy capturing pirates that he completely forgot. Attempting to shift the conversation, he pointed to the large chest that had already been opened, saying, "Look, it's filled with all the pirates I've caught over the past 3 years. Let me tell you about these, Grandfather." Luffy, with a sense of exasperation, interjected, saying, "You've already repeated this numerous times before, and I have listened to it countless times." Garp's expression momentarily froze, and he murmured, "It seems so." Luffy could not help but roll his eyes. Is this a memory span of merely 3 seconds? Clearly, after the topic of Dragon, you were enthusiastically recounting to him while devouring grilled meat how many pirates Grandfather had captured and the formidable nature of those pirates. To be honest, Luffy was utterly astonished upon seeing those bounty posters. Just how many pirates had Garp apprehended over the past 3 years? The mere thought of Garp diligently hunting down pirates, those who were incarcerated in the depths of the sea prison, living wretched lives, was a consequence of their own actions. Luffy felt no sympathy, nor did he harbor any guilt. Rather, he reveled in their misfortune. Luffy understood Garp's character. He would not capture pirates who were not truly wicked. Therefore, those apprehended were indeed genuine and malevolent pirates, deserving of their fate. "Well then, Grandfather, it is quite late. You should return to the warship and rest," Luffy urged, stifling a yawn, feigning fatigue as he declared, "I'm tired. I too shall take my rest." The kitchen was alive with sounds, the clinking of utensils, the gentle rush of water as Makino busied herself with tidying up. Under Luffy's persistent prompting, Garp called out to Makino, who was laboring in the kitchen. "Makino, did Luffy say there are no vacant rooms?" "Of course not," she replied. "Luffy is deceiving you. There is indeed one empty room available." In the kitchen, Makino paused her work, contemplating her dilemma. She did not wish to mislead Garp. Yet the thought of the ruckus that would ensue if she were to share the night with Luffy loomed large in her mind. How could she allow Garp to stay and potentially overhear their nocturnal activities? However, she also felt uneasy about sending him to sleep aboard the warship. In a moment of desperation, she discreetly inquired of Luffy whether Garp might be permitted to sleep at home, suggesting that they forego their activities for the night. To this, Luffy, with an air of resigned amusement, replied, "Do you know how long my grandfather will be on leave? Do you think I can endure an entire night without engaging in exercise with you?" Upon hearing this, Makino ceased her inquiries. With Luffy's notorious reputation, It was clear that even a few minutes alone in the same room would be too much to bear. Consequently, she reluctantly called out, "I'm sorry, Grandpa, but there truly are no extra rooms available." Having spoken, Makino felt a pang of guilt. On the very first day of acknowledging her identity as a granddaughter-in-law, she had colluded with her grandson to deceive Garp. Upon hearing her words, Garp made no effort to verify the claim of fully occupied rooms. He accepted it without question. "Very well, if there are no available rooms, then so be it. I shall return to the warship to sleep," Garp replied, rising with a hearty belly. Luffy, brimming with joy, nearly leapt from his feet, but managed to suppress his exuberance as he declared, "Grandpa, take care, I'll see you off. I shall accompany you as well." Upon hearing that Garp was about to depart, Makino hurriedly emerged from the kitchen. As they reached the doorway, Garp waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's just a short distance, you needn't see me off." "Wait, Grandpa." Suddenly, an idea struck Luffy, prompting him to halt Garp in his tracks. Garp paused, a look of curiosity crossing his face as he inquired, "What is it?" With a mysterious expression, Luffy remarked, "You mustn't reveal the nature of my relationship with Sister Makino just yet." Garp, bewildered, inquired, "Why is that?" Luffy, shrouded in mystery, remarked, "Grandfather, just imagine. The village is currently unaware of the bond between me and Sister Makino. If, in the future, a little Luffy were to suddenly appear, it would surely be a grand surprise, wouldn't it?" In order to ensure that Garp would keep this secret, Luffy boldly included the mention of the little Luffy. "Oh, I see," Garp exclaimed, a look of understanding dawning upon him. He nodded and said, "Very well, to provide the village with a delightful surprise, I shall remain silent." "Agreed," Luffy affirmed. Luffy let out a sigh of relief and smiled. As for Garp, he truly wished to clarify the reasons, but it would merely be a waste of breath. Perhaps Garp might inadvertently reveal their relationship in a moment of joy. It would be far better for Luffy to concoct an excuse, claiming to present a grand surprise for the village, thus ensuring Garp remained more discreet. However, how long Garp could keep this secret was a mystery known only to the heavens. "All right," Garp replied with a beaming smile before walking away, his figure soon vanishing into the night. "Luffy, thank you," Makino said with heartfelt emotion. Understanding that Luffy sought to protect her from the turmoil by persuading Garp to maintain silence. "Fool, why are you thanking me? And how should you address me?" "Lord Husband." Makino replied obediently. Once Garp departed, the moment of solitude arrived for the two. Luffy's hand had already begun its advance towards her alluring legs beneath her short skirt. Makino's face flushed with emotion, and she nervously glanced around, saying, "There are still people outside. Please don't do this. What if someone sees us?" With a mischievous grin, Luffy declared, "All right, let us proceed inside." Upon uttering these words, he swept up Makino amidst her sweet cries, carrying her into the room. And with a swift motion of his foot, he closed the door behind them. The room isn't quite tidy yet. There are still tasks to be completed in the kitchen. Just a moment, Luffy. It matters not. We shall deal with those matters later. At present, my anticipation is insatiable. In the bathroom, the sound of running water filled the air, closely followed by the enchanting melody of Makino's muffled voice. Luffy, I've gotten soup on my feet." "It's dirty. Please don't eat." "Hiki, that only enhances the flavor," he replied. "I've thought of a splendid idea. Have you ever heard of the Grand Feast?" Upon hearing the mention of the human form, Makino blushed deeply, grasping the implications, and made one last desperate plea. "No, let us not. Hiki, resistance is futile. I shall fetch the remaining soup." That night, Luffy fulfilled a desire from his past life. Chapter 33. The Wise Fool, Garp after an enchanting night, the following day. While still entwined in a slumbering embrace with the exhausted Makino, Luffy was jolted awake by a series of loud knocks accompanied by a booming voice. "Luffy, rise and shine. It's time to join Grandpa for morning exercises." Dismayed by the rude awakening, Luffy cursed under his breath, peering out the window. He noted that the sun had yet to rise. It was merely around 4 or 5 in the morning. The incessant knocking continued, along with Garp's relentless shouting. Although Luffy longed to drift back into sleep, the cacophony rendered that impossible. My morning sessions with Makino are now a thing of the past. As long as Garp was around, it seemed he would be subjected to this morning ritual daily. The thought extinguished his remaining drowsiness, leaving him feeling utterly despondent. "Luffy, rise and shine. To become an elite in the Navy, one cannot indulge in laziness," Garp declared, the door trembling under his forceful knocks, as if it might be knocked down at any moment. If the door could speak, it would likely plead, "Do not strike me so forcefully. I cannot withstand it. I'm getting up. Stop knocking on the door. If you continue, it will break. With a sense of helplessness, Luffy shouted as the enchanting sound caused by Carp finally dissipated. He sighed, and despite his reluctance to part from Machino's warm embrace, he had no choice but to rise from the bed and get dressed. Is my dear husband getting up? Do you require my assistance? Machino, awakened by Carp's enchanting sound, groggily sensed Luffy's movements as he prepared to dress. With a languid and feeble demeanor, she inquired lazily. Subsequently, her limp body feigned an attempt to rise. As the blanket was pulled aside, her fair upper body was revealed, adorned with marks left by Luffy, reminiscent of striking black spots on a flawless canvas. Luffy gently restrained Mishiro from rising, tenderly covering her with the blanket, and said, "It's all right. You must be utterly exhausted. Just rest well. It's merely a matter of dressing. I can manage on my own." Last night, Luffy had truly exerted himself, leaving Mishiro quite worn out. With a soft hum, she drifted back into a deep slumber. Observing Mishiro's fatigued state, Luffy silently reproached himself for his lack of restraint, which had caused her such weariness. The memories of the previous night's intimacy stirred something within him once more. He admonished himself to cease such thoughts. After all, his grandfather was still outside. Luffy pondered for a moment before hastily donning his clothes and heading to the door. "Grandpa, it's barely dawn. Is it really necessary to rise so early?" he said with a hint of reluctance as he opened the door. Garp, with a hearty laugh, replied, "This time of day is perfect for exercise. Come, my boy. Let me take you for a workout." "Wait, Grandpa," Luffy protested, but Garp firmly pulled him along. In his haste, Luffy could only manage to close the door behind him. Upon reaching the beach, Garp boisterously declared, "First, let us run 10 laps around the village." Luffy lamented, "Grandpa, with my physique, running 10 laps would surely be fatal. No matter how small the village is, it is several times larger than a soccer field. Not to mention children. Even adults in the world of pirates would probably lose half their lives after completing 10 laps. Unfortunately, Luffy's wish to run fewer laps did not come to fruition. Garp clenched his fist and delivered a blow to Luffy's head. Although his fist bore no distinct black hue, he indeed employed his haki. Bang! As if you die from running, how could a rubber man perish? While cradling his head in pain, Luffy managed a wry smile upon hearing Garp's words. It was evident that Garp was aware, and when he unleashed his haki with a heart-shaped iron fist, Luffy had mentally prepared himself. "Grandpa, how did you know?" "I don't recall ever mentioning it to you or revealing any of my rubber traits," Luffy inquired, perplexed. Garp, picking his nose, replied with pride, "Do you really need to ask? Even if you hadn't displayed any rubber characteristics, I sensed your elastic body the very first time I held you." Luffy suddenly realized that the transformation brought about by the gum-gum fruit was indeed permanent. The moment he consumed the fruit, his body became that of rubber. Therefore, even if Luffy made every effort to suppress the characteristics of rubber, Garp was still able to keenly detect it upon making contact with Luffy's body. While one may take pleasure in looking down upon the intelligence of others, it is perhaps oneself who deserves the most disdain. In his heart, Luffy ridiculed himself, for he had naively believed he could easily deceive Garp, who had always exhibited a foolish demeanor. Little did he know, Garp was a sage disguised as a fool. While appearing muddled on the surface, he might very well possess profound understanding within. "All right, Luffy. There are still many training exercises ahead. Let us run now," Garp interjected, seizing Luffy and dashing off. With no alternative, Luffy thought to himself, since the truth was revealed, he might as well run along. Luffy, feeling somewhat helpless, pondered as he trudged through the heavy sands beneath his feet, propelling himself forward. Just 10 laps, he mused. With his rubbery physique, exhaustion was a distant concern, especially with the prospect of life restoration at hand. However, despite this ability, Luffy was reluctant to utilize it, primarily to prevent Garp from discovering his secret. He held firm in his belief that as long as he refrained from using it proactively, Garp would remain oblivious. "Grandpa, aren't you curious as to why I consumed the gum-gum fruit?" he inquired, noticing Garp's lack of interest as they continued their run. With an air of nonchalance, Garp, munching on a donut he had seemingly conjured from thin air, replied, "How you came to eat it is of little concern to me. What interests me is whether you are aware of the weaknesses of the devil fruit." Luffy nodded and remarked, "I understand. Becoming a landlubber means fearing water. Furthermore, there is the dread of sea prism stone. Upon contact, one becomes powerless and unable to utilize their abilities." Garp, munching on his donut with a crunching sound, responded with feigned nonchalance, "These are the words of that red-haired brat, are they not?" Concealing such truths was futile, and Luffy affirmed, "Indeed. It was Shanks who discovered the devil fruit and then bestowed it upon me." "Oh." Garp initially responded with mild indifference, but soon erupted with indignation, cursing, "That scoundrel red-haired boy. Luffy is destined to set sail as a marine. How could he allow him to consume the devil fruit?" Luffy retorted, "Who says that consuming a devil fruit prevents one from setting sail? As long as I don't fall into the sea, I shall be fine." Garp countered, however. Given Luffy's potential, he truly has no need for the powers granted by the gum-gum fruit to enhance his strength. "No, Grandpa, you are mistaken," Luffy replied. Luffy confidently declared, "The gum-gum fruit is immensely beneficial to me. In the future, Grandfather, you shall witness how powerful I become through its abilities." When Luffy consumed the gum-gum fruit, those familiar with him insisted that it would prove useless. However, Luffy held a different perspective. Setting aside the known capabilities of the gum-gum fruit, including Gear 2nd, Gear 3rd, and the formidable Gear 4th, with Luffy's strength upon setting sail 2 years later, utilizing Gear 4th would place him at the level of a Marine Admiral. Now, consider Luffy's current state. With the life-restoring technique he has developed, the vibration body forging method. If Luffy trains his ordinary physique to surpass that of the character depicted 2 years later in the original narrative, then employing Gear 4th would elevate him to the caliber of an admiral. Moreover, the strength of Luffy's ordinary state implies that his Gear 4th form will be even more formidable. The vibration body forging method serves as Luffy's secret weapon for rapid enhancement. With a robust physique and exceptional innate talent, his haki will also grow exponentially stronger. Contemplating this, by the time he embarks on his journey, Luffy himself may not even comprehend the true extent of his power when he activates Gear 4th. Let us not forget, the gum-gum fruit also possesses the potential for awakening. Kapu remains oblivious to Luffy's thoughts. After a 3-year interval, he once again encounters Luffy, who is fervently engaged in his training. Given Luffy's rubber-like physique, he can easily withstand even more intense workouts, leaving Kapu in a quandary as he contemplates the affectionate exercises he must undertake. Luffy's nightmare, the onset of heart training. Chapter 34, A Brush with Death Once More. With the morning exercises alongside Makino now a thing of the past, the monotony of daily life has returned. And on the very next day, following Garp's return to the village, Luffy's arduous days have once again commenced. Training, and more training. The heart training has commenced anew. More challenging and perilous heart training has emerged. Luffy truly deserves this. Luffy's rubbery physique, the heart training devised by Garp, is utterly outrageous. Without the slightest inkling of what was to come, Luffy was still pondering how to evade this heart training when Garp deliberately led him to the seaside. In that moment, as Luffy's eyelids fluttered rapidly and his heart raced with intensity, a relentless sense of danger surged within him. Garp abruptly seized Luffy by the collar, forcefully tossed him, and then let go. In a state of bewilderment, Luffy fell into the water with a resounding splash. "Huh, Grandpa, save me." Before he could finish his plea, he plunged into the sea, devoid of any means to struggle. Helpless and powerless, he succumbed to the depths without a fight. Gurgling sounds echoed as Luffy sank beneath the waves, acutely aware that the Grim Reaper had come for him at the stroke of 3, and there was no escaping the despair that awaited him at 5. In the stillness of the ocean's depths, did a minute pass? Or was it several? Unbeknownst to Luffy, he was acutely aware that the last vestiges of oxygen in his mouth were rapidly depleting. Was he on the brink of death? In this critical moment, would Garp arrive in the nick of time to save him? If Garp's mind faltered, arriving just a heartbeat too late, it would spell tragedy. The sensation of suffocation intensified. His heart raced, and the oppressive heat in his chest escalated to a state of panic as the sea water surged around him. "I am going to die, truly. I am going to die." In that fleeting moment before death, Garp was but a distant memory for Luffy. All he could fathom was that he had consumed a devil fruit, had been cast into the sea, and was facing his demise. No. Makino is still waiting for my return. The multitude of beautiful women still await me, and my comrades have yet to be invited to fulfill our dreams together. How could I possibly perish? I cannot accept death. Even if Luffy had lived before, experiencing death, one might argue he would no longer fear it. In response, Luffy merely chuckled. His vibrant life had only just begun. He would not resign himself to such an end. In that final moment, Luffy struggled with all his might. Even as his feeble body relentlessly resisted him, he refused to surrender. The hope of survival remained, unwavering until the very end. As he fought, time did not bend to his will, advancing relentlessly. Darkness enveloped him, a familiar specter of death, and as he gradually succumbed to the shadows, Luffy made one last desperate effort. I will not die. This final cry echoed within him, a fierce longing to survive, as his deeply buried indomitable spirit stirred, awakening like a giant from slumber. This powerful essence coursed through him, filling every cell of Luffy's being. In light of this, the sensation of weakness began to dissipate, strength gradually returning, as the ocean's oppressive will was met with the resolve of Luffy's spirit. This revelation signified that Luffy had a chance to transcend the limitations of his inability to swim. However, confined by his frail physique, his formidable spirit had long remained dormant. Though now awakened, it might be too late. His weakened body was regaining strength, yet Luffy was perilously close to death. Oxygen was running out, and he was on the verge of asphyxiation. At this critical juncture, Garp moved through the water swifter than a mermaid, and in a matter of seconds, he plunged in and emerged with Luffy in his grasp. Gasping for breath, the thrill of survival surged through him, and as he lay sprawled on the beach, he could only hear the sound of his own breathing. Grandpa. Finally, as the experience of near death subsided, Luffy gradually rose to his feet, unleashing a torrent of Conqueror's Haki, his fury echoing into the air. What is it? Luffy's Conqueror's Haki did not impose any pressure on Garp, who nonchalantly indulged in a donut, his expression one of calm bewilderment as if he had never committed any unforgivable acts in the past. Luffy roared in fury. I nearly lost my life just moments ago. The Conqueror's Haki surged forth, invisible waves spreading outward, the air solidifying, silence enveloping the soundscape, leaving only a singular, imposing figure of dominance. No, there was also another towering presence, unyielding in the face of the raging tempest. Are you not alive, Luffy? Garp, confronted by Luffy's relentless outcry, finally adopted a serious demeanor and remarked, having consumed a devil fruit, no matter how formidable you become, there will always be unforeseen perils at sea, leading to a fall into the depths. In that moment, the helplessness of sinking to the ocean floor and awaiting demise is precisely what you are experiencing now. Luffy, with an angry breath, his chest heaving noticeably, exclaimed in frustration, who says I will definitely fall into the sea? As long as I don't fall into the sea. Isn't that enough? Right, Luffy? Garp interjected, raising his voice. You are far too naive. There are no certainties about the future. Can you be absolutely certain that you won't plunge into the ocean? Luffy found himself at a loss for words. Although his anger still simmered, a semblance of reason began to return to him. How could such matters be certain? Luffy understood that his previous thoughts were rather naive. Yet, was it truly necessary to cast me into the water without so much as a warning? What if I perished? After a while, Luffy protested with a hint of reluctance. Well, once you set sail, if you happen to fall into the sea, it will surely come as an unforeseen predicament, a sudden plunge into the depths. Thus, I am merely granting you a prelude to that experience, Garp remarked, casually picking his nose. That infuriating expression only served to heighten Luffy's ire. In essence, Garp's words revolved around his well-intentioned attempt to allow Luffy to preemptively grasp the despair that awaited a devil fruit user who found themselves submerged in the sea. Luffy is acutely aware of this. The experience of dying once more leaves him unwilling to easily let go of Garp. However, observing Garp's nonchalant demeanor, akin to a pig indifferent to boiling water, leaves Luffy feeling utterly helpless. Neither could he defeat him in battle, nor could he elicit a genuine response, as Garp wore a perpetual expression of concern. In a fit of exasperation, Luffy tugged at his hair and shouted in frustration, I won't pay any attention to Grandpa anymore. Childishly declaring this, he ran off to seek solace and warmth from Makino. Luffy, don't ignore Grandpa. You're really upset, but how about having Grandpa's donut? Garp called after him, lifting high a half-eaten donut. Above Windmill Village, Luffy's anguished cries echoed, MMP. Having a grandfather like this is truly a life sentence without reprieve. P.S. A generous reader rewarded me with 2,000 VIP points, bringing me joy and inspiring me to post 4 updates today. Although 4 updates prevent me from playing Honor of Kings, I barely managed to reach the rank of Star Glory, destined to lag behind in achieving higher ranks this season. But so what? I shall continue to write. This is the second update. Chapter 35. The tragedy of the original work. Having narrowly escaped drowning, Luffy found solace in Makino's presence, allowing him to calm his tumultuous emotions. In light of this incident, he cleverly evaded Garp's rigorous training regimen. Perhaps Garp understood that the near drowning would leave a lasting shadow in Luffy's heart. Thus, he refrained from insisting on his beloved training until Luffy had fully overcome his fears. The ensuing days of tranquility were unprecedented during Garp's presence in the village. Such peaceful moments were indeed a rare occurrence. As Luffy savored the tranquility of the past few days, he often felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Oh, how he wished for something to whisk Garp away. Who knew what mischief Garp might conjure if he lingered any longer? It seemed the heavens had heard Luffy's plea. Just as the calm days were drawing to a close, a piece of news arrived that sent Garp away. Meanwhile, the red-haired pirates, having returned to the New World, finally revealed their sharp fangs after a period of silence. They swiftly expanded their territory, vanquishing any formidable foes in their path as they advanced towards the throne of piracy. Their influence and renown spread rapidly throughout the New World, as the three emperors were on the verge of becoming four. Caught off guard, the Marines found themselves with little recourse, resorting to urgently recalling numerous naval commanders to observe the unfolding events. As a hero of the Marines, Garp was the first to be summoned by Sengoku. Although he was reluctant, Garp had no choice but to heed Sengoku's repeated urgings, especially when threatened with the denial of the latest batch of donuts. Thus, despite his reluctance to part from Luffy, he reluctantly returned to Marine headquarters. Thank the heavens, for I am indeed the protagonist favored by the world. Farewell to that rascal of a grandfather. Once Garp was gone, Luffy exuberantly shouted in celebration of his grandfather's departure. Makino observed from the sidelines, choosing not to interrupt Luffy, fully aware of the challenges he had faced during these days. She allowed him the freedom to vent his emotions. However, it was impossible for Makino to remain entirely detached. In his jubilant celebration, Luffy could hardly forget Makino. What form of revelry could be more fulfilling than engaging in activities with her? No, Luffy, not during the day. It doesn't matter. No one is watching. I'll be heading to the tavern soon, but not today. Luffy, driven by insatiable desire, launched an assault on the delicate pair of jade feet before him. His fervent gaze fell upon the bashfully blushing Machino, emitting a howl akin to that of a wolf as he pounced. After Garp's departure, Luffy resumed his usual routine. Through certain newspapers of particular interest, he became aware of the happenings in the New World and surmised the reason behind Garp's sudden return to the Navy headquarters. Shanks, inadvertently, had been granted a second chance at life by you. Luffy set aside the newspaper, fully aware that Shanks would soon ascend to the status of one of the four emperors. His heart surged with excitement. The legend of Shanks was about to embark on its journey. As for himself, though he still had a considerable time before setting sail, he resolved to diligently prepare for that day. I say, aren't you all well fed? What kind of feeble attacks can inflict any harm? Strike with all your might. Under Luffy's fervent shout, a horde of beasts charged towards him, their roars resonating through the forest in a cacophony of varying intensity. In the year 1509 of the Sea Circle calendar, it was a year that belonged to Shanks, capturing the attention of the entire world as the red-haired pirates rose to prominence. Amidst the astonishment and disbelief of the masses, he took a giant stride and claimed the throne of the Pirate King. Regardless of the multitude who questioned this new monarch, or the future pirates who aspired to usurp him, one fact remained clear: the world now recognized Shanks as one of the four emperors. As time flowed, the year 1510 of the Sea Circle calendar arrived. Under Luffy's relentless training, several months passed until one fateful day when news broke in the newspapers. In a bid to counter the increasingly formidable pirate forces, the world government's Shichibukai program had finally recruited another notorious pirate, Jinbei, the fishman karate master and former captain of the Sun Pirates. This news brought to Luffy's mind the grand figure of Jinbei, alongside another revelation. Jinbei's condition for becoming one of the Shichibukai included not only the protection of Fishman Island, but also a particular stipulation: the release of Arlong. Imprisoned in the depths of Impel Down, Arlong, a fellow officer of the Sun Pirates, emerged from the depths of the prison without gratitude towards Jinbei. In Arlong's perspective, following the death of Fisher Tiger, the fishmen should harbor hatred towards humanity. Regardless of Jinbei's reasons for becoming a Shichibukai, Arlong refused to forgive him. Blinded by hatred, Arlong perceived Jinbei as a pawn of the world government. Thus, he led like-minded fishman companions away from the Grand Line to the East Blue, attempting to establish a grand fishman empire in a sea where pirate influence was historically weak. Upon contemplating Arlong's naive notions, Luffy chuckled quietly, choosing not to voice his opinions. He remained indifferent to Arlong's purpose in the East Sea. Luffy is deeply concerned, reflecting upon the tragedy that befell Nami in the original narrative, wrought by the hands of Arlong. The Arlong pirates, under his tyrannical leadership, exploited the corruption within the East Blue Navy and the fear instilled by the warlord Jinbei, allowing Arlong to seize control over several villages and establish his so-called Fishman Empire. leading to a series of tragic events that went unchecked. The naval officers responsible for that territory, apprehensive of repercussions from the Marine headquarters, conspired to conceal Arlong's misdeeds. Had Luffy not set sail and confronted Arlong, the latter might have continued his reign of terror unchallenged. Nami's village, Kokoyashi, is renowned for its abundant oranges. Under Arlong's Fishman Empire, Kokoyashi became one of the villages terrorized within his dominion. Upon arriving at Kokoyashi, Arlong demanded a monthly protection fee from every villager, 50,000 for children and 100,000 for adults, with dire consequences for those unable to pay. Nami's adoptive mother, Belmer, a formidable woman who once served in the Navy, displayed unwavering strength and resilience. Tragically, in her valiant effort to protect her two daughters, Nami and Nojiko, she fell victim to Arlong's ruthless cruelty. This anguish marks the deepest sorrow of Nami's life. Having become aware of this, I cannot allow such a tragedy to unfold again. Luffy contemplated the impending arrival of the evil dragon pirates, resolutely deciding that even at the tender age of 7, he could not stand idly by while tragedy unfolded, despite his inability to confront a horde of fishmen single-handedly. Moreover, his primary objective was to safeguard Belmer and her two daughters. A fierce confrontation with the evil dragon pirates was not a prerequisite for their protection. Chapter 36. Play in the forest. Subsequently, Luffy calculated the days, preparing to embark before the evil dragon pirates made their way to the East Sea. Aware that Luffy would be at sea for a while, he expressed a desire to undertake a certain task. Noticing Luffy's reticent demeanor, Makino refrained from probing further into his intentions and quietly prepared some clothing and provisions for him to take along. Luffy's situation is indeed difficult to articulate. Whether it pertains to future events or the act of rescuing others, these matters remain perplexing. Fortunately, Machino does not put Luffy in a precarious position. My lord, how do you intend to set sail? Do you plan to embark on a merchant vessel that passes through Windmill Village? Machino inquired, for Windmill Village is not entirely isolated, as merchant ships arrive monthly to trade goods sought by the villagers. With a mysterious smile, Luffy declared, "Of course, I shall not be journeying aboard a merchant vessel. Such ships adhere to fixed routes, and I possess neither the patience nor the desire to wait." Upon finishing his words, he grasped Machino's hand and led her outside to an open area. With his fingers poised at his lips, he emitted a sharp and resounding whistle that pierced the air. The shrill sound echoed above, drawing Machino's curious gaze. Moments later, two distant cries of eagles resonated from afar. Gradually, a magnificent eagle, its wingspan measuring an impressive 6 meters, descended gracefully, accompanied by a slightly smaller companion, as they circled down towards Luffy. The powerful flaps of their wings stirred up a gentle whirlwind, and as they landed on the ground, the two eagles displayed an affectionate demeanor towards Luffy, calling out with their piercing cries. Luffy gently caressed the head of the slightly larger eagle, turning to the astonished Makino and remarked, "This is the little eagle you saw before. It has grown considerably over the years, hasn't it?" The other eagle, a companion to the little one, perched nearby. Makino, regaining her composure, sighed, "A few years ago, you took me to the forest to see the little eagle. It was not nearly this big back then. In the blink of an eye, it has grown so much." As she spoke, memories of the forest flooded back, causing her cheeks to flush as she recalled the moment when Luffy had playfully pulled her into the thicket, stirring up a whirlwind of emotions. As Luffy observed the flush on Majino's face, a realization dawned upon him, and a mischievous grin spread across his features, eliciting a chuckle that betrayed his burgeoning, impish thoughts. Noticing Luffy's dubious gaze, Majino's heart skipped a beat. She was well acquainted with him. Whenever Luffy wore that devilish smile, it was invariably a harbinger of mischief. Anxious, Majino sought to divert Luffy's attention, inquiring, "Are you planning to set sail on the back of an eagle?" Without addressing her subtle insinuation, Luffy replied, "Indeed, I have a definite destination for my voyage. Thus, I will alternate between two eagles to reach my goal." Majino furrowed her brow and responded, "However, embarking on a journey by sea is not so straightforward. The weather on the ocean can be unpredictable, and sudden storms can pose significant dangers, even when riding eagles." Luffy reassured, "There is no need for concern. The speed of the little eagles will enable us to reach our destination in a single day. Furthermore, there is no need to worry about the weather. The little eagles possess an innate ability to sense changes in the atmosphere and will steer clear of any impending storms. Sister Makino, trust me. This voyage will be without incident, so rest easy." With the instinctual prowess of the little eagles and Luffy's own intuition, He felt confident that the tranquil weather of the East Blue could not compare to the unpredictable tempests of the Grand Line, and he believed he could evade any violent squalls at sea. Very well, we must prioritize safety during our journey. Let us exercise utmost caution. Aware that she could not dissuade Luffy from his impromptu departure, Makino chose to place her faith in him. Indeed, I shall. Luffy waved his hand, signaling for the little eagles to depart. Today is not the day for setting sail. Tomorrow marks the beginning of our voyage. Sister Makino, I will be heading out to sea tomorrow, and I shall not see you for a while. Thus, shall we venture into the forest for a bit of fun today? A jaunt into the forest, you say? Makino shot Luffy a glance, her cheeks flushed as she playfully admonished. What mischief are you planning on indulging in? Luffy innocently remarked. I never intended to do anything wrong. At most, I would just play with Sister Makino and then take a bath in the creek when we got tired. Makino's face flushed rapidly as she exclaimed, No, what if someone sees us? Luffy confidently declared, No one will see us. I often wash up after my training, and no one ever passes by. The area around that creek is teeming with fierce wild beasts, and no one would be foolish enough to venture there. More importantly, I will not allow anyone to spy on us. My instincts will always keep me alert. However, as Makino hesitated, Luffy stepped forward and embraced her, his hands wandering in an unrestrained manner. Sister Makino, please just this once. Tomorrow, I set sail. The thought of being separated from her for an indefinite period filled him with longing. Reluctantly, Makino acquiesced, recognizing that she would soon miss Luffy during his absence. Luffy was overjoyed and exclaimed, Then let us go. He took Machino's hand and headed towards the forest. Shyly, Machino followed closely behind. The mere thought of reaching the creek and the playful scenes they would share there made her cheeks flush. Upon arriving in the forest, Luffy, of course, did not rush to take Machino to the creek. He wasn't quite that impatient. As he had mentioned before setting off, he genuinely wished to spend a whole day frolicking in the woods with Machino. After all, Luffy needed to train regularly, and Machino, while serving him, also had her tavern to tend to, leaving them little time for leisure. Reflecting on this, Luffy felt a pang of guilt and wanted to make amends before embarking on their journey at sea. That day, the forest, filled with fearsome beasts, was transformed by their laughter and joy. Oh dear husband, there's a great beast over there. Machino exclaimed in surprise. Fear not, that is my little brother. Luffy reassured her. Ah, dear husband, that rabbit is so adorable. Machino responded with delight. Is it cute? I can call it over. That is my little brother too. Dear husband, those fruits on the tree look delicious, but they're just too high. Machino lamented. No worries, I'll summon the little monkeys. Heeding Luffy's call, a troop of monkeys leapt and climbed the trees. In mere moments, the agile creatures had plucked every fruit from the branches. How can we possibly eat all of this? Machino fretted as she gazed at the pile of fruits towering before her. It's fine, just take what you like. The rest can go to the little monkeys, Luffy advised. Following his words, the monkeys chattered in response. Without a doubt, with Luffy by her side, Machino spent the entire day in bliss. Her spirit rekindled like that of a curious young girl, constantly exclaiming in delight. Dear husband, look over there. There's a creek, and the water is so clear. As the afternoon wore on and evening approached, a tired Machino, glistening with perspiration, spotted the creek and eagerly sought a place to rest, longing to soak her weary feet in the cool waters. Suddenly remembering Luffy's mention of the creek, she paused, noticing the disarming smile on his face that quickened her heart. Sister Machino, after walking all day, your feet must be sore. May I wash them for you? Machino, blushing, lowered her head and softly replied, Sitting by the creek, she allowed Luffy to assist her in removing her shoes, dipping her small feet into the refreshing water. Unable to suppress a soft sigh of comfort, it was uncertain whether it was the coolness of the water or Luffy's attentive care that brought her such pleasure. Moreover, Luffy's devoted service was merely the beginning. The best was yet to come. To be continued. Chapter 37. Arrival at Kokoyashi Village. The next day, morning, Luffy cautiously rose from his bed, making every effort not to disturb the slumbering Machino. He dressed quietly and planted a tender farewell kiss upon her fragrant lips, then picked up the small bundle he had prepared for her. With a gentle click, the door creaked open. Luffy softly closed it behind him and turned to walk away. My dear husband, please take care. Machino murmured, her weary eyes fluttering open for a moment as she silently bestowed her farewell blessings before succumbing to her exhaustion once more. As Luffy prepared to set sail, a temporary separation from Machino loomed ahead, for he had playfully teased her for quite some time. until she could no longer endure it and breathlessly exclaimed that she could not go on, that she would truly perish. Luffy reluctantly released Marcy, feeling a profound sense of attachment. The consequences of his reckless abandon left him unsteady on his feet, his legs trembling as he floated along. He arrived at the spot where he had summoned the little eagle the previous day, only to find it eagerly awaiting him with its companion. As Luffy approached, the eagle called out, "Let us depart, little eagle." With a technique known as life restoration, binding his body and small belongings to the eagle's back using his hair, Luffy cast a final glance at the home he had never strayed far from since birth. The eagle, momentarily entangled by Luffy's hair, struggled slightly in discomfort, though it did not hinder its ability to fly. Upon hearing Luffy's command to take off, the eagle made a concerted effort to disregard the strands binding it and began flapping its wings, ascending into the sky, with its companion closely following. Whenever the eagle grew weary, it could rely on its partner to carry Luffy instead. Beneath the expansive blue sky adorned with layers of fluffy white clouds, the two majestic eagles soared away from Windmill Village. With the hair functioning as a safety harness, Luffy sat comfortably atop the eagle, gazing at the rudimentary sea chart he had sketched. The chart depicted Windmill Village at its center, clearly indicating the cardinal directions and marking several villages, including Cocoa West Village to the north. However, maddeningly, the chart merely noted Cocoa West Village's position as being somewhat to the south of Windmill Village, estimating the distance to be approximately several dozen kilometers. This rudimentary chart was a product of Luffy's inquiries with the sailors aboard a passing merchant ship, drawn according to his understanding. Why did Luffy not consult the captain? As the captain of a merchant vessel, he lacked the patience and goodwill to share the crucial nautical information about nearby villages with Luffy. In this age of grand exploration, sea charts held immense significance, some having been crafted at the cost of countless lives. Even without a detailed chart, Luffy felt confident that he could reach Cocoa West Village with the simplistic one in hand. After carefully stowing away the rudimentary chart, he glanced at the sun's position and confirmed that the little eagle was indeed flying southward, as intended. Luffy pondered for a moment, directing his finger slightly towards the south. After a brief furrowing of his brow, he adjusted the direction once more. His finger deviated several times, and it became evident that there was a 20-degree difference from his original point of reference. Finally, after Luffy made one last adjustment towards the south, the tension in his brow eased. An instinct, almost ethereal in nature, whispered to him that the village of Cocoa West lay in that direction. The hint, though vague and indistinct, undeniably solidified Luffy's sense of direction. "Little eagle, you shall fly wherever my finger points." Upon receiving this cue, Luffy promptly patted the back of Little Eagle with a mighty flap of its wings. The eagle responded with a cry and immediately altered its trajectory to align with Luffy's indication. Thus, Little Eagle soared generally towards the south, while Luffy intermittently relied on his instinct to make slight adjustments to their flight path. It may sound incredulous, but through this seemingly unreliable method, Luffy gradually approached the village of Cocoa West, where navigators to learn that Luffy, devoid of any sailing knowledge, was relying solely on instinct to reach the next island's village. Their expressions would surely be one of bewilderment and despair. If navigation were truly that simple, what purpose would there be for skilled navigators and nautical charts? Fortunately, Luffy had no intention of revealing the power of his instincts to the world. He preferred to develop quietly and avoid unnecessary risks. This was the correct path to growth. From morning until noon, and then from noon to dusk, Luffy took turns riding on his flying companions. Whenever thirst or hunger struck, he would retrieve provisions from his small pack. For physiological needs, he would momentarily endure and resolve them upon reaching Cocoa West. Logically, given Little Eagle's speed, traversing several dozen kilometers shouldn't take this long. Alas, Luffy's instinct was capricious at times. A slight deviation in direction could lead them astray from the flight path to Cocoa West. Fortunately, after a day of use, the prompts from his instincts began to clarify. After countless minor adjustments, Luffy instinctively made yet another tweak to their course, and inadvertently, a distant dark speck emerged in his line of sight. Luffy's spirit surged as he pondered the distant black speck. What could it possibly be? Surely, it must be an island. And what village could be found upon that island? Undoubtedly, it is his destination, Cocoa West Village. Luffy joyfully pointed towards a distant black dot, saying to the little eagle, "Do you see that black dot over there? Let us go there." The little eagle chirped with delight. Although it took turns carrying Luffy, flying from dawn until dusk was exhausting even for its robust body. Upon hearing that they were about to descend, the little eagle summoned its remaining strength and swiftly soared towards the black dot. The black dot before Luffy gradually expanded, until finally his eyes beheld an entire island. The small eagle soared above the island, and as Luffy looked down, he not only noticed a village emitting smoke into the sky, but also observed certain areas awash in orange. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that these were ripe oranges hanging from the trees. With such an abundance of orange trees on this island, it was undoubtedly Koko West Village. With joy, Luffy exclaimed to the little eagle, "This is the spot. Let's find a place to land at the edge of the island." Luffy eagerly wished for Little Eagle to descend upon the village, captivating the astonished gazes of the onlookers, and etching a profound first impression in the hearts of Belmer and her two daughters. Luffy contemplated for a moment, ultimately suppressing the thought. With such a conspicuous entrance, under the watchful eyes of the entire village, how could he approach Belmer and her daughters? Even if he managed to establish some form of acquaintance with them, it would likely be a strenuous endeavor. Ahem, it seems a slip of the tongue has betrayed some hidden intentions. Furthermore, while the temporary relief from physiological urges afforded Luffy some respite, it weighed heavily on his mind. One must ask, if the urge to relieve oneself arises and the restroom is within sight, how long can one endure? Certainly, one cannot persist indefinitely. Therefore, Luffy resolved to address his bodily needs at the edge of the island, allowing himself a moment of relaxation before devising a strategy to connect with Belmer and her daughters. Chapter 38. Belmer today marks approximately 8 or 9 days until the merchant ships arrive to purchase oranges. Although a few days may seem brief, the villagers of Koko West Village are determined to economize. While they cannot indulge in lavish meals of fish and meat, they can subsist on lighter fare until the arrival of the ships. Once the merchant vessels come to collect the ripe oranges, the villagers will regain some financial stability. This is the sole source of income for Koko West Village. While their lives may not be particularly prosperous, they manage to survive by cultivating orange trees. Living peacefully each day, free from the ravages of pirates and warfare, the villagers of Koko West Village are, in fact, quite fortunate within the world of One Piece. Nonetheless, some hearts remain unfulfilled, including Belmer's, devoted to her two adopted daughters, whom she cherishes as her own. Her past as a Navy officer ended with a catastrophic defeat against pirates. Surviving the ordeal, it was the presence of her daughters that instilled in Belmer the will to continue living. The yield from her orange trees had been poor, and the money earned from selling oranges last month had been spent days ago. In these recent days, Belmer and her daughters have been subsisting on meager meals, devoid of meat. As an adult, Belmer can forego meat without issue. However, her daughters, who are in their growth phase, require proper nourishment to develop into fine young women. In the same village, the persistent bachelor Aegean, aware of Belmer's situation, sought to offer assistance. Despite his intentions, the headstrong Belmer refused his help. One reason for her rejection was that Aegean harbored feelings for her, a fact Belmer was well aware of. Yet her focus remained solely on caring for her daughters, with no desire to seek a father figure for them. The second reason lay in her stubborn character. Belmer was resolute in her belief that she could raise her daughters on her own. Thus, today, once more, Belmer declined Aegean's subtle, persistent offers of financial aid. After finishing their simple meal, she gathered her fishing nets and harpoons, making her way to the seaside in hopes of catching a substantial fish to provide her daughters with a hearty meal. Haha, rest assured, Noko and Nami, you shall surely enjoy delectable fish tonight. Yay! Noko and Nami exclaimed, joyfully bouncing in delight. They harbored no doubts about Belmer's words. They had eagerly anticipated a delightful feast of fish for the evening. Departing in the morning, they found themselves at dusk, watching as the sun prepared to plunge into the sea. Belmer sat in a small boat, measuring a mere 2 meters in length and half a meter in width, casting a reluctant glance at the small wooden barrel beside her, which contained only 2 or 3 tiny fish, each scarcely the length of a finger. She recalled her bold declarations before setting out, and now, returning with just a handful of minuscule fish would surely disappoint her 2 adopted daughters. Moreover, these insignificant fish were hardly palatable. Their flesh was dry and carried an unpleasant odor, rendering them unfit for the journey home. Frustration surged within her. She refused to accept that she could not catch a larger fish. With an exasperated splash, Belmer released the meager fish back into the water, propelling her boat in a different direction, gradually distancing herself from the island. As the dimming sun sank further below the horizon, leaving behind a crescent reminiscent of a half-eaten mooncake, it struggled to cast its waning light upon the world. Belmer was enveloped in despair. She lamented her decision to forego planting orange trees, yearning instead to succeed in the unfamiliar art of fishing. Indeed, she had been overly optimistic from the outset. Defeated and bitter, Belmer resigned herself to the harsh reality, lowering her head and sighing as she began her return journey. Just then, a cacophony erupted behind her, with waves crashing violently. Belmer's expression shifted to one of alarm as she turned to investigate, only to cry out in terror, "A large fish!" She hastily paddled her small boat, desperate to return. Was it not her desire to catch a large fish? However, the massive creature emerging behind her was no ordinary fish. At a cursory glance, it seemed to measure nearly 3 meters in length, with an estimated total length of around 5 meters. This was not merely a large fish. It was a king among fish, rivaling the ruler of the nearshore realm, possessing the potential to evolve into a sea monarch. "Quickly, paddle," she urged herself. Recalling that Nami and Nojiko were waiting for her return, she could not perish, facing the menacing presence of the Fish King, which was poised to pounce at any moment. Belmer gritted her teeth and fought for survival. In her frantic paddling, she cast her fishing net behind her, hoping to ensnare the Fish King and buy herself a moment's respite. Fortunately, she had not strayed too far from the island. Her time spent in the Navy had endowed her with a robust physique. Just as the Fish King began to gnaw at the rear of her boat, Belmer managed to roll and scramble ashore in a disheveled state. The Fish King, unwilling to concede, leaped onto the shore in pursuit. Amidst Belmer's panicked cries and frantic attempts to evade, she narrowly salvaged her life. As a creature of the sea, the Fish King could not endure long on land. Its cumbersome body struggled to reach Belmer, succumbing to the suffocating air. Reluctantly, it retreated, hopping back into the water. Exhausted, Belmer collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath as she watched the Fish King retreat. The thin checkered shirt clung to her body, drenched in seawater, subtly revealing the outline of the garment beneath. In her frantic escape, she had lost her shoes and scarcely noticed. Her small feet, while lacking the luster of pure jade, bore a gentle pallor that, alongside a robust vitality, rendered them rather appealing. The slightly swollen flesh of her soles hinted at resilience, exuding an unexpected charm. Alas, the Fish King surely promised a delectable feast. With the immediate threat to her life dissipated, Belmer observed the Fish King struggling, on the verge of returning to the depths of the sea, and her thoughts turned to the sumptuous meal awaiting her 2 foster daughters at home. Summoning her courage, she rose, her heart racing as she cautiously approached the Fish King. Belmer pondered ways to retain the Fish King, recognizing the opportunity before her. Despite her efforts, she ultimately surrendered, her face etched with disappointment as she helplessly watched the Fish King slip away. The harpoon had fallen into the water during her escape, and as a woman with no naval training, she possessed no weapon. It was an impossible task for a woman, not delicate in nature, to secure the Fish King. Just as Belmer's expression grew increasingly forlorn, and the Fish King made a final leap or two towards the sea, a voice suddenly broke the silence. "Wow, what a huge fish. Tonight's feast is secured." Belmer turned in astonishment to see a figure with wild, hedgehog-like hair, a small, somewhat cold, and exquisite face, and eyes that sparkled like black pearls, standing at a height of just under 1.50 meters. Although still a child, the red short-sleeved shirt and mid-length trousers concealed a robust physique. Oh, and perched atop that chaotic mane was an unremarkable straw hat. Belmer was perplexed, and surely anyone who had witnessed the scene would share her confusion regarding how that hat managed to stay in place so securely. Chapter 39. The first encounter. When Belmer first laid eyes on Luffy, she found him somewhat enigmatic, distinctly not an ordinary child. What followed further affirmed her suspicions. The sound of shuffling footsteps echoed as Luffy dashed towards the Fish King with astonishing speed, leaving Belmer utterly taken aback. Having witnessed the terrifying prowess of the Fish King, she could hardly believe Luffy could capture it. "Wait, don't go. That Fish King is formidable," she attempted to warn him. But the words never left her lips as she stood frozen in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief at Luffy's audacity. Through relentless training, her 7-year-old body had grown far stronger than when she had faced the bandit. Seek, what was the Fish King to her? Blocking the Fish King's path. She entered a state of life restoration, employing the second gear, her skin flushed red, steam rising from her form. Activating the third gear, her right fist expanded to the size of a massive elephant's leg. Rubber-like strength surged forth. With a powerful fist resembling a club, Luffy struck Fish King on the head, eliciting a pained cry from him as his upper body sank into the soft sand. The lower half trembled, a mere reflex of the residual nerves. Fish King had already succumbed to unconsciousness beneath Luffy's formidable blow. Regaining his composure, Luffy forcefully dragged Fish King from the sand and remarked with a grin, "Tonight's feast is secured." He then proceeded to pull Fish King deeper into the island. As he passed by Belmer, Luffy curiously overlooked her. Stunned by Luffy's strength and that peculiar physique, Belmer remained in a daze. Just as Luffy was about to move further away, Belmer snapped back to reality and called out urgently, "Indeed, he heard me." Luffy turned his back to Belmer, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. Having descended from the back of the eagle and resolved his physiological needs, he intended to head towards the village. However, the commotion caused by Belmer and the Fish King piqued his curiosity. Approaching the scene, he was met with the sight of a woman desperately evading the Fish King's attacks, and he immediately recognized her as Belmer. Her light red hair, tied back, framed a determined face which, in her agile movements to escape the Fish King, showcased the prowess only a former Navy officer like Belmer could possess. Observing her narrowly evade the Fish King's grasp, Luffy felt no urgency to intervene. Instead, he lingered nearby, his gaze wandering, appreciating Belmer's form. Particularly captivating were her feet, distinct from Makino's, which were dusted with sand yet revealed a few clean spots. Their appealing contours standing out amidst a multitude of delicate feet, showcasing her inherent tenacity. Undoubtedly, Luffy, with his foot fetish, was enchanted by them. Subsequently, Belmer managed to escape unscathed without Luffy's assistance. Yet, unwilling to let the Fish King slip away, she attempted to detain him, only to be left with no choice but to abandon her pursuit, standing dejected as the Fish King bounded back into the sea. Luffy observed keenly. Upon noticing Belmer's unwavering determination to capture the Fish King, an idea began to take shape in Luffy's mind, one that would bring him closer to Belmer. By seizing the Fish King and leveraging it as a bargaining chip for hospitality and dinner, he believed he could succeed. Thus, Luffy displayed his prowess, rendering the Fish King unconscious, and feigned an intention to drag him away, hoping to prompt Belmer to plead for his assistance. When Belmer finally spoke, Luffy pretended to be puzzled and turned back, asking, "Is there something you need?" Astonished by Luffy's strength and the peculiarities of his physique, Belmer harbored a growing suspicion. During her time with the Navy, she had heard tales of the devil fruits and had witnessed the terrifying abilities of their users. It was a devastating encounter with a pirate crew led by a devil fruit user that had once planted the seeds of despair in her heart. Despite her lingering psychological scars from those experiences, Belmer was perplexed by Luffy's sudden appearance and his desire to claim the Fish King. Regaining her composure, she gritted her teeth and halted Luffy's advance. Taking a deep breath to suppress her fear, Belmer asserted, "I am a villager of this island and have never seen you before. You must have come from afar." Luffy nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "Indeed, so what?" Belmer gritted her teeth and replied, "Here, apart from oranges, there is nothing of value. What business does a monster like you, a wielder of a devil fruit's powers, have in this place?" Luffy is aware that Belmer once served in the Navy, so it is not surprising that she recognizes herself as a user of a devil fruit ability. Calmly, she states, "I am indeed a wielder of a devil fruit power. However, I am neither a pirate nor a bandit, and certainly not a member of the Navy. Therefore, where I choose to go is my prerogative. Why should I not come here?" Luffy's rhetorical question left Belmer momentarily speechless. Although she harbored suspicions regarding the abilities of devil fruit users, she was uncertain whether Luffy was indeed a pirate, yet she recognized him as merely a child. Her immediate concern was the motive behind Luffy's presence in this place. After listening to his explanation and confirming that he was not a pirate, Belmer let out a sigh of relief and inquired, "I don't recall any merchant ships passing through today. How did you arrive here?" Luffy rolled his eyes and remarked, "You asked too many questions. How I managed to get here is my own affair, and there is no need to explain it to you. Well, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." With that, Luffy hoisted the King of Fish as if to depart. "Wait a moment," he heard Belmer say, her tone tinged with impatience. Gazing at the King of Fish with longing, she thought of her two adopted daughters eagerly awaiting a feast at home. Summoning her courage, Belmer spoke. "I was the one who first encountered that King of Fish and lured it to shore, which is how you managed to catch it. Therefore, while you may take the King of Fish, I kindly request that you share a portion with me." Her demands were modest. A mere piece of the 5-meter-long fish would suffice for a meal for the three of them. Luffy pondered for a moment. Then, amidst Belmer's anxious anticipation, replied, "You are not mistaken. I can certainly share a portion with you. Thank you so much. I truly appreciate it." As soon as Luffy finished speaking, Belmer joyfully leaped into the air. The body, already drenched, exuded a captivating allure that greatly attracted Luffy. With Belmer's leap, The two spheres within danced vigorously. Luffy's gaze was completely captivated. Sensing the fervent attention directed at her, Belmer finally became aware of her predicament, hastily covering herself with both hands, her cheeks flushing with a rosy hue. "You little pervert. Are you still staring?" Belmer exclaimed, her eyes narrowing in indignation as Luffy's gaze remained fixed upon her. With a mischievous grin, Luffy boldly declared, "How could I resist such a breathtaking view before me?" He has always been unabashed about his own proclivities. Chapter 40 reflects an exuberant sense of freedom. Despite being advised against it, Luffy not only continued to gaze, but also candidly acknowledged his own desires. His overwhelming enthusiasm was evident, as no amount of feigned modesty could mask it. Such attempts at concealment only served to draw further attention, and Luffy's fiery gaze was irrefutable evidence of his fervor. In this manner, the ever-unconventional and spirited Belmer, having shed her initial shyness, decided to embrace the moment. With her hands placed confidently on her hips, she stood tall and allowed Luffy to behold her, remarking, "Youngster, you know this sort of scrutiny comes at a price." Luffy chuckled with a mischievous glint in his eye. "I didn't intend to catch a glimpse. After all, it was you who decided to engage in such antics before me." Belmer, momentarily at a loss for words, huffed in response, "That may be so, but it doesn't change the fact that you saw it." Luffy spread his arms and lamented, regrettably, "I must inform you that I possess no money." To Luffy, money was merely a collection of paper. He carried no currency on his person. When he desired something in the outside world, he simply took it. "Hey, isn't that the logic of a thief?" one might exclaim. "No money? Do you venture out without any cash? Dining, shopping, these endeavors require funds." It was evident that Belmer found this hard to believe. How could one dare to travel alone without any money? Luffy raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Having money is of no use to me. If I am hungry, I shall hunt wild beasts to roast and feast upon. If I require something, I can simply take it. After all, they cannot defeat me, nor can they escape my grasp." Belmer was taken aback and said, "Isn't that akin to stealing? Yet you claim you are not a pirate." Luffy chuckled and said, "I am truly not a pirate. However, although I have yet to be placed on a bounty list, my aspiration is to become the mightiest legendary pirate in history. My name is Monkey D. Luffy, and though I am currently an unknown, I shall set sail in the future to embrace the life of a pirate." Suddenly, Luffy introduced himself and inquired, "What about you? After conversing for so long, aren't you going to introduce yourself?" Oh. Belmer was somewhat bewildered by Luffy's erratic thoughts, coupled with his declaration of aspiring to become a pirate, which left her both confused and alarmed. Faced with Luffy's ambition, she stammered, "I am Belmer, and I have two adopted daughters, one named Noko and the other Nami." "Oh no, why did I mention both of my daughters?" Belmer regretted her words, realizing that Luffy was now an aspiring pirate who had yet to set sail. At such a tender age, he had consumed a devil fruit and possessed remarkable strength. Belmer could almost envision yet another future great pirate emerging. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave," she said, recalling her experiences with the brutality of pirates during her time in the Navy, having witnessed the devastation they could wreak. Although Luffy had yet to reveal any ruthless nature since his arrival, Belmer resolved to distance herself from him, even foregoing the fish he had caught. You don't want the fish?" Belmer paused, noticing Luffy's cheerful demeanor, which suddenly felt somewhat unsettling. With a stiff smile, she replied, "No, it's all right. Since you caught the Fish King, I won't be so shameless as to take it. Are you afraid of me?" Luffy, being perceptive, surely noticed Belmer's evident discomfort. Her body tensed, and she quickly shook her head in denial, insisting, "No, not at all." She forced a laugh to further convince him. Luffy was rendered speechless. Belmer's smile was more disheartening than silence itself. "In truth, there is no need for fear. Had I truly intended to commit any malevolent act, I would have done so long ago. With my strength, you would possess no means to resist." Observing Belmer's expression of sheer terror, Luffy continued, "Even if I were to become a pirate in the future, I would never engage in reckless acts, nor would I force anyone against their will. Indeed, Luffy would never resort to coercion. However, whether he would adhere to this principle remains contingent upon his own convictions. Luffy's thoughts on freedom and his actions remain unrestrained by any constraints." Belmer, unaware of this, felt a sense of relief upon hearing Luffy's words, believing in their authenticity. At least, up until now, she had encountered no trouble. "So, how much of that fish meat will you share with me?" With a temporary sense of safety confirmed, Belmer's greed was reignited, unwilling to relinquish the prospect of tonight's feast. Seeing that he had managed to soothe Belmer and restore their normal exchange, Luffy too felt a sense of relief. Although he could easily fabricate lies to draw closer to Belmer, he had no desire to do so. Aside from having deceived Garp, Luffy wished to approach all matters with transparency, relishing the freedom to act without concealment. Just as he had boldly expressed his feelings to Makino, overcoming their age difference. He approached his desires openly, whether it be for the gum-gum fruit or his unabashed proclivities, including his foot fetish. Such is the essence of a character akin to a dragon soaring high. After all, Luffy was born with an indomitable spirit. How much? What if I said I'd give you everything? Everything? Belmer's eyes sparkled at the thought. If that fish king were turned into dried fish, it could sustain her for quite some time. Yet, this little rascal named Luffy was perhaps too benevolent. Belmer's guard was raised as she noticed Luffy's fervent gaze fixed upon her, keenly aware that much of his attention lingered on her bare feet. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something, instinctively covering her front with both hands, her toes curling slightly as if to evade that unsettling gaze. Not a chance. Even if you offered me the entire Fish King, I would never agree to such a thing. Such a thing? Luffy was momentarily taken aback, before he quickly regained his composure and chuckled, saying, I am not so naive as to believe that a mere Fish King could win your heart. Upon hearing Luffy's lack of such intentions, Belmer felt a sense of relief wash over her. However, she soon realized the implications of his words and took a step back, exclaiming, Indeed, you harbor ulterior motives. Luffy nodded and remarked, It is not surprising to have such thoughts. I am a man, and you are a beautiful woman. This is the allure of opposites. Belmer chuckled softly, scrutinizing Luffy from head to toe, and said, What man? You are still merely a child. Luffy's candidness, coupled with his consistent decorum in addressing her, left Belmer with little concern. At most, she found Luffy's words quite audacious and forthright. Naturally, when he directly complimented her beauty, Belmer was pleased to accept it. Luffy smiled with a hint of profundity and said, Do you not believe me? Allow me to enlighten you. A girl became a woman with my assistance. Would you care to try? The sixth sense of a woman informed Belmer that Luffy's words might indeed hold truth. He possessed such a capability. I would not entertain such a notion, she retorted. You claim you will give me the entire King of Fish without any ulterior motives? With a sense of forewarning, Belmer remained unfold, deftly steering the conversation back to the matter of the King of Fish. It was somewhat regrettable that Belmer did not fall for Luffy's ruse. Luffy nodded and replied, I can indeed offer you the King of Fish, but I have one condition. As this is my first visit here, I lack a place to stay. And with nightfall approaching, I intend to seek refuge at your home for one night. What do you say? Agree, and the King of Fish is yours. However, it was not merely the impending darkness. During their conversation, the sun had quietly dipped below the horizon, and night had fallen. Chapter 41, To Lolas. Will you agree? Luffy possesses a somewhat mischievous disposition and aspires to become a pirate, being inherently endowed with the powers of a devil fruit. To him, his strength is formidable. However, thus far, Luffy has remained well-behaved, harboring no intentions of causing harm. Nevertheless, Belmer, haunted by her past experiences with pirates, wishes to keep her distance from him as much as possible. On the other hand, merely hosting Luffy for a single night could mean acquiring the entire Fish King. The thought of her two foster daughters eagerly anticipating a grand feast fills Belmer with reluctance to refuse. Caught in a dilemma, Belmer finds herself unable to resolve her conflict, while Luffy, undemanding, allows their silhouettes to gradually fade into the night, enveloped by silence. All right, I concede. She finally relents, unable to part with the Fish King. She reassures herself that Luffy is not a vicious pirate. Otherwise, she would not be standing here unscathed. As for his flirtatious nature, Belmer decides to overlook it. After all, her two foster daughters are still young, and Luffy's attention seems to be focused elsewhere. She reflects that as long as she does not provide any opportunities, Luffy has assured her he would not force anything upon them. Having come to this resolution, Belmer leads Luffy back to her home. With a smile, Luffy drags the Fish King along behind him, successfully drawing closer to the trio of Belmer and her daughters. Next comes the art of courtship. Hey, just who are you trying to court, your foster mother or your foster sister? Upon returning home, Belmer is greeted by her two daughters with a chorus of astonished inquiries. Belmer, who is this person? After ushering her daughters aside, she explains the situation. Once finished, she quietly cautions them. He is only staying for one night and will leave by tomorrow. Do not get too close. He is a pirate. I have spoken to you about the horrors of pirates, haven't I? Yes, we understand, her daughters reply, recalling the terrifying tales Belmer often shares about pirates. Even in Luffy's seemingly harmless demeanor, his presence still instills fear in them. Luffy rolled his eyes by the door, thinking that lowering his voice would render him unheard. His hearing was remarkably acute. Furthermore, the matter of becoming a pirate pertains to future ventures at sea, so how could one presumptuously declare it as a certainty? Luffy, suppressing his urge to comment, gazed at the two young girls whispering with Belmer. Considering their tender age, he chose not to dwell on it. With azure short hair. The one around 10 years old was Nojiko. The girl with orange short hair, approximately 8, was Nami. Both of them were undeniably adorable in their youth, blossoming into stunning young ladies with remarkable figures as they grew older. Luffy surveyed the scene, contemplating with anticipation. He envisioned the future appearances of the two young girls as they matured, filled with excitement. Particularly, he looked forward to the image of the three of them, mother and daughters, standing together in their full maturity. Furthermore, the thought of them lying together crossed his mind, yet he resolved to think no more on the matter. Luffy shook his head vigorously, attempting to dispel those overly exhilarating thoughts. There was nothing he could do now. It was better to refrain from contemplating it further. Why are you shaking your head? After advising her two adopted daughters, Belmer approached and, noticing Luffy's sudden gesture, inquired with curiosity. It's nothing. Luffy gazed at the two little girls cautiously peeking from behind Belmer and inquired, Are these your two adopted daughters? One is named Nokigao and the other Nami? Indeed. This is Nokigao and this is Nami, Belmer proudly declared. They are exceptional and will undoubtedly blossom into beautiful young ladies in the future. Luffy nodded, acknowledging the truth in those words. He smiled at the two young girls and introduced himself. Hello, I am Luffy. The girls fell silent for a moment before the first one spoke up. Hello, I am Nojiko. I am Nami. The second chimed in shortly thereafter. The soft, gentle voices of the two innocent girls were music to Luffy's ears. Thus, Luffy made the initial acquaintance with Nojiko and Nami. However, their first meeting, influenced by Belmer, instilled a sense of trepidation in the girls towards Luffy. After a brief introduction, hunger struck, prompting everyone to seek sustenance. Belmer was tasked with preparing the meal from the enormous fish, the king of fish, measuring 5 meters in length. Without Luffy's assistance in filleting the fish, Belmer would likely take an eternity to serve the delectable broth. As the head chef, Belmer orchestrated the cooking while Luffy lent his support. The two eager girls, excitedly awaiting the feast, eagerly joined in as little helpers. Indeed, sharing a meal proved to be an excellent means of fostering camaraderie. Initially wary of Luffy, Belmer and the young girls gradually warmed up to him. After they collaborated to prepare the king of fish, the tantalizing aroma of the rich fish broth filled the air. The three women exchanged smiles with Luffy, as the unfamiliarity that once lingered began to fade away. This fish soup is exquisite. The dish is truly delightful, they remarked. As Luffy devoured his meal with great enthusiasm, he praised the culinary skills of Belmer. Two young girls nodded in agreement nearby, eagerly anticipating their turn to savor the delightful feast, their joyous laughter echoing in the air. It had been an eternity since the two girls had relished such exquisite food. Take your time, don't burn yourselves, Belmer advised with a warm smile, her eyes filled with affection as she gazed at her beloved daughters. Thank you so much, Luffy. She suddenly expressed her gratitude. Luffy set down the meal and looked up, asking, why the sudden expression of gratitude? Belmer gazed contentedly at her two adoptive daughters, affectionately ruffling their hair as she replied, It is because of you that Noki and Nami were able to enjoy a sumptuous feast. I must also extend my thanks to you. The two young girls chimed in unison. They exchanged glances and then turned to Luffy, saying together, Thank you for giving us and Belmer the opportunity to savor such a grand meal. Luffy resumed his culinary assault, stating, Well, no need for thanks. If there were to be any gratitude, I should be thanking you instead. If it weren't for Belmer's promise, I might have ended up stranded somewhere on this island. To this, Belmer chuckled and replied, Given the worth of the Fish King, you could easily trade with the villagers. Not only would they welcome you for a night, but they would also be willing to part with a fair sum of money. Since that's the case, and since I'm out of money, perhaps you could spare a little more? Luffy remarked with a smirk as he swallowed the last morsel of food. No way, we're broke, the three women echoed in unison, their sensitivity towards money evident. Haha, you truly are mother and daughter, sharing a connection of the mind. Luffy laughed heartily, unconcerned about the money, merely jesting. Realizing he was joking, the three women sighed with relief and joined in the laughter. The small room was filled with mirth, an overwhelming sense of happiness swelling among them. As the sumptuous feast had brought immense joy, even more delightful was the prospect of turning the remaining fish into dried fish, ensuring they would not have to worry about food for some time. Chapter 42. The young girl's room having eaten their fill. The next order of business was bathing and resting. Belmer was the first to rush to the bath, her urgency palpable. After enduring the Fish King's pursuit and hastily preparing a grand meal upon returning home, she felt the grime of the day weighing on her. As a woman, it was commendable that Belmer had managed to endure thus far. The cozy little abode comprised a slightly larger room, furnished with a wooden bed and a small vanity, leaving little space for anything else. Adjacent to this room was a slightly smaller chamber. In addition, there was a small kitchen, a bathroom, and a modest dining area, forming the humble home of Belmer and her daughters. The sound insulation in this house was poor. The splashing water in the bathroom was crystal clear to Luffy, who sat idly in the dining area. Indeed, if he were inclined to eavesdrop, he could even discern the sounds of undressing and drying off. However, Luffy was not so trivial as to engage in such behavior. As he sat in the dining area, he observed the two young girls busily cleaning the dishes in the small kitchen and reflected, "This is what it means for children of the less fortunate to grow up quickly, unlike himself, who had never done much work at home, living like a pampered lord while leaving everything to Makino." Truly, he had always been served, with food brought to him and clothes handed to him. "By the way, since I'm staying over tonight, do you know where I'll be sleeping?" Luffy inquired, seeking to engage the two girls in conversation out of boredom. "In the kitchen," Nami replied while washing the dishes. "Belmer didn't mention where you'd sleep, but her room is bigger, while ours is a bit smaller. I share a room with Nojiko, so you'll probably be sleeping with Belmer." Young Nami, still innocent, clearly did not comprehend the distinctions between genders and voiced her musings aloud. Meanwhile, Noki, who possessed a slightly better understanding of the subject, refuted her with a degree of maturity. "Luffy could never sleep with Belmer. Only our adoptive father could share a bed with her." "Oh, is that so?" Nami responded, her naivety evident. "It certainly is, silly Nami," Noki replied with a sense of triumph. Nami pouted and retorted, "You're the silly one, Noki, silly Noki." Noki, indignant, declared, "You were the one who suggested that Luffy should sleep with Belmer. How can that not be considered foolish?" "I merely stated that," Nami countered obstinately. "Just because he isn't our father doesn't mean they can't share a bed. How about us? We can sleep together." Noki jumped in frustration, explaining, "Of course we can sleep together. We are family, while Luffy is not." Struggling with her limited understanding of such matters, Noki racked her brain to articulate her point. "Who says only family can sleep together?" Nami insisted. As the two young girls continued their fervent debate about whether Luffy could indeed share a bed with Belmer while attending to their chores, Luffy sat in the small restaurant, a smile gracing his face as he listened to the two young girls chatter animatedly. Despite their playful banter, he mused, it was he who was benefiting from the presence of Belmer. The thought of sharing the night with her filled his heart with unrestrained joy. Meanwhile, Belmer, initially intent on leisurely washing herself, found her tranquility disrupted by the rising volume of the girls' debate. Even the sound of running water in the bathroom could not drown out their voices, which only fueled her irritation. She hastily finished her bath, anxious to intervene before their conversation veered into territory that would suggest Luffy take on the role of a guardian, merely to share a bed. As they lived together as a trio, Belmer typically wrapped herself in a towel that barely covered her curves after bathing, although Luffy was staying the night. Her haste had caused her to forget her robe. However, she was not one to be shy, having prepared a meal together and shared laughter. She felt a certain familiarity with him. Thus, she secured the damp towel around her, revealing enticing curves that seemed to defy the constraints of her modest covering. Her shoulders and arms glowed with a radiant sheen, while beneath the towel, her legs appeared toned and elegant. In the midst of Luffy's astonished gaze, Belmer emerged into the small kitchen, hands on her hips, to chastise the two girls. Realizing their guardian's irritation, the sisters fell silent, though they remained unaware of the full context. After addressing them, Belmer turned to Luffy and said, "Tonight, Noki and Nami will be sleeping with me, so you shall rest in their room." Luffy nodded and remarked playfully, "How can I possibly take a bed for myself while you all squeeze into one? It would be quite inappropriate. Instead, why not have someone share a bed with me? That way, it wouldn't be so cramped." "Absolutely. I once shared a bed with Noki and Belmer, and it was indeed quite a tight fit." Before Belmer could interject, Nami readily agreed. Belmer, with a swift slap to Nami's head, retorted, What's so great about that? Tonight, the three of us will share a bed, and that's final. Given Luffy's notorious lecherous nature, it was clear that no matter who shared the bed with him, he would undoubtedly take full advantage by the following morning, leaving nothing but remnants. All right, you two, go tidy up the room and take Luffy along. I'll head back to my room first. Belmer instructed before hastily retreating to her room to don a nightgown. Even with her laid-back demeanor, she found it difficult to withstand Luffy's unabashed, penetrating gaze that seemed to pierce through her towel, stirring her modesty as a woman. Luffy's gaze unwaveringly followed the silhouette of Belmer. Captivated by the alluring contours beneath her towel, those elongated legs in motion, and the enticing arches of her feet. It was only when Belmer entered the room and shut the door that Luffy reluctantly averted his eyes. This is our room, he remarked as he approached. Nami stood on the opposite side of the room, opening the door to greet Luffy. All right, let me see what your room looks like. I'm quite curious. Luffy replied as he walked. Noki eagerly bounded to Nami's side, entering first, exclaiming, "What's so interesting about our room? Besides a small bed. The rest is cluttered with nautical charts that Nami has drawn." "It's not cluttered. There are also our clothes," Nami contested from within the room. "Nautical charts?" "Indeed." Nami has displayed a remarkable talent for navigation since childhood, possessing extensive knowledge of seafaring and the ability to create detailed charts. As Luffy contemplated, he stepped into the small room shared by the two young girls. The space was cramped, with a petite bed, and simple garments belonging to the girls hung on the wall. Opposite, a large map of the ocean adorned the wall, while a corner was cluttered with sheets of paper. Upon closer inspection, Luffy instinctively discerned that these were rudimentary nautical charts, painstakingly crafted by Nami during her solitary excursions to the seaside, where she observed the currents. Chapter 43. A Night's Stay. Nami, did you create these charts? They are truly remarkable. To possess such navigational skills at such a young age. You are destined to become a proficient navigator when you grow up. Luffy marveled at Nami. Acknowledging the truth in his words, she would undoubtedly become an exceptional navigator in the future. Nami, filled with joy, replied, "I will. My dream is to chart the seas of the entire world." However, Noko's retort was disheartening. That dream is exceedingly difficult to realize. To chart the seas, one must venture out onto the waters. We are in the East Blue, but there are also the South Sea, the West Sea, and the North Sea. Not to mention the Grand Line, which is said to be a realm of peril. Even pirates struggle to survive there. If it were you, not only the Grand Line, but even the other three seas would pose a significant challenge. In your lifetime, Nami, if you can manage to chart the East Blue, that would be a remarkable achievement. Once Noki finished his discouraging words, Nami pressed her lips tightly together, tears welling in her eyes, and she could no longer hold back her emotions. "I know it's difficult, but it is my dream, and I truly wish to achieve it," she said amidst her tears. To create a sea chart. She understood that she would need to gather diverse navigational resources and inquire about the vastness of the world's seas. At her tender age, Nami had only just begun to grasp the superficial information about the four seas and the Grand Line. Despite this knowledge, she could not yet see a path to realizing her dream. However, inheriting Belmer's tenacity, or perhaps even surpassing it, Nami understood the importance of persistence and refused to relinquish her aspirations. Now, having been provoked by Noko's words, the anguish she had long suppressed finally spilled forth in tears. "Nami, please do not cry. You will surely achieve your dream. Although it is a challenging endeavor, no, it is not difficult at all," Noki exclaimed, alarmed by her tears, and hurried to comfort her. "Ha ha, please stop crying." Luffy stepped forward, placing his palm gently atop Nami's head. Now, Luffy towered over her by a head's height, rendering this gesture quite natural. If dreams were easily attainable, they would cease to be dreams. Nami aspired to set sail in pursuit of her ambitions, thus, she could become my navigator. Training must commence from a young age. No, it is Luffy who must strategize for the future. As long as he could persuade Nami while she was still young, she would agree to be his navigator, alleviating future concerns about sailing. "Be your navigator?" Nami paused her tears, hesitating as she replied, "But you are a pirate." Indeed, it seemed unthinkable for Nami to become a pirate. Noki, protective, pulled Nami behind him, eyeing Luffy warily. Belmer often recounted tales of the terrifying and ruthless nature of pirates. Naturally, Noki wished to shield Nami from any association with them. In response, Luffy sat on the small bed, smiling as he said, "Pirates can be quite fearsome, but do I seem frightening to you?" Noki hesitated, although they had only just met. Their delightful shared meal left him unable to discern anything menacing about Luffy. Luffy was not intimidating at all. Nami stepped out from behind Noki, her face radiating certainty. Deep within, she felt a flicker of hope. She cared little for the notion of pirates as long as she could fulfill her dreams. Yet, having not yet encountered the dragon pirates, Nami's feelings towards pirates were not rooted in hatred. Rather, she harbored a mere fear of their ominous reputation. No, I am truly fearsome. Luffy dismissed Nami's words and then shifted the conversation, saying, I am not frightening. Rather, my strength is formidable. You see, I may not appear imposing. Yet I managed to capture the King of Fish. The two young girls were initially startled by Luffy's first statement, but upon hearing the latter, they felt reassured. Nami, filled with excitement, perched beside Luffy and playfully tugged at his arm, exclaiming, That King of Fish is enormous. Luffy, tell me, how did you manage to catch it? Noriko, too, was intrigued. Although she harbored some reservations about pirates, she felt no aversion towards the ever-kind Luffy. With no extra seats available in the small room, Noriko settled on Luffy's other side. Her curiosity piqued. To have caught the King of Fish, how old are you, Luffy? I am 7 this year. How about you? Luffy beamed with delight, relishing the sensation of being flanked by two young girls. Their smooth, bare arms pressed closely together, creating an intimate connection. Not to mention the accidental brush against their soft, youthful forms. Excited, Luffy's unruly hair danced behind him, moving like tendrils unbeknownst to the two girls. Under the glow of the lights, even the purest souls might feel a tinge of fear. Wait, you're only 7? I'm already 8, Nami exclaimed. I'm 10 years old. How can you be so tall? Nojiko inquired with a puzzled expression, just as Luffy prepared to elaborate in response to the two girls. The moment was interrupted. Having changed into her nightgown and dried her damp hair, she stepped outside to interject into their conversation. All right, it's quite late now. Any matters can be discussed tomorrow. Nami, Nojiko, it's time for your bath. Luffy, did you bring your clothes? With the conversation cut short, Luffy shrugged and replied, Yes, I did. Belmer nodded, stating, Then after they finish bathing, you can take your turn. As for towels, she hesitated momentarily before continuing. You can use my long orange towel. Oh, the towel Belmer uses to dry off, Luffy thought, a myriad of thoughts racing through his mind before he nodded and smiled. Sure, thank you. Belmer felt a lingering suspicion that Luffy's smile concealed something, urging the two girls, hurry up and take your bath. Okay. Although the two girls had much to say to Luffy, they dared not defy Belmer's words and quickly went to fetch their clothes for a bath. Once the two daughters had entered the bathroom, Belmer turned to Luffy and said, The Fish King can only allow you to stay for one night, as we previously agreed. Thus, you must depart early tomorrow morning. Luffy nodded and said, I will certainly honor our agreement. I shall depart early tomorrow morning. Noticing Luffy's acquiescence, Belmer let out a sigh of relief and turned to leave. Pausing momentarily at the door, she spoke without looking back. It is not that I lack compassion. I simply cannot afford to keep you even for a moment longer. You are destined to become a formidable pirate in the future, while we are merely ordinary villagers. It is best that we do not entangle ourselves in any manner. Having uttered these words, Belmer departed. Luffy reclined on the small bed, inhaling the lingering fragrance of the two young girls, and mused to himself, Do you wish to sever ties with me? You may find that disappointing. For from the moment I arrived here, you, Belmer, Noki Gao, and Nami are destined to be entangled with me for eternity. Ha ha. A suppressed chuckle faintly echoed in the dim room. Luffy had never failed in his endeavors. Except, of course, when it came to matters concerning Garp. Once again, Garp, a formidable force that compelled him to bide his time, refraining from reckless actions. The Luffy who roamed freely was not the foolish, benevolent protagonist of the original tale. The current Luffy was a character who acted according to his own whims, embodying both righteousness and villainy. Chapter 44. The Cunning Luffy. At the break of dawn, Luffy departed, unnoticed by Noki Gao and Nami, save for my own awareness of his absence. Nothing significant had transpired the previous night, suggesting that Luffy harbored no ulterior motives. Rather, it was I who struggled to sleep soundly, fearful of Luffy's sudden intrusion. Well, today's tasks were accomplished. In the orange grove, Belmer wiped the sweat from her brow and exhaled in relief. Her routine care of the orange trees had been completed. It was time to return home to prepare dinner. Although there would be no grand feast tonight, the fish marinated last evening would suffice for a hearty meal. The remaining fish had been dried under the sun. She wondered if Nami and Noki Gao had tended to them properly. As she walked home, She encountered a middle-aged man wearing a police hat adorned with a small windmill, clad in a uniform, and possessing a fearsome countenance. His name was Ajian, the security officer of Cocoa Village, though he was, in truth, quite amiable. As he approached, Ajian greeted her. Belmer, heading home? Belmer nodded and smiled. Yes. I trust Nami has caused any trouble today? Despite her tender age, Nami had already gained notoriety in Cocoa Village, where the villagers affectionately referred to her as the little thief cat. Due to their impoverished circumstances, Nami could not afford books on navigation, and thus often resorted to pilfering from the village's sole library. Each encounter with Ajian inevitably led to him recounting tales of Nami's latest misadventures or even bringing her directly to Belmer. Thus, upon seeing Ajian, Belmer had grown accustomed to inquiring, "What trouble has Nami caused this time?" Ajian responded with a hint of curiosity, "It's quite peculiar. I learned that the library has received new books on navigation. I expected Nami to visit today, yet she was nowhere to be seen." Although surprised by Nami's absence, he regarded it as a positive development, for thievery was a detrimental habit. "Belmer, you must educate Nami well," he urged, harboring a secret affection for Belmer. Ajian held a fondness for both Noki Gao and Nami, watching over the two sisters with particular care. He had consistently attempted to correct Nami's thieving behavior, striving to guide her away from such actions, yet to no avail. Belmer smiled softly, sighed inwardly, and replied, "Of course, I will ensure Nami receives proper guidance." Each time Nami pilfered, Belmer would expound a multitude of principles. Though Nami absorbed her words, she found herself irresistibly drawn to steal again in pursuit of her dreams, yearning for the navigational tomes. By the way, Belmer had taken to teasing Aiken once more, saying, "Previously, the money Nami stole was covered by you. If you wish for repayment, I must confess, I am presently without funds." However, she leaned close to Aiken's ear and enunciated deliberately, "I could, perhaps, repay you with my body." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Aiken's face flushed, and his heart raced as he took a few steps back, filled with trepidation, yet lacking the courage to engage. "I have matters to attend to," he stammered, hastily retreating, his silhouette disappearing swiftly. Belmer erupted in hearty laughter as she made her way home. In truth, with her obstinate nature, she had kept a mental tally of how much she owed Aiken. Although she lacked the means to repay him at present, she intended to settle her debts once she had gathered enough funds. "Noki, Nami, I'm back," Belmer called as she entered the house. Noticing the fish drying outside, still uncollected, she exclaimed, "What is going on? The sun is nearly setting, and you have yet to gather the fish. If you continue to be so indolent, there will be no fish to eat in the future." Belmer paused, her words trailing off. Inside, aside from Noki and Nami, Luffy was also present, and sprawled on the floor was a hare the size of a small dog. Belmer immediately recognized it as the fierce rabbit, a creature so formidable that even skilled hunters found it challenging to capture. "Luffy, did you not leave?" With a cheerful grin, Luffy remarked, "I did leave in the morning, but I shall linger here for a few days, as I have nowhere to rest my head tonight. Thinking of you all, I decided to catch a wild rabbit as payment for my stay, and I shall sleep at your home tonight. What do you think, Belmer? Is that acceptable?" Upon seeing Luffy's unexpected arrival and his request for lodging, Belmer recalled Luffy's notorious lechery, and a sense of unease crept over her, compelling her to consider a refusal. Yet, at that moment, Noki and Nami came rushing in with exuberance, each taking one of Belmer's hands and chattering excitedly. "We have the fierce rabbit to feast on tonight. I've heard its meat is exquisite." "Oh yes, Belmer, we are in for a grand feast. I can hardly wait." Belmer, caught in a bittersweet smile, yearned to deny Luffy's request for accommodation. However, he had deftly grasped her vulnerability. In this fast world, the two individuals Belmer cherished most were her adopted daughters, Noki and Nami. As long as they could grow up joyfully, she was willing to accommodate any request. Given that the elusive fierce rabbit, a rarity for most, would grace their table tonight, Belmer could not bear to dampen their spirits. After all, what was one more night of Luffy's company? He had already stayed before. Another night was inconsequential. Resolving her thoughts, Belmer cast a mockingly exasperated glance at the triumphant Luffy and made her way to the small kitchen, declaring, "Well then, hurry and bring in the fierce rabbit." Luffy chuckled, "All right, here we go." Effortlessly lifting the fierce rabbit, he followed closely behind Belmer. For the sisters Noki and Nami, this evening promised yet another moment of bliss. Although Belmer harbored some reservations about Luffy, she gradually relaxed under the infectious joy radiating from the sisters, her face transforming into one of tender affection. after spending the previous night together and now being pleasantly surprised to see Luffy again. Along with the delightful taste of fierce rabbit meat, the sisters chirped like two larks, their melodious voices incessantly questioning Luffy. Why did you leave without a word this morning? How did you catch this fierce rabbit? You never mentioned how you captured the Fish King last night. Despite the barrage of inquiries, Luffy remained patient, responding to each one. Naturally, he couldn't openly state that Belmer had urged him to leave, so he opted for alternative explanations to sidestep the uncomfortable truth. Luffy, with your remarkable strength, do you truly wish to take me as your navigator when you set sail as a pirate? Nami seized the opportunity to whisper her question while Belmer was occupied with her bath, disregarding Noko's presence. Luffy gently patted Nami's small head and nodded, saying, "Of course. I would be delighted. With Nami's exceptional navigational skills, I certainly wish for her to be my navigator." Nami, feeling slightly bashful from the compliment, playfully stuck out her adorable little tongue and replied, "Is that really the case?" Luffy laughed heartily, then whispered, "If I say it exists, it truly does, Nami. One must have confidence in oneself." The two continued their conversation, with Nami grasping Luffy's arm, drawing closer together. A look of yearning graced Nami's youthful face as she leaned in a little more, contemplating her choice of Luffy as her navigator. Meanwhile, Nojiko observed as Nami was gradually lured away by Luffy, feeling reluctant to intervene, and even more hesitant to communicate this to Belmer. Betraying her sister was not in Nojiko's nature. Should Nami's dreams be thwarted by Belmer, Nami would hold a grudge against her for a lifetime. Nojiko muttered to herself, "Isn't it wonderful to cultivate oranges in the village?" Luffy did not overlook the presence of Nojiko, exclaiming, "Can Nojiko really grow orange trees at such a young age?" Surprised by Luffy's response, Nojiko proudly declared, "Of course I can. Nami can't compare to me in growing orange trees." Subsequently, Nojiko nestled closer to Luffy, enthusiastically sharing her insights on how to cultivate the perfect orange. While I may not match Nojiko's prowess in growing oranges when it comes to sailing, she knows nothing at all, Nami retorted. Unwilling to concede, Nojiko continued to debate about oranges. The two girls conversed animatedly beside Luffy, during which he subtly took advantage of the situation, though only the heavens bore witness to it. Their delightful exchange was soon interrupted by Belmer, who gently ushered the reluctant sisters away. This time, Belmer hesitated before Luffy, ultimately offering a simple farewell. "Get some rest." It seemed Belmer had come to understand that despite her intentions to distance herself from Luffy, as long as he wished to remain, bringing a wild beast into their home and deepening his bond with her two adopted daughters made it impossible for her to send him away. Chapter 45. A wish fulfilled. Once Belmer grasped this reality and acknowledged her own vulnerabilities, she resignedly accepted Luffy's temporary stay. Indeed, after that night, Luffy returned with yet another wild beast the following evening. For 3 consecutive days, thanks to Luffy, the trio of mother and daughters, who had often dined on meager fare, were now relishing sumptuous meat from the beasts. As Luffy settled in over the nights, familiarity grew, and they shamelessly lingered in the mornings, joining him for breakfast. Belmer chose not to comment on this development. Through several days together, the bond between the two girls and Luffy deepened. Today, after Belmer ventured out to tend to the orange trees, Luffy promptly took the two girls to play. At the seaside, the waves continuously caressed the island's edges. Luffy mysteriously addressed the two young girls. "Do you wish to soar into the sky? I can take you with me." The girls exchanged astonished glances, their faces alight with anticipation as they inquired, "Is that truly possible?" "Absolutely," came the confident reply. Upon concluding his words, Luffy let out a sharp whistle. He had previously arranged with the little eagle, who had been waiting nearby, anticipating this moment. At the sound of Luffy's resounding whistle, the little eagle soared into the sky, calling out as it approached. To the astonishment of the two sisters, it spiraled down gracefully, creating a mini whirlwind that swept towards them, causing their petite figures to sway and lifting the modest skirts they wore. Luffy's eyes sparkled, reflecting the scenery within with remarkable clarity. The gentle swell, the pristine white, and those delicate little legs. As the small whirlwind subsided, the two young girls turned their gazes towards him, prompting Luffy to retract his gaze, as if nothing had transpired. Luffy gently patted the wings of the little eagle and said to the two sisters, "This is Little Eagle, my young companion. From now on, he will take you up into the sky." Really, the sisters, filled with both anticipation and trepidation, feared the possibility of tumbling from the eagle's back while soaring through the heavens. Indeed, it is true. Luffy gestured for Little Eagle to crouch down and leaped onto its back, exclaiming, With 3 of us at once, Little Eagle's burden becomes too great. Therefore, apart from myself, you shall take turns. Who shall go first? I will go first. I will, with Luffy accompanying them. The 2 young girls felt considerably less apprehensive about soaring into the sky. Nami raised her hand eagerly, but Nojiko, as the elder sister, instinctively held back, understanding the importance of yielding to her younger sibling. After all, I will be next, Nojiko thought, casting an envious glance at Nami, who was now seated in front of Luffy with his support. Nami, filled with excitement yet tinged with anxiety, settled into her position. Luffy, securing her from behind, reassured her. Do not worry, I will hold you tightly. You will not fall. Unbeknownst to the 2 girls, Luffy had discreetly secured his body with his hair. Feeling the safety of Luffy's sturdy frame, Nami's tense body began to relax slightly. Haha, we are flying, Luffy exclaimed, as he embraced Nami's petite form and gave a gentle pat to Little Eagle. The creature let out a cry, understanding the command. With a powerful leap from its talons and a vigorous flap of its wings, they soared high into the sky, even as Nojiko squinted against the whirlwind, her skirt fluttering in the breeze. Nami could not contain her exhilaration as they ascended into the heavens. We are truly flying, Luffy. Unlike birds, humans do not possess wings from birth. It is an unattainable dream that fuels their deepest desires and relentless pursuit of progress. Everyone has fantasized about soaring through the sky, and Nami was no exception. With Luffy's assistance, sitting atop Little Eagle's back, she had truly taken flight. One can only imagine the extent of her elation. Indeed, we are flying. As Luffy inhaled the sweet fragrance of Nami, he whispered into her ear, Next, wherever Nami wishes to soar, simply tell me, and I shall send the Little Eagle there. The sensitive tips of her ears tingled at Luffy's breath, evoking a delightful sensation within her. However, Nami paid little heed to it, as her focus was entirely consumed by the prospect of flight. Inspired by Luffy's words, she recalled a destination she had longed to visit while observing the ocean currents. With a gentle gesture, she pointed in a specific direction and exclaimed, Really? I wish to go that way. Of course, the Little Eagle shall fly there, Luffy responded. At his call, the Little Eagle altered its course, gliding towards the spot Nami indicated. Moments later, to Nami's anticipation, the eagle arrived at the designated area of the ocean currents. Leaning over to gaze below, she noted that they had ascended a bit too high for a clear view and asked Luffy, Could you ask it to descend a little? Luffy feigned hesitation, saying, Isn't it unnecessary to fly lower? Nami, perplexed, inquired, Why can't we fly at a lower altitude? Luffy elucidated, as a wielder of a devil fruit power. I am vulnerable to seawater. Upon contact, I become utterly powerless and would succumb to drowning. While Little Eagle may be capable of flight, should an unforeseen event occur, such as a sea monster suddenly emerging from the depths and startling Little Eagle, causing me to plummet into the ocean, I would be doomed. Luffy mentioned that an accident has only a slim chance of occurring. Nami was aware of this, and she understood that even if it wasn't an accident, there were sea monsters lurking. As long as Luffy harbored a fear of the ocean, even a slight descent of the small eagle near the water's surface could place Luffy's life in jeopardy. Although Nami was petite, she was not foolish. She quickly grasped Luffy's predicament and, feeling disappointed, remarked, Well then, we shall not fly low. I will just observe from a distance. In truth, even a slight descent of the small eagle was not entirely out of the question. Accidents, after all, are not frequent occurrences. Did Nami genuinely wish for the small eagle to fly lower? Upon hearing Luffy's seemingly negotiable tone, Nami eagerly nodded and inquired, I truly wish to get closer to observe the currents of that particular sea. Is it truly feasible? Luffy appeared to be recklessly bold as he declared, Nami truly desires it. Surely it can be done. However, for Nami's sake, I have ventured perilously close to the surface of the sea. Shouldn't you offer some form of reward? The wolf's tail had finally been revealed. Nami, seemingly oblivious to Luffy's mischievous intent, inquired, What reward? Luffy grinned and said, A sweet kiss will suffice as a reward. Nami, with a playful blink, pondered for a moment before responding. Belmer once said that girls shouldn't kiss boys casually, as it allows the boys to take advantage. Just as Luffy's disappointment began to show, she continued, However, Belmer also mentioned that if you wish to acquire something, allowing a boy to gain a slight advantage is acceptable, provided it isn't too precious. With that, she leaned in, her lips brushing against Luffy's cheek, bestowing upon him a delightful little kiss. What constitutes the most precious thing remained unclear to Nami, yet to her, a mere kiss held little value. Ultimately, she granted Luffy her kiss, and he felt immensely grateful for Belmer's generous teachings, his heart soaring with joy. Urging the little eagle to fly so that Nami could behold the sea's expanse. Wow, so this is how the currents flow, she exclaimed, her long-awaited curiosity finally satisfied. Nami gazed intently, her voice filled with surprise and awe. Hee, Nami, I hardly had the chance to savor that last kiss. Let us have another. Luffy, unabashedly bold, expressed his desire. Nami, engrossed in observing the sea's currents, without a second thought, leaned in for yet another kiss. Luffy was utterly content, though a flicker of curiosity crossed his mind about what Nami was doing with her hands. Chapter 46. The secret of the promise. Following Nami was Nojiko. As they soared through the sky on the back of the little eagle, Nojiko joyfully shouted in exhilaration, reveling in the thrill of flight, while Luffy seized the opportunity to request a kiss. Though Nojiko was somewhat naive about matters between boys and girls, she readily offered a sweet kiss in response to Luffy's request. A kiss held no significant meaning. If it did, it merely indicated that the two sisters were not averse to Luffy and felt a sense of closeness towards him. With this, Luffy's plan reached a flawless conclusion. Gradually, like a frog in warm water, he started with the seemingly inconsequential little kisses, moving towards more intimate contact, envisioning that when the two girls matured, the final step would be a natural progression. As dusk approached, in order to quell any worries Belmer might have, Luffy led the two girls back. Reluctantly, they cast lingering glances back at the little eagle, turning to look several times as they walked a few steps away. Observing their reluctance, Luffy chuckled and reassured them. All right. No need for that. Whenever you wish, I can summon the little eagle to take you flying again. Yes, that sounds great. We'll come back tomorrow. The two girls chimed joyfully. Luffy, with a cheerful smile, nodded and leaned his cheek forward, asking, How will you express your gratitude towards me? With a playful smack sound. The two sisters, understanding Luffy's intent, simultaneously bestowed a sweet kiss on either side. Haha. Luffy, with a satisfied laugh, escorted the two young girls back, cautioning them. Upon our return, do not mention today's events to Belmer. If she learns about the dangers of flying with the little eagle, she may prohibit you from taking to the skies again. Understood, we won't say a word, the two sisters replied. Their hands covering their mouths in a gesture of playful secrecy, their expressions adorably innocent. Very well, we have a pact then. Today's adventures shall remain our little secret. In the future, whatever escapades I take you on, you must keep them to yourselves as well. Do you understand? Unaware of Luffy's mischievous intentions, the two girls nodded in agreement. Thus, with the establishment of their secret, the sisters felt an increased closeness to Luffy. If there were a measure of affection, it would undoubtedly have risen. Ding dong. The affection levels of the two young girls have reached new heights. Continued efforts may lead to an unfortunate obsession. Ah, what absurdity. Please disregard that. Belmer, ever wary of Luffy, had not anticipated that rather than targeting her, he would instead engage in nurturing a bond with his two adopted daughters. That evening, Belmer, intrigued and perceptive, noticed the subtle changes in her daughter's demeanor, sensing their newfound fondness for Luffy. Puzzled, she inquired of them. What did you two engage in today? Noki and Nami, with childlike enthusiasm, recounted their usual playful activities, omitting any mention of the day's adventures. With a hint of skepticism, Belmer turned to Luffy and asked, Where did you go today? Luffy replied, I haven't gone anywhere. I've merely been wandering around the island, exploring. Then I went in search of beasts to determine what we shall feast upon this evening. As he spoke, Luffy took a bite of meat, grinning widely. How does this wild boar taste? Is it delectable? Regarding the wild boar, while Luffy was soaring through the skies with Noki, they occasionally encountered a forest on one of the islands, where the boar recklessly dashed out from the woods. Luffy contemplated the necessity of paying for his accommodation upon his return, and thus decided on this wild boar. To Naka's astonishment, Luffy delivered a single punch that rendered the boar unconscious, reveling in the admiration reflected in Naka's gaze. Taking advantage of the moment, Luffy planted two gentle kisses, one on each cheek, bestowing two sweet pecks. Luffy's response, the wild boar meat on the plate, served as the most compelling evidence, prompting Belmer to ultimately abandon her inquiries. Unbeknownst to Belmer, Luffy and his companions exchanged glances, silently signaling their triumph. Luffy, you have lingered here for several days. When will you embark on your journey again? Belmer suddenly inquired during dinner. Since Luffy's arrival, they had not lacked for meat, and both Nami and Nojiko were filled with joy each day, eagerly anticipating the evening's feast. Not only did they indulge in sumptuous dinners, but Luffy also procured a beast each night as payment for their lodging. After their lavish meals, There was always a surplus of meat, along with fish jerky prepared by the Fish King. Thus, it could be said that during Luffy's stay, the mother and daughters had no worries about sustenance. However, despite the comforts of their lives, Belmer remained acutely aware of Luffy's concealed intentions. As days passed, Luffy showed no signs of ulterior motives, which only heightened Belmer's anxiety. She had always sensed the unmasked fervor in Luffy's gaze directed at her. "Are you leaving, Luffy?" Without waiting for a reply, Nami expressed her reluctance to part with him. The thought of Luffy's departure and a return to their modest meals made Nojiko look at him with sadness. In the face of the trio's gazes, Luffy shrugged. "It should be soon. I might stay a few more days at most." Estimating the timeline, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the Don Quixote pirates were likely to arrive at Cocoa Village either tomorrow or the day after. "Please don't go, Luffy," Nami pleaded upon hearing his intent to leave in a few days. Before Luffy could respond, Belmer interjected, "Fool, Luffy is not one of us. He is not a villager of this island. He has his own village, his own home. How could he remain here forever?" Nami and Nojiko understood this truth and refrained from further comment, their hearts heavy with discontent. Luffy smiled and said, "The island where my village is located is not far from here. Even if I leave, I can come back whenever I wish." "Great, Luffy. You must come to play often." The two sisters, who had been feeling gloomy and unhappy, instantly brightened up at his words. "I promise to visit frequently," Luffy assured them. After his initial visit, the next time he took the small eagle, it would not take him half a day. 2 or 3 hours would suffice. Meanwhile, Belmer, observing the fluctuating emotions of her 2 adopted daughters due to Luffy, felt puzzled. When did they become so concerned about him? Reflecting on Luffy's lack of closeness to her and his bond with the 2 sisters, she couldn't help but wonder, could it be that Luffy intends to win over Noki and Nami's hearts before approaching me? Did Luffy aspire to be their guardian? Belmer's mind raced as she contemplated this perplexing behavior of Luffy, which led her to such conclusions. Even if he wins over Nami and Noki, I shall not allow him to succeed, she thought, humming to herself with unwavering confidence. Stubborn Belmer never bowed to authority unless her 2 daughters were threatened, and thankfully, Luffy had never shown any intention of coercion. Each time she considered this, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Chapter 47. Danger approaches. Just as Luffy indulged in nurturing the little girls, and Belmer remained confident that she would not give Luffy an opportunity, their tranquil days were destined to be disrupted. Cocoa West Village was about to confront a cruel threat. Today marked the 7th day since Luffy had departed from Windmill Village, positioned not far from Rogue Town at the starting point of the Grand Line in the East Sea. A group of disheartened failures from the Grand Line, led by the resentful Arlong, established the Arlong Pirates, accompanied by like-minded fishmen, and arrived in the East Sea. On the surface of the sea, a fierce blaze raged, seemingly evaporating the waters around it. The fire originated from a medium-sized merchant vessel, its hull almost consumed by flames. The nauseating stench of burning flesh filled the air, and amidst the inferno, remnants of charred bodies could be faintly discerned. The Arlong pirate ship was named Shark's Bab, adorned at the bow with a jagged, elongated nose reminiscent of Arlong himself. A group of fishmen, their bodies still stained with the blood of battle, cackled menacingly aboard. With a nose as long and jagged as Usopp's and sharp teeth on display, Arlong sat confidently in a chair, the center of attention among his kin. A scornful smile crept across his lips as he regarded a middle-aged man, paralyzed with fear on the ground before him. He was the sole survivor, the captain of the merchant ship now engulfed in flames. "Pathetic human, I offer you a chance to live. Reveal everything you know about the situation in the East Sea," Arlong commanded. The terrified captain of the merchant ship gasped in disbelief. "Really? If I tell you, will you let me go?" A long, resonant laughter erupted from Arlong, who exclaimed, "We are noble fishmen. Can our words be disregarded?" A chorus of fishmen beneath him erupted in laughter, affirming, "Of course not." Yet, despite their words, the merchant ship captain could scarcely believe them, for their fierce visages and bloodthirsty gazes instilled a profound mistrust. Alas, the fate of his life rested entirely upon the whims of these fishmen. The captain could only pray that by the time he finished divulging the intelligence of the East Sea, the fishmen would be in high spirits and spare him. Trembling with fear, the captain hastily recounted all that he knew about the East Sea. He had heard it was the weakest of seas. Yet he was astonished to find it so feeble that not even a bounty of 30 million could attract a pirate. Arlong laughed heartily. This is splendid. Such feeble pirates will surely compel the Navy headquarters to withhold their forces from the East Sea's suppression. Thus, we shall undoubtedly establish a magnificent fishman empire here." With a 5-pointed star upon his head, marked by a sun emblem at its center. The octopus fisherman, Little 8, chimed in, "Along is right. We shall surely succeed in founding the Fishman Empire in the East Sea." The soft-boned fishman, adorned with the sun emblem of the Sun Pirates on his chest, nodded in agreement. The kissing fishman, with his long, kiss-ready mouth, added, "I believe in you." Along. These three fishmen, second only to Along in strength, were the three chief officers of the evil dragon pirates, accompanied by a throng of over 50 fishermen subordinates, naturally endowed with strength surpassing that of ordinary humans. Having acquired the desired intelligence, Along grinned wickedly at the captain of the merchant ship, saying, "Your information has pleased me greatly. You may depart." The captain, overjoyed, scrambled to his feet, exclaiming, "Excellent. I shall leave at once." Yet, as he hurried to the ship's edge, his expression faltered upon witnessing the burning remnants of his ship. Surrounded by an expanse of endless ocean, how would he escape? "What? Do you not wish to leave? Allow me to see you off." Along cackled maliciously as he approached the captain. "No, please, no." The captain had endured despair, glimpsed the light of hope, only to have it cruelly extinguished, a most harrowing ordeal. Ultimately, he faced the merciless fate of being cast overboard by Along, driven by a primal instinct to survive. The captain desperately swam towards Logtown, but fate had other plans. Before he could swim far, a massive sea king, resembling a cow and adorned with a ring on its snout, an accomplice of the evil dragon pirates, emerged and devoured him whole. "Aha, we said you could leave." But Mumu never agreed to it. A raucous laughter erupted as a group of fishmen cruelly reveled aboard the ship. Only in this manner could their hatred for humanity find fleeting joy. Within the ranks of the evil dragon pirates, only the kind-hearted Hachi remained untainted, though he harbored little desire for such a fate and felt powerless to instigate any change, thus resigning himself to the currents of fate. We set forth to establish a grand fishman empire. The evil dragon pirates departed from this place, with the sound of bubbling water trailing behind them. Their course set for the village of Cocoa West. The arrival of the evil dragon pirates was imminent, and Luffy's instinct signaled a warning. On this day, before dusk had even settled, Luffy had concluded his training of the two young girls and ventured alone into an orange grove. Belmer's orange orchard. The oranges were rather sour and not particularly palatable. No wonder the days had been bleak before my arrival. It seems the oranges were selling poorly. While Belmer was absorbed in tending to her orange trees, she was startled by an unexpected noise. Turning around, she discovered Luffy had plucked one of her oranges to eat and was now criticizing its taste. Belmer retorted, "To take my oranges without permission, and then to complain about their flavor? You have quite the audacity." Luffy flashed a toothy grin and remarked, "I have always possessed a thick skin. If you do not believe me, feel free to give it a touch." As he spoke, he leaned in playfully. "All right, then, I shall touch it," Belmer chuckled mischievously. Having donned gloves specifically to tend to the orange trees, which required watering, when she saw Luffy's face approaching, she certainly did not shy away like an ordinary woman would. "With these gloves on, I shall not allow you to touch me." Just as Belmer was about to reach out, Luffy adeptly pulled back to avoid her advance. "Oh," Belmer teased, "didn't you say I could touch it? Why does your statement seem to have lost its validity?" Luffy retorted, "If you truly wish to touch, by all means. Would you like me to strip down completely for your indulgence? Even if it's with gloves, that is perfectly acceptable." Luffy's audacious remark stirred a desire within Belmer to respond with equal boldness. However, reflecting on Luffy's persistent daring demeanor, she surmised that he would indeed follow through this time. Even with gloves on, touching Luffy's body would still leave her at a disadvantage. With a dismissive snort, she resolved not to acquiesce. "Very well, speak. What brings you here so suddenly? Have you been brooding for days, finally unable to contain yourself, intent on coercing me into something?" When it came to such matters, Belmer exhibited no shame, boldly stating, "Let me make this abundantly clear. I would never harbor any affection for a brat like you. If you truly wish to devour me, it would require force. Given your strength, I cannot resist. However, you must promise me that you will not harm Nojiko or Nami. If you agree, I shall concede to your desires. If not, I shall never allow you to succeed, even at the cost of my life." Her unwavering tone and earnest demeanor conveyed to Luffy the seriousness of her stance. "Ah ha 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 ha." Luffy erupted into laughter, clutching his belly and bending over in uncontrollable mirth. Belmer, awaiting Luffy's response, grew impatient upon witnessing his incessant laughter and remarked, "What are you laughing at? Hurry up and answer me." Chapter 48. Intuition can be deceiving. What am I laughing at? Naturally, I am laughing at you. Luffy ceased his laughter and said, I have already stated that I will not force you to eat it. I did not do so in the past, and I certainly shall not do so in the future. However, have you ever heard the saying? Weakness is the original sin. Luffy, with profound implications in his words, remarked, even if I do not compel you, the fact remains that you, lacking the strength to safeguard yourself, find yourself utterly helpless in the face of danger. Have you ever contemplated the day when you might seek my assistance? With a fervent gaze, Luffy looked at Belmer, unabashedly revealing his intentions. You have always known that I desire you. When the day comes that you plead for me, be prepared to accept the reality. In a world where death loomed at every corner, Belmer, having narrowly escaped the clutches of mortality, had long grasped the futility of weakness. Taking a deep breath, she declared, since the moment I nearly lost my life, I have ceased to care for my own existence, be it my life or anything else. My sole concern now lies with my two adopted daughters, Nojiko and Nami. If there ever comes a day when they are in peril, I would willingly submit to your whims, only seeking their safety. Luffy flashed a grin, shaking his head to dismiss the proposal, stating, I cannot agree to this. As for Noki and Nami, I would never allow them to face any danger, regardless of your words. Hearing Luffy's assurance to safeguard his two adoptive daughters, Belmer let out a sigh of relief, knowing that their safety was now guaranteed, no matter what the future held. However, Belmer gazed at Luffy with confusion, asking, haven't you always desired to have me? Yet, you are willing to forego the opportunity to protect Noki and Nami. Why do you care for them so deeply? After expressing her doubts, a sudden thought crossed Belmer's mind, and she exclaimed in anger, you aren't plotting against Nami and Noki, are you? Oh dear. The truth has been uncovered. Luffy blinked and shrugged, indicating that he had no intention of evading the past. You lecherous scoundrel, thinking that the three of us, mother and daughters, would serve you, how naive. Get lost. The two adopted daughters were Belmer's Achilles heel, as well as her forbidden territory. Anyone daring to entertain thoughts of harming Nami would provoke Belmer to leap upon them like an enraged lion, regardless of who they were. Belmer seized the watering can and swung it towards Luffy. Luffy took a few steps back, raising his hands in a gesture of peace. All right. No need to be so violent. If you wish for me to leave, I shall depart. Belmer's expression shifted, her assault ceasing as she incredulously questioned. Are you truly willing to walk away? To do nothing? What is there to do? Luffy replied, though it can be quite exhilarating to obtain something through coercion. I find myself more intrigued by a woman as obstinate as you. I would prefer you to willingly submit to me. That would be far more satisfying. From tonight until tomorrow, I shall linger in the place where we crossed paths. Should you require assistance, feel free to seek me out. Luffy paused, his figure receding into the distance, turning back with a mischievous grin. As a token of your gratitude for my aid, why not voluntarily become my woman? Ah, such is the design of fate. Belmer, you cannot escape the grasp of my hand. With a triumphant laugh, Luffy declared his intent, fading into the horizon. Luffy's parting words left a sense of unease in Belmer's heart. If he lacked certainty, he would never have assured her that he could wait for her call. Knowing things she did not, what would transpire tonight or tomorrow? As these thoughts swirled, her heart grew restless. She had no inclination to tend to the orange trees any longer. Hastily gathering her tools, she made her way home. Welcome home, Belmer. Why are you back so early today? The two sisters, who had been playing at home, greeted the anxious Belmer as she entered. Thank goodness you're both safe, Belmer exclaimed, rushing to embrace her foster daughters tightly, relief flooding her heart. What's wrong, Belmer? I can hardly breathe, the sisters exclaimed, puzzled by their guardian's sudden return and emotional display. Is something troubling you, Belmer? They inquired, concerned. Releasing her sisters, Belmer realized she had let Luffy's words unsettle her composure. She quickly composed herself and forced a smile. It's nothing. By the way, why are you home so early? Did you not go out to play? The sisters had indeed gone out to play, accompanying Luffy. However, they were disheartened by his announcement that he had matters to attend to and would not be staying the night, promising to see them again the following day. They adhered to their agreement and refrained from mentioning Luffy, simply stating they were tired and decided to return home early. Tired? That must mean you're hungry as well. Let us have dinner early tonight, Belmer said, heading toward the small kitchen. What shall we have for dinner? Wild boar? Dried fish? Bear paw? In recent days, Luffy has captured a considerable number of wild beasts. The trio of mother and daughters certainly cannot consume them all. These beasts serve as Luffy's payment for lodging, and he would not indulge himself excessively. Thus, even if Luffy were to cease providing accommodations, the remaining preserved food, if rationed, would suffice for the three of them for over a month. They could feast on bear paws and wild boar meat. The two sisters frolicked behind, eagerly responding. That night echoed with the same laughter, the same warmth, yet something seemed amiss. It felt as though Luffy was absent. The sisters were aware that Luffy would not be returning home that night, but they were unconcerned about his absence, knowing they would see him again tomorrow. As for Belmer, the sisters did not mention Luffy, nor would she bring him up unprompted. Belmer was puzzled as to why the sisters did not inquire about Luffy's absence that evening. Observing her two foster daughters engrossed in their meal, she contemplated that perhaps Luffy had already bid farewell to them before he set out on his journey. With this thought, Belmer temporarily set aside her concerns about Luffy and regarded her daughters with a smile. Regardless of what Luffy's words hinted at, she was resolute in her determination to protect her daughters at all costs, embodying the unwavering faith of a great mother. As night fell, the stars twinkled high in the sky, and the sound of rolling waves resonated. A young eagle and its mate nestled in the sand, while Luffy reclined comfortably beneath the warmth of the two eagles. Hey, he mused. I recall from the original tale that when the dragon pirate crew arrived at Cocoa West Village, it was during the day. So now that it is night, even if they were to come, it would likely be tomorrow, right? Is it not rather foolish of me to abandon the warmth of my cozy abode and venture out here into the cold wind? Luffy muttered to himself, a dark line appearing on his forehead as he sighed. In truth, he had considered that the dragon pirates would not arrive today. After all, in the original narrative, the dragon pirates reached Cocoa West Village during daylight. As Luffy set out to find Belmer, the evening was drawing near. This prompted him to speculate that the arrival of the dragon pirate crew would not occur until the following day. While this conjecture lingered in his mind, an intuitive forewarning also emerged, leaving Luffy in a state of uncertainty regarding the precise timing of the dragon pirate crew's arrival. He vividly remembered that moments of significant arrivals often coincided with the same day. Caught in indecision, he resolved to consider both today and tomorrow as potential arrival dates. Little did he expect, however, that his intuition would prove remarkably accurate. The dragon pirate crew would indeed arrive the next day, yet the forewarning had struck today. Can I be blamed for this? He mused. The impending arrival of the dragon pirate crew in Cocoa Village was something one could glean from the original text. Knowing this in advance, Luffy found himself overly concerned about the timing of the crew's arrival. Thus, it seemed that his intuition had merely sharpened. Naturally, the reason behind this sudden enhancement of his instincts remained a mystery to him. He attributed the discomfort of spending the night on the sandy ground, exposed to the cold wind, to his heightened intuition. Chapter 49. The arrival of the dragon pirate crew. A night passed, and the quiet dawn of the following day arrived. Belmer rose early, preparing breakfast. After eating, she did not tend to the orange trees as she usually did. Is Belmer not going to care for the orange trees today? Her two adopted daughters questioned, puzzled. With a strained smile, Belmer replied, Today, I shall forego the orange trees. Tending to them daily has not yielded any better results. I will stay here to accompany you both. The sisters raised their hands in jubilant cheer. Hooray! Then let us play by the seaside. Belmer, smiling gently as she patted their heads, agreed. To the beach, then? Very well. With a beaming expression, she led her daughters outside to play. Concealing the worries that weighed on her heart, Luffy's words from the day prior lingered in her mind, causing her unease. Upon awakening this morning, her eyelids fluttered restlessly, and a wave of anxiety surged within her. Lacking Luffy's precise forewarning, she felt that something significant might occur today. Determined to remain close to her two daughters throughout the day, Belmer aimed to avert any unforeseen circumstances that might lead to regret. As morning unfolded in Cocoa Village, the streets gradually filled with people. Vendors set up stalls, others ventured out to shop, while some enjoyed leisurely strolls after breakfast or headed off to work. Among them were a mother and her two daughters heading to the beach. Ah, where is Belmer taking them today? Remarked one villager. Little thief cat. It's been days since we've heard of your mischief. Have you turned over a new leaf? Laughed another. Ha, little thief cat wouldn't change her ways. Perhaps in a few days, the library will be missing books again. Well, if the library loses any books, seeking out Nami is surely the right course. These teasing remarks appeared to mock the trio, yet the villagers' warm smiles and their affectionate glances towards Nami revealed that they were merely jesting. Undoubtedly, the mother and daughters faced no ostracism from the villagers due to Nami's reputation as the little thief cat. Conversely, as members of the same village, they share a bond of kindness and mutual understanding. If Nami, that mischievous little cat, dares to pilfer again, I implore you to administer a stern lesson. Auntie, does your shoulder still ache? Hunter uncle, I've heard tales of your recent conquest over a ferocious beast. How impressive. As Belmer walked, she cheerfully greeted the villagers. Meanwhile, Nami made a face at the villagers who teased her. Nami, you mustn't act this way. Stealing is inherently wrong, scolded Nojiko, assuming the role of the elder sister. Nami turned her little face away, huffing, I refuse to be lectured by Nojiko. Remember the time you were so hungry that you swiped a bun from Uncle Baker? Nojiko retorted, I only took a single bun out of hunger, unlike you, who frequently pilfers. Last time at the fruit shop, you stole several pieces of fruit. Pfft. Just a few fruits. What about that time you enough? Both of you, cease this bickering, Belmer interjected, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she sensed the villagers' amused gazes. Weren't we supposed to go to the beach? Let us hurry. She hurriedly pulled her two sisters toward the seaside, their movements rather clumsy. Ha. I wondered why several pieces of fruit had suddenly gone missing. I thought my husband had been sneaking snacks, remarked a villager. Every time I turn around while making buns, I notice one less bun. It seems those two sisters are indeed the culprits, they continued, their chatter igniting a lively discussion about what had gone missing on various occasions, playfully condemning the sisters for their naughty behavior. I must insist that you refrain from stealing in the future. Your actions have caused me great embarrassment among the villagers just now, Belmer said, breathless after their run to the beach, placing her hands on her hips as she reprimanded her two daughters. We understand, and we want to do it again, the sisters replied, heads bowed in contrition, acknowledging their faults, whether or not they would truly amend their ways. Oh dear, Belmer sighed, having repeated these words countless times, fully aware of how her daughters thought. She could not bring herself to harshly reprimand them, knowing that their misdeeds stemmed from their impoverished circumstances. If anyone were to bear the brunt of blame, it should be Belmer herself. All right, today we are here to have fun, so let us not dwell on this any longer, she said, collecting her emotions and affectionately ruffling the sister's hair, smiling. Now, let us go build a sandcastle. I want to create a grand structure. As Belmer spoke, her two daughters lifted their heads, filled with excitement, instantly casting aside the previous events. Haha, is this the house of Norkageo? How ugly it is, resembling a square box. They exclaimed. Humph, the people of Nami's village are quite unattractive as well. What is this? Their heads are flat, and their mouths crooked. Belmer chuckled cheerfully, stepping forward to mold sand, instructing her two adopted daughters on how to create what they desired. At the seaside, waves surged and receded continuously. The trio left behind 3 sets of tiny footprints, 1 large and 2 small, etched into the sandy shore. Those 3 little footprints, which attracted Luffy's attention, were covered in sand. Anyone witnessing this scene would break into a smile. Warmth, happiness, family, and all things beautiful were encapsulated within it, until an unexpected intruder shattered the tranquility. A pirate ship, flying the Jolly Roger, sped across the distant sea, heralding the arrival of the Arlong pirates, threatening to disrupt the peace of Cocoa Village and ushering in a nightmare. The first to spot this ominous approach were the 3 women, playing by the shore. Nami was the first to see it, shouting from a distance, Belmer, look, a ship is coming. A ship? Why would a merchant vessel arrive today? It shouldn't be here for another day or 2, Belmer mused, initially assuming it was a merchant ship. However, as she turned to see the pirate vessel, her expression turned pale upon noticing the pirate flag. Trembling, she exclaimed, this is not a merchant ship, it's a pirate ship. Nami, Norkageo, we must flee. In a frenzy, her body shaking with fear. Belmer was not afraid for herself, but for the potential harm the approaching pirates might inflict upon her beloved daughters. She also worried about the devastation that Cocoa Village might face. Could those pirates be like Luffy? Belmer, why should we run? Pirates don't seem so frightening. Luffy is quite nice, her daughters Novelli replied. In response to their innocent remarks, Belmer scolded them fiercely, you 2 fools. How many times must I tell you that pirates are ruthless? Luffy is merely an exception. Haunted by the terror of pirates, Belmer urged her daughters to run faster. Suddenly, she halted, causing her 2 daughters, who were being pulled along, to collide with her. Listen to me. No matter what happens, do not look back. Run desperately in that direction. Do you understand? Belmer instructed seriously, pointing towards the spot where she first encountered Luffy. With the pirates approaching, where could she possibly hide her 2 daughters? No matter where they concealed themselves, if discovered by the pirates, it would surely spell disaster. Understanding this, Belmer, in a state of panic, finally recalled that Luffy was still waiting for her. Chapter 50, The Sisters Under Watch. Listen, Luffy is over there. Even if pirates come, he will protect you. Belmer urged her two adopted daughters as the pirates drew nearer. Belmer, aren't you coming with us to find Luffy? The sisters, witnessing Belmer's frantic demeanor, realized that this group of pirates was fundamentally different from Luffy. The very presence of these pirates instilled fear in Belmer, signifying their ferocity. The sisters grasped Belmer's hands, anxious to take her along in search of Luffy. Belmer managed a strained smile and said, "You go find Luffy first. I will join you shortly." Pointing towards Cocoa West Village, she continued, "Look, the pirates are coming, and the villagers are still unaware. I must warn them. Now, be obedient and hurry along." With another firm push from Belmer, the sisters stumbled a few meters away, turning back to glance at her, their hesitation palpable. "Go," Belmer shouted urgently, then softened her tone. "Rest assured, once I inform the villagers, I will come to find you." "Yes, Belmer, please be quick." With tears welling in their eyes, the sisters, reluctantly responding to Belmer's urgent prompting, turned and dashed towards the place where Luffy awaited. With Luffy there, you will surely be safe. The might of Luffy had been partially witnessed by Belmer, who was aware that he possessed the powers of a devil fruit. Although she could not discern which of the two opposing pirate crews was stronger, she was certain that Luffy would not yield easily. With her two adopted daughters by his side, their safety seemed assured. However, Belmer's current concern lay with the unsuspecting villagers. She sprinted towards Cocoa West Village, determined to alert them to flee before the pirates landed. Unfortunately, Belmer underestimated the speed at which the dragon pirates would make landfall. As Belmer and her daughters anxiously urged each other to reach Luffy, a sharp-eyed fisherman spotted the three figures alone on the beach. "Captain Arlong, someone has seen us." The captain rose from his seat, approached the ship's bow, and gazed upon the distant Cocoa West Village with a booming laugh. "Ha ha ha. Since we've been discovered, let us hasten our landing lest those feeble humans hide away. Although they could be found, we did not come here to play hide and seek." With a command from Arlong, a dozen fishermen plunged into the water, using their extraordinary strength to propel the ship forward with great speed. Consequently, before Belmer could reach Cocoa West Village, the vessel surged onto the beach, sliding several meters and leaving a deep trail behind. Under Arlong's leadership, 3 officers and numerous fishermen minions followed with malicious grins towards Cocoa West Village. "Captain Arlong, 2 kids are running off in that direction. Shall we capture them?" Arlong, unhurried, replied casually, "Those 2 brats are worth 100,000 berries. Of course, we must retrieve them. Go on." The fisherman who spoke was the sharp-eyed one, his bulging eyes giving him a fearsome appearance. With pale yellow skin, he was a bulging-eyed fisherman. He responded, "Understood, Captain Arlong. I will certainly bring back those 2 runaway brats." He sped off with a twisted smile on his lips. The bulging-eyed fisherman had peculiar tendencies, particularly enjoying torturing individuals, especially young girls. The thought of inflicting fear upon their petite forms thrilled him, igniting a feverish excitement within. Alas, Captain Arlong sought berries, and thus he could not allow them to suffer to death. His menacing gaze glinted with a hint of red as he mused, "I must not displease Captain Arlong. I suppose I shall leave them half-dead instead." Unbeknownst to the 2 sisters, a deranged, bulging-eyed fisherman was hot on their heels, breathless and drenched in sweat. Just as they were on the brink of exhaustion, they finally caught sight of Luffy. "Luffy, something terrible is happening. Something terrible." Luffy had long since the arrival of the 2 sisters and was aware that the evil dragon pirates had landed. He approached the sisters, patting their backs gently to help them regain their composure. "Pirates have indeed come, haven't they?" "I am aware," he stated. With Luffy's assistance, their anxiety began to ease somewhat. The sisters were about to express their concerns to him when they realized he was already informed. "Huh? We didn't say anything. How did you know, Luffy?" they exclaimed in astonishment. In response to their surprise, Luffy merely smiled and said, "I have my ways of knowing. Rest assured, with me around, you will be safe. Belmer will be safe too." His reassuring tone instilled a sense of calm in the sisters, alleviating their previous turmoil. Subtly, Luffy employed a bit of his charm to soothe the 2 sisters further. "Belmer has gone to inform the villagers. You should go meet her," Luffy suggested. Belmer mentioned she would be coming, and Noko, being 2 years older and more sensible, worried about potential mishaps and wanted Luffy to escort her. Nami, concerned for Belmer as well, grasped Luffy's hand and implored, "Luffy, please." Faced with the earnest requests of the 2 young girls, Luffy had a plan in mind but refrained from declining. He nodded, saying, "Yes, I will go to meet Belmer. However, I must first deal with the little tail following you." Luffy, glancing towards the 2 sisters, noticed the menacing figure of the bulging-eyed fisherman rushing towards them. The sisters followed his gaze and turned to behold the terrifying sight, which prompted them to exclaim in fright. What manner of creature is that? Is he even human? His appearance is so dreadful. They instinctively recoiled, their faces etched with panic. Luffy, wrapping his arms around the sisters, sought to reassure them, explaining he is not human. He is a fishman. You need not fear him. I shall protect you. The petite forms of the sisters pressed against Luffy, offering a soft murmur of trust, though the fishman's ghastly visage instilled an overwhelming sense of dread within them. Before my magnificent, bulging-eyed fishman self, you dare to boast of protecting them? Cease your empty bravado. Little one. The fishman approached the trio with a malevolent glare directed at the sisters, sneering with disdain. Withdraw your repugnant gaze. They are frightened. Luffy positioned himself protectively in front of the two sisters, squinting his eyes, his expression inscrutable as he spoke. If you wish for a swift demise, it is best you comply. The young boy seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Upon hearing Luffy's words, the fishman, with eyes wide and a mocking grin, scoffed at the audacity of a mere child daring to speak to him in such a manner. Even adults quaked in his presence. Yet, he dismissed Luffy as merely an insolent brat, eager to inflict suffering upon the sisters, his patience wearing thin. He envisioned the scene of Luffy's head shattering under his fist, the terrified cries of the two young girls echoing in his mind. Chapter 51. The rubber spike punch. The fishman regarded Luffy with contempt, confident that a single blow would crush the boy's head. However, Luffy held an equally dismissive view of the fishman, believing he could effortlessly extinguish the fishman's life at will. Who was truly boasting, and who was overestimating their capabilities? The answer soon revealed itself. The fishman's fist was effortlessly blocked by Luffy's single hand, his demeanor suggesting no strain in the action. The fishman was taken aback, and before he could react, Luffy's arm inexplicably contracted by a third. No, it did not merely shorten. Upon closer inspection, it resembled a spring compressing, as a portion of his fist retracted into his arm. Rubber triple spike punch. Just as he assumed the offensive stance, Luffy's retracted fist catapulted out from his arm, striking the fishman squarely in the abdomen, leaving him no time to counter. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of 3 muffled impacts resonated as his fist met the pale yellow belly, sending the fishman hurtling backward, his body violently convulsing thrice, as if he had endured 3 consecutive blows. Luffy is acutely aware that during his youth, the arduous training he undertook could not infinitely augment his physical strength. Constrained by his corporeal limitations, the rapid enhancement of his power proved to be a formidable challenge, thereby restricting his overall prowess. After 2 years of rigorous training, Luffy pondered how to compensate for his deficiencies in strength. Through a series of contemplative reflections and relentless experiments, he ultimately discovered an attacking technique well suited to him. In the original narrative, Luffy employs the Gear Fourth, retracting his fist into his arms and then, through an explosive rebound of force, unleashes his fist with remarkable speed. This method diverges from his previous techniques, as it not only amplifies his striking power but also minimizes the enemy's reaction time. Unlike the prior approach of extending his arms backward before launching an attack, which could easily allow formidable opponents to anticipate and block his moves, this new strategy proves to be far more effective. Although the original Luffy may appear foolish, his combat intelligence is exceptionally high. By harnessing the extraordinary potential of his rubber abilities to develop Gear Fourth, he naturally conceived techniques that complement this formidable power. Nevertheless, while the Gear Fourth attack method is indeed powerful and rapid, Luffy senses there remains room for further refinement. Luffy conceived a novel method of attack, recalling a particular anime from his past life titled Toriko. In Toriko, there exist 4 pivotal characters known as the 4 Heavenly Kings. Among them, the protagonist, Toriko, possesses a distinct and strikingly unique combat technique. Similar to Luffy's elastic and extraordinary assault style, Toriko's signature move is called the Nail Punch. The Nail Punch consists of a series of strikes. The first is a single punch, followed by a double, and then a triple punch. If executed in an infinite sequence, it manifests as a barrage of punches delivered in a single instant. For instance, in the 9 consecutive nail punches, Toriko must unleash 9 punches in rapid succession, without a moment's pause. The impact on the adversary is such that they are struck by an initial wave of force, only to be met immediately by a second, then a third, culminating in the 9th blow. This relentless onslaught resembles the relentless waves of the sea, where the preceding wave has yet to recede before the subsequent one crashes down. This is the essence of Toriko's ultimate technique, the Nail Punch. However, the Nail Punch is not without its vulnerabilities. Despite the ability to unleash multiple punches in a fleeting moment, there invariably exists a fleeting interval during the execution of the strikes, regardless of their speed. Should an adversary possess the requisite reflexes and strength, they could adeptly evade the oncoming blows and seize the opportunity to counterattack. The flaw inherent in Toriko's nail punch prompts the question, could it be enhanced by integrating it with Luffy's Gear 4th technique? The concept of a rubber triple nail punch does not merely entail delivering 3 punches instantaneously. Rather, it encapsulates the cumulative might of Luffy's 3 full-force strikes, all contained within the retracted position of his arm. In essence, while it may appear that Luffy delivers a singular blow, the fishman is, in reality, subjected to the full force of 3 distinct punches, each executed with Luffy's utmost strength. Luffy's extraordinary rubber physiology endows him with remarkable capacity, and his mastery over life force grants him absolute control over his body, enabling him to temporarily retain the power of his full-force strikes before unleashing them. Luffy's envisioned Gum Gum Nail Fist, after 2 years of diligent training, has finally come to fruition. Even in his ordinary state, a single, full-force punch from Luffy is capable of inflicting severe injuries upon a merman. It is needless to say that landing 3 punches simultaneously on a single spot would be utterly devastating. At the moment the merman is struck, his fate is sealed. Luffy, it appears, has indeed delivered a fatal blow to this merman. Witnessing the merman's lifeless eyes, blood flowing from his wounds, and his motionless body lying on the ground, the 2 sisters finally come to a grim realization. The sudden appearance of the merman is indeed terrifying, yet he seems to be no match for Luffy's formidable strength. Luffy chuckled, oblivious to the sisters' ignorance of the intricacies behind his formidable punch. With a nonchalant demeanor, he remarked, such a diminutive fishman surely cannot withstand a single blow from me. In a fleeting moment, he feigned bravado, earning the adoration of 2 young girls. Well then, since this fishman has pursued you both to this very place, it indicates that they have indeed landed, and perhaps even ventured to Cocoa West Village. Though Luffy's tone may be speculative, the application of observation haki confirms that the Don Quixote pirates have indeed arrived at Cocoa Village. If these pirates have reached Cocoa Village, does that not place Belmer in peril? The villagers shall not escape unscathed either. What shall we do? Luffy, please, lend us your aid, Luffy. The words of Luffy instilled fear in the 2 sisters, leaving their faces pale as they cast their final hopes and pleading gazes upon him. Rest assured, with me around, nothing will go amiss. Neither you, nor Belmer, nor the village of Cocoa West shall come to harm. For now, I will ensure your safety before proceeding to Cocoa West. Luffy comforted the 2 sisters, calling upon Little Eagle to embrace them as they soared towards a forest on the island. Before long, in the heart of the woods, Luffy, observing the lingering worry in the sisters' eyes, assured them, I will leave Little Eagle here to safeguard you. Until this matter is resolved, you should remain hidden here. The sisters nodded, softly agreeing, do take care. We will wait for you here and will not venture elsewhere. Luffy gazed at the 2 sisters, his lips curling into a playful smirk. I shall be cautious, he declared. In a moment, I will be engaging in battle against a band of fishermen pirates. Shouldn't you bestow upon me a parting blessing or reward? As Luffy's words escaped his lips, the 2 sisters grasped his meaning. Each leaning in, they bestowed a sweet kiss upon him. After the tender gesture, Luffy, somewhat disheartened, remarked, Is that merely a kiss? You must understand that shortly I shall be risking my life to protect everyone here. In his fervor, Luffy exaggerated the peril he faced. The sisters, unaware of the true circumstances, were indeed convinced. What further reward could Luffy possibly desire? The stakes were raised. Luffy chuckled, It's still just a kiss, but this time it will be on my lips. Furthermore, I would appreciate your cooperation during the process. Whatever way I wish to kiss, I ask you to allow me to do so. Nokigao, possessing a modicum of understanding regarding matters of intimacy, felt a twinge of hesitation at the unconventionality of such a kiss. Nami, however, pondered little on the matter and nodded. All right, Luffy, whatever you desire. Shall we proceed with the kiss now? Her innocent expression and the way she tilted her head in submission made Luffy yearn to kiss her even more. Suppressing his impulse, he turned to Nokigao. What about you? Are you unwilling? No, I am willing as well, Nokigao replied, now emboldened by Nami's agreement. She contemplated how Luffy would soon engage in a fierce battle against a group of fishermen pirates for their sake. With newfound resolve, Nokigao nodded and spoke. I shall claim this reward upon my return. I must take my leave now. The process unfolded smoothly, devoid of significant obstacles. As Luffy bade farewell and swiftly distanced himself amidst the sisters' concerns and prayers. Chapter 52. The imminent plea for help in the original narrative. The Arlong pirates arrived at Coco West Village without inflicting harm upon the villagers. As long as the adults paid 100,000 and the children 50,000 as protection fees, they would generally be spared from mortal danger. Belmer, lacking such funds, met her tragic fate at the hands of Arlong while striving to protect her two adopted daughters. Thus, it is evident that Arlong's objective was to establish a fisherman empire. With murder never being his primary aim, he would not indiscriminately take lives without just cause. After all, the villagers would ultimately belong to him. Understanding this, Luffy remained unperturbed even when Belmer found herself cornered by the Arlong pirates, knowing that her life was not immediately endangered. Moreover, his intuition served as an additional safeguard. Up to this point, his instincts had not indicated any imminent danger for Belmer, allowing him to calmly arrange for the two sisters to evade attention and stealthily approach Coco West Village. In Coco West Village, Belmer, Akan, and all the villagers, except for Noko and Nami, had gathered. The atmosphere was charged with fear as their faces reflected terror, all eyes fixed on the encircling group of fishmen. The situation was dire. Regardless of Belmer's desperate efforts to return and warn the villagers, she ultimately found herself thwarted by the Arlong pirates. "Listen closely," declared Arlong. "We are a formidable group of fishmen who have traversed the Grand Line to arrive in the East Blue. From the moment the Arlong pirates set foot here, every one of you, everything within this village, falls under my dominion." He corrected himself. "No, I misspoke. The entirety of this island, encompassing all villages and everything therein, is subject to the rule of the Fishman Empire I am establishing. 100,000 from adults, 50,000 from children. This is the protection fee you must pay each month." Arlong grinned menacingly, leaving no room for doubt. "Pay your due in berries, and you shall live. Fail to pay, and you will meet your demise. Now, go and collect the berries." Surrounded by the fishmen's minions, the villagers were subjected to strange laughter as they demanded protection fees. In the face of Arlong's threats, the villagers understood that no amount of money was worth risking their lives. Reluctantly, they extracted their meager bounty of berries, placing their hard-earned coins into the large bags held by the fishmen. Life had already been arduous, with each month barely allowing them to sustain their basic living conditions. Now, with their last remaining berries surrendered, how would they continue to survive? One villager, after handing over his berries, muttered to himself among the crowd, harboring a bleak outlook on the future. Nearby, Aegean sighed and offered consolation. "The situation is beyond our control. We cannot fight against these pirates. Handing over the berries is a means to secure our lives, and we must be grateful for that." He then inquired, "By the way, Belmer, do you have enough berries? And what about Noko and Nami? Have they hidden well?" The arrival of the dragon pirate crew had been forewarned by Belmer, enabling them to prepare in advance. Though this advance notice had ultimately failed to grant them refuge from the impending threat. Earlier, while urgently gathering the villagers for evacuation, Aegean had noticed Belmer alone, without the presence of the two sisters, prompting his concern. Belmer had hastily reassured him that there was no need for worry. They were safe. Now, as he inquired again about Belmer, his anxiety for the sisters resurfaced. In a hushed tone, Belmer responded, "I have enough for myself. They need not worry. They are hiding in a secure location, completely safe." Comforted by the thought that the sisters had likely reached Luffy, Belmer felt a sense of relief. Regarding the berries, if it were only for her, a sum of 100,000 berries would suffice. Their safety was paramount. Aegean felt reassured. Among the villagers, his greatest concern was for Belmer and her family. Now that Belmer could contribute her share of berries, and with Nami and the others safely hidden away, he exhaled a breath of tension. If even the poorest villager, Belmer, could pay her dues, the other villagers would surely manage as well. Paying the protection fees each month only compounded the difficulties of the villagers' already strained existence, yet it was a means to preserve their lives. And that was perhaps the greatest solace they could find. As for how they would navigate the challenging days ahead, that was a question for another time. As Aegean pondered this, the villagers gradually submitted their berries. Should anyone find themselves short, neighbors would lend a hand. Among them, Belmer generously offered her remaining 5 berries to assist those in need. 5 berries may seem insignificant, but they represented Belmer's heartfelt intention. In this small act lay the essence of human compassion. 5 berries were indeed a modest sum. Having surrendered this last vestige of their dwindling resources, what lay ahead for their lives? Indeed, if one were to fall ill with fever or cold, where would they find berries to seek treatment in the neighboring village? Let alone medical care. Even the basic sustenance of 2 meals a day seemed uncertain. The villagers who had completed their tribute to the infamous dragon pirates murmured despondently among themselves, their hearts heavy with the realization that this nefarious crew would demand protection fees monthly, effectively establishing a prolonged dominion over their land. Each villager bore a countenance steeped in despair, gazing into a future devoid of hope. Do you think that if the dragon pirates take permanent residence here, the Navy might intervene? They pondered. Yet, whispers circulated that this band of fishmen pirates had splintered from the renowned Sun Pirates, emerging from the Grand Line, raising doubts about the Navy's ability to apprehend them. The Sun Pirates had garnered an immense reputation, even in the unguarded Cocoa Village. While news of other pirate factions remained obscure, the villagers were aware of the Sun Pirates, predominantly composed of enslaved fishmen. The dragon pirates were notoriously elusive, leaving the villagers to contemplate a future under the rule of these fishmen. Overcome with hopelessness, they could not suppress their quiet lamentations. Belmer, listening nearby, felt a deep resonance with their plight, having once served in the Navy. Her experiences lent her a broader perspective. The naval forces in the East Blue had never been particularly formidable, even if they had not traversed the Grand Line. It remained uncertain whether they could capture the newly emergent dominant pirate crews. Moreover, considering the dragon pirates, who had traversed against the currents of the Grand Line, the prospect of the Navy successfully capturing them seemed bleak. If the Navy were to pursue, the fishmen could easily retreat into the depths of the sea. How could they ever be apprehended? The villagers yearned for the day the Navy would bring them to justice, though they questioned if that day would ever come. Rather than placing their hopes in the Navy, Belmer found herself wishing fervently for Luffy to drive these fishmen away. A thought struck her. Just the day before, Luffy had hinted at offering assistance. Today, the dragon pirates had indeed made their ominous arrival. Did Luffy foresee the arrival of the Arlong pirates, which is why he confidently asserted that I would seek his assistance? The more Belmer contemplated this, the more she felt certain that Luffy must have had prior knowledge. If Belmer's intuition was correct, seeking Luffy's help would undoubtedly elicit a favorable response from him. This indicates that Luffy harbors no fear of the fishmen, at least suggesting that he is not weaker than them in terms of strength. By agreeing to assist, Luffy would inevitably find himself in conflict with the Arlong pirates, leading to a confrontation. His willingness to aid stems from a place of confidence. Belmer had not considered that Luffy might challenge an invincible foe for her sake. Should the Arlong pirates establish a prolonged dominion over this area, it would be increasingly difficult for Nami and the others to evade future threats. Moreover, under the oppressive rule of the Arlong pirates, Nami and her friends could never hope to thrive in health and happiness. The citizens of Cocoa Village would also face a grim fate in the years to come. With these thoughts weighing heavily on her mind, Belmer resolved that she could not allow the Arlong pirates to reign over this place. With Luffy present, there remained a glimmer of hope, provided Belmer chose to seek his aid. As she weighed her options, her heart began to lean toward reaching out to Luffy. In Chapter 53, the murderous intent of Arlong looms. Sacrificing herself to save Cocoa Village, Belmer sought to rescue Nami and her companions from a tragic childhood. Regardless of her internal deliberations, she deemed her sacrifice worthwhile. After all, her physical existence was but a trivial matter. Finding solace in her thoughts, Belmer's resolve solidified, leading her to a decision. At that moment, Arlong's perplexed voice pierced the air. What is going on? Did I not instruct someone to capture those 2 fleeing brats? Why have I yet to see any sign of them? Xiao Ding went to catch them. Knowing his nature, he is probably playing with those 2 kids. A certain fishman speculated, familiar with the proclivities of the stingray fishmen. Humph, those 2 brats better not be played to death. They are worth 100,000 berries. Guaranteed monthly. Arlong scoffed, dismissing the matter. Among all the fishmen, none believed that the stingray fishman chasing after 2 children would lead to any unforeseen consequences. It was surely just a matter of playfulness. What kind of play could the stingray fishmen engage in? The fishmen were all too aware. Relieved, Belmer felt her tense body relax slightly. She had an inkling as to why the stingray fishman had yet to return. He must have encountered Luffy and been detained by him. Indeed, it was imperative that she seek Luffy's South assistance to drive away this band of fishmen. Belmer gritted her teeth, realizing that she had underestimated the attention of the fishmen toward Nami and her friends. Without waiting for the future, one would soon recognize the imminent threat to Nami and her companions. Had it not been for Luffy's protection, it is possible that her 2 adopted daughters would have already faced dire consequences. Judging by the tone of the fishmen, the one pursuing them certainly harbored malicious intentions. Had Luffy not been present, if Nami and her companions had encountered that fishman, the outcome would have been unimaginable. Belmer dared not contemplate it. Initially reluctant to embrace the notion of sacrifice when seeking Luffy's assistance, she now felt a sense of relief. For at least her small sacrifice could ensure the safety of her two daughters. The most lamentable plight in the world is when someone is willing to sacrifice everything yet gains not even a fraction of what they desire. With the Arlong pirates still present and no possibility of escape, Belmer resolved to seek Luffy's help once the pirates departed. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded at that moment. As the fisherman's subordinate filled his bag with berries, the number of villagers willing to part with their wealth dwindled. When it came to the last family of 5, the leading man trembled in fear, while his wife clutched their 3 children tightly, weeping softly. "Hey, what are you dragging your feet for? Hurry up and hand over the berries," the impatient fisherman urged as he approached. The man, in a panic, produced all the berries he had, pleading, "This is all we have. Could you perhaps allow me a few days' grace? Once the merchant ship arrives and I sell the oranges, I will repay you." The fisherman counted the berries and, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "Only 120,000 berries? You 5 need a total of 350,000 berries. You're still short." The fisherman scratched his head, pondering, "How much more is needed?" "You're still short by 230,000 berries, you fool. Get out of my way." Arlong approached, shoving the subordinate aside, and with a sinister grin, he gazed at the family of 5. "This is not a bank. There are no debts here. Do you truly have no berries left?" His sharp teeth glimmered in the sunlight, and his terrifying visage exuded a chilling indifference, as if foretelling doom. The man, trembling, swallowed hard and suddenly knelt, beseeching, "I truly have no berries left. Please, grant me a little more time. I will surely repay you in full. Everyone, please help. Who among you has spare berries?" He turned to the villagers, fervently imploring. "We beg you. A few days ago, my child fell ill, and I had to seek treatment in the neighboring village, which cost us a substantial amount of berries. We genuinely have nothing left." His wife, accompanied by their 3 children, also knelt, appealing for aid. The villagers displayed expressions of compassion, but they too had exhausted their resources. They had already given their remaining berries to others and could not possibly produce the 230,000 berries now. The Yuan family truly had nothing left to offer. Aegean wept in anguish as he realized that his greatest concern, Belmer, had handed over the berry. The Shanjing family, considered affluent in the village, found themselves unable to meet the berry demands. Such was the cruel twist of fate. A mere illness could lead one to utter ruin. How could this be? Observing the pitying gazes of the villagers, Shanjing's heart sank. He understood that they were truly devoid of extra funds. In despair, he repeatedly bowed before Arlong, pleading, "There is truly no way to produce the berry. Please grant us a few more days." Regrettably, Arlong coldly refused. "If you cannot provide the berry, then death awaits you." With those merciless words, he gestured, prompting a subordinate, a fisherman, to hand him his weapon, the large saw-like blade. Zhanfeng, Arlong, wielding the imposing blade, loomed over the kneeling family of 5, proclaiming, "You should consider yourselves fortunate. I shall bestow upon you the gift of death." "No, please," Shanjing cried out in terror. "I still have 120,000 berry. At least spare my 3 children." Arlong laughed heartily. "Not a chance." In a sudden fit of benevolence, "I shall ensure that your entire family journeys to the underworld together." "No," Shanjing shouted in fear and defiance. His wife, understanding the horror that lay ahead, wept as she fiercely embraced their 3 children, wishing to shield them from the terrifying scene of their demise. The children, though young, wept loudly in their mother's arms, aware of the impending doom. "Wait." Just as Arlong was about to raise his blade, Belmer stepped forward, calling out, "Do you understand the consequences of interrupting my execution?" Arlong replied ominously, contemplating whether to eliminate her as well. Facing his murderous gaze, Belmer steadied her trembling emotions and asserted, "Isn't the Shanjing family still short 230,000 berry? I possess it." Arlong narrowed his eyes. "Do you truly?" Belmer, gritting her teeth, affirmed, "I truly do. However, the berry is hidden in a certain location. Once I retrieve it, I can present it on behalf of the Shanjing family." Arlong fell silent for a moment before lowering his blade. "Very well, I shall wait." "I hope you do not deceive me," he warned, leaving the unspoken threats hanging in the air. "Understood by all. I would never deceive you. Just a moment." "I will fetch the berry," Belmer assured, as the Shanjing family expressed their profound gratitude. She hurried toward the spot where she first encountered Luffy. Along. Do you truly believe her? What if she seizes this opportunity to flee? Questioned Keluobi, one of the three chief subordinates, with a hint of skepticism. Along. With malicious intent, replied softly, that woman will not flee. She has enough berry to meet her obligation. Even if she wished to escape, she could wait until we leave to seek her chance. Where could she run now without a ship? Thus, her claim of having hidden berries should indeed hold some truth. The execution of my plans was abruptly interrupted, as if one could not very believe that presenting berries would save a life. I eagerly await the moment when I shall seize all her berries and declare that not only will I extinguish the lives of that entire family of 5, but I shall also take hers. Just imagine the despair etched upon her face, the incredulity in her expression. How delightfully amusing. Along mused, unable to suppress his laughter. Do not mistake my ambition to establish a fishman empire as a deterrent to my willingness to take lives indiscriminately. The intent to kill has arisen. Should I refrain from carrying out this act, I shall not rest easy. Chapter 54. Fulfillment of Desire. Belmer, please do not return. The situation appears to be deteriorating. Among the villagers, Aegean, standing at a distance, could not discern Along's words clearly. But the laughter and the murderous glint in Along's eyes sent a chill through him. It seems this matter is more complex than it appears. Even if Belmer heard Aegean's warning, she would undoubtedly return, and she would not be alone. Luffy would accompany her. Belmer had not hidden any berries in that location. She had deceived Along. As the tragedy of the Yui family loomed, Belmer could not stand idly by. She must rescue them. But how? In that moment? When the thought crossed her mind, she recalled Luffy's figure. Given the urgency of the situation, Belmer could not wait for the evil dragon pirates to depart before seeking Luffy's assistance. She quickly devised a plan to stall Along with words while she made her escape to find Luffy. Indeed, what was this nonsense about hiding berries? If Belmer could conceal berries, her family of 3 would not have to endure such poverty. Panting heavily, Belmer sprinted, nearly stumbling along the way. But she pressed on until she finally reached her destination. Luffy. She paused momentarily to catch her breath, gazing into the distance, where Luffy seemed to be leisurely admiring the view of the sea. Words surged in her throat, yet she hesitated to speak immediately. A complex expression crossed her face. Once she uttered her plea for help, she would be entrusting herself to Luffy. This was a matter of great personal significance, and despite her attempts to downplay its importance, she could not deceive herself. Every woman holds such concerns dearly. Where are Nami and Nojiko? Suddenly realizing that her 2 foster daughters were not by Luffy's side, Belmer felt a surge of alarm and hastily inquired about their whereabouts. Do not worry. I have placed them in a very safe location. They will be absolutely fine. After Luffy spoke, he turned around and faced Belmer with a smirk, saying, I told you that you would come looking for me, and here you are. First a prophecy, now an air of arrogance. Heaven knows that before this, Luffy had been in Cocoa Village, hidden in the grass, unnoticed by anyone, observing quietly as he reached the limits of his domain. Luffy is ever vigilant, ready to leap into action as a hero whenever Belmer finds herself in peril. To remain idle and wait like a fool would only lead to tragedy should harm befall her, leaving him unable to rescue her in time. Fortunately, Belmer emerges unscathed, sparing Luffy the need to reveal his true abilities. The unforeseen incident involving the Yuta family astonishes Luffy. In the original narrative, while Belmer's family lacked sufficient berries, the other villagers were adequately provided for. Unlike the scripted events of the original tale, Luffy, after his initial surprise, comes to terms with the reality that, apart from significant occurrences that align with fate, many events will not unfold as they did in the original storyline. As Arlong's malevolence escalates, Luffy grapples with the dilemma of whether to intervene. His reluctance is not born from a moral stance, but rather from a prior commitment to Nami and her friends to protect the village of Kokoyashi. Should the Yuta family perish, it would render Luffy's promises meaningless, a violation of his integrity, which he holds dear. In a desperate scenario, even without Belmer's direct plea for help, Luffy would resolve to act and save them. Thankfully, just before Luffy makes his move, Belmer intervenes. She claims to possess berries, which Luffy doubts. However, upon observing the direction in which Belmer flees, a knowing smile spreads across his face. She is merely seeking an excuse to find him. Thus, Luffy arrives at the scene before Belmer, ready to showcase his prowess in anticipation of her arrival. Indeed, I have come to seek your assistance. Upon hearing that the 2 sisters are safe, Belmer breathes a sigh of relief and states, I have come to implore you to drive away the Arlong pirates. If you succeed, I will be wholly yours. before the Arlong pirates arrive. It seems you anticipated my plea. Did you possess knowledge of these events beforehand? Luffy chuckled and shrugged, remarking, perhaps, you may guess. One cannot presume that others possess a lack of intelligence. In uttering those words, it was evident that Belmer would harbor certain conjectures. Yet, regardless of Belmer's speculations, she could never fathom the veracity of the situation. Observing Luffy's reluctance to elaborate, Belmer ceased her inquiries. Even if she were to clarify these matters now, it would not alleviate the plight of Cocoa Village. Shaking her head, she stated, it is futile to seek clarity at this juncture. Will you acquiesce to my request? With a tense gaze fixed upon Luffy, she felt a modicum of confidence that he would comply. Nevertheless, as the moment approached, her nerves began to fray. What if Luffy, in an unforeseen turn of events, declined her request? What then for Belmer? What would become of Cocoa Village's future? Fortunately, the unexpected turn she feared did not materialize. Luffy nodded affirmatively, having awaited this moment for far too long. I agree. With a beaming smile, Luffy declared, once I have vanquished the evil dragon pirates, you shall be entirely mine. Thereafter, whatever I desire, you will undoubtedly comply, won't you? A rosy hue graced Belmer's cheeks as she fervently nodded in affirmation, indeed. However, prior to that, I have a request. Luffy raised an eyebrow and said, what demands do you have? If you spare my 2 adopted daughters and cease to entertain any ill intentions towards them, I shall submit to your will. That is simply out of the question. Luffy firmly rejected, saying, do not be overly greedy. I have already risked my life to confront the evil dragon pirates for your sake. If we drive away the evil dragon pirates, all of you will be saved. To ask for more is simply excessive. Belmer, feeling disheartened, had anticipated Luffy's refusal even before making her request. It was she who was pleading with Luffy, rather than the other way around, and apart from her own body, she had little else to offer as leverage, thus her demands might be deemed excessive. If he declines, so be it. However, in the future, when you engage in such actions with me, it must remain a secret from Nami and Noko. Her face flushed. Belmer attempted to negotiate, dreading the thought of how mortifying it would be if her 2 adopted daughters were to find out. Luffy chuckled lightly and said, I can agree to your request, but in return, you must promise me one thing. Our matters must remain a secret from Nami and Noko. No hints or implications are permissible, nor should there be any attempts to sow discord between me and Nami or the others. Should I discover any breach of this agreement, you must not hold me accountable for any irrational actions that may ensue. Belmer felt a pang in her heart. After aligning herself with Luffy, she hoped to prevent Nami and the others from growing too close to him. If necessary, she would lay bare her relationship with Luffy, willing to go to any lengths to keep her 2 adopted daughters away from him. Little did she know, Luffy had already taken precautions against unforeseen events. The subtle threat emanating from Luffy, coupled with his unyielding expression, prompted Belmer to sigh, reluctantly accepting the reality of the situation. With a heavy heart, she nodded and confessed, I acquiesce. The prospect of her 2 foster daughters falling into the web woven by Luffy was a matter for the future. What lay ahead would be addressed in due time. For now, however, the menace posed by the dragon pirates loomed ominously close. Ultimately, Luffy found himself reveling in his desires, bursting into laughter as he approached Belmer with a mischievous grin and remarked, before we confront the dragon pirates, let me see just how sincere you are. He lifted her chin, and as her face flushed with embarrassment and her eyes fluttered shut in understanding, he pressed his lips to hers, fulfilling a long-held yearning. Shoo! This kiss must remain a secret, Luffy whispered to himself, as he momentarily elevated his stature, returning the favor with his very essence. Chapter 55. A Gesture of Respect. Luffy's deal with Belmer must remain a secret from Noko and Nami, for if they were to discover it, his plans to win over both sisters would be jeopardized. Thus, before Belmer's arrival, Luffy concealed the sisters within the forest. This way, he could simultaneously pursue Belmer while also courting the sisters, ensuring that neither endeavor would be hindered. Perfect. With a sense of self-satisfaction, Luffy strode towards Cocoa West Village alongside Belmer, whose rosy cheeks bore the marks of affection. Haha, for now. Let me teach you the art of kissing. In due time, I shall gradually instruct you on how to serve me. Luffy clasped his hands behind his head, exuding joy. The original work reveals that Belmer remained single throughout her life, never accepting a man until her last breath. Upon first encountering Belmer, Luffy astutely discerned her complete vulnerability. The previous kiss had revealed Belmer's flustered demeanor, indicative of her utter inexperience. Luffy undoubtedly cared about whether a woman was entirely his. The realization that Belmer would henceforth belong solely to him filled him with immense joy. Humph, I need no instruction. I shall figure it out on my own. Belmer huffed from behind, her stubbornness refusing to be underestimated. Oh, is that so? Luffy let out a prolonged sound, turned his head, and smiled. I am quite looking forward to it. However, Belmer was not at all eager. She shot Luffy a glare and urged, let us hasten. The villagers are still awaiting our rescue. Haha, very well. I shall quicken my pace, Luffy replied. There would be ample time in the future to tease Belmer. Along with the training plans he held in his heart, he laughed heartily and increased his speed, with Belmer barely managing to keep up behind him. Belmer, would you like me to carry you? Luffy offered. Belmer, breathing heavily, declined. I can keep up on my own. With that, she gritted her teeth and summoned her remaining strength to sprint forward. Luffy shrugged, remaining silent. He found Belmer's stubborn disposition appealing. The conquest was far more intriguing this way. Luffy sprinted effortlessly while Belmer struggled to keep pace, yet they finally arrived at Koko West Village. In the distance, a group of villagers could be seen, encircled by a band of fishermen pirates. Where's the berry? And why have you brought back a child? Arlong inquired. Rising from his seat, baring his sharp teeth in a menacing grin as Luffy and Belmer approached. There can be no berries, and there are certainly no children here. Before Belmer could respond, Luffy stepped forward, seizing Arlong's words, advancing one step at a time until he stood before Arlong and declared, no berries? Child, who do you think you are, daring to speak to me? Arlong, not one to be easily fooled, deduced that Belmer had ventured out without returning with any berries, but instead had brought Luffy back, clearly a deception. Moreover, it appeared she was intent on resisting. Luffy looked up and introduced himself, saying, I am Monkey D. Luffy, and one day I shall set sail to become a pirate. For now, I suppose I am merely an apprentice pirate. As a junior, having met my seniors, I kindly ask for your guidance. Despite his words of seeking advice, Luffy did not exhibit any gestures of politeness. Upon hearing Luffy's self-introduction, Arlong found it amusing and remarked, What? You, a kid who has never set sail, wish to stand up for this village? Luffy calmly uttered a sound, stating, Indeed, so could you spare this village? Moreover, I am not yet under bounty, but I have set sail. Transitioning from Windmill Village to Koko West Village is, in fact, setting out to sea. How amusing. It is truly a grand jest. A naive little brat, with merely a few light words, believes he can persuade me to spare this village. Is he a fool? Woman, if he is the savior you have brought here, then your fate is sealed today. Arlong laughed heartily, clutching his head in mirth, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. In unison, a group of fishermen pirates, momentarily taken aback, soon erupted in laughter. Who is this little brat? Does he not comprehend the terror of the Arlong pirates? It is over. This little brat is doomed, along with the entire family of Yuta and Belmer. How foolish Belmer is. How could that little brat possibly defeat the Arlong pirates? Aiken, anxious and agitated, could not believe in Luffy's strength. Amidst the skepticism of all, Belmer remained steadfast. She believed in Luffy. Hey, have you all laughed enough? You may cease your mockery now. His words, though calm, resonated with a palpable tension in the air. The conqueror's haki erupted without warning, targeting the Arlong pirates, while the other villagers experienced a momentary sensation of suffocation that left them trembling. Thud, thud. Limited by his physical prowess, Luffy's conqueror's haki was not yet formidable, and the fishman's superior physical constitution rendered the impact less effective. Only a few fishmen, caught unprepared, were knocked unconscious by the overwhelming force. Luffy felt a profound sense of shame, pondering to himself that indeed, when the strength of conqueror's haki is still feeble, it should not be displayed to invite embarrassment. Reluctantly, during this confrontation with the Arlong pirates, Luffy took the initiative to reveal his conqueror's haki, hoping to intimidate Arlong. What just transpired? In that fleeting moment, it felt as if a hammer had struck his head, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. The fisherman pirate, still trembling from the after effects, pointed to the 2 or 3 comrades who had collapsed on the ground, exclaiming, Something truly occurred just now. Look, some of them have fainted. In the midst of the fisherman's subordinates' confusion and panic, Arlong finally regained his composure from the shock of the conqueror's haki. Narrowing his pupils, he fixed his gaze on Luffy and articulated slowly, Conqueror's haki? It was both a question and a confirmation. As a cadre of the Sun Pirates, Arlong had seen much during his days fleeing alongside Fisher Tiger. Moreover, Fishman Island, being the gateway to the New World, made it easy to learn about the widely known haki in that realm, should one be inclined. Arlong was certain that the overwhelming pressure he had just experienced emanated from Luffy, a force capable of inducing faintness. Only Conqueror's haki could achieve such an effect. Indeed, it was Conqueror's haki. Luffy nodded and said, "Since you are aware of the Conqueror's haki, you should also recognize that those endowed with such potential are destined to become formidable pirates. So, might you extend a measure of respect to a future great pirate? The matter of face is now at stake, and it remains to be seen whether Arlong will grant it." "Boss Arlong, what shall we do?" asked Neo apprehensively. "Those possessing the Conqueror's haki are indeed formidable beings. Perhaps we should show some leniency and spare this village? Even if he possesses the Conqueror's haki, he has yet to realize his potential." "Boss, whatever you decide, we shall follow," replied the three key officers of the Arlong pirates: Octopus Hachi, Kissing Fishman Chu, and Soft-Boned Fishman Kruby, who cast wary glances at Luffy. They, too, had heard tales of haki, and upon Arlong's confirmation, the first thought that sprang to mind was that of monsters. "Conqueror's haki? You little brat." Arlong hesitated, his sharp teeth grinding together with a grating sound. As a proud fishman, he could not afford to appear cowardly before a mere human child. Yet, he was acutely aware of the terrifying strength that those with the Conqueror's haki would wield in the future. The thought of such individuals, with their overwhelming prowess, made Arlong realize that, in their presence, he was nothing more than a trivial character destined for demise. Chapter 56. Confronting Arlong. Should I show him respect? Arlong was torn, the veins on his forehead bulging with tension. His arrogant pride was provoked, his eyes bloodshot and his nostrils flaring with heavy breaths. What of the Conqueror's haki? Before him stood merely a child. Killing him, eliminating a wielder of the Conqueror's haki, would be an achievement worth boasting about for a lifetime. Moreover, he was human, a despicable, weak human. What right did he have to possess such power? The devilish temptation grew clearer in his mind, and Arlong's murderous intent intensified. If we all attack together, can we not dispose of this brat? Arlong calculated the likelihood of killing Luffy in his mind. Whether it was Luffy's effortless display of Conqueror's haki or his unwavering confidence in confronting the Arlong pirates, it was evident that Luffy's strength was formidable enough to warrant such bravado. Thus, Arlong had no illusions about defeating Luffy in a duel. He contemplated a full-on ambush. "Have you not yet made a decision? I have a proposal. Would you care to hear it?" Luffy spoke calmly, yet within his heart, he was exclaiming with dismay. His instincts informed him that the face fruit was no longer effective. Luffy, feeling a sense of helplessness, realized that seeking the approval of others was inherent in those who valued their own dignity. Although Arlong had schemed to eliminate Luffy, he was still willing to listen to what Luffy had to say and inquired, "What proposition do you have?" Luffy proclaimed, "Since we are both pirates, we shall settle this in a pirate's manner. Let us engage in a duel. Should I emerge victorious, you will depart from this place and refrain from approaching Cocoa West Village henceforth. Conversely, if I should be defeated, I shall relinquish my involvement in this matter and willingly join your vile dragon pirates. What say you? Join us?" "Huh." As soon as Luffy finished speaking, Chu immediately exclaimed with excitement. If Luffy could join their pirate crew, they might even venture into the new world in the future. Chu was filled with exhilaration. "You fool. Are you only listening to the last part? It's only if we lose that he will join us." Kruby interrupted Chu's daydream, scolding him. Yet, deep down, he too felt a surge of excitement. After all, Luffy was still young and might not be able to defeat Captain Arlong. "Well, Captain Arlong, what do you think? Will you agree?" Little Eight could hardly conceal the thrill on his face. A person without dreams is no different from a salted fish. Regardless of what the three main officers thought, Arlong was no exception. The prospect of Luffy joining them, a potential future powerhouse imbued with Conqueror's haki, was exhilarating to contemplate. If they lost, the worst that would happen is that Cocoa Village would be spared, which would not be a significant loss for them. However, if they won, Arlong found himself tempted. He could not deny that Luffy's allure was too great, and he yearned to have him on board. Ahem. I really want Luffy to join the Arlong pirates, my dear friend. Don't misinterpret my intentions. Are you serious? No regrets? Arlong confirmed at last. Luffy shook his head and declared, "Truly, I have no regrets. You are aware of the Conqueror's haki and should understand the character of those who possess it. The words spoken and the decisions made are never violated. To waver would render one unworthy of the Conqueror's haki." In response to Luffy's assertion, Arlong and his three chief subordinates nodded in agreement, offering no rebuttal. A throng of fishmen followers echoed their assent, albeit with limited comprehension. Very well, I concede to you, Arlong said, harboring grand ambitions yet constrained by his inadequate strength, forced to humiliatingly withdraw from the Grand Line to the feeble East Blue. Establishing what he termed the Fishman Empire, he sought to bully the weaker humans, a pitiful attempt to satiate his own pride. Naturally, Arlong yearned to return to the Grand Line, dreaming of that possibility. Presently, an opportunity had arisen to defeat Luffy and seize the future. Before them stood a vast expanse, with the fishermen pirates on one side and the villagers of Cocoa West on the other, as Arlong and Luffy faced each other. Could victory be theirs? This sudden, seemingly formidable child, was he truly strong? The villagers, with their limited understanding, remained oblivious to the significance of the conqueror's haki. It was only through the fishman's solemn regard for Luffy that they discerned he was not an ordinary boy. Belmer, how did you come to know him? Are you well acquainted with him? Given that he is willing to confront the Arlong pirates on our behalf. Indeed, we are quite familiar. He will certainly consume everything about me, she thought, concealing her true feelings. It is not for you. It is for the three of us. These words remained unspoken. Instead, she fabricated a tale, stating, his name is Luffy. He is a colleague I met during my time in the Navy, and he is the son of a former comrade. He has only recently arrived here and has yet to meet you all. What do you mean yet? It was clear that Luffy was simply disinterested in getting to know the villagers. Belmer continued, Luffy is incredibly powerful. Upon learning of our plight, he volunteered to assist us. Volunteered? Belmer internally scoffed. He is merely a perverse individual, helping only to win my favor. Oh, what a good person he is. The oblivious Aegean and the villagers felt gratitude toward Luffy for his intervention, praying for his success, which simultaneously served as a prayer for themselves, hoping Luffy would emerge victorious. In the center of the confrontation stood Arlong, wielding a large saw-like sword, his towering frame exuding an overwhelming presence. Luffy's height barely reaches the waist of Arlong. His hands are empty, devoid of weapons, and he exudes no significant presence, which leads onlookers to perceive him as weak. However, Arlong is far from superficial. Having faced life and death encounters countless times, his instinct for sensing danger is ingrained to the core. At this moment, Arlong perceives the lethal threat emanating from Luffy. He cannot afford to be careless. This battle demands his utmost effort. Luffy's formidable presence and the ominous aura of his conqueror's haki compelled Arlong to regard him with grave seriousness, clearing unnecessary thoughts from his mind. He understood that overthinking would only hinder his performance in battle. Exhaling a deep breath, Arlong tightened his grip on the massive saw blade, channeling his strength into his legs as he charged towards Luffy. The blade trailed behind him, carving a line into the ground, sparks flying and producing a harsh, grating sound upon encountering hard surfaces. Come forth, let me witness the true might of one who wields the conqueror's haki, he declared. As Arlong's towering figure obscured the sunlight, he loomed before Luffy, casting him into shadow. The saw blade sliced through the air, its serrated edges glinting menacingly like the sharp fangs of a predator. With a bloodthirsty intent, it lunged towards Luffy. Like a shooting star, the blade flashed past, and the onlookers could only catch a glimpse of silver as it narrowly missed Luffy's head. A startled scream erupted from the crowd, only to falter mid-sound. They had expected Luffy to meet his demise, but upon closer inspection, there was no blood, no severed head. In a critical moment, Luffy had bent low, evading the deadly arc of the saw. Before Arlong could retract his blade, Luffy, still crouched, uttered a low command. Return to life, control release. His spiky hair danced as if alive, and when Arlong caught sight of it, it transformed like a venomous serpent poised to strike, straightening and hardening. In an instant, countless strands shot forth like lethal arrows, launching a surprising counterattack against Arlong. In a heartbeat, Luffy's hair, employed as a weapon, delivered a sudden and devastating blow. Chapter 57. The Rubber Fruit? Unbelievable. Drip, drip. The blood seeped slowly from the corner of Arlong's left eye, splattering onto the ground and staining it with a crimson hue. The wound at his eye, though not profuse, continued to bleed steadily, posing a troublesome distraction for the battle ahead. Astonishingly, he had nearly succumbed to Luffy's unexpected assault. Touching the painful wound at the corner of his eye, Arlong felt a wave of dread wash over him. Fortunately, his reflexes had been swift. He had sensed impending danger even before Luffy's hair attack. With all his might, he had evaded the most vulnerable areas, enduring the sharp pain of countless hair strikes upon his body as he staggered backward, raising his blade defensively in anticipation of Luffy's follow-up strike. Ultimately, he had managed to avoid being defeated in a single blow. It was somewhat regrettable that he hadn't been caught off guard by a decisive move. The ensuing battle would undoubtedly require considerable effort. In Luffy's heart, there lay a sense of regret. His wild, untamed hair danced with agility, resembling both tentacles and venomous serpents poised to strike. He harbored unwavering confidence in his ability to defeat Arlong. However, he was acutely aware that such a victory would deplete a considerable amount of his stamina, leaving him vulnerable against the onslaught of fishmen, thus lacking certainty in his triumph. Hence, he devised a plan to use himself as bait, enticing Arlong into a one-on-one confrontation. Is this ability to manipulate hair a power derived from a devil fruit? A hair devil fruit? Arlong regarded Luffy's mane with apprehension. During the clash, Luffy's hair served as a formidable auxiliary weapon, granting him a distinct advantage that surpassed even Arlong's massive saw-like blade. Despite appearing unarmed, Luffy's strategy hinged on evading the blade and launching close-range attacks. Bolstered by the dexterity of his hair, which would undoubtedly pose significant challenges for Arlong. Relief washed over Arlong as he discerned that the hair's offensive capabilities were limited. As long as he avoided the more vulnerable areas such as his eyes, the strikes to other parts of his body would result in mere superficial wounds. To Arlong, it felt akin to the sting of a needle. He merely needed to remain vigilant and avoid entanglement with Luffy's hair while continuing the fight. You are mistaken. I consumed the gum-gum devil fruit, not a hair fruit, Luffy countered defiantly, yet the flailing of his hair lacked persuasive power. A devil fruit? Surely. It must be a legendary one. The gum-gum fruit? I see it as merely a hair fruit. The onlookers remained skeptical of Luffy's claims. Had it not been for Belmer witnessing Luffy's utilization of rubber techniques firsthand, she too might have doubted him. Arlong, do not fall for his words. He is undoubtedly deceiving you. He seeks to provoke your doubts and exploit your distractions to bring you down. The fishman minions suddenly displayed an unexpected intelligence, addressing Arlong with an air of superiority. Humph, my battles require no commentary from you. Simply watch in silence, Arlong retorted, casting a disdainful glance at his subordinates. With his massive saw held before him, he declared to Luffy, whether it be a hair fruit or a gum-gum fruit, neither will hinder my resolve to defeat you. Arlong possessed compelling reasons to vanquish Luffy, driven by his ambitions to reclaim the Grand Line. Let us refrain from idle boasts and see who triumphs over whom. Activating Gear Second, Luffy's skin glowed a vibrant red as steam erupted from his body. One hand extended forward while the other retracted to his waist. This time, he would not wait for Arlong to attack. Instead, he surged forward. With the enhanced velocity of Gear Second, Luffy left behind an afterimage, appearing in a different location in an instant. His retracting fist elongated at a speed imperceptible to the average observer, launching towards Arlong. As a fishman, Arlong's vision surpassed that of ordinary humans. Timely, the great saw was positioned in front, deflecting the incoming fist. Despite Luffy's pursuit of speed, sacrificing strength, his blows were insufficient to threaten Arlong, who possessed the immense power to lift an entire house. Now it's my turn, Arlong declared. Great saw blade wind will slash. Perceiving Luffy's power to be minimal, Arlong felt a surge of confidence, aware that he still held the advantage with his superior strength and formidable physique. The saw blade spun in his grasp, and a strike upon Luffy would undoubtedly cleave him in two with ease. Rubber paper drawing. How could Luffy be so easily struck? Amidst the chaotic flurry of the massive saw blade, he resembled a small vessel amidst a tempestuous sea, as colossal waves crashed incessantly, yet he remained unscathed. Bang! The great saw blade was slammed into the ground by Along with immense force. It was a smash, not a slash. It seemed as though Along wielded not a saw blade, but rather a mere club. Dodging left and right, Luffy swiftly retreated several meters, evading the splattered debris. Catching sight of the small crater created by the saw blade, he couldn't help but jest. I reckon you are ill-suited for wielding a blade. Perhaps a mace would be more befitting for you. Along discarded the saw blade, his hand probing into his mouth, and with a vigorous tug. Amidst the gasps of the onlookers, he extracted a pair of upper and lower teeth. To the naked eye, Along's gaping mouth sprouted a fresh set of razor-sharp teeth. Humph, I am the sawtooth shark man. I can regrow my teeth swiftly after extraction. Besides the saw blade, my sharp teeth are my weapon. After futilely attacking with the saw blade for some time, Along came to the realization that Luffy was exceedingly elusive. He could never hit him with the saw blade. Thus, he resolved to employ his teeth for assault, leveraging his formidable physique for close combat, as that might present a chance to strike Luffy. As for concerns about being ensnared by Luffy's hair, Arlong decided to test whether his teeth were indeed sharper or if Luffy's hair was merely resilient. I must say, you are a wielder of Conqueror's Haki. Surely you won't merely evade? Arlong mocked, attempting to provoke Luffy with his words. Luffy smirked and said, "Before you utter such words, consider my age." Arlong's expression faltered for a moment, then he retorted defiantly, "If you intend to use your age as a shield, then I shall pretend I never spoke." Luffy squinted as he regarded Arlong, silent and contemplative. After a while, he spoke in a low, haunting tone. "Since you wish to be defeated swiftly, I shall oblige." Maintaining the second gear, he transitioned into the third, bone balloon. His arms, as thick as those of an elephant, struck the ground on either side, creating two small craters. Rubber, Little King Kong rocket cannon. His arms elongated behind him as Luffy charged toward Arlong, the recoiling force amplifying the power of his fists. Merely provoking him with words, Luffy had not anticipated that Arlong would lose his composure. Elated, Arlong brandished his toothed weapon defensively, confident that no matter how fearsome Luffy's arms appeared, they would surely leave a bloody mark upon his teeth. With Luffy's hands injured, Arlong believed that victory was ultimately his. He had never intended to retract his fist once it was launched. However, there was no stipulation that it must connect with the tooth weapon. Luffy was not easily provoked by Arlong's taunts. He would not fall for such a ruse. It was a calculated trap. As the dual-fisted rocket cannon was poised to strike the tooth weapon, it suddenly veered sharply, crashing into the ground before Arlong. In the moment of Arlong's astonishment, a thunderous noise erupted, followed by a shower of small stones that pelted him, and then a thick cloud of dust obscured his vision. This is bad. Chapter 58. Defeating Arlong, the dust billowed from the ground, forming a shape reminiscent of a small mushroom, effectively concealing Arlong's towering figure and momentarily blinding him. This is not good. I have fallen into a trap. Arlong was taken aback. He had previously reveled in the belief that Luffy had been ensnared, only to realize that Luffy was feigning vulnerability, his true intent to raise a cloud of dust. Now enveloped in the haze, Arlong could not discern Luffy's whereabouts or anticipate his next move. Assuming a posture ready for counterattack, Arlong refrained from recklessly charging through the dust. With the enemy hidden and himself exposed, he understood that making any sudden move might provide Luffy with the opportunity for a decisive blow. Remaining still and prepared for Luffy's assault, adapting to the situation, was the most prudent course of action. This Arlong possessed considerable combat experience, revealing not a single flaw. Luffy marveled at Arlong's adaptability, yet a triumphant smile graced his lips. He had responded admirably. However, Arlong's vision was obscured by dust, revealing a crucial vulnerability. In this scenario, Luffy possessed the ability of observation haki and a keen intuition, while Arlong, lacking such foresight, found his sight temporarily impaired, relying solely on his extensive combat experience. The disparity between the two was starkly evident, with Luffy's advantages becoming increasingly pronounced. Determined to capitalize on the rare opportunity he had created, Luffy resolved to determine the outcome without hesitation. Before the dust could settle, he plunged into the swirling haze, his figure akin to a moth drawn to a flame, causing the dust to ripple without dispersing. Left, right, behind, Arlong held his breath, discerning the traces of Luffy's attacks from all directions, remaining calm, aware that this was merely a fade crafted by Luffy. A lethal strike could come at any moment. As the dust gradually began to dissipate, the temporary veil Luffy had conjured would soon vanish. Arlong remained unperturbed. Even when he sensed Luffy rush past him, he remained stoic. His focus was not on attacking but on defending, awaiting the moment the dust cleared, for that would be his opportunity to strike. He demonstrated remarkable patience, resolute in his defensive stance. In the midst of the dust, Luffy's form circled rapidly around Arlong, and suddenly, his swift advance halted. With a surge of power, he launched an attack toward Arlong. Here it came. This time, the assault was genuine. Arlong sensed an attack approaching from his left, the dust swirling to reveal a faint silhouette. He deduced that Luffy would surely unleash a true attack before the dust settled, prompting him to conclude that this strike was indeed real. Summoning his extraordinary strength, Arlong aimed his tooth-like weapon at the incoming figure. He harbored no thoughts of restraint. His weapon opened wide like the gaping maw of a shark hunting in the ocean, lunging forward with ferocity. The sound of tearing fabric echoed. As the indistinct form was shredded, Arlong's body propelled by the force of his weapon, darting past the blurred figure. How could this be? Initially perplexed as to how Luffy could be so easily vanquished, Arlong's gaze fell upon the countless strands of severed hair cascading before him, causing his pupils to constrict in realization. He had been deceived. The indistinct figure was not Luffy, merely a silhouette woven from hair. Understanding dawned too late. Seizing the moment while Arlong's strength lingered, Luffy advanced closer to him. Damn it! Arlong watched helplessly as Luffy's youthful visage materialized before him. A chill creeping up his spine as a sense of impending danger surged within him. Third gear, gum, triple pistol. Arlong's body was as resilient as steel, an exaggeration perhaps, but undeniably inhuman. In the original tale, the first pirate that Luffy confronts upon setting sail is the formidable Arlong, whose bounty is the highest at that time. In that fierce battle, Luffy exerted every ounce of his strength, coupled with the influence of his protagonist aura, to ultimately defeat Arlong. At this juncture, Arlong had only just arrived at Koko Village and had not yet attained the strength he would possess a decade later. Luffy, merely 7 years of age, had yet to fully mature. Thus, the comparison of their strengths was nearly equal. Consequently, Luffy's punch represented the culmination of all his power. The outcome, be it victory or defeat, depended solely on this single strike. With his youthful face flushed and breath coming in ragged gasps, Luffy crouched low in a horse stance, straining to compress his robust fist, resembling an elephant's leg, and aimed it squarely at Arlong's chest. With a resounding thud, before Arlong could even react, Luffy's fist, propelled with ferocity, rebounded from his arm, and even Arlong's keen vision could only perceive a blur. The thunderous impact echoed, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones fracturing. Arlong's eyes widened in disbelief as he doubled over, blood spewing from his mouth, and his body was hurled through the dust. In the midst of numerous astonished gazes, Arlong soared through the air, his body trembling violently 3 times, each jolt accompanied by muffled thuds. The overwhelming force of the blow prevented him from decelerating, akin to a speeding automobile careening towards his fisherman subordinates. Captain Arlong. Several fisherman subordinates attempted to catch the incoming Arlong, only to find themselves overwhelmed by the sheer force, resulting in bloodshed. It was not until he collided with his fellow fishmen that the momentum was finally mitigated. See Captain Arlong. Are you all right? Captain Arlong has been defeated. A throng of fishmen surrounded the fallen Arlong, witnessing his eyes roll back, his mouth agape, and blood ceaselessly flowing from his battered chest, which was a gruesome sight, leaving him unconscious and unresponsive to their calls. The fishermen's subordinates were thrown into a panic, rendered helpless and uncertain. Enough. All of you, quiet down. We're the Arlong pirates. What kind of disgraceful display is this? Are we to become a laughingstock? Crocodile stepped forward, vociferously reprimanding them. Despite his bravado, he too felt a surge of panic upon seeing Arlong's condition. It was evident that Arlong was gravely injured and would remain unconscious for the time being. It was now up to the 3 main officers to calm the distraught fishmen. After Crocodile's admonition, the other 2 officers, Shachi and Penguin, stepped forward to stabilize the chaotic scene. Under their authoritative commands, the tumultuous atmosphere of the Arlong pirates was begrudgingly brought under control. A cluster of fishermen subordinates formed a protective circle around Arlong, while the 3 officers stood at the forefront, anxiously observing Luffy, who had been patiently waiting on the sidelines, watching the unfolding drama. Luffy paid no heed to the anxious gazes of the fishman pirates and casually remarked, "According to our previous agreement, I have emerged victorious in this battle. Thus, you should honor our pact and retreat now, refraining from approaching Koko West Village in the future. Am I correct?" Silence enveloped the crew, as the Arlong pirates found themselves at a loss for words. After a considerable pause, the figure of Hachi, wielding his 8 blades, stepped forth and declared, "We shall certainly abide by the promises made. We will withdraw immediately and will not return to Koko West Village henceforth. Indeed, we shall depart at once," echoed the other 2 high-ranking officers in unison. Their complex gazes ultimately settled on Luffy, for Arlong was the mightiest among them, and witnessing Luffy defeat him without sustaining any injury spoke volumes of his formidable prowess. Had Luffy been defeated, joining our Arlong pirates would have been a splendid fate. With a mixture of regret and reverence for Luffy's strength, the Arlong pirates retreated, carrying the unconscious Arlong with them. Chapter 59. Home is not an option finally. They have departed. Although Luffy appeared unscathed and relaxed after vanquishing Arlong, the reality was far more complex. Bound by the limits of his own body, he had exerted every ounce of strength in his 3rd gear, Gomu Gomu no Rasen. This punch was an all-out effort. Maintaining the 3rd gear was already a formidable challenge for Luffy's current physique, reliant on the return of his life force. Employing the third gear in conjunction with the Rasen further amplified the impact of his strikes. Such a cumulative force was tremendous, rendering Arlong incapable of withstanding even a single blow from Luffy. However, the toll it took on Luffy was equally daunting, as Luffy delivered that punch. Had it not been for the resilience of his life force, his limbs might have been trembling uncontrollably by now. A profound emptiness enveloped him, as if his very essence had been entirely siphoned away. This sensation reminded Luffy of the exhaustion he felt after a night of unrestrained revelry with Makino the following day. His body had been left in a state of depletion, given his current predicament. If the Fishman pirates were to renege on their agreement and launch a collective assault on him, Luffy would have no choice but to flee with Belmer in tow. Yet, the outcome was not as dire as anticipated. The Don Quixote pirates ultimately retreated. The Don Quixote pirates have departed? They have departed. They have left. Hooray. Long live Luffy. Am I dreaming? Ah, why are you pinching me? So it is not a dream after all. Therefore, why do you pinch me? Can't you pinch yourself? The villagers of Cocoa Village, awakening from their stupor, rubbed their eyes vigorously, ensuring that they were not mistaken as they witnessed the absence of the Don Quixote pirates. They erupted in cheers, tears of joy streaming down their faces, overwhelmed with exhilaration. Thank you, Luffy, for driving away the Don Quixote pirates and saving us all. Belmer exclaimed as she approached Luffy, equally elated. Even though she believed in Luffy's potential, witnessing the retreat of the Don Quixote pirates felt surreal. Luffy let out a light sigh, standing still for a moment as his strength gradually returned. He replied, "No need to thank me. We had already agreed that driving away the evil dragon pirates was my duty. Are you all right? Have you sustained any injuries?" Luffy concealed his state remarkably well. Yet Belmer still sensed something amiss. Recalling the perilous battle between Luffy and Arlong, she worried whether Luffy had sustained injuries amidst the tumultuous fight. "It's nothing. No need for concern. I merely overexerted myself. A brief respite will suffice for a full recovery." Luffy smiled and replied calmly, "I see. That puts my mind at ease." Upon closer inspection, Belmer noted that Luffy bore no injuries, which relieved her greatly. "You worry about me so much. In that case, tonight I shall allow you to examine my body closely to ensure there are no wounds." Luffy, with a mischievous grin, leaned closer to Belmer and whispered softly. He had to lower his voice, as a Jin and the villagers approached with expressions of excitement and joy. Belmer, feeling a bit flustered, noticed the villagers coming from behind and replied in a hushed tone, "Please refrain from uttering such easily misinterpreted words." With a playful grin, Luffy softly remarked, "It's not a misunderstanding. Rest assured, I won't casually reveal our relationship." As they conversed, a Jin led the villagers before Luffy, who bowed deeply in unison and exclaimed, "Thank you, benefactor, for driving away the evil dragon pirate crew. Thank you." In their fervent gratitude, tears of joy fell from their bowed heads. "Well, driving away the evil dragon pirate crew was merely a trifling matter for me. There is no need for such formality." Luffy feigned indifference, feeling somewhat out of place in such a situation. His intention was never to aid the villagers of Cocoa West. He was no saint. From the very beginning, his thoughts were solely on the trio of Belmer and her daughters, with little regard for the villagers. What may seem trivial to you is, for us, a monumental shift from hell to paradise. "Thank you so much, Luffy." A Jin took the lead, bowing deeply once more, with the villagers behind him mirroring his gratitude. Luffy's lips twitched slightly. "Are you expressing your gratitude, or are you paying homage to me?" The customs of bowing in appreciation were truly foreign to him. "Well then, I graciously accept your thanks, so there is no need for such bows." With a timely intervention to prevent the act of homage from being vocalized, Luffy extended both hands, gesturing for the villagers to rise. Upon witnessing Luffy's acceptance of their gratitude, a Jin led the villagers to finally stand. However, 5 figures remained seated. Wamura was still overwhelmed with emotion. Luffy had not only averted the calamity befalling Cocoa West Village, but had also saved the lives of his family of 5. With fervent gratitude, Uemura proclaimed, "Our benefactor has rescued my entire family. We shall remember this immense favor for the rest of our lives." After speaking, Uemura took the lead, bowing deeply with his family towards Luffy. "Incredible!" In Luffy's heart, he exclaimed fervently, not only bowing but also prostrating himself. "Do they truly wish for my demise?" Though he inwardly scoffed, he was simultaneously touched by the gratitude of the villagers. The sensation of performing a good deed and receiving appreciation is indeed quite delightful. However, while Luffy entertained such thoughts, he had no intention of becoming a paragon of virtue henceforth. Such a fleeting sentiment, could hardly alter his unwavering desire for freedom. Enough with the bowing. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, then let us hold a grand feast in my honor tonight, Luffy declared, exasperated by the villagers' displays of gratitude. To quell their fervent appreciation, he proposed a request. As anticipated, no sooner had Luffy spoken than the villagers erupted in enthusiastic agreement. Aiken took the lead, exuberantly discussing with the villagers how to organize a splendid welcoming banquet for the evening. The Yujin family joined in the conversation, their foreheads marked with the swelling from their bows, unbothered by the pain, as they joyfully contributed to the dialogue. To host a magnificent banquet, we must procure provisions from the neighboring village. Our funds have already been expended. Who claims we lack currency? Look there. The bags containing our money have not been claimed by the evil dragon pirates. Oh, our funds have returned. There will be enough to ensure the banquet is a success, Aiken shouted, recalling the bags that the evil dragon pirates had hastily left behind. Well then, with the evil dragon pirates gone, I shall go to fetch Noko and Nami. Luffy had no intention of lingering among the warm-hearted villagers. He exchanged a few words with Belmer and then took his leave. Thank you, Luffy. Luffy paused his steps, not looking back, and waved his hand dismissively, saying, Don't think that expressing gratitude will prevent me from acting against you. I am not a good person. With those words, Luffy walked away. Belmer watched him depart with a smile, murmuring to herself, You are neither good nor bad, just a bit lewd. With a soft chuckle, she felt a sense of relief. The threat from the evil dragon pirates had dissipated. Yet, there was also a hint of shyness and tension. Tonight, she would quietly transform into Luffy's woman without anyone noticing. Oh, my home is too small. If I were to roll in the sheets with Luffy, wouldn't my 2 adopted daughters discover us? No, it couldn't happen at home. Where, then? Belmer pondered, realizing that no matter how she contemplated, her home was not a suitable place. If not at home, then it had to be outside. Could my first time truly occur in the orange grove? Chapter 60. Astonishing. He really took action. Just as Belmer was entangled in thoughts about where her first encounter would take place, Luffy was already heading towards the location where he had hidden her 2 adopted daughters. With insatiable greed, Luffy wore a mischievous grin as he drew closer to the spot. Unbeknownst to Belmer, she had not anticipated that Luffy would be multitasking. Before fully consuming her, he had already set his sights on her 2 daughters. Noko, Nami, I'm back. The 2 sisters, anxiously awaiting news, suddenly heard Luffy's voice and jumped up, emerging from their hiding place, followed by Little Eagle and his companion. Luffy, we were so worried about you and Belmer. Are you both all right? What about the village? Is everyone safe? The 2 young girls rushed forward, tightly embracing Luffy, looking up at him with concerned expressions as they bombarded him with questions. Don't worry, everything is fine. Everyone is safe. I've chased away that group of pirates. Luffy gently patted the backs of the 2 sisters, expressing his relief. That's wonderful. Everyone is safe. Thank you, Luffy, the sisters exclaimed joyfully upon hearing his words. To convey their gratitude, they each leaned in and offered a sweet kiss in unison. Luffy, with great delight, received their affection. Once the 2 sisters had finished their kiss, he chuckled and said, I have driven away the pirates. I have come to escort you back to the village. The villagers, in their gratitude, are preparing a grand feast. A feast indeed. It must be filled with delicious delicacies. Luffy nodded and remarked, Indeed, there are many delectable dishes tonight. We can indulge ourselves and feast to our heart's content. Let us hurry. The 2 sisters joyfully tugged at Luffy, eager to depart, but instead, he pulled them back towards him. Before we go, I would like to collect the reward we discussed earlier. The sisters, initially puzzled by Luffy's reluctance to leave, suddenly understood upon hearing his words. They did not refuse, as it had been agreed upon. Nami, taking the initiative, lifted her face and pouted, saying, Well then, Luffy, please kiss me quickly. Luffy tilted his head and said, Well, here I come. Just cooperate with me on what I'm about to do. With that, he pressed his lips against hers. How should one cooperate? How does one kiss? Nami and Noko were both intrigued by Luffy's approach. Now, with Noko observing closely, he found himself inexplicably blushing, his heart racing, and a warm sensation enveloping his body. What was this peculiar feeling? Why was Luffy's tongue extending out? Nami was also in sync with him. Why did Luffy appear to relish the moment? It was curious that what seemed to be such a delightful experience was merely Nami's saliva, not some exquisite delicacy. Why did Luffy seem to be in sheer ecstasy? Nami was fully engaged, appearing almost breathless, leaving Noko with a sensation of suffocation as he watched. Finally, amidst Noko's bewilderment, Luffy and Nami parted, a delicate thread still connecting them. As they distanced themselves, the thread snapped, originating from their mouths. Nami's lips appeared slightly swollen, her face flushed, and she gasped for breath. Her small hands pressed against her chest as she stammered, "I feel like I can hardly catch my breath." Luffy, lost in reminiscence, expressed his sincere apologies. "The allure of that kiss captivated me, and I may have been a tad hasty and prolonged in my enthusiasm. I shall be more mindful next time." One encounter inevitably leads to another. Luffy is not one to be content with merely a singular experience. Having tasted the essence of it, he is akin to a cat enticed by the scent of prey, relentlessly pursuing the thrill, vowing to indulge again and again. He chuckled. "Oh, I have indeed raised the bar for you." As Luffy spoke, he pulled Noko closer, and in her moment of daze, pressed his lips against hers. Observing this from the side elicited a distinct sensation, while experiencing it firsthand invoked an entirely different feeling. Noko, in her innocence, could merely follow Luffy's lead, gradually sensing her realm being wholly encroached upon. Around the same time, the audience was Nami. "So, this was how I was kissed by Luffy before. Why does this kiss seem to evoke a hint of shyness?" It felt quite uncomfortable to watch, as though I too were struggling to breathe, reminiscent of my previous experience. This time, Luffy was more attentive, parting the two before Noko could feel breathless. The flavors of the two sisters were somewhat different, aside from being delicious. Noko's mouth carried a stronger hint of orange, while Nami's was more subtle. Luffy smacked his lips a few times, savoring the taste as he reflected. "Let us be off. We have lingered here for a while, and I suspect that Belmer is growing anxious." Luffy departed with the two sisters, their faces still flushed, as two eagles cried out behind them and returned to the forest, resuming their construction of a nest. "It wasn't you, Luffy. Your kiss lasted far too long." "Indeed. Your kiss was rather peculiar. Why did you have to reach in? Isn't that saliva? Doesn't it feel a bit disgusting?" Luffy's laughter echoed from a distance. "Disgusting? Your saliva is, to me, a delectable delicacy. In the future, I shall indulge in it frequently." The sisters gasped in astonishment. "You plan to eat it often?" "Of course. Don't you wish to? Do you not like me anymore? Is the thought of me consuming saliva so repulsive that you hesitate to be close to me?" The sisters hurried to clarify. "How could we ever dislike you, Luffy? If you wish to eat, then eat." Luffy's final words echoed faintly. "Then let us agree on this, and there shall be no turning back." A subtle response from the two sisters floated gently on the breeze, transforming the singular, rare reward into a prize that can be frequently attained in the future signifies a monumental victory in battle. Luffy has taken a decisive step on the path to triumph. Luffy's objective is to seize this victory with unwavering determination, relentlessly assaulting fortress after fortress until he penetrates the enemy's core for a decisive blow. However, complete triumph remains a distant aspiration, as the two young girls have yet to fully mature. The notion of indulging in what is not yet ripe resonates with an old adage: 3 years is the minimum, the highest penalty is death. Even in the realm of pirates, Luffy perceives the gravity of this wisdom and cautiously adheres to his principles. In order to suppress his growing desires, Luffy must endure, albeit with considerable pain. This struggle necessitates a target for his frustrations. Tonight, their foster mother, Belmer, will bear the weight of his repressed emotions. Upon reuniting with the two sisters, Belmer feels as though they have been apart for years, despite the brief separation. She embraces them tightly, finding an unprecedented sense of tranquility. Noko, Nami, and Belmer, together, they bury their little heads in Belmer's embrace, rediscovering the warmth they had long taken for granted. After enduring the invasion of the dragon pirates, they realized just how rare such warmth is. It is only after loss that one truly comprehends the value of what was once possessed. This sentiment envelopes the trio, and their deepest gratitude for preserving this affection is directed towards Luffy. Yet, standing aside, Luffy remains unaffected by the poignant reunion unfolding before him. His gaze wanders over the three figures, his eyes darting restlessly, perhaps conjuring unsavory thoughts. Chapter 61. The shadow looming over Belmer this evening. Luffy has successfully driven away the dragon pirates. In gratitude for his monumental deeds, the villagers of Cocoa West have organized a grand feast. Laughter and cheers abound, echoing the joviality of adults and the spirited giggles of children, filled with the innocence of youth. Melodies intertwine with the clinking of wine goblets, creating a symphony of celebration. Some sing heartily with arms draped over one another, while others dance freely, hand in hand, and children mimic their elders in joyous imitation. The atmosphere is one of pure bliss, Tonight marks an unforgettable celebration for both the villagers and Luffy. Given Luffy's inherent nature, one might expect him to find it challenging to engage in the villagers' heartwarming festivities, as he has never held much regard for them. The villagers' expressions of gratitude initially feel peculiar to him. However, this sentiment does not linger long. Regardless of his reluctance, the villagers continue to warmly welcome him, embracing him with camaraderie, urging him to drink, sharing laughter, and even attracting the admiration of young women. Not long into the feast, Luffy begins to rediscover the familiar ambience of celebrations with Shanks and his crew. The comforting scents and sounds evoke a sense of nostalgia, and ultimately, Luffy fully immerses himself in the revelry, shouting with abandon, welcoming all offers of drink without hesitation. Under the adoring gazes of all present, he triumphantly recounted the thrilling encounter with Along, eliciting countless gasps of astonishment. The banquet continued deep into the night, until some guests became inebriated. Children succumbed to sleepiness and departed, and women accompanied them home. Gradually, as the music ceased and the crowd dispersed, only a scene of disarray remained, with a few intoxicated souls sprawled on the ground, seemingly destined to slumber until dawn. Noko, Nami, and others reveled joyously, secretly indulging in a bit of wine, until they could consume no more. As fatigue set in, they inevitably drifted into a profound slumber. Belmer, cradling her 2 adopted daughters, returned home to rest. Unbeknownst to anyone, Luffy had also vanished. Ajin, puzzled by Luffy's absence, initially intended to arrange a sleeping space for him, but finding him missing, he reluctantly gave up. Assuming Luffy had found a place to sleep unbeknownst to him, lost in thought, Ajin paused, gazing at the distant house still illuminated by light. It was Belmer's home. He had long harbored feelings for Belmer. Each day, he yearned to confess his affections, yet each time the words hovered on his lips, they were swallowed back down. Hesitation, fear, and trepidation enveloped him. Ajin was acutely aware that all of Belmer's love was devoted to her 2 daughters, and should he intrude upon that space, he might face her rejection. Thus, he consistently faltered at the last moment, allowing cowardice to take hold. However, after the harrowing ordeal with the dragon pirates and the subsequent ascent from despair to elation, Ajin experienced an epiphany. Regardless of whether Belmer would reject him, he resolved to express his feelings. Even if the outcome was rejection, he would find solace in releasing the burden that had long weighed on his heart. Bolstered by the lingering effects of alcohol, he summoned his courage to knock on the door, his heart racing audibly. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of his rapping echoed, followed by the clatter of a chair or something colliding within. Who is it? A somewhat trembling voice came from inside. Ajin, shaking his foggy head, slurred. It's me, Ajin. Please open the door. I wish to speak with you. He discerned some hurried footsteps as Belmer approached the door but did not open it. It's quite late. Perhaps we should discuss this tomorrow, she replied, her tone tinged with urgency. Ajin, intoxicated and unable to gauge the situation, responded. Tomorrow I may lack the courage to speak. This matter has weighed heavily on my heart for far too long. There's no need to open the door. Perhaps speaking through it will grant me the fortitude I need. He leaned against the door, his vision clouded by inebriation, suddenly realizing that conversing through the barrier might be preferable. This way, should he be rejected, he could spare Belmer the sight of his disappointment and tears. Then speak, she urged. After a considerable moment, a tremulous voice from Belmer emerged, as if she were suppressing something. Ajin, unaware, let out a belch and said, Belmer, I have cherished feelings for you for quite some time. I also hold affection for Noko, Nami, and the others. I am willing to regard them as my own daughters. No, I would cherish them even more than my biological daughters. Therefore, please accept my love and allow me to be their foster father. The words that had been long confined within his heart flowed forth under the influence of alcohol, and in that instant, he felt an unprecedented lightness in both body and spirit. Time seemed to elongate, and the surroundings fell into a hushed tranquility, as the effects of the alcohol and drowsiness caused Ajin to lean against the door, languidly awaiting Belmer's response. After a significant pause, Belmer's voice emerged from within. I know you to be a good man, Ajin. When Nami pilfered, it was you who covered for her, and you never asked for anything in return. Understanding that my family is impoverished and unable to provide, she continued, I also perceive your affections for me. Every time I see your hesitant demeanor, I find it amusing. Such a timid soul. Noko, Nami, and the others are still young, and I cannot rest easy without securing a foster father for them. Even if you are a kind-hearted man, Ajin, I cannot consider it. However, if by chance, when Noki and Nami mature and understand the world, and if you remain unanchored by family ties, I may very well accept you. Accept. Ajien, in his stupor, felt a jolt of energy upon hearing those words. What did Belmer's declaration signify? Was she indeed inclined to accept him? His heart raced with excitement. There is a saying that one may predict the beginning but not the conclusion. Yet, Belmer's words took an unexpected turn. There are many things in this world that are beyond your control. Whether it be acceptance or rejection, ultimately, it is the hand of fate that decides. Ajien felt an ominous sense at the word but. As he was engrossed in her words, it seemed something transpired within the confines of the room. What is the matter? He inquired. It's nothing, merely a mosquito that bit my foot, Belmer hurriedly explained, a hint of panic in her tone. The reality was that within the dimly lit room, Belmer sat slumped against the door, her forehead beaded with delicate perspiration, her attire slightly disheveled. Not far away, a pair of pink slippers lay abandoned, their solitary presence seeming to mourn their forsaken owner. Beneath the flickering light, a sinister shadow knelt before Belmer, its hand covering her bare, adorable feet. It moved and rubbed. Indulging in a tactile dance, this was a battle between the shadow's hand and Belmer's feet. What I mean to convey is the unpredictability of fate. The once peaceful village was suddenly besieged by the evil dragon pirates. Had it not been for Luffy, our lives could have taken a dire turn. Ignoring all distractions that beset her, Belmer endeavored to speak calmly. Aiken nodded in agreement, reflecting on how fortunate they were that Luffy had intervened. Otherwise, their situation would have been dire. Chapter 62. A thrilling encounter. Thus, Belmer continued from within the door, having endured the ordeal with the dragon pirates. I have come to a realization. My greatest aspiration is to nurture Noki and Nami into adulthood. I desire nothing else. Upon hearing her final words, Aiken felt a chill envelop him. Resolutely, he replied, I can wait for you. Once Nami and the others are grown, perhaps you will reconsider. People change over time. By then, I may have moved on, Belmer responded gently. Aiken, you are a good man, and you will undoubtedly meet someone far better than I. I am truly sorry. Aiken felt utterly dispirited. Belmer had issued her rejection, leaving him desolate. He rose unsteadily, stating, in that case, please forget about tonight. I apologize for the disturbance. With that, Aiken staggered into the night, his unsteady gait suggesting he might collapse at any moment. Faintly, tears could be seen trailing down behind him. How could I ever forget tonight? Inside, Belmer collapsed against the door, her flushed face reflecting a mixture of shame and anger as she watched Luffy, who was playfully causing mischief. The confession Aiken made would be forever etched in her memory. For that night, she clandestinely embraced her new role as Luffy's woman, in her very own orange grove. Their evening of fervent passion saw Luffy, who had long suppressed his desires, unable to restrain himself any longer, launching a relentless series of advances upon Belmer. Ultimately, he left her utterly spent, collapsing in the darkest hour, just before dawn. Gently laying Belmer upon the bed and tucking her in, Luffy murmured, she seems so deeply asleep. I doubt she will awaken until this afternoon. It appears breakfast will be my responsibility. Haha, breakfast? A trivial task. Luffy possesses an unwavering confidence in his barbecuing skills. In the years gone by, he ventured into the forest alone, mastering the art of cooking entirely by his own hands. Through relentless refinement, he has elevated his barbecuing expertise to that of a true master. Roasting wild beasts, hares, bison, or even bear paws, he excels in all. Luffy contemplated setting off towards the forested area of the island. With the spirit of a chef awakened within him, he was determined to prepare a sumptuous feast of grilled meats before Nami awoke. The golden brown, mouth-watering aroma wafting from the perfectly roasted meat tantalized their senses, causing saliva to flow. When the two sisters finally stirred from their slumber, they joyfully patted their already hungry bellies and cheered. Luffy is amazing. The grilled meat is absolutely delicious. Indeed, it was just as splendid as that. Luffy, brimming with self-satisfaction, nodded to himself as he captured the beast, lost in his fantasies. Just wait, Noki Gao and Nami, a grand barbecue feast, is on its way. However, reality is seldom a mere reflection of our dreams. Reality remains steadfast, often harsh. After several hours of arduous effort, a splendid array of barbecued meat was finally arranged neatly upon the dining table. The aroma was intoxicating, almost unbearable. He longed to devour every last morsel. Luffy struggled to suppress his yearning for the roasted meat, saliva uncontrollably dripping as he wiped his hands repeatedly. Indeed, his grilling skills were exceptional. After a prolonged wait, the two sisters finally awoke. The aroma was delightful. Wow, so much roasted meat. Luffy, did you prepare all this? The sisters exclaimed in awe, prompting Luffy to stand tall and brace himself for an avalanche of compliments. Bring it on. Let the praises flow freely, no matter the tempest. I shall endure. However, despite the delectable nature of the roasted meat, I find myself unable to indulge. Indeed, last night's feast left me quite full. My stomach still feeling bloated. Moreover, having consumed copious amounts of roasted meat then, merely the sight of it now makes me feel nauseous. I concur, the sisters chimed in, their small faces reflecting distaste for the meat as they made their way to the bathroom to brush their teeth and wash their faces, rinsing away the remnants of sleep. Nausea, nausea, vomit, vomit. At the dining table, Luffy's expression turned ashen, his back appearing pale and desolate. It was as if a tragic melody began to play. And crows circled ominously above. Foolish, foolish. The sisters, unlike Luffy, the fervent meat enthusiast, would naturally grow weary of excessive roasted meat. The remnants of last night's feast had yet to be digested, leaving the sisters undoubtedly lacking in appetite. Luffy had not anticipated this. Completely unprepared for the turn of events. Crack. It was as if his heart had been cleaved in two. How infuriating. If you do not consume them, I shall devour them myself. The harsh reality extinguished Luffy's goodwill. Channeling his sorrow into strength, he grasped the roasted meat with both hands and began to voraciously consume it. Delicious, truly delectable. He praised himself as the table, laden with an abundance of roasted meat, gradually vanished before his eyes. Slowly, yet visibly, Luffy's belly swelled, resembling the state of a woman in her 10th month of pregnancy. Luffy, why did Belmer suddenly feel unwell today? The two sisters took it upon themselves to prepare a pot of congee, gently blowing on it to cool it down before taking small bites. Perhaps it was due to the thin clothing Belmer wore during last night's banquet that she caught a chill from the night breeze. Luffy, with a round belly, sat languidly, resting as he articulated the excuse he had long pondered. Is that so? However, I have felt Belmer's forehead, and it was not warm. It did not seem like a cold. Rather, it appeared she was merely exhausted. Noko tilted her small head in contemplation, casting a doubt. The reason Belmer may have caught a cold could also stem from her fatigue. Did you not fall asleep during the banquet last night? Intending to you. Belmer ended up catching a cold. Luffy stubbornly clung to his cold, offering a feeble excuse. The truth was that it was our fault that Belmer had fallen ill. Exhausted to the point of deep slumber, the two sisters remained oblivious to the reasons behind it, compelled to accept Luffy's dubious explanation. This unreliable rationale, bolstered by the sisters' youthful naivety and their trust in Luffy, barely allowed him to evade scrutiny. In the days that followed, Luffy transformed into a devoted caretaker, diligently attending to Belmer and her two adopted daughters. I must clarify, they were indeed Belmer's two adopted daughters. As time passed, Luffy, still not fully recovered, found himself pent up with frustration for several days, unable to release his energy, which left Belmer feeling quite guilty. Feeling remorseful, Belmer, under the pretense of secrecy from the two sisters, discreetly assisted Luffy in relieving himself under his guidance. The thrill of their clandestine encounters, coupled with the fear of being discovered by the sisters, provided an exhilarating rush for both. In their small abode, they spent several days in secret, narrowly escaping detection on multiple occasions, which Luffy found intoxicatingly exhilarating. Belmer, however, did not share his sentiment, feeling her heart race in a decidedly less pleasant manner. Once Belmer's health improved, she sighed in relief and, upon noticing Luffy's flushed gaze, promptly pulled him into the orange grove. Unbeknownst to anyone, they clandestinely engaged in their escapades, delightfully reckless in their secrecy. As time wore on, they continued to entertain the two sisters and implement their training regimen, or retreat into their little sanctuary to indulge in thrilling secrets, or even venture into the orange grove for real combat practice. Life was indeed pleasurable. Yet it had been over half a month since they departed from Windmill Village, and Luffy felt a profound longing for Machino, as if an eternity had passed since their last encounter. Chapter 63, The Hidden Dangers of the Two Daughters. The crescendo of longing surged within him, relentless as the crashing waves. Despite the enjoyment he derived from Belmer's attentiveness and the smooth progress of the sisters' training plan, yet Luffy's heart could not quell its yearning for Machino. Thus, on that day, even though he felt a twinge of sorrow in parting from the mother and daughters, Luffy ultimately bid them farewell. Luffy, please visit us often, they implored. We will miss you. At the seaside, the waves roared and splashed, The trio of mother and daughters stood with Luffy, alongside the two great eagles looming behind him. As they prepared to part ways, Luffy gently patted the little heads of the two sisters and said with a smile, "Rest assured, I will visit you often, along with Belmer." As he spoke, Luffy discreetly winked at Belmer. Her response was a roll of the eyes, turning her face away. Luffy shot a piercing glance at Belmer, his lips curling upward, his gaze fixed upon her with an intensity that seemed capable of seeing through to her very soul. A chill ran through Belmer as she pondered Luffy's impending departure. She had intended to provoke him boldly, yet it appeared he was not in the mood for such antics. "I am indeed leaving today, but I never stated that I couldn't educate you a little before I go." Though Luffy did not voice his thoughts explicitly, Belmer discerned from the cold smirk at the corner of his mouth and his restless demeanor that he was primed for action. Feeling a wave of trepidation, Belmer approached him, feigning a sorrowful demeanor as if the impending farewell weighed heavily upon her heart. She embraced Luffy, saying, "After you leave, we shall all miss you." When she emphasized the word we, she lingered for a moment, secretly conveying to Luffy, "I will miss you." Sensing Belmer's concession, Luffy felt a sense of satisfaction. In a moment hidden from the view of the two sisters, he discreetly took advantage of the situation. This opportunity, however, would not present itself again for some time after his departure. To avoid raising any suspicions from the sisters, Luffy reluctantly separated from Belmer, saying, "Well then, I shall take my leave. Farewell." Luffy sat upon the back of the small eagle, calling down to the trio of mother and daughters below, "Noko, farewell. Nami, farewell. Belmer, farewell. After some time, I shall return to see you." As Luffy began to depart, Nami cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted, "Luffy, the next time you come, I will ensure you see the newly drawn, more detailed nautical charts I have prepared, and I will let you taste the oranges I have grown with my own hands." Following Nami, Noko also called out loudly. The small eagle swiftly carried Luffy away, and faintly, his voice floated on the breeze. The two sisters gazed at the sea, where Luffy's figure had vanished, feeling a deep sense of longing for his departure, remaining still for a considerable time. Their first encounter with Luffy, his unwavering gaze upon them, their initial refusal to grant him a chance, the sudden arrival of the dragon pirates seeking assistance from Luffy, and ultimately, his triumphant expulsion of the foes. All these memories rushed through Belmer's mind in a whirlwind, leaving her to ponder the surreal nature of it all. "Let us return." Belmer broke the silence, gently patting her two daughters on the shoulders to bring them back to reality. The sisters exchanged one last glance at the ocean before taking Belmer's hand and heading homeward. "Belmer." The three had yet to reach home when Akane, seen in the distance, waved and ran towards them, exclaiming, "Did you see Luffy?" Belmer nodded, then shook her head, saying, "I did see him, but he just left." "Ah," Akane replied, disappointment evident in her voice. "He left? After the banquet that night, I never knew where Luffy went. He is always elusive. I hadn't even had the chance to properly host him, and now he is gone." Belmer stifled a laugh. It wasn't that he could not be found, but rather that Luffy did not wish to encounter Akane or the villagers. Since the day following the banquet, the enthusiastic villagers had sought out Luffy, insisting that since he was still in the vicinity, he must be well hosted. Yet, Luffy had no desire to waste his time on the villagers' hospitality. He preferred to cultivate his bond with the two sisters and grow closer to Belmer. Thus, Luffy evaded them with deft movements and the finest of concealment. He was even less inclined to meet Akane, who had expressed her feelings for Belmer, remaining blissfully unaware that the woman he once admired had already been claimed by Luffy. Upon learning of Luffy's departure, Akane walked away, filled with regret. As for Belmer, since her confession was met with rejection, she found herself cast in the role of the good friend. Although Aegean still harbored some lingering thoughts, he resolved not to indulge in any further fantasies or to court her with ulterior motives. After that night, their greetings became as casual as those exchanged between ordinary villagers. "You are a good man, Aegean. I wish you the best in finding a wonderful girl." Watching Aegean's receding figure, Belmer silently wished him well in her heart. It seemed that fate had decreed she and Aegean were not meant to be. Belmer's life was now irrevocably tied to Luffy. Since that night, when she became Luffy's woman, she felt no resentment, nor did she harbor any thoughts of rebellion. This path was one she had chosen for herself, whether out of necessity or reluctance. Belmer was a woman who embraced freedom but also held firm to decorum. She was a good woman of integrity. After surrendering herself to Luffy that night, Belmer willingly accepted her new identity and devoted herself to serving him. If only Luffy would refrain from taking Noko and Nami as well. Belmer observed her two foster daughters frolicking ahead, temporarily escaping the melancholy of parting. And the thought crossed her mind. Now that she was Luffy's woman, what if he were to devour the two girls as well? At that moment, Belmer truly wondered how the three of them would serve Luffy together. What am I thinking? I mustn't dwell on such matters. Instead, I should focus on how to help my two daughters escape Luffy's grasp. Belmer, what troubles you? Belmer's frowning expression and occasional shaking of her head caught the attention of the sisters. Oh, nothing. I wasn't thinking of anything. Regaining her composure, Belmer hastily shook her head. After casually addressing her daughters, she resumed her contemplation, but the challenge of devising a plan without provoking Luffy left her at a loss. Unable to think of a suitable solution for the moment, she decided to set the matter aside for later consideration. After all, Noko and Nami were still young, and time was on their side. Belmer temporarily shelved her worries and took her two daughters back to their cozy little home, a place that could also be regarded as Luffy's second home. Chapter 64, Machino the Queen? In Windmill Village, within a tavern. The afternoon was drawing near, although it was not yet the peak of business. The tavern had already attracted a handful of patrons. The aroma of liquor and roasted meat wafted through the air. Luffy-esque grilled meat is truly delectable. There's always something lacking when eating the boss lady's dishes. I feel the same, boss lady. It's been over half a month since Luffy left. When will he return? Machino-esque grilled meat, crafted with her skilled hands, was far from unappetizing. Indeed, the culinary talents of the resourceful Machino made her dishes quite delightful. In terms of culinary prowess, Luffy's affinity for grilled meat elevates his barbecuing skills to an unparalleled level. Having tasted Luffy's creations, the drunken patrons have grown discontent with the barbecues prepared by Machino. It is uncertain when Luffy will return. For now, Machino, resting her chin on her hand, idly engages with the customers at the bar. When Luffy departed, he merely stated he would return soon, without specifying the number of days. Machino is at a loss. The patrons long for Luffy's barbecues, yet she misses him even more. Each day and night spent alone. Waking up without Luffy's presence or hearing his mischievous laughter has left her yearning for him. Accustomed to his company, his absence has almost turned her into a stone statue of longing. Luffy, how I miss you. When will you come home? The patrons have stirred her nostalgic heart, prompting a sigh akin to that of a lamenting spouse. There is a saying that nothing withstands incessant nagging. Just as Machino finishes her thoughts, a piercing eagle's cry resonates from afar outside the tavern, strikingly clear. An eagle's call? Has Luffy returned? Remembering the young eagle, she wonders if Luffy has also made his way back. With excitement coursing through her, Machino abruptly stands and rushes out of the tavern. Hey, what has gotten into the landlady? What is happening? The patrons watch in astonishment as she forcefully pushes open the tavern door, vanishing from sight and leaving the doors swinging. The drunken men are bewildered, exchanging puzzled glances. Could it be that Luffy has returned? One of them speculates it's possible. They gaze at one another, hopeful that Luffy has indeed come back. Without his barbecues to accompany their drinks, even the most enticing spirits seem less enjoyable. The patrons eagerly anticipate Machino's return with Luffy, waiting and hoping. Moments stretch into minutes, their eyes fixed on the entrance. After a dozen minutes, the anticipation lingers, with a few anxious patrons drumming their fingers on the table. Tap, tap, tap. A half hour passes, and the rhythmic tapping continues, as the impatient patrons grow restless, their feet shuffling on the floor. An hour later, silence envelopes the tavern. They haven't gone home, have they? It is both speculation and certainty. In unison, the patrons shout in frustration, their voices echoing as if to lift the very roof of the tavern. Their conjecture proves to be correct. Luffy has returned. And the delightful surprise has rendered Machino too elated to consider returning to the tavern. Machino is reluctant to leave. Upon arriving home and beholding the dearly missed Machino, Luffy is even less inclined to let her depart. The mutual longing shared by the two ignites like kindling meeting a fierce flame, bursting forth into a blazing inferno. The location where the little eagle descends is the very spot Luffy summoned it, situated in close proximity to home, devoid of villagers, and entirely solitary. Luffy eagerly leaped down from the back of the small eagle, his gaze fixed upon the hurriedly approaching Machino. Before she could reach him, filled with excitement, Luffy executed a pseudo shave, leaving behind an afterimage as he appeared behind Machino. With a firm embrace, he lifted her and began walking home. Machino tightly wrapped her arms around Luffy's head, burying her face deep in his embrace, savoring the familiar warmth, a radiant smile blossoming on her face. Sister Machino, It has been more than half a month. I missed you dearly. I missed you too, my lord. At home, in the room. Machino was gently placed on the bed by Luffy, who knelt beside her. Her small hand caressed Luffy's cheek as she propped herself up, inadvertently pushing him down onto the bed, reversing their roles. My lord, allow me to serve you. This night, Machino exhibited an unprecedented assertiveness, completely denying Luffy the chance to take the initiative during the first half. Overwhelmed with excitement, Luffy felt as though he might burst. How could Sister Machino be this proactive? He was on the verge of losing control. To his astonishment, despite having explored numerous positions with Sister Machino before, she unveiled a completely unfamiliar stance, leaving him feeling bashful even as he complied. How had she conceived such an idea? Oh, tonight I shall be utterly exhausted. After more than half a month apart, Machino cast aside her usual shyness, not only becoming immensely proactive but also employing a technique she had spontaneously thought of. Normally, in accordance with her character, Machino would never have been this audacious. Her joy at Luffy's sudden return had overwhelmed her with excitement. This evening, they cast aside all distractions, focusing solely on the primal instincts of humanity, engaging in fervent encounters, repeatedly reaching new heights together. Ultimately, it was Machino who could no longer withstand the intensity, fainting as a conclusion to their passionate reunion, who claimed that Sister Machino was fragile. That was only because she had not unleashed her full potential. Once she did, Luffy felt he might have to kneel before her strength. Thankfully, he managed to endure, holding on until the very end. Luffy weakly embraced Machino, lying on the bed, his chest rising and falling rapidly as he gasped for breath, murmuring to himself. He felt utterly drained, completely depleted. Even in his Gear 3rd state, executing the Gum Gum pistol, he had never felt this exhausted. This profound sense of fatigue deepened his affection for Machino. The sheer effort she must have exerted, persevering through it all, to care for him in such a way was evident. Tomorrow, I shall once again assume the role of a domestic husband. Luffy had anticipated that no matter how hard Machino tried, she would remain unable to rise. Indeed, as Luffy had foreseen, the following day, Machino was unable to get out of bed. Such was the consequence of a life of indulgence. Having acquired experience as a devoted homemaker, Luffy meticulously tended to Machino's needs, preparing sumptuous meals, tidying the house, and feeding her, even assisting her with bathing in the evenings. During this time, Luffy's frustration would often surface. Though Machino had yet to fully recover and was not fit for a battle, she exhausted every conceivable method to appease Luffy. Moreover, with Machino languishing in bed, Luffy's care meant that the tavern could not open temporarily. A group of inebriates, anticipating Luffy's grilled delicacies the next day, arrived at the tavern only to find it closed for business. Outside, a handwritten notice from Luffy had been posted early that morning. It read that due to unforeseen circumstances, the tavern would remain closed for an indeterminate period, and patrons should return after it reopened to settle their tabs from the previous night. Upon seeing Luffy's name at the bottom of the notice, the drunken patrons confirmed that he had indeed returned. However, although Luffy was back, the tavern remained shuttered, and the promised barbecue was absent. How could this be? This was the only tavern in the village, a gathering place for all who sought libations. And the patrons gazed mournfully at the closed door, bereft of hope. Back in Windmill Village, after several days of intimate closeness with Machino, Luffy and she released their pent-up affections and returned to their usual warm existence. A life brimming with passion and excitement cannot endure indefinitely. Rather, it is the gentle, everyday moments that foster lasting fulfillment. Machino managed the tavern and attended to household chores, while Luffy ventured out for exercise during the day and returned in the evening. As night fell, they would embrace and engage in their playful battles. These days seemed reminiscent of the time before Luffy had set sail. If it were not for Luffy's frequent voyages aboard the Small Eagle every 10 days or so, returning after a day or two, Machino might have nearly forgotten that he was ever a seafarer. Intuitively, as a woman, Machino sensed that Luffy's frequent departures must be for a significant reason. Despite her initial reluctance to pry, she could no longer contain her curiosity after Luffy's third return from the sea, and she finally asked him about it. Luffy is aware that his frequent voyages to visit the trio of mother and daughters in Cocoa Village will inevitably lead to a day when Machino can no longer contain her curiosity. Luffy had never contemplated the life of deception regarding Machino. In response to her inquiry, after an intense confrontation with her one evening, he revealed the matter concerning the trio of women. You mentioned that during your last voyage, you reached Cocoa Village. There, you encountered the 3 women. Subsequently, the dragon pirates. having traversed the Grand Line to the East Sea, aimed to dominate Cocoa Village. Coincidentally, that woman named Belmer sought your assistance to expel the dragon pirates. You acquiesced, under the condition that Belmer would become your partner. Thus, your frequent voyages were to visit her. Is that the essence of it? Makino lifted her gaze from Luffy's embrace, regarding him with an inscrutable expression, devoid of any discernible anger or emotion. Faced with her calm demeanor, the fearless Luffy, who previously harbored no trepidation towards the world, now felt a flicker of apprehension within. Nervously swallowing, he nodded slightly. Upon receiving confirmation, Makino remained silent, her gaze fixed upon Luffy, her face expressionless. The atmosphere was tranquil. Perhaps too tranquil. Even the sound of Luffy's heartbeat echoed like a drum in his ears. What was Makino truly implying? If she were displeased with his sudden addition of another woman into his life, she ought to express her anger. In truth, before revealing the facts, Luffy had estimated that Makino would not be excessively upset, nor would she engage in quarrels. For Makino was a gentle and obedient woman. And even if she harbored some resistance to sharing Luffy with another, she would never make things difficult for him. Luffy anticipated that Makino might be somewhat displeased, perhaps scolding him a few words. However, he was taken aback by her unexpected calmness. Are you still contemplating those two girls? She queried. Just as Luffy was caught in a web of confusion regarding Makino's surprising tranquility, her abrupt remark shattered the silence, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Luffy recalled that while discussing the matter of the three women, he had kept certain thoughts to himself. Observing Luffy's demeanor, Makino discerned the truth and, with a hint of irritation, playfully tapped his forehead, saying, I am well aware of your nature. You are nothing short of a lecher. Although you try to conceal your feelings for those two girls, I can see through it. Surely you harbor intentions toward them. You have already consumed your foster mother. Do you wish to consume your two foster daughters as well? Are you contemplating having all three of them serve you together? As soon as Makino finished speaking, she noticed a change in Luffy's body, revealing the answer to her query. In a mix of embarrassment and anger, her small hand reached for Luffy's most vulnerable spot. So brazen, let me see if I can incapacitate you, she teased. Her bold action only served to excite Luffy further, prompting him to advance, his vigor undeniable. The intense struggle persisted for half an hour before finally easing. Makino, drenched in sweat, lay in Luffy's embrace, her small hand tracing patterns in front of him. Long ago, I recognized your lascivious nature and understood that I could never possess you entirely. Sooner or later, you would have many women. Therefore, I do not blame you for suddenly encountering another woman at sea. I shall not scold you, as long as you do not abandon me. Her heartfelt words touched Luffy deeply, and he held Makino tightly, declaring, no matter what happens, I will always keep you close. You cannot escape my grasp. The notion of abandonment should never be spoken of again. Do you understand? Luffy's domineering response brought a sense of security to Makino, who smiled and nodded, softly murmuring in agreement. The two embraced, savoring a moment of warmth. It was Makino who first broke the tender atmosphere. Luffy, promise me, she said, when those two girls grow up and come to understand the complexities of love, if they do not wish to be with you, please do not force them. The gentle and kind-hearted Makino wished for Luffy to refrain from any coercive actions. Luffy, who cherished his freedom and often acted on his own whims, would generally disregard the opinions of others. However, when it came to Makino, he was usually willing to heed her requests, as long as they were not overly demanding. Without hesitation, Luffy acquiesced to Makino's plea, nodding in agreement. Luffy remained unconvinced, having trained them since childhood. As Nami matured, he wondered how she could allow anything that entered her mouth to slip away. Sister Makino, I have acquiesced to your request. Might you, in turn, offer me some form of compensation? And what would you desire as recompense? She responded playfully. Hee hee, let us engage in a little role-playing tonight. Role-playing? What character shall we assume? Indeed. No, that is far too embarrassing. Makino blushed like a ripe eggplant, resolutely determined to decline. Yet, when it came to Luffy, history had shown that Makino had never once succeeded in her refusals. Chapter 65. The unexpected brother emerges Cocoa West Village. Hey, have you heard? The Arlong pirates have re-emerged. They occupied the neighboring village yesterday. I've heard. They say the villagers there were unable to pay their tribute, leading to their demise at the hands of Arlong. Since the Arlong pirates had retreated a month and a half ago, many believed they would not return after their defeat. Yet, they once again invaded our island. Do you think the Arlong pirates will come back? Surely not. After all, Luffy vanquished Arlong, and the pirates should honor their agreement. Early in the morning, Coco West Village buzzed with excitement and anxiety over the return of the Arlong pirates. A throng of villagers gathered, fervently discussing the situation, filled with worry, panic, and fear. Luffy is no longer here. Even though he frequently visited, the villagers remain oblivious to his absence. Without Luffy to uphold order among them, the villagers are in a state of utter disarray. What should they do in such a state of panic? Naturally, they must seek out Belmer. Luffy appears to assist the villagers in driving away the fearsome dragon pirates, summoned by Belmer. Through Belmer's explanation, the villagers come to understand the connection between the two. Luffy was once a colleague of Belmer in the Navy, and he is her son. Indeed, that is correct. The villagers, in a state of panic, sought out Belmer to inquire about Luffy's whereabouts. In response, Belmer shrugged her shoulders, uncertain of when Luffy would return. Previously, he used to visit approximately every 10 days. Yet today marks the 12th day without his unusual presence. Luffy's delay was a mystery to Belmer. Despite her repeated assurances that she had no knowledge of when Luffy would arrive, the villagers left with heavy hearts, praying that the dragon pirates would honor their promise and refrain from exerting their rule over Coco Village. Belmer, why hasn't Luffy come to play with us yet? In response to her two adopted daughters' inquiries, Belmer shook her head. I do not know. Perhaps he has been delayed by some unforeseen circumstance. Noko, filled with trepidation, expressed. If Luffy doesn't know when he'll arrive, what will happen if the dragon pirates return? Upon hearing Noko's words, Nami nodded in agreement, fearfully curling into Belmer's embrace. Gently caressing the heads of her daughters, Belmer reassured them, the dragon pirates will not return, for they have been driven away by Luffy. Really? Without hesitation, Belmer affirmed, indeed. Though she wished to soothe her daughters, she was uncertain in her heart. The dragon pirates might return, or perhaps they would not. In the ensuing days, Luffy still had not arrived, while the dragon pirates had seized control of all the villages on the island, except for Coco Village, establishing their dominion. The dragon pirates created a stronghold by the sea, appearing intent on making it their permanent base. In their preoccupation with fortifying their territory, the dragon pirates had entirely forgotten Coco Village, ensuring that no fishmen dared approach. The villagers, having lived in fear for several days, finally felt a sense of relief as the dragon pirates had not come to assert their authority. It seemed that the dragon pirates had indeed kept their word. Belmer was also reassured, yet a lingering question nagged at her. Where was Luffy? Time rewinds several days. In Windmill Village. Just as Luffy planned to set sail for Coco Village the next day, Garp unexpectedly returned to the village. Luffy internally groaned at the prospect of facing the so-called training once more. To his surprise, Garp did not take him for training the following day. Instead, he intended to take Luffy to a different location. The two, one tall and one short, one old and one young, strode swiftly through the forest. The paths were treacherous, even for seasoned hunters who navigated with utmost caution. A misstep could lead to a fall, and they had to remain vigilant against sudden appearances of wild beasts or hidden venomous snakes. However, both grandfather and grandson were no ordinary individuals. Their strength allowed them to traverse the forest without concern. They moved with great strides, skillfully dodging branches and other obstacles without losing momentum. As for the beasts that posed a threat to hunters, well, if they chose to reveal themselves and obstruct the path, the duo would gladly teach them how to be proper creatures of the wild. Grandfather, where exactly are you taking me? Luffy harbored a vague awareness of the answer, as Garp guided him decisively towards a distant mountain. What might lie there? Who could be present? Luffy's heart raced with excitement as he sought confirmation from Garp. Garp, leading the way, did not turn back but casually remarked, "Oh, I'm not going anywhere in particular. I'm merely taking you to a certain place." Luffy felt a dark line appear on his forehead and inquired, "So, where exactly are you taking me?" "To Corbo Mountain," Garp replied, no longer circling around the subject. Corbo Mountain is situated outside the realm of the Goa Kingdom, where the beasts are particularly ferocious. A band of mountain thieves known as the Dayton family resides there. I have entrusted your other brother to their care, and I am now taking you to meet him. His name is Ace. Upon hearing the name, Luffy abruptly halted. Lost in thought, Ace made his first appearance during the Alabasta incident, introduced as Luffy's elder brother, a user of the Mera Mera no Mi, the Flame fruit. He boasted a bounty of 550 million and was one of the 4 emperors, serving as the captain of the 2nd Division under Whitebeard. Ace's debut in the original narrative left an indelible mark on numerous pirate enthusiasts. He pursued Blackbeard but was ultimately defeated, leading to his capture by the Navy and subsequent exchange for a warlord of the sea title. Once in the hands of the Navy, Ace faced public execution, prompting a massive response from the Whitebeard pirates and igniting a cataclysmic war at Marineford. In this epic battle, Luffy, alongside a group of imprisoned pirates from the underwater prison, recklessly joined the fray, enduring countless hardships, overcoming numerous obstacles, and defeating formidable foes. Luffy wielded a massive log to confront the three admirals, finally rescuing Ace. This should have been a moment of great celebration. However, fate took a cruel turn. In pursuit of a life card, Luffy turned back to retrieve it, only to find himself facing the wrath of a Kuina. The fiery molten lava and its searing heat were enough to end Luffy's life with a single blow. At that critical moment, Luffy's body, exhausted from exertion, could not evade the attack. Ace appeared just in time, spreading his arms to shield Luffy. As an elder brother, it was his duty to protect his younger sibling, even at the cost of his own life. Ace perished, leaving Luffy in tears, truly heartbroken. In the original story, Luffy nearly fell apart, and had it not been for his companions, he might not have returned 2 years later. "What's wrong, Luffy?" He was jolted back to reality from his memories. Forcing a smile, he replied, "It's nothing, Grandpa. Let us hurry." He felt a surge of curiosity about this suddenly revealed brother. He quickly advanced ahead of Carp, unnoticed by anyone, as his eyes glistened with unshed tears. It was merely the sand that got in his eyes. Yes, indeed. Chapter 66. First Encounter at Corbo Mountain, Dayton Family. Ace? You mean that disobedient little brat? He left early this morning. He is probably off dealing with some beast droppings by now. The one who uttered such disparaging words about Ace was a plump matron. Standing before a peculiar assortment of family members and the formidable Carp, she showed no fear, hands on her hips, a cigarette dangling from her mouth as she unleashed a torrent of curses. Carly Dayton, the matriarch of the Dayton family, was, in the original tale, the adoptive mother of both Ace and Luffy. On the surface, Dayton appears to be a rough, fierce, and malevolent woman. However, her heart is inherently kind. If one were not well versed in the original narrative, it would be difficult to fathom that the corpulent woman before us, Carly Dayton, with her fierce visage and caustic tone, capable of making one question their very existence with her biting words, is, in truth, a good-hearted individual. But alas, it seems not to be the case. Garp, disregarding Dayton's demeanor, chuckled as he patted his belly, saying, "Since Ace is temporarily absent, let us indulge ourselves with a hearty meal while we await his return." Dayton, pointing an accusatory finger at Luffy, exclaimed with indignation, "One troublesome Ace is already more than I can bear. Must you bring another brat into my midst? My household is not a refuge for wayward children. We are mountain bandits, fearsome and ruthless mountain bandits." Dayton reiterated their identity as bandits, her large mouth spraying spittle as she directed her ire toward Garp. Luffy's lips twitched slightly as he discreetly took a few steps back to evade the impending disaster. "Captain, please do not treat Mr. Carp this way. If he becomes enraged, we will be in dire straits." Aside from Carly Dayton, none of the other mountain bandits from the Dayton family dared to provoke Carp's wrath and hastily urged Dayton to reconsider. In the face of Dayton's verbal onslaught, Carp remained unfazed, taking a bite of his donut and stating, "Oh, you mean Luffy? He won't be residing here. I merely brought him to meet Ace. After all, they are brothers, and it has been quite some time. It's about time they were introduced." Luffy silently lamented, "I am utterly speechless regarding this family. Garp had long since adopted Ace, and it was only when I turned 7 that he considered bringing me here. That enigmatic father of mine has only returned me to Dawn Island and has never made an appearance since. I have no idea what my mother was like." Just as Luffy was indulging in his thoughts, the Dayton family gasped in astonishment at Garp's words, followed by an awkward silence. Realizing that they had misunderstood from the very beginning, Dayton retracted her earlier curses, cleared her throat, and said, "What a surprise. So you aren't here to stay after all. Garp, why didn't you mention this sooner?" She then turned to Luffy with a fierce expression and asked, "Hey, brat, are you called Luffy?" Ignoring Dayton's tone, Luffy shrugged and replied, "Yes, I am Luffy." Today, he encountered the fearsome Aunt Carly Dayton, a character altered from the original narrative, guided by fate and influenced by Garp. After clearing the misunderstandings, with Garp repeatedly lamenting his hunger, Dayton's family had no choice but to present all their provisions to host him. Although they watched the roasted meat vanish rapidly with heavy hearts, they never considered withholding it from Garp. It seemed Dayton was previously unafraid of Garp, understanding that he was indifferent to such matters. Anyone foolish enough to attempt snatching meat from Garp would soon face his iron fist and threats of imprisoning Dayton's family. a band of mountain bandits. Relying on sheer strength and recognizing the inherent goodness in Dayton's family, Garp felt assured in entrusting Ace to their care. "Grandfather, I'm not hungry for now. Please eat here while I take a stroll in the forest." As Luffy turned to leave, Garp continued to indulge in the roasted meat, seemingly oblivious. Dayton, with a fierce countenance, warned, "You little brat, this is Mount Corbo, and the forest is teeming with the most ferocious beasts on this island. A small child like you would be devoured before you could take a step outside. You should stay put." Beneath her seemingly venomous words, Luffy keenly discerned her underlying concern. And turning back with a smile, he replied, "Thank you for your worry, but the little kittens here won't harm me." Little kittens? As Luffy stepped out, the Dayton family erupted into a cacophony of concern. What an audacious little rascal this Luffy is, to liken the beasts of Corbo Mountain to mere kittens. He truly has no grasp of danger. Does he believe this place resembles Windmill Village, with its gentle forest creatures? Dayton called up to Garp, her tone tinged with urgency. With a crunch, Garp took a hefty bite of roasted meat, nonchalantly chewing it down before replying, "Rest assured, for Luffy. The beasts of Corbo Mountain are indeed nothing more than cuddly kittens. Even the apex predator of this mountain would hesitate in the presence of Luffy. With his conqueror's haki, the beasts of Corbo Mountain dare not challenge him, let alone attack." This proclamation left the Dayton family in stunned silence. Though Garp often acted recklessly, he had never once uttered a falsehood. They swallowed hard, gazing at the door, as if they could still glimpse Luffy's vanishing silhouette. "Your grandson may appear youthful, but his power is truly formidable." Garp laughed heartily. "Do not be deceived by Luffy's height. He is but 7 years old this year. Luffy is a veritable monster." Though it may have seemed a jest for a grandfather to call his grandson a monster, the Dayton family refrained from retorting. After all, to be able to disregard the beasts of Corbo Mountain at such a tender age was nothing short of extraordinary. As Luffy traversed the forest of Corbo Mountain, he required no heightened senses or intuition. He could perceive the multitude of hidden beasts surrounding him, their menacing gazes and the palpable ferocity just waiting to unleash itself. Indeed, the reputation of the beasts of Corbo Mountain was well-deserved, for they were among the fiercest creatures in the East Blue, gathering here in this formidable sanctuary. Luffy, undeterred by the lurking beasts around him, ambled along with a leisurely air. If one were to observe closely, it would become evident that he was purposefully heading in a specific direction. Suddenly brought to the summit of Corbo Mountain by Garp, he was on the verge of reuniting with Ace. Luffy was brimming with excitement, unable to contain his eagerness to see Ace. Consequently, he lacked the patience to wait for Ace's return at Dayton's home. Guided by his instincts, he resolutely marched onward. That very location was the scene of a fierce struggle between man and beast. Undoubtedly, it was where Ace could be found. The anticipation of finally seeing Ace was exhilarating. In the blink of an eye, it had been 7 years since I arrived in this world. Luffy, in a daze, found himself hastily approaching his destination. His heart a tumult of excitement and trepidation, rendering his emotions rather complex. Along the journey, numerous wild beasts, oblivious to their impending fate, leapt forth to obstruct his path. With gaping maws and an imposing presence, these creatures exuded a ferocious aura. Growing increasingly impatient, Luffy maintained a subtle yet persistent emanation of Conqueror's haki, which sent these bothersome beasts fleeing at the mere approach. Luffy is currently devoid of the mood and time to gather the beasts of Corbo Mountain under his command using the Emperor's domain. In Chapter 67, with a flourish, Sabo must exercise caution. Ace, wielding a water pipe, stands alert beside him, his eyes widening as a massive wild boar, towering at 2 to 3 meters, charges towards Sabo. He hurriedly calls out, "Be careful." "I understand. Don't worry. I won't be caught by such a blatant attack," Sabo replies, focusing intently on the oncoming beast. Should this slight frame be struck by the boar, it would surely spell disaster. Yet, Sabo remains unperturbed, steadfast, his eyes unwavering as he calculates the timing. Just as the boar is about to collide with him, he nimbly sidesteps to the side, narrowly evading the charge. The impact of the boar's furious rush is formidable. Even if it misses its target, it will not easily come to a halt. Moreover, Sabo has strategically positioned himself near a grand tree, unable to halt its momentum. The unfortunate boar crashes into the trunk, toppling the tree and rendering itself dazed. "Ha ha, splendidly done, Sabo," Ace exclaims, throwing an arm around Sabo's shoulders. Laughter echoing in the air. Sabo, equally wielding a water pipe, tilts his head back with pride and retorts, "Of course, it's merely a wild boar." His grin, wide and unabashed, reveals a missing tooth. These two young boys are none other than Ace and Sabo. Ace sports short black hair, with strands parted to the side. His youthful face dotted with freckles. He is clad in a sleeveless red top and black shorts. Sabo, adorned with a grand hat featuring wind goggles, possesses golden short hair, and like Ace, bears the mark of youth with a missing tooth at the corner of his mouth. Though the garments worn were somewhat tattered, they unmistakably bore the hallmarks of noble fashion, complemented by a white scarf draped at the front, revealing an air of genteel refinement indicative of a noble upbringing. Ace and Sabo were already acquainted, having survived together at the uncertain terminus, where they resorted to seizing the wealth of other ruthless individuals, amassing enough berries to eventually purchase a vessel, all the while dreaming of setting sail. At merely 10 years of age, these two young scamps supported one another and engaged in battles, carving out a significant reputation in the perilous environment of the uncertain terminus. The uncertain terminus served as a dumping ground for the kingdom of Goya, accumulating all manner of refuse. The air quality there was horrendous, and those who lingered for extended periods were often afflicted with stubborn skin ailments. Once such an affliction took hold, unless one hastened to seek medical attention outside, a grim fate awaited. Yet, those who inhabited such a desolate place had nowhere else to turn, forced to endure their existence in this bleak realm. Consequently, the inhabitants, tormented by the lethal skin diseases, were inherently savage. In times of hunger, the act of cannibalism could very well be contemplated. Death was a daily occurrence at the uncertain terminus, with skirmishes erupting numerous times each day. Let us go, Sabo. Once we finish roasting this wild boar, we shall head to the uncertain terminus, hoping for a bountiful harvest today, Ace declared, dragging the unconscious wild boar while beckoning Sabo to follow. What did Ace mean by harvest? Naturally, it referred to the plundering of berries. Sabo grinned widely, revealing a gap-toothed smile, and hurried to catch up with Ace. Suddenly, just as the two were about to depart, a deafening roar erupted from the nearby forest. Trees toppled as the underbrush was violently parted, and a massive tiger lunged forth, blocking their path. Towering at 2 to 3 meters with a length of 5 to 6 meters, the colossal beast roared at the pair, its tail erect and body poised to pounce. Is this a jest? Ace and Sabo's expressions froze in shock, their bodies trembling in fear at the tiger's ferocious presence. Ace, without a moment's hesitation, hurled the wild boar toward the tiger and shouted to Sabo, "Run!" Sabo, not pausing to think, followed Ace swiftly. Lagging behind could spell doom. The tiger, witnessing its potential meal attempt to flee, let out a mighty roar in pursuit, yet hesitated at the sight of the discarded wild boar, torn between its instincts. As the tiger wavered, the two boys had managed to distance themselves by several meters, with the dense forest ahead offering a potential refuge. Just then, another unexpected occurrence unfolded. What a colossal tiger! Such a magnificent beast, its power must be formidable. A sudden sound resonated from the nearby forest, and amidst the astonishment of the two individuals, the distinct sound of footsteps echoed as Luffy emerged. Having already acquired 2 women and possessing 2 additional potential companions, Luffy expressed a keen interest in the matter concerning the tiger whip. This magnificent beast was the prey you encountered first. Since you no longer wish to pursue it, may I take the liberty to hunt it? As Luffy inquired. His steps remained unceasing as he approached the colossal tiger. Hey, are you out of your mind? This beast is far too powerful. You are no match for it. You should flee at once. In contrast to Ace, Sabo exhibited greater courtesy and kindness. Observing Luffy's reckless advance towards the formidable creature, he halted and called out, "I appreciate your concern, but rest assured, this giant tiger does not intimidate me in the slightest." Without looking back, Luffy waved his hand dismissively. How infuriating. Sabo, he refuses to heed our warnings. While the giant tiger is distracted, we must make our swift escape. Sabo's good intentions went unappreciated by Luffy, who recklessly approached the giant beast, drawing its attention away from them. Ace felt a sense of relief and turned to Sabo. Sabo hesitated, saying, "But if we do nothing, that person will surely perish." Ace rolled his eyes, responding, "Even if we wish to help, we cannot contend with the giant tiger. Attempting to rescue him would only jeopardize our own lives. Look, he is on the brink of death." Before the two could reach a decision, Luffy had already drawn nearer to the giant tiger. The beast, seeing Luffy before it, would not dare to attack without losing face. With a thunderous roar, the ferocious tiger lunged at Luffy. Its towering form completely overshadowed Luffy, casting a vast shadow over him. Ace and Sabo stared wide-eyed. The tiger's predatory stance was terrifying. Even from a distance, their faces paled in fear. They did not doubt the grimness of Luffy's situation. Yet, in the face of the charging giant, Luffy smiled, unexpectedly ready to make a grand entrance before Ace and Sabo. Extending one hand outward, palm facing the beast, he narrowed his eyes and unleashed his conqueror's haki. The invisible waves directed solely at the tiger. With a low whimper, the once mighty giant tiger felt the oppressive aura of Luffy's power. The ferocious creature immediately transformed into a timid kitten. Its predatory leap was abruptly halted, and in a state of panic, it managed to stop just before its claws were about to meet Luffy. Lowering its massive head to Luffy's size, the giant tiger emitted a deep, pitiful whimper, its eyes gazing at Luffy with a look of utter helplessness. Luffy patted the tiger's head, exclaiming with irritation, "You are the king of beasts, yet you exhibit such cowardice. It's truly shameful." The enormous tiger wept internally, for it had no desire to submit. Luffy's overwhelming presence rendered it utterly incapable of resistance. Are we dreaming? Surely we must be. Ace and Sabo stood agape, their mouths agog, gazing in disbelief at the surreal scene before them. The one who should have been devoured was now imparting lessons to the giant tiger, striking its head with his hand. Remarkably, the tiger complied, whimpering like a mere kitten. Hey, you are a giant tiger, not a kitten. You must be a false tiger," they shouted silently in their minds. In Chapter 68, the absurdity reached new heights. Regardless of how incredulous Ace and Sabo were about the tiger's transformation into a kitten, the events unfolding were undeniably real. Ever since being intimidated by Luffy's conqueror's haki, the tiger had behaved submissively, whimpering and casting pitiful glances at Luffy, even shamefully extending its tongue to lick Luffy's face. Of course, Luffy would not allow the giant tiger's saliva to touch him, evading it with a frown. The giant tiger lamented, "I have an elderly mother to care for, a wife awaiting my return, and several children depending on me for sustenance. I beseech you, spare me." Yet, the giant tiger spoke not a word to Ace and Sabo. It merely sounded like a disheveled whimper. However, to Luffy, whose intuitive sense had grown increasingly potent, the giant tiger's words were crystal clear. This instinct, born from the evolution of his observation haki, had become Luffy's primary ability, rendering the traditional observation haki obsolete. Observation haki, my instinct, is also a manifestation of my power. It would be rather unkind to turn against it. In truth, there was no need to mention observation haki anymore. Once the advantages of both observation haki and conqueror's haki were amalgamated, the prowess of the Emperor's domain would flourish, leading to the eventual abandonment of conqueror's haki. In comparison to the intimidation of conqueror's haki, the emergence of the Emperor's domain would instill such fear that none would dare to resist. They would willingly submit to Luffy. This was the vision Luffy yearned for. In these times, being a beast is no easy feat. Who could fathom what thoughts led this giant tiger to utter such pleas for mercy? Luffy's kidneys are functioning remarkably well, as his physical prowess continues to grow. So too will his renal capabilities, rendering the consumption of tiger penises unnecessary. The giant tiger, now so shamelessly pleading for mercy, has demonstrated a degree of understanding, leading Luffy to reconsider any thoughts of taking its life. He gently patted the tiger's head and remarked, "Begone. Should we cross paths again, I shall not show you mercy." The meaning behind Luffy's words, devoid of the need for the Emperor's domain to convey his message, was grasped by the giant tiger. Surprised to have narrowly escaped death, the giant tiger was filled with joy. He eagerly nodded, turned, and summoned all his strength to dash away. In his heart, the giant tiger resolved to relocate far from this place, vowing never to encounter that demon again. However, Luffy was unaware of the giant tiger's inner thoughts. He turned his gaze towards Ace and Sabo, who were still in a daze, and smiled as he introduced himself. "I am Monkey D. Luffy, and my dream is to set sail and become a pirate." His initial excitement upon approaching them was now tempered. Finally meeting Ace and the unexpectedly included brother Sabo had calmed his fervor. Regardless of the original narrative, at this moment, the three of them were merely acquaintances. Luffy's continued exhilaration would only confuse the two. Furthermore, Luffy was not particularly sentimental. His sustained excitement before meeting Ace was, in fact, quite surprising given his disposition. "I am Port-Asti, Ace. I am Sabo." Upon hearing Luffy's sudden self-introduction, the two, now regaining their composure, promptly introduced themselves in turn. Ace, harboring resentment towards his father, the Pirate King Gold, Roger, chose not to bear the Roger surname, instead opting to honor his remarkable mother. As for Sabo, wishing to conceal his noble heritage while avoiding deception, he simply refrained from disclosing his surname. "Monkey D. Luffy?" Immediately after Ace introduced himself, he recalled the tales his grandfather, Carp, would recount about his monstrous grandson, instantly connecting the dots. "You are the monstrous grandson that old man Carp spoke of, Luffy?" Ace exclaimed, pointing at Luffy, his tone a blend of inquiry and affirmation. Luffy grinned widely and nodded. "Indeed, Garp is my grandfather, and I am his grandson. You must be Ace, right?" A brother who suddenly appeared. Brother? Ace's expression momentarily froze. It was true that Garp had taken him in and raised him as a grandson. In a nominal sense, Ace could be considered Garp's grandson, just as Luffy was. However, they were not brothers in the truest sense. Yet, the only brother Ace truly acknowledged was Sabo. Although Luffy held the title of a brother by name, it did not imply that Ace would easily accept him. In the original narrative, Ace and Sabo had once contemplated taking Luffy's life. Ace scoffed, "While we may be brothers in name, it does not mean that I accept you. I only recognize Sabo as my true brother." Sabo interjected, "Even if we are merely brothers by name, Ace, you need not speak so callously." His words did not convey any intent to persuade Ace to accept Luffy. The profound bond of brotherhood that Sabo and Ace had forged through their shared trials and tribulations over the years would not be swayed simply by Luffy's nominal status. Luffy understands that it is impossible to gain Ace and Sabo's recognition merely by stating his name. However, he possesses numerous strategies to navigate such circumstances. Luffy scratched his head, expressing his helplessness as he said, "My grandfather brought me here to meet Ace. Since Ace does not wish to acknowledge me, I shall take my leave." With that, Luffy turned and truly began to walk away. He mused to himself, "I expected this suddenly appearing brother to be formidable. Yet he turns out to be merely a feeble little brat." As he walked on without pausing, Luffy cast a disdainful remark over his shoulder. "How infuriating. What did you say? Who's the feeble little brat?" Ace, upon hearing Luffy's contemptuous words, felt a surge of anger and brandished the water pipe in his hand towards Luffy's retreating figure. Luffy halted, turning to face Ace, and provocatively remarked, "Did you fail to comprehend? I am referring to you. Earlier, the two of you had cowered before that little kitten, terrified and ready to flee. Yet I, with utmost ease, could compel it to submit and plead for mercy. It is evident to any fool who possesses strength and who is weak. And the answer is undeniably me. Given your feebleness, you refuse to acknowledge me as a brother? Rather, it is I who cannot acknowledge you as one." Luffy's series of disparaging remarks provoked Ace, igniting a fury within him. He disregarded Luffy's earlier peculiar behavior that had frightened the giant tiger and, with a fierce shout, seized a water pipe to confront Luffy. "If you deem me weak, allow me to demonstrate my true strength." Ace had always possessed unwavering confidence in his abilities. What did it matter that he was merely 10 years old? What of the fearsome adults or the formidable beasts? He had bested them all one by one. Even if Luffy's strength remained elusive, Ace harbored no fear. "Ace, don't act recklessly." Sabo urgently attempted to intervene. Aware that the giant tiger had hesitated to strike Luffy for reasons unknown, Sabo discerned that Ace would undoubtedly fall short against Luffy. Yet, in his rage, Ace ignored Sabo's pleas and charged forward, wielding the water pipe. Life restoration, control technique. Ace unleashed his power, but Luffy, indifferent to the assault, merely allowed a few strands of his hair to shield him, effortlessly negating the attack. "How is that possible? What is going on with your hair?" Ace exclaimed in astonishment, stepping back in disbelief. Luffy casually dug into his ear with his fingers, then blew on them nonchalantly, remarking, "What concern is it of yours how my hair appears? In any case, you are so feeble that you cannot even contend with my hair." Luffy's casual tone contrasted sharply with the brutal reality, striking Ace as if he had endured a million blows. "I don't believe it. Your hair can't do anything to me," Ace retorted, filled with indignation and a profound sense of humiliation. In a fit of rage, he swung the water pipe wildly, launching relentless assaults against Luffy. Chapter 69. A shameful confession. In the midst of the chaos, Luffy stood motionless, exuding an air of boredom as a few strands of hair danced effortlessly before him, deflecting the incessant strikes of the water pipe. No matter how forcefully Ace exerted himself, gripping the pipe tightly with clenched teeth and unleashing a furious barrage, he remained powerless against those few strands. The thought of striking Luffy's contemptuous face with the water pipe was an unattainable dream for Ace, as those strands of hair acted like an insurmountable barrier, instilling in him a sense of helplessness and despair. "Ace, allow me to assist you. As a brother." Sabo could no longer stand idly by. Grasping a water pipe himself, he joined the fray. Yet, Sabo's arrival proved futile. Luffy effortlessly separated a few more strands of hair, multitasking to counter both of their attacks. The technique derived from the rebirth of life, hair manipulation, allowed him to control his hair as if it were an extension of his own limbs. Although Luffy had nearly 10 strands at his disposal to fend off their assault, managing them did not exhaust his focus. Moreover, Luffy's formidable spirit, though still tapping into the latent power buried deep within, was not entirely devoid of strength. As Luffy matured, the potency of his soul gradually manifested. His instinct sharpened, and the might of the Emperor's domain burgeoned. With boundless energy, enhanced mental acuity, and focus, he became increasingly formidable. Thus, even if tasked with the intricate manipulation of 20 strands of hair, Luffy would rise to the challenge. Faced with Luffy's meticulous control over the 10 strands, Ace and Sabo lacked the power to breach his defenses. Consequently, no matter how vigorously they swung their water pipes, they could not overcome the barrier formed by the strands of hair. The two pipes whirled rapidly in their hands as Ace and Sabo circled Luffy, attacking from every conceivable angle. Regardless of the source of their onslaught, Luffy remained composed, deftly maneuvering the 10 strands to thwart each attack. This relentless assault persisted for over 10 minutes until, disheartened by the absence of hope in breaking through Luffy's defenses and exhausted from their efforts, the two reluctantly withdrew. "Are you done attacking? Then it's my turn," Luffy declared. Not one to simply endure blows without retaliation, he refused to allow his future brothers to strike him unchallenged. The moment he finished speaking, Ace and Sabo immediately braced themselves for Luffy's counterattack. Standing still, they were already disheartened by the potency of his hair attacks. How formidable could his direct assault be? Unbeknownst to them, they could only focus intently, nervously preparing to confront what was to come. Yet, in the face of an absolute disparity in strength, merely wishing to defend would not suffice. Luffy's speed was inherently so formidable that both Ace and Sabo found it exceedingly difficult to react, and he shamelessly employed the pseudo-shave technique. This velocity had surpassed the limits of their reflexes. Without any forewarning, Luffy's figure suddenly materialized before them. He deftly evaded the water pipes that shielded them and delivered a swift punch to their midsections. After landing the blow, Luffy stepped back a few paces, relishing the sight of Ace and Sabo dropping the pipes, clutching their stomachs, and collapsing to the ground, retching incessantly. Cough, 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 how formidable. They were utterly incapable of resistance. After a while, having shown restraint, Luffy allowed Ace and Sabo to recover from their abdominal agony. "Damn it," Ace exclaimed in frustration, striking the ground. Despite Luffy's more imposing stature, he had learned from Garp's boastful remarks that Luffy was merely 7 years old. 3 years their junior, yet towering over them. And his strength was astonishingly potent. He was indeed a monster. "You truly are a monster," Ace managed to rise from the ground, his tone laced with bitterness. "I used to doubt Garp's incessant praise of you as a monster, but now, I am convinced." The disheartening reality of being defeated by Luffy without any means of resistance weighed heavily on Ace. "How can you be so strong?" Sabo, sharing Ace's sentiments, gritted his teeth and asked Luffy, filled with unyielding disbelief. "Am I really that strong?" Luffy pondered to himself, shaking his head. "To you, I may appear as a monster. Yet upon these vast seas, there exist beings far more formidable than I. Thus, I have never truly believed that I possess great strength at this moment. Even in my battle against Arlong, I had to exert all my might. Indeed, I do not consider myself particularly powerful." Luffy's heartfelt words, to Ace and Sabo, came across as mere bravado. They had little faith in Luffy's assertions. Sabo scoffed, stating, "If you choose not to speak, then so be it. One day, I too shall possess strength akin to yours." "As shall I," Ace interjected, lifting his gaze to Luffy with unwavering confidence. "Though you are formidable now, there will come a time when I shall defeat you." Witnessing Ace's unwillingness to concede and his bold declaration of future rivalry, Luffy couldn't help but smile. He recalled the original narrative, where he had never once bested Ace. In every encounter, he had faced defeat. "What are you laughing at? Are you mocking my arrogance? Merely spouting empty boasts?" Luffy's sudden laughter came only after he had finished speaking, and Ace, with his keen sensitivity, felt that Luffy was mocking him. "No, I didn't mean to laugh at you. I was merely reminded of something amusing." Luffy shook his head and explained, "Humph, say what you will, I simply cannot defeat you." Acknowledging his own inferiority, Ace dismissed any grievances and said to Sabo, "Let us be on our way." Sabo said nothing further and followed Ace. In this place, Luffy had gifted him an unforgettable memory, one he did not wish to linger over. As Ace and Sabo began to distance themselves, Luffy suddenly called out, "Do you not desire to grow stronger?" Ace and Sabo halted, for who does not yearn for strength? Ace turned around and inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Luffy shrugged and remarked, "It lacks significance, but if you desire to grow stronger, I can assist you in that endeavor. The question remains, do you truly wish to become powerful? Do you yearn for strength?" Ace had long dreamed of this. With strength, he could set sail and explore the vast oceans. He yearned to witness firsthand the era of great voyages ignited by his detestable father. It was a pursuit worthy of his life, even if it meant leaving behind his wife and children to fulfill his aspirations. Contemplating this, Ace clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, declaring, "I want to. Will you truly aid me in becoming stronger?" "Why? Why?" Luffy tilted his head and flashed a genuine smile, saying, "For no particular reason, simply because you are my brother." Ace, taken aback by this unexpected response, widened his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "How is that possible? You clearly stated before that you do not acknowledge me as your weak brother. You are merely toying with me." Convinced of this, Ace angrily turned away, wishing to distance himself from Luffy's detestable expression. "I did not deceive you," Luffy called out from behind, but Ace continued to walk away. "If I were to deceive you, then my previous claim of not recognizing you as my brother would be a lie." Still, Ace did not halt his steps. "Did you not say you do not recognize me as your brother? Therefore, my display of strength was in hopes of earning your acknowledgement. You see, I learned of your existence from Grandpa, and ever since coming here, I have been filled with excitement. Because in this world, I now have a brother. I am truly happy." Chapter 70. Hey, why are you trying to overpower Luffy? What is the most touching phrase in the world? It is the heartfelt words that resonate from the soul. Luffy's words are sincere expressions that emanate from the depths of his heart. In his previous life, he was an avid fan of pirates and cherished the anime One Piece, particularly enamored by its beloved characters. Ace and Sabo, his sworn brothers, profoundly moved him with their stories. Hence, there is no doubt that Luffy, now formidable in strength, has left them questioning their own existence during their earlier encounters. One cannot doubt Luffy's desire to embrace the role of a younger brother. With these two brothers by his side, even if he were to ascend to the throne as the king of the world, he would have kin with whom to share his achievements. After all, what joy is there in success if one has no one to share it with? I have a brother, and I am elated. Hearing Luffy's heartfelt declarations, Ace felt a stir within him, pausing in his tracks, his expression shifting. Luffy speaks with genuine intent. He is not fabricating his sentiments. Ace and Sabo discerned that with Luffy's extraordinary prowess, he would never utter such embarrassing confessions lightly. Moreover, the sincerity embedded in his words truly resonated with them. In that moment, Luffy's emotions enveloped both brothers. The unexpected ability born from the Emperor's domain manifested as verbal prowess, providing an unexpected yet effective assist. Who is my father? Hey, I ask you, what is your perspective on the Pirate King? The response came swift. The Pirate King is the most ruthless pirate in history, a scourge that ignited the era of exploration. This answer propelled a youthful figure to charge recklessly towards several adult thugs, willing to confront them even at the cost of his own life. What I despise most is that Pirate King who disregards his family in pursuit of his dreams. The young figure silently screamed within, yet upon witnessing the happy, innocent laughter of a child holding the hands of both father and mother, he felt a pang of envy and pain. Surely, I should not exist in this world. Wouldn't it have been better had I perished from the very beginning? Resentful of the father who abandoned him, yearning for the mother he never knew, cursing his existence while envying his peers with families, Ace navigated a complex existence from birth to understanding. Had it not been for his ambition to witness the grand era of the Grand Line he would initiate, he might have sought death long ago. Living with such thoughts, Ace encountered Sabo, a brother he truly recognized. In that moment, Ace experienced the first flicker of companionship, realizing he was no longer alone. Even in death, aside from that scoundrel Garp, he would at least have Sabo to mourn for him. At this point, the Dayton family had yet to genuinely enter Ace's heart. Ace had always craved familial affection, yearning for it while simultaneously resisting. Luffy expressed his joy in having such a brother by his side. As for Ace, did he not long for another brother as well? Contemplating this, Ace paused and turned to face Luffy. With a hint of pride in his demeanor, he retorted, "Humph, even if you wish to be my brother, I shall not easily acknowledge you. Though you may tower over me in terms of age, I am your senior. First, you must address me as elder brother." Luffy chuckled and articulated slowly, "All right, my diminutive brother." Ace was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in exasperation, "A brother is a brother. Why must you emphasize the word diminutive? Luffy tilted his head in confusion and feigned ignorance, saying, But, dear brother, you truly are quite feeble, aren't you? Shouldn't that make you the feeble brother? Ah. And yet you insist that I remove feeble from my address. Ace, with his arms flailing, marched toward Luffy in a huff, exclaiming, Absolutely not. Luffy, with a scornful expression befitting a king, curled his lip and declared, Change? Not a chance. Weak little brother. Weak little brother. Weak little brother. How infuriating. You detestable sibling. The two engaged in a spirited quarrel over their titles, drawing closer until their heads nearly touched, each steadfast in their stance. It was only when Ace called out brother that the heated exchange fell into an abrupt silence. My feeble brother, I look forward to your guidance henceforth. Luffy broke the stillness, stepping back a few paces and raising his hand with a smile. Ace slapped Luffy's hand with vigor, grasping it firmly as he grumbled. With a brother as insufferable as you, I'm bound to be exasperated. Ha ha ha. Avoiding exasperation is simple. Just defeat me once, Luffy countered with a grin. Luffy laughed triumphantly, determined to alter the course of events in the original tale, ensuring that Ace would never succeed in besting him even once, forever remaining the weaker brother. How embarrassing it would be to lose every single time. Just wait and see. Ace, visibly enraged, gritted his teeth. I'm waiting, Luffy responded nonchalantly. Damn it. Take this seriously. Ace retorted. Ha ha ha. You two brothers are truly amusing. At that moment, Sabo observed the mutual acknowledgement between Ace and Luffy, recognizing each other as brothers, and felt a surge of happiness for Ace. Initially, Sabo paid little heed to Luffy, even when Luffy showcased his formidable strength to Sabo. He was merely a target to be defeated. However, upon hearing Luffy's heartfelt words, Ace was willing to accept Luffy as his nominal brother. As Ace's brother, Sabo too was inclined to embrace Luffy. Sabo teased Luffy. Now that you acknowledge Ace as your brother, and I am also Ace's brother, what should you call me? Luffy flashed a toothy grin, without a moment's hesitation, declared, Little brother. Sabo's expression stiffened, while Ace burst into hearty laughter. Indeed. It is only in the company of others that misfortune can be endured with joy. For Sabo, who had already embraced Luffy, the direct address of little brother signified his acceptance of Luffy, though he wished that the term little could be omitted. Perhaps a compromise could be reached, allowing the removal of the word little? Luffy smiled brightly at Sabo and nodded, saying, All right. Upon hearing this, Sabo's smile began to form, but Luffy swiftly changed his tone, adding, however, You must first defeat me, your brother. Sabo rolled his eyes, realizing he had been playfully tricked by Luffy. In a short span of time, how could he possibly overcome Luffy? Acknowledging this reality, Sabo, though defeated, maintained his dignity and insisted, Very well, it won't take long. I shall certainly defeat you. So will I, Ace declared, standing tall and proud. It would be utterly embarrassing for him, as an elder brother, to be unable to surpass his younger sibling. Luffy crossed his arms, displaying a disdainful attitude befitting a king. With his face turned aside, he regarded Ace and Sabo from a lofty perspective, casting a sidelong glance at them. I do not aim my words at you personally, I merely speak the truth. To me, both of you present no greater challenge than a mere pinky finger could overcome. Such contempt for others is unbecoming. Where is the dignity of an elder brother? If you do not assert your authority, you shall not be recognized as one. Luffy's words ignited a surge of anger. Ace and Sabo exchanged glances, nodding in unison, and together they forcefully tackled Luffy to the ground. One held him down, while the other mercilessly tickled his armpits and soles. How dare you be so audacious as a younger brother? Let us see how you fare when we tickle you into submission. They exclaimed. Indeed. We may not be able to defeat you, but we shall make you beg for mercy. Hey, are you not being a tad shameless? Laughter erupted, echoing through the air. Fallen trees lay strewn about, and the dense underbrush was flattened, while a wild beast lay unconscious nearby. Two boys were playfully pinning down a boy who was rather like a girl, engaged in their amusing antics. Chapter 71, Luffy and the Whip. As long as one is not devoid of compassion, genuine affection begets true affection in return. Both Ace and Sabo were not heartless. Ever since that day when they acknowledged one another, their bond deepened. Over the course of 2 or 3 days, the three of them transitioned from mere acquaintances to increasingly familiar companions, their fraternal ties growing ever stronger. Kapu observed the camaraderie between Luffy and Ace, and with a hearty laugh, he took his leave. Luffy, however, chose not to rush away, intending to linger a while longer. In Windmill Village, he resided in Makino's home. even going so far as to humorously declare Makino as Kapu's granddaughter-in-law. This meant that Luffy had found a home in Windmill Village, complete with a caring partner. Thus, Kapu never considered keeping Luffy with him, and Luffy harbored no such thoughts either. Luffy has resolved to remain here for a while. Both Ace and Sabo are exceedingly delighted. Not only do they have the opportunity to spend time with their recently reunited brother, but they also find joy in the fact that this extraordinary sibling can facilitate their rapid growth and strength. However, if Luffy could temper his remarks and adopt a more measured approach to training, both would undoubtedly feel even more content. Luffy's training regimen, apart from some daily long-distance running and weight-bearing exercises, predominantly consists of battles. Alas, my feeble elder brothers, what manner of assault is this? It is both crude and chaotic. Observe, this attack should have been directed here, yet you choose to retreat. Oh, my weak elder brother, what is this combat intelligence? Have you feasted upon swine's brain? TSK, TSK. Where do you intend to strike? At this moment, a retreat would have been more prudent, my frail second brother. Your strength is indeed formidable. I nearly faltered in resisting with just 2 fingers. Do muster your strength. I believe in your potential. Luffy casually extended 2 fingers, effortlessly blocking the 2 water pipes, rendering Ace and Sabo completely unable to advance, regardless of their exertion. Infuriating, Ace and Sabo retracted the pipes, taking a few steps back, gritting their teeth as they attempted another strike. How shameless of an older brother. At the very least, Luffy should have allowed them to use both their fingers. Bang, bang. Huh? Where did he go? The 2 water pipes fell to the ground, yet Luffy's figure had vanished, leaving Ace and Sabo exchanging perplexed glances. Suddenly, an intense pain surged from behind them, a sensation so profound that it would remain etched in their memories for a lifetime. This was the ultimate humiliation for an older brother. 1,000 years of suffering. As Luffy moved with remarkable speed, he stealthily approached the unsuspecting duo from behind, a mischievous grin adorning his face as he unleashed a horrifying technique. Those struck by this attack, regardless of gender, would find themselves shedding tears of sorrow. Ace and Sabo instinctively released their grip on the water pipes, their expressions contorted in distress, tears streaming down their faces as they clutched their wounds, writhing on the ground in agony. What a perverse technique this is. Luffy, I shall surely repay you for this indignity. Oh, to have fallen victim to such an affront is utterly humiliating. I will be mocked by Luffy for the rest of my life. It's over. The 2, hands pressed against their backs, half crouched on the ground, exchanged despairing glances. As an elder brother, I truly have lost all dignity. Once I grow stronger, I will undoubtedly pin Luffy to the ground and teach him a lesson. United in their dark laughter, they nodded in agreement. Hey, you 2 feeble brothers. The training is far from over. Get up at once. With his eyes narrowed, Luffy produced a whip seemingly from nowhere, cracking it with a resounding snap. What do you intend to do with that whip? The 2, rising from the ground and suppressing the lingering pain of humiliation, inquired with evident trepidation, pointing at Luffy's whip. Luffy chuckled, remarking, at your age, your physical limitations hinder your strength. If you relentlessly push yourselves to the brink, devoid of potential, you will soon find yourselves stagnant, unable to grow stronger. The pursuit of rapid growth at the expense of future weakness is a foolish endeavor. Thus, I will moderate your physical training. Ace and Sabo have received no guidance and are unaware of the taboos associated with exercise. Luffy, on the other hand, has the formidable martial artist Garp to consult. And naturally, he inquires about the intricacies of physical training. Additionally, with the return of life, Luffy has become increasingly adept at strengthening his body. Without exaggeration, his understanding of human physiology rivals that of Garp. With such extensive experience in physical conditioning, instructing Ace and Sabo to grow stronger is a mere trifling task for Luffy. It turns out that the path to strength does not lie in the ruthless exploitation of one's body. Ace and Sabo exchanged enlightened nods, acknowledging their newfound understanding. Luffy vigorously shook the whip in his hand, producing a crackling sound, and with a toothy grin remarked, indeed, today's physical training has reached a conclusion. Now we shall focus on enhancing our reaction abilities. Reaction abilities? Luffy nodded and elucidated. The capacity for reaction is not constrained by the body. While your reflexes may have enhanced, your physical form may struggle to keep pace with the swiftness of your reactions. Nevertheless, even if your body cannot match the speed of your responses in the face of a lethal assault, you can at least strive to evade by a fraction of a distance. At times, that mere inch could mean the difference between life and death. Now, having said this, if you still do not comprehend, It would be an admission of folly. Let us commence our training. After Luffy spoke, he forcefully swung the whip towards Ace and Sabo. Utilizing a clever technique, Luffy ensured that even if the whip struck them, it would only cause temporary pain, leaving no lasting scars. Wait a moment. Ouch. Are you trying to kill us with that whip? Ace and Sabo desperately attempted to evade the lash, yet Luffy's whip was not so easily dodged, periodically landing strikes upon them. In an instant, a searing, piercing pain surged through them, prompting cries of anguish as tears streamed down their faces. With a brother like this, they must have committed some grievous sins in their past lives. Ahahaha. Hurry up. You need to react faster. Is this how you evade? You look like headless flies flailing about. This is not evasion. You need to dodge with a plan. Luffy erupted into laughter, his voice echoing as the whip cracked resoundingly through the air. His two elder brothers were on the brink of collapse, desperately dodging the whip, leaving no room for contemplation or strategic evasion. They leaped and darted about, occasionally shielding the spots where the whip had struck, howling in distress. This merciless regimen of whipping persisted for quite some time, and Luffy observed that his brothers were so consumed by their frantic attempts to evade that they paid no heed to his words. Harnessing the essence of life, he channeled a surge of power into the whip, employing a unique finesse, and with a sudden flick, he shattered a large stone nearby. The resounding crash reverberated. Ace and Sabo stood in stunned silence, gazing at the fragmented boulder, nearly a meter in size. How had Luffy managed to obliterate it with a mere whip? Surely, it was not forged from iron. Their curiosity piqued. They wondered how he accomplished such a feat in time. You shall comprehend. For now, I wish to convey that if you cannot adeptly utilize the surrounding elements to evade my whip in a systematic manner, then, dear brothers of mine, I shall commemorate you with reverence for years to come. Luffy gazed upwards with a sorrowful countenance. Yet his hand showed no mercy as it lashed out fiercely at the two individuals. The force of the whip evoked images of Stone's tragic fate, sending shivers down their spines and prompting them to shout in anger, "You are a demon!" With Luffy's ominous hint and the memory of Stone being mercilessly whipped to pieces, the two suddenly experienced a surge of potential, finally grasping how to evade the whip with greater efficiency. Their reflexes, unbeknownst to them, gradually sharpened. Chapter 72. It is time for a surge. In the original narrative, Ace set sail at a young age, founding the Spade Pirates. Fortuitously, he consumed the Mera no Mi, a Logia-type devil fruit, gaining the power of elemental transformation and formidable abilities. Ace exuded confidence as he soared through the first half of the Grand Line, earning the reputation of the strongest rookie pirate of his time, known as Fire Fist Ace. His self-assurance soared to celestial heights, perhaps in part due to his lineage as the son of the Pirate King or perhaps driven by a desire to prove himself. Ace recklessly challenged the man hailed as the strongest in the world, Edward Newgate, also known as Whitebeard. Despite the prowess granted by the Mera no Mi and his decent combat skills, Ace, still a novice in the pirating world and lacking mastery over hockey, stood no chance against Whitebeard. Had it not been for Whitebeard's paternal inclination and his vague intuition regarding Ace's true identity, Ace might have met an untimely demise. Ultimately, Ace willingly accepted the role of Whitebeard's son, discovering a paternal love he had never known before. He resolved to elevate Whitebeard to the throne of the Pirate King. Meanwhile, Blackbeard, driven by the desire to be recognized as the most fearsome devil fruit user, secretly coveted the powers of the dark fruit. He assassinated the captain of the 4th Division, Thatch, seizing the devil fruit and betraying the Whitebeard pirates. As a subordinate of Ace, Blackbeard's treachery was intolerable. For the sake of the reputation of the Whitebeard pirates, Ace embarked solo to capture Blackbeard. However, having consumed the dark fruit, Blackbeard could nullify the abilities of other devil fruit users upon capture. It was evident that Ace's reliance on the Mera no Mi would falter. And without hockey and only minimal combat skills, his defeat at the hands of Blackbeard was hardly surprising. Ace found himself ensnared in a predicament where he could not achieve his goal and instead fell victim to betrayal. As for Sabo, an incident compelled him to leave the noble household he could no longer endure. Without possessing the strength to set sail, he resolutely embarked on a small boat. Unfortunately, he encountered a celestial dragon's vessel, which fired upon him, leaving his ship in ruins and nearly costing him his life. By a stroke of luck, he was rescued by passing revolutionaries, yet he emerged with a lost memory. Luffy's two brothers have indeed faced tragic fates in the original narrative. Now, in a bid to ensure that their future voyages are not fraught with despair, Luffy has devoted himself wholeheartedly to empowering them. For an entire month, while Makino was absent, The trio of mother and daughters from Cocoa West Village refrained from visiting. Luffy remained at Corbo Mountain, diligently training his two frail brothers. Oh, my two fragile brothers. I have sacrificed my own happiness, dedicating a whole month to your development. You must strive to improve. If you venture out to sea still so weak, and are easily defeated by others, it would bring me great shame as your brother. Luffy sat atop a large stone, resting his chin on his hand, gazing down at Ace and Sabo, who were utterly exhausted from their training. In a languid tone, he remarked, Ace, Sabo. Meanwhile, Ace and Sabo lay on the ground, rolling their eyes in response, devoid of the energy to retort and unwilling to voice any objections. Firstly, although Luffy's words were harsh, they could not deny the truth that, in comparison to him, they were indeed quite weak as older brothers. Secondly, after a month of rigorous training, they had grown accustomed to Luffy's derisive comments and found it tedious to argue back. A month of relentless physical and verbal torment had left them both mentally and physically drained. Each moment of stillness brought forth self-doubt. Were they truly so inadequate? So feeble? Yet, Ace and Sabo were far from weak. They could easily best most adversaries at the tender age of 10, earning them a reputation as little monsters among their peers. However, it was an unfortunate mistake to compare themselves to Luffy. After a month of grueling training, both brothers had doubled their strength, and it was time for them to recognize their own growth. Luffy pondered. He could roughly discern their thoughts. Their mindset had succumbed to self-doubt, leading them to believe in their own weakness. The loss of confidence is untenable. It is time to bestow upon them a surge of assurance. Alas, for the future of these two fragile souls, I have truly worn my heart thin. Luffy couldn't help but marvel at the greatness he felt within himself, pondering how he so tirelessly considered the well-being of two feeble brothers. Yet, who was it that, during training, derided them with scathing words, causing them to lose confidence in their own abilities? Who could it be? Of course, Luffy would never admit it. Well then, today's training comes to a close. Luffy leaped down from the boulder and, noticing the peculiar gazes of the two individuals, clapped his hands and declared, You two should retire early tonight to conserve your energy. Tomorrow, I shall take you on an adventure to torment some children. Huh? Torment children? Luffy hoisted a bear that had long been hunted and exclaimed, Hey, what's wrong? Hurry up. Don't you want to leave? Don't you wish to have dinner? Upon seeing Luffy about to walk away, Ace and Sabo hastily rose from the ground to catch up with him, their expressions rife with curiosity. What are we doing tomorrow? Torturing little kids? I don't recall any particularly formidable children around here, or perhaps just one, Sabo remarked, subtly nodding towards Luffy. Ace, rendered speechless, pondered the fact that his infuriating younger brother truly was a child. Luffy, the little kid you mentioned wouldn't be referring to yourself, would it? Bang. Luffy turned around and delivered a love-infused iron fist to Ace's head. Observing Ace crouched on the ground, clutching his head and exclaiming in pain, he remarked, Truly foolish brother. I meant that tomorrow we shall torment the little ones. With my strength, do you truly believe that you could torment me, or would it be I who torments you? It is you who would be tormented. Ace rose from the ground, pouting as he replied. Luffy let out a snort and turned away, remarking, Since you are aware that I am the one who torments you, refrain from uttering foolish words. Tomorrow's little friends will certainly not be me. Ace, visibly irked, followed closely behind, his hand resting on his still aching head, inquiring, Then who exactly will our opponents be tomorrow? Ace was not entirely foolish. While Luffy spoke of tormenting children, it was evident he intended to lead them both into a confrontation. As for the secret of who the opponents are, you shall naturally discover it tomorrow. Luffy strode ahead without glancing back, dismissing the inquiry with a scoff. How enigmatic, Ace remarked under his breath, casting a sideways glance at Luffy. I can surmise a few potential adversaries. Sabo, possessing a keen intellect, was the second in command of the Revolutionary Army in the original narrative, serving as a strategist. Considering the distribution of power in the vicinity, he vaguely deduced the uncertain endpoint and whispered to Ace, Indeed? Pray, share your insights. Ace's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he urged Sabo to divulge more. Sabo furrowed his brow, replying softly, There are several targets. However, the final decision rests with Luffy. So I cannot ascertain which one it is. Discussing it now is futile. We must wait until tomorrow to hear Luffy's revelation about our opponent. Ace, feeling disheartened, retorted, What's the big deal about having a higher IQ? If you want to share, I'll figure it out myself. He quickened his pace, resolved to deduce the adversary independently. Sabo shrugged behind him, uncertain himself. If Ace were to uncover the identity of their opponent, it would indeed be a miracle. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow upon the landscape, the three silhouettes, accompanied by a bear destined for dinner, made their way toward the Dayton household. The shadows of the trio stretched long in the amber light of the setting sun. Chapter 73. Luffy. The Best family was a den of bandits, led by the ruthless hyena Bess, known for his sadistic tendencies, particularly towards women, with a bounty of 10,000 berries. Sars, the second in command, wielded a staff with considerable strength, relishing the thrill of killing while often laughing maniacally, embodying the very essence of a bloodthirsty fiend. Also with a bounty of 10,000 berries. Jess, the combat captain, ranked just below the leader and second in command in strength. He perpetually squinted with a smile. Adept at throwing knives, projecting an innocuous demeanor before delivering lethal strikes. His bounty, too, was 10,000 berries. Aside from these formidable three, the Best family was accompanied by approximately 30 lowly henchmen. Their hideout was concealed deep within a secluded mountain. Luffy had gleaned this intelligence from Dayton, even acquiring the precise location of the Best family's hideout through a barter with several wild beasts. On this day, Luffy led Ace and Sabo to confront the Best family, intending to discipline the young miscreants. There was no doubt, with Luffy's prowess, facing the Best family was akin to a mere child's play. He could defeat them effortlessly, employing merely his hair as a weapon. Here we are, off you go, Luffy declared. If by misfortune you meet your demise, I shall weep copiously for you. Luffy pointed towards a concealed pathway before him and addressed Ace and Sabo. They had never directly confronted bounty-hunting mountain bandits before. After a month of training, Luffy had suddenly brought them to face the Best family. Without Luffy's intervention, could they truly emerge victorious? The Best family consisted of 3 formidable individuals and 30 henchmen. How could the two of them possibly win against such odds? Ace stomped his foot in frustration, exclaiming, "It's impossible." Sabo, equally apprehensive, furrowed his brow and remarked, "If we were only up against the 3 strongest members of the Best family, we might have a chance. However, the likelihood of defeat is far greater. Not to mention the 30 henchmen. Even if we managed to defeat the 3, the remaining henchmen could easily take advantage of the situation and overpower us. If only you could incapacitate those henchmen first, then we might stand a chance against the 3. As Sabo spoke, he looked at Luffy with hope. And Ace mirrored his sentiment. Although they were still uncertain of Luffy's true strength after their month together, they understood that facing the Best family was akin to bullying children. In response to their eager gazes, Luffy cheerfully replied, "No." Initially, the two had thought Luffy would acquiesce due to his smile, only to be met with rejection, leaving them disheartened. "All right, my 2 feeble brothers, it's time to stop being indecisive. We've delayed long enough, and if you hesitate any longer, I shall make the decision for you," Luffy exclaimed, grasping hold of an individual with one hand. Hey, what are you planning to do?" Ace and Sabo felt an ominous foreboding and shouted in alarm. "Of course, I am here to assist you in making a decision." Luffy flashed a broad grin, exerting his strength as he tossed the 2 individuals into the narrow path. Well, Luffy employed cunning strength and precisely calculated his landing. The 2 soared through the air for a time before encountering obstacles that gradually slowed their descent, ultimately allowing them to land unscathed in a pile of hay. "That detestable Luffy suddenly flung us away. When I become stronger, I shall certainly give him a thorough thrashing," Ace muttered angrily as he clambered out of the haystack. Sabo, having finally rolled out of the hay, stood up and dusted himself off, echoing, "Indeed, when that day comes, we will surely turn Luffy into a pig's head." "Yes." Ace clenched his fists tightly. "Who are you?" A sudden voice jolted Ace and Sabo from their reverie. They exchanged bewildered glances and turned to find a person standing behind them. That question is rather difficult to explain. Just consider us as non-existent," Sabo quickly responded, tugging Ace to move away casually, as he was unfamiliar with the area and preferred to leave before they were discovered. "Oh, so you are non-existent?" The small-time pirate scratched his head, bending down to attempt to lift the haystack. Suddenly, he stood upright, realizing the truth, and pointed at their retreating figures, shouting, "You're deceiving me. You clearly exist. I can see you." "Finally caught on, you fool," Ace mocked the small-time pirate as he and Sabo hastily fled. "How dare you call me a fool?" the pirate shouted angrily, chasing after them. "This is bad. Someone has invaded," he cried out as he ran. Recalling the leader's daily admonition, whenever a stranger appears, immediately raise the alarm. As the hidden location of the Best family, it was crucial that no one discovered them. Once they were found, they would no longer be concealed. Bess understood this. Thus he remained vigilant about the potential discovery of their hideout. Hey, Sabo, why don't we just take down that small-time pirate first? That way, he won't be able to raise the alarm, Ace suggested while they fled. Sabo suddenly halted. His expression blank as he looked at Ace and said, "This is all too sudden. At that moment, my only thought was to escape." Before encountering Luffy, their duo had raided for berries, and if they were spotted, it merely meant fleeing. But now, the situation was different. They had been cast here by Luffy with the intent of defeating these pirates, not running away. Ace scratched his head, pondering, this time we shouldn't run away. But he left the sentence unfinished, gazing at the small-time pirate who was closing in on them. The pirate finally caught up, pointing at the two and preparing to voice his complaint. But before he could, two water pipes struck his head simultaneously, causing him to lose consciousness instantly. Instead, they aimed to eliminate the entire Best family. Sabo maintained a poised grip on the water pipe, grinning widely, revealing a gap where a tooth once resided. As he picked up Ace's unfinished words, "Ha ha ha, indeed, let us eliminate the entire Best family." Ace laughed heartily, clutching the water pipe tightly, feeling a surge of fervor coursing through him. Any previous trepidation or fear had been cast aside in the face of impending battle. "They are coming. Ace, are you prepared?" Not far around a corner, Sabo faintly discerned the sound of footsteps and curses. "Of course, I am ready," Ace replied excitedly. "Consider this, since training with Luffy, it has been a month since we last fought anyone." Indeed, as the two conversed, two figures finally burst forth from the corner, one stout and one slender. Both brigands wielding iron rods, their faces menacing. "What? Where did you two children come from? I've never seen you before," the portly bandit exclaimed. "Fatty, they are the invaders. Look, even the gambler has been defeated by them." "What?" the overweight brigand gasped, following the slender one's pointing finger, which indicated the fallen figures on the ground. "You little brats, you seek death." Without further ado, the two brigands lunged at Ace and Sabo, brandishing their iron rods. How slow they are. Ace and Sabo thought in unison, effortlessly dodging the incoming strikes, their water pipes swinging forcefully to connect with the brigands' heads. With a clang, the iron rods clattered to the ground and rolled away, leaving the two brigands sprawled lifelessly on the earth. Chapter 74. Frightened at a glance, these little brats are the invaders. Hurry, kill them. As the two brigands fell, more emerged from the corner, rushing forth. Upon seeing their three comrades lying on the ground and the two standing with water pipes in hand, the brigands needed no further explanation. They understood that Ace and Sabo were the intruders. From the corner, 7 or 8 more brigands poured out, with more surely on their way. Given a little more time, the 3 strongest of the Best family might also be approaching. There was no time to waste. They must first dispatch these minions before confronting the mightiest trio. Back to back, Sabo and Ace faced the encircling brigands, and Sabo proposed, "Let us take them down first." "All right, let us defeat them." Ace nodded in agreement. "Onward. Let us slay these two brats," they shouted. The battle was imminent, as the bandits brandished weapons such as water pipes, iron rods, and rusty knives. Their faces twisted in malevolence as they lunged at Ace and Sabo. The two did not falter. They shouted in unison, each confronting a different wave of assailants, gripping their water pipes firmly as they advanced. The clash of two water pipes against various weapons erupted into a cacophony of sharp, crackling sounds, marking the battle's fierce onset. Ace and Sabo exhibited remarkable synergy, nimbly evading the bandits' assaults while occasionally aiding each other in deflecting blows. The strength of these brigands proved insufficient to overpower the duo. When an attack was unavoidable, they adeptly used their water pipes as shields. Amidst the chaos, they not only dodged and parried but seized any opportunity to strike back with their makeshift weapons. Bandits struck by the pipes often found themselves severely wounded, collapsing to the ground, rendered incapable of further combat. However, the movements of the bandits appeared sluggish. What was the cause? As Ace and Sabo deftly sidestepped their attacks, they found themselves pondering whether the bandits were simply weak or if they had grown stronger. After each had dispatched a bandit, only one of the original 7 or 8 remained, trembling and hesitant to approach. They exchanged glances, a sudden understanding dawning upon them. Through a month of training with Luffy, they had indeed become more formidable. Their strength, compared to a month prior, had not drastically increased. Rather, their reflexes had sharpened significantly, rendering the bandits' threats negligible and allowing for an effortless victory. Sabo, raising his water pipe and surveying the writhing bandits on the ground, excitedly explained, "Regardless of the reason, we have undeniably grown stronger." Ace laughed heartily, gesturing toward the fallen bandits. The best family boasts around 30 bandits. We have already subdued 10. The remaining 20 will surely fall to us with just a bit more time. Let us not forget the 3 strongest among them. They won't simply watch as we defeat their subordinates before challenging us directly, Sabo cautioned, analyzing the situation with a cool demeanor. Ace's expression hardened as he retorted. Even if those 3 come at us with their henchmen, I doubt we would be defeated with our current strength. With that declaration, Ace exerted force beneath him, swinging his water pipe with vigor toward the remaining bandit, who was too intimidated to approach. Wait, hold on. The lone trembling bandit, overhearing Ace and Sabo's conversation, contemplated retreating quietly, only to be taken by surprise as Ace struck. Uninterested in engaging in further dialogue, Ace swiftly rendered him unconscious with a blow from his pipe. Sabo, let us proceed. A hurried stampede of footsteps echoed from around the corner. After the recent battle, Ace felt a surge of confidence in his abilities. Without waiting for the remaining bandits to arrive, he called out to Sabo and dashed around the corner to confront them head-on. Wait for me. Sabo twirled the pipe in his hands and followed closely behind Ace. At this corner, the 2 of them faced off against approximately 20 bandits who had rushed over. Rather than feeling intimidated, they were invigorated, laughing heartily as they launched the first attack. Watch your back, Ace warned, as Sabo swiftly incapacitated a bandit attempting to ambush from behind, positioning himself securely at Ace's back. Haha, that is why I'm not worried. Ace nimbly dodged a rusty blade and countered, knocking down a nearby bandit with a grin. Knowing you're behind me gives me the confidence to face the enemies ahead. Sabo flashed a toothy grin, missing a prominent tooth, and with a resounding thud, blocked a swinging iron rod, saying, You're impossible. Just focus on attacking ahead. I'll handle what's behind us. Of course, I've been doing just that. As Ace spoke, he felled another bandit. In just a brief span of 10 minutes, the 2 had taken down nearly 20 bandits, leaving only a few remaining. Victory was surely within their grasp. Ace, excited at the prospect of defeating all the bandit lackeys, momentarily disregarded the absence of the 3 strongest members of the best family. Sabo, however, maintained a vigilant awareness, knowing they could not be overlooked. He remained on guard against a sudden appearance by the trio, wary of being caught off guard. What puzzled Sabo was their continued absence. Not far from where the 2 were battling, there stood a house, the usual gathering place for the best family's feasts. Inside, the 3 individuals Sabo had been preoccupied with were present. A large round table was laden with food, while in one corner, 5 or 6 disheveled women huddled together in fright. The leader of the best family, Hyena Bess, the second-in-command, Sars, and the combat captain, Jess, all looked on in terror at the figure seated in the throne typically reserved for Bess alone. It was well known that any bandit daring to touch his throne would face Bess's wrath, often resulting in severe punishment. Yet, in the presence of this individual, Bess found himself too intimidated to act. Despite their earlier bravado, the 3 had not anticipated the calm gaze of this person, who merely looked at them without lifting a finger. In that moment, they felt as though they were under the scrutiny of a deity, a gaze that could determine their fates. Swallowing hard, Bess suppressed his fear and hoarsely inquired, Who are you? Suddenly appearing, what could possibly be the intention behind it? Upon arrival, they were instantly struck with fear, rendered motionless in their place. Without uttering a word or posing any inquiries, the figure merely took their seat upon the throne of base, indulging in the roasted delicacies before them. Their indifference left the trio perplexed. There was no ulterior motive. They simply needed to remain seated, for when the time was right, departure would come naturally. Luffy, relishing his roasted meat, spoke with nonchalance. Indeed, at this moment and in this place, only Luffy could have appeared so unexpectedly. In Chapter 75, the Sovereign's domain unleashes its power after a month of rigorous training. Ace and Sabo, whose prowess was already formidable, have now surpassed the capabilities of ordinary individuals. When facing mountain bandits with bounties below 10,000, the 2 are evenly matched. This is something Luffy is acutely aware of, since it was stated that they were to torment the little ones. He would certainly not allow Ace and Sabo to suffer at the hands of the bandits. As the 2 confronted the bandit lackeys, Luffy made his timely entrance, blocking the 3 strongest members of the best family. With those 3 no longer interfering in Ace and Sabo's battle, the bandit lackeys proved no match for the duo. Once the 2 had vanquished all the bandit underlings, Luffy could withdraw, having done a good deed without seeking recognition, departing quietly. He would leave the remaining 3 for Ace and Sabo to handle. Boss, do you think this person is allied with the invading foes? Jess speculated quietly to Bess, his eyes darting. To become a leader, Bess was not lacking in intelligence. He gritted his teeth and murmured, "It's possible. We suddenly have enemies appearing here, and our subordinates have all gone to confront them. Just as we were about to act, he conveniently appeared to intercept us, clearly aiding the sudden foes." Jess frowned. "It's been quite some time, and we haven't seen any subordinates return with reports. We know neither the number of enemies nor their strength. The situation is precarious." The three exchanged worried glances. Remaining stymied by Luffy was not a viable strategy. As someone who often relished scheming, Jess, ever the cunning one, soon devised a plan. Approaching the women huddled in the corner, he issued stern orders in a low voice, demanding they comply with his wishes. These women, having been captured by the bandits, had grown accustomed to following orders, dulled by their experiences, though they felt a tremor of fear at Luffy's sudden appearance. They dared not resist Jess's intimidating presence and could only tremble as they approached Luffy. "My lord, allow us sisters to serve you during your meal." Luffy ceased his indulgence in meat and turned his head to gaze at the approaching women, chuckling softly. "Are you here to serve me? Perhaps it's best not to," he remarked. "Today, the best family shall no longer exist. Regardless of what he may command you to do, you are free to disregard his orders. If you wish to flee, now is your opportunity." In jest, Luffy, despite his notorious lechery, would never find himself attracted to these women, who had been sullied and kissed by countless others. Luffy's disdainful rejection did not deter them. Rather, they were profoundly attentive to his words. One woman trembled and inquired, "Is it truly possible for us to escape from here?" They were not ignorant individuals. The commotion caused by Ace and Sabo nearby, along with the disappearance of those mountain bandits, had subtly alerted them to the unusual circumstances unfolding around them. Had it not been for the presence of Bess and the others, they might have ventured to seek further information. If there existed even a glimmer of hope for escape, they would have been willing to risk everything to flee. "Indeed, it is true. You may leave at once." Luffy pointed at the trio of Bess, snorting, "Rest assured, with me here, no one shall obstruct you." A mere handful of inconsequential women, the three of them would hardly care. Luffy regarded their plight with pity, yet felt no sympathy. It was merely a lamentable state of powerlessness. By chance, encountering them, he did not mind extending a hand to rescue them from their inferno. "Thank you, benefactor. We shall eternally remember your great kindness." Luffy's clear exhortation for them to flee went unheeded by Bess and the others, who remained silent throughout. Overwhelmed with joy at the prospect of escape, they knelt before Luffy, bowing their heads in gratitude. Cautiously, they navigated around Bess and her companions, reaching the door without encountering any resistance from them. A genuine sense of relief washed over them as they cast one last grateful glance at Luffy, their hearts racing as they burst through the exit. As they emerged into the light, it felt as though they were stepping into the very beacon of hope. "May you, who have fled, find that misfortune does not pursue you again." Luffy's gaze returned to the roasted meat, taking large bites, harboring little hope for their future of living in peace. Let us not dwell on the years spent in the den of bandits. After their escape, how could they reintegrate into society while facing the pitiful, disdainful, resistant, and contemptuous gazes of others? Furthermore, in the world of pirates, without the strength to protect oneself, any misfortune could befall them. It is entirely possible that before long, they may find themselves once again plunged into hell due to unforeseen circumstances, such as the lamentable fate of the weak. Just like you, lacking formidable power, even if you are feared as bandits, before me, you still cower like mere cowards. Luffy devoured a piece of meat with unrestrained enthusiasm, and whatever crossed his mind was spoken aloud without a hint of hesitation. How infuriating! Luffy's derision and disdain ignited a fierce anger within Base. Clenching his fists tightly, the sound of cracking knuckles echoed in the air. He yearned for a desperate confrontation with Luffy, eager to personally gauge the extent of his strength. Yet, Base found himself devoid of the courage necessary to engage in such a battle. His feet remained rooted in place, and all he could do was curse Luffy silently in his heart. As for Jess, that treacherous fellow, though equally seething with rage internally, maintained a facade of composure. Resolute in his decision to remain in the shadows until he discerned Luffy's true power, he chose to play the role of a timid turtle. Oh, how infuriating and stifling this situation was. SAS, with his explosive temper, lacked the restraint of the previous two. He was not short on the courage to fight to the death. Ever since he became a mountain bandit, he had long accepted the possibility of death. Luffy regarded them with disdain, treating them as mere refuse, and audaciously taunted them further. SAS, unable to endure such provocation, resolved to confront Luffy despite his apprehension. Gasping for breath, he brandished an iron rod, his eyes wide with determination as he charged toward Luffy. Indeed, it was this fool who could no longer restrain himself. Jess, anxious, glanced at Luffy, curious about how he would respond. Likewise, Bess fixated on Luffy, contemplating that if Luffy's strength were not formidable and that previous glare merely a bluff. He vowed to reduce Luffy to mere fragments. To dare attack me, I must acknowledge you as a man. Luffy set aside the roasted meat in his hand, calmly facing the charging Saz, with no intention of rising from his throne. However, some courage is merely fueled by fleeting passion, which eventually cools. Yet, there exists a kind of bravery that embodies a resolute acceptance of death, one that does not falter even in the face of demise. Allow me to witness what kind of courage you possess. Calmly, Luffy spoke, and Saz had already dashed within 3 meters of him, brandishing an iron rod. Poised to strike with a mere step forward. The Emperor's domain submission. Almost imperceptible golden ripples emanated from Luffy, barely reaching Saz. Submit. 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 At the moment Saz was impacted by the waves, his body froze, trembling as if compelled to kneel, the voice urging his submission echoing incessantly in his mind. I cannot kneel in submission. Saz fiercely resisted the command to submit, struggling to maintain his stance, his face flushed, veins bulging. As he fought against the submission demanded by the Emperor's domain. A commendable display of willpower. Luffy reclined against the throne, his feet resting upon the round table. Leisurely propping his chin with his hand, a playful smirk gracing his lips as he mused. I wonder, is it you who have withstood my might? Or is it merely that my current dominion as an emperor is formidable enough? As he spoke, an even more potent aura emanated from him. Not far away. Bess and Jess, trembling with trepidation, averted their gazes, unable to meet Luffy's eyes. As for Saz, he could not escape the overwhelming presence. The impact of Luffy's imperial domain intensified, crashing upon him like relentless waves, commanding his submission and gradually seizing his every thought. Chapter 76. The matter concluded. Garments cast aside, the battlefield lay strewn with the fallen bodies of mountain bandits. Ace and Sabo stood resolutely at the center, wielding water pipes. Beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads, breathing heavily, their chests heaving with exhaustion. Having vanquished these marauding foes, they bore not only fatigue but also a few injuries, bruises, and contusions adorning their arms and legs, alongside a few shallow cuts that wept blood. Through Luffy's rigorous training, their reflexes had sharpened, yet the remaining dozen or so bandits still proved a formidable challenge, resulting in inevitable wounds. However, Ace and Sabo paid little heed to their own injuries. With smiles on their faces, they gazed at their vanquished adversaries, pride swelling within their hearts. Just a month prior, I could scarcely believe that the two of us could defeat 30 mountain bandits, Sabo reflected. Ace laughed heartily, clapping Sabo on the shoulder, proclaiming, the truth stands proven. We have succeeded. We have grown stronger. Indeed, we have, Sabo nodded, then with a wry smile added, could you kindly remove your hand? I've already taken a blow to my shoulder, and your pat only exacerbated the pain. Ace chuckled sheepishly, withdrawing his hand and scratching his head in confusion. I wasn't aware. Sabo shook his head, not dwelling on it, his expression turning serious as he remarked, having defeated these bandits, there remain 3 formidable foes to confront. Ace. The coming battle will be arduous. Ah. Ace grinned broadly, brandishing his water pipe with fervor. They may be tough opponents, but we are no weaklings ourselves. Victory or defeat will only be revealed through combat. Sabo, have you recovered sufficiently? Sabo exhaled, stretching his limbs, still aware of the lingering aches. Nevertheless, he was confident that his condition would not hinder the forthcoming battle. Of course, I am ready. Sabo's gaze shifted towards the nearby building with a furrowed brow. Having bested the bandits, why have those 3 yet to emerge? Previously, when I interrogated the defeated bandits, they assured me that the 3 were within. It is peculiar to witness their subordinates fall yet remain hidden inside. Now that we have vanquished the bandits, their absence is even more baffling. What could they be contemplating? Ace shrugged, approaching the building with his water pipe in hand. Perhaps they are unconcerned about their fallen subordinates, confident in their ability to defeat us, thus choosing to wait inside for us to challenge them. Overthinking serves no purpose. What is the matter? We shall inquire further shortly. Sabo followed Ace, shaking his head, expressing a lingering unease. I have an inkling that matters are not as straightforward as they appear. We must exercise caution once we enter the dwelling. There may well be an ambush within. Very well, Ace nodded, sharpening his focus as he and Sabo approached the house with trepidation. Gradually, they arrived at the threshold. Peering inside, their expressions frozen in astonishment. Inside the abode stood 3 individuals. 2 were positioned to one side, their faces pallid and fists clenched. Their demeanor unsettlingly tense as they appeared lost in thought. The third knelt beside a throne, drenched in sweat, the ground before him soaked, gasping for breath. His body trembling as if utterly exhausted. Did you 2 brats dare to invade our sanctuary and defeat all my subordinates? Beth, having regained his composure from the terror instilled by Luffy, addressed Ace and Sabo as they stepped through the entrance. Indeed, Sabo responded, his gaze fixed on the unexpectedly tense trio. He had anticipated their presence would involve waiting for their arrival or perhaps a hidden ambush. Yet that did not seem to be the case. What is the meaning of this? Sabo inquired, perplexed. Beth, Jess, and Sass displayed visible tremors upon their faces, their eyes betraying fear. In that moment, confronted by Luffy's imperial domain, Sass found himself unable to advance, his will to resist submission gradually waning as his body bent lower, his knees drawing ever closer to the ground. I refuse. I cannot succumb, Sass struggled fiercely, resisting the urge to kneel. However, under the overwhelming pressure of the imperial domain, while his will managed to hold out for a time, his body's instincts proved insurmountable. For instance, a rabbit before a tiger quakes in fear, paralyzed by the predator's might, ultimately succumbing to its fate. Sass, faced with the oppression of the imperial domain, exhibited a similar instinctual response. Unless his resolve was potent enough to repel the urge to yield, his body would remain beyond his command. Regrettably, Sass lacked that formidable willpower. Ultimately, Sass knelt, his forehead touching the ground, surrendering to Luffy. In that moment, Sasa was engulfed in despair, though a flicker of willpower lingered within him, urging him to resist submission. Yet, deep down, Sasa understood that his life was irrevocably altered, unless he could entirely expunge the shadow of surrender from both body and mind. He would forever hesitate to raise a hand against Luffy. His body, gripped by fear of Luffy, had succumbed to him. It could be said that if Luffy's conqueror's haki were to ascend to an even greater level, or if he were to apply it incessantly upon Sassu, there would come a day when not only his body, but his very heart would be wholly subjugated by Luffy. At that juncture, despite retaining his own thoughts and individuality, Sassu would no longer resist Luffy's commands. Even if Luffy decreed his death, although Sassu would fear the finality of death and might struggle against it, he would not contemplate attacking Luffy. As Luffy conducted the first human experiment of the might of Conqueror's haki, he nodded in satisfaction. The future of this power was indeed promising. Sensing Ace and Sabo approaching after vanquishing the bandits, Luffy withdrew his Conqueror's haki, preparing to depart. Before leaving, he imparted one final remark. By the way, in the upcoming battle, make sure to fight earnestly. If you emerge victorious, I shall not hold it against you. However, should you fall, I won't bear a grudge, but I do wonder if those who lose will manage to escape with their lives. Luffy is aware that Ace and Sabo would not kill without reason. His words are merely intended to intimidate the 3 of them. This is to prevent them from discerning the connection between him and Ace, which might lead them to hold back during the battle, thereby diminishing the combat experience Ace and Sabo would gain. Hey, what are you thinking? I'm asking you a question, Ace said impatiently, jolting the 3 from their thoughts. Best tightened his grip on his knife, seething with anger. What has transpired is no longer of consequence. Since you have suddenly invaded the Best family, we are now adversaries. Do not presume that defeating my subordinates grants you any superiority. I shall demonstrate to you the terror of Hyena Bess. Before departing, Luffy's words clearly urged the 3 to fight with all their might. Unable to contend with Luffy, Bess had no choice but to comply. He resolved to defeat the 2 youngsters, sparing their lives, for he had previously stated he would not hold grudges afterward, and he chose to trust that. With this determination, Bess's blade grew fiercer as it swung toward Ace. Such formidable power! Ace did not flinch. He blocked the strike with the pipe, the violent force of the blow causing his shoulder to sag, nearly making him lose grip on the pipe. Chapter 77. Overcome by Rage Clang. The clash of the pipe and the blade sent sparks flying. One tall, one short, one robust, one youthful, the 2 figures wielded their weapons with unwavering resolve, launching a fierce assault. The blade grazed past Ace's face, yet he did not blink, sidestepping deftly as he swung the pipe. Bess's expression morphed into that of a bloodthirsty hyena, revealing elongated canine teeth as he parried Ace's hit with the sheath of his sword, then immediately struck down upon Ace. Ace shook off the entanglement of the sheath and angled his body to narrowly evade the strike. pushing off the ground to advance rather than retreat, aiming the pipe at Bess's head. Bess blocked with his blade, refusing to yield, striking at Ace's vulnerabilities. Ace pivoted to defend against the blade, his heightened reflexes allowing him to keenly perceive Bess's weaknesses and retaliate. Bess narrowed his eyes, forced to withdraw his blade in defense. Bam! The battle escalated to a fever pitch, the intensity causing Ace to sustain minor injuries. Bess was no exception, occasionally receiving blows from the pipe, accompanied by faint sounds of fractures. Suddenly, a small knife shot through the air, aimed directly at Ace. Sabo intervened just in time, deflecting the knife, narrowing his eyes at the assailant, Jess, and stating, "This is Ace's battle. You cannot interfere. Your opponent is me." Jess brandished several knives, grinning. "Very well. I shall create numerous holes in you next." Though Jess shared Bess's intent not to kill Ace or Sabo, he was astute enough to keep that thought to himself, instead adopting a demeanor of mercilessness. Sabo twirled the pipe in his hands and then abruptly halted it, pointing at Jess. "If you can, then come at me." "Humph. Just wait and see," Jess retorted, testing Sabo with two knives that were easily deflected. "Sabo, how much longer will you kneel? If you wish to survive and escape that person's shadow, come and assist." Startled by the words, the kneeling Sabo muttered to himself, "Yes, I must escape this place. As long as I no longer encounter that person, I have nothing to fear." Slowly rising from the ground, SAS took up the iron rod that had fallen. He struggled to suppress his trembling body as he charged towards Sabro. That person? Escape? Though Sabro was curious about Jace's words, the situation on the battlefield demanded his full attention. Jace was already a formidable opponent, and with SAS joining him, a moment's carelessness could spell defeat. Sabro steeled himself to confront the challenge ahead. Jace's blades flew at him from every direction, while he also had to contend with Saz's powerful iron rod. All of this made Sabro's defense exceedingly arduous. Fortunately, SAS had endured the pressures of the Emperor's domain. His trembling body had not fully recovered, and his spirit had suffered a severe blow, rendering him unable to exert his full strength temporarily. With Jace, who was not particularly skilled in close combat, and a half-damaged SAS, Sabro managed to hold his ground for the time being. If he could find a flaw, he might deliver a decisive blow that could turn the tide against both of them. Within the room, Ace was engaged with Bess, while Sabro faced off against Jace and SAS. The battles on both fronts intensified dramatically, with the round table, throne, wooden walls, and floor all caught in the fray. Marks from blades appeared, and debris was scattered everywhere. "Come on, my 2 week older brothers." Unbeknownst to anyone, Luffy lay on the rooftop, legs crossed, savoring a roasted leg of meat. In the chaos of battle, unexpected events could unfold at any moment, leaving Luffy to play the role of caretaker. Though he had intended to bring Ace and Sabro to torment the younger ones if the children were to turn the tables on him, Luffy would find himself in dire straits. It's all my 2 brothers' fault for being so weak, forcing me to take on the roles of both father and mother. As your younger brother, this is no easy task for me." Luffy sighed contentedly, taking another bite of the leg meat, savoring its rich flavor. On the rooftop, he waited for half an hour. During that time, he was nearly overwhelmed with anxiety, almost resorting to using his conqueror's haki on several occasions. Fortunately, Ace and Sabo unleashed their latent potential, narrowly escaping danger. Truly, they are worthy of being Luffy's brothers. The two rapidly matured in the heat of battle, their combat experience escalating swiftly. Through the bond they had cultivated over time, they ultimately secured victory, albeit at the cost of significant injuries. Blood dripped Ace and Sabo's blood, as well as that of the 3 fallen on the ground. It became indistinguishable whose blood it was. "Sabo, we have won," Ace said, his face smeared with blood, propping himself up with a pipe, forcing a smile. "Indeed," Sabo replied, his vision blurring, his body swaying, on the verge of collapsing. Suddenly, a figure appeared, steadying him just in time. It was Luffy. "You deceived me," Sabo said, recognizing him instinctively without needing to open his eyes. Luffy supported Sabo with one hand and asked, "What have I deceived you about?" He has lost consciousness." Sabo did not respond, and as Luffy appeared to steady him, he felt a surge of relief, knowing he was utterly safe beside him. In that instant, he could no longer bear the strain and succumbed to unconsciousness. Sabo wished to speak. Ace, propped up by a water pipe, glared at Luffy through gritted teeth and said, "Did you not claim to be tormenting children? Yet here we are, barely emerging victorious. Is this what they call tormenting children?" Luffy fell silent for a moment, then stated earnestly, "Yet for me, they are merely children. I need not even lift a finger. I could defeat them with just my hair. Luffy's words are indeed true, utterly true. Ace is aware of this, which is why he feels so infuriated. Luffy is not merely stating that the two of them are incredibly weak. Even characters whom Luffy perceives as children nearly bested them. The more one contemplates this, the more infuriating it becomes. Ace, unable to catch his breath, collapses, rolling his eyes in defeat. What? Has he perished? Certainly not. Ace was bound to fall over eventually. And the exasperation from Luffy rendered him unconscious at once. Luffy lifted Ace from the ground, one in each hand, carrying the two feeble brothers away. Honestly, after your fight, you abandoned everything, collapsing into unconsciousness, leaving me to take you back. In this battle, it was I who shielded you from the shadows, not the other way around. I hold you in contempt. As older brothers, you are woefully inadequate and utterly disappointing. Luffy sighed deeply as he hurriedly carried the two individuals back to the home of Dayton, hoping to ensure they received the necessary treatment. In this time frame, it would not be long before the celestial dragons were to arrive in the kingdom of Goa. Luffy sprinted forward, his thoughts drifting to 6 months ahead. Uncertain of the fate awaiting him at the terminal engulfed in flames, he contemplated the looming threat of the Sapphire Pirates, the emergence of the celestial dragons, Sabo's departure to sea, and the incident of amnesia. With Luffy in the picture, Sabo's destiny is bound to be altered. The Sapphire Pirates, too, are rendered insignificant in Luffy's eyes. Luffy recalled that, in the original narrative, during this period, a young girl awaited his rescue. She possessed remarkable talent in the art of swordsmanship, endearing herself to many. Her aspiration was to become the world's greatest swordswoman, and she remained an indomitable rival to Zoro. Her untimely demise was a source of profound regret for fans of the series. There were whispers of her faking her death, yet Luffy remained uncertain, compelling him to alter her fate before it was too late. The prodigious swordswoman Kuina. Chapter 78, Kuina. Reflecting on Kuina's story from the original work, Luffy found himself unable to linger any longer on Karibo Mountain. In the coming days, he imparted his training methods to Ace and Sabo, ensuring they could continue their practice in his absence. Well, I shall take my leave now. I have shared all the training techniques with you. For this time, you must practice on your own. On a bright and breezy morning, while the Dawn family remained in their slumber, Luffy bid farewell to Ace and Sabo not far from the entrance of their home. Understood. We have mastered the training methods you've taught us. You may now depart. Ace retorted, arms crossed and an expression of displeasure upon his face. Luffy lamented with sorrow, these words pierce my heart deeply. In my endeavor to aid you in becoming stronger, I have sacrificed my own well-being for an entire month, enduring sleepless nights and poor meals, tirelessly racking my brain to assist you in your training. Yet, what I received in return was your callousness. Luffy pounded his chest, lamenting deeply. All my youthful time has been squandered on you. Since you have turned your back so callously, Sabo, I implore you to speak a word of justice. Sabo nodded, replying, Indeed, you are not entirely mistaken. However, we must express our gratitude for the training you provided us. Yet, it is worth mentioning that your methods were rather harsh, often employing whips or other humiliating techniques. Moreover, casting us into the lair of bandits, these experiences shall not be forgotten. Gritting his teeth, Sabo articulated each word with intensity. In the future, we shall certainly repay you. Yes, indeed, Ace interjected, nodding while grinding his teeth in a cold smirk. This was a veiled threat, as Sabo implied that given the chance, they would seek revenge against Luffy. Luffy paid no heed to the harsh words exchanged between the two, shrugging his shoulders and remarking, In order to empower these two feeble brothers, my earnest efforts remain unappreciated. Alas, I shall say no more. To elaborate further would only evoke sorrow. Luffy sighed deeply, turning away with a dismissive wave, declaring, I'm leaving. Get lost. Hurry up. The two companions echoed his sentiments without hesitation. As Luffy gradually distanced himself, his figure nearly vanishing into the depths of the forest, words reached him from behind. Even without your help to hold them off, we can defeat the mountain bandits and those three together. And while I was engaged in battle with Ace and the others, you merely stood by, didn't you? Were you concerned that we might falter? You underestimate us. We are your elder brothers, you insolent little brat. Nevertheless, we appreciate your unwarranted concern. Next time you return, our strength will undoubtedly astonish you. The distant shouts of Ace and Sabo echoed in the air. Luffy paused, a smile gracing his lips as he refrained from looking back, shouting aloud, Until we meet again. I eagerly await the day when my two feeble brothers grow stronger, at the very least, to be able to best the little ones. Ahaha, cursed Luffy. infuriating little brother. Ace and Sabo, filled with frustration, stomped their feet, watching as Luffy's figure vanished entirely into the depths of the forest, feeling utterly helpless. The trio's parting was devoid of sorrow, replaced only by mutual mockery and playful banter. But is that truly the case? No. Each of them merely feigned toughness, concealing their heartfelt emotions deep within. Soon I shall reunite with the long-missed sister Makino, and in a few days, I will also meet the mother and daughter trio from Koko West Village, not to mention the little swordswoman awaiting my rescue. I have no time to spare for two foolish, frail brothers to train. Luffy swiftly traversed the forest, feeling that the time spent over the past month with Ace and Sabo was indeed squandered. Yet, if he truly believed it was a loss, why had he not departed sooner? In Windmill Village, the tavern remained as lively as ever, with a handful of inebriated patrons indulging in endless libations. Suddenly, the tavern's two small doors swung open, revealing a robust figure standing nearly 6 feet tall, adorned with a wild mane resembling a hedgehog, piercing black eyes that shimmered with brilliance, and a strikingly handsome face emanating a subtle aura of authority. Upon entering, he captured the attention of all present. "Luffy!" exclaimed Makino, setting down her wine jug, her gaze fixed on Luffy as he approached, her voice brimming with surprise. This was due to Carp's solitary return to Windmill Village, during which he had informed Makino that Luffy would linger a bit longer on Coralbone Mountain before returning. Thus, she had not worried about Luffy's delayed arrival, believing there was no cause for concern. However, having not seen Luffy for over a month, Makino had missed him dearly. Today, Luffy's unexpected return brought a radiant smile to her face, reflecting the joy they both shared. "Ah, I was curious about who this person was. Turns out it's Luffy," someone remarked. "Strange, why do I feel like Luffy seems a bit different? It had been quite some time since they last met. Where have you been? I haven't savored your grilled meats in ages." In this raucous tavern, it was evident that the two, having been apart for so long, were not in a fitting environment for intimate exchanges. The drunken patrons gradually greeted Luffy, laughter echoing through the air. "Haha, I've been too preoccupied to prepare grilled meat lately. In fact, Makino's grilled dishes are quite delectable as well. So, do not dwell on me too much. Today, the drinks are 30% off, so enjoy yourselves." As Luffy spoke, he took Magino away to indulge in their own world. Huh? Why did he whisk the owner away as soon as he returned? "Oh, with a 3/10 discount on beverages, today I shall drink to my heart's content. How delightful it would be if all the drinks were complimentary. A drunkard only needs his drink." The reason behind Luffy's abrupt departure with Magino, as well as the subtle changes in his demeanor, were not for them to speculate. Regardless of their conjectures, they could never fathom the true nature of their relationship. Moreover, the significant alteration in Luffy's aura stemmed from his recent utilization of the Emperor's domain, where he unleashed his full power for the first time, compelling Sarsen to yield. Even now, traces of the Emperor's domain lingered upon him. "Luffy, the tavern is still open, and there are villagers inside enjoying their drinks. Why have you brought me home?" Magino chided playfully. Luffy turned around and closed the door, chuckling. "The tavern can remain open. After all, they are all acquaintances. When they finish their drinks and leave, they will dutifully leave behind their belly. Whether you are present or not makes little difference." Machino replied, somewhat irritated. "You are merely quibbling." "Hee, perhaps so." Luffy leaned closer to Machino, wrapping his arms around her slender waist, and tenderly expressed, "I have missed you dearly, Sister Machino. I long to engage in intimate conversation with you. The tavern is far too crowded, so I have brought you back to my home." Machino embraced Luffy tightly, touched by his affection. "Sister Machino, this is no longer the tavern. How should you address me now?" Luffy, greedily inhaling the fragrant scent of Makino, experienced an intense reaction, prompting him to engage in rather improper gestures. "My lord," Makino said, her face flushed with embarrassment, momentarily halting Luffy's advances. "I am still in my work attire, with my apron unfastened and covered in dirt. Allow me to take a bath first." Luffy lifted Makino into his arms, a mischievous grin adorning his face. "By chance, I rushed back and have gotten a bit dirty myself. Let us bathe together." Makino nestled her head into Luffy's embrace, softly murmuring in agreement. Soon, the sound of splashing water echoed from the bathroom, where the two indulged in an extended bath. The faint sounds of collisions and suppressed moans filled the air, rendering the day and night exceptionally long. Chapter 79. The matter of the orange grove. Upon returning to Windmill Village, Luffy and Makino cherished several warm days together. Reflecting on the three women from Koko West Village, he realized it had been over a month since he last visited them. Luffy could only bid farewell to Makino. for he was to set sail once more just days after his return. Alas, am I destined to be a life of toil? Not to mention the windmill village. There is also the imperative journey to Mount Corbo and frequent visits to Cocoa West Village. Furthermore, I must hasten to Seymour Shiki Village, for Kuina is still awaiting my arrival to rescue her. For destinations, could it be that my future is merely a ceaseless wander? Luffy sat atop the small eagle, enveloped in a cloud of frustration. Had the eagle possessed the ability to voice its thoughts, it would undoubtedly express that it was the one most aggrieved and unfortunate majestic bird soaring through the skies, relegated to the role of a mere seasoned driver for Luffy. Alas, as Luffy's subordinate, the eagle was devoid of the power to refuse. As the experienced driver, the eagle skillfully guided Luffy to the familiar terrain of Cocoa West Village, the well-known scenery, the familiar orange trees, and the anticipation of reuniting with the mother and daughter trio he had not seen for over a month awaited him. In his impatience, Luffy leaped from the back of the little eagle, aiming for the ground below, without waiting for its descent. With his head down and feet up, Luffy took a deep breath. Suddenly, the lower part of his legs retracted into his thighs before he propelled himself with a powerful thrust. A heavy shockwave emanated from the soles of his feet, allowing Luffy to pivot swiftly and aim directly towards the orange grove below as he descended rapidly. Luffy's method of adjusting direction in midair resembles the technique he employed in the original narrative while traversing the skies using Gear 4. However, in comparison, his current execution pales in terms of speed, agile maneuverability, and the force of impact. In the orange grove, Belmer diligently tended to the orange trees, watering them thoroughly before setting down her large ladle and wiping the fine beads of sweat from her brow. With a hint of annoyance, she muttered to herself, "That scoundrel hasn't visited us in over a month. I wonder if he's become infatuated with that woman again, preoccupied with their little world together. Humph. If that is indeed the case, he might as well never show his face here again." With her cheeks puffed and her teeth clenched in frustration, Belmer acknowledged Luffy's roguish nature and his relationships with other women, holding no objections to that. What truly irked her was the thought that if he had indeed spent the last month in the company of another, neglecting to check on her, that was something she could not abide. What is this, Luffy? When he first devoured her, his demeanor was one of utmost affection. Yet, it has not been long since those tender days, and now, her figure has vanished without a trace. Whether she is alive or dead remains a mystery. It has been over a month with no news whatsoever. You scoundrel, you utter scoundrel. No, you are merely a little rascal, a petty lecher, a heartless wretch who has consumed all and turned his back without a shred of compassion. Belmer tore at the leaves of the orange tree, cursing Luffy. Suddenly, a loud thud resonated behind Belmer, startling her into a swift turn. "Belmer, it has been ages. Have you missed me?" Luffy, with his rubbery physique, was unafraid of falling from great heights, provided there were no sharp objects below. He brushed off the dust from his clothes, his straw hat nearly concealed by his wild hair, making it quite difficult to see him unless one looked closely. "Humph, I haven't missed you at all. What brings you here today? Have you forgotten about us?" Although Belmer felt a surge of surprise at Luffy's sudden appearance, her frustration over his prolonged absence caused her words to come out rather sharply. Luffy apologetically explained, "I have been unable to visit recently because I was occupied with my two brothers. For over a month, I have been staying there. I sincerely apologize, Belmer, for my prolonged absence." Luffy approached Belmer, gazing at her with deep affection. "I just bid farewell to my two brothers and rushed over to see you, for I have missed you dearly during our time apart." He understood that sometimes a benevolent falsehood could more easily appease a woman. Though Luffy had no penchant for deceit, he would not stubbornly adhere to a path of folly. It was evident that as long as a woman harbored thoughts of her man, her heart would not stray. A few kind words and gentle reassurances would suffice to alleviate her relentless grip. Upon hearing Luffy's heartfelt explanation, Belmer found it within herself to forgive him. Yet, unwilling to let him off so easily, she feigned indifference, retorting, "So you were with your brothers, were you? I had presumed you were too busy lingering by that woman's side to consider leaving." Luffy chuckled, wrapping his arms around Belmer, and said, "How could that be? My Belmer is simply enchanting. Without any particular reason, how could I bear to be away from you for so long?" He paused for a moment and continued, "There is a saying that when faced with an angry woman, one should first soothe her with kind words. If her ire has not yet subsided, then one must silence her with a kiss, leading to yet another battle, and her anger will surely dissipate." Luffy acted in this manner, engaging in a prolonged kiss while his hands were far from idle, creating mischief all around. It seemed a grand battle was about to unfold once more in the orange grove. Wait, not now. What if someone sees us? Belmer struggled fiercely, finally managing to push Luffy away a little, gasping for breath. With anger surging within him, Luffy was not one to easily extinguish his fiery spirit. With his crimson eyes ablaze, he lunged forward, pinning Belmer to the ground, assuring her, "Do not worry. There is absolutely no one around. I will keep a vigilant watch on our surroundings. If anyone approaches, I will ensure you are hidden." With that, Luffy, driven by insatiable hunger, pounced upon Belmer. She understood well that Luffy was fueled by passion at that moment. Unless she quelled his fervor, he would not relent. Reluctantly, she surrendered to the inevitable, praying that indeed no one would discover them. Belmer's hope rested on the reliability of Luffy's assurances. Torn between extinguishing Luffy's fire and the fear of being discovered, she felt overwhelmed. This tension was palpably reflected in her body. Typically, she could endure Luffy's assaults for about 10 minutes. But now, at most, 5 minutes would see her flood unleashed. A couple of hours later, I cannot endure this any longer. I am nearly out of strength. I still have to return home to prepare dinner. Noko, Nami, and the others are waiting for me. Stop. You cannot carry me back like this. Luffy pondered for a moment before once again cradling Belmer and returning. He found himself at a loss for words. He could hardly resort to the same excuses as before. Noko and Nami were not fools. The instant he appeared, their beloved mother had conveniently fallen ill once more. Surely, they sensed something amiss. Nami, Noko, questioned him with a look of confusion. This situation seems suspicious. What are your thoughts? After venting his frustrations a few times, Luffy's anger had diminished. Reluctantly parting from Belmer's alluring form, Belmer exhaled in relief, swiftly attending to the marks on her body and tidying her disheveled attire, acutely aware of her weariness. She cast Luffy a reproachful glance and remarked, "It's getting late. We should return. You've been away for so long. And Noko and Nami have been thinking about you constantly." Luffy contemplated the two young girls, smiling as he took Belmer's small hand, and said, "I miss them too. My sudden appearance must surely surprise them. But let go. It would be troublesome if anyone sees us." He chuckled, "Fear not, for there is no one nearby. Had there been, we would have noticed long before. Besides, it's fortunate that no one came by earlier. Imagine how awkward it would have been if we had been discovered." As he spoke, he reassured her, "You must trust me. I promise there is nothing to fear. I would never deceive you." Beneath the setting sun, the dim golden rays illuminated their entwined hands, casting elongated shadows that gradually merged into one. Chapter 8. A heartwarming dinner to indulge in the affection of a foster mother and the company of 2 foster daughters. Such a life is blissful. A dream cherished by all men. Alas, such aspirations remain unattainable for Luffy at this moment. The prolonged interruption of his training plan with the young girls had finally come to an end. Before he could resume, however, he needed to appease their grievances from his long absence. Luffy hasn't visited us in ages. I shall ignore you." That evening, the 2 young girls were astonished by Luffy's arrival. Yet, in an instant, their surprise morphed into anger, their small faces puffed up in indignation as they turned away. "I apologize for not coming to see you sooner. To earn your forgiveness, look, I have brought you a gift." Luffy retrieved 2 strings of bracelets from the pocket of his jacket, each meticulously crafted from 8 distinct beast fangs. These fangs, polished to a fine sheen by Luffy himself, belonged to various ferocious creatures. Although the bracelets appeared rough and simple, lacking an air of noble elegance, their intrinsic value rendered them nearly unattainable, even for the wealthiest. During his time at Corbo Mountain, Luffy pondered that the 2 little girls might harbor grievances for his prolonged absence. To strengthen the 2 frail boys, and in moments of leisure, he had seized the rare opportunity to hunt wild beasts, fashioning 2 bracelets with his own hands. Upon the unveiling of the bracelets, the sisters' faces blossomed with expressions of delight. As they received the bracelets, they gasped in awe, clearly enchanted by their newfound treasures. "Hee, come here. Let me adorn you with them." Luffy gently cradled the soft little hands of the 2 sisters, methodically adorning their wrists with exquisite bracelets. The moment the bracelets were clasped on, they felt an immediate sense of comfort, devoid of any prickliness. Crafted from the finest beast fangs, the sisters had initially presumed that wearing them on their wrists would be uncomfortable. To their pleasant surprise, they found them to be utterly unobtrusive, akin to wearing delicate pearl bracelets. Luffy proudly declared, "Of course, to ensure your comfort while wearing them, I meticulously polished the surface of the bracelets to a smooth finish." "Indeed," the 2 sisters exclaimed, examining them closely and confirming his words. Luffy leaned closer with a playful grin, saying, "Considering the bracelet, Will you forgive me? Nami, captivated by the bracelet, turned it over in her hands and nodded. I forgive you. However, you must not take such a long time to visit us again. Indeed. Noko chimed in agreement. All right, I vow it won't happen again, Luffy replied with a beaming smile. After all, I went through so much trouble crafting this bracelet for you. Surely, I deserve some form of reward. Meanwhile, Belmer was busily preparing dinner in the small kitchen, while Luffy boldly flirted with the two sisters. The sisters, each with a playful expression, offered him a sweet, innocent kiss. Unsatisfied with a mere kiss, Luffy mischievously beckoned the two sisters closer, saying, Shall we retreat to my chamber for a more private conversation? It has been so long since our last meeting, and I have so much to share with you both. The sisters blinked in surprise, questioning whether such discourse could not unfold in the small dining area. Naively, they followed Luffy's lead into their modest room. With a soft click, the door creaked shut, and through the slight crack, one could discern the cunning smile that danced upon Luffy's lips, a testament to his scheming success. Luffy, you are unaware that not long ago, the evil dragon pirates made their return. Indeed, during that time, you never came to visit us, and we were utterly terrified. Ah, is that so? Luffy, lost in thought, listened intently. It had been quite some time since the three of them were together. The safety of Koko Village indicated that Arlong had honored his agreement with them. Furthermore, if the Arlong pirates were to breach their promise and impose their rule upon Koko Village, it would jeopardize the safety of the trio. And Luffy's instincts would have subtly alerted him to the danger. The absence of such a warning allowed Luffy to remain secure on Corpo Mountain. Luffy, with a sudden impulse, pressed his lips against Nami's, catching both sisters by surprise. After a prolonged moment, still unsatisfied, he pulled Nojiko close and kissed her as well. The two sisters playfully swatted at Luffy, with Nami breathlessly exclaiming, You've kissed me over and over. I nearly ran out of breath. Nojiko, pouting slightly, remarked, I feel like my lips are swollen from your kisses. Luffy embraced the petite figures of the two young girls tightly, expressing his sentiments with warmth. I apologize for my exuberance after not seeing you both for such an extended period. I simply couldn't contain myself. Kissing you feels akin to savoring a sumptuous feast left unfinished, a delightful experience that beckons for another indulgence. Therefore, I hope you can find it in your hearts to forgive me. Luffy, with an air of feigned vulnerability, managed to soften the hearts of the two sisters, who, in turn, chose to forgive him. Had it not been for Luffy's adept ability to nurture their bond, the sisters would not have become accustomed to his affectionate gestures, feeling no aversion to his embraces. Thus, they refrained from pushing him away despite his incessant kisses. Ah, Luffy, please refrain from touching me there. It tickles and evokes a rather peculiar sensation, Nami murmured while nestled in Luffy's arms. Noriko, feeling a slight flush, noted the warmth of Luffy's hand resting upon her and remarked, Oh dear, please don't touch me there. I used the restroom earlier, and I feel somewhat unclean. Even the most steadfast fortresses, given time and patience, may eventually yield to a persistent siege. The two young girls, still in their innocence, left Luffy confident in his ability to wholly win their hearts and minds, fostering a deep reliance upon him. Luffy, with a playful smirk, withdrew his hands and remarked, It's been quite a while since I last saw you all. Let me see if your little feet have grown in an unattractive manner. The two young girls perched on the edge of the small bed, their adorable and delicate feet readily submitted to Luffy's playful massage. Tell me, have your little feet grown unappealing? Luffy chuckled to himself, weaving a tale to satisfy his peculiar fascination. It is said that if a girl's delicate feet are not properly cared for during childhood, they may grow into unsightly, claw-like appendages in adulthood. Luffy once remarked that it was merely a legend, assuring the two sisters not to be afraid. Women are innately endowed with a desire for beauty. However, despite Luffy's reassurances, they were genuinely concerned that their petite feet might become unsightly. In response, Luffy confidently declared, I possess a long-lost massage technique. With my skills, rest assured, there shall be no imperfections. Furthermore, he continued, it is not just your feet. Any part of your body that I frequently massage will undoubtedly blossom into beauty as you mature. So what say you? Shall we give it a try? Fear not. I will charge you nothing. For your sake, I am willing to toil tirelessly, toiling silently in your service. Luffy diligently attended to the sisters' feet, stating, There's no need for concern. After my correction, I have adjusted the slightly misaligned structure of your feet. The sisters sighed in relief and nodded with cheerful smiles. That's wonderful. Thank you, Luffy. Ah, this feels so delightful. Your massage is truly exceptional. Luffy's hand couldn't resist slowly creeping upward as he smirked mischievously. It's been so long since I've given you two a massage. How about a full-body treatment? In the small room, facing Luffy, the innocent sisters showed no resistance to his actions, seemingly on the verge of surrendering to him once again. Once again? Just how many times has this happened? At the critical moment, Belmer reappeared just in time to intervene. Luffy, Nojiko, Nami, dinner's ready. Come eat. Dinner time arrived. And Luffy reluctantly ended his playful teasing of the two young girls, joining the sisters for the meal. That evening, the mother and her two daughters shared a long-awaited dinner with Luffy. Laughter and smiles filled the air, creating a warm and tender atmosphere. Or so it seemed. Hey, Luffy, if you're going to eat, then eat properly. What are you doing, sneaking your hands to harass Belmer behind the sisters' backs? Chapter 81. Shimotsuki Village. Belmer was undeniably alluring. As the adoptive mother of the two sisters, her 30 years of age exuded the captivating charm of a mature woman in her prime. Behind the sisters' backs, Luffy would secretly harass their mother, sneaking into rooms with her to engage in unspeakable deeds. Late at night, he would take Belmer to the Tangerine Grove for a heated battle. And when Belmer wasn't around, he would indulge in teasing the sisters, satisfying his cravings, both with his hands and his mouth. These days were thrilling, exhilarating, sinfully delightful. But he had to snap out of it. He couldn't let himself be so enchanted by the mother and daughters that he forgot his purpose. There was still another young girl waiting for him to save her. Within his heart, Luffy cried out. After several days, he finally resolved to part reluctantly from the trio of mother and daughters. A rudimentary hand-drawn map of the sea lay open before him. As he compared it to the direction, before folding it away, Little Eagle set sail towards the southwest. Luffy pointed in a determined manner, his expression filled with fervor. In the distant sea, it seemed as though he beheld the village of Seymour in the silhouette of a resolute little girl. Kuina, I am coming. The young eagle lifted its head and called out loudly, flapping its wings vigorously as it swiftly departed from Cocoa West Village. Thus, Luffy departed from Cocoa Village, unconcerned by the establishment of the Fishman Empire by the Arlong pirates. As long as the Arlong pirates did not seek to dominate Cocoa Village, he was indifferent to their presence. Arlong honored their agreement and refrained from invading Cocoa Village. Luffy, understanding the situation, chose not to issue any ostentatious warnings to Arlong before his departure, refraining from admonishing him against disturbing the village. Such a warning would have been superfluous, for their coexistence was peaceful. Any hint of arrogance from Luffy might provoke Arlong's fragile pride, potentially inciting him to retaliate with his fishman comrades, resulting in a violent confrontation. To avoid unnecessary complications, Luffy opted to ignore the Arlong pirates. Little Eagle, adjust your course. Fly this way, he instructed. Oh dear, you've veered off again. Steer slightly this way. The vast ocean stretched endlessly before them, the sky a brilliant blue, with sunlight blazing down, its intensity palpable. Not only was Little Eagle drenched in sweat from the scorching sun, but even Luffy, despite having control over his body, felt the oppressive heat. With a cry, Little Eagle exclaimed, Captain, when will we arrive? I'm about to perish from the heat. Unable to endure any longer, Little Eagle voiced his discomfort. This time, he was the sole companion of Luffy on this voyage as his mate was pregnant. Luffy glanced hastily at the map and scrutinized his bearings. The lack of a strong sense of direction indicated that they were still quite far from their destination. Cough. We'll get there soon. Just hang on a little longer. I'm feeling quite hot myself. Are we almost there? Little Eagle was successfully deceived by Luffy's words, as he envisioned the silhouette of a distant island, invigorating his spirit, and he soared onward. Oh, it seems the direction has shifted again. There was little to be done. This was his first journey to Shimotsuki Village, and the unfamiliar route made his sense of direction unreliable. Luffy expressed that if they did not hasten their journey, the seasoned driver would surely meet an untimely end. It was not the heat that caused his distress, but rather a sudden shock. A bead of perspiration trickled down Luffy's forehead as he realized the gravity of their situation. In a hurried manner, he mounted the eagle to make his way to Seymour Village. Should they fail to reach their destination promptly, the eagle might falter, plunging both Luffy and the creature into the depths of the sea. Alas, the eagle would likely emerge unscathed, but for Luffy, a user of a devil fruit, the outcome would undoubtedly be dire. No. Just then, a life-threatening crisis emerged, which defied all logic. Luffy continuously wiped the sweat from his forehead, murmuring to himself, "Stay calm. Remain composed. I can only trust in the tenacity of Little Eagle now. Little Eagle, there is something I am uncertain whether to say or not." This was a moment of life and death. Any lapse in attention could result in a catastrophic crash. Luffy, more serious than ever, had a tense expression on his youthful face, directing Little Eagle to fly in the correct direction based on his sporadic instincts. In that moment, Luffy embodied every commander. He felt that even if he were handed an aircraft carrier, he could skillfully command it. Ultimately, Little Eagle did not disappoint Luffy's expectations. The seasoned pilot pushed the limits of his capabilities, flying precariously as the two feeble mechanical wings flapped. The once proud eagle eyes had become blurred and indistinct. At last, they managed to reach Seymour Cheeky Village, utterly exhausted and on the brink of plummeting to the edge of the small island. A rubber cushion awaited them. Luffy took a deep breath, inflating his belly, while his wild hair swiftly coiled around him, forming a dark sphere. Just as the young eagle was about to plummet to the ground, the oversized sphere manifested beneath it. The eagle's powerful descent flattened the sphere, only to be forcefully rebounded, rolling away to the side. Luffy, rare as it is for him to serve as a cushion, has finally managed to rescue the little eagle. At this moment, as dusk approaches, the sun's intensity has waned considerably, its scorching rays gradually turning a mellow hue as they descend towards the distant horizon. I must find a suitable place to settle the little eagle, for I too need to satiate my hunger. As for Kuina, since we have arrived on this island, there is no need to rush. Luffy carried the unconscious little eagle, instinctively making his way towards the forested area of the island. It was an unexpected turn of events, so sudden that even his intuition had failed to provide a warning. Had it not been for the little eagle's valiant struggle to hold on, this voyage could have turned into a desperate fight for survival at sea. As he walked further away, Luffy's voice echoed with a sense of apprehension. Luffy resolved to treat Little Eagle with utmost care, vowing never to entertain thoughts of consuming him again. As night fell, around 10 o'clock, Kuina distanced herself from the dojo, clutching her heavy wooden sword as she made her way to the familiar hillside where she practiced her swordsmanship. With movements ingrained in her very being, she meticulously executed her techniques, each strike accompanied by a spirited shout. After a considerable time, fatigue overtook her, and she collapsed onto the ground, relinquishing her sword. Sweat-drenched strands of hair clung to her forehead, her large, expressive eyes radiating both determination and a hint of vulnerability. Her youthful visage flushed from exertion. She stood at nearly 1 meter and 40 centimeters, her breaths causing her chest to rise and fall beneath her thin garment, subtly revealing her developing form. How infuriating! Can a girl's stamina truly never match that of a boy's? Her delicate, trembling hands clenched into fists, her once adorable face now evolving into that of a captivating young maiden, brimming with defiance. Unwilling to concede defeat, her aspiration was to become the world's greatest swordsman. Even as a woman, Kuina's pride rivaled that of the most ambitious men. Today, she had once again effortlessly triumphed over Zoro, marking the latest of his defeats since his arrival in Shimashiki Village and joining the dojo. However, Kuina felt no elation over her consecutive victories. Zoro had only recently begun to wield 3 swords with any semblance of skill, having transitioned from wild flailing to a more controlled approach, even managing to loosen the wooden sword held in his mouth. Her victory over Zoro was merely a testament to her superior swordsmanship. Yet, under the guidance of Kuina's father, Zoro was beginning to unlock the potential of his already extraordinary physique. Chapter 82. An unexpected encounter. The female swordsman, constrained by her physical limitations, could never attain the title of the world's greatest. Long ago, Kuina's father, the dojo's master, Gung Shiro, had cruelly imparted this harsh truth to her. In Shimashiki Village, there were no monsters. Both adults and children were merely ordinary people. Through her innate talent for swordsmanship and rigorous training, Kuina had always managed to defeat her senior and junior peers with ease. Thus, she stubbornly rejected Gung Shiro's words. She remained undeterred, resolutely deciding that she would, as a woman, become the world's greatest swordsman, proving her worth to her father. Kuina tirelessly pursued her dream, practicing her swordsmanship day and night. Whenever the weight of her training threatened to overwhelm her, the harsh words of Gung Shiro would echo in her mind, compelling her to grit her teeth, summon her trembling and weakened body to stand, and wield her wooden sword. Each day, without fail, under the glow of the moonlight, a small girl with a delicate frame tirelessly swung her wooden blade. For the sake of her dream, she eschewed frivolities, forgoing the playful whims typical of other girls, choosing instead to dedicate herself wholly to her ambition. Kuina, unwavering in her commitment, often found herself recalling Gung Shiro's cruel words during the stillness of night or during moments of respite from her training. His words pierced her heart like a needle, a constant reminder that she could never forget. However, everything changed with the arrival of Zoro. His physique, far beyond that of an ordinary person, revealed to Kuina the truth behind Gungsiro's certainty that she could not ascend to the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Zoro, younger than Kuina, possessed a physical prowess that far exceeded her own. As he matured, his innate strength would undoubtedly leave Kuina far behind, should Zoro's swordsmanship prove even slightly inferior to hers. His monstrous physique would allow him to triumph, as long as he could avoid delivering a fatal blow. In the quest for greatness, Zoro would undoubtedly become her rival. Yet, given the current circumstances, Kuina felt a deep-seated lack of confidence in her ability to defeat him in the future. Beyond Zoro, the vast ocean was home to myriad swordsmen and monstrous beings. To realize her dream, she would have to vanquish them all. But could she truly achieve this with her feminine physique? Zoro's emergence brought a profound understanding of Gungsiro's harsh words, plunging Kuina into despair. Witnessing Zoro's relentless training and his increasingly formidable physique, alongside swordsmanship that rivaled her own, her hopelessness expanded. Even if she were to temporarily best Zoro, she found no joy in such a hollow victory. Why? Kuina struck the ground with her small hands, tears streaming as she gazed skyward. Why was reality so cruel, offering her no glimmer of hope? Was it a foregone conclusion that being born a girl meant she could never become a great swordsman? Was her aspiration to be the world's greatest swordsman nothing more than a delusion from the very start? Kuina wept bitterly, pouring out her anguish and despair to the heavens. The indifferent sky, which silently observes the struggles of all beings, would never respond. Yet, this did not imply that no one was listening. Luffy had settled Little Eagle and casually caught a wild beast to roast. As the night deepened, the thought of soon reuniting with Kuina filled him with anticipation and excitement. Lying on the ground, he gazed at the twinkling stars, unable to fall asleep. Restlessness enveloped him. What could he do to remedy this sleeplessness? Luffy, feeling a sense of helplessness, decided to take a leisurely stroll under the serene night sky, seeking to familiarize himself with his surroundings. Perhaps guided by fate or driven by intuition, he wandered to a small hillside where Kuina practiced her swordsmanship, unexpectedly hearing her weeping softly. Dreams are pursued fervently by people to the point of sacrificing everything to achieve them, for dreams represent the most fervent aspirations of humanity, compelling individuals to exhaust all efforts in their pursuit. Yet, the realization of dreams is seldom straightforward. They often appear as lofty, unattainable goals, and despite dedicating one's entire life to their fulfillment, the outcome frequently reveals harsh and despairing realities. To speak frankly, your talent in swordsmanship is indeed of a genius caliber. Yet it ends there. You do not possess the traits of a prodigy. Moreover, irrespective of gender, your physical capabilities are only marginally superior to those of an ordinary person, lacking any extraordinary qualities. In my estimation, if you continue on this path, you shall never become the world's greatest swordsman. Startled, Kuina turned to face him, hastily wiping away her tears, and inquired, "Who are you?" "I am Monkey D. Luffy," he replied. "I have just arrived on this island today, and while taking a stroll this evening, I inadvertently overheard your words. I apologize for the intrusion." Luffy came to a halt several meters away from Kuina, gazing at her with a sense of wonder. He truly did not anticipate that upon arriving on this island, he would encounter Kuina while wandering aimlessly in the night, sleepless. Her wild, unkempt hair and the enigmatic depths of her black eyes, coupled with her strikingly handsome features, created an aura of pressure that contrasted with her petite frame. As a swordwoman, Kuina instinctively sensed the formidable presence emanating from Luffy, which enveloped her in a suffocating intensity. "I am Kuina. Forgive me for revealing my less dignified side," she responded politely, offering her name with a forced smile. "This island's forests harbor many fierce beasts. It would be wise for you to refrain from wandering about at night." Bending down to retrieve her wooden sword, she gazed deeply at it, recalling Luffy's earlier words, and with a somber tone, she uttered, "So, you two believe that a girl could never become the world's greatest swordsman?" After a moment of contemplation, Luffy sat cross-legged on the ground and remarked, "No matter how much I say, you may still not fully comprehend. Are you interested in hearing about the formidable beings of the sea and their strength? Furthermore, what about the powerful women that inhabit the ocean?" Kazuki Oden, however, was not particularly concerned with how these sea warriors gained their might. Her curiosity lay instead in the number of strong women present in the vast waters. Sitting eagerly before Luffy, she inquired with palpable anticipation, "Are you well acquainted with the formidable figures of the ocean? Do you happen to know if any woman has achieved the title of the world's greatest swordsman?" "Do not rush," Luffy replied. "Though my knowledge may be limited, I can certainly address some of your inquiries." Luffy, with a reassuring smile, calmed the restless Kuina, saying, "Before we discuss the formidable warriors, do you comprehend what empowers them to traverse the seas and navigate the Grand Line with such audacious freedom? Is it their physical prowess? Their mastery of swordsmanship? Or perhaps the legendary devil fruits?" After a moment of contemplation, Kuina, who had diligently honed her swordsmanship and cultivated a commendable state of mind, swiftly adjusted her anxious disposition and began to provide answers one by one. Luffy nodded and then shook his head, saying, "You are correct, but you have not conveyed the entirety." Subsequently, Luffy succinctly elaborated on the power structure of the world of One Piece to Kuina. In Chapter 83, Hope and Reality, he briefly outlined 4 forms of power: physical prowess, swordsmanship, devil fruits, and haki. Each of these powers, when mastered to its fullest potential, can elevate an individual to become a formidable force upon the Grand Line. The epitome of physical strength is represented by Carp, who can engage any opponent with nothing but his fists, regardless of whether they are Pirate King Roger, the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, or another adversary. Swordsmanship is epitomized by figures such as the Golden Lion or Dracula Mihawk, known as Hawkeye. Indeed, many fans consider Hawkeye to be the true paragon of swordsmanship. Whitebeard stands as the embodiment of devil fruits, while numerous others exhibit extraordinary abilities derived from these fruits. It is Whitebeard alone who has earned the title of the world's strongest man through the power of the Tremor fruit. Many champions of haki exist, but Luffy merely mentioned Shanks as the man possessing the most potent conqueror's haki. The boundless seas, the wonders of the Grand Line, and the fierce clashes among numerous strongholds create a battleground where islands may crumble, the atmosphere may shatter, and oceans may be cleaved in twain. All of this was beyond the imagination of Kuina, a young girl from a small island in the East Blue, who had yet to venture beyond its shores. She was profoundly captivated by Luffy's words, her heart stirred by the notion of strength reaching unimaginable heights. Even as she pondered, she found it impossible to conceive how one could shatter an island, pierce the heavens, or split flowing waters apart. With a surge of excitement, she gazed at the wooden sword in her hands and exclaimed to Luffy, "If one were at the level of a grand swordsman, they could indeed cleave through islands." The sky and the sea, correct? Luffy nodded affirmatively, stating that the pinnacle swordsman, currently recognized as the world's foremost swordsman, Hawkeye, is undoubtedly capable of such feats. In the original narrative, Hawkeye is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. At that time, fans believed Hawkeye was undeniably at the level of the warlords. Weaker than the admirals yet stronger than the Yonko, occupying one of the upper tiers among the 7. Meanwhile, Gecko Moria was considered the weakest among the warlords. As the story progressed, questions arose. What? Hawkeye's strength is rather formidable? It should be at the level of a celestial body. What? That's incorrect? It could very well be at the Yonko level. After Shanks lost his arm, he was unable to match Hawkeye in a mere swordsmanship duel? Very well. Hawkeye's prowess is indeed exceptional. There is no doubt he is at the Admiral level, and possibly even at the Yonko tier. The fans were eager, and Luffy was equally curious, yearning for the day when Hawkeye's strength would be revealed. Curiously, it was heard that after Hawkeye took Zoro under his wing, he chose to live a reclusive life. He spent his days reading newspapers, tending to farm work, reclining comfortably while sipping tea, living a carefree existence akin to that of a deity. Luffy, to the elastic man outside, when will Hawkeye's strength be unveiled? You must inform me. The island was cleaved in 2, the sky was rent asunder, and the sea was split. Kuina dreamily mused that this was the true power of a great swordsman. The legends of the great swordsman, parting the sea and cleaving mountains, are indeed real. With so many powerful figures at sea, one wonders if there exist any formidable female warriors. Kuina tightly clutched her wooden sword, biting her lip nervously as she gazed at Luffy. Surely, there must be female warriors, those who command the respect of numerous pirates, whose mere presence can compel the Navy headquarters to mobilize troops and treat them with utmost caution. These are the Yonko. One among the Yonko, Charlotte Linlin, also known as Big Mom, is indeed a powerful woman. Is she a great swordsman? Kuina asked excitedly. Luffy shook his head and replied, no. Kuina, feeling disappointed, asked, is there anyone else? Indeed, There is an elder, a veteran from the era of Roger and Whitebeard, who is said to have evaded capture despite being pursued by Garp. She has remained unapprehended and has lived in seclusion for many years. Is she a great swordsman? Luffy hesitantly remarked. Aunt Xia's strength is undoubtedly formidable. However, I am unsure if she qualifies as a great swordsman. Aunt Xia? Kuina inquired, puzzled by Luffy's appellation. Oh, it's nothing. That's just what everyone calls her, Luffy replied awkwardly, scratching his head, inadvertently revealing the fan's moniker for her. Upon hearing the uncertainty regarding Aunt Xia's status as a great swordsman, Kuina felt a tinge of disappointment and, disregarding the peculiar title, spoke in a subdued tone. Are there truly no female great swordsmen? Indeed, there are. Upon witnessing Loli's despondence, Luffy promptly remarked, the Navy has a formidable female candidate for the position of admiral, known as Momonosuke. Her strength is remarkable, wielding the famed sword Kenpyra. She is undoubtedly a grand swordswoman. Finally hearing of a female grand swordswoman, Kuina, filled with excitement, dropped her wooden sword and grasped Luffy's hand, exclaiming, is it true? Is she truly a grand swordswoman? Luffy remained uncertain whether Momonosuke's swordsmanship was at the level of a swordsman or a grand swordsman, to instill hope in Kuina, who sought to pursue her dreams. He nodded affirmatively, uttering, it is true. A sense of relief washed over Kuina, her heart seemingly unburdened. Overwhelmed with joy, she wept as she embraced her wooden sword. Murmuring to herself, it turns out that even a woman can become a grand swordsman. One day, I too shall become a grand swordsman. Challenging the world's foremost grand swordsman and claiming that title as a woman. Someday, I will prove to my father that he was mistaken. Wiping away her tears, Kuina's resolute expression bore a newfound determination. The wavering doubts that once plagued her heart had solidified into unwavering resolve after her conversation with Luffy. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I might not have been able to persist in my dreams. I am truly grateful. Kuina rose and bowed deeply to Luffy. Unbeknownst to them, the night had deepened, and after expressing her gratitude to Luffy, filled with anticipation for the future, Kuina returned to the dojo to rest. Yet, is it not cruel that the newly kindled hope may soon be shattered? Alas! Luffy lay leisurely on a small hill, gazing at the stars. Kuina could not help but think that, as a woman, if Momonosuke could possess the prowess of a great swordsman, then so too could she. However, even if Momonosuke truly wielded the strength of a formidable swordsman, one must consider that her ascension to the rank of a candidate for admiral was not merely a matter of skill, despite her femininity. Her physical constitution could not compete with the likes of Big Mom, a veritable monster in her own right, relegating her to the tier of lesser beings. Exceptional talent, coupled with an extraordinary physique, was what rendered such power possible. Even so, when compared to the three admirals and Mihawk, her strength remained somewhat lacking. Yonkuro was correct in his assertion. Barring the anomaly that is Big Mom, women are inherently weaker than men. While Kuina possessed commendable talent in the way of the sword, her physical attributes were lacking. Even with diligent training and growth, it was likely that she would still fall short in comparison to Momonosuke. Luffy sighed and murmured to himself. Thus, even if Kuina possesses the potential to become a grand swordsman, her capabilities have been exhausted. She can never surpass Mihawk and ascend to the pinnacle of swordsman. Kuina's aspirations will gradually be elucidated in her forthcoming duel with Zoro, where she will come to realize that her physique is her Achilles heel. It dawns upon her that not only is becoming the world's foremost swordsman a distant dream, but even attaining the prowess of someone like Tontada requires a lifetime of unwavering pursuit. The flickering hope, once bright, is swiftly extinguished. Such is the harsh reality. Only a select few inhabit the zenith of the world, and among them, women are regrettably scarce. Kuina, your destiny shall be transformed by my hand. Follow me, and I shall lead you to witness the grandeur of the summit. His soft words drifted away with the wind as Luffy's silhouette melded into the depths of the night. Chapter 84. The Path of the Lost Traveler. The Grand Swordsman's Adage. Only a pure heart, a steadfast belief, and an untainted sword can propel one towards the zenith of swordsmanship and facilitate a breakthrough. An impure sword, much like the Golden Lion, despite being a grand swordsman, can no longer achieve further enlightenment. It is his fruit ability that garners admiration. Throughout the annals of pirate history, every individual who has ascended to become the world's greatest swordsman has been the epitome of purity in both spirit and swordsmanship. As night transitioned into dawn, the fresh morning air was filled with the melodies of various birds. Dewdrops fell upon Luffy's face as the sun began to rise, casting an increasingly blinding light. Perched upon a sturdy branch of a great tree, Luffy lay soundly asleep, furrowing his brow as he shielded his eyes from the intrusive sunlight, gradually awakening. Little Eagle, go fetch me a wild beast. By a babbling brook, Luffy splashed water upon his face, dispelling his drowsiness and invigorating his senses. A sharp cry of a hawk echoed as the rejuvenated fledgling flapped its wings, soaring into the sky. After a moment of circling, it spotted the foraging wild boar, numbered 730, and swooped down with ferocity. Indeed, it seemed that after a night of rest, the young hawk had regained its full strength. Luffy skillfully took hold of the wild boar, expertly skinning it and removing its innards before thoroughly cleaning it. He then skewered the entire boar onto a sturdy tree branch. After preparing a fire pit, he positioned the skewered boar above the flames and ignited the fire. Subsequently, Luffy demonstrated his exceptional grilling prowess. As the minutes passed 10, then 30, the wild boar gradually transformed into a vibrant crimson, eventually turning a rich golden hue, and a potent aroma wafted through the air, reaching far and wide. The young eagle, restless and agitated, shifted its body, its golden-hued eyes fixated on the roasting pig, clearly drooling in anticipation. Luffy swallowed hard, resisting the immediate temptation of indulging in the feast before him, as he slowly turned the whole roasted pig to ensure it was evenly cooked by the flames. Patience. Little Eagle, he reassured, the roast is not yet ready. Although it smells delightful now, the meat inside has yet to reach perfection. Let us wait a little longer. This was not only directed at the little eagle but also a reminder to himself. As an aficionado of barbecue delights, one must possess the virtue of patience to savor exquisite flavors. Time flows like sand, never pausing. After Luffy's meticulous preparation, the whole pig was finally ready. The aroma wafting from it was fragrant yet not overpowering, penetrating deeply and igniting a fervent appetite, unlike the previous overwhelming scent that was greasy and cloying. Huh. How does it smell, Little Eagle? Am I not a skilled roaster? The Little Eagle replied, It smells amazing. Your barbecue skills are fantastic, boss. Luffy, brimming with pride, exclaimed. Of course. Just think back to the days when, wow, last night I unexpectedly encountered Kuina, and now, the roasted whole pig has inadvertently attracted the green algae head? Luffy was momentarily taken aback, tilting his head to the left with an expression of surprise and bewilderment. The little eagle followed his gaze, its head cocked to the side. Before them lay a dense forest, filled with numerous trees. Blinking its eyes, the eagle noticed several wild beasts observing from a distance, hesitant to approach. This was due to the formidable aura that Luffy emanated, which deterred the creatures from interrupting his roasting of a whole pig. Is there no one around? The little eagle pondered, straining to widen its golden, piercing eyes. After a considerable time of focused observation, it finally caught a glimpse of a small green figure sprinting from the depths of the forest, clutching 3 wooden swords. Oh dear, the eagle thought. Feeling a bit fatigued and pained, it blinked vigorously and shook its head. The green figure it had spotted was none other than Zoro, fully known as Roronoa Zoro, a master of the 3-sword style. In the original tale, he faced defeat against Kuina, a loss that would likely haunt him for life following her untimely demise. With his distinctive green hair, short stature, and robust build, Zoro possessed a youthful yet fierce visage, his eyes reflecting an indomitable spirit and a subtle, menacing aura that suggested a wild ferocity akin to that of a young tiger. Zoro was well known for a particular flaw, his abysmal sense of direction. His lack of navigational prowess was so pronounced that merely placing a wooden board between him and his destination could obscure his vision enough to render him lost. This had become a running joke among fans of the series. Could it be? The eagle mused, considering Zoro's notorious tendency to lose his way. Now, Luffy had the opportunity to test the extent of Zoro's directional challenges. Despite approaching directly, why had he suddenly veered off course? The large tree ahead could have been circumnavigated with ease, yet Zoro chose to navigate around it only to double back. It was perplexing. He was so close now, having seen the roasted pig, yet with just a single falling leaf obstructing his view, he inexplicably turned to the right. Such a level of navigational ineptitude was nothing short of extraordinary. In his heart, Luffy grumbled, but thankfully, the aroma of roasted pig lingered in the air. No matter how many circles Zoro turned, he was irresistibly drawn to the source of the delectable scent and finally arrived at the roasted pig. With his stomach growling, he recalled how he had set out that morning for a workout, only to realize he could not return to the dojo. No one would come looking for him, and he was destined to never return. Unexpectedly, a mouth-watering scent wafted towards him. Zoro, as if entranced, floated towards the source of the fragrance. A whole roasted pig. His eyes sparkled with delight, fixating solely on the roasted pig while disregarding everything else. Drool flowed down as he approached the culinary masterpiece, overcoming countless obstacles until he finally stood before it. Zoro's mouth watered like a cascading waterfall, his hands raised high, and in the next moment, like a famished wolf pouncing on its prey, he lunged at the roasted pig. Get lost. Luffy wore an expression of disbelief. He had yet to savor the meat he had grilled himself, and here came Zoro, without so much as a greeting, attempting to partake in it. Even though Zoro was Luffy's trusted first mate in the original narrative, Luffy showed no mercy as he delivered a swift slap that sent Zoro flying. Stunned by the sudden blow, Zoro fell several meters away, his 3 wooden swords scattered upon the ground, one hand pressed against the imprint left on his face. Why did you hit me? Zoro finally caught sight of Luffy, along with a small hawk that was fixated on him. The hawk seemed to express its frustration. I'm furious. I haven't even eaten yet, and this green-haired brat wants to steal my food? Had it not been for the captain slapping him away, I would have shown him the true meaning of my talon technique. This was the essence of the hawk's sentiments, as conveyed by Luffy. Luffy was amused by Zoro's words, declaring, "This roasted pig is mine. You think you can just come and take it? Who else would I fight if not you?" Zoro stood up, baring his teeth, and replied, "Since it is yours, it is now mine." He felt his stomach growl and approached the roasted pig. Luffy's figure obstructed Zoro, diverting his gaze from the whole roasted pig. With a cheerful smile, he inquired, "What do you mean? Do you intend to seize it by force?" Zoro, arms crossed defiantly, replied, "Indeed. Who could resist such an enticing roasted pig? It must be delectable. You stand no chance against me, but considering the delightful feast you have prepared, I shall overlook our previous disagreement. Now, step aside and let me enjoy my meal." The tantalizing aroma of the roasted pig made it increasingly difficult for Zoro to contain his impatience, and he waved his hand dismissively, eager to shoo away the obstructive Luffy. Luffy beamed with a radiant smile, bursting into laughter. "What are you laughing at?" "I laugh at your ignorance." Standing at a height of 1.67 meters, he looked down upon Zoro, who barely reached 1.20 meters. Luffy bent down, gazing directly into Zoro's eyes, articulating each word with precision. The aura of the Emperor surged slightly, not to compel Zoro into submission, as there was no oppressive force of servitude, but rather to subtly convey the chilling essence of death, the haunting imagery of being cut down by a blade. In Chapter 85, Zoro's Challenge, the capabilities of the Emperor's domain were previously elucidated. This domain, a synthesis of observation haki and conqueror's haki, transmits the notions of submission and capitulation through the bridge of observation haki to the target. The intent conveyed through this observation haki carries the overwhelming potency of conqueror's haki, crashing forth like relentless waves upon the target. Should the target be unable to withstand it and yield, a seed of submission to Luffy will take root in their heart, gradually blossoming into a towering tree. For Zoro, a brash youth who would eventually become his comrade, Luffy had no intention of forcing submission. The intent emanating from the Emperor's domain was that of death, the notion of being slain. Luffy merely aimed to instill fear in Zoro. If he could frighten Zoro to the point of losing control, the scene would undoubtedly be poignant. This mischievous thought flitted through Luffy's mind. Suddenly, the aura of death enveloped the air, as if Zoro glimpsed the faint image of his own demise. An oppressive force, akin to suffocation, emanated from Luffy. Zoro was taken aback, involuntarily stepping back and collapsing onto the ground, his eyes wide with terror as he gazed at Luffy. No matter how audacious Zoro had been before, or how grand his future accomplishments might be, at that moment, he was merely a boy, still unrefined. What the heck? I didn't even pee. In his heart, Luffy felt a pang of disappointment at what he could not see, contemplating, when suddenly confronted by the Emperor's domain. It is not merely the young ones who would be struck with terror. Even ordinary adults would find themselves quaking in fear. Truly commendable is Zoro, for despite still being a child, his courage is not to be underestimated. What did you just do? Was it the legendary witchcraft? Zoro pointed his little finger at Luffy, raising his voice to mask his own trepidation. Humph, indeed, this is the fabled sorcery, and I am the legendary monster. You dare to covet my roast pig and still presume to offend me, the great demon? Speak, how do you wish to meet your end? Steamed? Fried? Or perhaps roasted? Luffy revealed a terrifying grin as he slowly approached the fallen Zoro, his lips seemingly glistening with drool, an expression of ravenous delight etched upon his face. Ah, truly a monster, intent on devouring a human. Zoro, convinced by Luffy's words, wore a dazed expression, envisioning the gruesome scene of his own consumption. A shiver coursed through him, every hair on his body standing on end, his mouth agape in shock as he shouted, "Ha ha ha! Indeed, I shall feast upon you." Luffy raised both hands high, as if poised to pounce at any moment, his gaze swirling around Zoro's diminutive figure, contemplating how to prepare him as a delectable feast. "Ah, how infuriating. I am not afraid of you." Zoro, witnessing Luffy's advancing approach, became flustered and clumsy. In the midst of his panic, a sudden thought struck him, and he shouted at Luffy, "As a swordsman, one must possess a heart unyielding to fear, regardless of the circumstances or the peril faced. Zoro, can you truly embody this?" With a smile, the bespectacled Kanshiro stood nearby, instructing Zoro on the proper execution of the three-sword style. An unyielding heart. Zoro recalled the teachings of Director Kanshiro. Rolling his body on the ground to evade Luffy and reaching the three wooden swords that had fallen, he picked them up, gripping one in each hand and clenching another between his teeth. Although fear lingered in his heart regarding Luffy, he mustered his resolve, his gaze fierce as he declared, "Regardless of whether you are a monster or not, come at me. I fear you not." A commendable determination indeed. Luffy gazed at Zoro with admiration, and in the next moment, he couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Well, you've bitten down on a wooden sword, and your speech is quite amusing. Your words are somewhat muddled. I nearly couldn't comprehend what you were saying. How infuriating. If you wish to fight, then do so. Who asked you to pay attention to how I speak?" Zoro, incensed, stomped his feet and shouted, nearly dropping the wooden sword clenched in his mouth, hastily tightening his grip once more. Observing Zoro in such a state, Luffy was on the verge of bursting into laughter. With a cheerful demeanor, he candidly remarked, "Do you truly wish to challenge me? In terms of strength, you stand no chance against me. Whether I can match you is something that can only be discerned through battle." Zoro lowered his body, assuming the three-sword style with grave seriousness, his gaze sharp as he fixed it upon Luffy, suppressing his fear. As Luffy advanced, he seemed to catch a glimpse of Zoro's future silhouette. The formidable stance of the three-sword style, imbued with an intense aura, evoked a sense of fear in those who beheld it. Luffy soon regained his composure, murmuring to himself, "The intensity has diminished significantly, and the murderous aura that accompanies a decisive strike is still absent. Hey, what are you muttering about? Are you going to fight or not?" "I won't." Luffy shook his head, expressing his disinterest in tormenting the currently feeble Zoro, who seemed too weak for such amusement. Zoro, taken aback, found himself in a rather embarrassing predicament, having shed his trousers. At this critical moment, he faltered and questioned, "Are we not fighting anymore? Weren't you eager to defeat me?" Luffy rolled his eyes and exclaimed, "What do you have that is worth eating? I would much prefer to indulge in my roasted whole pig." With that, he turned away and made his way towards the succulent roast. The pig, already perfectly cooked, awaited his feast. Had it not been for Zoro's interruption, he would have devoured it by now. Meanwhile, the little Hawkeye gazed longingly at the roast. If it weren't for the fact that the captain had yet to eat, as a loyal subordinate, it dared not feast first. It had been yearning to dig into the roasted pig for quite some time. "Wait, what is it?" Luffy replied with impatience, glancing back. "Aren't you a monster? Don't monsters typically consume humans? Are you truly not going to eat me?" Luffy humorously remarked, "I am not a monster. I was merely jesting with you. I have already stated that I shall not consume you, yet you remain skeptical. What is it? Do you genuinely wish for me to devour you?" Zoro, realizing Luffy was not a fiend, felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet he also breathed a sigh of relief as his anxiety dissipated. Concerning the legendary monsters, he was akin to the man who feigned interest in dragons. He yearned for an encounter while simultaneously harboring trepidation. Luffy stood firm once more, the roasted whole pig before him, within arm's reach. His lips twitched as he turned back in a frenzy, casting a fierce glare at Zoro, and exclaimed, "What is it now? Can you please finish your words in one go? Don't delay me from enjoying this roasted pig." Zoro too harbored a strong desire for the feast. He swallowed hard, suppressing his appetite, and remarked, "Though you are not a monster, that aura you emanated earlier was quite intimidating, indicating your strength, I presume?" "I, Roronoa Zoro, a master of the three-sword style, hereby challenge you," Zoro solemnly declared, resuming his three-sword stance, his gaze fixed firmly upon Luffy. "Why must we fight?" Luffy pondered for a moment before responding. "It's time for a meat feast. My stomach is yet to be filled, and I have no interest in battling you. As a swordsman, one must not harbor fear. Fear in a swordsman's heart renders their blade ineffective. To wield the sword once more, One must sever the chains of fear within. Zoro clenched his wooden sword, recalling the teachings of the dojo master, Yasuhiro. After Luffy unleashed his formidable haki, Zoro felt a surge of fear. Nevertheless, he contemplated little about the outcome of their clash. What he truly yearned for was to engage in battle and dispel the terror within him. The blood coursing through Zoro's veins was akin to that of a beast, driven by a thirst for strength, a desire to confront formidable foes, and an eagerness for the unknown adventures that lay ahead, beyond merely dispelling fear. Perhaps he also sought to challenge the mighty Luffy, for only by fearlessly confronting the strong can one possess the heart of a warrior and ascend to greatness. Chapter 86. To fight or not to fight. In the original tale, even without grasping the realm of cutting through all things, one is not yet a true swordsman. In the East Blue, he unexpectedly encountered the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. Despite his lack of strength and the looming threat of death, Zoro did not falter. With a resolve to face certain death, he boldly challenged Mihawk. Such is the essence of Zoro. Luffy initially intended merely to intimidate Zoro, but unexpectedly found himself in such a predicament. With fear taking hold, he could not wield his sword. It is imperative to confront fear head-on and sever its grasp. What is this nonsense? Are you attempting to cut me down? Luffy inwardly grumbled, helplessly scratching his head. Since you wish to fight, then let us do so. Monkey D. Luffy, accept your challenge. Zoro, with the wooden sword clenched between his teeth, chuckled. Monkey D. Luffy, is it? Zoro felt a surge of excitement within. This would be his first challenge against a formidable opponent since becoming a three-sword style swordsman. Kuina did not count, as he had never bested her in combat. In Zoro's mind, Kuina was merely a fellow dojo sister he sought to surpass, not a true adversary. His keen instincts, akin to those of a wild beast, sensed an overwhelming aura of invincibility emanating from both Yasuhiro and Luffy. These were the true challengers he longed to confront. Here I come. Zoro bent low, his feet propelling him forward with great force, three swords aimed directly at Luffy. It is still too early for you to challenge me. Luffy, with a leisurely demeanor, extended his hand forward, precisely grasping the central point where the three wooden swords converged. With a firm grip, he simultaneously seized all three swords. Zoro, taken aback, exerted all his strength to withdraw his wooden sword. However, in terms of sheer power, Luffy far surpassed Zoro, effortlessly preventing him from extricating the weapon with just one hand. With a swift push of his hand, Luffy sent Zoro staggering back, releasing the three wooden swords in the process. You are no match for me. Will you still come at me? Zoro stepped back, regaining his footing, surprised by Luffy's sudden release. Undaunted by Luffy's words, he retorted, quit the chatter. The battle has only just begun. I will not concede. With that, Zoro charged forward once more. Well, it's evident that you won't surrender unless I knock you down. Luffy thought, resigned to exerting a bit more effort. He sidestepped to evade the wooden sword and, with a measured force, landed a punch that sent Zoro flying. Damn it. Come at me again. Zoro wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his blood surging with fervor as he fixed a fierce gaze upon Luffy. Gripping the wooden sword tightly with both hands, he charged once again. The disparity in their strength cannot be overcome merely by courage, perseverance, or belief. Such attributes alone cannot defeat a formidable foe. Perhaps in some narratives, protagonists achieve victory through sudden bursts of power or cosmic awakenings, but for Luffy, it is clear that no matter how fiercely Zoro might strive, he could never unexpectedly emerge victorious against him. One punch, two punches, three punches. Luffy repeatedly sent Zoro, who charged at him, flying. Initially, with just a few punches, Zoro's face became nearly unrecognizable. However, considering they were comrades, Luffy showed some leniency and ceased striking his face, opting instead for other areas of his body. Witnessing Zoro endure such a barrage of blows without faltering was a testament to his monstrous resilience. Growing impatient, Luffy delivered a powerful punch to Zoro's abdomen. Zoro clasped his hands around his midsection, his three wooden swords clattering to the ground as he collapsed, writhing in agony and crying out in pain. This heavy blow nearly overwhelmed Zoro's tenacious spirit, threatening to send him into unconsciousness. After a prolonged moment of loud cries, Zoro lay on the ground, gasping for breath, still clutching his aching abdomen. Ultimately, he managed to withstand the ordeal without losing consciousness. Amidst the sounds of tearing and gnawing, the aroma of succulent meat wafted through the air. After incapacitating Zoro, Luffy and the little eagle could hardly contain their eagerness to feast on the roasted pig. The meat was rich yet not greasy, crispy and tender, leaving an indelible essence of flavor that resonated deep within. Delicious, Luffy sighed, while the little eagle nodded, its beak and talons relentlessly launching an assault on the roasted meat before them. Grr. After receiving a good thrashing from Luffy, his already growling stomach now sounded like thunder. Zoro rose, suppressing the temptation of the whole roasted pig, and bowed deeply to Luffy, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for sparing me, granting me my life. Monkey D. Luffy, you are the first formidable opponent I have ever challenged, and you have bestowed upon me a memorable and devastating defeat. I shall remember this defeat, and when I grow stronger, I will challenge you once more. Zoro proclaimed passionately. This defeat did not shatter his confidence. Through this challenge, the fear that once lingered in his heart dissipated. Defeat itself is not terrifying. What is truly frightful is the inability to rise again after falling. Yasaka smiled. Yet his tone was earnest as he spoke to Zoro. Previously, Zoro had struggled to comprehend the words of the dojo master, Yasaku. However, after encountering Luffy and experiencing his first taste of fear and a crushing defeat, Zoro gained profound insight into the master's teachings. In that moment, as he openly accepted his defeat, Zoro seemed to have matured significantly. After expressing his thoughts, he etched Luffy's name and visage into his memory, picked up 3 wooden swords, and, basking in the sunlight, headed back to the dojo. If I recall correctly, the dojo should be in that direction. Last night, he had unexpectedly crossed paths with Kuina, and it was apparent that she had not been heading in the same direction as Zoro. Luffy, stifling a laugh, pointed towards the direction behind Zoro. Of course, I know that. I was just momentarily blinded by the sunlight. Zoro stubbornly insisted on saving face and turned to walk in the direction Luffy indicated. Wrong. You are going the wrong way. Zoro halted, gazing ahead, and replied, No, that's right. Luffy's indicated direction featured a large tree, and indeed, there was a grand tree before him. To avoid embarrassment in front of Luffy, Zoro cleverly committed the tree to memory. With an expressionless face, Luffy pointed towards the large tree to the right of Zoro and remarked, That direction is the correct one. You have veered off course. Zoro, bewildered, glanced over and noticed another grand tree in that direction. Turning back, he found himself once again confronted by yet another tree. I must have mistaken the tree, he thought. Zoro adamantly refused to acknowledge his lack of direction, stubbornly continuing to walk towards the right. You are going the wrong way again. How can that be? He retorted. Isn't this a large tree? A large tree? Just take a look around. How many grand trees do you see? I seriously doubt your ability to focus on just one tree as you proceed. Luffy patted his forehead and remarked, Moreover, this is a forest. Do you truly believe that you, a directionally challenged individual, can find your way back to the dojo from here? Eh? How did you know I was directionally challenged? Zoro exclaimed in surprise, quickly waving his hands to clarify. No, that's not true. I am not directionally challenged. Luffy remained silent, merely observing Zoro with a hint of amusement. Under Luffy's scrutinizing gaze, Zoro felt increasingly uncomfortable, his spirits dwindling. No longer able to maintain his facade, he admitted, All right, I do have a slight sense of direction issue. Just a minor one. To assure Luffy of his sincerity, Zoro reiterated his claim. Luffy is amusing, a bit of a scatterbrain, perhaps? Self-deception, indeed. Well, just a tad. With no one to escort you back, it seems you'll have to return to the dojo, which will undoubtedly consume a fair amount of your time. You must be quite hungry by now, are you not? If you would not mind, do come over. I shall treat you to a whole roasted pig. Zoro's expression shifted in surprise as he pointed to himself and exclaimed, You're treating me? To a whole roasted pig? Luffy tore off a hind leg and said to Zoro, Yes. Do you want it? If not, I'll eat it. Yes. Yes. I want it. Zoro exclaimed eagerly, drooling as he rushed toward Luffy. Chapter 87. Zoro using his fists. I have returned. Zoro proclaimed, contentedly cradling his stomach, stretching his legs straight as he sat on the ground. His face was still swollen, and his body ached from the beating he had received, yet it mattered little. Tomorrow, he would rise again, ready to face the world like a true warrior. Thank you for the feast of roasted pig. I shall treat you to a grand meal when the opportunity arises. After resting for a while, Zoro stood up, grinning widely as he bowed to Luffy, who remained seated on the ground. Despite suffering a crushing defeat in their battle, he had relished the experience and enjoyed a delicious meal. Zoro felt a deep satisfaction with the day's events, motivated by the powerful figure ahead that urged him to train harder. Now fully satiated and invigorated, he was determined to intensify his training regimen severfold. Wait, Are you going to train? Luffy called out as he noticed Zoro preparing to leave, squinting his eyes. He thought to himself, it is a rare opportunity to encounter Zoro, and now is the perfect moment to build rapport and recruit him onto the ship. Unaware of Luffy's intentions, Zoro turned around and replied, yes. Is there something you need? I possess some experience in physical training. If you do not mind, I can offer you guidance on how to strengthen your body. As Luffy spoke humbly, a confident smile adorned his face. He refrained from claiming mastery over the way of the sword. However, when it came to physical training, he possessed remarkable skills, including the ability to return life and the mastery of the Marine's 6 styles, which filled him with pride, placing him just beneath Carp in prowess. Upon hearing Luffy's offer to assist him in physical training, Zoro was momentarily taken aback, but his eyes soon sparkled with excitement. Judging by Luffy's previous displays of skill, his martial arts should be commendable. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, Zoro scratched his head and remarked, to me, you are indeed strong. However, in comparison to Director Gungshiro, you would undoubtedly fall short. I appreciate your goodwill, but I shall heed the advice of Director Gungshiro regarding my training. You are a swordsman, as is Director Gungshiro. His focus lies in the art of the sword, not in physical techniques. I am not a swordsman. I am a user of a devil fruit, and physical techniques are my forte. You are correct that, for the time being, your director surpasses me in strength. Nevertheless, when it comes to experience in physical training, I can assure you that I possess far more than your director. With unwavering confidence, Luffy observed Zoro's skeptical expression. Rising to his feet, he resolved to demonstrate what it truly meant to be a master of physical techniques. Zoro. In the blink of an eye, under Zoro's astonished gaze, Luffy's figure vanished and reappeared in another location. Second gear, Gale Foot. Although the power of Gale Foot was not particularly formidable, utilizing second gear allowed him to sever a tree of modest size. Is this what Captain Yasu said about the slashing wave? Can it truly be accomplished with a kick? Zoro rubbed his eyes in disbelief, incredulous, and exclaimed, piercing gun. Luffy's performance was far from over. His second gear remained active. His fingers rapidly tapped against a colossal tree, producing a series of thuds as several small holes emerged in the trunk. Iron block. What was once a highly elastic physique had now transformed into an astonishing rigidity, effortlessly toppling the mighty tree without incurring any injury. To be candid, the iron block technique held little significance for Luffy. His rubbery form possessed remarkable elasticity. Forsaking that elasticity for hardness seemed like exchanging a sesame seed for a watermelon. A rubber body is impervious to blunt force when faced with a sharp weapon. Should elasticity reach an extraordinary level, even a blade could be deflected. Coupled with the power of Haki, it transformed him into an impenetrable shield. In his battle against Cracker, Luffy displayed no fear of formidable thrusts. Although he was in his 4th gear, it illustrated that his elasticity had reached such heights that even sharp objects could be rebuffed. Moonwalk. Luffy leaped into the air, employing his unique technique of moonwalk with his feet contracting, bounding gracefully for a few moments before descending to the ground, concluding his performance. Luffy had no intention of demonstrating his paper drawing skills, and since no one was willing to strike him, the act of twisting and turning felt rather awkward. Yet, he could soar. Zoro was utterly astonished as he observed Luffy's demonstration of the 5 styles of martial arts. Even though he previously believed that the director of the dojo, Gungshiro, surpassed Luffy, he no longer held that conviction. The display of the Navy's 5 styles had left Zoro in a state of unprecedented awe. It became clear to him that through martial prowess, a human could achieve rapid movement, unleash slashing waves with their feet, and even traverse the skies. Zoro found it incredible. His previously narrow perspective had vastly expanded. Indeed, even relying solely on physical techniques, some formidable practitioners could hold their ground against great swordsmen. Therefore, for those adept in martial arts, walking through the skies was hardly a remarkable feat. Luffy crossed his arms, explaining with an air of nonchalance. It is indeed remarkable that some martial artists can contend with the great swordsman. The prowess of martial arts is truly impressive. For a swordsman, the great swordsman represents an ultimate aspiration. To Zoro, the great swordsman embodies an unimaginable strength. He had not anticipated that one could rival a great swordsman merely through physical prowess. Zoro envisioned the fierce clashes between the great swordsman and the martial artists, his heart racing with excitement as he yearned to grow stronger and encounter various formidable opponents. Are you truly willing to impart these powerful techniques to me? Reflecting on Luffy's display of martial arts, Zoro recalled some commonplace training methods taught by Koshiro. Without hesitation, he dismissed the exercises imparted by Koshiro from his mind. Luffy is, indeed, true love. Since I have revealed this to you, if you wish to learn, I am more than willing to impart my knowledge. With your formidable physique, if you dedicate yourself to rigorous training and physical techniques, you will undoubtedly become a master in that domain. How intriguing, Luffy mused. Envisioning a scene where the three-sword style swordsman Zoro is trained to embrace the raw intensity of hand-to-hand combat, such an image would surely be poignant. Though one cannot help but wonder if it might lead to misfortune. No, I am a swordsman of the three-sword style. My ambition lies in becoming a grand swordsman, with the aspiration of being the world's greatest swordsman. Both of these aspirations are the pursuit of every swordsman, and Zoro, having already embraced the three-sword style, is no exception. Surprisingly, Zoro shook his head and declared, since mastering these physical techniques will require a significant investment of time, I shall forego them. I cannot allow my swordsmanship to languish in the pursuit of such techniques. Determined in his goals, he resolutely rejected all temptations. Though young, Zoro's unwavering resolve is not to be underestimated. Will you truly not learn? One must acknowledge that these physical techniques are indeed formidable. I believe that a slight delay in the cultivation of swordsmanship is a worthy trade for mastering such powerful techniques. Luffy teased, enticingly. No, thank you. Zoro shook his head without a moment's hesitation and replied, I cannot master your physical techniques. I appreciate your kind offer, but I must take my leave. Wait a moment. Luffy hastily called a halt to Zoro, who looked at him in confusion. Not wishing to tease him any further, he shrugged and said, It's fine if you don't wish to learn physical techniques. Are you saying that even in the realm of effectively training your body, you don't require my guidance? Luffy chuckled and said, What do you think? When it comes to physical training, who possesses greater knowledge, me or your dojo's master? Zoro hesitated for a moment, then, following his instincts, replied, It should be you. After all, I have yet to witness Master Gungshiro demonstrate such formidable physical prowess. Luffy shrugged his shoulders and said, Well, that's that. It's perfectly fine if you don't wish to learn martial arts. When it comes to physical training, I can teach you far better than your instructor. So, what do you say? Are you still planning to leave? Zoro immediately shook his head and hurriedly replied, I won't leave. I come before Luffy and bow respectfully. From now on, I entrust my physical training to you. Since he was not learning time-consuming martial techniques, Zoro was naturally willing to accept Luffy's guidance in daily physical training, especially when it came from a star-level expert like Luffy, while Gungshiro was merely a king level. Gungshiro taught Zoro the way of the sword, not martial arts. Luffy would merely instruct Zoro on how to train his body more effectively, without crossing the boundaries of what is typically shared between master and disciple. Furthermore, Gungshiro had yet to officially acknowledge Zoro as his disciple. Chapter 88. Tenfold difficulty. Although Zoro was still young, his physique was undoubtedly that of a monstrous caliber. During his initial days at the Yishin Dojo, Gungshiro keenly recognized Zoro's extraordinary potential. With a talent for swordsmanship combined with his monstrous physique, Zoro was destined to become a formidable swordsman, provided he survived. Gungshiro was pleasantly surprised to have Zoro as a disciple. Although he had not yet openly admitted Zoro as his direct disciple, he would, in moments of private inclination during their training sessions, offer him additional guidance and attention. As a swordsman, a powerful physique is indispensable. Gungshiro possessed considerable experience in physical training. However, no amount of experience could rival that of Luffy. To be frank, Gungshiro's methods of physical training were decent. Yet they fell short of fully tapping into Zoro's extraordinary potential. Luffy instructed Zoro to demonstrate his usual physical training regimen for him to observe. He contemplated Zoro's physical endurance, and after a night of reflection, the following morning, amidst Zoro's anticipation, Luffy had meticulously devised a personalized training program for him. He took into account various aspects of physicality, including strength, reaction time, endurance, resilience, and speed. If you adhere to my plan, Luffy assured him, you will witness remarkable progress within 5 days. With unwavering confidence, Luffy handed a sheet of paper to Zoro, the page densely inscribed with minuscule characters, his meticulously crafted training regimen. As Zoro gazed at the countless tiny letters, a shiver ran down his spine, and he stammered, How many times more challenging is this training plan compared to my previous regimen? Just tenfold, came the reply. Luffy, with an air of nonchalance, seemed to utter, It's nothing. 10 times? Zoro exclaimed, his jaw nearly unhinged in shock, his small hands trembling as they clutched the paper. Is this meant to break me? The training imparted by Director Yaguru had nearly pushed me to my limits. With an additional tenfold difficulty, surely I would be driven to my demise. No, I shall not perish. Luffy spoke earnestly. The prospect of increasing the difficulty tenfold may seem daunting. However, upon careful consideration, I believe this is the most reasonable approach to your training regimen. This program will not push you to the brink of exhaustion. Rather, it is designed to maximize your potential without compromising your physical capabilities. What do you say? Are you willing to train? You mentioned that with this regimen, significant improvements could be observed within 5 days, allowing me to become stronger post-haste. To embrace such a tenfold increase in training intensity is no small feat, even for Zoro, who hesitated before responding. Indeed, if you do not witness substantial results after 5 days, you may choose to abandon my training plan. After observing Zoro's training for an entire day, Luffy discerned that Kayashiro's method only tapped into half of Zoro's current physical potential. Following this regimen, within 5 days, Zoro's untapped potential could be fully realized. If we liken Zoro's current physical capacity to a small vessel, he has only managed to fill it halfway. Luffy's training plan aims to fill that vessel to the brim within 5 days. Once filled, sustained and relentless training would be required to transform the small vessel into a larger one, a process that cannot be accomplished in a mere moment. All right, I accept. I will adhere to your training plan. Zoro recalled the shame of his defeat to Kuina, gritting his teeth as he made his decision. In the realm of swordsmanship, he could not hope to match Kuina in a short span. To surpass her, he would need to rely on his physical advantages. Zoro's combat intelligence is not to be underestimated. Although he had faced numerous defeats against Kuina, he recognized his significant advantage in physical prowess. A tenfold increase in training intensity could greatly enhance my strength in just 5 days. Kuina, wait for me. I will surely defeat you. With this resolve igniting an indomitable spirit within him, Zoro eagerly urged Luffy, time is of the essence. Let us commence our training without delay. Very well. The first exercise takes place in the forest, Luffy declared, assuming the role of a stern instructor while Zoro played the reluctant student. The initial exercises proved somewhat challenging for Zoro, yet a plethora of arduous tasks awaited him. Just as he completed one exercise and sought a moment to catch his breath, Luffy mercilessly delivered a flying kick, sending Zoro sprawling into the dirt. You cannot afford to pause. Keep moving. Zoro spat out the mud from his mouth, hastily rising to tackle the next exercise. This is too much. I merely wanted to catch my breath, he protested to Luffy as he continued his training. Luffy crossed his arms and remarked, protests are futile. Since you agreed to follow my training regimen, you must obey all my commands. Of course, you are free to refuse. Simply cease participating in my training program. How infuriating. Do not underestimate me. I am not one to easily surrender, Zoro shouted, resolutely focusing on his training and choosing not to engage in further debate with Luffy. In his quest for strength and to defeat Kuina, he was willing to endure the most grueling of workouts, and Luffy's stern demeanor was of little consequence. Come on, weren't you hungry just a moment ago? You're taking far too long on this exercise. Completing each task in 10 minutes, is that too slow? Zoro refrained from arguing, gritting his teeth as he dragged his weary body forward, shouting motivational cries to himself, determined that as long as his body could still move, he would not allow it to slow down. Under Luffy's strict supervision, one exercise after another was gradually completed by Zoro as dusk approached. Am I going to die? As the last of the waning sunlight cast its glow upon his face, Zoro collapsed onto the ground, utterly oblivious to the existence of his own body. His eyes rolling as he weakly inquired of Luffy, who stood nearby. Fear not, you are not dead. I hereby declare that you have completed all the daytime training tasks. Luffy bent down, smiling at Zoro. Have I truly accomplished it? I can hardly believe it. As the sounds around them faded, Zoro, having just spoken, promptly succumbed to exhaustion and fell asleep. Rest for a while. Once I finish grilling the meat and satisfy our hunger, the evening's arduous training has yet to commence. Luffy entrusted Little Eagle with the task of safeguarding Zoro from any oblivious beasts that might intrude. He intended to venture out and capture a few creatures to prepare a sumptuous barbecue feast. For a being as formidable as Zoro, no matter how grievous the injuries or how exhausting the ordeal, as long as the wounds were not fatal, a hearty meal of roasted meat proved more effective than any healing method. Why is Zoro absent from his training today? Clad in a pristine white training robe, perpetually adorned with a gentle smile, he wore round spectacles, exuding a demeanor that was both amiable and accommodating. It was difficult to perceive that this seemingly ordinary middle-aged man was none other than the head of the dojo and the esteemed swordsman, Gunshiro. Standing in the area where Zoro typically practiced, Gungshiro would not only instruct him in swordsmanship but would also check on his training progress every few days. Today, however, he found it peculiar that Zoro had not come to seek his guidance on sword techniques. Puzzled, he arrived at Zoro's usual training spot, wondering if Zoro had once again lost his way. Chapter 89. The Astonishment of Gungshiro. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Luffy's grueling training regimen has inadvertently led Zoro to persist for 3 consecutive days. During this span, Zoro remains uncertain if he has indeed grown stronger. All he comprehends is that each day teeters on the precipice of life and death, as though he could succumb to exhaustion at any moment. Why does it feel as though the training exercises have escalated in difficulty? As the sun sets, casting a warm glow, and the evening breeze turns refreshing, dusk approaches, and the birds return to their nests while the beasts retreat to their lairs. Zoro, much like the previous days, collapses onto the ground, appearing as if he could be overwhelmed by fatigue at any instant. Is that so? No, it must be merely your illusion. Luffy would never admit that he was utterly astonished by Zoro's remarkable physical endurance. In an effort to enhance the efficacy of their training, Luffy subtly increased the difficulty of their exercises without Zoro's awareness. Otherwise, if they maintained the same level of challenge, Zoro, with his extraordinary adaptability, would have been able to catch his breath within just 3 days. It was not as it is now, where he had just completed the daytime regimen and, much like the first day, succumbed to a profound exhaustion and fell into a deep slumber. It is no wonder that I had not seen Zoro for several consecutive days. I initially presumed he had lost his way, only to discover he was here, training with you. With a serene epiphany, I tread lightly through the dimly lit forest, where a white silhouette emerged, glinting under the reflection of my glasses. After not having seen Zoro for days, I, Gungshiro, could no longer restrain myself from searching for him. As a renowned swordsman, it was only natural for me to utilize my observation haki. As long as this individual remained on the island, I could easily locate him with a bit of time invested. Following the trail of Zoro's aura, I arrived here early. What astonished me was not Zoro's rigorous training, but rather Luffy's presence. Before coming here, I had assumed Zoro was training alone, unaware that Luffy was also here. Throughout my observation, I had failed to sense Luffy's presence at all. May I inquire your name? I am Gungshiro, the director of Zoro's swordsmanship dojo. Even in close proximity, my observation haki could not discern Luffy's aura. I began to speculate. Could it be that he has either utilized the powers of a devil fruit to obscure his presence or has consciously suppressed his aura, rendering him undetectable? Either scenario suggests that Luffy is quite formidable. Maintaining a composed demeanor, I resolved to first ascertain Luffy's intentions regarding Zoro. I would determine whether Luffy bore good or ill will before making any decisions. My name is Monkey D. Luffy. It is a pleasure to meet you, Director Gungshiro. Luffy responded calmly, having sensed long ago that Gungshiro was watching him discreetly. While Luffy was preoccupied with training Zoro, he paid little heed to Gungshir's furtive glances. Even though his instincts warned him that Gungshiro possessed formidable strength capable of endangering his life, he remained untroubled. He believed that as long as he committed no wrongdoing, there was no reason to fear the specter of danger. Luffy, with genuine goodwill, assists Zoro in his training. And Gungshiro is not a malevolent figure who resorts to violence at the slightest provocation. There is nothing to fear. Beneath the glasses of Monkey, a glimmer of realization sparkles. Gungshiro is taken aback by Luffy's name, pondering deeply. With the mention of Monkey, it becomes evident that such coincidences are exceedingly rare. The naval hero, Monkey D. Garp. What is his connection to you? Gungshiro not only recognizes Garp, but also knows of Dragon. However, the existence of Dragon is a delicate matter, and he can only speak of Garp. Ah, you mean Garp? He is my grandfather. In the original narrative, it is known that Gungshiro has ties to the Revolutionary Army. Thus, from the outset, Luffy has never contemplated concealing anything. In that case, you are indeed the son of that person, Gungshiro murmurs softly, barely audible. Regarding Dragon's identity, Garp and Gungshiro possess some awareness. Garp has only one son, Dragon. And since Luffy is Garp's grandson, it is irrefutable that Luffy is also Dragon's son. Life is indeed filled with unexpected turns. Gungshiro muses, reflecting on how his valued disciple unexpectedly encounters the son of Dragon, seemingly forming a good rapport. He perceives the wheels of destiny turning. Haha. Who would have thought you were truly the grandson of the heroic Garp? I have always held great admiration for Vice Admiral Garp. If it pleases you, I would be honored to invite you to my humble dojo for a cup of tea. The grandson of Garp. The son of dragon, Gung Shilang, is both intrigued by and eager to host Luffy. Luffy smiled and shook his head, saying, "Well, I would dearly love to visit the director. The training of Zoro is of utmost importance at this critical juncture. I simply cannot spare the time right now. Perhaps I shall go in a couple of days." In just 2 days, which amounts to 5 days hence, Zoro's physical potential would be thoroughly explored, and there would be no need for Luffy to supervise him constantly. Is that so? Very well then. In 2 days, I shall prepare a grand feast to await your esteemed presence. During these next few days, I entrust Zoro's training to you. Gung Shilang had been watching from the sidelines for quite some time, aware that although Zoro's training was quite arduous, it posed no harm to his body, largely due to Luffy's vigilant oversight. Do not say such things. You are Zoro's director, and his training ought to be your responsibility. It is indeed improper for me to assist in Zoro's training without your consent. I hope you do not hold it against me. It is quite all right. As Zoro's swordsmanship director, my role is solely to teach the art of the sword. I am not particularly versed in physical training. So if you are here to guide Zoro in that regard, I shall certainly not fault you, as long as it does not interfere with his swordsmanship practice. Luffy nodded earnestly, assuring, "Rest assured, Zoro's swordsmanship has certainly not been neglected. He would never consent to merely training his body without refining his sword skills." Even the temptation of the Navy's 6 styles, a physical technique, was resisted by him so as not to hinder his swordsmanship practice. Thus, if Luffy's training regimen had not fully integrated the development of sword techniques, Zoro would not have acquiesced. During this period, Zoro's sword training consists solely of fundamental slashing motions. Observing Zoro's day of training, Luffy adeptly incorporated the 3-sword style into the exercise routine. Gung Shilang nodded in agreement, witnessing Zoro simultaneously honing his swordsmanship while training. "Very well. Let it be so. I shall not take up any more of your time." With that, Gung Shilang entrusted Zoro to Luffy and turned to depart, his figure fading into the night. If I weren't so weak at this moment, I would relish the opportunity to spar with Gung Shilang. Sigh. Regrettably, Luffy has ventured off to capture beasts for a barbecue feast. His strength falters, preventing him from boldly challenging formidable foes, which is truly disheartening. In stark contrast to Luffy's frustration, Gung Shilang is profoundly astonished. He never anticipated that Luffy's evasion of his observation was not due to any devil fruit ability, but rather a manifestation of life return, which concealed his entire aura. What leads Gung Shilang to be certain of Luffy's use of life return? During their conversation, he meticulously observed Luffy. His breathing was nearly imperceptible, and his heart seemed to be in a state of suspension, not exhibiting the usual fluctuations of a beating heart. Several subtle characteristics, often unnoticed by ordinary individuals, were discernible to Gung Shilang and Luffy. Chapter 90, The Contempt of the Little Eagle. Due to certain past experiences, Gung Shilang is no stranger to the concept of life return. Luffy's condition unmistakably reflects its usage. Upon realizing this, Gung Shilang nearly betrayed his astonishment through his expression. It is important to note that even the strongest practitioners of life return typically reserve its use for battle, seldom employing it in their daily lives. The exertion of life return saps mental energy, and during a brief skirmish is feasible, yet Gung Shilang had never contemplated that someone could maintain this state during ordinary moments. Truly, a monster. His grandfather was a monster, his father a monster, and now Luffy too is a monster. A family of monsters indeed. Gung Shilang has no doubts about Luffy's ability to utilize life return. Carp, as a master of physical prowess, undoubtedly possesses this skill as well. Thus, it stands to reason that Carp must have taught Luffy about life return. Although Gung Shirang's conjecture may be slightly off, it is not far from the truth. "Father, what are you saying about monsters?" Kuina, having brewed a pot of tea, entered to find Gung Shilang lost in thought, muttering about monsters. It's nothing," Gung Shilang replied, snapping back to reality, reverting to his usual cheerful demeanor. He accepted the teapot and calmly savored the tea, as if nothing had transpired. If Luffy were aware of the shock residing in Gung Shirang's heart, he would surely respond nonchalantly, using life return in everyday life. It's a piece of cake. Luffy does not intentionally seek to show off in front of Yamakawa. There is little to boast about. In truth, apart from the essential daily practice of the vibrational body refinement technique, he occasionally enters a temporary state of suspended life return due to excessive energy expenditure. During the remainder of his day, Luffy consistently maintains the state of life return. Unbeknownst to him, the formidable strength of his soul has bestowed upon him a remarkable advantage, the ability to sustain the life return state even in the absence of intense combat. This is reminiscent of Itachi Uchiha in Naruto, who perpetually maintains the three-tomo Sharingan, or Goku in Dragon Ball, who is always in his Super Saiyan form. All for the sake of honing their abilities. Luffy is much the same. While his mastery over the return of life is truly remarkable, he remains unsatisfied, yearning to cultivate this ability to an unprecedented level. A faint intuition suggests that, in the future, should Luffy aspire to transcend his limits and grow stronger, the return of life will serve as a significant aid. He maintains this state of life returned solely in the presence of Carp, deliberately concealing his true strength from him. Thus, when Yaguro sought Zoro using his observation haki, Luffy, who was persistently in the state of life return, naturally eluded detection. For the next 2 days, Yaguro did not intrude upon the two, fully trusting Luffy to guide Zoro in his training. It is a given that someone capable of the return of life is undoubtedly a master in physical training, leaving little room for concern. 5 consecutive days passed without Zoro making an appearance, leaving Kuina and her fellow dojo companions perplexed as to why Zoro had ceased his sword practice. Could it be that the notoriously directionally challenged swordsman had gotten lost on his way back? Hey, Aoki, weren't you responsible for bringing Zoro back to the dojo? Why has he been absent for several days? Aoki, feeling wronged, protested, I did search for Zoro, but I couldn't find him anywhere. Not at his usual training spots or elsewhere. Under the scrutiny of his fellow dojo members, Aoki swiftly clarified that it was not due to a lack of effort on their part, but rather that the enemy was too cunning. That fool hasn't wandered off to the other side of the island, has he? Kuina mused to herself as she walked past her fellow dojo members. She was indifferent to whether Zoro was lost or worse. Since Luffy had arrived much earlier, there had yet to be any emotional bond formed between Kuina and Zoro. Their current relationship was one of rivalry, each viewing the other as a formidable opponent to overcome. Today marked the 5th day. As dusk fell and night enveloped the forest, a campfire illuminated a clearing of several square meters. The aroma of roasting meat wafted through the air, enticing a pack of wild beasts lurking in the shadows. Yet under Luffy's overwhelming presence, they could only gaze longingly from the darkness, too intimidated to venture forth. Luffy, just how strong are you? By the fire, Luffy slowly turned the meat on the spit, while a small hawk perched nearby, its keen eyes fixated on the tantalizing food. Zoro's gaze wandered incessantly over the delectable roast, his stomach growling in protest. Having just completed a rigorous training session, he weakly inquired of Luffy. In the previous days, after finishing their daytime training, Zoro had often collapsed, only to be roused by Luffy once the meat was ready, allowing him to feast before continuing with nighttime exercises. At that time, Luffy had already driven away all the lurking beasts, which Zoro, oblivious to the unusual circumstances, had failed to notice. This evening, however, Zoro, having remarkably avoided fainting after his daytime training, witnessed firsthand how Luffy simultaneously intimidated the wild beasts while calmly tending to the roasting meat. How strong is he? To articulate that now would be futile. Once you set sail, you shall understand in due course. Luffy flipped the skewers of meat without expending much breath to explain to Zoro the depths of his strength. Humph, I won't say more, but I shall inevitably grow powerful enough to challenge you once again. At that time, I shall ascertain the extent of your strength for myself, Zoro declared, lifting his chin and baring his teeth. Gurgle. Yet, within mere moments, the sound from his stomach betrayed him, casting a shadow of embarrassment upon him. Ha. The meat is ready. Let us feast. As Luffy spoke, he first tore off a large hind leg to enjoy. Zoro, momentarily forgetting his earlier bravado, lunged eagerly at the roasted meat. A small eagle flapped its wings, sending Zoro tumbling to the ground. With a disdainful glance at the fallen swordsman, it deftly pulled off another large hind leg and sauntered away to relish its meal. Damn it, if I weren't so exhausted from training, I would definitely give you a thrashing, Zoro grumbled, hastily rising to his feet. The most delectable hind leg had vanished, leaving him with only the foreleg to feast upon. Delicious. Luffy, how is your roasted meat so incredibly tasty? Zoro marveled, regardless of how many times he had savored Luffy's cooking. Frustratingly, he yearned to learn the craft, yet lamented his lack of talent in roasting. All right, I'm revived, Zoro declared, his hunger sated, feeling the strength he thought lost return. Standing tall, he stretched his back, raising his arms high, and addressed Luffy, let the training commence. We're not training tonight, Luffy replied, leaning against a large tree, gazing up at the myriad stars adorning the night sky in various patterns. Isn't it still the 5th day? Why not train? Zoro questioned. Because, in terms of short-term goals, you've already graduated, Luffy smiled, observing Zoro's astonishment. In other words, the promise I made at the beginning, that in 5 days, you would significantly enhance your strength, has come to fruition. Fruition? My strength has truly increased? Zoro pondered, his gaze fixed on his hands with excitement. Until now, he had been so engrossed in rigorous training that he had scarcely noticed any changes in his physique. Now, as he attentively reflected, he indeed felt a surge of power coursing through him after his meal. This newfound strength was undeniable, far greater than it had been 5 days prior. Chapter 91. Luffy's plan. Zoro confirmed without a doubt that his strength had indeed improved. Kuina, just you wait. This time, I will defeat you, he shouted joyfully. For as a man, he felt a deep sense of frustration and shame in having lost to a girl in their previous duel. The moment he realized his significant enhancement in strength, Zoro's thoughts were consumed with challenging Kuina once more. If the night had not fallen, he would have eagerly sought her out. Yet, he reminded himself not to be overly optimistic. While his strength had indeed surged in the realm of swordsmanship, he was still no match for Kuina. Thus, should they truly engage in combat, victory and defeat would likely be evenly matched. Luffy unexpectedly encountered Kuina. Although he had never witnessed her practicing swordsmanship and was unaware of her proficiency in the art, one could deduce from the original narrative that her swordsmanship undoubtedly surpassed Zoro's at that time. Zoro possessed immense physical strength but lacked finesse in swordplay, while Kuina, though not as physically strong, excelled in her skills with the blade. 5 days ago, this was the situation, but now it has shifted. The difference lies in Zoro's significantly enhanced physical prowess. Consequently, Luffy speculates that in their next duel, Zoro would not easily succumb to Kuina again. The growth in his strength, reflexes, and endurance presents Zoro with a greater chance of overcoming Kuina. Oh, Luffy, do you know Kuina? Luffy's cold words did not faze Zoro. From having been effortlessly defeated by Kuina to now perceiving a 50% chance of victory as assessed by Luffy, Zoro felt a burgeoning satisfaction and an increase in confidence. What truly captured Zoro's attention was Luffy's mention of Kuina. This was presumably the first time he had uttered her name in front of Luffy. However, it seemed that Luffy was already familiar with Kuina. You mentioned Kuina? I happened to encounter her once before and engaged in a brief conversation. Oh, I see, Zoro replied. With that revelation, he paid little heed to the specifics of what Luffy and Kuina had discussed. Instead, he picked up 3 wooden swords, eagerly practicing his moves, his heart brimming with anticipation for the dawn of the next day. As Luffy observed Zoro practice his sword techniques, he reminisced about that night when the stubborn little girl had cried out to the heavens. Kuina's resolute dream would soon face Zoro's challenge by the morrow. With a sigh, Luffy contemplated the moment he resolved to assist Zoro in his training, fully aware of the events that would subsequently unfold. In truth, this was a plan that Luffy had meticulously devised long before. Even had he not fortuitously encountered Zoro, he would have sought him out. To truly alter the fate of Kuina, who had perished, it was imperative to take her away from this place and keep her close. From the very beginning, this was Luffy's intention. Zoro, what is your dream? A dream? Haven't I mentioned it? To become a great swordsman, and ultimately the world's finest swordsman. In order to fulfill that dream, you must venture out to sea and challenge formidable swordsmen. Have you considered your sense of direction? With your poor navigation skills, will you truly avoid getting lost at sea? Zoro's expression stiffened, his wooden sword coming to a halt as he stubbornly retorted, I'm merely a little directionally challenged. Who's to say I will definitely get lost when I set sail in the future? Even if I do, I can always find someone to guide me. Deep down, Zoro was acutely aware that getting lost was a certainty. With a sense of unease, he reluctantly uttered the last part of his statement. Since you need someone to guide you, how about I be that person for you? Luffy smiled as he proposed. Who says I will definitely need someone to guide me? I merely suggested it was a possibility. Wait, you would guide me? Zoro, vehemently denying his acute lack of direction, hastily countered, only to suddenly process Luffy's words. Blinking in astonishment, Luffy nodded and said, Indeed, in the future, you will set sail to challenge the masters of swordsmanship. And I too shall embark on a journey as a pirate. Therefore, join me as my companion and come aboard my ship. The vast and enigmatic ocean, along with that dreamlike sea, is adorned with unparalleled grandeur and splendor, where numerous formidable adversaries vie for supremacy, their wills and beliefs clashing with fervent force. This is the Grand Line. Zoro, if you aspire to become the world's greatest swordsman, the Grand Line is an essential realm for you to realize your dreams. So, be my ally. Let us venture together into the Grand Line, defeat the myriad of powerful foes, and establish our legendary names. May our fame echo across the seas and resonate throughout the world. Luffy's tone oscillated from a deep timbre to a soaring crescendo. In a fervent display, he raised his hands high, passionately articulating their envisioned future to Zoro, as if merely agreeing to board his ship would instantly realize his dreams. At that moment, Luffy embodied the essence of a legendary orator, his infectious charisma and rhetorical prowess shining through. It was undeniable that Zoro was moved by Luffy's words, his identity as a pirate rendering him oblivious to any doubts. In his mind, he was already envisioning the legendary Grand Line, conquering formidable foes, and ascending to the esteemed throne of the world's greatest swordsman. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Enveloped in these thoughts, Zoro placed his hands on his hips, laughing heartily, exuding a sense of pride tinged with foolishness. Luffy's lips twitched as he inquired, "Zoro, have you given it some thought? Will you accept?" The laughter subsided, and Zoro, with a hint of pride, replied, "I would consider joining your crew in the future, but I have a condition. Once I step aboard your ship, you will be my captain, and as my captain, your strength must not be inferior to mine. Therefore, we shall have a duel. If you win, I will join your crew. However, if I prevail, I cannot acknowledge someone weaker than myself as my captain." With unwavering confidence, Luffy extended his palm and declared, "No problem. It's a promise." Zoro reached out his hand, and their palms met forcefully in midair, sealing their agreement at that very moment. Here, history encounters yet another turning point. Even before they set sail, the future swordsman of the Straw Hat Pirates, wielding 3 swords, had already boarded Luffy's ship. The terms of their pact? Victory in battle. Luffy possesses unwavering confidence, believing that even after Zoro undergoes his training, his strength will be significantly greater than in the original narrative when he sets sail. And he harbors no doubts about his ability to prevail in battle. By the way, Luffy, the Grand Line you mentioned earlier, is it the legendary Grand Line? Do you have any insight into the nature of the Grand Line? Please elaborate. Oh, do share the particulars of the Grand Line. Is it fraught with peril? A realm for demons? It is indeed perilous. For ordinary individuals, it is a treacherous domain where one could meet their demise upon entry. However, for the strong, it brims with the unknown, presenting challenges. Under the cloak of night, the dim campfire struggles to maintain its warmth as the little eagle has long since reclined on the ground, a shut in slumber. In response to Zoro's myriad inquiries, Luffy leans against a great tree, addressing each question to satisfy his curiosity. The two engage in a back-and-forth exchange until the late hours of the night. When Luffy impatiently reminds Zoro that he must challenge Kuina the following day, he emphasizes the importance of rest, cautioning that failing to recuperate adequately may hinder his performance, potentially leading to defeat. Upon hearing this, Zoro can only fall silent and succumb to sleep, with many years remaining before they set sail. Regardless of how eagerly they anticipate the Grand Line, it remains a distant prospect. Presently, the pressing matter is to conquer Kuina. Zoro is determined not to allow fatigue to be the reason for yet another regrettable defeat at her hands. Once Zoro triumphs over Kuina, it will be my moment to shine. Kuina, we shall meet again tomorrow. Chapter 92. The 103rd match. On the following morning, atop the familiar hillside, Kuina, drenched in sweat, exhaustively delivers her final strike, concluding her morning practice. After a brief rest to regain her strength, she plans to return to the dojo, fill her stomach, and then engage in several hours of sword meditation, followed by more practice, meals, meditation, and sleep. If all goes as usual, a typical day will unfold in this manner. However, today, the arrival of 2 individuals disrupts the rhythm of Kuina's life. Upon returning to the dojo after her training, Kuina is astonished to see not only her father's shoes outside the wooden door, but also 2 additional pairs. How peculiar. Her father typically instructs his disciples in swordsmanship at the dojo in the mornings. Why has he not gone today? Are these shoes belonging to disciples who have come seeking instruction? Why did they not wait for her father to arrive at the dojo before inquiring? Kuina ponders these questions as she removes her sandals, pushes open the door, and steps inside with her small feet clad in white socks. Oh, Luffy, what brings you here? Upon entering, she finds her father indeed present, along with the unexpected sight of Zoro and Luffy seated on the floor, engaged in tea with Gungshiro across a small tea table. She disregarded Zoro and turned in astonishment towards Luffy. 5 days prior, on that fateful night, she had been caught in a moment of weakness, her tears betraying her. And it was Luffy who had revealed to her the wonders of the world, broadening her horizons and solidifying her pursuit of dreams. Kuina was profoundly impressed, and the image of Luffy remained etched in her memory. Little did she expect that just 5 days later, Luffy would reappear, sharing tea with her father. "It is a pleasure to see you again, Kuina." Luffy set down the petite teacup and turned to nod at Kuina. Early in the morning, he had been awakened by the impatient Zoro, who urged him to go to the dojo to seek out Kuina, unable to bear the incessant noise. Luffy reluctantly decided to seek out his friend early in the morning. Upon arriving, he found that Kuina was still out for her morning exercise, leaving Gungshiro as the host to momentarily set aside his dojo duties and brew a pot of tea to entertain Luffy. At last, Kuina returned. "Come on. Let us engage in another match," she exclaimed. Zoro, who had been anxiously awaiting Kuina's return, immediately pointed at her to issue a challenge. A match it shall be. After 5 days apart. I thought you had lost your way. Yet here you are, unexpectedly reappearing," he taunted. "I wonder if you ran into Luffy and he brought you back?" Amused, Kuina blinked at Zoro. "I wasn't lost. For the past 5 days, I have been training alongside Luffy. Soon, you shall witness the fruits of my arduous training." With a sense of pride, Zoro declared, "I have significantly improved in these 5 days. This time, I shall not be defeated by you." 5 days of training? With Luffy? Kuina felt a surge of caution. She was unaware of Luffy's true strength, yet she trusted that Zoro, despite his foolishness, would not lie. "I just finished my training and am still sweating. My strength has yet to recover. I need to take a shower and rest for an hour or two before we compete," she said with a huff, turning to leave. This did not bode well. The upcoming match might not be as easily won against Zoro. Closing the door and stepping outside in her sandals, Kuina's expression turned serious. In the span of 5 days, no matter how exceptional Zoro's swordsmanship talent, significant progress seemed unlikely. The only plausible way for Zoro to enhance his strength in such a short time would be through physical conditioning. Kuina was reluctant to believe that Zoro could transform his already monstrous physique into something even more formidable within just 5 days. Yet, aside from this reasoning, she could not fathom what else could account for such an increase in his abilities. Is it merely because he is a man? Does possessing a monstrous body grant him superiority? "I will prove to everyone that I, Kuina, am not inferior to any man," she resolutely declared. Shedding all coverings in the bathroom, her body, still in the process of development, was beginning to take on alluring contours, attracting the gaze of men. With skin that was fair and smooth, she stood poised, her delicate feet displaying an enticingly cute and rounded appearance, a true paradise for those enamored with feet. "I still have to wait a few more hours," Zoro thought restlessly, sipping cup after cup of tea in frustration. Kuina's reasoning was sound. He would not allow her to compete in a less than optimal state. Even if he were to win under such circumstances, it would be a hollow victory, one he would not accept. As a swordsman, Zoro knew that impatience was not a virtue. He must relax and regain his composure. This was the hallmark of a true swordsman. Engage in sword meditation and allow your heart to find tranquility. With a gentle smile gracing his face, Kaishur set down his teacup, yet his tone bore a seriousness as he imparted wisdom to Zoro. "Understood, master," Zoro replied, holding deep respect for Kaishur's, who had guided him towards the path of a three-sword-style swordsman. Taking a deep breath, he stepped outside, grasped a wooden sword, and sat cross-legged on the ground to practice his sword meditation. Zoro possessed commendable talent in swordsmanship. However, having only recently embarked on his journey, his temperament remained impetuous and brash. Within the room, only Kaishur and Luffy remained. Kaishur poured tea with effortless grace, exuding an aura akin to that of a reclusive sage. "This is but a small matter. I firmly believe that under your guidance, Zoro will soon undergo a transformation and undoubtedly evolve into an exceptional swordsman in the future." Luffy picked up the teacup and smiled as he received the tea poured by Gung Lang from the teapot. He complimented with Zoro's exceptional swordsmanship. Becoming a master swordsman should pose no challenge. However, I am concerned about his notorious sense of direction when we set sail. In front of Luffy, Gung Lang did not conceal his optimism regarding Zoro's future. He shook his head and, with a wry smile, remarked, "His poor sense of direction truly gives one a headache." Reflecting on Zoro's notorious navigational skills, Luffy chuckled softly and nodded in agreement, saying, "If I hadn't taken Zoro with me, who knows where he would end up lost at sea. There is no need for the director to worry about this. Zoro and I have made a pact. When we set sail, he will join my crew." Ignoring the fact that he must defeat Zoro to secure his willingness to board the ship, Luffy confidently stated that Zoro had agreed to join. Set sail? Luffy, do you intend to become a pirate?" Gung Lang exclaimed in surprise. If Luffy were to join the Navy, he would not use the term set sail. It is only as a pirate that one would speak of embarking on such a journey. Indeed, I shall set sail as a pirate in the future, and Zoro will join my ship as a swordsman. I wonder, Director Gong, what are your thoughts on Zoro becoming a pirate? Luffy nodded and inquired. I am merely the master of Zoro's swordsmanship, responsible solely for imparting the art of the sword. As for the path Zoro chooses in the future, it is not my place to interfere. Since Zoro has opted to set sail with you as a pirate, his future will likewise be his own decision. As Yasuhiro spoke, he turned to Luffy and asked, have you truly made the decision to embark on the high seas as a pirate? You must understand that your grandfather is a member of the Navy. Luffy nodded firmly and declared, the Navy is not suited for me. My pursuit lies in the freedom of being a pirate, sailing freely upon the vast ocean. Chapter 93. The thoughts of Gung Shirlang. The contest between Kuina and Zoro would commence in a few hours, coinciding with midday. In her determination not to be defeated, Kuina had just finished her bath and was engaging in sword meditation to regain her strength. Meanwhile, Zoro, awaiting the duel, was also practicing sword meditation under Gung Shirlang's guidance. During the hours of waiting, it was impractical for Gung Shirlang and Luffy to remain indoors sipping tea. After a brief conversation, contemplating the disciples of the dojo, Gung Shirlang decided to instruct them in sword practice and extended an invitation for Luffy to observe. Although the art of the sword is formidable, Luffy felt no inclination towards it. His path had already been clearly defined. Thus, he graciously declined Gung Shirlang's invitation, expressing his desire to wander alone and explore until the competition commenced. His grandfather was in the Navy, his father the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and now he had chosen the life of a pirate. This family's situation truly left one speechless. Returning to the dojo, Gung Shirlang continued to teach the numerous disciples in their sword practice, pondering how, in the future, the world would react upon discovering the identities of this family of 5, 6, and 7. He shook his head in amusement, filled with thoughts he found difficult to articulate, whether it be Gung Shirlang or the village chief of Windmill Village. Anyone who learned of Luffy's family background would undoubtedly shake their heads in disbelief, laughter, and astonishment, unsure of what to say. This indeed was the place of Kuina's sword meditation. Luffy wandered alone, feeling a sense of ennui as he meandered about. He paused for a moment, lost in thought, while gazing at the flowers and plants in the small courtyard. After a brief respite, he resumed his stroll around the few buildings nearby. Coming to a halt outside one of the structures, he sensed the presence of Kuina and surmised that this might be her usual training spot or perhaps her room. He decided against disturbing her. Although Luffy yearned to converse with Kuina, he recalled that she was engrossed in preparing for a duel. Thus, he relinquished the thought of pushing open the door and turned to leave. However, despite his intention not to disturb Kuina, she had only recently finished her bath and had yet to fully immerse herself in her swordsmanship meditation. Hearing the faint sound of his footsteps, which he had not intentionally muted, Kuina felt a stir within her. She opened her bright eyes and rose to open the door. Initially, he had wished not to intrude upon her practice, yet it seemed he had inadvertently done so. Luffy sensed a commotion within the room and turned to behold Kuina, who had just pushed open the door. Apologetically scratching his head, he took in her appearance. Fresh from her bath, her short hair still glistened with moisture, and her delicate face glowed with a rosy hue. Clad in a simple white training outfit, her slender neck and the hint of her porcelain collarbone peeking out below drew attention. Despite her tender age, Kuina unexpectedly radiated a womanly charm after her bath. To Luffy's astonishment and delight, her feet remained damp from bathing, rendering her sockless for the moment. Those petite, charming feet appeared before him without any forewarning. Luffy, where are you looking? Kuina remarked, acutely aware of Luffy's fervent gaze fixated on her small feet. A wave of shyness washed over her, causing her delicate toes to curl involuntarily. With a hint of irritation, she chided him. Luffy blinked and remarked, I didn't wish to gaze either. It's merely that Kuina's beauty is so captivating that I found myself drawn to it. Women, regardless of their age, often take delight in the admiration from men. However, Kuina reacted differently, her anger flaring as she declared, I am not beautiful. If given a choice, I would gladly forsake this beauty for the possession of a formidable body. I had anticipated that Luffy's perspective would diverge from that of others, yet I was dismayed to discover that he, like many, held a dismissive view of women, solely fixating on our physical allure. Kuina had always been sensitive about her identity as a woman, and she could not help but unleash her frustration upon Luffy. In response to Kuina's fiery words, Luffy remained silent, unperturbed. I apologize. I acted impulsively and should not have lost my temper so, Kuina expressed, her countenance downtrodden as she acknowledged her unreasonable outburst. Being a woman, she understood that even if she rejected the admiration, it was unbecoming to lash out. It's quite all right. I do not take this matter to heart, Luffy reassured her. Luffy shook his head, remarking that since you still need to prepare for your duel with Zoro, he would not intrude. Although he had many sentiments to express to Kuina, it was evident that this was not the appropriate moment. Wait, Kuina interjected, hesitating for a moment before pursing her lips and stating, have you been helping Zoro train these past few days? Yes, I unexpectedly encountered Zoro and, due to certain circumstances, assisted him in his training for a few days. You should be cautious during your duel with Zoro. Although his swordsmanship has not seen much advancement, his physical strength and reflexes have improved significantly, by at least 1 or 2-fold. Before Kuina could ponder how to articulate her thoughts, Luffy eagerly divulged Zoro's information, betraying his comrade without a second thought. Humph. A swordsman's duel is determined by swordsmanship, not merely by physical prowess. I am certain I will prevail. To her surprise, Luffy preemptively voiced his confidence without waiting for her inquiry. Grateful for Luffy's goodwill, Kuina pressed her lips together, her petite face resolute. Indeed, in a contest between swordsmen, the outcome hinges on their understanding of the swordsmanship. However, if one side possesses physical attributes that vastly surpass the other, it would inherently yield a significant advantage. Ultimately, the sword requires strength to wield effectively. Luffy's words lingered in Kuina's mind, echoing the sentiments of Yushiro, who asserted that due to physical limitations, a female swordsman could never become the world's greatest. The thoughts of both men reverberated in her consciousness. I shall prove to you that victory among swordsmen does not solely hinge on physical prowess. In the small courtyard, the sun blazed high in the sky, radiating intense heat. Luffy and Yushiro observed the duel as Kuina and Zoro stood facing each other. With her determined little face, Kuina pressed her lips tightly together, clutching her wooden sword with resolve, vowing to triumph over Zoro. Zoro assumed his three-sword-style stance, his wild gaze fixed intently on Kuina, igniting a fire within his previously tranquil heart. The fervor of battle began to stir, and blood surged with excitement. Luffy, who do you think will prevail in their contest? Yushiro maintained a cheerful demeanor, his eyes concealed behind his glasses, rendering his gaze unreadable in the sunlight's reflection. It was a challenging prediction. Kuina possessed an advantage in swordsmanship, while Zoro's physical strength was formidable. Both had their strengths and weaknesses, making the outcome uncertain. Luffy shook his head, finding it truly difficult to guess. He sensed that he had no intention of relying on intuition. If he could predict the answer beforehand, the joy of anticipation would vanish. It was not essential to use instinct, so Luffy would strive to avoid it. It is precisely because of the unknown that one can maintain a heart filled with expectation. As a father, I should naturally lean towards the hope that Kuina would prevail. However, because Kuina is my daughter, I find myself wishing for her to lose this match against Zoro. This sentiment may seem somewhat contradictory, does it not? Kuina stubbornly believes that the outcome of a swordsman's duel depends on swordsmanship, not physical prowess. Indeed, there is truth in this assertion. A contest between swordsmen is fundamentally a test of skill. Yet, this notion is predicated on a crucial premise: a swordsman's own strength must not be too feeble. If a swordsman is excessively weak, even if they comprehend the breathing techniques of a sword master, capable of severing anything against formidable physical opponents, what does it matter if they land a blow? The outcome remains unchanged. They cannot deliver a fatal strike. Kuina has always struggled to grasp this. Or perhaps she understands but refuses to acknowledge it. Today, I wish for Zoro to personally demonstrate to Kuina that without the strength to contend with monsters, victory cannot be achieved solely through swordsmanship. Chapter 94. Kuina's defeat. In truth, Kuina's physical shortcomings could be compensated for by consuming a devil fruit that enhances her body. However, the irony lies in the fact that to reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship and become the world's greatest swordsman, one must not rely on external aids, such as the abilities of a devil fruit. Kuina could eat a devil fruit to offset her physical deficiencies, convincing herself that she does not depend on it, but rather resorts to it out of necessity. She has always maintained a pure heart towards swordsmanship. Yet, this creates a paradox. If Kuina wishes to uphold a pure heart in her swordsmanship, why then would she consider consuming a devil fruit? Is it not possible to overcome her weaknesses through her own efforts? The awkward reality is that, being a woman, her physical constitution is predetermined, and Kuina cannot change that. No matter how hard she strives, she cannot transform her body into that of a monster. Thus, she finds herself ensnared in a vicious cycle. Yagushiro has long seen through it all. Kuina's stubborn defiance has led to years of heated debates between father and daughter over their differing philosophies. Perhaps today, their dispute will finally reach a resolution. Bang! The 4 wooden swords clashed, drawing upon her advantage in swordsmanship. Kuina managed to block Zoro's 3 wooden swords with just one of her own. However, she found herself straining under the effort, with both hands tightly gripping her wooden sword. She faced Zoro's newfound strength, her arms trembling as they gradually inched closer to her body. His power had indeed increased by 1 or 2-fold. She could not compete with Zoro in terms of strength. Gritting her teeth, Kuina loosened her grip momentarily and swiftly maneuvered her sword, effortlessly breaking free from the entanglement of the 3 blades. In a hurried retreat, Zoro took a few steps back to regain his composure. He remained unfazed by Kuina's effortless escape, fully aware of the vast difference in their swordsmanship. However, armed with 3 blades and possessing a significant physical advantage, he was determined to emerge victorious this time. A fierce, beast-like aura radiated from Zoro as he relentlessly swung his 3 swords towards Kuina. With unwavering focus, Kuina countered, her mastery of the sword allowing her to anticipate Zoro's next move even before he struck. Her agile form weaved deftly among the 3 blades, and whenever she discerned a weakness in Zoro's defense, she would thrust her wooden sword without hesitation. Just 5 days prior, a precise strike at Zoro's vulnerabilities would have either defeated him outright or compelled him to halt his assault, nursing his injuries and crying out in pain. This time, however, the scenario was different. Each time Kuina aimed for his exposed weaknesses, Zoro seemed to react preemptively, skillfully evading her counterattacks with his 3 wooden swords or sidestepping her strikes, leaving her responses futile. Unable to land a counter, Kuina found herself overwhelmed by the sheer force of Zoro's onslaught. Initially, their sparring was lively and spirited, with Kuina leveraging her agility and swordsmanship to hold her ground against Zoro. Yet, as time passed, beads of sweat began to form on her brow, her strength waned, and her once nimble footwork started to slow, dulling her reflexes. Unbeknownst to her, as Zoro's relentless assault showed no signs of abating, Kuina's counterattacks diminished, leaving her to struggle against his advances, continuously retreating. Barring unforeseen circumstances, it seemed inevitable that Kuina would lose this duel. Yasuhiro, her father, had, at some point, lost his usual smile, his expression now void of emotion, betraying the turmoil within him as he grappled with the harsh realities he insisted his daughter face. Luffy cast a glance at Yasop, his expression devoid of emotion, which spoke volumes. Kuina did not swiftly defeat Zoro at the outset. Consequently, her chances of victory diminished. Given the disparity in their physiques, the longer the battle dragged on, the less favorable her odds became. Now, for Kuina to secure a triumph, it would require an extraordinary technique to turn the tide in her favor. As Luffy observed the 2 combatants, he spoke slowly. Gung Shirlang and Luffy's judgments were unknown to Kuina. However, she was acutely aware that if she did not devise a way to turn the tide, she would undoubtedly face defeat. What is this? In terms of swordsmanship, Zoro had only recently begun his journey. My mastery of the sword is such that I can easily vanquish those adults. To defeat me based solely on physical advantages? What a jest. If I were to lose under such circumstances, what would all my years of effort and perseverance amount to? Kuina struggled to fend off Zoro's relentless onslaught of 3 swords. Her steps faltered as she found herself retreating, her mind racing with discontent. Oh no, the small courtyard was not expansive, and as Kuina focused on Zoro's assault, she inadvertently backed against a low wall. With her back against the wall, Kuina had nowhere left to retreat. Ha ha ha, Kuina, it's over for you. Zoro keenly sensed this was an opportune moment. Gathering his strength for a brief moment, he charged forward, thrusting his wooden swords, the one held in his mouth lunging ahead. 3 swords struck simultaneously, channeling all of Zoro's might. Iato slash. Feeling the fatigue in her body, Kuina understood she could not withstand Zoro's impending attack. Gritting her teeth, she unleashed a technique she had long kept hidden. The Iato slash involved drawing her wooden sword to her waist and then executing a swift strike, aiming to deliver a lethal blow before the enemy could react. Kuina's Iato was not a defensive move. Zoro, with all his strength, had no thoughts of defense. However, Zoro wielded 3 swords, and through Luffy's training, his reaction speed had heightened. In the flurry of action, he hastily utilized the sword in his mouth to block Kuina's fatal strike. Crack! Kuina's desperate blow sent Zoro's mouth-held sword flying, yet Zoro's efforts were not in vain. At least he had diverted the trajectory, narrowly grazing his cheek. Nevertheless, Zoro still held 2 wooden swords, halting them mere millimeters from Kuina's form. Zoro's intent was to defeat Kuina, not to harm her, so he pulled back just in time. Ahahaha. I have one. Zoro retracted his wooden swords, stepping back a few paces, jubilantly raising his weapon and cheering loudly, jumping with glee. I won. I won. Kuina leaned despondently against the wall. Zoro's exuberant declarations sounded distant to her ears. Thud. The wooden sword slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground, as if something within her had shattered. It hurt. It felt so unjust, so bitter, and she was utterly exhausted. Her vision blurred, unable to see clearly. Tears streamed from Kuina's eyes, tracing down her pale face like raindrops falling to the ground. Wait, why are you crying? I didn't cry when I lost a match before. How can you cry after just one loss? Zoro was taken aback, perplexed by Kuina's tears. Kuina, you have always dismissed my words. Now, after this contest, you should have come to understand, right? A swordsman must wield the blade with the strength of his body. It is time to relinquish your dreams. He recalls the figure of a woman and her words, which he has never forgotten. Shiro, regardless of what transpires, please ensure the safety of our daughter. As a father, he should not impede his daughter's aspirations. Yet, considering Kuina's identity as a woman, to contend with the monstrous forces of the sea with her frail physique in pursuit of becoming the world's greatest swordsman appears exceedingly improbable. Shiro does not wish to one day receive the grievous news of her demise. Even aware of Kuina's current sorrow and anguish, he can only reluctantly speak again, urging her to abandon her dreams and remain at the dojo. Father, I despise you. Kuina refuses to accept defeat, to heed Shiro's words. She rejects everything at once, weeping and shouting as she rushes outside. What has happened to Kuina? Master, what is going on between you and Kuina? Zoro scratches his head, finally sensing something amiss. Why does Kuina harbor such resentment towards Shiro? It's nothing. Shiro lacks the spirit to explain, his gaze fixed on the vanishing silhouette of Kuina, his expression devoid of emotion. Luffy, standing nearby, keenly observed that Gorshire's hand, which held the sword, was trembling. Luffy discreetly shook his head, regardless of Shiro's motivations. It was disheartening to witness the shattering of Kuina's dreams. As a father, he must surely be suffering as well. I shall go and retrieve Kuina. Luffy sought a reason to pursue the direction in which Kuina had vanished. Yoshiro sighed, gazing longingly at the spot where Kuina had disappeared. After a considerable pause, he turned and returned to the house, his silhouette appearing somewhat solitary and melancholic. It was indeed peculiar that Luffy seemed to care for Kuina. However, given Kuina's current emotional state, Yoshiro felt reassured by Luffy's pursuit, no longer fearing for her safety. What could possibly be going on? It was utterly perplexing. Zoro stood alone. A look of confusion etched across his face. He had emerged victorious in the duel, which should have brought him joy. Yet, this unexpected turmoil had left him feeling despondent. Forget it. I shall return to my sword training. Zoro decided not to dwell on the inexplicable matters any longer. Grasping 3 wooden swords, he set off to practice. Oh. It seemed Zoro had headed in the wrong direction. Chapter 95, Assistance on a Small Hillside. Kuina had reached this place, crouching down and weeping uncontrollably, hugging her knees. In the world of One Piece, what causes the greatest anguish and regret? It is the inability to realize one's dreams. Her father's harsh words had mercilessly shattered her aspirations. In her battle against Zoro, she had possessed a significant advantage in swordsmanship, yet she succumbed to physical prowess. What use is this talent for swordsmanship? What value does the sword in my hand hold? What meaning does my existence have if I cannot even pursue my dreams? I am utterly worthless, so utterly worthless. Kuina's sobs gradually diminished, eventually fading into silent weeping. Crouched on the ground, her small form curled up, she appeared both sorrowful and pitiable. Thus, after being defeated by Zoro, do you intend to heed your father's words and relinquish your dreams? A faint voice of Luffy resonated as he stood behind Kuina, empathizing with the challenges she faced in her pursuit of dreams. Dreams are a universal aspiration. However, the vast majority of individuals never realize them by the time they depart from this world. Thus, Kuina's predicament is not an anomaly. Rather, each day, countless souls across the globe confront choices akin to hers. Should they surrender and resign themselves to fate, or muster the resolve to persevere despite the daunting obstacles, knowing that the outcome may tragically lead to their demise? Only a minuscule fraction of the fortunate few ever attain their dreams. What must I do for you to cease your meddling? Leave me be. Depart. Kuina shouted at Luffy, her tears still brimming in her eyes. Yet that defiant gaze had never wavered. Luffy remained stationary, enveloped in silence. After Kuina called out, she disregarded Luffy entirely, lost in thought as she hugged her knees. Her gaze unfocused, wandering into the abyss of her contemplation. Her father often asserted that women possess a naturally frail constitution, rendering them unsuitable for the path of a swordsman. Despite my swordsmanship being far superior to Zoro's, I ultimately faced defeat, thereby validating my father's words. I had always been indignant, yearning to demonstrate to my father that, even as a girl, I could ascend to become the world's greatest swordsman. The reality was harsh. My aspirations remained perpetually out of reach. Today, in my loss to Zoro, it felt as though myriad voices surrounded me, whispering, "Give up. Your dream is unattainable. Surrender." Kuina murmured, uncertain whether she spoke to Luffy or to herself. Abandoning one's dreams is deceptively simple, yet once relinquished, regaining them proves exceedingly difficult. I pondered, could I truly forsake my ambitions? Yielding to my father's wishes. Residing in the dojo, eventually finding a husband, nurturing a loving family, and perhaps bearing one or several children, culminating in a blissful domestic scene. Kuina placed her hand over her heart and spoke with serene composure. As she concluded, a smile danced at the corners of her mouth, ambiguous in nature, as if it were a blend of joy and resentment. "Tell me, how should I choose?" Suddenly, Kuina turned her head, her expression devoid of emotion as she regarded Luffy. Her eyes a tranquil void. This girl, surely she has not been so deeply affected as to succumb to darkness? Faced with Kuina's eerie calmness, Luffy felt a surge of anxiety. How you choose is your affair. Even if I offered counsel, you would not heed it. Kuina's lifeless gaze remained fixed on Luffy. And just as he began to feel uncomfortable, his skin prickling, she finally averted her eyes. "Indeed, you are correct. Regardless of what others may say, I shall invariably follow the dictates of my heart." Kuina spoke in an even tone, yet suddenly a smile graced her lips. "Call me foolish, naïve, overreaching, or even reckless, it matters not." Her demeanor transformed unexpectedly, her excitement surging as she stood, pressing her hand firmly against her heart, proclaiming with resolute fervor, "No matter how you perceive it, I shall never forsake my dream." Upon concluding her impassioned declaration, it was unclear whether it was the exhaustion from the earlier duel or the intensity of her proclamation that left her breathless. Kuina defiantly lifted her chin, her eyes brimming with unwavering determination. Clap, clap, clap. Luffy clapped from behind and said, "I truly admire your unwavering dedication to your dreams, even in the face of adversity." "Are you mocking me?" Kuina retorted sharply, lacking any courtesy. "I do not mock. For one who cherishes freedom and yearns for liberty, I would never deride another's aspirations, regardless of what they may be. I too am a seeker of dreams. To mock someone else's dreams would be tantamount to mocking my own." Luffy spoke earnestly, his tone sincere. Upon hearing his explanation, Kuina softened her demeanor and, with a hint of self-mockery, remarked, "As a man by birth, your pursuit of dreams must surely be less arduous than mine. At the very least, no one would dare to dismiss your aspirations." Unintentionally, Shiro's words echoed in her mind once more. "Ha ha ha, what are you laughing at? Is what I said truly amusing?" Kuina retorted, her anger palpable. "Of course it is amusing," came the reply. Luffy ceased his laughter and remarked, "In the pursuit of dreams, what distinction exists between men and women? Regardless of gender, each individual's aspirations are inherently unique. Some dreams may be simple, while others are profoundly challenging. However, whether a dream is arduous or effortless, it demands a lifelong commitment from the individual. Thus, isn't it rather absurd to suggest that my dream is easier than yours? Are you aware of what my dream entails? My ambition is to become the strongest pirate in history." Luffy exclaimed loudly to Kuina. "So, do you still think my dream is simple? Is there truly no one who doubts my aspirations? There will be. They will say that my dream is nothing but a delusion, that even becoming the Pirate King is beyond reach for me. Let them think and say whatever they please. I shall firmly hold on to my convictions. My dream does not require their validation." Kuina was taken aback by Luffy's immense ambition. His words resonated deeply within her. "Indeed, they cannot dictate my dreams." A smile graced Kuina's face, and the tension that had enveloped her began to dissipate, allowing her to momentarily escape her sorrow. "Thank you, Luffy. Your words have alleviated my sadness," she said, wiping away the tears lingering at the corners of her eyes, feeling a bit embarrassed. "I must have looked quite foolish crying like that, haven't I?" Sorry for making you witness my weakness. There is no shame in that. No matter how strong a person may be, there will always be moments of tears. In fact, those who continue to pursue their dreams despite weeping and facing denial are the ones most worthy of admiration. After a brief silence, Kuina pursed her lips and replied, "Thank you for your kind words, but I am merely putting on a brave front out of stubbornness. Perhaps, on that day, I may perish while chasing my dreams." Luffy fell silent, and Kuina, having spoken, also lapsed into silence. The atmosphere in the room became still in an instant. "What if I could assist you in realizing your dreams?" Suddenly, Luffy uttered words that took Kuina by surprise. "Can you assist me?" Kuina could hardly believe it, fearing she had misheard. Chapter 96, Preparations in Advance. I possess a means to aid you, but it comes with conditions. Alternatively, there exists a simpler solution, the legendary devil fruit. Certain abilities of the devil fruit can transform your physical constitution, liberating you from your inherent weaknesses. If you are willing to accept, when I set sail in the future and have the opportunity to acquire such a devil fruit, I could present it to you. The devil fruit. Kuina's mind was in turmoil. She had heard tales of the legendary devil fruit. Luffy's words resonated with her, and she believed that the devil fruit could indeed remedy her shortcomings. Luffy made a promise, as long as she desired it. There would be a chance for him to encounter the legendary devil fruit on the high seas. If she merely nodded in agreement, the weaknesses of her body could potentially be compensated for. Furthermore, in the future, Kuina could venture out to seek the devil fruit herself, seizing the opportunity to transform her physical shortcomings. "Promise me, find the devil fruit, and consume it." Kuina's breath quickened at the thought, longing to change her lamentable frail form. Kuina opened her mouth, ready to acquiesce. However, the subsequent words lodged in her throat, refusing to emerge. "Kuina, what is your dream?" A younger Kushuru inquired with a gentle smile. Startled, Kuina clutched her wooden sword and beamed. "Father, I wish to become the world's greatest swordsman." "Oh, the world's greatest swordsman? Such a dream is difficult to attain. Perhaps you should choose another." Kushuru frowned. "No, I will not change it." Kuina pouted defiantly, gazing at him resolutely. "Do you know what it takes to become the world's greatest swordsman?" he asked. "One must maintain a pure swordsmanship, a steadfast belief, and not be swayed by external distractions beyond one's sword. This is the prerequisite to achieving your dream. Without confidence in your own swordsmanship, it is utterly unattainable." "Kuina, can you persist in this?" "I can," she replied immediately. "Let us hope so." Kushuru sighed, a sorrowful expression crossing his face, one that Kuina could not comprehend. In that moment of recollection, Kuina awakened to the truth of her hesitance. She realized that her inability to voice her agreement stemmed from her unwillingness to forsake her pure swordsmanship. "No, I will not consume the devil fruit," she stated with difficulty. Yet felt a wave of relief wash over her. Uncertain of whether she would regret this decision in the future, she found solace in her resolve for the present. Truly, she embodied the indomitable spirit of Kuina, that stubborn girl from the original tale. Luffy genuinely admires Kuina's choice to relinquish the allure of the devil fruit, steadfastly adhering to her swordsmanship without reliance on external power. To be candid, Luffy is aware of the convictions held by various swordsmen. When contemplating the decision regarding the devil fruit, he was uncertain about what choice Kuina would ultimately make. Fortunately, she did not disappoint him. Since she opted not to consume the devil fruit, she presented another alternative, to enhance her physical strength through rigorous training. The journey was fraught with challenges, yet ultimately, they navigated the conversation onto the right path. To strengthen oneself physically? Kuina replied with a bitter tone, declaring it futile. No matter how much she trained her body as a woman, she could never rival certain monstrous beings. Having witnessed Zoro, this little monster, she felt a profound sense of helplessness and despair. "It all depends on your perspective," she continued. "I possess a technique known as life restoration. The purpose of life restoration is..." Luffy elucidated the ability of life restoration, stating, "For instance, if your original body, through arduous training, has exhausted its potential, then by mastering life restoration, you not only gain dominion over your body, but also possess the capacity to alter its potential. Is that truly possible?" Kuina's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The prospect of life restoration seemed to be her lifeline. "Indeed, it is feasible. Observe my hair." As Kuina gazed in astonishment, Luffy's wild, unruly hair danced vibrantly, floating behind him and twisting midair. Not only that, but his already lengthy hair swiftly elongated, extending into the space surrounding Kuina. "Is this the effect of life restoration? Remarkable," Kuina exclaimed, reaching out to touch the hair that had come to her. What do you think? Do you believe it now? The essence of life restoration lies in mastering your body. It can govern the growth of hair, thus undoubtedly possessing the ability to transform your body's potential. Luffy did not deceive Kuina. Rather, the return of life is not a miraculous skill. Even if it could enhance Kuina's physical potential, it would not grant her a monstrous physique. On the other hand, the return of life could undoubtedly assist her. At the very least, when confronting those formidable creatures, it would transform her from being effortlessly defeated into someone who could endure several rounds, should she truly attain the prowess of a great swordsman. It could even bestow upon Kuina the stamina necessary for a counterattack. You truly wish to teach me the return of life? Kuina's heart stirred. She longed to master this technique. The return of life is not a devil fruit nor an external force. It is merely a physical skill to alter her own constitution. Even if it meant sacrificing half of her sword training time, Kuina was willing to learn the return of life. However, I must inform you beforehand that mastering the return of life is quite challenging. If you lack the aptitude for it, no amount of time spent will yield results. Do you still wish to pursue it? I want to learn. Kuina nodded resolutely. For the sake of her dream, she was determined to give it a try. Now, tell me, what are your conditions for teaching me the return of life? Oh, did you take note of what I said earlier? Luffy, with a mischievous grin, declared. The return of life is a clandestine technique of the world government, accessible only to a select few. Among those few, even fewer possess the aptitude to master it. He paused, adding, enough of the preamble. What are your terms? Speak plainly. Kuina, lacking the patience to hear more about the rarity of the return of life, was resolute. For the chance to learn this technique, she was willing to sacrifice anything, as long as it did not entail her demise. I want you to be my servant. And we must make a pact. A servant? You can't possibly mean to propose such a thing. Kuina, despite her willingness to risk everything, felt a surge of anxiety at the suggestion. She instinctively stepped back, raising her hands defensively, her expression one of wariness towards Luffy. Indeed, you captivate me, which is why I desire you. Will you agree? If you do, I shall teach you the return of life. Was it truly worth sacrificing oneself for the mere glimmer of hope? Kuina's heart wavered, caught in indecision. Unwilling, are we? If so, it matters not, Luffy shrugged, seemingly prepared to relinquish his pursuit. I accept. Kuina bit her lip, asserting, but I have a condition, until I have mastered the return of life. You must not lay a finger on me. For the sake of that elusive dream, including the prospect of death, Kuina had already resolved to give everything. What was her body in comparison? Fearless of death, she dismissed such concerns. Is this truly your agreement? Luffy asked, surprised. As long as you accept my terms, then yes. You rascal! Kuina exclaimed, a mix of embarrassment and anger coloring her voice. I shall not agree. Are you mocking me? Kuina blurted, taken aback and furious. I'm not mocking you, merely teasing, he replied with a playful smirk. Luffy chuckled, when I said I wanted you to be my maid. I truly meant it in that context alone. I never contemplated any other implications. It was entirely your own interpretation. Why didn't you clarify that earlier? Kuina's cheeks flushed crimson, realizing that she had misconstrued his intentions. Simultaneously, a sense of relief washed over her. Despite her outward indifference, she was still quite concerned about such matters, after all. She was a woman. Do not rejoice too soon. I will not coerce you into anything of that nature. However, are you aware of the duties that come with being a maid? You are to attend to my daily needs, serve me tea, provide massages, assist with bathing, and warm my bed at night. These are all responsibilities of a maid. Are you certain you can fulfill them? Yes, Kuina inhaled deeply. If she could accept the more intimate aspects, then the duties of a maid seemed trivial in comparison. In fact, the initial conditions of vulnerability had transformed into these expected tasks, making them far more palatable to her. What is this agreement you speak of? Pray tell, Kuina inquired, puzzled as to why Luffy insisted on adding an agreement. With a smile, Luffy declared, my promise is that I shall set sail as a pirate in the year to come. I am currently years old, which means it's merely a year away. At that time, let us engage in a contest. If I emerge victorious without sustaining any injuries, you shall vow to willingly become my woman. Conversely, if you can inflict harm upon me, I shall grant you your freedom, no longer requiring you to serve as my maid. Defeat me without a scratch. Are you belittling my abilities? Kuina felt a surge of indignation. After a decade of training, even if she couldn't best Luffy, she should at least be capable of wounding him, shouldn't she? This is not an insult. It is a testament to my own confidence. So, do you accept this agreement? Ultimately, your aim is to possess me. In truth, there is no need for such complexity, should you offer your life as the price. Once I master the art of life repayment, you shall possess my body. You mentioned that such an arrangement would only yield your physical form. However, my desires are more ambitious. I seek not only your body but also your heart. Luffy gently lifted Kuina's smooth chin, gazing deeply into her eyes, and declared, to earn your affection and have you willingly be my woman, I would not hesitate to wait a decade. Is this a confession? Kuina's heart fluttered unexpectedly, feeling a rush of emotions. She took a few steps back to evade Luffy's touch and, with a hint of pride, replied, let me make myself clear. Until I fulfill my dreams, I have no intentions of becoming anyone's woman. Furthermore, I possess confidence in my abilities. In the competition 10 years from now, I will surely inflict a wound upon you. You have your confidence, and I have mine. So what of our agreement? Luffy extended his palm, awaiting Kuina's response. Kuina pursed her lips, contemplating briefly before extending her small hand to meet his. With a crisp sound, their palms clapped together in midair, solidifying their pact for a decade hence. In his quest to alter Kuina's destiny, Luffy harbored intentions of making her his woman. Thus, he devoted considerable effort to ensure Kuina would willingly embrace this role. He envisioned her as a maid and initiated a plan for their future together. This included playful teasing during their daily interactions and shared moments, such as bathing together. He imagined tender nights spent in gentlemanly embrace, believing that through such intimate encounters over the next 10 years, Kuina's heart would inevitably bear his mark. Once the time came to fulfill their pact, although Kuina might exhibit some reluctance, she would not resist becoming his woman. Since we have made our promise, I shall begin teaching you the ways of life. You are now my maid, is that not so? Do call me master so I may hear it. Luffy's words are undeniably accurate. Kuina, feeling a sense of embarrassment, whispered, Master. Your voice is too soft. I can hardly hear you, replied Luffy. Master, is this loud enough? Kuina shot him a glare, steeling herself, and exclaimed loudly, Is this satisfactory? Ha ha, I can hear you now, but it is rather too loud. With a beaming smile, Luffy felt as if he were in a sauna upon hearing Kuina call him master, his entire being relaxed and invigorated. At that moment, Luffy had successfully accomplished his purpose for arriving in Shimotsuki village. Having resolved matters with Kuina, he now intended to take her back to Windmill village. However, to bring Kuina along, he needed to address the issue of Yasaku. The challenge posed by Yasaku was not insurmountable. Regardless of Yasaku's attempts to shatter Kuina's dreams, he ultimately failed. Thus, despite any reluctance he may have felt about Kuina pursuing her aspirations, Yasaku found himself powerless to prevent it. Luffy, in a blend of sincerity and pretense, explained to Yoshiro his desire to assist Kuina, expressing his willingness to teach her the art of life return. In doing so, he hoped to persuade her to accompany him back to Windmill Village. Although Yoshiro felt a pang of reluctance at the thought of his daughter departing, he recognized that the relationship between them had become quite strained. A temporary separation might be prudent. Furthermore, Kuina had expressed her determination. She insisted that in order to learn from Luffy, she must leave with him. Yoshiro could not forcibly keep Kuina at the dojo unless he resorted to tying her up. And thus he sighed in reluctant acquiescence. What reassured Yoshiro was the notion that Kuina would be safe traveling with this peculiar boy in the East Blue. As for venturing beyond the East Blue into the Grand Line, Luffy promised that he would not set sail for another decade. Thus, within this 10-year span, even if Kuina were to leave, she would merely be accompanying Luffy in the East Blue, where danger would be minimal. Unbeknownst to him, Yoshiro had thus sold his daughter. Meanwhile, Zoro, lost and training his swordsmanship in some remote location, remained oblivious to the fact that Kuina, whom he had just bested, had chosen to depart with Luffy. Even if he were to learn of it, Zoro would not be concerned. Having finally vanquished Kuina, the shame he carried had dissipated, and he would not linger on thoughts of her. Of course, Luffy did not disregard Zoro's presence upon leaving Shimotsuki village. Since Zoro had joined his crew, Luffy intended to make time to check on him and create a tailored training regimen. If Zoro's abilities remained on par with the original storyline by the time Luffy set sail, he would struggle to keep pace. To ensure Zoro was not merely a novice swordsman, Luffy was determined to assist him in enhancing his strength. While he had little to impart in terms of swordsmanship, Luffy was confident in his ability to cultivate a robust physique. In addition to Zoro, Luffy had further ambitions. He did not plan to abandon any of his original crew members. However, given his current strength, It would be a source of frustration if his former companions remained at their previous levels of ability. A significant disparity in strength between a captain and his crew could jeopardize their survival in encounters with formidable foes. Consequently, Luffy resolved to seek out his original allies, including Sanji and Usopp, after Sabo had avoided the calamity of amnesia, to provide them with early training. He aimed to elevate their skills to the highest possible level by the time he set forth on his maritime journey. Chapter 97. Setting sail at 17th time flowed like grains of sand in ocean currents, never ceasing in its relentless march. In the blink of an eye, a decade had passed. Luffy vividly recalls the bashful gesture of Kuina as she pressed her lips together, her adorable demeanor as she called him master. Moreover, when he returned to Windmill Village with Kuina and dressed her in a maid outfit, the allure was simply irresistible. Luffy could no longer contain himself. Disregarding the exasperated eye rolls and sulky expressions of Makino, he playfully dragged Kuina into the bathroom, mischievously suggesting that she assist him in the role of a maid by helping him bathe. A woman, adorned in exquisite attire, undoubtedly captivates the eye. When clad in a short skirt that reveals her long, slender legs, she becomes even more alluring. Conversely, should a woman wear nothing at all, exposing her fair skin, it can be equally enticing if her figure is commendable. However, if her physique is less than ideal, it is preferable for her to be clothed, allowing one's imagination to wander. Having just embarked on her role as a maid, Kuina would not be compelled by Luffy's eagerness to serve him in such a manner. Patience is essential. Everything must unfold gradually. During the bath, Kuina donned her maid outfit, assisting Luffy. Yet, the damp fabric clung to her, with water droplets cascading down her delicate, youthful legs, and the subtle glimpse of her maid's skirt revealed her tender, pristine feet. While Kuina bashfully helped Luffy bathe, he could not help but fidget, relishing the delightful situation. Moreover, Luffy found comfort in Makino's understanding of his intentions behind bringing home a maid. She did not reject Kuina nor display any petty grievances towards Luffy. Makino's gentleness deepened Luffy's affection for her. That night, Kuina slept in a nearby room, almost enduring half the night filled with Luffy's groans. She learned firsthand what a battle between the sexes entailed and realized the profound strength that Luffy possessed as a man. That evening, sleep eluded her. Even the soothing teachings of Zoro could not calm her restless mind. Kuina had unwittingly boarded Luffy's ship of mischief, with little chance of escape. In the days that followed, Luffy diligently taught Kuina the art of life restoration while implementing his training regimen. To Luffy's relief, Kuina demonstrated a natural aptitude for learning this skill, albeit requiring considerable time. Kuina, my maid, has chosen to abandon her master for a jaunt at sea. Despite knowing today was my day to set sail, she has chosen not to return. Is she evading me? Delaying our promised contest? Even if she escapes for a moment, she cannot evade me for long. I shall swiftly retrieve my mischievous maid. In Windmill Village, the gentle warmth of March brings refreshing breezes, with skies devoid of clouds and a brilliant blue expanse, making it an ideal day for sailing. Luffy, at the age of 17, bore a strikingly handsome visage, standing over 1 meter tall, ensuring he did not fall short of the Empress's height. His slender red short-sleeve shirt could hardly conceal his robust physique, which boasted perfect abdominal muscles. Below, he wore black shorts that accentuated his long, sturdy legs. His hair, a wild mane reminiscent of a hedgehog, cascaded down his back, hovering just a few decimeters above the ground. Luffy stood by the shore, gazing out at the vast expanse of the sea. He felt an exhilarating thrill at the prospect of finally setting sail, his face adorned with a radiant smile. Even though he had not yet completely devoured Kuina, it did not dampen his spirits. After all, she was a delectable morsel already poised at his lips, utterly inescapable. Suddenly, a colossal sea creature, resembling a hybrid of fish and serpent, thrashed about in the water, undoubtedly the king of the near seas. Waves crashed as the creature stirred the waters, splashing Luffy's legs. "Stay still and behave yourself," he exclaimed, irritation flaring at the dampness beneath his feet. The king of the near seas, now a subordinate of Luffy, had ceased its mischievous antics. With a disgruntled expression, it swam to the front of a small boat, coiling the long rope attached to it around its body. Indeed, the boat was but a modest vessel, capable of accommodating only 2 or 3 individuals, serving as Luffy's temporary means of navigation. As for the king of the near seas, it was Luffy's loyal tugboat companion during his journey across the East Sea. Luffy, exercise caution while sailing. If you ever feel weary, do return to refresh your spirit. Yara and I will await your safe return at home. Upon hearing the gentle voice of Makino from behind, Luffy closed his eyes. Reluctant to part from her and the others, dreams called to him, and he was not one to languish in a small village for the remainder of his days. Even though such a life held its own happiness. I'm sorry, Makino, he thought. He knew well that this was a time when she desperately needed his presence. And that this little one, merely 3 months old, also required the companionship of an irresponsible father like him. Luffy sighed and turned, gently embracing Makino, who cradled a baby in her arms. After careful contemplation and at Machino's request, 3 months prior, she had given birth to a daughter for him. Luffy has truly set sail, embarking on an adventure along the Grand Line, a journey from which he cannot return in a fleeting moment. Left behind in Windmill Village is Makino, solitary and awaiting his return, surely filled with longing and sighs of solitude. Luffy contemplated that if he could leave behind a child before setting sail, it would at least provide Makino with a busy and meaningful focus in her life. As Luffy embarks on the perilous journey across the Grand Line, Makino harbors deep concerns for his safety. For her, the prospect of bearing a child to continue the lineage of the monkey family is a blessing she wholeheartedly embraces. Makino does not believe that Luffy will meet his demise at sea. Rather, she wishes to be prepared for any eventuality, for she cannot bear the thought of him facing danger. No, I do not blame you. I have long accepted that you will venture out into the unknown. You need not worry about me and Yaru. We shall be just fine. Eagerly awaiting your return, Makino reassured him with a smile, resting her head against Luffy's broad chest. In their embrace, Yara giggled exuberantly, her infant coos seemingly expressing a world of thoughts unknown to her. Still too young to comprehend. She remains blissfully unaware that today marks the day her father sets sail, leaving her and her mother behind. Alas, I apologize. If the opportunity arises, I will surely make time to visit you both. Luffy is not a man of indecision. Once he resolved to set sail today, regardless of the lingering feelings of reluctance and sorrow in his heart, he had to resolutely release the mother and daughter in his arms and leap onto the small boat. Xiaohai, we are off. Xiaohai, the king of the near seas, immediately began to glide across the water, its body undulating. The ropes entwined around it tautening as it gradually accelerated, pulling the small vessel away. Luffy, we will miss you. You left from Windmill Village. Don't bring us disgrace on the seas. Go forth and embrace your pirate destiny. We will take care of Machino and her daughter. As a pirate, do not allow Admiral Carp to capture you so swiftly. That would be too humiliating. The villagers also gathered to bid farewell to Luffy today. But as he shared an emotionally charged goodbye with the mother and daughter, they kept their distance, wisely refraining from intruding. Now, seeing Luffy setting off, they called out in unison. Over the span of 10 years, Luffy and Machino had welcomed a child, and the villagers were now aware of their bond. Initially astonished, they soon recognized that Luffy had grown into a handsome young man and, after their surprise, offered their blessings. Farewell, everyone. I entrust Machino and Yar to you all. This time, as I sail forth, you will soon hear of my exploits. On my path as a pirate, not even my grandfather can deter me. Luffy stood at the stern of the small boat, gazing at the villagers bidding him farewell, waving and shouting. He then slightly turned his head to behold the mother and daughter on the distant shore. Maki, Yar, farewell. He implored, Little Eagle, after my departure, you must protect them. As if resonating with Luffy's heartfelt plea, a magnificent eagle soared in the sky above Maki and her daughter, letting out a resounding cry, seemingly assuring Luffy of his promise. Once Luffy had vanished from sight, Maki could no longer contain her tears, which trickled down onto the delicate face of her daughter, Yar. Chapter 98. The situation of Ace and Sabo. The boundless ocean roared with tumultuous waves, and the small boat was drawn swiftly by the king of the sea, its speed rivaling that of sailing under fair winds. Fool, you've strayed off course again. Veer slightly to the right. Luffy reclined on the deck of the small boat, indifferent to the direction, casually extending his hand over the side to catch a drop of seawater. This droplet did not immediately dissolve. Instead, Luffy pinched it between his 2 fingers, as if grasping a tiny pearl. With a flick of his fingers, he propelled the droplet, now infused with his armament haki, towards the head of the king of the near seas. Bang! This single droplet struck like a cannonball, leaving the king of the near seas momentarily dazed, as if he could see shimmering stars. In pain, the king exclaimed, Captain, that hurt. Please don't hit me with water droplets anymore. I will change course at once. Fearing another droplet from Luffy, the king hurriedly adjusted his direction, diligently steering the small boat, no longer daring to stray. Humph. Do not deviate from the course again. It will delay my journey to Cocoa West Village, and I shall not forgive you. Luffy cast a glance skyward from the deck, dismissing the king of the near sea with a casual remark. The route to Cocoa Village was familiar territory for the king of the near sea. With a modicum of caution, there was no fear of straying off course. Ace, Sabo, you have long ventured out to pursue your own adventures, each striving for your respective dreams. Today, I embark on my own journey. You are somewhere in this vast world, eagerly awaiting news of my exploits. However, Ace, you remain as spineless as ever, a fellow who has always lacked paternal affection since childhood. Luffy scoffed, his displeasure regarding Ace's circumstances evident. Ace had set sail 3 years prior and had established the Spade Pirates. While traversing the East Blue, fate bestowed upon Ace the Mara Nami, a Logia-type devil fruit. However, what set Ace apart was the prowess he had attained. Apart from not having mastered the technique of life return, he had acquired all 6 forms of the Marine's Rokushiki. Moreover, he had already learned observation haki long before Luffy, and his own conqueror's haki had been awakened through Luffy's influence. How did this transpire? Certainly, Luffy occasionally unleashed his conqueror's haki against Ace, attempting once, twice, or even thrice. Regardless of the attempts, it was only a matter of time before Ace's conqueror's haki awakened. Within 2 months before setting sail, Ace finally mastered the armament haki of the 3 types. Although his mastery was not yet formidable, he at least managed to cover his fists. When he embarked on his journey, he wielded the 3 types of haki and the Marine 6 styles, with his physical strength significantly enhanced under Luffy's rigorous training, making him robust and powerful. It can be said that prior to consuming a devil fruit, Ace's strength was at the level of a commodore. After consuming a formidable Logia-type devil fruit, Ace undeniably reached the rank of a rear admiral. As he ventured from the East Blue into the Grand Line and prepared to challenge Whitebeard, Ace had already gained a commendable mastery of his devil fruit abilities, though they had yet to fully awaken. At that time, Ace was at the pinnacle of rear admiral strength. The outcome of his challenge against Whitebeard mirrored the original narrative, with Ace being conquered by the legendary pirate. It is no jest. Even in his old age, Whitebeard's might remained beyond Ace's capacity to defeat. Ace willingly referred to Whitebeard as Papa, relinquishing his previously indifferent dream of becoming the Pirate King. Just as in the original story, Ace resolved to assist Whitebeard in becoming the Pirate King. This is where Luffy held disdain for Ace. Despite possessing considerable strength at that time, Ace chose not to bide his time and ultimately succumbed to the fate of acknowledging Whitebeard as his father. Now, 3 years later, prior to Luffy's departure, Ace, as the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, had attained a level of strength nearing that of a vice admiral. His bounty was not 550 million, but a staggering 800 million. For Ace, this level of power was indeed formidable, yet the bounty seemed somewhat insufficient. However, being Whitebeard's son came with its own burdens. Due to Whitebeard's intimidating presence, Ace engaged in fewer battles. Had it not been for a chance encounter with an unfortunate vice admiral, whom he easily defeated, his bounty might not have reached the sum of 800 million. Moreover, due to the scarcity of battles over the 3 years, Ace's strength, which should have reached the level of an admiral, remained stagnant at the threshold of vice admiral. Shifting the focus to Sabo, in the original narrative, the incident involving the burning of the uncertain endpoint in the Goa Kingdom did not pique Luffy's interest. During that time, he was training with Ace and Sabo, alongside his maid Kuina, in the Corbo Mountains. Thus, they remained unentangled in that event, and Sabo did not set sail prematurely. However, due to Sabo's parents' persistent desire for him to avoid a wild upbringing, they constantly sought ways to bring him back. With Luffy's presence, Ace and Sabo's strengths diverged from the original tale, and Sabo's parents posed minimal trouble. Had it not been for Sabo's parents, the increasingly impatient Luffy would have long since eliminated these 2 bothersome flies. Ultimately, due to his parents' incessant attempts to persuade Sabo to return home and embrace a life of nobility, Sabo, after enduring 3 long years, could no longer bear to remain on this island. Here lay the remnants of his aristocratic upbringing, a constant reminder of his parents, and the repugnant faces of the nobility that filled him with disdain. At the tender age of that year, Sabo set sail alone on a small boat. Luffy did not intervene. At this moment, Sabo had honed his skills considerably. As long as he refrained from recklessly venturing into the treacherous waters of the Grand Line, he could thrive in the East Blue with caution. Perhaps it was destiny at play. Shortly after embarking on his journey, Sabo unexpectedly encountered the Revolutionary Army clandestinely instigating a revolt in a certain nation. Gradually, he found himself entwined in the whirlwind of revolution, and upon grasping the profound significance of their cause, he heeded the call of the revolution and resolutely joined their ranks. Consequently, not long after setting sail, Sabo vanished without a trace. Ace, concerned for his brother's safety, wondered whether Sabo had encountered misfortune, though Luffy had an inkling of the truth. The activities of the Revolutionary Army were shrouded in secrecy, executed quietly behind the scenes. It wasn't until a year before Luffy's departure that a vague report in a world government newspaper hinted at Sabo's whereabouts. The article suggested that he was a pivotal figure within the Revolutionary Army, orchestrating a coup that toppled the ruler of a nation. This brief passage finally offered a glimmer of information regarding Sabo. Despite Luffy's assurances, Ace, situated in the New World, remained apprehensive until he came across the ambiguous news in the world government's publication, which ultimately allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. Luffy had long suspected the matter concerning Sabo. Upon perusing the newspaper, he remained unfazed, merely solidifying his conjecture. However, what Luffy was unaware of was that, having set sail 3 years later than anticipated, Sabo possessed considerably greater strength. Upon joining the Revolutionary Army, he swiftly captured the attention of its high-ranking officials through his cunning strategies and formidable prowess during several uprisings. Dragon, the father of Luffy, has also recognized the potential in Sabo. Upon confirming Sabo's considerable strength, which required no further instruction, Dragon took him under his wing for personal guidance. Given the nascent state of the Revolutionary Army, such talent was invaluable, and Dragon was elated to welcome Sabo into their ranks. A pivotal moment in fate had emerged. As Sabo accompanied Dragon, receiving direct mentorship, he diverged from the original narrative, not growing alongside Koala. Under Dragon's tutelage, Sabo's abilities surged, frequently summoned for arduous revolutionary missions. Consequently, Sabo was often on the move, seldom having the chance to connect with Koala. By the time Luffy set sail, Sabo had only met Koala a handful of times, exchanging a few words and names, yet lacking any profound emotional bond. What existed between them was merely the camaraderie shared among revolutionaries. Chapter 99. The Feast on the Table in the village of Cocoa West. A decade had passed with only subtle transformations. The offspring of the villagers had increased, smiles abounded, and their incomes had risen, leading to a more prosperous existence. This change was largely attributed to the presence of Belmer and her daughters. With Luffy's arrival, they would no longer face poverty. Despite their newfound wealth, the ingrained habit of cultivating oranges persisted. With Luffy possessing some commercial connections, he leveraged his influence to enhance the market for Belmer's oranges. Furthermore, he facilitated the complete acquisition of the village's oranges by merchants at prices nearly 50% higher than before. The previous merchant had been unscrupulous, pocketing a significant profit margin. Even now, thanks to Luffy's assistance, Cocoa West enjoyed a modestly affluent existence, yet the villagers still cursed the memory of the greedy merchant. Luffy had come to visit Belmer and her family. Come to my home for a while. I have hunted a beast and prepared a lavish feast for you. The freshly harvested oranges are delightful. Do sample them. Due to Luffy's support, along with the events of the 10-year-old dragon pirate incident, one could not walk through the village without encountering enthusiastic villagers. Their faces radiated gratitude. No matter their prior tasks, they paused to greet Luffy as he passed. The oranges are delicious. I must attend to something, so I shall take my leave. Luffy had long since become accustomed to this warmth. For nearly a decade, it was implausible for him to sneak around every time he visited the 3 women. He was not a man to hide in the shadows. Consequently, over time, Luffy no longer shied away from the villagers' gazes during his visits. Unbeknownst to him, his rapport with the villagers had grown as familiar as that of his connections in Windmill Village. Belmer's home remained in its original location, somewhat distanced from the other villagers. As Luffy strolled along, he engaged in conversation, swiftly leaving the enthusiastic villagers behind. Ah, this orange is indeed quite sweet. Luffy peeled an orange and devoured it in a single bite. In an instant, a rich sweetness permeated his heart, prompting an involuntary exclamation of delight. Luffy's footsteps suddenly halted. He furrowed his brow and turned to observe the path from whence he came. Ah, be careful, apricot. In the village, a mother was laughing as she watched Luffy walk away. Turning back, she was horrified to see her 3-year-old child wobbling toward her. The little one was unsteady on her feet and was about to topple over, perilously close to a sharp stone on the ground, its pointed edge dangerously aimed at her innocent eyes. Mama, hug. The child, unaware of the impending danger, raised her hands toward her mother just before her fall. Witnessing her child in imminent peril, the mother surged forth with an extraordinary burst of energy, leaping toward her little one. Alas, the distance was too great, and in despair, she could only watch as her child was about to collide with the jagged stone. At that critical moment, an invisible ripple swept through the air, causing the villagers to feel a sudden discomfort, yet they were oblivious to the reason behind it. Heavens! What is happening? One villager, having just splashed a basin of water, was stunned to see the water suspended mid-air as if gravity had ceased to exist. Not only the water, but upon closer inspection, the small stones on the ground were trembling and rolling erratically. In mid-air, a leaf floated gracefully, caught in a moment of stillness. Another villager spat on the ground, unaware that his saliva hung suspended instead of falling. All small objects exhibited this peculiar phenomenon, defying the very laws of physics. Even more bizarrely, without warning, the sharp stone seemed to be crushed by an unseen force. The child, following the shattering of the stone, fell to the ground, her delicate face pressing into a cloud of stone dust, rendering her rosy complexion pale. Wah! The child cried out in pain, her face smeared with dust, completely oblivious to the fact that her eyes, and perhaps her life, had been spared. Do not cry, do not cry. The mother, terrified, could not fathom why the stone had shattered so suddenly. Regardless of the reason, she was overwhelmed with relief that her child was unharmed, offering silent gratitude to all the unseen guardians. As she comforted her child, tears streamed down her face, filled with dread at what might have happened had the circumstances been different. Wait, did I misinterpret what happened? From the moment the invisible ripple appeared to the villagers' realization of the bizarre occurrences, including the weightlessness, and culminating in the stone's transformation into dust, no more than a second had elapsed. With the peculiar phenomenon dissipating as swiftly as it had emerged, the bewildered villagers were left questioning their own perceptions. Humanity is inherently fragile, especially in childhood. A moment's distraction can lead to tragic consequences. This incident served as a poignant reminder to remain vigilant in safeguarding the innocence and safety of children. Luffy retracted his conqueror's haki, turning with a smile as he made his way back to his second home. Having discovered the connection, he felt compelled to rescue the child. Cocoa West Village was not unfamiliar to him, and being in close proximity allowed Luffy to utilize his instinctive precognitive ability to sense impending danger. With his current strength, he could easily intervene before the child stumbled over a small stone. However, Luffy chose not to engage in a dramatic moment of heroism. Instead, he unleashed the formidable power of his conqueror's haki. This domain was entirely under his control, exerting its influence without affecting the villagers. The immense pressure solidified the air, creating a bizarre sensation of weightlessness. The small stone, caught in the invisible yet potent force, was reduced to dust. In the original narrative, Shanks wielded his powerful haki to inflict physical damage. Now, Luffy's conqueror's domain could achieve similar feats, with even greater potency. Furthermore, the ability of the conqueror's haki to instill submission extended beyond mere trivialities. Although Luffy had yet to fully explore this potential, he had unwittingly employed a certain green-haired individual as a test subject. Was it truly voluntary? Luffy has likely grasped the effect of the Emperor's domain, understanding that it compels subservience from those of the rank of Major and below. In other words, beneath the rank of Captain, Luffy need not lift a finger. The mere activation of this domain will ensure that, regardless of the number of adversaries, they all become his loyal subordinates. This expansive offensive maneuver is far more effective and potent than the vast area attacks of natural types. I have returned. This is Luffy's second home. It is uncertain when he began to express it this way. Welcome back, Luffy, came the voice from within. In the room, Belmer, clad in an apron and wielding a mop, was diligently cleaning the floor. Her long, crimson hair cascaded chaotically down her back. At 40 years of age, though faint lines had begun to appear at the corners of her eyes, she still exuded a charming allure, reminiscent of a woman in her 30s. Ah, I'm back. Where are Nami and Nojiko? Nojiko is tending to the orange grove, and Nami set off early this morning on her small boat. I'm not certain where she is observing the ocean currents. It's all your fault. Had you not gifted Nami a hawk, she wouldn't be taking that bird out so often to explore and chart the sea currents. Ah, please, not like that. I'm still mopping the floor. Belmer gently protested, leaning softly into Luffy's embrace. We can attend to the cleaning later. Luffy's hands wandered restlessly over Belmer's body, his mouth equally occupied. Belmer gradually succumbed to the haze of passion as Luffy laid her upon the dining table. Unconsciously, the garments shielding her form vanished, revealing the allure of a mature woman, her porcelain skin, a figure rivaling that of a model, and those ample curves that had only grown more enticing. Far from losing their charm, her delicate, crystalline feet, lovingly tended by Luffy's frequent caresses and massages, now found themselves at the mercy of his hands and lips. Not here. What if Nojiko or Nami suddenly return? Don't worry about them. After all these years, they already know about us. We just silently agreed not to speak of it. Even if they come back, they'll wait outside until we're finished before knocking. Who knows? Maybe Nojiko and Nami are eavesdropping right now. Luffy, with a mischievous grin, leaned close to Belmer's delicate ear and whispered softly. Upon hearing Luffy's words, Belmer instantly experienced a surge of intense emotions. Seizing the moment, Luffy launched a genuine offensive. In an instant, the room was transformed into a battleground of epic proportions. When does a woman radiate her most exquisite charm? It is not merely through adornments or fashionable attire. Rather, it is in the lingering essence of passion that remains after she has been cherished by a man, which is truly enchanting and alluring. For instance, at this very moment, Belmer, with her delicate, fair feet bare, donned only a sheer, flowing sundress that barely concealed her form, revealing a pair of smooth, rosy legs. Draped with an apron in front, the thin fabric of her garment allowed a glimpse of her smooth back. Fresh from her spirited encounter with Luffy, Belmer hummed a soft tune, her spirits lifted, as she busily prepared grilled meat, a favorite of Luffy's, in the quaint little kitchen. Luffy has a penchant for barbecued meat. Yet standing outside the petite kitchen, he finds himself irresistibly drawn to Belmer. It is as if he envisions the wealthy heiress Sun Shangxiang, brandishing a formidable cannon, provocatively challenging him. Care for a shot? Undoubtedly, he would accept. Luffy could no longer restrain himself, swallowing hard as he pressed closely behind Belmer. Reveling in the intoxicating sensation against his body, his hands moved instinctively toward her flimsy short skirt. Luffy, stop. I'm still grilling the meat. Don't mind me. You focus on your task, I'll focus on mine. Luffy's breathing grew ragged, his movements increasingly fervent. Didn't we finish earlier? Please, not here. This kitchen is too cramped. Tight space doesn't matter. I'll hold you the whole time. Belmer's weight was nothing to Luffy. He could lift her with one hand. In fact, he didn't even need his hands. His wild, untamed hair lashed out like living tendrils, coiling around Belmer's body to steady her, allowing Luffy to indulge freely. Are you some kind of wicked tentacle monster? Don't. Nojiko could be back any minute now. Then help me put out this fire, and I'll let you go. Luffy used his hair to help Belmer hold a pose, standing behind her to first admire the alluring curves of her back before letting out a low growl and launching his assault. To put it plainly, Luffy's fervor was relentless. Despite having just emerged from a fierce battle, the unintentional yet irresistible allure Belmer exuded had him impatiently indulging in mischief with her once more in the small kitchen. This, however, left poor Nojiko, who had been waiting outside for quite some time, in an awkward predicament. What a beast, starting up again already, she thought weakly, leaning against the doorframe. Her cheeks flushed. The rhythmic, impassioned sounds drifting from within made her body grow warm, her heart pounding erratically. Nojiko had grown up, her body now fully matured. Her once short blue hair now cascaded down to her waist, and her snug short-sleeved top accentuated her alluring curves. A pair of fitted jeans showcased her long, model-like legs, while her dainty feet, adorned with sandals, revealed playful, delicate toes peeking out. She was now a stunning young woman, yet, tragically, still untouched. It wasn't he that Luffy had developed a conscience and spared this ripe fruit within his grasp. Rather, the right opportunity had never presented itself. A decade of subtle conditioning had left both sisters utterly dependent on him, their hearts irrevocably bound to him alone. Even if Nojiko and Nami were to discover Luffy's relationship with Belmer, after the initial shock, they wouldn't have the resolve to reject his shameless advances. Helpless, they would resign themselves to the truth, feigning ignorance, while silently acknowledging the reality. Their tacit acceptance only emboldened Luffy further. Nojiko, being 2 years older than Nami, had been his target since she turned 16. Yet, not once had he fully succeeded. Nojiko and Nami shared a room, meaning any attempt on Nojiko would unfold under Nami's watchful gaze, an unbearably embarrassing prospect for Nojiko. Thus, she resisted, never allowing Luffy to truly claim her. Frustrated, he would often sulk, settling for merely holding the two sisters as they slept. Of course, back then, the sisters were like innocent, hairless bunnies. The three of them unashamedly bare before one another. But as Nami, too, matured, her body blossoming into womanhood, Luffy's excitement surged. Now, He was determined to devour them both. Thus, the two sisters faced the situation together, and they surely would not refuse simply because one person was watching. Indeed, the sisters no longer hesitated. On a certain night, within the confines of their room, they anxiously awaited the arrival of a significant moment, the transition from girlhood to womanhood. However, at this critical juncture, Belmer feigned ignorance, interrupting Luffy's intimate moment with a knock at the door. Belmer remarked, "Even if everyone pretends to be oblivious, turning a blind eye to my two adopted daughters falling into your hands, I have begun to accept it. Yet, you cannot disregard my presence. Right beside me. You brazenly indulge in my two daughters, is that it?" With Belmer's disruptive knocking, the affair among the three could no longer proceed, even if Luffy were willing. The sisters were not. They gasped softly, pulling up their blankets to conceal their bodies, and both pairs of smooth, youthful legs swiftly kicked Luffy off the bed. Thus, what could not be accomplished within the home, might it transpire in the wilderness. Luffy, it seemed, was not ready to treat the sisters' significant first experience with such casualness. Belmer asserted, "You think you can treat my first time with such nonchalance?" Luffy, in his youthful ignorance, often found himself unable to resist the temptation of devouring his two sisters. However, Belmer always appeared just in time, thwarting his attempts repeatedly. Eventually, the sisters, mindful of their maternal figure, denied Luffy any opportunity to indulge his appetite. Frustrated yet enlightened, Luffy understood that in this household, on this island, he would never have the chance to consume his sisters. With the arrival of the little eagle, a gift from Luffy, Nami frequently took to the seas, sketching nautical charts far and wide. Thus, she presented Luffy with numerous chances to feast. Yet, each time Nami allowed Luffy to take advantage, she playfully remarked, "Sister, you haven't devoured me yet, so as the younger sibling, I certainly cannot let you triumph first. If you wish to taste me, you must first feast upon sister." Nami expressed her indignation at Luffy's initial ambition to claim both mother and daughter. Though resigned to her fate, she relished in teasing Luffy, prolonging the time before he could consume her. Nami would continuously push Luffy away at critical moments, stealing glances of playful laughter from the sidelines, exacting her own form of retribution on him. Luffy is utterly disheartened, for Nami's playful demeanor is not a true resistance against him. He cannot assert himself too forcefully and must concede to Nami's whims, allowing her to successfully buy time. Consequently, Luffy has turned his attention to Nojiko. However, Nojiko finds herself in a difficult position. In Chapter 101, Striving Against the Waves, every time Luffy attempts to take Nojiko out to sea, she hesitates. She understands that venturing into the ocean means leaving Luffy with nothing to consume. The thought of Belmer frequently interrupting their plans weighs heavily on her mind. Nojiko recognizes that Belmer harbors some reluctance, as she has diligently raised her two adoptive daughters and cannot bear the thought of them being taken by Luffy. Nojiko holds profound respect for Belmer, and each time she faces Luffy's dubious invitation, despite feeling shyly inclined to agree, she first seeks Belmer's counsel. Naturally, Belmer is somewhat unwilling to give her explicit consent for her adoptive daughter to sail with Luffy. Thus, as long as Belmer remains noncommittal, Nojiko, although disheartened, must decline Luffy's invitation to embark on a voyage. In this manner, Luffy employs various strategies to entice Nojiko to the sea, but Belmer continually disrupts his efforts, leaving Luffy still without the opportunity to indulge in Nojiko. This year, Luffy has reached the age where he is truly ready to set sail. Not long ago, upon announcing his decision to embark on this journey, silence enveloped the three women, mother and daughters. Nami, as the navigator, will undoubtedly accompany Luffy on his voyage. However, Belmer, being merely a homemaker, will not join him at sea. Nojiko, lacking any grand ambitions, wishes only to remain with Belmer in Cocoa Village, tending to the orange groves. She too will not set sail with Luffy. As the reality of Luffy's impending adventure dawns upon them, Belmer finds her heart entwined with her foster son's aspirations. The following day, with a heavy sigh, she informs Luffy that she has consented to allow Nojiko to accompany him on his maritime journey. Luffy was overjoyed, for despite having missed numerous opportunities in the past, the matter concerning Nokigao had finally reached a splendid conclusion. Thus, Luffy's journey to Cocoa West Village was not to take Nami out to sea, but rather to escort Nokigao on her maritime adventure. Aware of this, Nami embarked on her own voyage aboard the small vessel to chart the seas, taking her time before returning home. She intended to enjoy a few days with Nokigao, relishing their time together and, if fortune favored them, to seek out a devil fruit along the way. After several days, Luffy would return with Nokigao, now transformed into a woman, before finally taking Nami out to sea to acquire a proper ship for their adventures. Indeed, Luffy had long since made preparations for their seafaring endeavors prior to setting sail. He and Nami would claim their vessel and subsequently gather their long-awaited companions. For only once everyone was assembled would the true voyage of their pirate crew commence. Luffy's ship awaits him in the quaint village of Syrup, where a gentle and kind young lady eagerly anticipates his arrival. Luffy is undeniably mischievous, and his intentions are clearly deliberate. Aware that Nokigao waits outside, he continues his fierce battle without pause, leaving Nokigao blushing and overheated from the prolonged anticipation. Nokigao, who has yet to truly experience such encounters, finds his mature body yearning for it. Had it not been for Belmer's interference, he would have long since succumbed to his desires alongside Luffy. This situation inflates Nokigao's frustration, and as he listens to the alluring sounds from within, he instinctively begins to move his hands across his own body. At some point, the enchanting sounds ceased, but Nokigao remained oblivious, leaning weakly against the door, engrossed in his own actions. Just when he reached a critical moment, the door swung open unexpectedly, and before he could utter a cry, Luffy enveloped him in a tight embrace. With a resounding thud, the door shut. "Hiki, my darling. What are you up to? Do you need my assistance?" Luffy chuckled, his hands already in motion. Onoki was rendered speechless, his body devoid of strength to resist, nearly succumbing to the relentless tide, gradually losing himself in the fervor of the moment. Before long, a high-pitched moan resonated within the room, only to be followed by an enveloping silence. "My dear, you are ready now. It is time for you to assist me. We shall enter the chamber. Right here." Belmer had already been embraced into her room. "We were just here moments ago, and now it is my turn to partake in this space." Luffy, resolute in his intentions, deemed it unnecessary to conceal such matters any longer. Noki, feeling a sense of shyness, crouched down. In a single room, over the course of one evening, the mother and daughter shared a tacit understanding, engaging in a playful charade. As Luffy prepared for his voyage, Belmer chose not to dwell on his increasingly audacious actions, while Noki was determined to leave no regrets behind, for she too wished to avoid any sense of loss. Although at dawn the next day, Noki would embark on the sea with Luffy, tonight she was wholly compliant with him. The rooms were merely separated by a thin wall. The dining area and the small bathroom were only a door apart. Under the indulgence of the two women, Luffy orchestrated numerous exhilarating games. Ultimately, Luffy, forever insatiable, resolved to undertake a bold initiative. With audacity and a disregard for consequences, he seized the moment while the mother and daughter were exhausted and momentarily distracted. In that room, he mischievously fulfilled a small wish, uniting Belmer and Noki together. "Noki, Belmer?" The two women blinked in astonishment, their weary bodies rendering them momentarily speechless. "What a challenge," Luffy mused. "Please, not like this." The mother and daughter gasped in embarrassment, closing their eyes and avoiding each other's gaze. The unfolding situation was beyond their control. Luffy laughed heartily, delighting in the playful chaos. Tonight, he intended to revel in his mischief. Belmer was nearly overwhelmed. While Noki remained somewhat composed, Luffy, mindful of his plan to take Noki to sea the following day, tempered his enthusiasm. Thus, Belmer, in the role of a surrogate daughter, absorbed half of the enjoyment that rightfully belonged to Noki. Initially resistant to the shameful scenario, the two women gradually relinquished their objections, surrendering to the playful guidance of Luffy. Unbeknownst to them, they soon found themselves calling out in abandon, exchanging bashful glances. Perhaps it was Luffy's mischievous charm that encouraged them to embrace one another. Coughing slightly, perhaps they could even engage in a tender moment between women. Though initially resistant, facing the eager Luffy left them with little choice. After all, they had already confronted their roles as mother and daughter, participating in actions they deemed shameful. Eventually, they resigned themselves to the circumstances, embracing the night's beauty without further hesitation. Ah, how splendid the world is! The next morning, Luffy reluctantly departed the room, stepping outside to bask in the gentle sunlight, marveling at the beauty of all things. "All right, we're off," Noki remarked, carrying a small bundle of her belongings. Her body still somewhat weary as she closed the door and playfully scolded him. "Yes, let us go." "Ah, put me down quickly. You have yet to respond." "I shall carry you in my arms. It is not without its consequences, for last night you exerted a considerable toll upon us," while Belmer remained in a deep slumber. Nojiko's cheeks burned with embarrassment as she buried her small head deeply into Luffy's embrace. The events of last night were nothing short of wild. She now finds it difficult to fathom how she could have been so reckless as if she had lost her senses entirely. By the seaside, aboard a small vessel, the king of the near seas guided them as a seasoned navigator. Luffy, cradling Nojiko, boarded the boat, departing from the present to embrace a world meant solely for the two of them. Chapter 102. The seafaring vessel in the East Blue lies a renowned island, celebrated for its breathtaking cherry blossoms that paint the sky in vibrant hues and its fragrant blossoms that fill the air. The island offers an array of delectable cuisines, amusement parks perfect for couples, and dedicated hot spring inns designed for intimate rendezvous. These hot spring inns cater exclusively to couples, providing a sanctuary where they can flirt, deepen their understanding of one another, and luxuriate in the comfort of the warm waters. Imagine, in an empty hot spring room, devoid of any interruptions, two lovers engaged in tender moments. Within the soothing embrace of the hot springs, they can whisper sweet nothings to each other without a care in the world, emboldened to express themselves in ways that may leave them blushing. The warmth of the springs already ignites passion, and when shared, it intensifies the fervor. One can only imagine the exhilarating and fervent experiences that may unfold. The soundproofing of the hot spring rooms is exceptional, allowing couples to revel in their excitement without concern that their joyful exclamations might disturb others. Discretion is our creed, assurance is our promise, and the lingering memories we create are the services we offer our cherished guests. Such are the words of many hot spring inn proprietors. Luffy took Nokigao out to sea, and the enchanting destination they sought was a picturesque tourist island. Arriving here, the journey should have taken only 3 hours at the speed of the Near Sea King's ship. Surprisingly, it took the two of them 6 hours to reach this haven. During the voyage, no unforeseen events transpired, so why did they arrive just around noon? The situation unfolded simply, on a small boat, upon the narrow deck. Luffy embraced Nokigao, whose youthful fragrance enveloped him, stirring his heart with an irresistible desire, his gaze wandering over her form. Alone together, with a considerable distance still to traverse to the tourist island, it would not be true to Luffy's nature to refrain from indulging in some mischievous antics. Uncontrollably, Luffy found himself drawn to Nokigao's delicate cheeks, the soft pink of her ears, and the alluring contours before him, indulging in some of the temptations he had long yearned to explore. Such pleasures are the delectable delights of the human experience that one cannot resist. Luffy's hands resemble those of a pianist or an artist, exhibiting extraordinary skills against his adversaries in every conceivable manner. Could this be the long-lost dragon claw technique? He relentlessly manipulates his foes with various deft movements. As he brushes past the willow tree, gently caressing and gliding, is it akin to the willow technique? Or perhaps a Zen-like finger meditation? Astonishingly, Luffy unleashes unparalleled martial prowess, employing a mastery of the whistling technique. He strikes at 3 vital points, paying particular attention to the area surrounding the heart, the most lethal of weaknesses. Then he targets the lower 3 points, exerting himself to render his opponent's legs powerless to stand. Under the sun's radiant glow, his adversary glistens, a rare artistic masterpiece. What truly heightens Luffy's vigilance are those remarkably powerful little feet, which surpass even the legendary celestial feet. If Luffy were to judge, this realm would not be of the earthly plane, but rather the fabled immortal realm belonging to celestial beings. As splashes of waves arise, droplets cascade upon those delicate, translucent, and charming little feet. Luffy takes a deep breath, gazing intently, gradually approaching to absorb those droplets. He cannot allow any earthly filth to tarnish those fairy-like feet. Hence, he meticulously cleanses every speck of dust with patience and care. Nokiko, unable to contain her emotions, emits enchanting melodies at any moment. A rhythmic blend of high notes and soft whispers, her gaze dreamy and profoundly affectionate towards Luffy. Her heart is entirely devoted to him, willing to forgive his past indiscretions, including the events of the previous night and various mischiefs involving her and Nami. Nokiko is eager to do anything for Luffy, just as she is doing now beneath the vast blue sky and fluffy clouds, on the deck of a small boat amidst the boundless sea. After allowing Luffy to indulge, she graciously reveals a rare artistic sculpture of the human world, facing Luffy's fervent gaze with a blush, employing an array of techniques. It must be noted that under Luffy's decade of dedicated guidance, Nokiko has blossomed into an exceptional disciple. This, then, is the reason for the duo's belated journey to the island. On the island, in the town, throngs of people bustle about, predominantly couples strolling together. The streets are lined with numerous stalls, offering a myriad of food and goods, a veritable cornucopia. Luffy and Noki, skilled in their own right, strolled hand in hand through the bustling streets, seamlessly blending into the vibrant atmosphere of this lover's lane. Try this. Is it delicious? Noki offered a skewer of delectable octopus balls, taking a bite before extending it towards Luffy's lips. Quite delightful. You must be thirsty. Have a sip of this juice. Luffy took a sip, nodded, and handed over the drink in his hand. Noki Gao, unbothered by the remnants of Luffy's saliva on the straw, had indulged in quite a bit of barbecue and was feeling rather parched. She leaned in and took several hearty gulps of the beverage. Wow, this seems delicious. I want some. Noki Gao tugged at Luffy's hand, playfully shaking it like a young girl seeking affection. All right, I'll go buy some. Wow, these clothes are beautiful. Which ones do you like? Those, and those. Noki Gao pointed at nearly every piece in the little shop. Hiki, but I prefer to see you in those clothes. Noki Gao followed Luffy's gaze to a neighboring clothing store filled with daring and revealing garments. The shop was named Intimate Attire. Her cheeks flushed red as she lowered her head and murmured, if you like them, then go ahead and buy them. Sure, let's finish shopping here first. Then we'll head over there. The entire afternoon was spent indulging in delights along Lover Street, eating and shopping to their heart's content, before heading to the amusement park to revel in their shared joy. Immersed in their world, they lost track of time, only realizing the night had fallen and the streets were becoming sparse with people when the dimming light brought them back to reality. Oh no, it's dark. With so many visitors to this tourist island, I wonder if there are still accommodations available in town? Noki Gao voiced her concern. Don't worry. Before we came, I had already arranged things with the owner of the town's most luxurious couples hot spring inn. I reserved the entire place for the next few days. The business here is so prosperous. The hot spring inn must be very profitable. I can only imagine how many berries they make in a day. How much did you have to spend to reserve it all by yourself? Noki Gao exclaimed in astonishment. Luffy gently brushed against Naka's delicate nose and said, it doesn't matter how many berries it costs, as long as it brings you joy. Noki, touched by his sentiment, offered a sweet kiss in return. Chapter 103. Luffy's service. As night fell, the couple, weary from a day of playful adventures, chose to indulge in a romantic hot spring, seeking to wash away their fatigue and prepare for a delightful evening ahead. Before Luffy's arrival, he had already reserved the finest, most opulent, and most comfortable couple's hot spring inn in the town. This romantic retreat boasts not merely one couple's hot spring room, but encompasses a vast area with nearly 20 such rooms. Among them, the largest and most spacious couple's hot spring suite spans almost 100 square meters. Lavishly adorned, it features a grand hot spring pool, surrounded by an array of delectable delicacies, some playful props, and an assortment of garments. Luffy had the entire couple's hot spring inn reserved in advance. Although he only required the most luxurious couple's hot spring room, he preferred not to be alone with Noki Gao while soaking in the springs, especially with other rooms occupied nearby. Despite the excellent soundproofing and privacy, Luffy's audacious nature allowed him to act as he pleased, buoyed by his wealth. The origins of Luffy's riches would be elucidated later. Oh, splendid. You have prepared well, he remarked, eliciting a light chuckle from the staff. Within the opulent couple's hot spring room, the inn stood as the most prominent establishment in town. Reiko, with her delicate, fair feet bare, was modestly draped in a short towel that barely concealed her most intimate areas. The allure of her smooth skin and fragrant essence captivated Luffy's gaze. Today, they had procured a considerable amount of items, and Noki Gao had ventured to their accommodation first to arrange their purchases before heading to the hot springs. Guided by Reiko, Luffy first visited the room to assess the preparations for their evening together, as he had yet to see the locale. Reiko understood that the audacity to reserve the entire inn indicated Luffy was a significant client. The owner had stressed the importance of this occasion and subtly hinted that should Luffy express any desires, she was to comply. The owner's demeanor made it evident to Reiko just how vital Luffy was, a matter that could impact her future endeavors. As the face of the establishment, Reiko was not one to easily succumb to exploitation. With the owner's protection, despite many admirers desiring her beauty, she had only made a few sacrifices in her years in this profession. This was not a fairy tale. Reiko had neither a downtrodden sibling nor a dramatic backstory. It was reality, and as a delicate woman, she had yet to rise above the murky depths of her circumstances. Sensing Luffy's intense gaze, Reiko felt no resistance. Instead, she was willing to use her allure to retain this esteemed client. This was the nature of her work. Only clients like Luffy warranted such sacrifices. Are you satisfied with this place, dear guest? If you have any thoughts, feel free to indulge before your girlfriend arrives, Reiko suggested, positioning herself close to Luffy. her skin radiating warmth as she spoke enticingly, her eyes sparkling with invitation. Ahem, Reiko was no longer a maiden. Her beauty, while captivating, was merely a fade. She was but an elevated star in this realm. Her ample bosom, draped in a slightly damp towel that hinted at hidden wonders, was inconsequential. Regardless of how alluring her limbs, neck, and delicate feet might be, Luffy remained unmoved. No need for further exploration here. Let us proceed to the adjacent room. This is the place where Luffy and Nokigao will soon indulge in a hot spring. He would never allow this location to descend into chaos. Seizing the opportunity is wise. To forego it would be foolish. With the thought of Nokigao awaiting him, Luffy resolved to act swiftly, embracing a somewhat reckless approach. For it was merely a fleeting encounter, a consensual exchange of desires. Thus, with a resounding clap, a couple entered the adjacent hot spring room. Towels were flung aside, and the splashes of water accompanied by exhilarating sounds filled the air. Luffy showed no mercy, only exercising a modicum of restraint, much like leaving unsightly ink stains upon a pristine sheet of paper. All of this transpired within the span of an hour. In a separate room, Nokigao had already arranged everything, eagerly waiting for Luffy to escort her to the hot spring. However, she found herself waiting nearly an hour for his arrival. "Have you been up to some mischief?" Nokigao inquired, detecting an unusual fragrance on Luffy, reminiscent of a woman's body scent, her tone slightly irked. "Well, let's not dwell on such matters. Our hot spring is ready and will certainly meet your expectations." Luffy, with a playful grin, led Nokigao out of the room. "Humph, you are nothing but an incorrigible lecher," she retorted, although even without his words, she could surmise the unfolding situation. "Indeed, I am a cad. However, I am considering your well-being. Just think about it. Tonight's activities require some prior tempering of my exuberance, lest I exhaust you to the point that you cannot rise tomorrow." "You are merely grasping at straws," Nokigao replied, her mind racing at the thought of surrendering her innocence to Luffy that very night, a mix of anticipation and trepidation swirling within her. Despite recalling Luffy's previous indiscretions with that alluring woman, she had long since accepted his indisputable penchant for flirtation. "Here we are, our room for the hot springs. What do you think?" "Quite splendid, I assent it. So spacious and luxurious. This place is delightful. Soaking in the springs here will undoubtedly be a soothing experience." As Luffy pulled open the wooden door, Nokigao was instantly captivated by the interior arrangement. The mere sight of a hot spring room spanning 100 square meters elicited an exclamation of awe from her. Following Luffy inside, Nokigao gazed around with admiration. Yet she harbored no desire to possess it forever, even though she was aware that if she merely voiced her wish, Luffy would fulfill it. She had grown accustomed to the cozy confines of her small childhood home, despite the fact that the combined income of her and her mother, along with Luffy's concealed wealth, could easily allow for the demolition of their modest dwelling in favor of a more spacious abode. The three of them had formed an attachment to their familiar surroundings. Although their home might be somewhat cramped, they had no inclination to change their environment. In Nokigao's heart, this place would simply become a repository of cherished memories shared with Luffy, and she would forever treasure the beautiful days spent in his company. "Luffy, it's all right. I can manage on my own," she said hurriedly upon seeing Luffy crouch down to remove her sandals with the intention of attending to her. "Allow me to take care of you tonight." As Luffy spoke, he attended to Nokigao, replacing her bath towel, and proceeded to offer attentive service that would make her feel the divine essence of hospitality. Chapter 104. A beautiful evening regarding Nokigao's significant first experience. Luffy was certainly not about to casually transform her into a woman within the confines of their couple's hot spring suite. Their time in the hot spring was merely a prelude. The entirety of their experience revolved around soaking in the warm waters, devoid of any inappropriate intentions. Indeed, the two were solely indulging in the soothing embrace of the hot spring. There were no props, no themed attire, nor any masquerade as a butler. Luffy dedicated himself to providing Nokigao with a thorough massage, ensuring her comfort. Additionally, he prepared an array of delectable treats, as food had been provided and should not go to waste. Thus, they engaged in these simple pleasures. Eventually, their delightful soak came to an end, and Nokigao was thoroughly satisfied with Luffy's exemplary service, feeling so weak that she required his support to walk. After the hot spring, having expended considerable energy, she found herself quite hungry, leading them to their candlelit dinner. Luffy donned the meticulously prepared attire, exuding an air of gentlemanliness, complete with a tie. Nokigao adorned herself in a resplendent, princess-like white gown. Her delicate, Dainty feet slipped into a pair of crystal shoes. The pristine crystals perfectly complemented her exquisite little feet, causing Luffy to salivate uncontrollably, nearly transforming into a lovesick puppy. With a touch of tenderness, he retrieved a necklace, adorning Noki Gao's graceful neck, the sapphire glimmering brilliantly. However, in Luffy's eyes, it was not the necklace that captivated him the most, but rather the breathtaking beauty of Noki Gao in that moment. Tonight, you are the most beautiful, my darling. Luffy gazed deeply and affectionately at the enchanting Noki Gao, gently lifting her chin to bestow upon her a French kiss. After a prolonged moment, he managed to quell his impatience and took her by the hand to dine. The couple's hot spring inn boasted a spacious courtyard, where Luffy arranged for a cozy candlelit dinner setting, graciously pulling out a chair for Noki Gao to sit. With a snap of his fingers, a female musician, hidden in the shadows, elegantly drew her bow across the violin. The melody, reminiscent of Bink Sake, filled the air, although it was not the original. Rather, it conveyed a romantic ambience. Luffy, knowing only the tune of Bink Sake, expressed that the music should evoke the essence of love. The dinner was lavish, featuring an array of dishes and succulent meats. They poured themselves glasses of red wine, sharing sips, alternating between each other's lips for a more intimate experience. After their meal, they felt the need to engage in some light exercise to aid digestion, not to be misconstrued, merely a close dance, wrapped in each other's arms. Noki Gao's cheeks flushed as she leaned against Luffy's chest, allowing him to guide their movements. Whether due to the wine or the emotions swirling within, Noki Gao found herself slightly intoxicated. Luffy, slightly intoxicated, leaned closer to Noki Gao's ear and suggested, "The night is deep. Shall we retire for the evening?" Noki Gao shuddered, tightly wrapping his arms around Luffy's waist, and softly murmured in agreement. The lingering candlelight behind them flickered persistently until it was extinguished, causing their figures to vanish into the darkness. Luffy led Noki Gao into a room, not one they had visited earlier today, but a space meticulously adorned as a bridal chamber. "I cannot offer you a wedding just yet, but at least tonight, I can provide you with a night of marital bliss." Noki Gao gazed in astonishment at the festive, newlywed decorations. It all appeared as though it were a bride's sanctuary. In that moment, all traces of intoxication vanished from Noki Gao, as she covered her mouth in overwhelming emotion, tears of joy spilling forth as she looked at Luffy. "Do you like it?" she murmured softly, her voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. "All right, no more tears. It won't do you justice." Luffy gently wiped away her tears. "Love me, Luffy." Regardless of how Luffy might treat her first time, Noki Gao would embrace it and forever hold it dear in her heart. Little did she expect that Luffy would arrange such a heartfelt surprise, lavishly renting the entire couple's hot spring inn for their visit. A candlelit dinner followed, culminating in the astonishing revelation of a bridal suite. All of this left Noki Gao feeling surprised, touched, and blissfully happy, yearning to merge her very being with Luffy's. Her long hair flowed freely behind her, and the princess-style white gown cascaded down gracefully. Luffy personally removed her crystal shoes with ease, and soon thereafter, he laid Noki Gao upon the bridal bed. In that moment, both faced one another with openness, their hearts racing, beads of sweat forming on their skin. Breaths quickened with anticipation. Luffy, with a heart brimming with anxious anticipation, approached Noki Gao's first experience with a gentle slowness, treating it with utmost tenderness. The stifled groans of pain, akin to a pristine white quilt stained with crimson, blossomed into a shape reminiscent of a plum blossom. This evening, within the confines of the bridal chamber, the enchanting night had only just begun. Whether one labels Luffy a rogue or a scoundrel, or accuses him of merely pursuing women, on this night, he felt an unparalleled sense of fulfillment, as if he had undergone a profound baptism. This exquisite sensation lingered vividly in his memory, reminiscent of the moments shared after toppling Machino and her companions. In a previous life, Luffy had yearned fervently for the company of these renowned and unforgettable female figures. Who among us has not harbored youthful fantasies? Unlike those who are merely caught in a whimsical fantasy, Luffy has been favored by fate, allowing him to traverse this tangible world. Thus, regardless of his character, there lies one unwavering aspiration at the core of his being, to embrace every cherished one. The first among them is Machino, who not only bore him a daughter but also held a special place in his heart, evoking immense pride and affection. The second is Belmer, whose unique standing and mature physique greatly pleased Luffy, further enhancing his sense of pride in her. Nami, the adoptive mother of Nojiko, serves as a source of exhilaration, which has been the underlying reason for Luffy's persistent teasing of Belmer. The third individual, however, is not Nojiko, and further elaboration will follow. It is essential to note that she is the one Luffy treats with utmost care, akin to a delicate snowflake cradled in his palm, ever fearful of its potential to dissolve. On one hand, Luffy yearned to transform into a ferocious beast, while on the other, he desperately suppressed this desire, opting instead for a gentle demeanor. He experienced turmoil, yet found an odd pleasure in it. The fourth character is Nojiko, Nami's sister and the adopted daughter of Belmer, who too harbored dreams. From childhood, she and Nami were nurtured into enchanting young women. After enduring a long wait, her aspirations have finally materialized. Nojiko is unique in her own right, as an adopted daughter and sister. The fact that she was lovingly guided by Luffy adds to the reasons for his deep affection towards her. Thus, he endeavored to make this evening exceptionally romantic. With Nojiko finally embraced tonight, one wonders if, aside from Nami, a genuine three-way battle could ensue. Luffy, brimming with excitement, eagerly anticipated the events that would unfold upon his return with Nokigao. Meanwhile, Nokigao, lying atop Luffy, felt the stirrings within her, her anticipation causing the once dormant desire to awaken anew. The battle was reignited. Chapter 105. The intruding Navy. Nokigao's wedding night had passed, and in the days that followed, Luffy, accompanied by Machino, resembled a blissfully wedded couple, reveling in their newfound love. They strolled beneath the cherry blossoms, wandered through bustling streets, indulged in shopping, and shared meals, each taking turns to savor their bites. Together, they soaked in hot springs and played games, rarely parting from one another except for the briefest of moments to attend to nature's call. For 24 hours, they were inseparable, as if bound by an unbreakable force. Their public displays of affection had made them well known in the town, where the residents had quickly recognized the newlyweds. "Ah, open wide. Is it delicious?" Luffy inquired. Nokigao obediently swallowed the morsel he offered, playfully nibbling on his finger as she nodded enthusiastically. "It's delightful. You must try a piece of this roasted meat." She extended the skewer towards Luffy, and after he took a bite, she eagerly asked, "Is it good?" "Indeed, it is splendid." Luffy embraced Nokigao, a mischievous grin adorning his face as he remarked, "Though barbecued meat is delectable, you are even more so. Keep your voice down. There are many around us." Nokigao shyly replied, nestled in Luffy's embrace. "Hee, then let us find a more secluded spot." Indeed, the amusement park was bustling with activity. As the two engaged in their quiet conversation, nearby onlookers clearly overheard their affectionate exchange. One particularly striking woman caught the eye of a nearby gentleman, who mused, "How wonderful it would be if she were my girlfriend." "Hey, what are you thinking?" "I'm talking to you," his discontented girlfriend snapped. Having noticed his lingering gaze on the enchanting Nokigao, her dissatisfaction was palpable as she glanced from Nokigao to herself, feeling inadequate. Without delving into how the gentleman placated his irate partner, we shift our focus back to Luffy and Nokigao, who had already retreated to the hot springs. The vigor of youth. In moments of fervor, they would seek out a place to indulge without restraint. The hot springs were indeed a splendid locale, offering not only a soothing respite for weary bodies, but also the opportunity for various delightful escapades. After engaging in a series of playful activities, they could rinse off the grime and continue their merriment. However, Nokigao, unable to withstand Luffy's robust energy, often found herself utterly exhausted. As she succumbed to fatigue, Luffy's fervor remained unabated, especially within the warm embrace of the hot springs, where enthusiasm lingered for quite some time. What to do? Nokigao lay completely spent, a modest towel barely covering her form, drifting into a deep slumber in the tranquil warmth of the hot spring room. Without a few hours of rest, she would surely struggle to recover. Luffy admired the enchanting sleeping posture of Nojiko, his hand moving and his heart fluttering. Gently grasping her delicate ankle, Luffy found himself lost in a moment of unintentional reverie. What was he doing? Nojiko was fast asleep. What was his intent? "Luffy, she sleeps her slumber, while I indulge in my own amusements, and I shall tread lightly, ensuring her repose remains undisturbed." But just not. For Luffy is not devoid of compassion. Even when Noki is utterly exhausted, he would not dare disrupt her slumber. He simply lingers momentarily, savoring the fleeting moments by her delicate feet. With a gentle push, he closes the door behind him, temporarily vacating this space to allow Noki to rest. This place has been secured solely for her, and no one shall intrude upon her tranquility. Furthermore, his instincts assure him that Noki will remain safe during his absence. Upon entering a nearby onsen room, he pushes the door ajar, revealing a scene of a dozen enchanting women, draped in diminutive towels, each exuding her unique charm. Awaiting his presence. At the forefront stands Reiko, flanked by the female attendants of this couple's retreat. Luffy has taken over this place, and the dozen or so women associated with it have naturally been claimed by him as well. In a bid to please this esteemed patron, even Reiko, the face of the establishment, is willing to make sacrifices. Thus, it is evident that these women are even more inclined to do so. Therefore, after Luffy exhausts himself with Nochigao, one should understand how he ultimately extinguishes the flames of his anger. For Luffy, Nochigao embodies true love, while these women merely serve the purpose of quelling his ire. Although they are indeed beautiful and captivating, Luffy swears that his object of desire, stemming from his peculiar foot fetish, will not be any of these women. Nevertheless, those petite feet do possess a certain allure that stirs something within him. In the end, Luffy remains steadfast in his principles. After all, these women were not innocent, and were of a more sophisticated profession, with a fire still burning within. He came here to extinguish it, which is quite justified. Luffy held his head high, striding confidently without a towel draped over him. A group of women, led by Reiko, approached with playful, flirtatious steps, giggling as they neared Luffy. No need to worry about my temper dissipating, he thought. The fire within me is gradually being extinguished by these enchanting sirens. He intended to treat these women as mere trifles, offering no courtesy. Displaying affection leads to an early demise, he recalled a saying. Perhaps even the heavens could not tolerate their daily display of affection. And retribution had finally arrived in the form of an unfortunate interruption. On the 5th day after their wedding night, after a tiring day of exploration, the couple was on their way to their usual spot for a hot spring bath. What? Someone has reserved this place? I cannot bathe. Do you know who I am? Do you dare to obstruct me? Luffy casually draped an arm around Naka's shoulders, whispering intimate secrets as they strolled. In the distance, at the entrance of the hot spring, a cacophony echoed, revealing a throng of Navy personnel encircling the area. Naturally, I dared not obstruct Colonel Mouse, yet I found myself in a predicament, as a guest had reserved this place for 2 more days. At the entrance of the hot spring stood a woman of mature years. Though her age had etched some wrinkles upon her face, she still possessed a semblance of beauty, reminiscent of her youth when she must have been a strikingly attractive woman. Clad in revealing attire, her figure was accentuated by a skirt that flirtatiously split high, showcasing her legs without a hint of sagging. While her skin lacked the smoothness of youth, it was evident she had taken great care of herself. She was none other than Sasha, the proprietress of this couple's hot spring inn. Despite being a woman, she was the wealthiest entrepreneur in the town. However, no matter how affluent Sasha was, she dared not offend the imposing figure of Colonel Mouse, who bore a striking resemblance to his namesake. With 3 long whiskers adorning each side of his face, he glared at Sasha, bellowing, "I don't care. Today, I shall indulge in this hot spring. Even if someone has reserved it, that will not deter me." Chapter 106. The reckless Colonel Mouse. Colonel Mouse possessed a keen awareness of his circumstances, adeptly adjusting his demeanor according to those before him, his character marked by cunning. As a naval officer, he was responsible for the waters surrounding Cocoa West Village. Yet he recognized the formidable nature of the evil dragon pirates. To confront them recklessly would be to court danger, potentially risking his very life. For the sake of self-preservation, Colonel Mouse chose to ignore the evil dragon pirates, allowing them to reign over a dozen villages, establishing their so-called Fishman Empire. It can be said that his involvement was part of the higher naval echelon's concealment of the evil dragon pirates' activities in the East Sea. His slippery approach and lack of strength meant he would find it challenging to achieve great deeds or ascend the ranks. Aware of this reality, he contentedly accepted his position as a colonel, shunning any aspirations that might jeopardize his life. This title held little sway over the notorious pirates of East Sea. Yet it provided a measure of intimidation for villagers and merchants like Sasha, so long as there were not those colossal tycoons whose enterprises spanned the East Sea and beyond. At present, Colonel Mouse was insistent on enjoying the hot spring, leaving Sasha in a quandary, feeling quite troubled. Given her influence, offending Colonel Mouse would not lead to immediate ruin, yet her future prospects would undoubtedly suffer. He would keep a watchful eye on her business, slowly driving her to bankruptcy. What was she to do? As Sasha wrestled with her thoughts and caught sight of Colonel Mouse's loathsome gaze lingering on the women surrounding Rinko, an idea sparked within her. This place has been reserved by someone else, and I cannot accommodate you. If I breach this trust, it would greatly impact my business. However, Colonel Mouse, since you have come here so infrequently, I cannot allow you to depart in disappointment. How about this? I shall invite you to another couple's hot spring inn to enjoy the bath, and I will have several of my female attendants attend to your needs. What do you think? Colonel Mouse? Several female attendants? Initially, Colonel Mouse felt angered by Sasha's insistence that he refrain from bathing. But he was pleasantly surprised by her thoughtfulness in offering him the company of the attendants. Upon hearing that the hot springs here were immensely comfortable and that the attendants were exceptionally beautiful, he became quite intrigued. Arriving at the town's largest couple's hot spring inn, he had initially learned that it was fully booked, and he did not wish to create a scene. After all, he was merely a colonel, and he preferred not to offend affluent patrons, since much of his income stemmed from their goodwill. Nevertheless, Reiko, as the face of the establishment, was in charge during the owner's absence, leading the group of women to welcome the guests. It was evident that upon their arrival, the alluring and captivating attendants left Colonel Mouse utterly speechless, while the naval officers accompanying him appeared utterly besotted, with a few even experiencing nosebleeds. Consequently, these enchanting women made it difficult for Colonel Mouse to leave. Were it not for the respect he held for the Navy's reputation, he might have even attempted to forcibly take one of the women. Very well, seeing your enthusiasm, I shall not press you further. I will take this one, that one, and another. Colonel Mouse eagerly selected 7 attendants, including the most beautiful and enchanting Reiko. With only a handful of attendants available, he had now chosen half of them. Haha, let us depart. Colonel Mouse felt a twinge of regret for not selecting them all, but he was delighted to leave with half. He approached Reiko with a lecherous grin, eagerly anticipating the sensation of her delicate hand. Reiko felt a sense of helplessness, despite her disdain for Colonel Mouse's demeanor. She could not make any gestures of resistance. As a mere attendant at a couple's hot spring inn, she was not a virtuous woman to begin with. And since the owner had consented, all she could do was comply. Just as Colonel Mouse's hand reached for Reiko, who wore a professional smile and was about to extend her hand in response, a hand suddenly intervened, stopping Colonel Mouse's advance. A tall figure then positioned themselves between the two. Hey, what do you think you're doing? I recall that the booking is for 2 more days, and these women are temporarily under my charge. What is happening here? Sasha, I demand an explanation. Luffy squinted his eyes and gazed at Sasha. When he had brought Noki Gao to this place, he had only briefly encountered Sasha before she departed, and he had not seen her since. As a woman of a certain age, Sasha still possessed a certain allure, retaining an undeniable charm that captivated men. To avoid any potential complications, she preferred not to visit the hot spring inn unless necessary. It was only for significant clients like Luffy that she would make an appearance to attend to their needs. Sasha was taken aback. After sacrificing 7 female attendants, she had finally breathed a sigh of relief when Colonel Mouse seemed ready to leave, only for Luffy to return unexpectedly. Caught in a quandary, she found herself torn between not wanting to offend Colonel Mouse and the necessity of appeasing Luffy, her esteemed client. Frustrated, she thought, "You insufferable brat. Step aside. Do you even know who I am? I am none other than Colonel Mouse, am I not? Ah, you know me?" Colonel Mouse paused, scrutinizing Luffy from head to toe, and inquired, "Are you the one who has reserved this entire hot spring inn?" "Indeed," Luffy affirmed. Luffy nodded, squinting as he declared, "This place has been reserved by me. These maidens, for the time being, belong to me, and thus you cannot take them away." He gestured towards Reiko and the other 7. It was a jest, although Luffy held little regard for these women. He preferred to wait until after his departure to address such matters. At that point, he would be indifferent to who their next master would be. However, for now, these women were still his possessions. Should they be taken away by Colonel Mouse, Luffy would feel a deep sense of humiliation. "Cannot take them?" Colonel Mouse pointed at himself and arrogantly retorted, "You insolent brat, do not speak so brazenly. I am a naval colonel. Do not think twice about it. If I wish to take any one of these women, I shall do so, regardless of their number. Be wise. Relinquish this hot spring inn to me for my enjoyment, and then get lost. Only then will I forgive your audacity." The visage of Luffy was not one that Colonel Mouse recognized. He was certainly no character of his acquaintance. It immediately occurred to him that Luffy might merely be a wealthy upstart, emboldened by his fortune, and he believed that, with his rank as a naval colonel, he could easily crush Luffy. Colonel Mouse cast a disdainful glance at Luffy. Although shorter in stature, he felt an air of superiority in his heart. His gaze wandered among the group of women, a lecherous grin escaping his lips. To Colonel Mouse, Luffy would not dare defy him, which meant that these women and the hot springs were all his to enjoy. Suddenly, as he scanned the surroundings, Colonel Mouse's eyes fell upon Noji Gao, and a spark of interest ignited within him. He pointed at Noji Gao with an air of recklessness, declaring his intentions. Chapter 107. Submission and Death. Noji Gao was unlike the other women, such as Reiko, to Luffy. Even if Colonel Mouse had designs on Reiko and the others, their earlier insolence towards him only fueled his anger. Colonel Mouse's arrogance had already prompted Luffy to consider teaching him a lesson in humility. However, to Luffy's surprise, Colonel Mouse had the audacity to point at Noji Gao and shout at her, his excitement palpable, his expression grotesque as he reveled in the thought of her demise. Noji Gao, like the women Luffy held dear, was a sacred point of contention. Any attempt to harm them would undoubtedly lead to one inevitable outcome, death. It seems you are courting your own demise, wishing for your life to end. Luffy, fueled by rage, advanced and obstructed Captain Mouse's gaze towards Noji Gao, gripping his finger tightly and applying pressure gradually. Ah, it hurts. Let go of me, you brat. Captain Mouse's face turned pale, as if a massive boulder was crushing his finger, threatening to flatten it. Release Captain at once, or we shall open fire. A group of Navy soldiers behind Captain Mouse, witnessing their superior's indignity, could no longer remain passive spectators. They raised their weapons in unison, aiming at Luffy. Did you hear that, brat? If you wish to avoid being turned into a porcupine by my men, release me now. With the threat of armed soldiers backing him, Captain Mouse felt emboldened. Humph. Very well, I shall let go. A series of cracking sounds echoed as Luffy indeed released his grip. However, he employed a deft maneuver, reducing the bones in Captain Mouse's finger to mere fragments. The finger was utterly ruined, supported only by a thin layer of skin, dangling limply from his hand. Ah, my finger. It's gone. It's gone. The excruciating pain rendered Captain Mouse writhing on the ground, wailing incessantly. Captain, fire. Observing Luffy's audacity in the face of so many guns, several Navy soldiers rushed forward in concern for Captain Mouse's injury, while the rest kept their weapons trained on Luffy. Lower your weapons. Such mere foot soldiers did not warrant Luffy's direct intervention. It was time to unleash his conqueror's haki. Buzz. Just as the Navy soldiers were about to pull the trigger, a wave of Imperial might surged forth. What is happening? Is my body trembling in fear? I cannot allow this. Who is this person? What devil fruit power is this? I feel compelled to kneel and submit. How can I think such thoughts? No, I am a Navy soldier. Panic erupted among the soldiers as Luffy's aura enveloped them. Their bodies quaking, unable to fire, instinctively lowering their weapons. It was as if pointing their guns at Luffy was an unforgivable sin. Furthermore, they could not meet Luffy's authoritative gaze, nor dare to look upon his countenance. They even found themselves incapable of standing before him. This sudden sensation was akin to encountering a celestial dragon, compelling them to kneel in fear. Their instincts forced them down. What terrified them further was that the celestial dragon's authority only induced superficial obedience, while inwardly they cursed them repeatedly. Yet, Luffy was different. First, their bodies succumbed to kneeling. Then their minds gradually succumbed to the notion of submission, extinguishing any thought of resistance. These Navy soldiers recognized the impropriety of their actions. They were part of the Navy, sworn to serve only their superiors and not to bow to anyone else. Luffy has inflicted harm upon their captain, and he stands as their adversary, making it impossible for them to submit to him. Initially, they were acutely aware of this and struggled fiercely against the overwhelming force. Yet, the notion of surrender began to infiltrate their thoughts against their will. Gradually, those who had fallen to their knees found themselves in a daze. Pondering in confusion, they could not muster even a flicker of defiance. Perhaps surrender was the only option, so they might as well yield to him. The minds of this naval crew were being reshaped by sheer dominance. In the midst of this scene, after Luffy unleashed the might of the Conqueror's haki, Sasha, along with Noki and the Colonel Mouse who writhed in agony on the ground, were stunned by the spectacle before them, since the Conqueror's haki had not affected them. They were utterly bewildered as to why this group of Navy personnel had suddenly knelt before Luffy, their expressions vacant as if entranced by a phantom. Hey, what are you doing? How can you kneel before the enemy? Are you still part of the Navy? Get up, stand tall. Colonel Mouse exclaimed in a panic, for his authority rested upon this very crew. Before a single blow had been struck, they had already capitulated, which was utterly disastrous. In his haste, Colonel Mouse overlooked the intense pain in his fingers, rising in alarm to chastise them, even resorting to kicking at the kneeling sailors around him. You need not shout. No matter how you command, they will heed my orders now. Just like this. As Luffy approached a kneeling Navy soldier, he extended his hand and requested, "Hand me your gun." Upon hearing Luffy's words, the dazed soldier, seemingly devoid of spirit, began to focus his vacant gaze. Initially bewildered, he quickly complied without hesitation, promptly handing over the firearm to Luffy. His demeanor resembled that of a subordinate responding to a superior's command, demonstrating unquestioning obedience. "You see," Luffy remarked, "they are no longer your subordinates. They are now under my command." Luffy spoke calmly, raising the gun in his hand and aiming it at Captain Mouse. "What do you intend to do? Do not act recklessly." Faced with the ominous barrel of the gun, Captain Mouse was particularly alarmed. Swallowing hard, his thoughts raced through his mind. "You must be a devil fruit user. Only an extraordinary ability from such a fruit could transform my subordinates in this manner. Think what you will, you may kneel and meet your demise." Luffy had no inclination to provide a clear explanation. As he charged forth into the Emperor's domain, it instantly caused Colonel Mouse to tremble and kneel. "No, I don't want to die. Please spare me," Colonel Mouse cried, desperately seeking reasons to survive. "I am a Navy colonel. If you kill me, you will be hunted for a bounty. Surely, you do not wish for that." "A bounty?" Luffy shrugged, unfazed, for he had already set sail to become a pirate. With a slight tilt of his head and a grin, he pressed the barrel of his gun against Colonel Mouse's forehead. "No, I don't want to die." Colonel Mouse shut his eyes in sheer terror, feeling the cold steel against his skin. Though he yearned to flee, his body trembled, immobilized by fear. He finally understood why his subordinates had suddenly knelt before Luffy, surrendering not out of desire, but rather due to an overwhelming force beyond their control. Colonel Mouse, in a state of lucid awareness, was forced to confront the specter of death. Therefore, Luffy, in a show of mercy, merely sought to instill momentary dread within him, leaving Colonel Mouse acutely aware of his impending doom while his body resisted any action, awaiting his fate. Bang! The sound of a gunshot echoed, and Colonel Mouse lay sprawled on the ground, eyes wide open, unable to close them in death. This marked Luffy's first act of killing. Chapter 108 had finally arrived. Colonel Mouse was dead, a gaping hole in his forehead, his lifeless form sprawled on the ground. Surrounding him, a group of kneeling Navy soldiers gazed at their deceased commander, their hearts filled with panic and confusion. Their subconscious minds wrestled with the reality that their superior had been slain by Luffy. They faced a choice between fighting desperately or fleeing for their lives. Yet, this instinctive response was swiftly subdued by the overwhelming notion of submission, keeping them on their knees, paralyzed and unresponsive. The sensation experienced by these soldiers resembled that of being possessed by a ghost, or perhaps suffering from sleep paralysis. They remained aware and rational, yet were unable to act freely. Under the oppressive influence of the Emperor's domain, as long as they were near Luffy, they could not rebel against him. The only escape lay in distancing themselves from Luffy or summoning the strength of their will to break free from the notion of submission. "Clean up the blood on the ground and drag this dead rat away. You all should leave as well." Luffy tossed the gun back to its original owner and addressed the group of Navy officers. Luffy's commands were met with unwavering obedience. They swiftly cleared the ground, and without hesitation, hurriedly carried away Colonel Mouse. When Luffy instructed them to remove him, they dared not defy his will, and thus they complied. In no time, the sudden appearance of this group of Navy personnel had dissipated entirely. That mouse certainly consumed a considerable amount of our time. Now, Nokigao, let us indulge in a hot spring. Luffy turned around, pulling Nokigao into the couple's hot spring inn, seemingly indifferent to the fate of Captain Mouse. To him, eliminating the captain was as trivial as crushing an ant. As they disappeared into the inn, Sasha and Reiko finally exhaled the breath they had been holding. To them, Captain Mouse had been a significant figure. However, this notable individual had been swiftly dispatched by Luffy with a mere word and a single shot. Fear gripped them, solidifying their belief that Luffy was undeniably ruthless. Earlier, when Luffy had aimed his gun at Captain Mouse, Sasha had contemplated stepping forward to dissuade him from acting impulsively. Operating her business here, she certainly did not wish for a death to occur outside her hot spring inn, especially one involving a naval captain, which would undoubtedly lead to complications. Although she yearned to mediate, she lacked the courage to step outside. Luffy's peculiar ability could render the Navy personnel submissive with just his presence. Even when facing his imminent demise, Captain Mouse had shown no resistance whatsoever. Moreover, while the Emperor's haki had not directly affected them, it was impossible for them to remain entirely unscathed by its overwhelming presence. Inevitably, Luffy's use of this power radiated a domineering and regal aura, akin to that of an ancient emperor. Ordinary individuals like Sasha were naturally intimidated by such a commanding presence. The innkeeper, the captain, perished here. Though we did not slay him, it bears some relation to us. What shall we do if the Navy sends someone our way? Reiko asked, her brow furrowed with concern as she stood behind Sasha. The other female attendants shared the same apprehension, fearing that the captain's death might adversely affect them. Although this situation is troublesome, do not worry. We did not take his life. If the Navy arrives, we shall simply tell the truth, Sasha reassured them. The Navy upholds justice, and we are merely a group of ordinary, vulnerable women. I trust they will not trouble us, regardless of the corruption within the Navy. At least in the eyes of the common folk, they were perceived as just allies. After hearing Sasha's words, though the group was not entirely at ease, they were no longer hastily preparing to flee. They hoped that the Navy officials coming to inquire were not of the same ilk as Captain Mouse. Sasha's heart was heavy with worry. She could not guarantee that everything would turn out all right. If honest Navy personnel arrived, they would be safe, however. If those who were not upright came, the outcome could be dire. Sasha was reluctant to abandon the enterprise she had painstakingly built. This couple's hot spring inn was her lifeline. Without it, her comfortable life would cease to exist. In an attempt to have Captain Mouse leave, she had previously sent Reiko and the others to attend to him, which had ultimately provoked Mr. Luffy's fury. Would this incite discontent from him towards her? Luffy has undoubtedly become a wanted criminal after slaying Colonel Mouse. However, that is a matter for the days to come. For now, Luffy remains her esteemed client. And the demise of Colonel Mouse serves as a stark reminder that this patron is capable of violence when displeased. Sasha, contemplating this unsettling reality, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. With furrowed brows, she resolved to devise a means to atone for her misstep, regardless of Luffy's intentions. Madam, we shall take our leave now. We are preparing to entertain guests, Reiko announced, her complexion flushed and her body feeling slightly overheated. At present, only Luffy and Nokigao were being attended to, while Reiko and her companions intended to cater to Luffy after his rendezvous with Nokigao. With the flames of passion still aglow, one must concede that Luffy's prowess in that regard is truly formidable. He has captivated the very essence of Reiko and her companions. Just moments ago, Luffy had enacted yet another heroic rescue. Although the death of Colonel Mouse might have repercussions for them, presenting a potential dilemma, they would rather forego the heroics of Luffy. Nonetheless, it is undeniable that a powerful man possesses an irresistible allure for women. And the hearts of Reiko and her friends were aflutter, a certain warmth pooling within. Then you must be on your way, Sasha urged. Wait, I shall accompany you. As she observed Reiko and her friends sauntering into the inn with an enticing grace, an idea sparked within Sasha's mind, perhaps a way to rectify her earlier misjudgment. With a determined bite of her lip, she resolved to follow Reiko and her companions into a private hot spring room. My sincerest apologies, Nokigao. We must depart tomorrow. We cannot afford to linger for another 2 days. Within the luxurious confines of the hot spring room, the playful antics of the two had just reached a pause. Luffy reclined against the edge of the pool, his arms encircling Nokigao's slender waist. Naturally, his hands were not content to remain still. Nokigao engaged in a playful game of riding, her hands draped around Luffy's neck as she rested her head against him, surrendering to the fatigue that followed their frolic. These past 5 days have been filled with joy and bliss. With Colonel Mouse's demise, staying here could lead to complications. Let us leave tomorrow. Nokigao murmured gently in Luffy's embrace. It was not solely due to the threat posed by Colonel Mouse. Rather, there was a location rumored to harbor a devil fruit, and she intended to seek it out the following day. What a jest! Should Luffy wish to depart, even aware that the death of Colonel Mouse could attract the Navy, he would not waver in his resolve. With his current prowess, provided that Carp does not unexpectedly return to the East Sea, he could vanquish as many Marines as they send his way. Alternatively, without requiring Luffy to engage directly, he could utilize the Emperor's domain to incite the Marines to turn against one another. The truth is, while Luffy and Noki were engrossed in their playful antics, an instinctive premonition finally emerged, prompting Luffy to joyously decide to set sail the following day. Chapter 109, The Slippery Devil Fruit. Without warning, and yet entirely expected, as Luffy and Noki indulged in their playful game, an unusual fruit quietly appeared among the multitude of fruits on a tree on a desolate island in the East Sea. It is said that devil fruits manifest randomly across the seas, capable of appearing unexpectedly in any location. Today, this secluded and uninhabited island encountered such an occurrence, presenting the world with a remarkable devil fruit. In the original narrative, a new devil fruit did indeed surface in the East Sea when Luffy first set sail. The grotesque and corpulent pirate, Alrita, after being bested by Luffy, fortuitously found herself on that very island and, by sheer luck, consumed the devil fruit. To this day, Luffy vividly recalls how Elrita underwent a dramatic transformation upon consuming that fruit, evolving from an unattractive, overweight woman into a stunning beauty with the smoothest skin in the world, Elrita. It is no exaggeration to say that her beauty at that moment could rival that of the Empress herself. This exemplifies the extraordinary power of the slippery devil fruit. Luffy is aware that the slip fruit will manifest at the time of his departure to the sea. Naturally, he will not let this devil fruit slip through his fingers. Luffy has been waiting, persistently anticipating news of the devil fruit. Recently, an instinct within him has suggested that the devil fruit is on the verge of manifesting. Luffy awaited with eager anticipation, patiently holding on to hope. Today, intuition finally bestowed upon him an accurate premonition. The coveted devil fruit had manifested on a desolate island in the East Blue. Luffy was filled with immense joy as he gathered his companions before embarking on their voyage. He had two aspirations. One was to savor the exquisite delicacy known as Noko, which had yielded delightful results. The other was to acquire the slippery fruit. This fruit was undoubtedly an extraordinary artifact for enhancing beauty, regardless of a woman's initial appearance or figure. Consuming it would instantly transform her from an ugly duckling into a graceful swan. For those already possessing beauty, indulging in this fruit would elevate their allure to unparalleled heights. Luffy eagerly anticipates the moment when she consumes the slippery fruit, envisioning her beauty and charm, her skin smooth and radiant. The mere thought sends waves of excitement coursing through him, yearning for the dawn of tomorrow. Caught in this fervent exhilaration, Luffy's movements become increasingly animated during the game with Noko. The tides of the sea, akin to a colossal beast thrashing about, rise and fall in tumultuous waves. Noko, with a gaze both dreamy and entranced, cannot help but softly hum a melodious tune, her body swaying with the rhythm of the currents. Unaware of where this journey may lead, after a considerable time, the game concludes, and silence envelopes the hot spring room. A captivating expanse of pure white scenery unfolds before the eyes. Noko, in slumber, resembles a fairy tale sleeping beauty, her allure undeniable. Her face still aglow with the remnants of joy. From above to below, then back again, the heart stirs, and the hands move. Luffy, with a heavy heart, is immersed in his final moments of nostalgia, cherishing those fairy-like little feet. Luffy cherished this moment the most. With a resolute clap, he stepped out, closing the door behind him, despite the reluctance weighing heavily on his heart. As he had done countless times before, he entered the adjacent hot spring room. To his astonishment and delight, Sasha was unexpectedly present as well. Much like Reiko and the others, a faint blush adorned Sasha's cheeks. Her figure modestly draped in a short towel. The essence of her youth still lingered, and time had yet to diminish her beauty and allure. Though she had matured, she retained a captivating charm, exuding a confidence that was hers to claim. Sasha could scarcely recall the last time she had engaged in playful banter with a man. Since the passing of her husband, she had embraced a solitary existence, indulging in a life of luxury. Throughout this time, men had harbored fantasies about her, attempting to win her affections. Sasha would have welcomed the end of her singlehood, should she encounter someone genuinely sincere, willing to accept her as she was. Unfortunately, after enduring various trials, she found that most suitors were of dubious character. As time wore on, her hopes gradually faded, and she became accustomed to her solitary, leisurely life. Thus, Sasha found herself quite out of sorts in this scenario, feeling a palpable discomfort as she faced Luffy's intense gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Luffy can swear, having experienced it firsthand. At Sasha's place, her river channel is still inundated with mud. Luffy has summoned his strength. How can one possibly proceed amidst the muck? As a dedicated cleaner, he must ensure that his work satisfies Sasha. The resounding roar of the waves reverberates, a chorus of voices rising and falling, as they engage in poetic exchanges. Among them, Sasha, whose voice had long been silenced, now croaks hoarsely. On the tourist island, by the seaside, a warship, outfitted under the command of a colonel, rests upon the surface of the sea. Upon the deck lies the lifeless form of Colonel Deadmau5, sprawled out, his eyes wide open in a haunting stare, sending shivers down the spines of the naval officers encircling him. What were we doing prior? How could we have succumbed to our enemies? What has transpired? What have I done? It is hard to believe that I stood by, a mere spectator, as the colonel breathed his last, remaining unmoved while kneeling in submission to our foes. We have all betrayed the very essence of naval justice. These sailors find themselves on the brink of collapse, having distanced themselves from Luffy, their thoughts of subjugation to the imperial domain gradually dissipating. Yet, deep within their hearts lies a seed, patiently waiting for the day they encounter Luffy once more, ready to take root and flourish. But for now, they have finally broken free from their submission, returning to their true selves. This group of sailors can hardly imagine bowing before Luffy. They wail and weep, engulfed in panic. The colonel is gone, and they have once knelt before the enemy. What fate awaits them from the naval headquarters? Grief and regret hold no value here. A naval sergeant steps forward and declares, "Our involuntary surrender to the enemy must be attributed to an unknown devil fruit ability. As long as we explain the situation, I believe the naval headquarters will show leniency regarding our transgressions. Therefore, worrying and blaming ourselves is futile. We must bring back the colonel's body and report that man's strange powers to the naval headquarters. The shame of submitting to the enemy is already ours to bear. I do not wish for our comrades in the future to endure such disgrace." Though the sailors are deeply concerned about their fates, the lingering sense of justice compels them to heed the sergeant's words. The ship sets sail, leaving the tourist island behind. For these sailors, this place has become one they wish to avoid, a haunting memory they seek to escape. After a prolonged absence from the battlefield, Sasha, overwhelmed by Luffy's special attention during the assault, ultimately succumbed in defeat. In a state of utter disarray, she abandoned her armor and retreated in disgrace. As if a deluge had drained her of strength, exhausted and powerless, Sasha became the first casualty, collapsing into unconsciousness. It was evident that her injuries were severe, and the pain rendered her unable to even close her legs. Although Sasha lacked the youthful beauty of Rinko, her identity still carried certain advantages, and Luffy found satisfaction in her presence. No matter, for with one Sasha fallen, there remained a dozen more to continue the fight. With their departure imminent, Luffy sought to seize the moment for a poignant farewell. The service ethos of the couple's hot spring had been fulfilled, leaving Luffy with an enduring fondness for the place. Chapter 110, The Journey with Armament Haki. Regardless of the allure of the tourist island, its breathtaking scenery, soothing hot springs, and the enchanting waitresses, including the innkeeper, could not deter Luffy from his seafaring pursuits. To put it bluntly, while Sasha and her companions were indeed commendable, for Luffy, with his formidable strength, such women were abundant and easily attainable. They would not leave an indelible mark upon his heart. Rather, they merely served to satisfy his physical desires when the need arose. It was Margino and her cohorts who truly captured Luffy's affection. On the deck of a small boat, Luffy gently embraced Noki, guiding the king of the near sea towards the uncharted island indicated by his instincts. "Little sea, hurry up. Haven't you eaten enough? You're moving like a tortoise." Even as the king of the near sea propelled the small vessel at a rapid pace, Luffy remained dissatisfied, fearing that a moment's delay might mean losing the coveted devil fruit. Though the fruit had been consumed by Yalata after Luffy had sent her flying, it was unlikely that its island would be unguarded when Luffy arrived. However, this scenario diverged from the original tale, and circumstances were bound to shift. Luffy had yet to encounter Yalata, and fate might intervene unexpectedly. It is said that one should not fear the improbable, yet the possibility of misfortune loomed. The slippery devil fruit had been devoured by Yalata, and even if Luffy had not yet crossed paths with her, it was conceivable that sheer coincidence could lead Yalata to the island ahead of him. Moreover, his instincts had subtly hinted that proceeding too slowly might invite unforeseen troubles. Before Luffy could truly grasp the powers of the slide devil fruit, he remained in a state of constant unease. He urged the king of the near seas to accelerate further, under the relentless demands of a master who only sought to exploit its labor. The king could only lament in silence, acknowledging its misfortune, while exerting every ounce of strength to pull the small boat. On the vast ocean, the king of the near seas propelled the small vessel with astonishing speed, causing the water on either side to part like cascading waterfalls. The boat emitted a series of frantic clattering sounds, clearly straining under the pressure of such velocity, on the verge of disintegration. "Luffy, we're going too fast. The boat is going to break apart." Naka's face was etched with anxiety. The rapid pace had already compelled her to cling tightly to Luffy, and as she witnessed the imminent collapse of the vessel, her grip tightened even more. "Don't worry, the boat won't fall apart," he reassured her, calculating the distance and speed, feeling a newfound confidence rise within him. Luffy comforted the frightened Noki, then placed his palm on the deck and uttered softly, "Armament Haki." Benefiting from his robust physique and indomitable spirit, Luffy's mastery of armament haki was not only profound and powerful but also displayed an exceptional level of control. In its initial phase, armament haki envelopes the hands, augmenting strength. At an advanced level, it can be wielded at will, allowing the user to infuse any part of their body with armament haki at any moment. Concentrating it solely in his fist significantly enhances both power and defense. Alternatively, enveloping the entire body in haki reduces individual strength and defense but increases overall energy expenditure. Furthermore, this mastery enables the user to grasp the elemental intangibility of Logia-type devil fruit users. The subsequent stage, mastery, allows one to apply armament haki to objects external to the body. For instance, by imbuing a cannonball with armament haki before launching it, the projectile's power is amplified, capable of injuring even those who have become intangible. Similarly, a marksman could enhance a bullet's potency with armament haki, posing a threat to those in elemental form. The initial phase of mastery bears little distinction from the advanced level. Those who excel in advanced armament haki often possess this capability as well. However, the degree of control Luffy exhibits now is vastly superior, akin to the difference between 1 and 10, though the small boat measures only 7 to 8 meters in length. If it were inherently robust, enveloping it with armament haki would not be overly challenging. Yet, there exists a significant distinction between applying haki to oneself and to an external object. The body is one's own, thus utilizing armament haki is a relatively straightforward endeavor. In contrast, applying haki to an object not belonging to oneself presents a formidable challenge, often resulting in considerable energy loss during the process. The greater the level of control, the less energy is consumed. To envelop this small vessel in armament haki across the vast ocean is a feat achievable only by a select few formidable beings. Surprisingly, Luffy not only accomplished this, but did so without a fleeting application of his haki. Regardless of how swiftly the king of the sea may pull, Luffy's instincts indicated that he had at least an hour remaining. In other words, to prevent the small boat from disintegrating, Luffy must maintain his use of armament haki continuously until they reach the deserted island in approximately 1 hour. He could sustain this effort for that duration. Luffy squinted, contemplating, with his palm pressed firmly against the deck. From Noko's elevated perspective, she could see that the small boat had become an inky silhouette, as dark as iron, glimmering with a sheen of night. Unbeknownst to Noko, the extent of Luffy's formidable power was unfathomable. All she recognized was that he had prevented the vessel from disintegrating. Nestled deeply in Luffy's embrace, her petite head nestled against his chest, she found a profound sense of security. Luffy, you are truly amazing. Without thinking, Noko expressed her admiration for the man, lifting her gaze to his cheek and playfully pecking it. Higi, that's not quite enough. I am rather greedy. While simultaneously infusing the small boat with the power of haki, Luffy engaged in playful banter with Noko, this act of multitasking appearing effortless. Noko's playful gesture piqued Luffy's interest, and with a thought of action, he found one hand occupied but the other free, idly yearning for engagement. Luffy's craving reemerged, compelling him to savor the luscious, sweet pout of Noko Gao with meticulous attention. Noko Gao knew of Luffy's formidable strength, however, she had no inclination to delve into the intricacies of his power, for she could not fully comprehend it. Consequently, Luffy refrained from boasting about the extraordinary prowess of his armament haki. The fact that he could imbue their small vessel with armament haki for over an hour merely indicated the profound mastery he possessed over it, rather than suggesting he was merely at a basic level of control. Amidst the boundless ocean, a colossal sea beast towed a small craft that appeared encased in iron, darting across the water like a rocket. On board, a man and a woman remained undistracted by the vessel's rocket-like speed, deeply engrossed in their own world. Inadvertently, Luffy's hand slipped beneath his clothing. Wait, Luffy, this small boat is moving too swiftly. Were it not for your embrace, I might struggle to remain seated. Fear not. I shall ensure you sit with utmost stability. Luffy's hair struck out, once again transforming into a tentacled creature, allowing Noko Gao to perch confidently upon him. Noko Gao embodied a regal queen, while Luffy assumed the role of the submissive. The ship trembled, its speed akin to flight. Yet the only vibrations felt were those of their hearts. Chapter 111. What if? An hour offered little time for action. The process was deliberately brief. And with a modicum of satisfaction, Luffy assisted the slightly weakened Noko Gao into a small boat. They had arrived at the deserted island. After an hour of frantic pursuit, the Sea King did not disappoint Luffy, lying listlessly on the water's surface like a lifeless serpent. Is the little sea creature all right? Noko Gao glanced back at the Sea King, which seemed on the verge of demise, expressing concern. It will be fine, after a few hours of rest. The little sea creature will recover. Luffy, carefree and unburdened, remarked that as long as the king of the near sea was not exhausted, it sufficed. Disregarding the silent suffering harbored within the king's heart, the subordinates possessed no rights, and furthermore, the king of the near sea was not even human. but a sea beast. The alluring slippery devil fruit lay tantalizingly close, as Luffy, filled with anticipation, grasped Noko's hand and ventured towards a distant, somewhat sparse forest. On the arduous journey along the treacherous forest path, Nokigao proceeded with caution. Impatient, Luffy swiftly lifted Nokigao into his arms and quickened his pace. Luffy, that devil fruit holds great significance for you, doesn't it? Nokigao observed Luffy's restlessness, a rare sight reserved only for encounters with the mother and her 2 daughters. Though the nature of their urgency differed slightly. Indeed, it is of utmost importance. As Luffy journeyed onward, he inquired, "What powers does that devil fruit possess? Are you aware?" Noki, intrigued by the legendary nature of the devil fruit, contemplated Luffy's rubbery physique, which she had experienced profoundly. The extent of its stretch and size seemed boundless. Akin to the Rui Jingu Bang. "Oh, I know. It is the gum-gum fruit," she exclaimed. "What capabilities does it hold?" The name eluded Noki, leaving her bewildered as to what could evoke such anticipation from Luffy. Its ability allows all forms of attacks, whether sharp or blunt, to effortlessly slide past him. "We've arrived." Luffy, filled with delight, came to a halt before a grand tree adorned with a plethora of fruits. He also prompted Noki to refrain from asking questions that would be challenging for Luffy to answer. Luffy, feeling a twinge of guilt, contemplated the miraculous effects of the smooth fruit on beauty. For any woman who cherishes her appearance, the prospect of sacrificing even a few years of her life in exchange for such allure is undoubtedly tempting. Should Nokigao become aware of the fruit's beautifying powers, her eyes would surely gleam with anticipation, eager for Luffy to bestow it upon her. This situation would pose a dilemma for Luffy, as he had already predetermined the recipient of this devil fruit. It was not Nokigao, nor was it the aging Belmer, who, unfortunately, was also excluded from consideration. The gentle Machino, who bore him a daughter, was equally unqualified. A single devil fruit is destined for only one individual. For those who cannot partake, Luffy could only sigh in regret, acknowledging their lack of fortune. In future maritime adventures, should he fortuitously encounter such a beautifying devil fruit, he would strive to procure it to compensate them. Setting aside thoughts of Nokigao, Luffy lifted his gaze and immediately noticed a singularly distinctive devil fruit among the myriad hanging from the tree. It resembled a bowl of glass marbles, within which lay a radiant and enchanting pearl, exuding a striking presence. With a nimble leap, Luffy effortlessly ascended to the treetop, plucking the devil fruit and landing gracefully on the ground below. With the devil fruit secured, he declared, "Let us depart." As he cradled the smooth fruit in his embrace, Luffy felt a profound sense of relief wash over him. It was now rightfully his, devoid of any unforeseen mishaps. Curiously, Nokigao observed the devil fruit in Luffy's hand until he concealed it, exclaiming, "Is this what a devil fruit looks like? Its shape resembles that of a fruit, yet its color is strikingly different. It appears akin to a mutated fruit." Laughter erupted as Luffy affirmed, "Indeed, a devil fruit does resemble a mutated fruit." He added, "In the future, if you stumble upon such a fruit at a market, do not hesitate. Regardless of its authenticity, purchase it without a second thought." This recollection prompted Luffy to jest with Nokigao, recalling how in his past life, certain fanfictions portrayed scenarios wherein protagonists effortlessly acquired devil fruits worth over 100 million berries for a mere pittance. Luffy's seemingly casual jest resonated deeply with Nokigao, who took it to heart. Should she ever stumble upon a mutated fruit, her first course of action would undoubtedly be to procure it without hesitation. The fabled devil fruits. What if she were to encounter one? Without dreams, what distinguishes a person from a mere salted fish? Apart from cultivating oranges, Nokigao harbored an uncertain dream, one whose realization remained to be seen. "Luffy, how can one ascertain the powers of such a devil fruit before consuming it?" she inquired. "There exists a compendium of devil fruits that chronicles every known fruit throughout history. Have you perused it?" "Not yet. But I intend to seek it out when the opportunity arises," Luffy replied. Suddenly, Nokigao bombarded him with inquiries regarding devil fruits. Her subtle curiosity did not escape Luffy's notice. He answered her questions with enthusiasm, detailing the intricacies of these extraordinary fruits. One must always be cautious. If Nokigao were to inadvertently acquire a devil fruit, unaware of its capabilities, and consume it blindly, the outcome could be unpredictable. If fortune favored her with a powerful fruit, that would be splendid. Even if it were not particularly strong, avoiding adverse side effects would still be a stroke of luck. However, the thought of her consuming a fruit that might deform her body or render her unappealing is troubling. A mouse devil fruit? Transforming into a mouse. A wild boar devil fruit? Turning into a sow? A snot devil fruit? Would she be flinging mucus? Huh. Noki Gao would undoubtedly regret such a choice and would shy away from facing Luffy thereafter. Thus, it is essential to prepare adequately for any circumstance, ensuring that unforeseen events do not catch one off guard, much like the present situation. Though the small boat, fortified with haki, managed to reach the deserted island, its structure had undeniably collapsed, rendering it incapable of further navigation. The boat can no longer sail. Shall we await a well-rested Xiaohai to return us? Noki Gao queried as they stood by the seaside. In response to her words, the small boat, barely afloat nearby, suddenly released a resounding splash as a splintered plank detached from its body and sank into the waves. I refuse to board it while it is drenched, Noki Gao declared. Let us remain here for a while. A vessel will surely pass by shortly. Luffy gazed meaningfully at the distant sea, exuding confidence. If it weren't for his intuition signaling him, he would not have exerted such effort to empower the small boat with armament haki, hastening his arrival. As he approached, he pondered the predicament of the small boat being unable to navigate further. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that even if the small vessel was rendered unusable, a larger ship would soon arrive. In a matter of 1 or 2 hours, a grand vessel would indeed make its appearance. He chuckled, suggesting they first seek a shaded spot to rest. After sustaining the use of armament haki on the small boat for an hour, Luffy truly felt fatigued. Luffy, did you not mention needing a break? Well, yes, I am resting. However, I can do so while under the shade of a great tree. In a cool clearing, the two of them rolled about, leaving traces of their playful antics. Engaging in such games would hardly exert Luffy. Perhaps Noki Gao alone would pose a slight challenge, but if the entire group of girls were to join in, that would indeed present a greater test. Chapter 112. Alrita rolling and tumbling. They frolicked in the grass beneath the grand tree, thoroughly engrossed in their game. Under the bright sun, with the expansive sky above, although they were alone on this deserted island, their behavior was undeniably unrefined. After some time, Noki Gao emerged from the thicket, her cheeks flushed. Taking a deep breath, she inquired, Luffy, did you not say a ship would arrive? We've been at this for quite a while now. Perhaps it is time to pause. If someone were to suddenly appear and witness us, it would be quite embarrassing. Noki Gao contemplated their carefree play on the deserted island, imagining the shame that would ensue if they were indeed seen. Yes, the ship will arrive shortly. Let us quickly don our clothes and head to the shore. Do not rush. Luffy halted Noki Gao, a smile gracing his lips. We still have a bit of time before the ship arrives. Let us continue our game. As he leaned closer to Noki Gao, the surroundings were tranquil and clear, with birds chirping, seemingly curious about the two figures engaged in their playful antics. Noki Gao, facing a grand tree, steadied herself against its trunk. Luffy, please stop. From afar, it is evident what we are doing. Isn't there a ship approaching? What if we cannot hide in time? That would be utterly embarrassing. Hee. Indeed, one careless moment could lead to discovery. Oh dear, what should we do? I simply cannot stop. Honestly, Luffy. Noki Gao sang softly, her voice tinged with nerves and exhilaration. She ceased her resistance, fully aware that Luffy was confident they would remain undetected. Yet, understanding this was one thing. The relentless thrill and anxiety were another. Standing behind her, Luffy reveled in this very sensation. The essence of play lies in its excitement. Time was indeed fleeting, and within his heart, Luffy proclaimed that he could engage in hundreds of rounds more, his body still invigorated. Regrettably, the awaited ship eventually arrived. It would not pause for Luffy to conclude his revelry. Upon Luffy's decision to cease hostilities, the two rather indiscreet individuals tidied themselves and donned their garments. Awaiting the ship by the shore, the Sea King had regained some strength and obediently submerged into the waters at Luffy's behest, wary of startling the approaching friend. Luffy, that ship appears to be a pirate vessel. Noki Gao exclaimed, spotting the outline of the ship in the distance, her voice laced with uncertainty. Adorned with swan and heart motifs, there was no doubt it was a pirate crew known as the Eureka Pirates. Luffy gazed calmly at the swiftly approaching pirate ship, pondering to himself, indeed, fate is not easily altered. Had I not risked damaging my small vessel and employed haki to hasten my journey to the deserted island, it is likely that Arlito would have arrived here either ahead of me or nearly at the same time. At that moment, the slippery devil fruit's fate would have been uncertain, resting in the hands of a different contender. Luffy is undeniably strong. Yet even his prowess cannot surpass the swift bite of Yarlita. Fortunately, such a scenario did not come to pass. My instincts proved reliable. Luffy, should we perhaps seek refuge? Considering that a pirate crew approaches, teeming with numerous pirates? Norky expressed with a hint of anxiety. Haha, there is no need to hide. Luffy gently placed his hand on Noki Gao's small head, offering a tender gesture of comfort. You have witnessed my strength before. That group of Navy officers, including a colonel, stood no chance against me. This pirate crew will be no different. They shall not pose a threat to me. Rest assured, you are my most cherished treasure. And I shall protect you, ensuring that you remain unscathed. Caught off guard by Luffy's sudden sweet words, Noki Gao felt her heart melt. She leaped into Luffy's embrace. Nodding with heartfelt conviction, I believe in you. Even when faced with mountains of blades and seas of fire, the presence of Luffy made her fearless. This is the essence of profound love. It is filled with miracles, evoking an irresistible yearning to possess it. On the shores of a desolate island, beneath the radiant sun. The azure sky adorned with white clouds and seabirds soaring overhead, the waves crashed rhythmically against the shore. Two figures embraced tightly, a couple enveloped in the sweetness of love. Oblivious to the world around them. Overcome with emotion, Noki Gao pouted and tiptoed, ready to reward Luffy with an affectionate gesture. However, at that critical moment, an unwelcome voice shattered their reverie. Hey, what are you two doing on this deserted island? Boomed a loud voice reminiscent of a roaring lion. There stood Yalata, a corpulent and unsightly woman, at the bow of her ship, brandishing a spiked iron rod and smoking a cigarette. Yalata had stumbled upon a treasure map and followed its coordinates to this remote island, only to find that two individuals had arrived before her. Suspicion arose within her. She feared they too possessed a treasure map and had come here ahead of time. It was not uncommon for her to prepare multiple copies of a treasure map, dispersing them to attract a multitude of treasure seekers, leading to chaotic confrontations. Ah, is that a female pirate? Yalata's loud exclamation startled Noki Gao, prompting her to quickly separate from Luffy, her cheeks aflame. The mere thought of being seen in such a vulnerable moment filled her with shyness. We arrived here on a small boat, but it's now damaged and cannot sail. Since you're here, perhaps you could spare us your ship. And I shall grant you mercy, Yalata suggested with a smirk. Disrupted in their intimate moment, Luffy responded with irritation. Why should we comply with your demands? Wow, a woman. She's quite beautiful. On the pirate ship, as Noki Gao and Luffy separated, the crew of 30 or so rough-looking pirates finally noticed Noki Gao's exquisite beauty. Their faces betrayed a mix of disdain and longing. After enduring the presence of someone as unattractive as Yalata, any glimpse of beauty was hard to resist. To them, she was already a beauty. Not to mention, Nachigeo's allure far surpassed that of ordinary women. In the eyes of these pirates, Nachigeo was akin to a goddess, stirring their hearts with an irresistible allure. They had completely forgotten that another woman was present. Beautiful? Who could rival me in splendor? Yalata's gaze fixed enviously on Nachigeo. She was acutely aware of her own appearance and couldn't help but be concerned about Nachigeo, rendering her oblivious to Luffy's words. Of course, the most stunning and captivating was Miss Yalata. Without hesitation, the group of pirates shivered at the thought of Yalata's terrifying presence. They were insincerely praising Yalata, instinctively compelled to do so. This absurdity, akin to calling a deer a horse, was witnessed in silence by Luffy below. Even Nachigeo wore a peculiar expression. Her lips pressed tightly together, suddenly feeling the urge to laugh. But she restrained herself. She was a lady and could not afford to lose face in front of Luffy. Chapter 113, Kobe. Clearly just a hefty woman, who could be deemed more beautiful. Even a blind person would know that it was my Nachigeo. Deep down, they were aware, yet they spoke with their eyes wide open, uttering falsehoods. At that moment, as a person of integrity, Luffy stepped forward, resolutely proclaiming the truth. It was over. He had spoken the truth. Was he seeking his own demise? How dare he utter such honesty? Surely, he must be the boyfriend of that goddess. He had angered the captain. He was surely doomed. Luffy's words instantly rendered the atmosphere silent, causing the bodies of the pirates to stiffen as they swallowed nervously, unable to meet the furious gaze of our leader. In their eyes, Luffy was as good as dead, having recklessly sealed his own fate. You little brat. Do you dare to call me a fat lady? I shall grant you one more chance to answer. Am I, the illustrious Lady Arlita, not the most beautiful and enchanting in this world? Arlita brandished the spiked iron rod in her hand, her expression animated, and her grotesque demeanor only amplified her repulsiveness. As she spoke, the layers of her thick, bulging belly undulated, eliciting a wave of nausea in Luffy. No, quite the opposite. You are the most hideous woman I have ever encountered. Not only are you ugly, but you are also immensely overweight. Merely gazing upon you tarnishes my eyes. Luffy, with a theatrical gesture, covered his eyes, unable to bear the sight of Yarlita. Honestly, Luffy, stop. She seems quite irate, Noko remarked from the side. Indeed. Yarlita's vanity was such that, even aware of her own unattractiveness and excess weight, she resorted to self-deception, coercing her crew into uttering words that pleased her through sheer force. Now, Luffy had brutally exposed her delusions, yet she maintained an obstinate demeanor. This was infuriating. Yarlita decided against posing any further inquiries to Luffy, with an anguished scream. Her cigarette dropped from her mouth onto the deck as she leaped from the ship, akin to a predatory eagle diving towards its prey. I shan't play with you any longer. Farewell, or rather, it should be farewell forever. Overhead, Yarlita was descending, casting a shadow that enveloped Luffy. He remained remarkably calm. Raising a hand above him, aimed at Yarlita. Armament, shockwave. This technique employed the power of haki, transforming into an intangible shockwave. Haki, by nature, is formless. Compared to reinforcing one's body with armament haki for enhanced strength, this intangible shockwave was simpler to employ, requiring less stamina, albeit with somewhat reduced power. However, this diminished power was only relative to Luffy's capabilities. Yarlita, a minor pirate who could not even dominate the East Sea, had already lost her slippery fruit to Luffy. Facing the formless haki shockwave, the feeble Yarlita was utterly overwhelmed. She was oblivious to what was transpiring, only sensing a formidable, intangible force surging from below, as if the air had solidified into a wall bearing down upon her. The ferocious haki shockwave mercilessly sent Yarlita flying far away, crashing into the sea. The violent force shattered her insides and bones. Without her slippery fruit, Yarlita remained merely an unattractive, overweight woman. Rather than allowing her to persist in her self-deception, it seemed more merciful to grant her liberation. Regardless of the circumstances, Luffy had seized the opportunity that rightfully belonged to Yarlita. One must never forget to be grateful. Thus Luffy, in a benevolent gesture, chose to employ armament haki, even for a minor character like Yarlita, as a farewell. Captain has fallen overboard. What is happening? Quick, let us rescue the captain. Although Yarlita had attacked Luffy, for some inexplicable reason, she was the one propelled backward, plummeting into the sea. The pirates were bewildered, their voices a cacophony of confusion and panic. Unbeknownst to them, Luffy had already leapt onto the deck, casually standing before them. There was no need to exert effort in retrieving a corpse. Even if you did, it would merely be a lifeless body. Yarlita is dead? How could that be? These pirates are but frogs in a well, possessing a narrow vision, utterly incapable of believing that someone of Yarlita's formidable prowess could succumb so easily. If you choose not to believe, then go forth and encounter the truth for yourselves. Only then will you comprehend. Luffy, lacking patience for idle chatter with these ignorant pirates, unleashed a powerful conqueror's haki shockwave, sending them tumbling into the sea to become fish food. As the ruckus ensued, a small figure emerged from the ship's cabin, struggling to carry a large barrel of alcohol. Upon witnessing the astonishing scene, he stood frozen in disbelief. In a moment of distraction, the barrel slipped from his grasp, crashing onto the deck and shattering, causing the scent of liquor to waft through the air. This diminutive boy, with a plump and unremarkable physique, sported pink hair, a round face, and circular glasses. His name was Kobe, an ordinary citizen who had unwittingly been captured by Alvida and taken aboard her pirate ship. For 2 long years, Kobe endured the torment and mockery of the pirates, often serving as their source of amusement during their idle moments. Moreover, he was compelled to flatter Alvida, deceitfully proclaiming her to be the most beautiful woman in the world, a statement that weighed heavily on his conscience. Despite his timid nature, Kobe clung steadfastly to the hope of escape, dreaming of a chance to flee this wretched existence. He envisioned a day when the Navy might arrive to dismantle Alvida's crew and rescue him, or perhaps a powerful savior would descend from the heavens to liberate him. At last, his hopes seemed to be realized. Kobe murmured to himself, glancing around for the narcissistic Alvida, who was conspicuously absent. The vile pirates who had tormented him daily were now inexplicably sent flying away, their cries silenced as they splashed into the sea, sinking without a trace. This was a clear indication that Alvida's pirate crew had been utterly vanquished. Alas, one pirate remained unaccounted for. Perhaps he too would meet his demise. Luffy, with determination in his eyes, extended his hand and approached Kobe. Huh? Wait. Upon hearing Luffy's intent to take his life, Kobe was abruptly roused from his stupor. His hands flailing in panic, tears streaming down his face, and snot running freely, truly terrified that Luffy would act on his threat. Desperately waving his arms, Kobe pleaded, "Wait. I am not a pirate. I was merely captured by Alvida and forced aboard this ship. I am a law-abiding citizen, not a pirate. Please, don't." As Kobe frantically explained, Luffy had already reached him, his face bearing an expression of menace as he reached out towards Kobe. Overwhelmed by fear, Kobe collapsed on the deck. Trembling and cradling his head, internally screaming, "I'm going to die. I'm going to die." Chapter 114. Poor Kobe. Before him stood a timid, cowardly, diminutive figure with spectacles, who 2 years later would emerge as an elite Navy lieutenant, endowed with immense potential and the ability of observation hockey, earning the prospect of one day ascending to the rank of admiral within the Navy. If Luffy were not aware of the events in the original story, he would truly find it hard to believe that Kobe, whom he effortlessly lifted with his hand, would one day achieve such remarkable success. Luffy confronted Kobe, teasingly asking, "Are you truly not a pirate?" "Indeed, I am not a pirate. Please do not kill me," Kobe responded, curled up in Luffy's grasp, his body suspended in the air, pitiably nodding like a chick pecking at grains. "Oh, that is not the case." Luffy flashed a toothy grin and declared, "I regret to inform you that I am not a member of the Navy. I, too, am a pirate. So, what do you think I might do to you? Kill you? Is it death you fear?" Kobe's face turned pale, shock etched across his features, and in a panic, he pleaded, "Please, do not kill me. I can serve as your subordinate. Just spare my life." Kobe's heart sank with bitterness as he thought to himself, having just escaped the clutches of a wolf-esque den, he was now on the brink of falling into an even more terrifying tiger-esque lair. "You are far too weak. I would never take you as my subordinate," Luffy replied, to Kobe's astonishment. Tears streamed down Kobe's face. At that moment, he longed for Alvida. In the past, had he simply agreed to serve as a pirate's underling, he could have salvaged his life, a chance he had squandered. Now, it was too late for regrets. If fate could grant him one more opportunity to return to the past, he would defiantly declare, "To hell with you, you loathsome, grotesque woman." In his final moments, Kobe yearned to confront Alvida and unleash the pent-up resentment he had accumulated over the past 2 years. Time could not be reversed, and Alvida was likely dead. Kobe lamented the impending end of his brief existence. Suddenly, Luffy exclaimed, "You can sail, right?" Kobe, initially paralyzed by fear, was unexpectedly tossed onto the deck by Luffy. Ignoring the pain in his backside, he was left bewildered. Your silence suggests you cannot. Thus you are of no use to me. Perhaps death is the only option." "Wait, I can sail. I'll go steer the ship. Please don't kill me." Kobe finally regained his senses. Seeing Luffy approach, he scrambled into the helm room with every ounce of strength he could muster, determined to take the ship away. He didn't take care where he would navigate the vessel. He simply sought to save his own life. Fortunately, the sails had yet to be lowered, so he wouldn't need Luffy's assistance in raising them. Struggling, Kobe turned the ship's wheel, terrified to ask Luffy for help. Haha. After Kobe departed, Luffy doubled over in laughter, unable to contain himself. He found Kobe utterly amusing and felt an irresistible urge to toy with him. With a smile, Luffy approached the edge of the ship, extending his hand to pull up Noko, who was waiting below. "Have all the pirates on board been dealt with?" Noko inquired. Observing the pirates plunging into the sea and noticing the absence of their presence on the deck, "Almost all have been taken care of, leaving just one coward to assist me in sailing the ship." Luffy chuckled softly as he recalled the nearly shattered expression on Kobe's face during their earlier encounter. "What are you laughing at?" Noko asked, puzzled by Luffy's sudden joy. "Oh, it's just that timid fellow Kobe. He amuses me greatly." Noko blinked in confusion, wondering what had transpired aboard the ship that could elicit such mirth from Luffy regarding the pirate named Kobe. At that moment, the ship began to slowly turn, the sails billowing gracefully in the wind, steadily increasing their speed. "We are heading home." Naka's attention was drawn to the ship's movement, her gaze lingering on the receding deserted island, cherishing the 5 days spent on the island of adventure, which would forever remain a sweet memory shared with Luffy. As Noko pondered this, she looked at Luffy. Sensing her emotions, Luffy met her gaze, and their eyes intertwined in a tender connection. "Noko, you are my cherished treasure," he declared. Noko, blushing as she gently caressed Luffy's cheek, summoned her courage and boldly replied, "You are my eternal lord and husband." The love emanating from the two enveloped them in their own world, their hearts tightly entwined in that moment of profound affection. They drew closer, their lips nearly touching. Meanwhile, a faint sound of footsteps emerged from the helm. It was Kobe, preparing to make his entrance. He had taken the initiative to set the ship in motion. though he was uncertain of their destination. Kobe, steeling himself with determination, was motivated by the support of countless single souls behind him, as well as divine encouragement, as he aimed to accomplish something great. Just as Luffy and Noko were about to share a kiss, Kobe appeared to inquire about their sailing destination. With a soft pop, their prolonged anticipation came to a close, and they reluctantly separated. Noko quickly inhaled deeply, her cheeks flushed, and buried her face in Luffy's embrace. Feeling the rhythm of his heartbeat and enveloped by his warmth, she found solace and a profound sense of happiness. The place we are heading to is Cocoa West Village. Embracing Noko, Luffy suddenly uttered a phrase. Has that pirate who sails the ship emerged? Noko, nestled in Luffy's arms, was perplexed by his abrupt exclamation. It soon dawned on him that there was indeed another pirate aboard, prompting an exclamation as he hastily attempted to extricate himself from Luffy's embrace. Do not move. He has neither emerged nor laid eyes upon us, so there is no need for concern. Just allow me to hold you close. Luffy spoke without releasing Noko. It was a jest. Being interrupted during a good moment was enough just once. A saint warrior would never be defeated by the same tactic twice. Did Kobe think he could disrupt him? This time, he was sorely mistaken. Luffy silently activated the Emperor's domain, confining Kobe within it, rendering him utterly incapable of escape. Although Luffy exerted only a modicum of his power, Kobe was on the verge of collapse in the face of the overwhelming pressure from the Emperor's domain. He could not comprehend why he suddenly felt an intense sense of oppression that left him paralyzed, unable to move. It was only upon hearing Luffy's voice that the weight dissipated, causing Kobe to slump to the ground. Trembling uncontrollably, Kobe felt tears welling up. If given another chance, he would rather confront Alrita than the enigmatic Luffy. From the moment Luffy boarded the ship to their brief encounter, Kobe felt as though he was unraveling. Completely at a loss. Should he head to Cocoa West Village? He needed to hasten his departure. He longed to distance himself from this person. Otherwise, he feared that he might not only be killed, but also terrified into submission. Kobe muttered to himself as he rose from the ground and made his way to the helm. His formidable observation haki talent had, unbeknownst to him, already begun to manifest its characteristics. Chapter 115. Returning home inside the house, Garp appeared to approach everything with a casual demeanor. However, if Kobe were not genuinely gifted, he would not receive such attention from Garp in the original story. Had he been an ordinary lad, even with his acquaintance with Luffy, Garp would have had no interest or time to personally train him. At Navy headquarters, numerous promising recruits awaited the chance to receive Garp's guidance. Yet he had not disregarded their hopes. If a candidate lacked exceptional potential and the resolve to impress Garp, he would much prefer to spend his time indulging in donuts or sleeping rather than training a mere child. Kobe inherently possessed remarkable potential, which Garp astutely sensed, recognizing the powerful observation haki lying dormant within him. In the New World, many individuals could utilize observation haki, but most merely scratched the surface of its capabilities. Only a select few, those of extraordinary talent, could harness it to its fullest extent. For instance, Katakuri, the eldest son of Charlotte Lin, known as Big Mom, was renowned among pirates as Katakuri. He possessed formidable observation haki, enabling him to foresee a short span of the future. Another example is Fujitora, who would eventually become one of the three admirals. His observation haki could detect meteorites from outer space, which he could then draw down with his formidable devil fruit powers. The powerful ninjutsu in Naruto, the heavenly obstruction star, could be summoned in abundance at will. There are even rumors that the Pirate King's observation haki could sense the presence of lifeless objects. The world refers to it as the ability to listen to the voices of all things. Thus, one inherently possesses a formidable talent for observation haki, which is distinct from the ordinary observation haki attained through rigorous training. It is precisely because Garp recognized the latent potential within Kobe that he began to regard him with a newfound respect. Garp was able to sense the untapped potential of Kobe's observation haki, and naturally, Luffy could perceive it as well. When he exerted the pressure of the Conqueror's haki upon Kobe, he could discern the dormant observation haki within him, faintly stirring to the surface under the stimulus. Should Luffy intensify the Conqueror's haki further, he might forcibly awaken Kobe's observation haki ahead of schedule. However, Kobe's current frail physique would only suffer harm if the observation haki were prematurely compelled to manifest. Although Luffy does not intend to recruit Kobe as a companion, he harbors no ill feelings towards him after having read the original story. Consequently, he has no desire to harm him. Kobe's current strength is exceedingly weak. Even after 2 years of rigorous training, he would merely attain the rank of Navy Colonel. with his awakened observation haki allowing him to reach at most the level of a rear admiral. Furthermore, Kobe has always aspired to be a Navy officer and would not consider becoming a pirate. Even if coerced onto a ship by sheer force, it would serve little purpose. Luffy pondered over these thoughts and did not consider inviting Kobe aboard. Moreover, this time he was genuinely gathering his comrades for an expedition. And the forthcoming adventures promised to be exhilarating, leaving no time for Kobe's growth. With Luffy's current strength, along with that of his companions, there was no need to wait for 2 years before setting sail into the new world. Kobe, a timid soul with immense potential for observation haki, served only one purpose at present: to assist Luffy in navigating the ship back to Cocoa West Village. Upon reaching Cocoa West Village, you may depart, and this pirate vessel shall be yours to command. Luffy disembarked with Noko and addressed Kobe. Kobe, filled with astonishment, inquired, "Is it true? May I leave? Do you not wish for me to go?" Luffy raised an eyebrow at Kobe, playfully suggesting, off you go. I shall depart now." In a flurry, Kobe shouted, hastening to steer the ship away. He had never anticipated that Luffy would so readily grant him his freedom. "I have escaped from hell." Within the helm, Kobe skillfully navigated the vessel, tears of joy streaming down his face. He was liberated from the torment of the pirates who had always bullied him. Far removed from the narcissistic Alvida and distanced from Luffy, Kobe felt the preciousness of freedom. "Navy, here I come." He wiped away his tears, revealing a resolute gaze. He was finally on the path to becoming a naval officer. "Wait, this is a pirate ship. I cannot approach the Navy's territory." Kobe's expression turned vacant as he maneuvered the pirate vessel, realizing that heading towards the Navy would be tantamount to seeking his own demise. If he sought an island to dock and abandon the pirate ship, he feared being seen and mistaken for a pirate. This predicament could jeopardize his aspirations of joining the Navy. "What can I do to dispose of this pirate ship without being seen and then pursue my naval dreams?" Kobe grimaced, acknowledging the myriad challenges on his journey to the Navy. Luffy, however, remained indifferent to Kobe's plight. He held no concern for Kobe's future or whether he would encounter Garp again. Their relationship had diverged from the original narrative, and to Luffy, Kobe was merely a pirate. By not stifling Kobe, who possessed formidable potential in observation haki and might one day become a Navy admiral, he felt he had honored their bond within the context of the original tale. As they traveled, the duo passed through villages, inevitably exchanging greetings with the warm-hearted villagers. By the time they had distanced themselves, Nami's small face had turned as red as a ripened apple. The intimate relationship between Luffy and Nami, as well as Nojiko, had already given rise to vague speculations among the villagers. However, they remained oblivious to the presence of Belmer. After 5 days of close companionship, Nojiko had grown accustomed to holding Luffy's hand, leaning against him with a blissful expression as they entered Cocoa Village. It is easy to imagine the villagers' delight upon witnessing this pair of presumed lovers approach, no longer concealing their affection. They playfully teased the duo with inquiries about when they would celebrate their wedding, when they would tie the knot, and when they would have children, showering them with blessings that left Nojiko blushing profusely, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. Suddenly, in a moment of spontaneity, Luffy, noticing Nojiko's rosy cheeks, could no longer contain himself and leaned in to plant a kiss on her lips. "Ah!" Nojiko exclaimed, quickly glancing around to ensure no one was watching. Once she confirmed their privacy, she breathed a sigh of relief and playfully scolded him. "What if someone had seen that? I was already nearly embarrassed to death. You could have at least warned me to be cautious as we walked into the village, instead of allowing the villagers to discover our relationship like this." Luffy gently embraced Noko and remarked, "Well, if it's been discovered, so be it. Our relationship is not something to be hidden. If the villagers have found out, you wouldn't feel too shy to face them, would you?" Noko, inheriting the demeanor of her adoptive mother, Belmer, would not be so timid as to shy away from public view. However, the unexpectedness of the situation could stir bashfulness in anyone, especially a woman confronted with such fervent greetings for the first time. Upon hearing Luffy's words, the flush on Noko's face began to fade. She took Luffy's hand and confidently led him home, proving that she was not as shy as Luffy suggested about their relationship. After 5 days apart, they finally returned to their familiar abode. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing 2 familiar faces within. Even more intriguing was the sight of the 2 women, one a mother figure and the other her daughter, busily engaged in their tasks. Both donned breezy, short dresses that revealed their exquisite, alabaster legs to the open air. Everywhere else, the scenery was painted in a pristine white. What made Luffy's heart race was that Nami was attending to Belmer. Chapter 116, Nami's Conditions. At 18, Nami embodied the exuberance of youth, her long, wavy orange hair cascading around her. With a complexion of delicate fairness tinged with a rosy hue, she was charmingly youthful and slightly innocent in appearance. Years of Luffy's influence had sculpted her figure, bringing her closer to a stunning physique. The short dress she wore hardly concealed her magnificent, snowy expanse. That pristine landscape was largely exposed, allowing for a clear view, with no fabric draping over certain areas. Her long, slender legs and delicate feet resembled glistening white jade, presenting an utterly captivating sight. From below, one was tempted to explore further, to venture into the alluring unknown where a hint of white fabric could be discerned. Undoubtedly, Nami's current appearance was a sight that irresistibly captured Luffy's attention. Belmer was similarly attired, her mature figure undoubtedly captivating Luffy's attention just as much as Nami's. Furthermore, at this moment, Belmer reclined on the sofa, her petite head resting against the elevated armrest. Before her lay a vast expanse of pristine white. Belmer was comfortably humming, while her feet, often treated to Luffy's massages, were now skillfully attended to by Nami. It was indeed a simple massage today, after tending to the orange trees. Belmer had inadvertently twisted her foot. Although it was not a significant issue, upon hearing this, Nami eagerly volunteered her services, claiming her massage techniques were excellent. Having learned from Luffy himself, and offered to soothe Belmer's feet, Belmer did experience some discomfort, prompting her to take a shower to wash away the fragrant sweat from her labor with the orange trees. Nami, having spent the morning in the room drawing nautical charts, documenting the currents she had previously observed, had also worked up a sweat and decided to shower as well. Once they had both finished, considering it was their own space, they opted for lighter attire, and Nami proceeded to massage Belmer's feet. This was the scene that Luffy and Noko encountered upon their arrival. Luffy's heart raised slightly at the sight of the two mothers and daughters in such attire, as well as the image of Nami giving Belmer a massage. Luffy's heart is captivated by the allure of the mother and daughter duo, stirring a delightful itch within him, both in his heart and upon his skin. He chuckles. "What mischief are you up to?" Luffy approached the two with a mischievous grin, his eyes darting about, his movements tinged with impatience. Luffy had returned. Belmer sat up from the couch, her cheeks slightly flushed. Upon witnessing Luffy's demeanor, she realized that the current situation, with herself and Nami, had captivated him. As Luffy chuckled, Nami instantly discerned his thoughts and intentions. With a swift glance, she concluded the massage, rising to her feet and saying, "Luffy, you're back. I just remembered that there are some nautical charts I have yet to complete. I shall retreat to my room to attend to them. Do not rush if you cannot finish. We can always complete them later. It has been ages since I last saw you, and I have missed you dearly." Luffy moved forward, gently pulling Nami into his embrace with his left arm, and then guiding her to sit on the sofa. With his right arm, he also drew Belmer closer on the other side. The two women nestled against him, their bodies touching on either side, radiating warmth and a palpable heat. The fire within Luffy's heart surged steadily, and it had only been a little over a month. Nami cast a reproachful glance at Luffy, wishing to halt his mischievous antics. Although she was aware that Belmer had accepted this absurdity and had even encouraged Luffy to take Nojiko out, she felt a twinge of reluctance to be close to Luffy while Belmer was nearby. Reflecting on Nojiko, Nami glanced at her standing off to the side. Observing the newfound allure that radiated from her, a charm reminiscent of a mature woman, shedding her youthful innocence, Nami mused that Nojiko, now transformed into a woman, had become even more captivating and beautiful. "Have you been enjoying yourself these past few days, Nojiko?" Nami teased playfully. "Hee, indeed, I have been quite happy. Upon returning this time, Luffy will set sail with you, and from now on, I shall trouble you with his daily trivialities," Nojiko responded lightly. Unfazed by Nami's playful jibe after enduring the villager scrutiny, she sat beside Nami, disregarding the playful hands that roamed about, and chuckled softly. Upon hearing Nojiko's lack of embarrassment, which echoed the sentiments of a devoted wife urging her to care for Luffy, Nami was taken aback and retorted, "Indeed, Nojiko, you are no exception. Once a woman has given herself to a man, she begins to think of him in every aspect. What do you mean by setting sail? You're supposed to tell Luffy not to bully me too much. Just look at how he treats us when you and Belmer are around. When we set sail, won't he be even more relentless?" Nami's cheeks flushed as she pointed at Luffy's hand in front of them. Nojiko's face reddened slightly as well, pondering how to articulate it. Luffy's actions had grown increasingly audacious, entirely disregarding the dynamics among the three of them, indulging the fire within him. "Ah!" Belmer exclaimed, oblivious to where Luffy's hand had wandered. And she called out playfully, forgetting her 2 daughters were beside her. Luffy paused, acknowledging the late hour. "I need to go prepare dinner," Belmer announced, raising her hands to signal for a halt. "Don't worry, wait a moment. It has been 5 days since we last met, and I have so much to share with you." Luffy's hands are remarkably nimble. How could they be restrained? Moreover, it has been over a month since I last saw Nami, and you have become even more enchanting. Indeed, you are captivating. Luffy's genuine affection for you is undeniable. Luffy, please refrain from this. If you wish, we can discuss it further inside the room. Nami, suppressing her discomfort, whispered softly in Luffy's ear, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Still the invincible youthful beauty, she felt a bit exposed in front of Noko, especially with Belmer nearby. Her shyness was palpable. On the other side, Belmer felt similarly, as Noko was rather indifferent, given that both had already spent time with Luffy. With Nami present, Belmer felt her dignity as a guardian slipping away, despite the fact that her 2 foster daughters were well aware of everything. Her pride was thoroughly diminished. Conversing here is no different than inside the room. We can speak just as well here, wouldn't you agree, Noko? Upon hearing Luffy's words, Noko couldn't help but smile. Fully aware of his intent, she and Belmer had already engaged in games with Luffy, and the facade between them had dissolved. Therefore, Luffy's playful demeanor in their presence held no significant weight for either of them. They merely felt a touch of unfamiliarity and shyness. However, Nami was a different story. She found herself utterly unprepared for such scenarios, having not yet acclimated to them before stepping into womanhood. Luffy's movements grew increasingly bold, and having tasted the essence of Luffy, Belmer found herself utterly unable to resist the sensations coursing through her. Although she was mindful of Nami's presence and wished to avoid any embarrassment, she ultimately raised the white flag of surrender. Her body completely slackened. She leaned against Luffy, her gaze dazed, softly humming a tune. Nami, too, was on the brink of surrender. In her final act of resistance, she bit her pink lip, her cheeks flushed with a delicate hue, and leaned close to Luffy's ear, whispering softly, "Is what you said truly genuine?" Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke, inadvertently exerting a bit more force. Nami couldn't take it anymore and tightly stopped Luffy's movements with her hands, softly murmuring in agreement. In the end, Nami paid a hefty price to finally escape his clutches and retreat to her room. Chapter 117. The Night of Parting. The price Nami paid wasn't just finally agreeing to play a real game with Luffy, it was something far more intimate and embarrassing. This promise from Nami satisfied Luffy enough to let her go. After all, until he fully claimed Nami, he couldn't possibly include her in their trios games. With Nami gone to her room, only Luffy, Belmer, and Nojiko remained, the air thick with tension. On the sofa, Luffy held the dazed Belmer, who had completely surrendered, her passionate body pressing closer and closer against him, as if yearning to melt into him entirely. Now that Nami had left, Luffy held nothing back. Indulging freely. "Nojiko, come join us," he murmured, pulling her close. Belmer lay sprawled on the sofa while Luffy busied himself, hands roaming, lips tasting, utterly absorbed in his pleasures. "Luffy, let's go to the room," Nojiko whispered, her face flushed, submitting in his arms without resistance, too shy to meet Belmer's gaze or watch what Luffy was doing. His hands traced the smooth, slender curves of their legs, savoring the delicate arches of their feet. The supple, milky skin swelled enticingly beneath his touch, exquisite to feel, even more divine to taste. Luffy was brimming with vitality. Even amidst his busyness, he did not overlook Nami's presence. A piece of clothing lay discarded on the floor. There was no need to enter the room. Nami had already concealed herself within, and she would not emerge. However, the thought lingered. What if she did come out and caught sight of it? Another garment was tossed onto the ground. She wouldn't show herself before our game concludes. Nami, the mischievous sprite, was playfully engaging in a mock battle with Luffy. Hence, she knew that Luffy had been refraining from pressuring her unduly. If Nami dared to tempt fate and step out, Luffy, fueled by a surge of frustration, might no longer hold back and would pull her into the game. Aware of Luffy's limits, Nami chose not to provoke him. She was resolute in her decision to develop discreetly without causing a stir. Before long, yet another small piece of clothing appeared on the floor. At that moment, on the sofa, both girls were seated side by side. A pair of slightly larger feet accompanied a smaller pair. One set of legs was robust and mature, while the other was slender and taut, embodying youthful vitality. Their alabaster skin glistened in the light. Her feet danced about energetically, while Luffy's hands moved with the finesse of a pianist, deft and agile. At this juncture, the two girls had utterly surrendered their will to resist. Belmer had long since capitulated. As the time approached, the scene unfolded smoothly, and the pivotal moment had finally arrived. What remained was to witness how Luffy would orchestrate this captivating performance. The soundproofing of the room, as ever, was inadequate, and inside, Nami awaited the dissipating intensity of her physical responses. In that moment, alluring sounds, like the whispers of demons, surged in waves, rising and falling, penetrating the atmosphere. Nami recognized the voices of Luffy, Nojiko, and Belmer. When did these three intertwine? Her face flushed, and her heart raced uncontrollably. Hadn't those previous days been spent in a state of denial? How was it possible that Belmer and Nojiko were suddenly entangled with Luffy? Nojiko, Belmer. Although Nami was aware of Luffy's mischievous intentions, she always anticipated that one day he would devise a way to bring the three of them together. She had envisioned such a day, yet she never expected it to arrive so swiftly, with Luffy already having resolved matters with Nojiko and Belmer. Fortunately, she was about to set sail with Luffy. Nami felt an overwhelming embarrassment, her heart racing as she reassured herself. As long as she was at sea with Luffy, no matter how much he might scheme, he could not unite the three women. The mere thought of serving Luffy alongside Nojiko and Belmer was too much for Nami to fathom. In contrast, even if she faced various mischiefs from Luffy after they set sail, it seemed she could come to terms with it. Tomorrow, they would embark on their journey. Luffy once proclaimed that as long as he returned from the sea with Nokigao, he would take her out the following day to procure a genuine pirate ship. Nami tossed and turned in her sleep, her heart in turmoil. She yearned for the adventures that awaited at sea, yet felt a poignant reluctance to part with Belmer and Nokigao. Her heart fluttered with trepidation and anticipation, succumbing to the inevitable day of surrender to Luffy. Outside, the timeless, incessant, enchanting sounds troubled Nami's peace of mind. Oh, how she wished for it to cease. She buried her head beneath her pillow and blankets. Yet the insidious melodies continued to infiltrate her ears. Gradually, she felt a warmth enveloping her body, her temperature rising. This night felt interminable, with Nami alone in her chamber, her frustrations reaching celestial heights. For Luffy, however, the night passed swiftly. He expressed that he could revel in the festivities for several more days and nights. His body invigorated and unyielding. "You tireless creature," he mused. The following day, dark circles were evident beneath Nami's eyes. As she observed Luffy emerge from his room, she could faintly discern the two women, utterly exhausted and deeply asleep, not knowing if they would awaken by afternoon. Nokigao and Belmer lay entwined in slumber. If one could overlook the noxious scent permeating the air and the unsightly marks upon their bodies, one might marvel at the bond shared by this devoted mother and daughter. Nami, however, felt no such admiration. Overwhelmed by the pungent aroma, she muttered, "Last night was excessive. With your monstrous constitution, if you had truly unleashed your vigor, Belmer and Nokigao would not have been able to withstand it. I understand that this is not merely a prelude to setting sail. In the near future, I shall not be able to remain by their side. Thus, in that moment, I acted a tad too fiercely. You feel for them, and so do I. Had you joined in last night, you could have alleviated some of their burdens." Luffy stepped forward and playfully embraced Nami, teasing her. Nami rolled her eyes and retorted, "As if I would never join you. With your monstrous physique, even if I did join, it wouldn't make much of a difference. If I truly joined, I'd be stuck in a room with you, and today we certainly wouldn't set sail." Creak. As they conversed, they had already exited the house, shutting the door behind them. "Let us depart. There will be time to return in the future." As Luffy cast a final glance at the house, he reluctantly tugged at Nami, urging her to depart. "You go ahead to the small boat. I must first visit a certain place before we set sail." The vessel in question was not the damaged one, but rather a newly constructed boat of similar size, specifically designed to enable Nami to observe ocean currents. After all, it was impractical for Nami to continually ride on the small claw while surveying the seas from the air. "Please hurry back," she urged. Nami was aware of Luffy's destination and purpose, and she remained unconcerned. Under Luffy's guidance, she had acquired enough strength to easily subdue the pirate crew that had once instilled fear in her. With Luffy's monstrous power, she felt no trepidation. Her only concern was that he should not squander too much time. Chapter 118. Nami's training achievements. Luffy is set to embark on a journey across the Grand Line, daring to confront the four emperors of the New World. Thus, he has resolutely decided that while not all of his crew members need to possess the combat prowess of a vice admiral or higher, They must not merely cower or scream in fear when faced with battle. Should he encounter such timid companions, regardless of their exceptional innate talents, he would refrain from inviting them aboard. In the original narrative, Usopp's sharpshooting abilities are commendable. Yet his penchant for deceit and his lack of strength rendered him rather ineffectual 2 years prior. Furthermore, Nami, despite her remarkable navigational skills, was also too weak. Upon entering the Grand Line, her frail constitution could not withstand the rapidly changing weather, leading to her illness. Had she not received timely medical attention, her fate would have been dire. It is rather absurd for a navigator of a pirate crew to perish not in battle, but from a mere illness. In terms of reliability, Chopper, the adorable creature, far surpasses these two. His medical expertise is exceptional, and he possesses an endearing charm, making him a beloved companion. Moreover, Chopper is a steadfast ally. In critical moments, he can unleash his true power. Any adversary who underestimates him or attempts to harm his comrades will suddenly witness his transformation from a cute creature into a ferocious beast, crushing foes with overwhelming might. This is the dependable Chopper. As Luffy seeks to gather companions for his voyage on the Grand Line, he remains limited to the East Blue, unable to extend his reach further. The only realm he can influence is the East Blue. Zoro and Sanji do not require Luffy's constant concern. For the past decade, Luffy's greatest worries have been the strength of Usopp and Nami. Setting Usopp aside for the moment, let us focus on Nami. In everyday life, Luffy shares a close bond with her, accommodating her every whim. However, when it comes to their daily training sessions, he hardens his heart, adopts a stern demeanor, and rigorously supervises her practice. In terms of combat, Nami's talents are not particularly outstanding, but they are slightly above average, placing her in a position of mediocrity compared to others. Luffy does not aspire to transform Nami into an extraordinarily powerful individual. Rather, his primary goal is to ensure she possesses the strength to safeguard herself. Therefore, in addition to her daily physical training, he diligently and patiently instructs her in the techniques of sorrow and paper drawing. Mastery of these two skills will significantly enhance her agility, making it far more challenging for adversaries to strike, overpower, or harm her. Luffy does not wish for Nami to vanquish formidable foes. He merely hopes that she can utilize her exceptional skills to safeguard her own life. Nami comprehends Luffy's heartfelt struggles. Despite the arduous nature of her training, she may voice her exhaustion and express her discomfort, but afterward, she finds solace in Luffy's embrace, lamenting her grievances and seeking his tender ministrations to alleviate her aches and fatigue. Nevertheless, Nami never utters a word of surrender regarding her training. Such despondent sentiments are foreign to her. For nearly a decade, she has resolutely persevered. On the surface, Nami appears to be a delicate and fragile beauty. Yet beneath lies an indomitable spirit. Nami's steadfast determination and Luffy's earnest efforts have not been in vain. The Navy's 6 styles are not easily mastered. Even the elite of the Navy grapple with their complexities. Under the tutelage of Luffy, a master of physical techniques, Nami has finally learned the techniques of shave, paper drawing, and unexpectedly, the finger pistol. While Nami understands Luffy's intentions and grits her teeth to persist, it does not imply that she is devoid of resentment. In her moments of leisure, the mere thought of Luffy's rigorous training methods ignites a desire within her to poke and prod him, wishing to leave her mark upon him. Interest serves as the wellspring of human progress and learning. Thus, through her relentless practice, Nami inadvertently mastered the finger pistol. Due to her limitations and the absence of extraordinary physical prowess, her mastery of the finger pistol remains at the initial stage of usage. However, she has achieved proficiency in the other 2 techniques, shave and paper drawing. Luffy categorizes physical techniques into stages. Usage indicates that one has learned the technique and can employ it. Proficient signifies adeptness in that specific technique, ensuring that even in dire situations, one can execute it without embarrassment or failure. Mastery entails a profound understanding of physical techniques, allowing for the development of extensions in the preliminary fusion of other techniques' power. The ultimate pinnacle, known as Six Kings Gun, represents the zenith of mastery. The creation of physical techniques is an exceptionally arduous endeavor. Even Luffy has only succeeded in crafting one such technique, which he has dubbed the super ultimate technique. It is his confidence in confronting the 4 emperors. The small vessel was discreetly placed by Nami in a secluded corner of the coastline. To reach that spot, one would traverse through a forest, bypassing Koko Village. Thus the villagers remained unaware of Nami's departure for the sea today. Unlike in the original narrative, where Nami, for the sake of Koko Village, tirelessly endeavored to earn money to redeem it, the villagers, cognizant of Nami's sacrifices, endured the oppressive reign of the dragon pirates, choosing to place their trust in her. Consequently, the bond between Nami and the villagers was profound. Her embarkation was a lively affair. Presently, although her relationship with the villagers is still amicable, this particular expedition lacks the exhilarating and poignant elements of yore. Therefore, Nami wished to disturb no one, desiring only a quiet departure with Luffy. The Grand Line, the New World, and the onset of unknown adventures were about to begin. Her dream of charting the seas of the entire world was finally unfolding, and she felt a thrill of anticipation. Nami, agile and swift, darted through the forest, her youthful face alight with excitement and a hint of trepidation for the future. Yet, the mere thought of Luffy calmed her heart. She believed that no matter what transpired, he would protect her. With Luffy as her formidable companion, Nami felt reassured. She too had grown in strength. If danger arose, she could swiftly escape using her skills, allowing Luffy to take charge. Be careful, Dad. There's no need to fear. Lazy, your father will handle it swiftly. A youthful voice, accompanied by a rough, aged tone, drew Nami's attention. As her curiosity piqued, a fierce tiger's roar echoed from that direction, hinting at a struggle. Nami halted, her feet rapidly tapping the ground as she executed a shuinpa, her figure appearing and vanishing in mere moments. The only individuals who could be in this vicinity were the villagers of Koko. The voices she heard were familiar. They unmistakably belonged to that father and daughter duo. Concerned that they might be in peril, Nami hastened towards them. Bam! At a coastal site, a towering wall, a grand gate, and an expansive area within, dotted with several buildings, including a prominent structure nearly 7 or 8 stories high, stood before her. This was the lair of the dragon pirates, who ruled over more than 20 villages. At this moment, Luffy had arrived, having knocked down 2 fishmen, sending one flying through the air and crashing into the ground with a powerful kick. Chapter 119. The Dragon Pirates. The caretaker the gate of the dragon's domain was sent flying by Luffy's kick, causing a hapless fishman to be hurled away and left grievously injured on the ground. What transpired? How dare anyone challenge us, the dragon pirates? I shall tear him apart. In the realm of the evil dragon, the fishmen pirates were initially startled as the grand door was suddenly breached, only to quickly realize that they were under attack. With fury in their eyes, they gazed at their injured comrades, weapons in hand, swiftly gathering together, their glares fixated on a solitary figure advancing slowly from beyond the entrance. It is you, Monkey D. Luffy. Standing before his fisherman brethren, Arlong's eyes narrowed, his anger morphing into anxiety. He could never forget the humiliation of being defeated a decade ago by that small figure. It was a stain upon Arlong's life. And despite Luffy being a wielder of Conqueror's Haki, he could not reconcile himself to having lost to a mere child. What do you want by suddenly appearing here? Kicking down our door and injuring my kin? Arlong questioned, though he hesitated to provoke a fight. 10 years had passed, and he could not fathom the strength that Luffy, now possessing the qualities of a conqueror, might have gained. Thus, he suppressed his fury, wary of igniting a confrontation. Behind him stood the 3 chief officers of the evil dragon pirates, along with their cohort of fishmen, all of whom were nervously eyeing Luffy. They had forgotten their earlier bravado, boasting about how they would make their invading enemy suffer. Regardless of how tough their words were, deep down, they understood that Luffy was not to be trifled with. Consequently, the evil dragon pirates had always disregarded Koko West Village, never daring to provoke Luffy. Tap, tap, tap. Luffy did not respond to Arlong's inquiry. He simply advanced calmly, step by step. Yet, the atmosphere surrounding Luffy was anything but tranquil. With each step he took, the oppressive aura of the Emperor's domain intensified. The wind stilled. The air grew increasingly dense, creating a suffocating sensation that began to overwhelm Arlong and his fishmen. Their hearts raced, breaths came in labored gasps, and their once proud bodies felt as though they were crushed beneath a colossal stone, rendered immobile. After 10 steps, Luffy effortlessly took another stride forward. The amplified pressure stirred the dust around him, forming a small whirlpool on the ground. With a few thuds, several fishmen finally succumbed to the overwhelming force, collapsing to their knees, foreheads pressed against the ground, trembling with fear, too terrified to meet Luffy's gaze. The fall of these fishmen was merely a prelude. With each step Luffy took, more fishmen faltered, unable to withstand the mounting pressure, kneeling and burying their heads in submission. The Emperor's domain was a simple exertion of pressure, not a demand for submission nor an attempt to knock the fishmen unconscious. Luffy merely escalated the oppressive force, allowing them to gradually experience the paralyzing dread of helplessness, the futile resistance leading them to kneel and surrender. By the time Luffy stood before them, every member of the evil dragon pirates had already knelt, awaiting his arrival. Although they felt immense humiliation and harbored deep resentment towards Luffy, what could they do? You must hate me dearly, don't you? Luffy pressed the back of his foot against Arlong's chin, gazing into his eyes filled with humiliation and fury. Yet, under the weight of overwhelming pressure, Arlong found himself unable to utter a word or muster any form of resistance. In this world, no matter how deep the hatred burns within, it proves futile. Desperate struggles are in vain, for without strength, one is merely a sheep at the mercy of others. Oh, you are a fishman. Perhaps it would be more apt to say a little fish ready to be boiled. Humph. The look in Arlong's eyes displeased Luffy greatly. He placed his foot on Arlong's head, pressing it firmly into the ground, grinding it down until a small dent formed in the hard earth. Before me, you possess no power to resist. However I choose for you to perish, you must obediently accept your fate. Therefore, it would be wise for you to temper that furious gaze of yours. Luffy, perched high above, gazed down at Arlong with a calm demeanor. Humph. It is true that I lost the wager made a decade ago. Thus, I have honored our agreement and refrained from disturbing the village of Kokoyashi. For 10 years, we have coexisted peacefully. Yet today, I wonder, why have you come so suddenly to humiliate us in this manner? Luffy momentarily eased his pressure on Arlong. Consequently, Arlong struggled to lift his head from the ground, enduring the weight of the foot pressing upon it, ignoring the dust on his face and the minor wounds. He expressed his confusion and resentment, stating, "Because I set sail today." Luffy responded calmly. Arlong was taken aback. Setting sail? Noticing Arlong's confusion, Luffy clarified. It's not like the previous voyages. This time, I am truly embarking on a journey. I will venture into the Grand Line. Upon hearing the name Grand Line once again, Arlong was reminded of some painful memories. Coming back to the present, he bitterly remarked, "You possess the Conqueror's haki. I know that one day you would set out to explore the Grand Line. The East Blue is far too small for you. Therefore, your visit now is to eliminate us, isn't it?" Over the years, Arlong had come to understand certain things about Luffy, particularly the deep connection he had with Koko Village. Thus, the threat of the Arlong pirates lurking nearby was an ever-present bomb, ready to explode and jeopardize Koko Village at any moment. While in the East Blue, Luffy could keep an eye on them. However, should he venture into the Grand Line, he would no longer be able to monitor their activities. Hence, he must be contemplating resolving this matter before embarking on his journey, correct? Arlong gritted his teeth and voiced his speculation. You are mistaken. If I intended to eliminate you and neutralize the threat posed by the Arlong pirates, I would have possessed the power to annihilate you long ago. There would be no need for me to wait until I reached the Grand Line to address you. Luffy's foot departed from Arlong's head as he proclaimed, I have come here solely to issue a warning, until I venture into the Grand Line and return. As long as you remain uncaptured by the Navy, you must stay here and safeguard Kokoyashi Village. As long as Kokoyashi Village remains unscathed, I shall not concern myself with the number of villages you govern. However, should anything befall Kokoyashi Village, the entire Arlong pirates, comprising all fishmen, shall no longer have a place in this world. Furthermore, do not entertain any notions of invulnerability or the idea of mutual destruction. You may not fear death. Luffy leaned closer to Arlong's ear and said, however, Fishman Island, your very roots, lie there. Surely, you wouldn't disregard that, would you? If you were to commit any foolish act, I would not only eliminate you, but also seek vengeance upon Fishman Island. Should you dare to stir trouble in Fishman Island, I shall haunt you even in death. Arlong was consumed by rage. Fishman Island was his Achilles heel. The mere threat of Luffy invoking Fishman Island ignited within him an urge to devour Luffy whole. If you wish to avoid calamity at Fishman Island, it all hinges upon your actions. Luffy stood upright, turned, and walked towards the great door without looking back, asserting, do not presume that the protection of Whitebeard over Fishman Island renders me timid. My resolve is as unwavering as your commitment to safeguard Fishman Island. Thus, I shall venture forth into the Grand Line, and until my return, I entrust the safety of Kokoyashi Village and the two women who mean the most to me into your hands. The voice faded into the distance as Luffy's figure disappeared, the overwhelming pressure dissipating. The members of the Arlong pirates, who had been lying scattered on the ground, finally regained their footing and could speak again. Damn it! Only Arlong remained on the ground, his hands clenched into the earth, his eyes burning with fury as he shouted in rage. What does Luffy regard his crew? The Straw Hat Pirates as caretakers? An unprecedented humiliation that nearly caused Arlong's heart to explode with fury. After a prolonged moment, Arlong rose from the ground. His chest heaving dramatically, fists clenched tightly, he glanced at the mermen around him and, with great difficulty, spoke. For the safety of Fishman Island, even under Whitebeard's protection, we are not entirely safe, especially considering that Whitebeard is aged. Until we receive news of that little brat's demise, we shall adhere to his words. Chapter 120. Aiken has always been unaware. Luffy is no longer the feeble character depicted in the original work. He no longer requires battling the minor threats of the dragon pirates to advance. Upon his arrival in the Grand Line, Windmill Village, being the hometown of Garp, is under the formidable reputation of his infamous grandfather, deterring ordinary pirates from causing any disturbances. Luffy entrusted the vigilant little eagle with the protection of Noko and her mother, ensuring their safety, which alleviated any concerns. In the quaint village of Cocoa West, apart from the watchful Small Claw, the safety of Belmer and Noko was also safeguarded. The menacing dragon pirates, intimidated by Luffy's threat, dared not neglect their responsibilities as guardians. Thus, Luffy could depart with a tranquil heart. The resounding roar of the waves surged relentlessly towards the shore. Upon reaching the concealed boat, Luffy discovered not only Nami but also two figures, one large and one small. "Ajian, Lizzie, what brings you here?" he inquired. "I heard that Nami is setting sail today, so I came out with Lizzie to see her off, right, Nami?" Ajian, in contrast to 10 years prior, appeared significantly older than Belmer. He held his adorable daughter, Lizzie, who had blossomed into a 3-year-old. Over 4 years ago, Ajian had finally concluded his bachelor days, finding a kindred spirit, and they now embraced a simple yet warm life together. "Oh, I didn't inform you about my voyage with Nami. How did you come to know?" Luffy savored the moment, and despite tidying up afterward, Ajian still bore a disheveled appearance, with a faint scent of blood lingering about him, clearly concealing something. "As the village guard, I certainly had my means of uncovering the truth," Ajian stammered, his complexion betraying an unnatural pallor. Beside him, Nami could not suppress a soft chuckle, coming to Ajian's aid as she said, "All right, Ajian indeed came to bid us farewell. Luffy, let us set off. Indeed, it is getting late. Let us embark on our journey." As Luffy spoke, he leaped onto the small boat, closely followed by Nami. On board, Luffy turned to Aiken and said, "Regardless of the reasons, I sincerely thank you for seeing us off. When I return from the Grand Line, I shall certainly treat you to exquisite wines from our journey." "It's a promise then." Aiken, also a lover of spirits, felt his excitement stir at Luffy's words, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Goodbye, Rico." Nami waved beside Luffy, bidding farewell to the adorable Rico nestled in Aiken's arms. "Goodbye, Sister Nami." Rico mimicked the gesture, her chubby little face beaming as she called out in a sweet, high-pitched voice, "Luffy, I entrust Nami to you. You must ensure her safety." Though Aiken had a wife and daughter now, his affection for Nami remained undiminished. He always considered her as his goddaughter. Watching Nami set sail for the Grand Line stirred a mix of nostalgia and concern within him. "Rest assured, with me around, Nami will be safe." Standing at the bow of the small boat, Luffy assured Ajian, then seized the long rope tied to the front and hurled it far into the distance. "Set sail." Shanghai. With a resounding splash, the tranquil surface of the sea was abruptly disturbed as Shanghai's massive form surged out of the water. Under the sunlight, the sea splashed in tandem with the creature's ascent. The agile figure swiftly entwined the rope midair, and with another loud splash, it descended back into the depths, causing quite a commotion. Familiar with the waters, the once great king of the near seas, Shanghai swiftly towed the small boat away. "Wow, Daddy, look! What a huge fish!" Lizzie exclaimed, her tiny hand pointing at the receding vessel. "That's not a fish. That's a sea beast," Ajian mused, watching the boat vanish into the horizon with a sense of relief. Truth be told, he was initially startled when the king of the near seas had suddenly leapt from the water. He had been concerned for Luffy and Nami's safety. But to his surprise, the sea beast obediently obeyed Luffy's command and towed the boat without hesitation. After all, Luffy had defeated Arlong a decade ago, surely. His strength had only grown since then. No matter how daunting the Grand Line may be, Ajian had faith that Luffy would protect Nami. As he walked back, cradling his daughter, he resolved not to venture into the forest this time. Even if it meant taking a longer route around the island, he would avoid the forest entirely. "Daddy, let us go to the forest. You promised to help me catch a little rabbit, and we haven't done that yet. The little bunny has gone home to sleep," It's impossible to catch it now. Next time, I'll help you, he replied. Really? You promise? Yes, it's settled. Seeing that Lizzie was pacified by his words, Adrian discreetly wiped away a bead of cold sweat. The peril of nearly being devoured by a tiger while attempting to catch a rabbit was an experience he wished never to relive. Once was enough. The next time, luck might not be on his side, and there might not be anyone around to rescue them. As he reminisced, he marveled at how Nami had not only matured but had also become remarkably formidable. He recalled the moment when he was fiercely battling a tiger to protect Lizzie. Suddenly, Nami appeared before him, darting around the beast with astonishing agility. In an instant, she was at his side, flicking her fingers, and he vaguely noticed some bloodstains. Stunned, Adrian watched in disbelief as the tiger collapsed, small puncture wounds appearing on its head, blood oozing from them. It was dead. This was Nami's combat technique. One of the 6 forms, finger pistol. As long as one's body lacked the hardness of steel, Nami could pierce with her fingers and deliver a fatal blow. Unbeknownst to him, Nami had grown so powerful, and he wondered if Nojiko had similarly developed her skills. Moreover, why hadn't Nojiko accompanied Luffy and Nami on their voyage? Over the years, Luffy had maintained a close bond with the 2 sisters. I have also heard that yesterday, everyone witnessed Luffy and Noki holding hands, appearing quite sweet together. With Luffy and Noki confirming their relationship, one wonders about Nami's situation. Moreover, after solidifying their bond, Luffy has seemingly abandoned Noki at home to set sail, which strikes me as rather irresponsible. Oh, what exactly is the situation with Luffy and the 2 of them? Aiken scratched his head in distress. He usually paid little mind to such matters, only aware that Luffy shared a close relationship with both Nami and Noki. There are also unspeakable secrets between Luffy and the trio of women, leading the 4 of them to tacitly refrain from divulging too much to the villagers. This has left both the villagers and Aiken somewhat in the dark about the dynamics among the 4. Never mind. I shall inquire with Noki regarding her thoughts on this matter, thus allowing Luffy to embark on his voyage. Additionally, I must also seek the perspective of Belmer on the affairs concerning Luffy, Nami, and Noki. Aiken harbored some conjectures. Could it be that Nami and Noki are both vying for Luffy's affection? Such a notion was audacious for Aiken to entertain. Little did he realize that the reality was even more complex, 3 women vying for 1 man. Belmer, his erstwhile love, who had only received a token of goodwill in return for his affections, was currently ensnared in Luffy's whirlwind, lost in slumber. Meanwhile, Noki, his adopted daughter, lay nestled beside him in a deep sleep. A gentle breeze swept through, brushing against Aiken's silhouette, reminiscent of a mournful chill. His figure seemed to pale, as if touched by a shade of green. Aiken drifted further away, entirely unaware of the truth that eluded him. His former love, along with the 2 women he cherished as daughters, had all been captivated by Luffy. Such a harsh reality. May Aiken remain oblivious to it forever. Amen. Chapter 121. Nami schemes on the boundless sea. The king of the near sea surged ahead, propelling the vessel forward at a swift pace. The destination of this voyage was West Robu Village, a location the king of the near sea was well acquainted with. There was no need for Luffy to provide directions or to tap it with water droplets. The king of the near sea diligently led the way, undeterred and unerring. Little sea, you may slow down this time. I am not in a rush. The voice of Luffy echoed, causing the king of the coast to blink in confusion. Huh? It signified its lack of understanding. Just moments ago, it had urged the creature to hasten, nearly becoming a lifeless fish itself. And now it seemed in no rush to proceed. Unable to comprehend this change, the king of the coast chose to dismiss the thought. Following the captain's orders was undoubtedly the right course of action, so it slowed its pace. On the deck of the small vessel, after shouting something to the king of the coast, Luffy's lips curled into a smile, his gaze fixed playfully on Nami. His eyes roamed over her, scanning up and down, the unspoken implications of his intentions subtly revealing themselves. What are you up to? Just as we set sail together, do you already intend to bully me? Nami retreated a few steps, her hands raised defensively, resembling a little white rabbit about to be devoured by a wolf. My Nami, my precious treasure. The 2 of them found themselves on the boundless ocean, aboard a small boat, a man and a woman. What could possibly unfold between them? Luffy surged forward with an impressive speed that left Nami momentarily stunned. He appeared behind her, enveloping her in a tight embrace, and whispered suggestively into her delicate ear. No. Who said it was just the 2 of us? What about little C? Nami felt a pang of panic, making a final effort to resist. It was gentle and soft. A delightful sensation. Little C? It's a sea creature, not a person. Your protest is futile. Luffy's actions grew increasingly audacious, while Nami, that enchanting little sprite, consistently thwarted his attempts. His heart felt as though it were being playfully scratched by a cat, a sensation both tantalizing and intensely irritating. Beneath the cerulean sky, in the cotton-like clouds, the azure sea shimmered like a mirror. On the deck of the small vessel, an extraordinary game unfolded. One that could stir the hearts of men and women alike. With a soft thud, a pair of feminine sandals appeared at one side of the deck. The prelude to a daily massage had commenced. Those petite feet remained as captivating and alluring as ever. How delightful they seemed. Oh, and regarding the promise you made last night, do fulfill it now. I eagerly anticipate your next move. As Luffy busied himself, savoring the moment with a mischievous grin, he turned to the perspiring Nami and remarked, "No, let us defer that condition for now. If we proceed like this, by the time we reach Syrup Village, I will have no strength left to continue." Nami, glistening with fragrant sweat and furrowing her brow, breathed heavily, finding it quite arduous to bear the sensations provoked by Luffy's antics. "When, then, will you fulfill your promise?" she inquired, frustration evident in her voice. Luffy's hands moved ceaselessly, having completed the prelude, ascending ever so slowly, savoring each sensation with meticulous care. The joy of their touch lingered, as did the flavor he had come to relish. Today, Nami donned a pair of short denim shorts, her fair, youthful legs exuding a vibrant allure that captivated Luffy, leaving him reluctant to look away. Such matters. Why the haste? After all, you are always taking advantage of me, just as you are now. The sharp, piercing sounds echoed as Nami, still in the bloom of youth, found herself unable to endure the sensations Luffy bestowed upon her. Unconsciously, her hands gripped the deck tightly, her sharp nails producing a cacophonous sound against the wood. Yet, always a beneficiary, I find myself unsatisfied. I yearn to possess you. Nami, become my woman. Luffy approached, his hands propped against the deck, lifting Nami's chin with a gentle touch, meeting her gaze. All right, but do you truly wish to remain here? Nami's eyes, tinged with a hint of sorrow, locked onto Luffy's, her expression one of deep discontent. You shared 5 romantic days with Nojiko, yet with me, you simply wish to indulge on this small vessel? If you truly desire it, then come forth. I shall not refuse nor bear any resentment. Upon finishing her words, Nami closed her eyes, as if surrendering all resistance, resigned to her fate. Luffy found himself at a loss for words. Nami's statement left him in a predicament. He noticed that although Nami had closed her eyes, she merely squinted, leaving a small gap through which she secretly observed him. Luffy, in a fit of irritation, delivered a firm slap to Nami's front, causing her 2 footballs to bounce uncontrollably. All right, you've won again. I won't eat you, he remarked. Upon hearing Luffy's words, Nami immediately opened her eyes, beaming as she embraced Luffy, playfully declaring, I knew Luffy was the best. He will surely grant me a wonderfully romantic evening. Do not ensnare me in your schemes. We are about to embark on our adventures in the Grand Line, and the prospect of a romantic evening seems rather elusive. Although Luffy no longer indulges in Nami, it does not imply he refrains from taking advantage. His hands remain unceasing. Nami's cheeks flushed. She valiantly suppressed her sensations, adhering to her own strategy, and pitifully lamented, but I long for my first time to be on a romantically enchanting night bestowed upon you. Luffy, can you truly bear to claim my first so effortlessly? Oh, how wretched I feel. Luffy rolled his eyes in exasperation, clapping his hands in frustration. You think you're pitiful? I'm even more so. Can you not comprehend the agony of seeing something, yet being unable to partake? He insisted, do not address me as Luffy. Nami, resembling a wronged little wife, understood Luffy's sentiment and playfully replied, my dear husband, how could you possibly not indulge? Every part of me is yours to savor, she added. And should you find any flames upon your being, I am more than willing to extinguish them. Though Luffy did not verbally promise a romantic evening, Nami was confident that if he were not to orchestrate a romantic gesture, he would not easily indulge in her. She was assured of Luffy's affection, believing it to be inevitable. Thus, to alleviate Luffy's distress, Nami resolved to compensate for his loss. Knowing he must be feeling quite troubled, she decided to take the initiative and help quell his fire. Nami adeptly employed her myriad of skills, gracefully kneeling. Alas, it must be said that the strategy she employed left Luffy with no avenue of escape. Despite his awareness of the trap, he found himself drawn into it. Nami may have been a touch mischievous, yet seizing the maiden's first experience and providing a romantic evening was indeed a natural course of action. Luffy is more than willing to indulge, Yet whenever the opportunity for romance arises, Nami uses Nokigao as a convenient excuse. Now that she has dined on Nokigao, Nami once again employs romance as a shield. This time, as they set sail for real, creating moments of romance proves to be a formidable challenge. How shall they conjure such enchantment? Comfort envelopes him, a delightful sensation coursing through his body, causing Luffy to momentarily forget his thoughts and focus on the attentive service provided by Nami. It must be said, this little enchantress possesses an extraordinary talent for catering to others, even without engaging in a genuine game. She has bestowed upon Luffy a sensation akin to soaring through the skies. Chapter 122. The ownership of the fruit, no matter how exquisite the enjoyment, it is destined to fade. Nami is not a machine. Her stamina pales in comparison to Luffy's monstrous endurance. Exhausted and having exhausted all conceivable means, she finally manages to leave Luffy somewhat satisfied. You truly are an insatiable beast who never seems to tire. In the aftermath, as they clean up the remnants of their revelry, Nami lies languidly beside Luffy, breathless and weary, playfully chiding him. Ha ha ha, is that your way of complimenting me? I graciously accept. Luffy laughed heartily, unashamed and rather pleased with himself. Being hailed as formidable in that regard was undoubtedly a cause for celebration. Nami narrowed her eyes, seeking solace in Luffy's audacity, feeling at a loss against his brazen demeanor. Suddenly, she recalled the considerable time they had already spent here with Luffy. She gently urged, shouldn't we hasten our pace and encourage the little sea to swim faster? If we delay any longer, by the time we reach Syrup Village, night will have fallen. Luffy remained silent, instead lowering his head and pouting playfully at Nami. After much effort, Nami finally managed to break free from Luffy, taking deep breaths as she exclaimed, I can hardly catch my breath. Can't you allow me a moment of respite to regain some strength? She then added, and look at this. As she spoke, Nami pouted, urging Luffy to notice whether her cheeks had indeed puffed up. Luffy gently caressed Nami's delicate face, expressing his remorse. It was merely an inadvertent act, as I wish to cherish this moment of you in your current state, and unintentionally caused you harm. Therefore, I beseech your forgiveness this once. It shall not happen again. Remember me in this form? What are you talking about? I am not dead yet, Nami retorted, rolling her eyes with irritation. Of course, you will not perish, however. In the future, you shall become even more beautiful. Luffy, in a mysterious tone, had unknowingly grasped the slippery devil fruit in his hand and remarked, you have become even more beautiful. From now on, I shall no longer witness your ordinary visage. Thus, I must cherish this moment. Nami, initially taken aback and indignant at the assertion of her being plain, soon realized the gravity of the situation. Gazing at the devil fruit presented before her, she inquired, are you suggesting that I should consume this devil fruit? Will it truly enhance my beauty? Her eyes sparkled with fervor, a radiance far exceeding that of her excitement upon encountering berries. Had she not been cautious of the fruit's unknown powers, she would have undoubtedly snatched it and devoured it without hesitation. It must be noted that prior to meeting Luffy, Nami's family had indeed faced dire poverty. Hence, her fondness for berries remained largely unchanged. It was a habit ingrained in her since childhood, difficult to alter. Indeed, consuming this devil fruit would render her even more resplendent. With a playful smile, Luffy deftly evaded Nami's outstretched hand, teasingly remarking, aren't you the one who aspires to chart the entire world's oceans? To fulfill that dream, you must frequently venture into the sea to observe the currents. You once mentioned that consuming a devil fruit would render you unable to swim, hindering your ability to study the tides. Therefore, you asserted that you would never eat a devil fruit. Have you forgotten all of this? Nami, her determination ignited, attempted to seize the devil fruit, but Luffy thwarted her efforts, leading her to abandon the notion of snatching it away. I did say that, she conceded. But eating a devil fruit does not necessarily mean I cannot enter the sea. I recall you mentioning that on Fishman Island, there exists a type of bubble that contains oxygen, allowing one to remain submerged without direct contact with the water, enabling even a landlocked individual to explore the depths. Even if I were to consume a devil fruit, I could utilize that bubble or some other means to enter the sea and observe the currents. The world is vast. Surely there exists a method for a landlubber to navigate the ocean. Nami defended her stance, her gaze fixated on the devil fruit, resolutely lunging for it once more. This time, fortune smiled upon her, and she successfully grasped the coveted fruit. Elated, she examined the devil fruit in her hand and playfully pouted at Luffy, a gesture of reward, fully aware that if he were reluctant to part with it, she would never be able to claim it. What powers does this devil fruit possess? Can it enhance my beauty? Upon catching a glimpse of Nami's eager gaze directed towards him, Luffy couldn't help but chuckle in speechless amusement. Indeed, the innate desire for beauty is a timeless pursuit shared by all women, even Nami. Fully aware that consuming a devil fruit would complicate her ability to swim, putting her at risk of drowning, remained undeterred. "Please, do speak quickly," she urged, noticing Luffy's silence. Luffy shook his head and said, "This is the slip devil fruit, belonging to the Paramecia type. Its power enables one to slide off all attacks, whether blunt or edged. Furthermore, consuming it comes with a side effect. Just as my rubber fruit transforms me into a rubber man, if you eat the slip fruit, your skin will become extraordinarily smooth. Your entire body will be devoid of even the slightest imperfection. Moreover, it possesses remarkable beautifying effects. A plump, unattractive woman who consumes it will transform into a breathtaking beauty. Just imagine how beautiful you would become if you were to eat it." Nami tightly grasped the devil fruit in her hand, her heart racing after hearing Luffy's words. This young lady was already an unparalleled beauty. If she were to become even more beautiful, she would possess an extraordinary radiance beyond compare. This was Nami's train of thought as her eyes fixated intently on the slip fruit. The temptation it presented was irresistible. At that moment, even if a billion berries appeared before her, she would dismiss them with disdain. Nami disregarded her surroundings and Luffy, swallowing hard as she solemnly peeled back the skin of the fruit, revealing its succulent flesh. With deliberation, she took a small bite. It was terribly unpalatable. This unprecedentedly dreadful taste made Nami grimace as she struggled to swallow it down. Luffy stared in astonishment as Nami, despite feeling an overwhelming urge to vomit from the food, resolutely restrained herself from doing so. With great effort and determination, she devoured the entire devil fruit in her hand. A few peels were discarded overboard, and Nami immediately collapsed onto the deck, retching incessantly. In truth, one need only consume a single bite of the devil fruit to acquire its powers. It is not necessary to consume it entirely. Luffy gazed at Nami with deep admiration, utterly impressed. The level of unpalatability he had once experienced lingered vividly in his memory, as just a single bite had been enough to etch that flavor into his mind. Nami's ability to consume the entire fruit left him in awe. He expressed his profound respect, virtually bowing in reverence. "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" Nami looked at Luffy in a daze, her expression one of exasperation. "Did I not say it before? I recall discussing it with you while we were casually chatting about the Grand Line." Luffy tilted his head, his expression exuding certainty. Indeed, he had mentioned it. Nami recalled that Luffy had indeed uttered those words. However, in her excitement, she had been entirely captivated by the allure of the gum fruit, rendering her unable to remember. Nami felt tears welling up in her eyes, burdened by the weight of her own misdeeds. The suffering she had caused was indeed profound, and she had to swallow her anguish in silence. At that moment, Nami sensed something was amiss in Luffy's voice. "What's wrong?" she asked, alarmed, noticing that Luffy seemed somewhat off. His crimson eyes were wide, and he was panting heavily, the visible breath escaping from him in clear, labored bursts. Luffy clenched his fists, evidently struggling to suppress something within. "What on earth is the matter with you?" Nami inquired, approaching him with a look of confusion. "Nami, I can no longer contain myself. Your beauty is overwhelming. I have consumed the smooth fruit, and in the radiant sunlight, you shine with an ethereal glow. Your skin glistens like glass, akin to jade, pure and utterly flawless. Furthermore, your visage has grown even more enchanting. Nami has undeniably transformed into an angel. Thus, I find myself beneath the weight of an angel." Luffy is on the brink of losing his sanity. Chapter 123. Unable to stop. Nami is an invaluable navigator aboard Luffy's ship and a cherished companion. Thus, contemplating the series of battles that await them on their journey through the Grand Line, one cannot help but consider the potential dangers that Nami may encounter. Although Luffy possesses great confidence in his abilities, Nami is not to be underestimated either. As they anticipate battles against formidable foes at the level of admirals and beyond, unforeseen challenges may arise. It is of utmost importance to ensure the safety of the navigator. For Nami is not only his comrade, but also the woman he cherishes. Therefore, whether motivated by duty or personal affection, Luffy recognizes that despite Nami's mastery of the three forms of combat, her strength remains insufficient to enhance Nami's self-defense capabilities. He has thoughtfully prepared the slippery devil fruit for her. With her adeptness in evasion and stealth, combined with the powers of the slippery fruit, Nami could very well hold her own against mid-ranking officers. Unless faced with the top 10 among them, she could engage in a game of cat and mouse. provided her adversaries do not possess a profound mastery of haki. Thus, should she consume the slippery fruit and dedicate time to mastering its abilities, her survival skills would be significantly bolstered. This is the precious gift Luffy has prepared for Nami before embarking on their voyage through the Grand Line. He eagerly anticipates the transformation that will accompany her consumption of the slippery fruit. What beauty will she embody after this metamorphosis? The answer to this question shall soon be revealed once Nami takes her first bite. Before Luffy, a sense of awe enveloped him, dazzling and resplendent. Though devoid of wings, he felt as if he were gazing upon an angel or a celestial fairy descended from the heavens. At that moment, Luffy could no longer contain the surge of emotion within him, although Nami had rushed over, eager to greet Luffy and thus lacked the time to fully appreciate her own transformed beauty. She now spread her arms before her, surveying the visible aspects of her appearance. Deep within, Nami felt an overwhelming joy regarding her skin. It was smooth and flawless, akin to jade, exuding an exquisite silkiness. Undoubtedly, it was the most supremely smooth and delicate skin in the world. Coupled with her enhanced visage, Nami felt empowered to confidently declare herself the most beautiful girl in the world. Had Luffy not spoken of the most beautiful female pirate, the Empress? One day, she would compete with her to determine who truly reigned as the fairest. As Nami pondered this, Luffy, finding her too slippery to hold on to, grew impatient and resorted to using his armament haki to engage in their playful antics. At that point, Nami could no longer afford to dwell on anything else. Even transformed into an angel, she now resembled a fallen angel, unable to resist, nor wishing to resist, as she embraced the myriad games Luffy had in store for her. Nami had indeed become a fallen angel. Her skin, radiant and shimmering, exhibited a delightful smoothness, with Luffy being the first to experience her newfound attributes. Silky and sweet. Reminiscent of a baby's skin, it embodied the essence of youth, a sublime fusion of innocence and vitality. Luffy was utterly captivated, reluctant to awaken, clinging to the dream. This game was utterly relentless, an unyielding force. What could be done? Nami, having consumed the slippery fruit, experienced a transformation that, while lacking the dramatic enhancements of his own type, significantly surpassed her former human condition. Struggling to maintain a semblance of rationality amidst the chaos, Luffy demonstrated restraint in his gameplay. Ultimately, he refrained from rendering Nami unconscious and did not seize the opportunity to take her first experience. Despite the overwhelming allure, Luffy upheld his principles. A testament to his remarkable character, Luffy was nearly brought to tears by his unwavering determination. I truly admire myself for holding on until the very last moment. Reflecting on it now, it seems almost surreal. As night began to fall, the small boat approached Syrup village, so close that with a single leap, Luffy could set foot upon the island's soil. This must be the arrival. Luffy sat on the deck, reluctantly clasping the pair of jade-like little feet. Nami, weary and curled up beside him, listened drowsily to Luffy's rambling admiration of his own greatness. With the way you play around, I would rather you completely devour me. Perhaps then I wouldn't feel so exhausted, Nami murmured lazily, resembling a kitten that had yet to fully awaken. I would love to, but it was you who insisted on having a romantic evening, which is why I held back. Otherwise, I would have already drifted off to sleep. Luffy gazed at Nami, who had finally succumbed to exhaustion and fallen into a deep, enchanting slumber, shaking his head with a gentle smile. She had insisted on not wanting to be embarrassed by being carried onto the island, claiming she needed to rest and regain her strength to ascend the island on her own. Yet, in the end, she could not withstand it any longer and drifted into sleep. Luffy held Nami, the enchanting little sprite, tightly, his heart heavy with remorse as he recognized that he may have overstepped his bounds. TSK, how delightful, MMM. Under the cover of night, illuminated by the moonlight, Nami was indulging in a sweet slumber, while Luffy, in a moment of folly, disturbingly intruded upon her peaceful rest. Had he not just acknowledged his guilt? Luffy expressed his remorse, yet at times, he finds it utterly unbearable. Concerning this matter, he feels a profound sense of despair, wishing to change, but finding himself unable to do so. At most, he would refrain from disturbing Nami's slumber, taking care to be gentler, even gentler still. 10 minutes, perhaps 15, would suffice, or maybe half an hour, no more than that. Once the half hour has elapsed, he would then escort Nami to the island, allowing her to rest and rejuvenate. Thus, he arrived at this agreeable resolution. Luffy murmured to himself as 1, 2, 3, and 4 garments were successively cast onto the deck. In that moment, Even beneath the dim glow of the moonlight, gazing at Nami, he felt as though he were beholding a dazzling expanse of luminous, pristine white. Oh, I am inspired. Luffy certainly did not utter such words. They were merely thoughts within his mind. Holding and lifting, beneath the moonlight, lay a pair of luminous jade-like delicacies. With elongated legs and petite feet, it was indeed a pair. Furthermore, it seems there are quite a few pairs. Time passes swiftly. How has an hour already elapsed? Luffy tidied up the chaotic scene for Nami, and he was astonished. It was undoubtedly time that had tricked him, consuming half an hour. Otherwise, Luffy would have sensed the passage of time. Indeed, that is precisely the case, without a doubt. Luffy, reluctant to part with his feelings, found an excuse to delay time. Carrying the still slumbering Nami onto the island. The irritation sparked by Nami had yet to dissipate, and once he ensured her comfort, another distinguished young lady awaited him, poised to soothe his vexation. Chapter 124. The Past of Kaya, the sole heiress of the prominent family in Syrup Village. With her golden locks and fair complexion, this delicate young lady garnered the affection of many due to her gentle and kind nature, as well as her captivating beauty. An avid reader, Kaya aspired to become a doctor, motivated by her frail constitution since childhood. This is the Kaya from the original narrative. Luffy's early arrival to mentor Usopp resulted in certain changes. For instance, Luffy's acquaintance with Kaya occurred sooner than in the original timeline. At this juncture, Usopp and Kaya were not yet friends, and Luffy was not considered an intruder in their budding relationship. Luffy met Kaya ahead of time, and with his mischievous intentions. He certainly could not let this delicate and pitiable young lady escape his grasp. Periodically, Luffy would visit to assist Usopp with his training, while seizing opportunities to become acquainted with Kaya. Gradually, their relationship evolved from strangers to familiarity, ultimately blossoming into friendship. Kaya's parents soon became aware of Luffy's presence. Initially, they harbored resistance and suspicion towards him. However, after Luffy effortlessly defeated the hired guards tasked with safeguarding their home, demonstrating his prowess and assuring them of his benign intentions, Kaya's parents begrudgingly accepted the burgeoning friendship between Luffy and Kaya. As Kaya had little companionship during her upbringing, she cherished Luffy, this rare friend. Sensing the opportune moment, Luffy confidently proclaimed his intent to help Kaya strengthen her frail constitution. Introducing his renowned massage technique, honed over 5 centuries, claiming it would alleviate her ailments. Luffy did not entirely deceive Kaya. With his profound understanding of the human body and years of experience in massage, he could indeed enhance her physical condition, at the very least restoring her to that of an ordinary person. Skeptical, yet hopeful, Kaya ultimately chose to place her trust in Luffy, her sole friend. Initially, with a timid expression, she allowed him to massage a few inconsequential areas of her body. Afterward, she felt warmth in those areas, as though his efforts were yielding results. Following several days of Luffy's ministrations, Kaya's once lackluster spirit blossomed into vibrancy, and her frail form became more agile than before. Overjoyed, she wholeheartedly believed in Luffy's skills. From that moment on, she found herself ensnared in Luffy's charm, unable to extricate herself. Through the intimate nature of their massages, Luffy gradually transformed their friendship into an innocent romantic bond. One day, unexpectedly, Luffy puckered his lips, effectively clarifying the nature of their relationship. Kaya, the gentle and kind-hearted young lady, unsuspecting of the world's treachery, fell for Luffy in secret, unbeknownst to her parents. As time passed, their relationship deepened, and Luffy found himself slipping into Kaya's room under the cover of night on numerous occasions. At that time, Kaya's health had yet to fully improve, and she was still quite young. Luffy was inexperienced in the realm of true intimacy. However, aside from that, he exploited every opportunity available to him. Stealthily, he captured Kaya's heart. Although Kaya's parents remained oblivious, Luffy could not pretend that nothing had transpired. Kaya's father, her future father-in-law, was a businessman, inevitably facing competition in his trade. In an effort to endear himself to his future father-in-law, Luffy confidently assured him one day that he would eliminate any competitors. As a businessman with a generally benevolent nature, Kaya's father would not seek to harm others. However, he did not mind if Luffy could assist him in dealing with those who employed unscrupulous tactics in their rivalry. Initially, he harbored doubts about Luffy's ability to fulfill such promises. Soon, after Luffy silently and effortlessly dealt with those competitors without being detected, he no longer doubted Luffy's prowess. As a shrewd businessman, he understood the immense importance of having a powerful ally on the path of commerce. Thus, in order to firmly secure Luffy's partnership, Kaya's father willingly relinquished a portion of his business profits to Luffy. Unbeknownst to Kaya's father, Luffy's willingness to assist stemmed from his own motivations, which he refrained from disclosing due to the nature of their arrangement. Offering help without any expectation of reward would undoubtedly raise suspicions in Kaya's father. So Luffy gracefully accepted his overtures. Consequently, with Luffy's clandestine support, Kaya's father's business flourished, resulting in an ever-increasing share of profits. The transformation of Cocoa West Village, as well as Luffy's abundant resources, can be traced back to this alliance. However, regardless of how much more prosperous Kaya's father's business became compared to the original narrative, one matter remained unavoidable. It must be acknowledged that if Luffy had not deliberately sought to alter fate, the world's destiny would have continued along its original trajectory, evolving as it always had. Luffy is unaware of the time of Kaya's father's death or the circumstances surrounding it. Furthermore, it would be impossible for him to alter the fate of Kaya's father's demise by remaining by his side for 24 hours a day. Luffy attempted to persuade Kaya's father, suggesting that his business had already flourished significantly and he should remain at home to peacefully enjoy the latter half of his life. However, Kaya's father disregarded this counsel and continued to venture out to sea from time to time. Luffy found himself at a loss and could only command a few individuals to safeguard Kaya's father, leaving the rest to fate. As it turned out, while Luffy was still in Windmill Village, training the transformed beauty, Kuina, destiny unfolded as it did in the original tale. A sudden tempest erupted at sea, sinking the merchant vessel laden with cargo into the depths. Ultimately, Kaya's father perished, but surprisingly, a few individuals fortunate enough to survive were those tasked by Luffy to protect him. Kaya's mother, possessing a frail constitution, succumbed to overwhelming grief after the tragic loss of her husband, following him into death. At that time, apart from the remaining servants and the few survivors, Kaya was left utterly alone. In her sorrowful state, an instinctual prompting, though unable to prevent Luffy from rescuing her father in advance, urged him to hastily appear before the heartbroken Kaya. During those most agonizing days following her parents' demise, Luffy's companionship and comforting presence ultimately helped Kaya emerge from her despair. Subsequently, with both her parents gone, Kaya returned to an ordinary appearance, but more significantly, she matured, her body now capable of withstanding the trials of life. Just a year prior, shortly after her parents' passing, Luffy no longer needed to act in secrecy. He boldly opened the door to find Kaya, clad only in a nightgown, her cheeks flushed, anxiously awaiting his arrival. The third woman in Luffy's life is a gentle and kind-hearted lady who has inherited a vast fortune, truly embodying the essence of a wealthy heiress, Kaya. As we return to the present, Luffy carries Nami onto the island, soon arriving at the grand entrance of a spacious Western-style courtyard. This is Kaya's residence. In Chapter 125, a dialogue unfolds with the butler. Who goes there? Ah, it is Mr. Luffy. The guards stationed by the gate, alert and vigilant, quickly recognized the approaching figure from the shadows and shouted out in alarm. Once they discerned Luffy's identity, they promptly lowered their weapons and bowed respectfully. Mr. Luffy, please enter. The relationship between Luffy and Koya is well understood by the few guards. On the other hand, Luffy's occasional display of formidable strength makes it clear to them that, if they wish to retain this rare position as protectors and avoid jeopardizing their own lives, they must not offend him. They promptly opened the grand doors and respectfully invited Luffy inside, keeping their heads bowed, unwilling to meet his gaze. Although they were curious about the identity of the woman in Luffy's embrace, they dared not linger their eyes upon her, thus failing to notice Nami's appearance. Luffy emitted a soft sound as he stepped inside, cradling Nami in his arms. As they passed by, it was only then that the others noticed the radiant complexion emanating from Nami. The 600 did not linger on this observation. Luffy had already moved on. Hey, did you see that? The woman being held by Mr. Luffy seems to be anything but ordinary. Her skin appears to shimmer. It must be exceptionally fair, right? Mr. Luffy has unexpectedly returned with a woman. I wonder how Miss Kaya will react. Well, enough of this discussion. Matters concerning Mr. Luffy and Miss Kaya are not ours to speculate on. Should the butler overhear, you all shall be prepared to face the consequences. Upon hearing the mention of the butler, they immediately fell silent, dutifully guarding the entrance. Just the thought of the butler's methods instilled a sense of dread in them, their eyes betraying their trepidation. Oh, when did Mr. Luffy arrive? As Luffy entered the expansive, lavishly decorated hall, the 2 or 3 maids engaged in various tasks were taken aback by his presence. He just arrived, one of them murmured. As Luffy replied, He familiarized himself with the path leading to an unoccupied room. Before he could even reach for the doorknob, a poised maid with long, flowing black hair swiftly approached and graciously opened the door ahead of him. Luffy gently nodded at her, entered the room, and laid Nami down, tucking her in comfortably. After ensuring everything was in order, he planted a soft kiss on her forehead, turned, and closed the door behind him. As for Kaya, 3 maids approached Luffy with a respectful demeanor, each radiating youthful beauty and possessing distinct figures. All 3 had long, straight hair cascading down to their waists, one black, one brown, and one purple. The black-haired maid stepped forward and inquired, "Miss Kaya is currently taking a bath. Shall I inform her?" Although the trio was curious about Nami, they refrained from probing further and dared not interfere with Luffy's affairs. Even though there was some connection between them and Luffy, they lacked the audacity to use it as leverage for affection. Unlike Miss Kaya, they understood that in Luffy's heart, they were merely maids. No need. "I shall inform Kaya myself." As Luffy envisioned the scene of Kaya bathing, a smile graced his lips, and he cheerfully suggested, "Before we proceed, perhaps you should all take a bath as well." With that, he departed. The 3 maids felt a blush rise to their cheeks, their bodies warming at the thought of what was to come, and obediently set about their preparations. I wondered who it was, and it turns out the captain has arrived. As Luffy turned a corner, a figure stood shrouded in shadow, facing him, their features obscured save for the glint of reflected lenses. "Prepare yourselves. Tomorrow we shall inform Usopp. We have waited long enough. It is time to set sail. As for you, dear steward, it seems your retirement is nigh." As Luffy spoke, he turned away and walked off without a glance back. I have awaited this moment for an eternity." A shadowy figure uttered these words, as if a pair of sharp claws suddenly emerged from his wrists. The faint sound of flowing water echoed, and with a creak, the door was opened by Luffy, allowing a wave of warmth to rush in. Within the enveloping mist of humidity, a figure appeared, flickering in and out of view. "Who is it?" "Luffy." "Yes, it is I. It has been some time. Have you missed me?" The door gently closed behind him as he stepped inside. In the haze, 2 figures leaned against one another. "I have missed you. You came with Nami to take the ship out to sea, did you not?" Kaya did not conceal her longing, expressing her reluctance. "Yes. I apologize, Kaya. The decision to set sail weighs heavily, regardless of whether it concerns Makino and her daughter, Belmer, Nojiko, or the beloved Kaya standing before me." Luffy was acutely aware of the reluctance that enveloped the hearts of those around him upon his impending departure, leading him to feel a profound sense of guilt. "Do not utter words of apology. I wish for you to embark on your journey unburdened by remorse. Love me, my dear husband." Kaya's proactive affection resonated within Luffy, who reciprocated her sentiments with equal fervor. Before long, the air was filled with a continuous, enchanting melody emanating from within. Although Kaya's constitution had returned to that of an ordinary person, in comparison to the likes of Makino and Belmer, she was undeniably at a disadvantage. Thus, 2 hours later, despite Luffy's utmost care and tenderness towards Kaya, she found herself unable to endure the intensity of their playful encounter. Luffy had long anticipated such circumstances. He decided to grant Kaya a reprieve, turning to the 3 maids who had been patiently waiting at the door and inviting them in. Indeed, due to her relatively fragile state, Kaya often felt inadequate in fulfilling Luffy's desires. Each time she witnessed Luffy suppressing his impulses to spare her, a wave of self-reproach washed over her. To alleviate this, Kaya arranged, through the butler and some discreet channels, to procure 3 exceptionally beautiful maids, each in perfect health. For Luffy's sake, Kaya was willing to allow these maids to assist in satisfying him when she could not. Within, the playful escapades resumed. Kaya did not completely withdraw. As soon as she regained a modicum of strength, she would employ alternative means to partake in the revelry. Time passed swiftly during their joyous interlude, marking what would be their final night together. Tomorrow, Luffy would set sail, and the uncertainty of his return from the Grand Line loomed over them both. They cherished every moment. Eventually, Luffy interjected, "That is enough. I must depart tomorrow. If we continue like this, you may not awaken in time to bid me farewell." Among the women, Luffy held a particular fondness for Kaya, which prompted him to rarely take the initiative to halt their playful antics. Kaya, unwilling to miss the opportunity to send Luffy off, nodded gently and succumbed to exhaustion, drifting into slumber beside him. She resembled a delicate porcelain figure, fragile to the touch, yet steadfast in her unwavering support and care for him. It is precisely for this reason that he cherished and protected her all the more, his fragile treasure. Luffy gently embraced Koya, as if fearing that any additional pressure might hurt her. Gazing deeply at this young lady of privilege, Luffy smiled warmly, holding her close as they drifted into slumber. As for the three maids, they succumbed to Luffy's unceremonious demeanor far earlier than Kuina. In another room, they were soundly asleep, due to the pacing of the narrative. Some may find it somewhat sluggish. Finally, a brother remarked that it had become a bit tedious. My virtue lies in my ability to heed suggestions if it feels stale. I shall endeavor to streamline the storyline and hasten the pace. Ahem, indeed, it has been a tad meandering. Chapter 126. Breakfast before setting sail the following morning, having lost a bit of time, Luffy, with Kuina, whose legs felt a bit weak, exited the room. Rising early, Luffy's nature dictated that he would certainly wish to engage in some activity rather than let Kuina slip away. If it weren't for his impending voyage and Koya's desire to bid him farewell, perhaps Kuina would have simply remained in slumber. Ah, you two have finally decided to emerge. I was beginning to think we wouldn't see Luffy until noon. In the dining area, the three maids, still bearing a hint of lethargy, were busy preparing breakfast. Nami, having awakened from a refreshing nap, made her way there to satisfy her hunger. At the dining table, Nami elegantly enjoyed her meal, exuding an enchanting charm. The three maids nearby couldn't help but steal glances at her, their eyes irresistibly drawn to Nami's beauty. It must be said, even other women found themselves captivated by Nami's exquisite appearance. If there were men present, their resolve would surely falter, akin to a lovesick puppy gazing longingly for affection. You are Nami? Kuina was aware of Luffy's flirtatious nature. Her heart had long been stolen by him, and though she lamented that she could not monopolize his affections, she did not resort to childish tantrums or demand that he choose between her and other women. Kuina, unable to detach herself from Luffy, recognized her own shortcomings in fulfilling his desires. Thus, she had come to accept Luffy's penchant for romantic entanglements. Not only Nami, but also Luffy's other beloveds, though Kuina had not encountered them, she had certainly heard of their existence. She knew of Nami, yet she had not anticipated such breathtaking beauty. Upon entering the dining area with Luffy, Nami's commanding presence immediately caught Kuina's attention, leaving her astonished and envious of Nami's allure. Yes, I am Nami. And you must be Kuina, Nami said, her gaze playfully lingering on Kuina. I heard from Luffy that you are rather frail. I thought you might still be in bed. Yet here you are, having the strength to accompany Luffy. Kuina's cheeks flushed crimson. She understood Nami's insinuation, leaving her uncertain of how to respond. Kuina, don't mind her. Nami is merely playful. Let us enjoy our breakfast. Luffy pulled Kuina to sit beside Nami and began to enjoy breakfast. With a woman seated next to him, Luffy resembled a lord of grandeur. Nami, did you rest well last night? Today, we shall embark on our true voyage. Luffy gently embraced Nami, who sat beside him, as he held a spoon and affectionately fed her a spoonful of porridge. Without you here to disturb my sleep last night, I managed to rest well. Thanks to Kuina's assistance. Otherwise, someone might not have let me off so easily. Nami, after savoring the porridge, shot Luffy a reproachful glance. This is what I ought to do. Kuina's cheeks flushed with a soft hue, feeling that her help to Nami was merely a matter of course. Like a devoted wife, she tenderly attended to Luffy as he enjoyed his breakfast. Luffy gently wrapped his other arm around Kuina, relishing the luxurious life where everything was effortlessly provided. Nami, did you see that? If you possessed even half of Kuina's grace, you would be serving others with ease. On ordinary days, I would cherish you a bit more and wouldn't let you exhaust yourself to the point of slumber each time. Luffy, with a mischievous grin, turned to Nami and said, Boop. Yikes, you've got porridge all over you. Nami pouted, a perfect imprint forming on her flawless face. This is just how I am. I can't possibly emulate Kuina's gentleness. You're merely saying that because you want to be exhausted from my antics and fall asleep every time, aren't you? Luffy teased, unable to resist taking advantage of Nami's beauty. Don't move around. I'm having breakfast, he added. Then let's have breakfast together. Kuina, you should join us too. Before long, the three of them were sharing breakfast. The scene left the three maids nearby blushing and feeling faint. Although it was their first meeting, both Nami and Kuina felt a bit uncomfortable with Luffy's shameless behavior, especially in each other's presence, yet they could not resist his playful spirit. They could only accompany Luffy's antics, faces flushed, as they enjoyed breakfast together. Thus, this unconventional breakfast concluded, and the initial awkwardness between Nami and Kuina gradually faded away. Nami became increasingly curious about Kuina, how she came to know Luffy, and how she had captured his heart. Moreover, she was intrigued by the extent of Kuina's wealth. Kuina, on the other hand, admired Nami's beauty and had much to say about her. Both women had questions for one another, since they were both Luffy's partners. They felt no jealousy. Having shed their initial unfamiliarity, they had transformed into close friends, seated together on the sofa, softly discussing feminine topics. "Is it the slippery devil fruit that made you so stunning?" Kaya asked, gazing at Nami's alluring skin with envy. After their conversation, Kaya finally understood why Nami appeared so ethereal, unlike any ordinary person. Haha, there are not just one but several devil fruits with beauty-enhancing abilities. Should I ever encounter such a fruit, I will certainly save one for you. Seated beside the two women, Luffy, who had been respecting their conversation, finally spoke. However, his hands remained where they were. Was that truly not interrupting? Had the women not grown accustomed to Luffy's playful gestures, their dialogue would have faltered long ago. Such a devil fruit would be ideal if one were fortunate enough to obtain it. However, if it poses any danger, I would advise against taking the risk. I do not wish for you to be in peril. Kaya leaned against Luffy, her desire to possess beauty akin to Nami's overshadowed by her concern for Luffy's safety. Yes, I will not take any risks. Luffy, unable to resist the allure of Kaya's gentle understanding, playfully pouted. Although Nami stood nearby, Kaya shyly reciprocated Luffy's fervent enthusiasm. Moments later, as Nami observed like an audience member at a play, Luffy unexpectedly seized her and pulled her over. The warm and sweet days passed swiftly, and the butler, well acquainted with Luffy's temperament, prepared everything for departure. Estimating the time, he finally led a young boy to the door for a knock. This boy, with a long nose and a sturdy yet not particularly tall stature, clutched a slingshot that matched his height, his face alight with excitement. After years of anticipation, the long-awaited day had finally arrived. Blessed to accompany the formidable Captain Luffy, the adventures that lay ahead promised to be extraordinary, and his dreams were destined to come to fruition. The usually composed butler could not help but reveal a hint of emotion on his face. As the maid opened the door, the boy eagerly stepped inside. "Captain, Usopp has arrived, and everything is ready for departure. We can set sail now." Chapter 127. The merry-go in the hall. Luffy strode forward, with Nami and Kaya following closely behind. "Everything is prepared for our departure, so let us embark," he declared. "Kuro, Usopp, I trust you are equally eager." Luffy first cast his gaze upon Usopp, who resembled his 2-year-later self, and then turned to Claw, the captain of the Black Cat Pirates in the original tale, who had served as the butler of the Kaya family for 3 years. "I have long awaited this day. I once believed I would never embark on an adventure along the Grand Line until the Captain's arrival instilled in me the confidence to venture forth and challenge those formidable foes." Claw, habitually adjusting his glasses with a flick of his wrist, did not conceal his previous reluctance. "I too could no longer contain my eagerness." Usopp regarded Luffy with deep respect, stating that before the captain's appearance, he was merely a foolish boy prone to fabrications. It was Luffy's sudden emergence in his life, coupled with rigorous training, that transformed him completely, not only altering his timid nature but also endowing him with formidable strength. Usopp would never forget the moment Luffy appeared before him, imposing and relentless in his training. Initially, Usopp resisted, but gradually, he recognized Luffy's goodwill and ceased his objections. Upon learning of his father's whereabouts from Luffy, Usopp became even more willing to accept the training bestowed upon him and to join Luffy's crew. Compared to the original narrative, the Usopp who had undergone early training with Luffy had indeed undergone a significant transformation. Strengthening his abilities was one aspect, but his resolve had also solidified like that of a true man. When Claw entered, Usopp was momentarily captivated by Nami's beauty, but he quickly averted his gaze, understanding the identity of the woman who accompanied Luffy. She was not Kaya, but rather a navigator and potentially Luffy's partner. Luffy had already acquainted his crew with the identities of their future companions during their training sessions, ensuring they had a general impression of who would be sailing alongside them. Thus, the crew was aware of Nami's role as the navigator and the identity of the maid who was currently evading. Usopp's respect for Luffy and Claw's awe of the captain's authority compelled these two men, despite being drawn to Nami's appearance, to exercise restraint in their glances. "Indeed, you have likely heard me mention her before. She is our navigator, Nami." Luffy was aware of Nami's allure to men, and seeing his two crew members exercise such restraint brought him great satisfaction. He pulled Nami closer and introduced her to the two crew members. Then he said to Nami, "These two are Kuro and Usopp. Kuro serves as the ship's butler, as well as a strategist and combatant. Usopp is our sharpshooter." Nami stepped forward, playfully addressing them. "Hello, Kuro and Usopp. From now on, you will both be my companions, so I permit you to glance at me freely. Feel free to look if you wish. Her words caused Usopp to blush profusely, while Kuro appeared somewhat uncomfortable. Faced with Nami's beauty, they dared not entertain any thoughts, certainly not wishing to gaze at her for too long. Indeed, if it were not for the exceptionally firm resolve of certain strong individuals who had little interest in women, there would be very few men who could meet Nami's gaze without harboring some thoughts. All right, do not tease them any further. Luffy playfully tapped Nami on her small head and said, "It's getting late. Let us embark." By the seaside, a brand new ship lay anchored, a pirate vessel meticulously prepared by Kaya for Luffy's voyage. This ship was designed with Luffy's suggestions in mind. With a ram's head figure and measuring 25 meters in length and 5.5 meters in width, it boasted 3 levels. The uppermost level contained 5 rooms and a restroom, serving as the quarters for Luffy and the female crew members. The middle level featured 6 rooms, a restroom, a conference room, a kitchen, a helm, and an exercise room. The lowest level served as a storage area, housing ammunition and cannonry. Atop the ship, a platform of roughly 10 square meters provided a space for Luffy and the ladies to relax and frolic. Several orange trees were planted at the front of the deck, offering a pleasant spot to enjoy the shade. This pirate ship was significantly larger than its counterpart in the original tale, with additional rooms, although they might be somewhat cramped. Nevertheless, it alleviated the need for several individuals to share sleeping quarters. In truth, if a larger pirate ship were desired, there would still be ample berries available. However, shipbuilding technology in the East Blue was rather rudimentary, and Luffy had a limited number of companions to summon. A vessel too grand would lack the manpower necessary for its operation. Thus, for the initial leg of the Grand Line, this pirate ship would suffice. Upon reaching Water 7, Luffy intended to acquire a ship more suited for navigating the New World. The ship was aptly named the Merry Go. Luffy gazed affectionately at the ram's head, still invoking the name of the original ship. He was paying homage to the beloved Going Merry, which had touched his heart in the original tale. Luffy, as the captain, has the liberty to choose a name for their ship, and as long as it is not particularly unpleasant, the others will not protest. Yet, the name Merry is indeed peculiar. Zango, Sam, and Bujji, after I depart with the captain, I entrust Miss Kaya's safety to you. Please be diligent from now on. Kuro solemnly advised, directing his gaze towards the 3 guards surrounding Kaya. These 3 were once his subordinates in the pirate crew. Upon Kuro's arrival at Syrup Village, he resumed his previous role, infiltrating Kaya's household as a butler. Then came the moment when Luffy uncovered Kuro's true identity, leading to an intense battle that concluded swiftly. Utilizing his formidable strength, Luffy temporarily subdued Kuro. Subsequently, while training Usopp, Luffy also included Kuro in his rigorous regimen, imparting the Navy's 6 techniques without reservation. Despite Kuro's newfound prowess from mastering these skills, he found himself unable to withstand Luffy's overwhelming power for long. Faced with Luffy's mystifying might, he felt a profound sense of helplessness. Yet, he also experienced rapid growth under Luffy's guidance. Gradually, he began to accept Luffy as his captain. Furthermore, reflecting on the Grand Line he had once abandoned, the prospect of having such a formidable captain as Luffy ignited a flicker of anticipation within him. Thus, Kuro willingly acknowledged Luffy as his captain. Kuro would accompany Luffy on adventures across the Grand Line, abandoning his prior plans. He heeded Luffy's counsel, summoning his crew, eliminating some pirates, and retaining those willing to embrace a new life, transforming them into Kaya's guardians. Zango possessed hypnotic abilities, while Sam and Bujji, the Cat brothers, were also quite capable. After undergoing Luffy's training, they were more than adequate to ensure Kaya's safety in the East Blue. Over a year ago, apart from Kuro, who was devotedly shadowing Kaya, her father's business associates, Zango, and the others, were tasked with protecting him. Fate played a cruel hand. Amidst a tumultuous storm at sea, Kaya's father perished, yet the trio remarkably survived. Chapter 128. The next companion to gather regardless of Kuro, the once feared captain, or Luffy, who could easily best him. The trio remained in perpetual trepidation, never daring to defy. Over a year ago, when ordered by Luffy to safeguard Kaya's father, they had already failed in their duty, ultimately unable to protect him. This incident, a tragic maritime storm, was an unforeseen calamity. Luffy understood this and did not hold the trio accountable. Nevertheless, it remained a painful thorn in their hearts. Now, Kuro's final admonition and Luffy's penetrating gaze compelled them to resolutely pledge their unwavering commitment to protect Miss Kaya at all costs. I will remember your words. Should anything happen to Kaya, I shall not extend my forgiveness as I did over a year ago. Luffy admonished sternly, if anything happens to Kaya. No matter where you hide, I will find you and exact my punishment. Do you understand? The three of them trembled at his words and fervently replied, "We will certainly protect Miss Kaya." "Enough, Luffy. There's no need to frighten them. With their protection, I won't be leaving the island, and I'll be safe," Kaya reassured him. "In fact, you, too, must exercise caution on the Grand Line. I know your strength is formidable, but please be vigilant and prioritize your safety." As Kaya nestled into Luffy's embrace, she could not suppress the sorrow on her face during their farewell, anxiously advising, "I will. For your sake. I promise to take good care of myself." Luffy held Kaya tightly, his tone hinting at deeper implications. Immersed in the sorrow of parting, Kaya failed to discern the underlying meaning in Luffy's words. When he spoke of you all, he was referring to everyone present, or perhaps all the women in Luffy's life. No matter how poignant the farewell scene, there inevitably comes the moment of separation. On the deck of the Mary, Luffy gazed down at Kaya, waving goodbye. Below, Kaya covered her mouth with one hand while raising the other in a farewell gesture. As she watched the Mary drift away, the sight of Luffy fading from view overwhelmed her, and tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Suddenly, she felt a wave of nausea wash over her. "Miss, are you all right?" asked the three maids who rushed to support Kaya, their concern evident. Luffy had only just departed, and it was imperative that Kaya remained well. The maids were anxious as they inquired about her condition. "I'm fine, just feeling a bit queasy," Kaya replied, pressing her hand to her mouth. Her brow furrowed as intense waves of nausea surged within her, causing her to retch once more. "Miss, let me assist you back inside." "We must call for a doctor immediately," commanded the tall, dark-haired maid, guiding Kaya, who was still occasionally retching, back inside. A flurry of anxiety followed as the group hurried to keep pace. "Ha ha ha. Congratulations, Miss Kaya. It appears you are in good health, merely pregnant," the doctor proclaimed with a knowing smile. "From my assessment, you are only a little over a month along. Moving forward, simply take care to rest and maintain your usual routine." Kaya paid little heed to the doctor's words, her expression one of sheer delight as she placed her hand upon her abdomen, realizing she was carrying Luffy's child. "Luffy, do you know? I'm pregnant with your child," she murmured, gazing out the window as if searching for Luffy's silhouette. Gently, she caressed her belly, sensing the nascent life within. Even in its stillness, once the child is born, Kaya vowed to nurture its growth with great care, eagerly awaiting Luffy's return to bestow upon him a delightful surprise. "Miss Kaya, look. This is Mr. Luffy's bounty poster," a guard exclaimed, sprinting towards her while holding up a wanted notice. He had just purchased the latest bounty from the newsbird and was astonished to discover details regarding Luffy. In truth, Luffy was already aware of the surprise Kaya spoke of. At the moment of parting, while embracing Kaya, he had instinctively sensed the little life within her. Even though he had already experienced fatherhood with Yara, his anticipation for the new life inside Kaya was palpable. Had he not decided to set sail, he might have chosen to remain by her side, eagerly awaiting the birth of their child. What a delightful mystery. Would this little one be a boy or a girl? Luffy sat excitedly atop the figurehead of the Mary, lost in thought. He refrained from relying on his instincts to guess, for he believed that such answers lacked the joy of discovery. "Luffy, which direction shall we sail next?" Nami inquired, having already selected her cabin on the third deck as per Luffy's arrangement. As the navigator, her responsibilities did not allow her to linger over her quarters for too long. She hurried onto the deck to ask Luffy, "Oh, let us continue in this direction. First, we must retrieve my runaway maid." Luffy regained his composure, following the instinctive prompt, and pointed towards the south. "A maid? You mean the prodigious swordswoman Kuina, whom you have trained since childhood?" Nami was well aware of Kuina's tale. Her legend resonated throughout the East Blue. "Indeed, it is true. My dear Nami remains obedient, just like the little girl I nurtured, while you stay by my side. Kuina is off playing hide and seek with me." Upon returning to the deck, Luffy gently embraced Nami, his expression a blend of awe and heartfelt sentiment. Nami, wrinkling her delicate nose, retorted, "If I possessed Kuina's prowess, I too would relish a game of hide and seek." With a light chuckle, she covered her mouth in amusement. "All right then, it seems everyone is inclined to rebel. Witness my tickling technique." "Oh, no, it tickles so much. I was wrong. Please spare me." On the deck, the two engaged in playful antics. "Captain, where shall we venture next? Moreover, our pirate ship still lacks a flag. Shouldn't you design and hang it up first?" Usopp, who had been steering the Going Merry, emerged to inquire about their destination, having pondered the matter of the pirate flag. It seems I have interrupted, Usopp said, awkwardly scratching his head as he halted in his tracks, glancing at the two. No, we know where we're headed. Nami is already aware. So you should return to steering and navigate according to her directions, Luffy replied, losing interest in their playful banter. As for the matter of the pirate flag, Luffy continued, I'll address that after gathering all our crew members, before we embark on the Grand Line. Very well, who is our next companion to recruit? Usopp inquired. It is Kuina, the most formidable swordswoman of the East Blue, a prodigious talent, came a voice from beneath the orange tree. It was Kuro, who had arrived unnoticed and adjusted his glasses as he responded to Luffy's earlier remarks. So we shall first seek her out, Usopp exclaimed, well aware of Kuina's legendary reputation in the East Blue. Ha ha ha, let us set forth and reclaim our genius swordswoman. Crew, hoist the sails. Luffy, filled with enthusiasm, raised his hand and shouted out loud. Regrettably, Crocodile was solely focused on adjusting his glasses and did not respond. Nami, observing her surroundings, paid no heed to Luffy. Only Usopp excitedly raised his hand in response, but upon realizing no one was following suit, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Thus, Luffy finally boarded the Thousand Sunny, accompanied by the 3 crew members he had gathered, a navigator, a sniper, and a butler who also served as a strategist and combatant, setting sail to summon the remaining comrades. Their destination was the Grand Line. Chapter 129, The Bounty of 80 Million. Before this, let us rewind time. At Marine headquarters in Marineford, there existed a vast military fortress and a large town housing the families of soldiers, along with countless heavy artillery and numerous naval vessels. Prominently displayed on the fortress were giant characters proclaiming the Navy's might, accompanied by the Navy's emblem at its center. This was a symbol of peace in the era of great pirates. Within this naval headquarters, powerful vice admirals or an admiral could be found stationed at any given moment. The fleet admiral, known as the strategist Sengoku, was perpetually present at the helm of the Navy. Today, in the admiral's office, Sengoku, adorned with a Navy admiral's hat upon which a seagull perched, was diligently managing an overwhelming amount of paperwork, which towered nearly half a meter high on his desk. The sheer volume of work was daunting, instilling a sense of trepidation in any who beheld it. This was the daily toil of Sengoku, a formidable figure who had consumed the Zoan-type devil fruit, the Hito Hito no Mi, allowing him to transform into a colossal Buddha. In pursuit of justice, he willingly set aside his world-shaking fists, opting instead to remain seated in the office, grappling with an endless stream of documents. With remarkable speed, Sengoku skillfully processed each file. Those deemed confidential were cast aside for the waiting goat to consume, a peculiar talent indeed, to train a grazing goat to devour paper. The thick stack of documents on his desk slowly diminished under Sengoku's diligent scrutiny. Suddenly, as Sengoku habitually picked up another file, his expression faltered. In disbelief, he rubbed his eyes to confirm what he saw. Upon closer inspection, his pupils widened behind his glasses, his face nearly pressing against the report. A heavy silence enveloped the room, suspended in time, until Sengoku's booming voice erupted, threatening to shake the admiral's office. Kapu, you rascal, look at the mess you've created. Is this what you meant when you said your grandson would join the Navy in the future? A loud burst of air shattered the tension in the office. Aside from Sengoku toiling away, Carp was sprawled on the sofa, fast asleep. Even after finishing his donut, Carp, no matter how deeply he slumbered, was roused by Sengoku's furious outburst. Huh? What grandson? Carp groggily awakened, glancing at Sengoku's furious gaze, utterly bewildered by the situation. Take a look at this document. In a fit of fury, Sengoku flung the thin document in his hand towards Garp, resembling a swift arrow. Garp effortlessly caught it. His gaze filled with curiosity as he examined the contents. What? There was an image of his grandson, Luffy. Perplexed, Garp scrutinized the report in its entirety. On a certain date, on Tourist Island, a conflict arose with Colonel Mouse, resulting in the latter's demise. Upon investigation, it was revealed that the individual responsible was none other than Monkey D. Luffy. The events on Tourist Island were corroborated through inquiries at the nearby naval base, and they even sought verification from Sasha and her companions. Ultimately, the situation was relayed to the Navy headquarters with utmost urgency. After all, the colonel was a high-ranking officer in the East Blue, and delaying this matter was simply not an option. It is worth noting that the colonel's shocking death left the investigating naval officers too preoccupied to trouble Sasha and her companions. Once it was confirmed that they were not involved, the Navy hastily departed. You incompetent fool who cannot even manage your own grandson. Sengoku seethed. Just previously, Garp had boasted with unwavering confidence that his grandson would soon join the Navy. Who could have anticipated that what awaited him was the news of the colonel's murder? A wielder of Conqueror's Haki had chosen the path of piracy instead. Sengoku's rage was palpable. Garp had continuously praised his grandson, portraying him as a prodigy who had awakened both observation Haki and Conqueror's Haki at such a young age. Garp had even thumped his chest in assurance that Luffy would join the Navy. After hearing Garp's self-satisfied declarations, Sengoku had come to recognize the potential of this extraordinary boy. Should Luffy decide to join the Navy, Sengoku would have welcomed the prospect of an additional candidate for admiral. Thus, upon receiving the report of Luffy's act of violence against a naval colonel, Sengoku's fury was exacerbated. For it was evident that Luffy harbored no intention of becoming a Navy officer. With hope dashed, Sengoku's anger intensified. 3 months ago, Machino gave birth to a great-granddaughter. I intended to return and bring Luffy to the Navy headquarters to enlist. Luffy had expressed his desire to remain with Machino, who had just given birth and was still recovering, wishing to spend more time with her and the newborn. He stated that he would set sail after some time. Garp, scratching his head, feigned ignorance or perhaps genuinely did not understand, remarked, "What on earth is going on with Luffy? He sets sail without calling me to bring him to the Navy headquarters and has even killed a colonel." As a shrewd strategist, Sengoku immediately discerned the underlying meaning in Garp's words. Narrowing his eyes, he asserted, "If your grandson truly wished to join the Navy, he would never have killed a colonel. As you said, he merely mentioned setting sail, and that sailing does not imply joining the Navy. Rather, it signifies embarking on the path of piracy." "Oh, so that is the case," Garp exclaimed, slapping one fist into the palm of the other hand, a look of realization dawning upon him as he cursed that insufferable Luffy, daring to deceive his grandfather. "I shall bring you back." As Garp spoke, he turned to exit the marshal's office. "If you wish to seize this opportunity to flee, I've already taken possession of next month's latest batch of donuts for you." Sengoku discerned Garp's intentions, a glimmer of sharpness flashing behind his glasses. As he promptly seized upon Garp's vulnerability, "The donuts belong to me. You cannot do this." Garp immediately pivoted, returning with a grin, draping an arm around Sengoku's shoulders while digging his finger into his nose. "We have been old friends for decades. You cannot be so heartless as to take away my donuts." The act of nose-picking was utterly repugnant. Even more detestable was Garp's intention to smear his finger on Sengoku's clothing. With an expression of utter dismay, Sengoku hastily pushed Garp away. "Let us set aside the matter of donuts for now. You cannot evade this. Speak now. How shall we address the situation with your grandson? If you make no request and have killed a Navy colonel, irrespective of the circumstances, I will be compelled to issue a bounty for him, declaring his life or death to be of no concern." Silence enveloped the room as Garp, unusually subdued, sat back down on the sofa with a sigh. "What demands could I possibly make? Luffy has made it clear he will not join the Navy. He has always aspired to be a pirate. Issue the bounty. Should Luffy choose to sail the seas as a pirate, the path he forges is his own. It saddens me deeply. My son has become a revolutionary leader, and now my grandson sets off to become a pirate. Why is there no one willing to join me in the Navy?" Garp then recalled, "Oh, I do have a great-granddaughter." While stuffing his mouth with food, he declared, "Regardless, I must ensure that my great-granddaughter becomes an exceptional naval officer." Garp departed with a commanding presence, his resolve unwavering. Striding swiftly out of the marshal's office, Sengoku paid no further heed to Garp's departure, preoccupied instead with the matter of Luffy's bounty. Having awakened the observation Haki and possessing a formidable conqueror's Haki, the report indicated that the Navy had submitted to Garp, which Sengoku attributed to the effects of his conqueror's Haki. Along with having consumed the rubber devil fruit and receiving Garp's erratic tutelage, Luffy's combat prowess should be commendable. This was merely the weakest of the East Blue. It would be unreasonable to assign a bounty exceeding 100 million at once, although his strength warranted it. The recent incident involved only the death of a Navy colonel. Well then, let us set the bounty at 80 million berries for now. Sengoku finalized the bounty decision, inscribing the approval results, affixing the marshal's seal, and placing the document aside. Alas, yet another promising talent has turned to piracy. Sengoku sighed, lamenting the loss of Luffy. He picked up a nearby transponder snail and dialed a number. The phone rang for several seconds before finally being answered on the other end. Why did it take so long to answer the call? There have been some recent developments. This was at the East Blue, at the Navy base in Fusha Village. The man known as Smoke, upon answering the call, glanced at the anxious young woman standing beside him and inquired, "What is it?" "Fleet Admiral, what matter could compel you to personally make this call?" "It is a matter of significant importance," the Fleet Admiral replied, not bothering to chastise for the delay in answering. "A new pirate has emerged in the East Sea, possessing monstrous potential. He has yet to master Haki, and thus, with your elemental abilities, you should have the opportunity to apprehend him." Though Carp had never mentioned training Luffy in Haki, nor had he indicated that Luffy was capable of it, Sengoku assumed that Luffy had yet to learn the Haki technique. Before he ventures into the Grand Line, he will pass through Logtown. I need you to ensure his capture. Understood. May I ask, Fleet Admiral, who is this new pirate? Surely, he has not yet been issued a bounty? Sengoku glanced at the documents piled nearby. Indeed, he has not received a bounty yet. His wanted poster will be dispatched shortly. The pirate I require you to capture is Monkey D. Luffy. Given Luffy's potential to wield Conqueror's Haki, it was no surprise that Sengoku personally tasked Smoke with his capture. With a soft click, Sengoku placed the Den Den Mushi down and turned his attention back to his unfinished work. Suddenly, he realized something. That wretched Carp had stolen his rice crackers before leaving. The sound of his irritation echoed once more from the Fleet Admiral's office, causing the nearby Navy personnel to pause their tasks and glance curiously toward the office. Chapter 130. Conqueror Luffy. The wanted notice for Luffy, dispatched from Navy headquarters, did not first reach Koya, but rather Colonel Smoker, known as Smoke, stationed in Logtown. He was the first to see Luffy's bounty. Smoker, a Navy colonel with silver hair, donned a large coat emblazoned with the word justice on the back and sported goggles around his neck. His weapon of choice was the sea stone jutty. He had consumed the smoky fruit, a devil fruit that, while not particularly formidable, granted him elemental abilities. As long as he was not countered by a superior element, sea water, sea stone, or Haki-infused attacks, he was nearly invincible. Despite the various means of countering his powers, he was not truly invulnerable. As long as Luffy had yet to master Haki, Sengoku believed Smoker had a fair chance of capturing him, and Smoker himself was confident that with his smoky fruit abilities, he would successfully apprehend this new pirate. Even though this new pirate was just starting out, his strength should not be underestimated. Having awakened observation Haki and being able to wield Conqueror's Haki, he was a user of the Gum fruit, likely proficient in hand-to-hand combat. His first bounty was an impressive 80 million berries, earning him the moniker Conqueror Monkey D. Luffy, wearing glasses. The appearance of Ensign Doseki bore a striking resemblance to that of Kuina. She articulated the intelligence regarding Luffy, transmitted from the Navy headquarters, with measured precision. Doseki sported a short hairstyle and was significantly shorter than Smoker, her petite frame adorned in a naval uniform. Notably, her front was rather flat, but 2 years later, it had grown considerably, rumored to be quite impressive. Doseki harbored the ambition to reclaim all renowned swords from the hands of villains, and she was also a severely nearsighted individual prone to clumsiness. Upon finishing her report on Luffy, she glanced at the bounty notice resting on the table. Surrounding her were several kneeling members of the Navy, while Luffy had a gun pressed against the forehead of Colonel Mouse. The bounty notice featured Luffy's photograph, which was captured only once in secret, leaving no other images available. His initial bounty as a rookie pirate was set at 80 million berries, necessitating a plausible rationale. The status of a mere Navy colonel was inadequate, and Luffy's strength had yet to be demonstrated. Thus, they were left with this photograph that brought embarrassment to the Navy. Those who understood would notice the peculiarities in the photo. Aside from some bizarre devil fruits, such feats could only be accomplished through the use of Conqueror's Haki. If Luffy possessed Conqueror's Haki, those in the know would comprehend why he was initially valued at 80 million berries. Furthermore, the nickname Conqueror, assigned by the Navy, subtly hinted at Luffy's possession of this rare ability. There were no misnomers for those who recognized the truth. This was the code of the Pirate King. For those who lacked understanding, witnessing Luffy bringing the Navy to its knees might be interpreted as a humiliation of their justice, inciting a furious response that led to the initial bounty of 80 million berries. Regardless of understanding, the news of Luffy's first bounty spread across the globe, reaching the Grand Line and the New World. Among the first to see Luffy's bounty notice were Smoker and Doseki. After reviewing the detailed intelligence on Luffy, Doseki furrowed her brow and remarked, "Colonel, even if you are a Logia-type devil fruit user, the Navy headquarters did not indicate that Conqueror Luffy possesses armament Haki. However, ensuring his capture will not be an easy task." Smoker, confidently raising his weapon, declared, "Ensign Doseki, regardless of how formidable a pirate may be, You must never lose faith in our ability to apprehend them. As a Logia-type user, and equipped with Sea Prism Stone as my weapon, should I encounter that conqueror Luffy, I am certain I can capture him. Yet, I wonder if he is related to that individual. Smoker squinted, contemplating Luffy's surname. With its ties to the East Blue, he began to entertain bold conjectures. Ensign Dasiki, I have unwavering confidence in our pursuit of pirates. Daki initially retorted angrily, but then took note of the final statement. Inquiring, who is that person? What connection does the surname Monkey hold? Could it be that Monkey has some relation to Vice Admiral Carp? Daki murmured to herself. Her thoughts interrupted as the familiar surname sparked her memory of Carp. Her eyes widened in surprise as she turned to Smoker. Enough speculation, Smoker interjected, leaving the office without a backward glance. Our current task is to monitor the movements of the pirate Monkey D. Luffy and ensure he is intercepted and captured in Logtown. Yes, I understand. Despite her curiosity about Luffy's identity, Daki's duty as a Navy officer compelled her to arrange for personnel to keep watch over Luffy's whereabouts. Meanwhile, aboard the Going Merry, Luffy and his crew had yet to learn from the newsbird of Luffy's bounty. Under Luffy's guidance, Nami coordinated their navigation while Usopp steered the ship, gradually approaching the island where Kuina resided. 80 million berries? How impressive. Luffy's first bounty is astonishingly high, instantly making him the most wanted pirate in the East Blue. Some drunken patrons lamented in a tavern in Windmill Village. Machino, cradling her 3-month-old daughter, smiled gently. Regardless of how high Luffy's bounty was, hearing news of his safety brought her peace. With such a bounty on his head, it was no surprise that he, the wielder of Conqueror's Haki, was dubbed the Pirate King. The Navy certainly had discerning eyes. In the dragon's domain, Arlong sat on his throne, surrounded by a group of fishmen, all gazing at Luffy's bounty poster. Belmer, look. In the photo, a group of Navy officers kneel before Luffy, and that Navy colonel is being held at gunpoint by him, too afraid to resist. Isn't Luffy remarkably handsome and domineering? In Cocoa Village, Nojiko fixated on Luffy's bounty poster with unending admiration. Newly married, she missed Luffy dearly. Yes, he looks quite dashing. However, no matter how handsome he is, one must first eat well, Belmer remarked, eating her meal with a hint of exasperation. Having seen Luffy's bounty and heard news of him, she was pleased, though not as exuberant as Nojiko. In Sirabu Village, as soon as Luffy departed, Kaya stumbled upon the bounty notice, astonished that Luffy, having just set sail, was already offered a bounty of 80 million berries. The bounty notice for Luffy was swiftly disseminated across the globe by the newsbird. In a war-torn nation, Sabo, who was leading the revolution while keeping an ear to the world's intelligence, held the bounty in his hands, a smile gracing his lips. Reflecting on the day, he mused that his younger brother, now 17, was indeed ready to embark on his own maritime adventures. Wouldn't you agree, Ace? Sabo gazed into the distant sky, where the clouds seemed to morph into the likenesses of Ace and Luffy. Chapter 131. The approaching matters concerning Luffy in a certain sea region of the New World. The Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates was navigating these waters. Ha ha ha, Luffy has set sail. The Navy has dubbed him the Overlord, and his initial bounty stands at 80 million berries. Isn't my brother impressive? Ace boasted, draping an arm around the shoulder of the immortal Marco, the bounty notice in hand, proudly proclaiming his brother's prowess to Marco and the surrounding crew, who were attentively listening. Indeed, your brother is quite remarkable. Not even you, his elder brother, have ever bested him, Marco teased, squinting at Luffy's image on the bounty notice. Having heard Ace extol Luffy's virtues countless times, he had yet to meet the young man in person, but was finally able to picture him. Humph. I set sail 3 years before Luffy and consumed the Marimarinomi. I am certain I can defeat him now, Ace retorted, vowing that when their paths crossed on the ocean, he would challenge Luffy and redeem himself from the shame of never having won a single match against him. Garar la la la. A cascade of laughter erupted as a massive figure appeared behind Ace, completely obscuring him. A hand, strong yet aged, seized the bounty notice from Ace's grip. Father, are you also intrigued by my brother? Ace turned and gazed up in admiration at Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, a titan of a man with a crescent-shaped white mustache. Despite being hailed as the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, now advanced in years, was but a mortal. His health had significantly declined, often requiring intravenous drips and oxygen tubes, attended to by ship doctors and nurses. At that moment, as he examined Luffy's bounty notice, he spoke in a thunderous voice, Ace, your brother is quite extraordinary. Both his conqueror's haki and that straw hat hidden beneath his wild hair piqued my curiosity. The power of conqueror's haki usually overwhelms foes, but to make the Navy kneel without losing consciousness is no small feat. Furthermore, that straw hat feels strangely familiar. Gararalala Ace. When I have the chance to meet your brother, I wish to adopt him as my son. With a hearty laugh, Whitebeard raised a large wine jug, disregarding the pleas of the several stunning nurses beside him. In a moment of indulgence, he poured the liquor into his mouth. Given Luffy's character, he could never be your son, Ace asserted with a shrug. Observing Whitebeard's relentless drinking, he joined the nurses in their concern. Father, your health has not been well lately. You mustn't consume so much alcohol. Not only Ace, but Marco and others also expressed their heartfelt advice to Whitebeard. Gulalala. Just a little more, a little more. As a pirate, how can one not drink? At that moment, while Whitebeard and his numerous sons engaged in their warm daily rituals, the captain of the 4th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Sachi, was away on business. After completing his tasks, he was hastily making his way back to the Moby Dick in a different sea, where he fortuitously encountered a devil fruit. This particular fruit would become the spark igniting a great event, the war at Marineford. In the New World, on an island fragrant with cherry blossoms. Shanks raised his wine jug high, exclaiming, "Haha, Luffy has set sail. That moniker of Emperor truly carries a majestic weight. Come, let us gather for a feast to celebrate Luffy's departure." Cheers. The crowd echoed. This little monster has finally ventured out to sea. The grand line ahead will undoubtedly be thrilling with him aboard. A correction came swiftly. Not a little monster anymore. After all these years, Luffy has indeed become a formidable powerhouse. Ben Beckman, the first mate of the red-haired pirates, astutely assessed, if my assumptions are correct, Luffy's strength is likely on par with the 7 warlords of the sea. A decade ago, Luffy had already demonstrated the use of observation haki, conqueror's haki, and the ability to effortlessly wield and develop the powers of his Goma Goma fruit into Gear 2nd and Gear 3rd. The prowess of the 7 warlords of the sea, as perceived by Ben Beckman, is indeed a bold conjecture. He could scarcely fathom that Luffy's strength far exceeds his imagination. The 7 warlords. The crew holds unwavering faith in the intelligence of their first mate, harboring little doubt regarding Beckman's speculation. Just how formidable is Luffy's power? After he embarks on his journey through the Grand Line, the truth shall inevitably be revealed. Come, let us raise our glasses. Cheers. Shanks, the red-haired, drained the contents of the wine jug in one swift motion, gazing towards the horizon with a smile gracing his lips, his eyes brimming with anticipation. While Ben Beckman's conjecture is indeed audacious, he harbors an inkling that Luffy's strength is far from ordinary. How formidable is Luffy's strength? Shanks pondered that after Luffy embarks on his journey across the Grand Line and confronts powerful adversaries, he would surely learn the answer. What Shanks did not anticipate was the swift return of news regarding Luffy. In the East Sea, at Windmill Village, a military vessel adorned with a dog-head ornament lay anchored by the shore. Today, Makino chose to remain at home rather than open the tavern, as Garp had returned unexpectedly. My great-granddaughter, Yar, as you grow, do not follow the path of Luffy and the others by neglecting the Navy, Garp declared. This time, I will take you under my wing from a young age, ensuring that you join the Navy early on. In the future, you shall serve alongside me. Garp, holding Yar, spoke with delight about their future together. However, the sound of a baby crying erupted, and Yar, showing no regard for Garp, began to wail. Grandfather, allow me to hold her. Perhaps she is uncomfortable in your arms, Makino suggested, taking Yar back. Indeed, once Yar returned to her mother's warm embrace, she ceased her crying immediately. Grandfather, when do you plan to leave again? In a few days, Garp replied. Before I return to Navy headquarters, I must visit Log Town to confront Luffy and inquire why he deceived me. He clearly stated his intention to join the Navy. Yet he has set sail to become a pirate. Garp's ire was evident, conveniently overlooking the fact that Luffy had never explicitly claimed he would join the Navy. Grandfather, must you really pursue Luffy? Makino asked, her heart racing with anxiety. Garp, nonchalantly picking his nose, responded, I do not necessarily intend to capture Luffy. I merely wish to question him about his deception. Of course, should Luffy prove to be weak, I may have to apprehend him and confine him in the depths of the underwater prison to prevent him from meeting his demise in the Grand Line. Luffy, you must flee quickly and avoid being caught by Grandfather, Makino thought, fully aware that she could not alter Garp's decision. She could only silently pray that Luffy would evade a confrontation with him, lest a grand battle between grandfather and grandson become inevitable. Simultaneously, At the entrance of the Grand Line, fierce winds and torrential rains lashed against the turbulent waves, making any attempt to navigate perilous. Suddenly, a violet slash cleaved through the surging tide, slicing through the tempest. Without pause, the strike surged skyward, splitting the stormy clouds, laden with flashing lightning, in two. In an instant, the wind stilled, the rain ceased, and the sea lay tranquil, as if nature itself had been subdued. Debris from a shattered vessel drifted, revealing submerged corpses and blood. A small boat, resembling a coffin, emerged leisurely from the chaos. Chapter 132. The Encounter of Two Parties. Dracula Mihawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, renowned as the world's greatest swordsman, bore the moniker Hawkeyes. As his name suggests, he possesses a pair of piercing eagle eyes that evoke a shiver of fear in anyone who dares to gaze upon them. The Sword of Eagle Eye is one of the supreme great blades, the most formidable black sword in existence, known as the Knight of the Chaotic Blade. The bond between Eagle Eye and red-haired Shanks has always been strong. In the original narrative, after Shanks lost his arm, Eagle Eye lamented the missed opportunities to duel with him in swordsmanship. Intrigued by the circumstances that led to Shanks' injury, Eagle Eye visited the East Sea during a moment of ennui. However, due to changes brought about by Luffy, Shanks now has both arms intact. Yet, whenever Eagle Eye seeks to challenge Shanks to a duel, Shanks inadvertently brings up the East Sea and Luffy, hinting at the extraordinary nature of Luffy and his expectations for the young pirate's future. During this rather tedious period, Eagle Eye decided to return to the East Sea, and should he encounter Luffy, he would not hesitate to gauge the young pirate's strength. Thus, the notorious Clique pirates, once deemed the rulers of the East Sea before Luffy's departure, found themselves in a dismal predicament upon entering the Grand Line. With ambitions freshly declared, they were unfortunate enough to cross paths with Eagle Eye. Amused by their plight, Eagle Eye unsheathed his blade, relentlessly pursuing the Clique pirates back to the East Sea, simultaneously alleviating his boredom. The Clique pirates, boasting 50 ships, found themselves reduced to half by the time they managed to retreat to the East Sea, with their vessels suffering varying degrees of damage. Leading the remnants was Clique himself, and as they returned to the East Sea, they hastily fled towards Logtown. In the vast expanse of the East Sea, near Logtown, one could witness the chaotic retreat of 17 or 18 pirate ships. Suddenly, from the distance, a slicing attack severed one of the pirate vessels in two. Faced with Eagle Eye's relentless onslaught, the members of the Clique pirates could only flee in terror, overwhelmed by despair. Unbeknownst to the lookout on their ship, another vessel emerged ahead. The Baratai, a floating restaurant established by the culinary pirate Redleg Zeph, was manned by former subordinates from the Grand Line and fellow food enthusiasts. Additionally, Sanji, who had been prearranged to join Luffy's crew, was also present. Unlike in the original tale, Sanji had already pledged his loyalty to Luffy, eliminating the need for Luffy to seek him out. Upon seeing Luffy's bounty poster through the newsbird, Sanji was aware that Luffy had set sail. Therefore, he asked Zeph, the venerable chef he respected, to take him to Logtown, planning to await Luffy's arrival there, an arrangement they had previously agreed upon. However, Zoro is notoriously directionally challenged, and while Kuina is engaged in a game of hide and seek, only Sanji seems somewhat dependable. Soon, he will arrive ahead of time at Logtown, awaiting Luffy's arrival. The sea restaurant, Baratai, sails towards Logtown, while the remnants of the Clique pirates, in a state of disarray, pass by the town, seeking refuge further afield. Inevitably, the two parties cross paths. On an island, in a desolate town, it appears as though the townsfolk have vanished. The area is riddled with potholes, and the buildings lie in ruins. This is the stronghold of the buggy pirates. The town's transformation into this state is attributed to the whims of the clown Buggy, who, in moments of excitement, conducts experiments with his buggy bombs, wreaking havoc throughout the settlement. Unable to withstand the onslaught of the buggy pirates, the townspeople can only mournfully watch as their homes are destroyed, retreating to safety under the guidance of their mayor. In a certain hidden location within the town, whispers arise. How has the buggy pirates returned? The remaining members, particularly Buggy himself, have somehow evaded the wrath of that genius female swordsman. Alas, it was believed that with her presence, the buggy pirates would be vanquished, ending their suffering. Yet, to their dismay, after initially fleeing, the buggy pirates have returned once more. Observing from a distance, it becomes evident that aside from the captain, Buggy the Clown, only a swordsman, a beast tamer, and a lion remain. However, aside from Buggy, who remains unscathed, the other two pirates and the lion are injured. Could we not band together and drive them away for good? Such thoughts are folly, interjected a weary voice. Even incapacitated, ruthless pirates can exact a heavy toll in retaliation. Moreover, we must not forget the unscathed Buggy. He has survived encounters with some of the East Blue's fiercest bounty hunters, including the prodigious swordswoman Kuina. Our strength is insufficient to confront Buggy the Clown. Patience is key. Perhaps it won't be long before the genius swordswoman Kuina reappears to chase Buggy away once more. A silence enveloped the gathering. Then let us wait a while longer, hoping that the talented swordswoman Kuina arrives swiftly. Helpless and powerless, they could only shrink into the shadows, awaiting a savior whose arrival remained uncertain. Captain Buggy, upon our return. Shall we truly deceive that she-devil? The townsfolk discussed the remnants of the Buggy pirates, with Buggy and his surviving, albeit injured, subordinates, along with a lion, huddled in fear on the high ground they once occupied. Among them, it was the juggler swordsman, Kabeji, who dared to speak. He appeared quite disheveled. The bicycle wheel he usually relied upon was missing, and the proud sword he wielded with his left hand had been severed, with blood occasionally oozing from the stump, rendering his complexion pallid. Beside him stood the beast tamer Machi, equally disheveled. One of his legs had been amputated at the knee, and the wound had yet to fully heal. The loss of a leg made it difficult for Machi to stand, had it not been for the lion named Liki, who supported him from behind as they fled. He might have perished beneath Kuina's blade. Liki, too, was not unscathed. Its once proud fangs and claws had been severed, leaving it as nothing more than a toothless, clawless feline. Only the clown Buggy remained unscathed by slashing injuries, thanks to the unique properties of his dismemberment fruit, though he bore a rather disheveled appearance. His clown visage, aside from his round red nose, was marred with bruises of varying shades. It seemed that Buggy was not as invulnerable as the townsfolk believed. He endeavored to reassure his remaining two subordinates and the frightened lion, simultaneously comforting himself as he declared, "That female demon has witnessed our escape. She would never suspect we would return after slipping from her sight." Indeed, his words held a semblance of truth. The trio and the lion nodded in agreement, momentarily convinced by Buggy's reasoning. However, an unsettling realization dawned upon them. They exchanged bewildered glances, blinking in unison. That voice, a female one, was not theirs. Who had uttered those words? With a stiffened demeanor, their faces etched with terror, they slowly turned to see the white figure that had instilled such fear and prompted their flight. Chapter 133. The pain of that kick clad in a pristine white samurai dress, her alluring figure drew the eye, boasting a mature and beautiful visage reminiscent of a future dashiki, albeit without spectacles. She wore lace-up sandals, her petite feet concealed beneath white socks. At her slender waist hung a scabbard containing a formidable 21-inch blade, the Wado Ikamanji, resting quietly within, momentarily obscuring its lethal brilliance. This was Kuina, 10 years hence, engaging in a game of hide-and-seek with Luffy, playing a few clever tricks, and you believe you can evade my pursuit? How na-vi, Kuina remarked in a chilling tone, her delicate hand poised upon the hilt of the Wado Ikamanji, ready to draw at any moment. How could this be? We clearly shook you off and evaded your sight. How could you have caught up so swiftly? Buggy exclaimed in a panic, pointing frantically at Kuina. Have you forgotten the lessons learned aboard the Pirate King's ship? Despite lingering in the East Blue for so long? Kuina remarked, regardless of whether you are within my sight, my observation hockey has already locked onto your presence thus. I shall not be deceived by your petty tricks. Observation hockey? How could someone who has never ventured into the Grand Line possess such a skill? The clown Buggy was taken aback by Kuina's unexpected response, momentarily bewildered. He quickly regained his composure and pointed at Kuina, exclaiming, "How do you know I was aboard the Pirate King's ship? Where did you learn this? Captain, did you truly serve on the Pirate King's vessel?" The two injured subordinates, upon hearing Kuina's words, were still skeptical. However, upon witnessing Buggy's admission, they were instantly astonished. Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. I have concealed this matter for so long. Never expecting to be exposed so suddenly, Buggy sighed, a sense of resigned inevitability enveloping him. Now that my carefully hidden identity is revealed, it seems I can no longer remain a mere small-time pirate in the East Blue. The Grand Line is where I truly belong. Buggy's demeanor, reminiscent of a reclusive master lamenting his fate, evoked admiration and reverence from his two companions, who gazed at him with starry eyes. Our captain is truly magnificent, willing to engage in the trivial games of small pirates to conceal his true identity. Indeed, with his experience aboard the Pirate King's ship, he could summon countless pirates to his side at any moment. To follow a man like him is worth dying for. Well then, you may rest assured in your demise. Kuina's cold words sliced through the air as she unsheathed her sword, her figure flashing like lightning. The blade gleaming with brilliance as she swiftly passed by the two touched subordinates. With a swift stroke, Kuina's silhouette came to a halt behind them. As she exhaled softly, it was evident that the blade bore no trace of blood, remaining dazzlingly pristine. As she returned her sword to its sheath, the two victims bore deep gashes visible to the bone, blood splattering forth as they fell, bewildered and confused. Wait. Buggy sensed a shift before Kuina struck, intending to intervene. But time did not allow him to complete his warning. His remaining two subordinates lay dead. Now, Buggy's crew was reduced to a single lion. The once mighty Ricky, now reduced to a trembling cat, feared that Kuina would slay him as well. He curled up on the ground, while the two fallen lions clutched their heads, whimpering in supplication. Kuina disregarded the toothless and clawless lion, too disinterested to draw her sword again. She turned her gaze to Buggy, saying, "It's hard to believe you were once a crew member of the Pirate King. With only your ability to throw knives and that fragmented fruit power, you possess little else of merit. If it weren't for your claim of being a crew member of the Pirate King, I would have found it difficult to believe. Dare to underestimate me, Buggy the Clown? Do you believe I won't pierce a few holes in your body?" Enraged, Buggy brandished several throwing knives and shouted at Kuina. He had always taken pride in being a former crew member of the Pirate King, and the greatest insult he could not tolerate was Kuina's doubt regarding his past. "Those knives of yours might serve as mere props for a juggling act, but to inflict harm upon me? That would be a futile endeavor." Kuina repositioned her hand upon the hilt of her sword and remarked, "Were it not for his warning to spare your life should our paths cross, I would not hesitate to deal with you. Considering your past misdeeds and the tragedies that have befallen this town, even with your body immune to cuts, I possess the means to reduce you to mere fragments, ensuring your demise." As her words ceased, the glint of her blade flashed, and Kuina appeared before Buggy, slicing his body into several pieces. "Damn it, behold my throwing knives." Buggy's severed hands clutched tightly to the knives, aiming swiftly at Kuina's figure. Yet, without so much as a blink, she deftly evaded each projectile with slight, effortless movements. Then, wielding her sheath, she struck fiercely at Buggy's face. The resounding crack echoed, a sound that foretold great pain, leaving a thin, bloodied mark across his cheek. Buggy's disembodied head was sent flying, bouncing like a football off the ground and various obstacles. But the ordeal was not yet over. Seizing the opportunity while Buggy was dazed, Kuina unleashed the full strength of her long legs, capable of executing powerful kicks, mercilessly trampling upon the scattered remnants of Buggy's body. She showed no mercy, continuing to stomp again and again. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching cry of agony erupted from Buggy as his dismembered parts quivered upon the ground, his head soaring into the air, tears streaming down his face, reflecting his despair. Kuina had struck him at his most vulnerable, and he hastily reconnected his body, desperately covering the wound while rolling on the ground. Kuina stood calmly at a distance, asserting that it was not her intention to be so harsh. She simply couldn't halt her footfall in time. "You should have learned your lesson well. All your subordinates have fallen at my hands, and this time, I shall spare you. Depart from this place and refrain from disturbing its inhabitants or wreaking havoc with your antics. Should I hear of your continued wickedness, despite that warning, I may not kill you, but I will ensure you are captured and delivered to the Navy, where you shall languish for eternity in the depths of the undersea prison." With those final words, Kuina turned to leave. "Who is this person you mention, who knows my identity and looks after me so?" The clown Buggy is far from an ordinary person. He suppressed the excruciating pain that penetrated to his very bones and managed to utter a few words with great difficulty. Kuina, with a precision akin to chopping vegetables, ruthlessly dispatched all of his subordinates in a matter of moments. Yet, when it came to him, she had never truly delivered a fatal blow. The most severe action she had taken was this very kick. Thus, Clown Buggy found himself intrigued, pondering whose influence was so profound that this female assassin would heed his words without question. Furthermore, he wondered if this enigmatic figure was someone he recognized. Kuina's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. This individual evoked both love and hatred within her. "The he she referred to was none other than me," she said. "Nice to meet you for the first time, Clown Buggy." Just then, a voice echoed from a distance. Chapter 134, Kuina, Zoro's Strength. The sun, tinged with a golden hue, illuminated the figure approaching from behind, rendering it difficult for the prone Clown Buggy to discern the face of the newcomer. All he could perceive was a towering stature of nearly 2 meters accompanied by a wild mane of hair. "Ah, Luffy!" Kuina exclaimed in surprise, taken aback by Luffy's unexpected arrival, who had somehow evaded her observation skills. In a flurry, she pivoted and employed the shave technique to swiftly evade him. Bang! Kuina collided with a wall. Unbeknownst to her, Luffy had outpaced her, materializing right before her eyes, leaving her no time to halt her advance and causing her to crash directly into him. "My mischievous maid, this time I've come personally to capture you. Do you still wish to flee?" Luffy held Kuina tightly in his embrace, chuckling softly. "Now that you are here, how could I possibly escape?" Kuina inhaled the familiar scent of Luffy, surrendering her resistance, feeling disheartened. "Haha. Previously, I let you play hide and seek, but this time you must not be so troublesome. Obediently accompany me on my voyage." Luffy gently pinched Kuina's delicate nose and said, "Moreover, regarding the promise made a decade ago, let us swiftly bring it to a conclusion." "No," Kuina retorted, tilting her small face upward to meet Luffy's gaze. "Our agreement from 10 years ago merely stated that there would be a duel after 10 years. However, it did not specify an exact time. Thus I have every reason to postpone our match for now. You are reluctant to accept defeat in your heart, aware that you cannot triumph over me, and that is why you hesitate to agree to our duel, is it not?" Luffy asserted with a smile, lifting Kuina's chin with his hand. "That is not the case. I simply am not prepared yet." Kuina averted her eyes, stubbornly insisting. In truth, over the years, Luffy had not only taught her the essence of life but also the Marine Six styles, frequently engaging in sparring sessions with her. Although Kuina had never fully compelled Luffy to showcase his true strength through their training, she had grasped the rhythm of all things and advanced to become a master swordswoman. She had repeatedly unleashed her full power in strikes against Luffy, managing to land blows upon him. Yet, much to her dismay, Luffy's formidable defense, bolstered by his advanced haki, rendered her attacks utterly futile. No matter how many times she attempted, or how fiercely she struck, Luffy's body, imbued with haki and glistening black hair, bore no injuries. Observing Luffy's ease in withstanding her strikes, Kuina, despite her frustrations, recognized that he had not exerted his full strength. At the very least, she understood that he had yet to employ his second and third gear forms. Thus, Kuina realized that in their fated duel, her defeat was inevitable. A loss would not merely mean being at a disadvantage to Luffy. It would signify that, from that moment onwards, not only her body would belong to him, but her heart as well. In such a scenario, her dream of becoming the world's greatest female swordsman would become entwined with another's aspirations. Kuina shuddered at the thought of becoming Luffy's woman, wondering if, under his sweet words and tender affection, she could maintain her unwavering dream. Even more daunting was the prospect of having children. Would she, burdened by various ties, ultimately abandon her aspirations? Thus, with a heart full of conflicting emotions, Kuina wished to postpone their duel. "Very well, if you are not ready, then we shall wait until you feel prepared to engage in battle." Luffy's hand gently caressed the smooth profile of Kuina, not intending to coerce her, and said, "Come with me and venture into the Grand Line. Here in the East Blue, your swordsmanship will never receive the refinement it requires. Only in the Grand Line, amidst the fierce battles with various sword masters, can your stagnated skills as a swordsman truly evolve." Kuina responded with a soft hum, obediently nodding this time. She understood that even though Luffy had endeavored to simulate life and death combat, it had allowed her, who possessed considerable innate talent, to grasp the essence of existence and advance to the rank of swordsman over the past 2 years. However, that was the extent of her progress. In this East Blue, devoid of formidable adversaries and the insights gained from life and death struggles, her swordsmanship remained at a standstill. After 2 years, she still languished in the early stages of her swordsman journey, despite having mastered the art of life return in the Navy's 6 forms, along with a physique that was not to be underestimated. At this moment, Kuina's overall strength was akin to that of a major in the Navy. With her formidable swordsmanship, she had awakened her ability to proficiently utilize observation haki and was on the verge of mastering armament haki. She could barely hold her own against an average vice admiral. And with a sudden surge of adrenaline in life-or-death situations, perhaps she could even turn the tide. Kuina was not alone. Zoro, whose swordsmanship was equally impressive and blessed with a monstrous physique, was also in a state of stagnation. He had mastered observation haki and was pushing towards proficiency in armament haki, placing him at the level of a lieutenant commander in the Navy. Both of them, trapped in their current plateau, required the trials of the Grand Line and the crucible of combat to truly ascend to the ranks of vice admirals and beyond. By the way, Buggy, Luffy remarked, having settled the mischievous maid, before turning to the fallen clown who was gazing at them. Although your strength seems quite feeble now, I believe that having once been aboard the ship of the Pirate King, Roger, your potential is not as insignificant as it appears. The East Blue is not where you belong. You should set your sights on the Grand Line. Buggy, internally grumbling, thought, finally remembered I exist. I thought you all had forgotten about me. He mused, your name is Luffy? How do you know so much about my affairs? Luffy's name was one Kuina had exclaimed in surprise, and he had taken note of it. Red-haired Shanks is my friend. Luffy offered no further explanation, leaving those words behind as he took Kuina by the arm and departed, leaving behind the stunned figure of Buggy the Clown, who remained frozen in place upon hearing the name of Shanks the red-haired. That scoundrel, Shanks. Buggy ground his teeth in frustration, his thoughts not drifting toward pleasant memories, but rather to the moment aboard the Pirate King's ship when he had secretly delighted in the prospect of acquiring a devil fruit, only to be startled into swallowing it by Shanks' sudden appearance. This incident would forever ignite a deep-seated hatred for the red-haired Shanks within Buggy's heart. Consuming a devil fruit would render him unable to swim, and even if he found a way to venture into the sea, his life would be perpetually at risk, a gamble he could never afford to take. Hence, the once bold Buggy, now too fearful to set sail, could only long for the treasures that lay slumbering beneath the waves, treasures he could never hope to claim. For Buggy, whose dream was to seek out treasure, the inability to dive into the sea was a source of profound anguish. It is thus evident how deeply he resented Shanks. Perhaps it is time for me to venture into the Grand Line. Reflecting on Shanks, now one of the formidable Yonko, Buggy found himself in a disheartening position. Having once shared the same era and ship, yet now reduced to a mere nameless pirate hiding in the East Blue. This realization only deepened Buggy's discontent. Additionally, his pirate crew had been completely vanquished by Kuina, leaving him utterly alone and bereft of the desire to linger any longer in the East Blue. To embark on the Grand Line alone was impossible. How could he manage it? Sitting contemplatively on the ground, it was almost comical that one hand remained pressed against his injured side. Chapter 135. A bit anxious at night at the seaside. The freshly minted Mary was docked. On board, Nami stood on the deck, resting her chin on her hand, idly surveying her surroundings as she awaited Luffy's return with Kuina. Not far off, Usopp found it challenging to avert his gaze from Nami's alluring figure. In an effort to distract himself, he busily swung a large slingshot, engaging in some exercise. Eager to join Luffy in the adventures of the Grand Line, Usopp's excitement had yet to fully subside, compelling him to train vigorously with the hefty slingshot, occasionally striking poses as if preparing to shoot. Meanwhile, Kuro leaned casually against the edge of the ship, occasionally adjusting his glasses with a flick of his wrist as he perused a small notebook in his hands. This notebook contained an assortment of information regarding the Grand Line, from legends to verified accounts and insights gathered from Luffy. Kuro meticulously organized all the intelligence concerning the Grand Line within its pages. As they prepared to set sail for the Grand Line, Kuro seized every opportunity to double-check the information he had compiled. Look, Luffy has returned with Kuina. As the three individuals aboard the ship awaited Luffy's return, each occupied themselves to stave off the monotony. It was Nami's loud shout that interrupted Usopp's training and prompted Kuro to retract his notebook. The trio did not have to wait long. Luffy soon returned, embracing Kuina as they boarded the Mary. On the deck, Luffy took a moment to reintroduce the two parties who had heard of each other but had yet to meet. Well, our skilled swordswoman of the one-sword style has returned, along with a rather directionally challenged three-sword style swordsman who seems to be lost, he declared. Usopp set sail. Let us retrieve this directionally challenged swordsman. Right away, Captain, Usopp replied, making his way to the helm to steer the Mary away from their current location. Nami, just sail in that direction, Luffy instructed, pointing toward a specific point guided by his instincts. What? Not again. With no chart and no specified destination, you expect to find the person simply by pointing? Nami retorted. It was in this manner that I found Kuina, Luffy responded. Previously, I traversed the East Blue, studying the currents, and you always managed to locate me. I thought it was because you had a knack for finding lost things, much like a young hawk seeking its offspring. So, you relied on instinct to find me? Nami scoffed. That skill of yours is rather unfair. You wouldn't even need a navigator with such an ability. With that, you could conquer the Grand Line. Nami had always been aware of Luffy's formidable strength, yet the extent of his capabilities had never piqued her curiosity. Thus, when they initially set out in the direction Luffy indicated to find Kuina, She found herself perplexed by Luffy's reluctance to specify a location, merely suggesting they proceed in that direction. As Nami grew impatient, demanding a specific locale, Luffy shrugged and spread his hands, confessing he had no destination in mind. One could easily imagine the unspoken words swirling in Nami's mind, caught between belief and doubt. "Trust me, just continue sailing in that direction, and we shall find Kuina," he assured her. Luffy's expression, brimming with confidence, left Nami, Usopp, and Kuro in a state of uncertainty. Had it not been for their profound understanding that Luffy would never jest about matters of navigation, they would have harbored no belief whatsoever. Upon arriving at this juncture, Luffy indeed managed to reconnect with Kuina, and the trio found themselves utterly convinced of Luffy's abilities, which he seldom divulged. "Ha ha ha, my instincts truly assist me in numerous endeavors. However, I shall not solely rely on intuition for navigation. Such a complex undertaking still necessitates your exquisite charm as the navigator." Luffy, with a playful grin, pulled Nami close, unabashedly expressing his fondness for her in front of Kuina. For both women, Luffy's flirtatious nature, straddling multiple affections, had long ceased to be a concern. Thus, as he embraced them, they offered little resistance, as long as his actions remained within reasonable bounds. "Humph, don't assume that sweet words will render me your obedient navigator," Nami declared with a hint of pride. "Your intuition is remarkably sharp. When we reach the Grand Line, should a situation arise where your instincts are of use, I expect you to be at my beck and call." She lifted her chin defiantly. "Of course, just call on me whenever, even at night," Luffy replied with a mischievous wink. "Dream on," Nami retorted, extricating herself from his grasp. "The course has drifted slightly. I'll inform Usopp. You and your maid can enjoy your reunion." With a teasing remark, she sauntered towards the helm. Kuina, observing Nami's enchanting silhouette fade away, could no longer contain her thoughts, her tone tinged with envy. She had always been aware of Nami's beauty, but after consuming the slippery devil fruit that Luffy provided, she had transformed into someone even more captivating. During earlier introductions, Kuina had expressed her astonishment at Nami's allure, to which Luffy had offered explanations. "If we ever encounter a beauty-enhancing devil fruit in the future, and you desire it, I shall find a way to procure it for you," he assured her. As Usopp entered the helm, Zoro had already taken his leave, and with Nami now gone, Luffy felt a bit more at ease, inhaling Kuina's alluring fragrance. "No need for that. I shall not consume a devil fruit. My dream is to become the world's greatest female swordsman, a dream I have never relinquished," Kuina stated resolutely, rejecting the temptation of the devil fruit without a moment's hesitation. Her words imbued with profound significance. "Hee, if you choose not to eat it, then so be it. However, just as you steadfastly pursue your dream, my resolve remains unwavering as well. Kuina, you are destined to be mine." Luffy, uttering words of undeniable conviction, directed a deep pout towards Kuina. Having grown accustomed to the solitude on the deck over the years, and with no one else around, Kuina made no attempt to resist, skillfully aligning with Luffy. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she closed her eyes. "The third level of the Mary was our abode, and since you had yet to select a room, I shall guide you in choosing one." Given the chemistry between Luffy and Kuina, this moment of pouting lingered a tad longer than usual. Eventually, the two parted ways, with Luffy taking Kuina's hand to ascend to the third floor and assist her in selecting a room. Regardless of how resolute Kuina claimed to be, stubbornly refusing to yield, she had yet to encounter her true limits that would prevent her from pursuing her dreams. Thus, from start to finish, she remained the successfully trained maid of Luffy. At that moment, Kuina bore none of the formidable aura of a genius swordswoman or a female assassin. Instead, she resembled a docile young woman, following closely behind Luffy. It was hard to believe that this Kuina was indeed the legendary genius swordswoman, one of the two most formidable pirate hunters of the East Blue. Once Luffy and Kuina reached the third floor, Nami emerged stealthily from her hiding place, akin to a mischievous little thief who had just committed a transgression. She only needed to visit the helm and ask Usopp to adjust the ship's course, a task that would not consume much time. Upon her emergence, she noticed the two engaged in their intimate affair and, not wanting to intrude, quietly concealed herself to observe. Now, on the third floor, it was just Luffy, Kuina, and myself. As night approached, I could only speculate what mischievous ideas Luffy might concoct. Nami cast a wary glance towards the third floor. Feeling a sense of unease about the impending night, she was acutely aware of Luffy's mischievous nature, with two beautiful women, both willing to indulge him. Residing on the same floor, it would be unlike Luffy not to stir up some trouble. Chapter 136. Sanji's tempestuous kick let us momentarily set aside Nami's trepidation regarding the Knight's arrival, and also disregard the fact that Luffy had taken Kuina to the third floor to help her choose a room, where he might secretly engage in some mischief. There was still some time before nightfall, and the truly exhilarating games aboard the Mary would not commence just yet. Meanwhile, not far from Lowtown, a fierce naval battle was about to unfold. One side comprised the floating restaurant Baratai, while the other consisted of the fleeing Clique pirates. Here, the two parties were destined to cross paths. Upon unexpectedly encountering the Baratai, Clique was momentarily taken aback, only to be filled with joy. In their desperate flight, they had neglected to replenish their supplies. The remaining pirate ships were devoid of provisions, and though their stomachs grumbled audibly, there was no time to land on a nearby island for looting. They all remembered that Hawkeye was still trailing behind them. How could they dare to cease their escape? In a serendipitous encounter at the floating restaurant Baratai, Clique pondered the capabilities of this establishment. Run by a one-legged old man who had merely traversed the Grand Line before retreating to the East Sea after failure. He believed that with a mere display of intimidation, they would readily surrender all their provisions. This endeavor would not consume much time. After all, the distant figure of Mihawk, the Hawkeyes, would not catch up immediately. Resolute in his decision, Clique led the remnants of his pirate crew to obstruct the path of Baratai, clad in a resplendent golden armor. He commanded with a fierce and domineering tone, demanding that Sanji and his comrades relinquish all their food. Clique's assumptions were rather presumptuous. The chefs of this floating restaurant, inheritors of Zeph's philosophy, cherished culinary artistry and held food in high regard, regardless of whether one was a pirate, a naval officer, or held any other status. Those merely seeking to satiate their hunger were always welcome to dine. Had Clique and his crew come merely to enjoy a meal, the chefs would have graciously prepared a feast for them. However, Clique's intentions to seize their provisions would never be met with compliance. With the inherited kicking techniques from Zeph, Luffy had also diligently trained, incorporating the Marine's 6 styles into his repertoire. Sanji had become the most formidable individual aboard their vessel. With his striking golden hair, curled eyebrows, and dressed impeccably in black with a tie, Sanji exuded an air of gentlemanly elegance. Standing at the prow of the ship, he calmly puffed on a cigarette, unperturbed by the sight of the dozen or so pirate ships before him, all bearing varying degrees of damage and filled with menacing gazes. Behind him stood the one-legged Zeph and a cadre of skilled chefs. On the opposite side of the ship, a group of anxious diners lamented their misfortune. They had merely sought a meal at sea, never anticipating a brutal clash among pirates. The diners, feeling unlucky, silently hoped to avoid becoming collateral damage. If you wish to dine, we welcome you. But if you demand our food, we shall not comply. We are chefs, and to us, food is a cherished treasure. Thus, we cannot part with it, Sanji declared, exhaling a plume of smoke in refusal to Clique. Surprised by Sanji's response, Clique, recalling the relentless pursuit of Mihawk behind them, realized he could not afford to waste time in conflict and struggled to suppress his fury. Clique's gaze shifted from Sanji to Zeph, stating, "Are these trivial provisions truly more valuable than your lives? Zeph, you have wandered the Grand Line and survived against the odds. You should understand the value of life. I offer you one last chance. Will you surrender the food?" With that, Clique raised his hand, his intentions unmistakably clear. If he persists in withholding the food, he will immediately order an assault. Even if it takes a bit longer, he will seize the sustenance and simultaneously eliminate these oblivious chefs. What we have endured is beyond your comprehension. Life is of paramount importance to us, yet food holds even greater significance. Redfoot Zeph recalled the harrowing experience of being stranded on a deserted island with Sanji, nearly succumbing to starvation. That was an indelible, painful memory that taught both him and Sanji the invaluable nature of food that fills the belly. We will not relinquish our provisions. Redfoot Zeph resolutely declined and turned to Sanji, saying, "The upcoming battle is yours to handle. Is that all right?" His unwavering refusal to surrender the food stemmed from both a deep appreciation for it and a firm belief in Sanji's prowess. "Rest assured, you old codger. They are merely a few hundred pirates retreating from the Grand Line back to the East Blue. We will dispatch them swiftly." Sanji took a deep drag from his cigarette, then flicked the smoldering butt away, letting it fall into the sea. With a swift motion, he executed the shave and moonwalk techniques. Persisting in such folly? Then meet your demise. Seeing Redfoot Zeph reject him once more, Karubi's expression twisted into a snarl as he raised his hand and brought it down forcefully. The food was as good as his. It would only cost him a little more time. Even though half of his pirate ship had been destroyed by Mihawk, and he had lost a significant number of his crew. Nearly 400 remained. Karubi was confident that the battle would conclude swiftly. Indeed, the confrontation would soon reach its climax. Before Karubi could finish his words, he was taken aback as he witnessed Sanji's figure vanish from the bow of the floating restaurant, only to reappear in midair, leaping gracefully above his vessel. How could a human traverse the skies? Aside from the chefs and Redfoot Zeph, who had witnessed Sanji employing the Navy's 6 forms, no one else was unperturbed. The onlooking diners and all of Karubi's crew stared in astonishment at Sanji, suspended in the air. With a swift kick, Sanji executed a technique reminiscent of wielding a sharp knife to slice meat in the kitchen. At that moment, his foot was akin to a chef's knife, and Karubi's ship resembled a slab of meat. A sharp, sweeping arc followed Sanji's foot as he descended. Before Karubi could react, the strike effortlessly cleaved through his body, splitting his golden armor in two, and continued downward to sever the ship asunder. The ship had been cleaved in half. Having never witnessed the might of a true warrior, the diners gasped in disbelief, their eyes wide in astonishment, unable to fathom the power they had just witnessed. Even the pirates who had witnessed Hawkeye's devastating strikes were left in awe at Sanji's ability to deliver an equally formidable blow with his foot. Even more astonishing to these pirates was the fact that Clique had been slain in such a manner. The chefs of the floating restaurant Baratai, along with the infamous Red-Leg Zeph, were equally taken aback. This technique, an extension of the rumble kick, possessed immense power capable of effortlessly cleaving a pirate ship in two, a feat Sanji had never previously displayed. Chapter 137. The sudden slash aside from the larger pirate ships, akin to islands, or those constructed from the hard atom wood or refined steel, ordinary pirate vessels could easily be sliced apart by a strong individual. In essence, the first step to becoming a formidable warrior is to regard standard pirate ships as mere toys, crushable with ease. The second step involves the ability to shatter mountains and sever seas. The third step, representing the pinnacle of strength in this world, entails the capacity to rend the very atmosphere itself. At this moment, Sanji found himself within the realm of the first step of strength. Possessing a natural aptitude for observation haki, Sanji had awakened it to a level of remarkable proficiency. With further experiences of life and death, or through arduous battles, his observation haki could potentially unlock other unique abilities, such as Fujitori's exceptional long-range perception, Katakuri's brief glimpses into the future, or Princess Otoheim's ability to hear the voices of others' hearts, which she used to deliver impassioned speeches. Even the legendary pirate king Roger possessed the ability to hear the voice of all things. With a solid foundation in observation haki, and once mastered, one could develop personalized abilities according to their own will. The journey from initial usage to mastery, and eventually to the unique abilities only accessible to those with the aptitude for observation haki, was one Sanji stood on the threshold of. He was just one push and one step away from unlocking his own unique abilities. This threshold was neither particularly easy nor overly difficult. It merely depended on when fortune would smile upon Sanji. In addition to his awakened observation haki, Sanji's armament haki was only slightly weaker than Zoro's. Having learned the 6 forms from Luffy, he had reached a mastery level in the techniques he excelled at, Saru, Jeppo, and the rumble kick, developing extension skills in the process. Coupled with the inherited kicking techniques from Red-Leg Zeph and the mastery of the Diable Jam, Sanji's overall strength at this juncture was not significantly inferior to Zoro's. Thus, with his current capabilities, facing the remnants of Clique's pirate crew was akin to a colossal elephant confronting a mere ant. Though a swarm of ants could potentially bring down an elephant, the unfortunate reality was that these ants were not numerous enough. With an extended rumble kick, Sanji sliced Clique and his ship in twain. Without a moment's pause, he leaped with Jeppo onto another pirate vessel, delivering yet another rumble kick. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. In a brief span, aside from the initial greeting, Sanji unleashed his powerful Raging Wind technique 3 consecutive times. Unsurprisingly, confronted with Sanji's overwhelming prowess and formidable combat skills, the Clique pirates had no avenue for resistance, left to witness the destruction of their ship and the demise of their comrades with dread. Despite the disparity in strength between Sanji and Mihawk, both posed insurmountable challenges for the Clique pirates. They fled from Mihawk's slashes and similarly retreated from Sanji's relentless assault. With Clique's demise, the organization crumbled, and the remaining pirate vessels, now devoid of leadership, scattered in a panic, each sailing in a different direction. Thus, the Clique pirates were effectively disbanded. The sea, muddied with debris, shattered planks, and blood, was littered with the remnants of broken ships. Amongst the chaos, a few pirates managed to cling to life, desperately paddling or clinging to driftwood in their struggle for survival. Perched atop an inverted mast, Sanji stood defiantly against the wind, a cigarette between his lips. He retrieved a lighter, shielding the flame from the breeze with one hand, savoring the moment as he exhaled a plume of smoke. The once mighty clique pirates, who dominated the East Blue and traversed the Grand Line, were reduced to this. Die. I shall avenge Captain Clique, Sanji declared, his bravado echoing over the waves. Suddenly, a shadow surged from beneath the surface. The clique pirates' chief combat officer, known as the Demon Man, Akin. Akin wielded dual weapons with spherical ends, embodying a ruthless nature yet bound by loyalty to Clique. Having received Clique's favor, he vowed to follow him unto death. In the original tale, he had spared Sanji's life after defeating him, but circumstances had shifted dramatically. Their sole connection now was that of adversaries. Sanji had slain Clique, and Akin was resolved to exact vengeance. Lurking beneath the waters, he awaited the moment Sanji would let his guard down, ready to strike with precision. Regrettably for Akin, even a successful ambush against Sanji would yield only minor injuries due to Sanji's formidable strength and his mastery of observation haki. Such an attack was nearly impossible to land. Sanji effortlessly sidestepped the incoming dual weapons, and with unrelenting force, delivered a crushing kick to Akin's abdomen. Sanji paid no mind to the wounded Akin, who was sent sprawling and bleeding into the depths, choosing instead to remain aloof, continuing to smoke atop the mast. You possess commendable courage and an unwavering resolve in the face of death, yet you have chosen the wrong captain. Clique's capabilities were limited, and thus, your ambitions must end here. In contrast, I consider myself fortunate to have aligned with the right captain. Under Luffy's leadership, I shall undoubtedly realize my dreams. Though Sanji showed no mercy in his actions, he harbored a deep admiration for the spirit of the Ghost Man, Akin, who fought valiantly. Regrettably, their relationship was one of bitter enmity. After slaying Clique, Sanji could not afford to show leniency towards Akin's subordinates unless, of course, Akin were a woman. Sanji. The day is waning. We must take our leave, shouted Redfoot Zepp, interrupting Sanji's moment. Oblivious to the passage of time, the sun was now sinking towards the horizon, and dusk was imminent. Oh, I'll be right back, Sanji replied, internally cursing the old man. Did he not notice the female patrons among the diners, gazing at him with adoration, like smitten fans? Sanji's formidable prowess, coupled with his striking presence atop the mast after a fierce battle, had nearly incited screams of excitement from those ladies. Just as Sanji reveled in this attention, Redfoot Zepp shattered the atmosphere. With each step, 1, 2, 3, Sanji began his graceful return to the seaside restaurant, gliding as if on the moon's light. Suddenly, his observation haki detected an ominous aura of death bearing down upon him. A sharp, prickling sensation coursed through him, and beads of sweat formed on his brow as he swiftly turned to face the source. His pupils constricted and then widened in horror as he beheld the impending danger, a lethal, purple slash racing towards him from afar. The slash cleaved through the ocean, creating two cascading waterfalls on either side, revealing a gaping chasm of unfathomable depth between them. This unexpected onslaught of power filled Sanji with a sense of imminent doom. Yet fortunately, he still had time to respond. Chapter 138, Night Kicks, a name that sounds formidable. This technique merely employs the state of the Demon Wind leg, followed by the Gale Kick's decisive strike. As for its name, it was bestowed by Luffy during a spar, inspired by Sanji's full-powered kick. Sanji remained indifferent to the origins of the name. Thus, the technique would henceforth be known as the Demon Wind leg, Night Kicks. Utilizing the Demon Wind leg inherently bestowed great strength, and combined with the Gale Kick and the added force of armament haki, Sanji was unleashing all his might. With a fierce hiss, a blazing red slash erupted from his foot, colliding with the powerful strike that was about to assail him. Hiss. Boom. According to Luffy's words, Sanji's Night Kicks possessed such formidable power that even a vice admiral would need to approach it with utmost caution. A moment's inattention could result in toppling an ordinary vice admiral. However, despite the overwhelming might of Night Kicks, it was utterly insufficient against this formidable slash. For merely a fleeting few seconds, he was utterly overwhelmed. Fortunately, the force of the slash that had shattered Night Kai was significantly diminished, causing its trajectory towards Sanji to deviate slightly. Seizing this opportunity, Sanji adeptly maneuvered in midair, skillfully dodging the relentless onslaught of the slash, which grazed his cheek. severing a few strands of his golden hair and leaving a delicate cut beside his face. The sensation of death had never felt so imminent. Even during his sparring sessions with Luffy, the atmosphere of peril they concocted paled in comparison to the stark reality of this moment. The threat posed by Luffy was never genuine. He would never truly seek Sanji's life. However, this unknown assailant's strike was a legitimate threat to his existence. Summoning every ounce of his strength, Sanji could not fully withstand the blow but managed to survive against all odds. He dared not linger in the open sky any longer and swiftly returned to the ship, his heart racing with trepidation. Suddenly confronted with such a grave danger, he sensed a subtle shift in his observation haki. Regrettably, this newfound awareness faded once he escaped the perilous situation. "Sanji, are you alright? Is everything okay? You scared us to death." Redfoot, Zeph, and the other chefs gathered around him, voicing their concern. Not only was Sanji shaken, but the spectators were also left pale and trembling from the sudden appearance of such a formidable strike. "I'm fine. I was just fortunate to escape with my life," Sanji replied, wiping the blood from his face and attempting to quell the fear within. He glanced towards the sea, where the waves, once cleaved by the slash, were slowly rejoining. "This person is incredibly strong. He's coming," Sanji thought, feeling a surge of anxiety as he focused on a small black dot on the horizon. As it approached, the dot gradually expanded, revealing itself to be a small boat. As the vessel drew nearer, it became evident that it resembled a coffin, with a figure seated upon it, legs crossed, gazing in Sanji's direction. The man possessed short black hair, piercing yellow eyes reminiscent of an eagle, a trimmed beard, and wore a black top hat adorned with white fur. He was typically clad in a wine-red patterned coat, a black vest, and white trousers. Slung across his back was a black sword resembling a cross, nearly matching his height. Meeting the gaze of those razor-sharp eyes was an excruciating experience for Sanji. It took immense willpower to refrain from flinching. Redfoot Zeph, with his extensive life experience, did not shy away from the piercing stare. The remaining chefs and onlookers, regardless of their skill, dared not meet the man's gaze. If one were to ever witness a man with eyes as sharp as an eagle's, there would be no doubt he must be the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. Out of curiosity, Sanji once inquired of Luffy about the strongest individuals in the world. In this passage, Luffy solemnly introduces Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman. Sanji takes a deep breath, gazing at the approaching small boat, and confidently addresses the figure aboard. "Young man, your strength is commendable. I hope we may cross paths again on the Grand Line." The person on the small boat is indeed Mihawk, who calmly regards Sanji with a brief glance before uttering a single phrase. Subsequently, the small vessel glides past, heading into the distance towards Logtown, the same destination as Sanji. Mihawk, lingered in the distance, refrains from completely annihilating the Kurozumi pirates, seemingly indulging in the game a little longer. Unbeknownst to him, this diversion is interrupted by Sanji. Fortunately, as Sanji is not a swordsman, Mihawk's interest in a duel is diminished. From afar, sensing Sanji's considerable strength through Kinbunchika haki, Mihawk is intrigued by how Sanji has mastered the moonwalk, one of the Marine's 6 powers. Thus, whether out of annoyance at the interruption or sheer curiosity, he cannot resist delivering a casual slash. Whether Sanji can withstand it or meet his demise is of little concern to Mihawk. With the game disrupted and the proximity to Logtown clear, Mihawk decides to proceed there. He left. Sanji had anticipated a fierce battle, considered the possibility of death, and even feared for the lives of those around him. He did not expect Mihawk to simply depart after uttering a few words. Regardless of the reason, Mihawk's exit allows the tension in the air to dissipate, easing the nerves of all present. As the chefs relax, they realize they are drenched in sweat, their clothes soaked through. What terrifying gaze, what a fearsome individual. Mihawk's moniker is truly justified. "Sanji, how did you come to know his identity?" one inquisitive chef inquires. Mihawk is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the world's greatest swordsman. "I am setting sail with Luffy to become a pirate, so I must familiarize myself with potential adversaries," Sanji replies. He does not deny Mihawk's overwhelming strength, yet the thought of Luffy's unfathomable power bolsters his confidence. He is uncertain who is stronger, Luffy or Mihawk, but he believes that Luffy would not be as easily overpowered as he was. Such a formidable figure as Mihawk. "Sanji, will you truly face him in the future?" asks the chef, swallowing nervously. With such resolve, he dares not regard Mihawk as an imagined foe. Fool. To dare set sail as a pirate and venture into the Grand Line is to cast aside any notion of fear. Just because Sanji cannot defeat Mihawk now does not mean he will not be able to in the future. All right, night has fallen. Let us not linger any longer. We must hasten to escort Sanji to Logue Town, declares Zeph, urging the chefs to get busy and directing the patrons back onto the ship. You little rascal. Regardless of how formidable Mihawk may be or the strength of the enemies you will encounter in the future, even if you face defeat, do not bring shame upon me. Redfoot Zep did not look back and spoke bluntly, rest assured, old man, I shall not bring you shame. Sanji lit a cigarette, his gaze resolute. He would forever remember the feeling of helplessness when confronted by Hawkeye's slash. He would cherish this unexpected encounter, and once his strength had increased, he would stand before Hawkeye with dignity and issue a challenge. Chapter 139, The Evening's Revelation. After narrowly escaping the onslaught of the clique pirates at the hands of Hawkeye, Sanji's day had been nothing short of eventful. Due to these happenings, he found himself still en route to Logue Town as night fell. Fortunately, they were not far from their destination, and Redfoot Zep was well acquainted with the waters, even in darkness. They could navigate safely and swiftly. Unbeknownst to Sanji, Logue Town had become increasingly vigilant under the watch of Captain Smoker. The town was rife with hidden naval eyes, and at any moment, a battalion of Marines disguised as civilians could emerge to encircle their target. Captain Smoker had laid a meticulous trap in Logue Town, anticipating Luffy as possible arrival. Thankfully, on the surface, Sanji had yet to entangle himself with Luffy. Thus, as long as he did not stir up trouble, Captain Smoker would likely overlook him. As night descended, Sanji approached Logue Town, while at another expanse of sea, the Going Merry lay anchored, refraining from sailing in the dark. That night, aboard the ship, Usopp spent hours training his body and concocting special ammunition before retiring for the night. As for Chopper, he too engaged in some physical training, followed by a review of the intelligence recorded in his notebook before preparing for slumber. Meanwhile, what would become of the remaining 3 residents on the 3rd floor that night? There's only one bathroom on the 3rd floor. It's a waste of time for each of us to wash separately. Let us bathe together. No in response to Luffy's rather dubious suggestion, the 2 girls vigorously shook their heads in disapproval. This was Luffy's room, and under the pretense of wanting to converse and bond, he shamelessly dragged the 2 girls over. During their conversation, Luffy was restless, often attempting to take advantage of the situation. The girls allowed him minor liberties, but when faced with demands that were too bold, especially in the presence of others, Nami and Kuina, they resolutely denied him his wishes. Even when Luffy proposed a card game, with the stipulation that the loser must concede to the winner's request, the girls, despite losing, gritted their teeth against Luffy's excessive demands, firmly insisting that they would only acquiesce in private. Luffy felt a sense of frustration as he sat between the 2 women, embracing them. Yet he refused to relinquish his thoughts of blissful happiness. When one plan failed, he devised another, suggesting a communal bath for everyone to foster harmony and camaraderie. Regrettably, the 2 women blushed with embarrassment, resolutely denying any agreement to such a proposition. At least for the present moment, they were adamant in their refusal. This won't do. Nor will that, they protested. You are being excessively audacious, and I am truly angered. With a visage marked by anger, Luffy declared, even if you are infuriated, I shall not acquiesce. If it is merely to be with you, I harbor no objections. Nami, aware of the potential repercussions of Luffy's fury, felt a twinge of trepidation and hastily added, so do I, Kuina. Yet to engage in a duel with Luffy, found herself in a position akin to that of a maidservant to him. How could a maid refuse even the slightest request from her master? Thus, fearing Luffy might exert his authority, she hurriedly sought to placate him. No, it cannot be. It is not as though we have never bathed together before. What I desire now is for the 3 of us to partake in this together. Luffy would not easily relent, steadfastly clinging to his convictions. In truth, the 3 of us are not strangers. Nami, you have shared moments with Noki and me, while Kuina, you have spent time with Makino and me. You have both experienced these connections. Thus, bringing in a new person is merely a change in name. How can it be the same? Nami retorted, Noki is my sister. From childhood, we have grown accustomed to being together with you. Kuina is different. We have only just met today, and there is a certain awkwardness in our unfamiliarity. I share your sentiments, Kuina replied. With Makino, I have been familiar since childhood, unlike with Nami, where we are still strangers. It is worth recalling that in her youth, as a maid, Kuina was under Luffy's guidance. Makino, with her gentle and compliant nature, would not oppose Luffy either. Before long, Luffy found himself bathing with the 2 women and sharing sweet slumbers together. You are all my women, Given more time together, familiarity will blossom. I proposed we all bathe together, precisely to hasten that process of becoming acquainted. Luffy patiently advised, you must understand my benevolent intentions. Come on, let us wash together. Shall we? What benevolent intentions? If we acquiesce this time, there will inevitably be more embarrassing situations that will compel us to comply again. I refuse to be deceived. Nami stood her ground, fully aware that once she conceded, it would lead to a cascade of similar demands, and peaceful evenings would become a distant memory. If she continued to avoid being with Kuina, Luffy would inevitably seek out one of them, leaving the other with ample free time. Nami's inner calculations were clear. Sensing this connection, Kuina likely shared similar thoughts, standing in solidarity with Nami. Even under Luffy's imposing presence, she remained resolute in her stance. It posed a dilemma. If he were to fully indulge in both women, they would cease their resistance altogether. Luffy pondered to himself that the thoughts of a girl and a woman differ greatly. The two younger girls, still untouched by the complexities of life, found themselves unable to engage in the various intimate games that Luffy desired, which were tinged with a sense of shyness. Had they been consumed by Luffy, much like Belmer and Noko, they would have initially resisted. However, once the deed was done, acceptance would inevitably follow. There was no alternative. Without fully indulging them, it was impossible for them to frolic together in joy. The two girls persistently disagreed, and Luffy could not force them, thus he resigned himself to the unfortunate necessity of bathing twice. Why twice? One with Nami and one with Kuina. That indeed totals two. It must be said, the two girls, in an effort to soothe Luffy's troubled heart, were quite considerate during their bath. However, while bathing can be split into 2 sessions, sleeping cannot be halved. With no other options, Luffy resorted to the legendary card flipping method. Whosoever's card he turned up, that would be the person with whom he would spend the night. Kuina, in Luffy's room, confronted by the gazes of 2 women, he cheerfully turned over the card he had just created, upon which was inscribed the name Kuina. Then tonight, may you and Kuina sleep well. I shall return to my room now. Nami, with a playful smile, offered her blessings before stretching lazily and retreating to her own chamber, where she anticipated a restful night. However, upon returning alone to her room, devoid of Luffy's usual disturbances, she found herself feeling unexpectedly out of place. Lying there, Nami couldn't help but wonder what Luffy and Kuina were doing at that moment. Perhaps she should eavesdrop? In Chapter 140, The Captured Zoro, we find ourselves in Shell's Town, home to a naval base overseen by Colonel Monka, who is responsible for guarding not only the town, but also a vast expanse of surrounding waters. Within the realm governed by Colonel Monka, it could be said that he reigns supreme, with numerous naval subordinates and local civilians under his control. Indeed, in this territory, Monka is an unassailable figure, commanding absolute authority that none dare challenge. Interestingly, Monka's rise to the rank of naval base colonel was greatly aided by Kuro. Over 3 years ago, Kuro grew weary of the relentless pursuit by the Navy and the incessant interference of bounty hunters. In an effort to escape this troublesome existence, Kuro devised a plan to feign his own death. He orchestrated the slaughter of an entire ship of Navy personnel, leaving only the severely injured Monka, whose jaw had been shattered, in a dazed state. Kuro then had Zango hypnotize Monka, leading him to believe that, after a fierce battle in which his comrades had perished, it was he who ultimately vanquished Kuro. Having successfully evaded capture through this ruse, Kuro made his way to Syrup Village, intent on claiming Kaya's inheritance. However, misfortune struck when he encountered Luffy, thus embarking on a new, treacherous journey. Subsequently, Monka was celebrated for his supposed victory over Kuro, elevating him from a mere naval soldier to the rank of naval base colonel. His shattered jaw was replaced with a steel prosthetic, inscribed with the word seagull in German, while a massive axe was affixed to his left arm. Within his dominion, Monka wielded his unchallengeable power like a tyrant. No one dared to oppose his brutal rule. Any who resisted would find themselves falsely accused of piracy and ruthlessly eliminated. Monka had a son named Belmer, who, emboldened by his father's influence, indulged in a life of arrogance and excess within Monka's territory. 10 days prior, Belmer, accompanied by his pet wolf and 2 naval bodyguards, strutted into Shell's Town, engaging in acts of intimidation. However, in a moment of distraction, his pet wolf mysteriously vanished. In a panic, Belmer began to search, only to discover a scattering of bones. His beloved wolf had been devoured. Enraged, Belmer resolved to find the culprit, for the townsfolk were well aware of the wolf's identity and dared not voice any dissent. Thus, It can only be surmised that an outsider, oblivious to the consequences, has brazenly roasted and consumed the pet wolf. Not long after, Belmer identified the perpetrator, a swordsman clad in a grayish-white cotton shirt and black trousers, with a green sash around his waist, black boots adorning his feet, and 3 earrings in his left ear symbolizing the 3-sword style. Additionally, a green bandana was tied around his left bicep, and he bore 3 sheathed swords at his waist, exuding a ferocious, beastly aura. This individual was none other than Roronoa Zoro, one of the most formidable pirate hunters of the East Sea. Even Colonel Monka would hesitate to provoke such a person. It would be prudent to avoid any confrontation with him. Belmer, unaware of the identity of the murderer, was accompanied by 2 companions who had heard tales of Zoro's exploits. After a moment of stunned silence, they quickly reacted with alarm. As a brazen and arrogant scion, it would not be in Belmer's nature to let Zoro off easily, disregarding the fact that his pet wolf had been devoured. However, despite his admiration for his powerful and domineering father, he was reluctant to provoke Zoro, a testament to the latter's fearsome reputation. Belmer was arrogant, yet not foolish. Instead of confronting Zoro directly, he dispatched his naval subordinates to investigate the reason for Zoro's presence in the area. Through discreet inquiries, Belmer uncovered that Zoro had arrived in the vicinity while fortuitously rescuing a young girl named Legia. Following his noble deed, Zoro, intent on seeing it through to completion, escorted Legia back to the town. This town housed a modest restaurant run by a single mother, who was Legia's mother. In gratitude for Zoro's heroism in saving her daughter, the woman, Legia, warmly treated Zoro to a sumptuous meal and fine wine. Thus, Zoro became acquainted with the mother and daughter, and due to his poor sense of direction, he decided to linger in the town for a few days. It was during this time that Belmer's pet wolf encountered Zoro while aimlessly wandering through the town. Unfamiliar with Zoro, the pet wolf foolishly bared its teeth and growled, resulting in its own demise at Zoro's hands. After piecing together these events, Belmer sought confirmation from his naval subordinates regarding Zoro's familiarity with Legia and her mother. While it remained unclear how well-versed Zoro was in their acquaintance, it was evident that Legia held a close bond with him. Consequently, in his quest for vengeance against Zoro and to assuage his own grievances, Belmer devised a nefarious plan to threaten the lives of the mother and daughter, thereby compelling Zoro to surrender. Within the naval base, a wooden stake stood erect, and Zoro, stripped of his 3 swords, found himself bound by thick ropes. Deprived of sustenance and enduring the relentless glare of the sun, he had been in this dire state for approximately 10 days. After such a prolonged period without food or water under the scorching sun, he surely must be dead by now. Belmer, accompanied by his 2 naval subordinates, approached Zoro, who was bowed low, appearing lifeless. And he questioned the certainty of this grim assumption. He still remembers how Zoro was like this yesterday. Today marks the 10th day, and there are still 20 days left until the completion of our month-long agreement. I do not resist being bound here for a month. Afterward, you shall not trouble Legia and the others. This pact you shall honor, correct? Suddenly, as if lifeless, Zoro, who was actually merely resting his eyes, sensed the arrival of Belmer. He raised his head to reconfirm with a question. What a surprise! Belmer was startled by Zoro's unexpected remark. But then he realized and felt disappointed. Truly, he was a monster of a body. Having been tied here for 10 days, an ordinary person would have perished long ago. Yet he still appeared quite spirited. I refuse to believe that after 30 days, you will not succumb to the sun's scorching heat or die of hunger. Even if you manage to survive, your capacity for resistance will surely be severely diminished, leaving you at my mercy. Belmer had never contemplated upholding the agreement. He feigned a smile and said, of course, after 30 days, whether you live or die, the debt for my beloved pet wolf, which you consumed, shall be wiped clean. As for that mother and daughter, I shall not pursue them either. After speaking insincerely, Belmer departed with his 2 naval subordinates. This is quite displeasing. If it weren't for my desire to avoid a bounty before setting sail with Luffy, I would have already dispatched that arrogant brat with a single strike. Zoro huffed and closed his eyes to rest. He possessed a monstrous physique, further enhanced by Luffy's rigorous training, rendering his constitution quite extraordinary. A month without food or drink is merely a test of endurance. As for the harsh sun and occasional rain, they are hardly significant obstacles. Chapter 141. Luffy and the others arrive. From the original text, it is evident that Zoro has always upheld Luffy's authority as captain. Although Luffy often behaves childishly, playing around and employing bizarre techniques during battles, What truly grates on Zoro's nerves is Luffy's tendency to rely on his rubber body and never board the ship in a conventional manner. In moments of urgency, Luffy not only ascends in his peculiar fashion but also insists on dragging Zoro along with him. From a distance, he stretches his hand to grasp the ship, then, holding a startled Zoro, leaps back onto the vessel, resulting in a resounding thud as their heads collide with the ship's hull. Luffy, possessing the elasticity of rubber, often finds amusement in laughter, while Zoro endures countless mishaps, his head suffering repeated blows. Despite the torment inflicted by Luffy, Zoro remains steadfast, treating him as he did upon their first meeting, although inwardly he harbors a desire to cut him down. During the events in Water 7, a rift formed between Luffy and Usopp due to the Mary, leading Usopp to storm off after a confrontation, declaring his departure from the Straw Hat Pirates. By that time, the bonds among them had grown profoundly deep. In the aftermath, Nami and Chopper mused about the possibility of Usopp returning, suggesting that should he feel remorse, Luffy ought to forgive him. Zoro, standing nearby, immediately expressed his stern opinion, though Luffy's antics often prompted Zoro's desire to strike him. He firmly believed that as captain of the crew, Luffy's dignity must remain intact. Indeed, Zoro was the first person Luffy invited aboard, and in terms of both experience and strength, he was more than qualified to assume the role of first mate. As first mate, Zoro felt it was his duty to uphold Luffy's authority as captain for the sake of the crew. This sentiment held true even now. While he may not have been the first to board the Mary, he was the first to receive Luffy's invitation. In his heart, Zoro had already acknowledged Luffy as captain. Thus, while Luffy remained without a bounty, Zoro preferred that he himself not be the first to attract one. It would be detrimental to Luffy's reputation as captain if Zoro were to earn a higher bounty than him after they set sail together. Luffy might not mind such matters, but Zoro could not afford to be indifferent. To prevent this awkwardness, Zoro chose to remain a pirate hunter until he truly set sail with Luffy, striving to avoid a bounty from the Marines. This consideration also led him to honor his agreement with Belmer, provided there was no threat to his life. The formidable swordsman, Roronoa Zoro, though powerful, was merely a man constrained by rules, his actions limited by his own principles. Standing by the office window, Colonel Monka looked disdainfully at Zoro, bound to a stake below. Scoffing at the situation, he failed to grasp Zoro's mindset. To him, facing such a threat would warrant simply eliminating it. Ha ha ha, Dad, aren't I impressive? One of the strongest pirate hunters in East Blue, and I merely used a little trick to bring him to his knees, Belmer said, seeking his father's praise. Humph. In this world, cunning means nothing. Only power and authority can be relied upon. Someone as useless as you cannot comprehend this. Now, leave. Colonel Monka dismissed Belmer with disdain. Growing impatient with his son, Baru Meber, with a dejected demeanor, dared not defy his father's words and exited the office with a heavy heart. His father always treated him in a manner that betrayed no recognition of their familial bond. Resolved to push aside such thoughts, he decided to examine the fine sword acquired from the pirate hunter. Baru Meber had long grown accustomed to Colonel Monka's disdainful attitude, and soon regained his composure as he made his way toward the storage room. At present, he was merely a privileged heir, yet to awaken to the reality of his potential as a naval elite. The colonel's contempt for his perceived weakness was something he had yet to fully comprehend. From Monka's perspective, he was a formidable and esteemed naval officer, burdened with a son of such frailty that, were he not his own flesh and blood, he would have severed ties without hesitation. Due to Kuina's survival, the blade of Gungshiro, the famed 21-work Daikyu, was not entrusted to Zoro, but rather passed down to Kuina. Consequently, Zoro found himself without a 21-work Daikyu. Fortunately, over the years, he encountered a fortuitous circumstance that granted him a blade, albeit one that paled in comparison to the 21-work swords. This was the renowned blade Yao Yi, a striking piece that shone with a black hue reminiscent of the night, truly captivating in its allure. As Baru Meber unsheathed the sword, he marveled at the blade that seemed to glimmer like stars, exclaiming in admiration, "My father does not favor the use of swords. Once that pirate hunter is no more, this blade shall be mine." Ha ha. Lost in his fanciful thoughts, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. However, reality took a sharp turn as a voice emerged from behind him, accompanied by a fragrant breeze that compelled Baru Meber to take a deep breath. In an instant, he felt a lightness in his hand. The sword was gone. "Who are you?" "You are quite beautiful," he stammered, turning to confront the figure who had taken his sword, only to find himself entranced. With a disdainful scoff, the figure, now standing behind him, wielding the already sheathed Yao Yi, struck him on the head, rendering him unconscious. Zoro's swords are all here. I shall present them to him later. For now, I shall see what treasures lie within. With that, she began to rummage through the area, emitting delightful giggles upon discovering valuable items. The captivating visage that had ensnared Baru Meber, along with her graceful form and unparalleled smooth skin, unmistakably belonged to Nami. With Nami's unexpected appearance, it was certain that Luffy and the others would also be present. Little sister, what are you doing here? Outside the naval base's walls, Kuina was embraced, accompanied by Usopp, who brandished a slingshot, and Kuro, donned in calm demeanor and a butler's attire, cloaked in black. Luffy stepped forward with a cheerful smile, crouching down to address the timid little girl who held a bun in her hands. The person tied up inside is my benefactor. I am here to deliver this bun for him to eat. He has gone without food for 10 days to protect us. Li Jia's voice was tinged with sorrow. But the navy guarding the door won't let me in. I cannot give him the bun. You cannot, but I can. Do you trust me? Hand the bun over to me, and I will take it to him. For reasons unknown, Luffy's words instilled a sense of confidence in Li Jia, and she handed the bun to him. I will take the bun to him right now. You wait here for good news. Luffy gently placed his hand on Li Jia's small head, holding a bun in his hand as he stood up, leading the three of them towards the entrance of the naval base. Who are you? Halt right there. Luffy paid no heed to the shouts of the two Navy soldiers guarding the gate, continuing on his path. Their cries fell on deaf ears as the soldiers raised their guns in a futile attempt to intimidate him. In a swift motion, the two Navy men collapsed to the ground, having been rendered unconscious as Usopp and Kuro emerged from behind them, retracting their hands. Chapter 142, The Overwhelming Combat. Zoro. In such a disheveled state, what on earth are you doing? Here, this bousy was intended for you by a young girl from outside. Luffy, accompanied by three companions, strode into the naval base, disregarding the gathering soldiers who had been alerted. He tossed a bun towards Zoro, who was bound to a wooden post. With precision, Zoro opened his mouth and bit down on the flying bun, swiftly devouring it. Kuina, is that Usopp wielding the slingshot? And the one with glasses must be Kuro, right? The one fetching me a knife should be our navigator, Nami, correct? Are we finally setting sail, Captain? Kuina, familiar with Zoro, recognized Usopp and Kuro based on Luffy's earlier introductions. Through his observation haki while he was concerned about Lick's safety outside. He also sensed Nami's advance to retrieve the knife. Zoro lifted his head, his eyes gleaming with ferocity, and grinned. Yes, we are setting sail. I am a swordsman of the three-sword style. Luffy nodded and smiled in response. You are trespassing on naval grounds without permission. Surrender at once, commanded the encircling navy, raising their guns towards Luffy and his crew. Stay back. This is my matter to resolve, Zoro declared, prompting Usopp and Kuro to halt, while Kuina refrained from drawing her sword, honoring Zoro's wish. With a swift motion, Zoro effortlessly broke his bindings, taking a few steps forward to loosen his stiff body. Well then, I am about to sail with my captain as a pirate. I will no longer concern myself with bounty hunting or the amount of my bounty. Although he had never been bountied before, following Luffy into the sea would inevitably attract a bounty for slaying these Navy men. Yet, as Luffy as captain, he would also share the same fate, and it was only logical that a captain's bounty would exceed that of his crew. At this moment, Zoro and Luffy were unaware of the news regarding Luffy's bounty, as their sources were not well informed. Zoro flashed a wild grin, habitually tying his green hair back with a green bandana before each battle. He then lowered his body slightly, arms extended outward, and with a forceful push from his legs, charged forward to launch his attack. Without a sword, no matter. Even without wasting time learning the Navy's sixth style, Zoro was no stranger to it. He modified the technique of the Gale Foot to release slashes with his hands. While using hands cannot compare to the power of feet, this alteration merely showcased Zoro's ingenuity, resulting in a significant reduction in strength. Thus, this hand-based technique possessed only 1/10 of the power of his regular sword strikes. Even so, for this group of feeble Marines, it was an overwhelmingly formidable force. In an instant, Zoro's figure materialized amidst the Navy, and the blade's aura unleashed by his raging wind coalesced into a miniature tornado, sweeping the surrounding Marines off their feet. The cutting energy inflicted myriad wounds of varying sizes upon them. Without a sword, he executed the Eagle Wave. By harnessing the wind pressure generated from swiftly drawing his blade, he was able to fell distant foes. The undulating shock waves surged outward, assailing his adversaries. Naturally, The transformation of his twin swords into mere arms significantly diminished his power, yet he still surged forward nearly 20 meters, severely injuring the Marines within a 10-meter radius. Then came the Rhino charge. With his hands tucked at his waist, his pre-strike posture resembled the formidable horns of a rhinoceros, before he charged forth with ferocity. The slashes unleashed by his hands conjured the image of a rampaging beast. Unencumbered by hesitation, Zoro unleashed his full might before Luffy and his companions. Though devoid of blades, his hands became instruments of destruction, akin to a tiger among sheep, utterly dismantling the ranks of the Marines, who lay strewn across the ground. The once yellow earth and asphalt were gradually stained crimson with blood. In that moment, Zoro resembled a ferocious beast, his eyes ablaze with a murderous intensity, exuding an aura of dread. Though Zoro was not one to revel in slaughter, this did not imply leniency towards his foes. If the Marines could not withstand his unarmed techniques, then their fate was sealed. It was this primal aura of death that, while still in its infancy, would inevitably mature and intensify. As Luffy observed the massacre instigated by Zoro, he remained unfazed, his demeanor calm as he unexpectedly uttered a statement imbued with anticipation. This faint aura of a slaughterer indicated that Zoro was on the precipice of comprehending the path of his own swordsmanship. When time permitted, Luffy intended to engage him in a duel, to refine their sword techniques together. Kuina had expressed that to ascend to the realm of a sword master, one merely needed to grasp the essence of all living things and achieve the ability to cleave iron. However, to further elevate one's mastery in the domain of swordsmanship, one must attain an understanding of their unique sword path. Both Kuina and Zoro had begun to glean insights about their individual sword paths, awaiting the opportunity to traverse the Grand Line alongside Luffy, challenging formidable foes and honing their distinctive swordsmanship. Help me, I am dying. Colonel Monka, where are you? We cannot hold them off any longer. In the face of Zoro's overwhelming power, the Navy's morale plummeted, teetering on the brink of surrender. Had it not been for a lingering sense of naval justice and the absence of Colonel Monka, they would have fled at the earliest opportunity. On the ground, the injured sailors writhed in agony, one on the verge of unconsciousness muttering the name of Colonel Monka. In a haze, he felt a shadow loom over him, followed by a sudden blow to his already dazed head, plunging him into complete oblivion. You bunch of worthless fools. Monka stomped on the head of a fallen sailor. Indifferent to his fate, he had noticed the sudden turn of events in the square from his office, and upon his hurried arrival, he found his subordinates utterly overwhelmed by Zoro in a matter of moments. Pathetic. To me, you are all mere refuse, indistinguishable from one another. Upon the appearance of Colonel Monka, Zoro ceased his assault on the minor lackeys, directing his murderous intent toward Monka. He assumed the stance of the no-sword style. Gale hand, tornado, brimming with latent energy. I am the illustrious Colonel Monka. If you deem me a fool, I shall demonstrate my formidable power. Monka was merely a frog in a well, having never truly witnessed Zoro's might. As an unarmed swordsman, he was confident in his ability to vanquish Zoro. After defeating him, he would address the unexpected intruders over there. That figure seems somewhat familiar. Monka felt a sense of recognition toward Luffy, yet the specifics eluded him. For now, he had to focus on battling Zoro, setting aside this curiosity temporarily. May your hands be severed. Monka raised his axe. A fierce expression etched upon his face as he swung it towards Zoro's hands. The clash of blade against flesh was inevitable, and the blade would surely prevail. Clang. To Monka's astonishment, Zoro's hands remained unscathed, not even a scratch to be found. The clash resounded, and faint sparks flickered, as if the axe had struck steel. Monka, startled, widened his eyes and noticed a layer of glossy black substance where the axe landed, which had effectively blocked the sharp blade. Chapter 143. Departure. Do not be deceived by Zoro's lack of mastery in haki. While it may seem unimpressive, the majority of those capable of wielding haki are still in the initial stages of its application. As long as one possesses a sound physique and some innate talent, they can learn haki. However, acquiring the skill is one thing, while mastery is another entirely. Zoro is but a step away from advancing to the proficient level of haki. It can be said that his haki has already left the vast majority of practitioners far behind. Those stronger than Zoro in haki are typically ranked as vice admirals or higher. Thus, regardless of how sharp Monka's axe may be, Zoro's utilization of haki ensures that it cannot breach his defenses. Monka, unable to fathom that a mere human body could withstand his formidable axe, remained oblivious to the nature of the black substance enveloping Zoro's hand. In disbelief and panic, he gritted his teeth and raised the axe for another strike. Zoro, having activated Haki, was no longer inclined to engage in an extended duel with Monka. It was time to conclude this. No sword style, ghost slash. This technique, a creation of Zoro's own, is one of his most beloved and frequently employed moves. It is a skill that his two subordinates describe as lethal to any foe upon execution. From a stance with his arms crossed, he unleashes a slashing attack designed to ensnare the enemy, while the third blade serves to seal off any escape routes. Of course, in this moment, Zoro bore no sword. He did not hold the third blade between his teeth, instead using his arms as two blades. Nevertheless, a simpler approach sufficed. Any flaw was inconsequential. For Monka could not evade this strike. Like a bolt of lightning, the swift assault unfolded, and the two figures intersected. Zoro lowered his body and extended his hands backward, droplets of blood visible at his fingertips. Behind him, Monka stood frozen, unable to believe what he was witnessing. When he reluctantly glanced down, he saw two intersecting wounds appearing before him, like a dream dissipating as a fountain of blood erupted forth. With a thud, Monka collapsed to the ground, and not far from him, an axe blade fell, embedding itself into the earth. Zoro's ghost slash, empowered by Haki, had cleaved through the iron axe. Nami, I instructed you to retrieve Zoro's sword so he could engage in battle. Yet, here you are, finally arriving with the swords only after the fight has concluded. Monka's swift defeat was to be expected. Luffy paid little mind to it. From afar, he observed Nami approaching with 3 swords in hand and a small bundle on her back, rolling his eyes in exasperation. The tale of Zoro's exploits reached Luffy and his companions the moment they entered the town, conveyed through the murmurs of the townsfolk. Without wasting any time, Luffy hurriedly brought the 4 of them here, sensing that Zoro was still, as in the original story, bound at the naval base. With his swords no longer by his side, Luffy allowed one person to retrieve the swords for Zoro, while Nami, realizing that the hiding place of the blades would likely conceal valuable treasures, volunteered to go. Such trivial adversaries were no match for Zoro, who could easily defeat them without his swords. Thus, my tardiness held no consequence. You will forgive me, will you not, Zoro? Nami handed 3 swords to Zoro, winking playfully. What a beautiful woman. This was the first time Zoro contemplated Nami in such a manner. His steadfast resolve faltered momentarily before he accepted the swords, meticulously hanging them back in their original places. You must be our navigator, Nami. A slight delay in retrieving the swords is inconsequential against such minor foes. Whether armed or unarmed is merely a matter of technique. See, Zoro himself has stated it is of no concern. Nami approached Luffy, exuding pride, and then produced a bounty poster, saying, Look, while I was fetching the swords, I unexpectedly came across this bounty notice in an office. It is your bounty. Luffy raised an eyebrow as he took the wanted poster, his gaze fixating on the image depicted. It swiftly became apparent to him the reason for the bounty. Indeed, it was due to the incident involving the assassination of Captain Mouse, which had led to the issuance of this wanted notice. Upon vanquishing Captain Mouse, Luffy was acutely aware that a bounty would ensue, yet he remained unfazed. The initial bounty of 80 million was met with his indifference. A bounty for the captain? Let me take a look, he mused. Wow, 80 million berries. This must be the captain's first bounty, right? The photograph of the captain is quite imposing. The moniker the Tyrant, coupled with this image, truly befits the captain. Luffy remained indifferent to the bounty, while his companions were quite concerned, eagerly examining the wanted poster. Both the bounty amount and the image of the Navy bowing before Luffy evoked exclamations of admiration and envy from his comrades. In the early stages of their piratical adventures, any pirate, unless they possessed the might of a monster, was deeply invested in their own bounty. Had he known that their captain had a bounty of 80 million berries, he would have thought twice before agreeing to any commitments. Zoro reflected on the days he had spent tied to a post, enduring the harshness of sun and rain, deprived of food and water, and his frustration grew with each passing moment. With a sharp clang, Zoro unsheathed his sword, Yao Yi, and with a powerful swing, cleaved a 4- or 5-story building in 2. It was the very place where he had concealed his 3 swords, and also where Belmer had collapsed. In the original tale, Belmer transformed into a naval elite alongside Kobe. Now, his fate was sealed by Zoro's wrath, sending him to the depths of despair. Monka and Belmer were indeed biological father and son, meeting their demise nearly simultaneously. Would Zoro not bid farewell to that little girl? Here, The Navy lay scattered, some dead, others fleeing. The entire base was stained with blood, and the ground was littered with fallen soldiers, their muffled cries still echoing in the air. Not far away, another building lay split in half, a horrific scene that would surely render an ordinary person faint with fear. Having found Zoro, and seeing that he had resolved his matters, Luffy led his companions out of the Navy base, preparing to return to the Mary. Upon exiting, he noticed the little girl still waiting, glancing in Zoro's direction. However, though Lika stood outside, she could not fully grasp the events within, yet she had witnessed enough to feel deeply affected. The sight overwhelmed her, leaving her too frightened to approach. "Let us not say goodbye. Let us go," Zoro said, casting a brief glance at Lika before continuing onward. After having slain Captain Monka and nearly obliterated the Navy base, a man of his villainous nature ought to feign unfamiliarity to spare Lika from harm. In truth, Zoro was quite considerate of others. "Why are you looking at me like that?" he remarked, feeling uneasy under Luffy's gaze, unable to restrain himself. "Ha ha, it's nothing." Luffy offered no response, merely laughing as he walked ahead with the two women, while Usopp, Kuro, and Zoro followed closely behind. Their figures soon faded from view. "Mr. Zoro, I believe you are a good person," Li Jia murmured to herself, regretfully watching the vanishing silhouettes after having previously lacked the courage to bid him farewell. Chapter 144, The Overlord Pirate Crew. Have you heard? The news that arrived yesterday, along with the 2 urgent bounty notices dispatched from the Navy headquarters. It is said that the tale has spread throughout the East Blue. It is hard to believe that a naval base was so effortlessly destroyed by a newly formed pirate crew, resulting in the tragic demise of Captain Monka. Reports indicate that the area was drenched in blood, with countless comrades ruthlessly slaughtered, transforming it into a hellish scene. It is terrifying. The three-sword-style master is rumored to have cleaved a building in half with a mere swing of his sword. The Navy has dubbed him Azura, as it is said that he single-handedly obliterated the entire naval base, with his initial bounty set at 70 million berries, Roronoa Zoro. Moreover, alongside him, one of the 2 mightiest pirate hunters of the East Blue, the talented swordswoman Kuina, has also joined the pirate crew, prompting the Navy headquarters to issue a concurrent bounty of 60 million berries for her. Apart from these 2 swordsmen and their captain, it appears there are 3 additional members of the crew, whose feats remain unclear and thus are unbountied. And concerning Kuro, his fake death was so convincing that his identity remains undiscovered. As for Kuina, given the comparison to Zoro's prowess, her situation seems to be collateral damage. It remains uncertain who these 3 individuals are or whether they're strength rivals that of the known trio. Putting aside the strength of the other 3 for the moment, just considering the formidable trio of the Azura swordsman Roronoa Zoro, the prodigious swordswoman Kuina, and their captain, the overlord Monkey D. Luffy. Their combined might alone is sufficient to dominate the East Blue. With such formidable power, the overlord pirate crew, led by Luffy, has become the strongest pirate crew in the East Blue, usurping the now-defunct Click pirate crew and establishing themselves as the new sovereign of the seas. The former ruler of the East Blue, the Click pirate crew, was unexpectedly defeated by a significant figure shortly after entering the Grand Line, forcing them back to the East Blue. Subsequently, in an attempt to seize provisions from the floating restaurant bar Tai, the infamous Blackleg Sanji killed Captain Click, leading to the complete dismantling of the Click pirate crew. Whispers of astonishment and reflection echoed from a corner, emanating from a cluster of gathered townsfolk. In truth, they are not genuine civilians, but rather Navy personnel disguised as such. The incident involving the Click pirates occurred in the waters not far from Logtown, and shortly thereafter, the Navy stationed there became aware of the news. At the floating restaurant bar Tai, amidst the diners, the Navy gleaned precise intelligence from those patrons. Tales of feats such as walking through the air and cleaving pirate ships in 2 were shared, the diners extolling Sanji's prowess with both an element of truth and exaggerated flair. Regardless of the extent to which the Navy believed these accounts, it was undeniable that Sanji, wielding his strength alone, swiftly and decisively vanquished the battered Click pirates, his power beyond question. Clad in polished black shoes, it was evident that he excelled in kicks. By the time the Navy arrived at the scene of the battle, remnants of the devastating carnage lingered. The astonished sailors felt as though they had glimpsed a hell on earth, and from their ranks, a nickname emerged, Hell's Blackleg Sanji. This formidable Sanji, present in Logtown, was likely on par with the members of the Don Quixote pirates. If only he could join us in apprehending the Don Quixote crew. It was rumored that a notable figure, who had driven the Click pirates back to the East Blue, was also temporarily in Logue Town. If he could lend his assistance, it would be invaluable. However, we must not harbor such futile hopes. Hell's blackleg Sanji is not one of the Navy, and we cannot expect his aid. As for that prominent individual, while he has some ties to the Navy, he ultimately does not belong to us. This esteemed figure is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Renowned as the world's greatest swordsman, unless absolutely necessary, our Colonel Smoker would never seek his help. Capturing pirates is the duty of the Navy, a pursuit of justice. Regardless of the strength of any pirate crew, as long as they set foot in Logue Town, Colonel Smoker will undoubtedly apprehend them. Smoker is known as the White Hunter. Once he is marked as prey, escape is impossible. Now, let us disperse. We are to maintain our guise as civilians and refrain from excessive discussion. Although the Don Quixote pirates have yet to arrive, we must remain vigilant to prevent any unforeseen incidents. A clearly authoritative Navy officer delivered the final remark, prompting the disguised Navy personnel to scatter. Unbeknownst to them, after their departure, a figure emerged from a concealed location. The Don Quixote pirates, led by Captain Monkey D. Luffy, accompanied by his comrades, the Azura swordsman Rorano Azaro, the prodigious swordswoman Kuina, the former captain of the Black Cat pirates, Kuro, the sharpshooter Usopp, and the navigator Nami, were present. Sanji held 3 bounty posters in hand, those of Luffy, Zoro, and Kuina. The naval officers, unaware of the other 3 members, were summoned by the captain, leaving me as the only one yet to board the ship. Please hurry. I have been anxiously waiting in Logue Town. Through my discreet investigations, I have confirmed that Logue Town is indeed fortified with numerous Navy personnel under the command of Colonel Smoker, the White Hunter. However, with our current strength, Colonel Smoker and his forces cannot thwart our passage to the Grand Line. If there exists anyone capable of posing a threat to our journey, it would solely be Dracula Mihawk, who remains here as well. Sanji, bearing a serious expression, recalled having seen Colonel Smoker from a distance upon his arrival in Logue Town. Judging by his imposing presence and instincts, Sanji acknowledged that Colonel Smoker's prowess was formidable. Yet, he believed that in a one-on-one confrontation, the odds of victory were evenly matched. It could go either way, as they had yet to engage in a true battle. In other words, Luffy, who far surpasses him in strength, could easily defeat Smoker just as he had effortlessly triumphed over him. Thus, Sanji felt untroubled by the formidable defenses of Logue Town. Rather, his concern lay with Mihawk potentially aiding the Navy. Should that be the case, Luffy's endeavor to retrieve him and proceed to the Grand Line would not unfold as smoothly as anticipated. A storm was brewing, and it seemed that events would soon unfold here, hopefully alleviating my boredom. Dracula Mihawk reclined in a chair, crossing his legs as he perused a newspaper, a faint smile gracing his lips. The tense atmosphere of Logue Town hinted at the presence of a young man capable of withstanding his casual strikes. Despite not having a clear premonition of the future, Mihawk sensed an impending shift in the air, a subtle intuition that something was amiss. Logue Town, a place of both beginnings and endings, was poised to become the eye of a brewing tempest. At that moment, Mihawk resembled a prophet, foreseeing the imminent events that would transpire here. Chapter 145. The roll of the ship's deck. The instinct of the strong stirred within Mihawk as the tense atmosphere of Logue Town foreshadowed an approaching storm. Meanwhile, Luffy, endowed with keen instincts, had already developed a more precise premonition regarding the events aimed at him. Interesting occurrences were set to unfold in Logue Town. Atop the merry-go, Luffy, with an arm casually wrapped around Nami's slender waist, gazed down at the deck where Ka and Zoro were engaged in a duel. Suddenly, he turned his attention toward Logue Town and uttered a perplexing remark to Nami. What interesting events are you referring to? Could you clarify? Aren't we heading to Logue Town to retrieve Sanji before proceeding to the Grand Line? What could possibly happen? Nami leaned against Luffy, redirecting her gaze from the ongoing battle below, expressing her dissatisfaction. Ha ha ha, Nami, you think too simply. Logue Town is under the watch of Colonel Smoker, the White Hunter, from the Navy headquarters. The notorious Overlord pirates, now recognized as the sovereigns of the East Sea. If we were to venture into Logue Town, within its jurisdiction, do you suppose they would disregard our presence? Would they merely watch us embark upon the Grand Line without attempting to apprehend us? Naturally, they would seize the opportunity to capture us. Nami furrowed her brow and responded assuredly. Given that we are aware Colonel Smoker and his Navy would be there to apprehend us upon our arrival at Logue Town, should we still proceed? We could discreetly send one person to land at Logue Town on a small vessel and subsequently stealthily retrieve Sanji from the island without needing to navigate the Going Merry too close to Logue Town. The small Sea King, a loyal subordinate. Though no longer required to sail the Going Merry, continues to follow Luffy, swimming behind the ship until he reaches the entrance to the Grand Line, at which point he will be free. Such is the plight of a subordinate, devoid of autonomy. Lobe Town, known as the Town of Beginnings and Endings, is the site of Gold Roger's execution and the last stop before entering the Grand Line. How could I possibly refrain from landing there? Regardless of the troubles that may await, my resolve is unwavering. Luffy laughed heartily. With his current strength, a mere town could not deter him. You are the captain, and your decisions are unchangeable by me. So let us proceed, Nami said helplessly. Hee, who said you cannot alter my decisions? As long as you agree to some of my requests, I shall comply with whatever you ask of me. With a playful grin, Luffy leaned closer to Nami's ear, his hand mischievously roaming behind her, lingering on her rounded form. I won't easily acquiesce to your demands. Don't fidget. If anyone on the ship sees us, it would be quite embarrassing. Nami struggled to halt Luffy's restless movements. We are at the pinnacle of this platform, while below, Zoro is engrossed in a sword duel with Kuina. Usopp is at the helm, and Kuro is inside the ship, away from the deck. Thus, whatever we choose to do remains our secret. If you still fear being seen, let us move away from the railing to the center of this platform. Even from the lower deck, no one will be able to see us. Luffy felt a surge of excitement within him. After speaking, he took Nami's hand and headed towards the center. No, you mustn't be so reckless. After all, we are outside, Nami protested, struggling against his grip. Yet, in the end, she was embraced by Luffy and together they collapsed onto the lounge chair positioned at the center, beside which stood a small table adorned with an assortment of tea and snacks. What, then, constitutes recklessness, and what defines excessive abandon? Luffy feigned ignorance, pressing against Nami. Her smooth skin and sweet fragrance gradually began to envelop him in a haze of temptation. Suddenly, Nami exerted herself, pushing Luffy away slightly. To prevent Luffy from becoming too unruly, she decided to take the initiative. With a swift flick of her foot, she effortlessly discarded her sandals, revealing her delicate, perfectly shaped feet, akin to exquisite works of art. Aside from allowing him to massage her feet and pout adorably, she strictly forbade him from engaging in anything else. As she lifted her foot and placed it before Luffy, she established clear and unwavering boundaries, leaving no room for him to overstep. Very well, I concede, he replied. Observing Nami's demeanor, Luffy had made the most significant concession by agreeing to her terms. Thus, he could not push any further. They were outdoors, beneath a sky of azure and white clouds, surrounded by vast openness, with a refreshing sea breeze enveloping them. Below, their companions could potentially ascend at any moment. Although Luffy had previously declared this area as his private domain, insisting that others should refrain from intruding without cause, there remained a possibility of unexpected arrivals. This uncertainty ignited a thrill within Nami. Consequently, allowing Luffy to take advantage of her was already her limit. Should he seek to gain more, her embarrassment and anger would erupt, unleashing a flurry of blows from her petite fists, demonstrating to him the fury of a beautiful young woman. Luffy is acutely aware of this, and thus he adheres to the rules, steadfastly refraining from crossing any boundaries. However, the limitations set by Nami do not preclude Luffy from exhibiting his creativity within those confines. Do not doubt, for Luffy's ingenuity is truly remarkable, nearly eliciting a shriek from Nami, whose delicate feet appeared as though they had been drenched in water. Furthermore, she now regrets her earlier consent to pouting and the suggestion of pressing through clothing. One must wonder, is it too late for her to reconsider? Upon the deck of the merry-go, a man and woman engage in a game, while two swordsmen stand poised, intensely focused on their duel. Given their prowess, either could effortlessly cleave the merry-go in two with a mere flick of their wrist. Indeed, even the slightest harm to the ship would provoke Luffy to raise his heart-shaped fist, demonstrating the profundity of his affection for it. As for the other individual, Luffy has plans to reveal to Kuina, under the cover of night, the essence of a cherished maid. Thus, with a shared reluctance to inflict any damage upon the merry-go, the two combatants, eager to test their skills, resort to a pure display of swordsmanship. The honed techniques they wield possess distinct strengths and character. Zoro, a practitioner of the three-sword style, unleashes a relentless torrent of strikes akin to a tempest. With fierce eyes and a menacing aura, he embodies the spirit of a wild swordsman. In stark contrast, Kuina, who embodies a swift, evasive style, strikes with precision. Knowing her physical prowess pales in comparison to a beast's, her approach is one of speed, capitalizing on weaknesses, drawing her blade to deliver a decisive blow. Embodying her unique style, her graceful form weaves between the three swords, dancing as if engaged in a perilous ballet. The glint of her Wado Ikemonji flashes intermittently, aimed at Zoro. In the midst of their duel, Zoro appears to have the upper hand, leveraging the advantage of his three swords to press Kuina back. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he remains utterly vigilant, fixating on the blade in Kuina's grasp, prepared to counter her potentially lethal strike at any moment. Clang! Sparks fly as their blades clash, the contest having persisted for a while. In terms of technique, it is evident that neither holds a definitive advantage. They are evenly matched. Consequently, their spirits are ignited, both resolute in their determination to determine a victor. In their childhood duels, after Zoro secured a victory, every time Luffy accompanied Kuina to visit Yasaku, Kuina would challenge Zoro again. Under Luffy's guidance, her physical prowess was steadily improving, resulting in a series of contests with both wins and losses. It was not until Zoro, the hopeless navigator, set sail as a bounty hunter that their encounters began to dwindle, eventually leading to a 6-month hiatus in their duels. The reason behind this was Zoro's navigational ineptitude. It became exceedingly difficult for Kuina to encounter him, even if she intended to seek him out for a match. She had no way of knowing where he might wander before her arrival. Chapter 146 will depict the impending clash between the two. In Loketown, under the command of Captain Smoker, the White Hunter, preparations were underway as they awaited Luffy's arrival. According to gathered intelligence, the route of the Don Quixote pirates had remained unchanged, consistently heading towards Loketown. With a cigar-like stick clenched between his teeth, Captain Smoker exuded confidence, believing that the moment Luffy set foot on Loketown, he would assuredly apprehend him. Unknown to Captain Smoker, the unique status of the warlords of the sea and the unpredictable nature of Dracula Mihawk were factors to consider. Carefully positioned to await the impending storm, Mihawk, too, expressed interest in the events to unfold. Meanwhile, Sanji, who was also in Loketown, concealed his true identity, maintaining a faade of indifference to the Navy personnel disguised as civilians who roamed the town in search of food and supplies. He would only reveal himself once the Don Quixote pirates made their entrance. Without wasting any time, Luffy rallied his crew to set sail for the Grand Line. Although he often indulged in games with the two women aboard the Mary, these diversions did not impede their journey. With only one chef companion remaining in the East Blue, Usopp, at Luffy's request, navigated the Mary swiftly towards Loketown without pausing at any intervening islands. This morning, Luffy remarkably refrained from dawdling, even halting Kuina's eagerness for another duel with Zoro. He summoned everyone to the meeting room. In the conference room aboard the Mary, a long rectangular table was set. With Luffy seated at the head, his expression serene as his fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. Kuina and Nami occupied his left, while Zoro, Usopp, and Kuro sat to his right. By noon, at the latest by dusk, they would arrive at Loketown. Upon reaching Loketown, besides retrieving their chef, there was speculation about potential encounters with the Navy. I have already conveyed this to you. The purpose of gathering you all for this meeting is not merely to reiterate my earlier predictions. Captain Smoker and his Navy do not possess enough weight to warrant a significant reminder. Luffy spoke with an air of nonchalance, his tone unwavering, seemingly unperturbed by the matter at hand. The remaining crew members brimmed with confidence regarding the current strength of their pirate crew. Even a colonel from the Navy headquarters, along with several other Marines, could not hinder their journey towards the Grand Line. Luffy, do you sense that more troublesome events await us in Loketown? Which is why you summoned us for this meeting. Kuina, the maid raised by Luffy since childhood, possessed the deepest understanding of his strength and abilities. She comprehended Luffy's instinctive powers more clearly than anyone else. Luffy nodded at Kuina and said, "Indeed, the closer we get to Loketown, the more my instincts tell me that the troubles there will be unexpected and quite troublesome for me as well. If it poses a significant challenge for the captain, it must be a formidable foe. Will there be an admiral or someone of equal caliber in Loketown?" Zoro felt a surge of excitement, his fighting spirit soaring. Having tormented the younglings of the East Blue for so long, he yearned to engage in battle with powerful adversaries. Everyone present had undergone Luffy's rigorous training and understood that his strength had long surpassed that of a vice admiral, venturing into realms beyond their comprehension. Consequently, when it came to the troubles Luffy mentioned, they instinctively disregarded the notion of a vice admiral's strength. Yes, it must be a powerhouse of admiral rank or higher. Luffy was acutely aware that, given his current display of strength, even if Sengoku recognized his immense potential, He would not resort to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut by sending an admiral to apprehend him. Reflecting on the events of the original narrative, he sought confirmation from his instincts and received an affirmative response. Luffy firmly asserted, "I have an inkling of who might pose trouble for me, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, it is undoubtedly that individual." Initially, he considered naming Dracula Mihawk. Yet upon glancing at Zoro and Kuina, two aspiring swordsmen who shared the same dream, he knew they would be thrilled at the prospect of encountering Mihawk. Therefore, he chose to withhold this revelation, intending to surprise them with this unexpected delight when they reached Lobetown. Who could this formidable foe be? Luffy's abrupt phrasing is truly vexatious, stirring an unsettling sensation akin to a mouse scratching within one's heart, leaving one restless. This must remain a secret. When you finally encounter him, there will undoubtedly be a delightful surprise in store. Now, let us all prepare for battle. At Roguetown, our friends there will not permit us to take the chef away without a struggle. Luffy had resolved not to divulge any information just yet. He offered a brief word of caution to everyone before exiting the conference room with a mysterious smile. My instincts told me that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. Besides the formidable Mihawk, who had arrived in the East Blue and could potentially pose a threat, who else could trouble me? Upon leaving the conference room, Luffy approached the merry-go and, seated on the figurehead, furrowed his brow in contemplation. In the East Blue, if there were anyone whose strength could genuinely cause me distress, it would be scarce indeed. Other than Mihawk, who had ventured into the East Blue, Luffy did not need to ponder for long before arriving at a candidate. Could it be him? Is it truly him? Seeking confirmation from my instincts, I received an affirmative answer. A smirk crept upon Luffy's lips as he found this revelation utterly unexpected, merely setting sail towards the Grand Line. And yet a grand welcoming ceremony had been orchestrated for me. This was truly astonishing and delightfully surprising. Luffy grinned widely, standing atop the ram's head, gazing toward the elusive direction of Lobetown, a surge of fighting spirit igniting within him. With these two formidable adversaries present, he was eager to gauge the true extent of his current prowess. Undoubtedly, aside from Dracula Mihawk, the only other rival he had confirmed was none other than the ever-impetuous Monkey D. Garp, who was bound to reach Lobetown before him. A naval vessel loomed ahead, adorned with an unmistakable dog's head decoration. On the bow deck stood Garp, donning a dog-headed hat and clutching a donut, seemingly frozen in place. If one listened closely, the sound of snoring resonated. A large bubble formed at his nostrils, clearly indicating he was in slumber. The peculiar side of Garp's sleeping habits had long ceased to astonish his subordinates, who remained focused on their tasks. Only a small figure diligently scrubbing the deck occasionally glanced at Garp, marveling at his ability to sleep while standing. Having finally completed his task, he exhaled, lifting his head and wiping the sweat from his brow. The face revealed was none other than Kobe, who had parted ways with Luffy while piloting the pirate ship. Chapter 147. Garp arrives. Such are the whims of fate. Kobe, navigating the pirate ship through the East Blue, was acutely aware that if he were to land on an island, his pirate identity would be inescapably scrutinized. Thus, he hesitated, contemplating the most prudent manner to disembark on an island unnoticed, so that he could dispose of the pirate ship and pursue his aspirations of becoming a marine without raising any suspicion. This plan was flawless. Yet, just as Kobe devised this perfect strategy, intending to find an island to stealthily land upon under the cover of night, Garp's naval ship materialized before him. Alone aboard the pirate ship, Kobe was at the helm and could not spare a moment to survey the surroundings from the lookout tower. It was only when Garp's vessel drew near that he realized escape was no longer an option. Fortunately, Garp did not immediately launch a cannonball in his direction. Instead, he captured the bewildered young boy. Amidst Kobe's frantic explanations, Garp was convinced, and thus he brought Kobe aboard his ship. Indeed, the situation unfolded with an astonishing simplicity that left Kobe in a daze, struggling to believe that Vice Admiral Garp had so readily trusted his words and allowed him on board. Thus, he found himself as a subordinate of Vice Admiral Garp. Reflecting on the surreal nature of his circumstances, lost in thought, Kobe reminisced about his recent experiences, inadvertently voicing his astonishment. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck his head, causing him to crouch on the deck, cradling his skull in his hands. Ouch, that hurts. Hey, you little rascal. I told you to clean the deck, not to daydream. Garp had awoken without Kobe's notice and, upon seeing him in a daze, delivered a playful punch, disregarding his cries of pain. Before resuming his consumption of the unfinished donut, Vice Admiral Garp, I have already finished cleaning. Kobe covered his head, hurriedly explaining his grievances. Carp, blinking as he awakened and still unaccustomed to the deck's condition, glanced around upon hearing Kobe's words and realized that the cleaning had indeed been completed. Oh, it seems it has all been cleaned. Then let us do it once more, Carp remarked nonchalantly, munching on a donut, unperturbed by his earlier blunder. What? I've already cleaned the deck once. Why must I do it again? The deck is spotless, Kobe exclaimed in confusion. Who says it's not dirty? Look here. Carp pointed at the deck beneath his feet, where a large footprint had disrupted the pristine surface Kobe had so diligently polished. Following the outline of the print, Kobe recognized it unmistakably as the mark left by Admiral Carp himself. Anger surged within Kobe. He felt compelled to unleash his frustration upon Carp. Despite being merely a lowly recruit in the Navy, he believed he had the right to protest. Gripping the towel tightly, he suppressed his indignation and resumed the arduous task of cleaning the deck. After all, even in the few days aboard Carp's ship, he had come to understand the Admiral's cantankerous nature. Since Kobe's arrival, Carp had taken great pleasure in teasing him. Cleaning the deck was one of the more tolerable tasks, while others often left Kobe feeling utterly exhausted. What made this young Kobe so exceptional that Admiral Carp paid him such close attention? Kobe had yet to grasp Carp's intentions. However, as Carp's lieutenant, it was evident to him that Carp's insistence on having Kobe perform various tasks was in fact a means of training him. It puzzled him that Carp, who typically showed little interest in nurturing newcomers, was making an exception for Kobe. The answer lay in Kobe's latent potential for observation hockey, with Carp's vast life experience. Upon encountering Kobe and hearing his explanation, he sensed no deceit in the young man's words and astutely recognized Kobe's formidable potential. Subsequently, Carp's admiration for talent blossomed, leading him to personally train Kobe. Unlike the original narrative, Kobe was now receiving Carp's exclusive instruction, as the other individual, Belmer, had already met his end at Zoro's hand. As Kobe was nearing the completion of yet another round of cleaning, a shadow of an island appeared on the horizon, the town of Rogu. Admiral Carp, we have arrived at Rogu. Colonel Smoker is leading the Navy to welcome us, came the announcement. Aha, we've arrived. Let us disembark, Carp exclaimed joyfully, striding forward as the warship swiftly docked at the pier, his subordinates following closely behind. Through the communication among the Navy, it was learned in advance that Vice Admiral Garp would be arriving, prompting Colonel Smoker to gather the Navy to welcome him. However, despite Smoker's rank of colonel, Garp, a celebrated hero of the Navy, was met with no obsequiousness. Smoker had always been forthright, known for his unyielding temperament and disdain for flattery, embodying the archetype of a troublesome rebel. Upon Garp's disembarkation from the warship, with 3 large cigars clenched in his mouth, Colonel Smoker bluntly inquired, Vice Admiral Garp, may I ask the purpose of your unexpected visit? I am currently engaged in laying a trap for a pirate crew in Logtown, and your presence here has utterly disrupted my plans. Had I known you would be here, the pirate crew I await would likely have refrained from walking into the trap. Smoker felt a profound sense of frustration. Garp's brazen arrival rendered any concealment of information futile. He mused that if the Don Quixote pirates had received wind of Garp's presence, they would undoubtedly avoid Logtown out of respect for the Vice Admiral's formidable reputation. Yet, he knew that even if they were aware of his presence, they would still venture forth. Garp was certain of this. He understood Luffy's intrinsic pride and obstinacy. Even with foreknowledge of Garp's arrival, Luffy would not shy away from Logtown. How can you be so sure that crew will come? Smoker questioned, pondering whether someone among the pirates had a close connection to Garp. The crew he sought to apprehend had brutally decimated a Navy base, ruthlessly killing several of their comrades, the vicious Don Quixote pirates. Smoker's tone grew sharp as memories of the tragic events at the naval base resurfaced, and he reluctantly connected the dots concerning Garp's relationship with certain individuals, which ignited his ire. Regardless of the presence of his subordinates, he held Garp accountable. Rest assured, when he arrives, I shall demand an explanation for the destruction of the Navy base and the loss of life among our ranks, Smoker asserted. Garp, unabashed, raised his fist and declared, if I do not receive a satisfactory answer, I shall certainly give him a sound thrashing. A Navy base can be rebuilt. And as for the sailors slain by Zoro, do not be misled by tales of rivers of blood. The actual number of fatalities is not as dire as it seems. Zoro is not one to revel in slaughter. His attacks were tempered, not aimed at vital points. Consequently, while many sailors were left grievously injured, the actual deaths were relatively few. Colonel Smoker was aware of the true statistics regarding the Navy's casualties. Garp, upon learning of the situation, not only grasped the numbers, but also understood the circumstances surrounding the events. Chapter 148. Here they come. Kapu, a loyal naval officer, found himself indifferent to the recent deaths of some Navy personnel, their loss insufficient to stir his anger. Regarding the nefarious deeds committed by Luffy and the formation of the Pirate King crew, Kapu held no substantial thoughts. He arrived in Logtown solely to gauge the strength of his grandson, curious about the depths of Luffy's hidden prowess. It is essential to recognize that Luffy had embraced the identity of a pirate, and conflict with the Navy inevitably resulted in casualties. The battlefield is merciless. Kapu could not expect Luffy to show mercy, nor could he overly assist him in his endeavors to evade capture. Thus, when Colonel Smoker directed his ire towards him for his grandson's misdeeds, Kapu paid it little mind, responding nonchalantly before inquiring. I have heard that Hawkeye Mihawk has also arrived in Logtown. Where might he be? Those proficient in observation haki can, during moments of respite from battle, suppress their presence, rendering them undetectable to others employing the same ability. Such formidable individuals habitually conceal their aura, ensuring that when others attempt to sense their presence through observation haki, they remain oblivious to their existence. This propensity is often the reason why even the most skilled practitioners of observation haki can fall victim to surprise attacks. Unquestionably, Hawkeye Mihawk had masked his own aura, prompting Kapu to forego exerting effort in utilizing observation haki, instead opting for a straightforward inquiry to Colonel Smoker. Luffy is Luffy, and Garp is Garp. Their positions should never be conflated. Colonel Smoker, a man of discernment, could not restrain himself from retorting to Garp. Yet upon seeing Garp's indifference to his offense, he wisely chose to cease further discussion. This tantalizingly scandalous topic had drawn the attention of several naval subordinates, who eagerly anticipated the revelation of a sensational secret. Although it was well known that the captain of the red-haired pirates, Luffy, is Garp's grandson, and Garp's subordinates were privy to this information, they refrained from spreading gossip that could tarnish Garp's reputation. Colonel Smoker, regaining his composure, remarked, Hawkeye Mihawk is currently at my naval base. To be honest, he has been quite docile thus far. However, the mere thought of his formidable strength leaves me uneasy. Should any trouble arise, I fear I would be powerless to intervene. Thankfully, Vice Admiral Garp is here. With you around, I need not worry about Mihawk causing a ruckus. For Colonel Smoker, lacking strength breeds insecurity. Mihawk is a deity to be approached with utmost caution. Rest assured, even in my absence, that young rascal Hawkeye will not act recklessly. He is not one to indulge in wanton destruction. Garp assured as he led the way toward the naval base in Logtown, with Colonel Smoker and his subordinates trailing behind. Soon, the once bustling dock returned to a tranquil state, as another prominent figure graced the presence of the naval heroes. In a secluded corner, Sanji observed Garp and the others vanish from sight, quickly taking a puff of his cigarette to quell his rising anxiety. With Hawkeye Mihawk and the unfathomable strength of Vice Admiral Garp present, even if their captain were formidable, a confrontation with these two would spell disaster. Regrettably, there was no means to alert the captain. One could only hope that he receives news of Garp's presence in Logtown and avoids approaching. Sanji had never divulged his connection to Garp to Luffy. Such matters were not spoken of unless prompted. Thus, Sanji now found himself anxious, fearing that the legendary naval hero and the world's greatest swordsman might overwhelm Luffy. If the captain falters, his subordinate would undoubtedly falter even more. With no other recourse, Sanji resolved to wait at the dock for the captain's arrival. The moment he spotted Luffy and the crew, he intended to employ his moonwalk technique to leap over and urgently warn them to flee. He nestled himself in a concealed spot with a vantage point of the surroundings, resigned to the fate of whether he could successfully inform the captain and escape unscathed. In truth, Sanji need not have taken such risks. He has yet to truly board Luffy's ship. On the surface, he remains Sanji, the hellish black leg of the floating restaurant, an exceptional chef. In the minds of ordinary people, the newly formed East Blue pirate crew, regardless of how formidable its captain may be, would undoubtedly succumb when faced with the invincible duo of Garp and Mihawk. Thus, it is prudent to conceal his identity and continue to remain incognito. Even if he aspires to venture into the Grand Line and fulfill his dreams, he could join another crew or even establish his own to explore the seas. It would be entirely normal for Sanji to hesitate and retreat under such circumstances. One cannot fault him for being timid. Yet, regrettably, Sanji is not an ordinary man. Are you Sanji? By the way, how did you curl your eyebrows into circles? Ha ha. Weak, weak, weak. The importance of this statement cannot be overstated. Your strength is woefully inadequate. From this day forth, you shall train under my guidance. You refuse? You have no choice, should you fail to best me. You will heed my commands. What? Threatening you with Red Leg Zeph and his crew is a despicable act? You speak the truth. I am indeed that despicable. It angers you, does it not? But there is nothing you can do to me. Your frustration will only serve to further irritate you. Oh dear, you've already fallen? Such a minor exercise would be a mere trifle for Zoro to accomplish effortlessly. Well then, my training is complete, and I have imparted the Navy's 6 styles to you. Henceforth, prior to our oceanic adventures, you shall train on your own. What? You won't express gratitude for my assistance? You refuse to board my ship? If you can find a captain superior to me, if you still wish to realize your dreams, and if you can truly disregard our unforgettable moments together, then I have nothing more to say. Indeed, no matter how defiant you may be, fate has decreed that you will ultimately become the chef aboard my ship. Sanji, the time to set sail has arrived. Oh, and by the way, our ship will have 2 lovely ladies aboard. They are both my women. Upon seeing them, do not display any infatuated demeanor, lest I deliver a love-struck iron fist. Are you envious? Jealous? Alas, what can I say? I was simply born with a charm that captivates the ladies. Sanji reminisced about his encounters with Luffy, not recalling the various forms of affection that felt like torment, but rather Luffy as constant praise that spurred him on, boasting about his 2 beautiful and charming girlfriends, Kuina and Nami. The captain often lauded their beauty, and until he had truly seen them for himself, there was no way he would falter. As a gentleman and a protector of flowers, how could he shy away from the arrival of lovely ladies? Concealed in the surroundings were numerous naval ambushes, and Sanji also discovered Smoker and his lieutenant, Dashiji, lurking in a nearby corner. It was imperative for Sanji to remain cautious and hidden, ensuring not even the slightest sound escaped him. Even so, when a ship's silhouette appeared in the distant sea, he promptly took the initiative to dominate the scene, drawing the astonished gaze of the nearby navy, who turned their heads towards Sanji. Standing tall, adorned in a tie, a black suit jacket, polished black shoes, and casually smoking a cigarette, his silhouette exuded an aura reminiscent of a chilly wind, embodying the spirit of a valiant warrior who ventures forth, never to return. For the sake of beholding a beautiful lady, this was not merely a trivial matter for Luffy. Sanji was determined to fight for it. Chapter 149. The interception in the air above the sea. Isn't that the hellish black-leg Sanji? What is he doing here? To their astonishment, the Navy watched as Sanji leapt into the air, utilizing the moonwalk to bound towards the ship's silhouette on the distant sea. The fleet was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Is that the moonwalk? Colonel Smoker had heard tales of Sanji's ability to traverse the air, yet he had not considered that it could be achieved through the moonwalk alone. Now, witnessing Sanji explicitly employing this technique, he was momentarily stunned, only regaining his senses when Sanji began to distance himself. Wait, the hellish black-leg Sanji must be aiming to notify the Blackbeard pirates. He intends to obstruct our capture. Without hesitation, he commanded his men to open fire in an attempt to intercept him. In light of the situation, he could no longer ponder how Sanji had mastered the moonwalk. It was clear that he had chosen this exact moment to appear, just as the Blackbeard pirates were about to arrive. Sanji was expending precious energy, leaping closer to the distant ship's silhouette. Colonel Smoker acutely sensed something amiss. Although reluctant to believe it, he suspected that this formidable chef, the hellish black-leg Sanji, may have ties to the Blackbeard pirates. This capture operation could not be thwarted by Sanji. He ordered his subordinates to fire while transforming his lower body into smoke, propelling himself swiftly into the air to close the gap with Sanji. Behind him, his clumsy aide, Tashiji, adjusted her glasses and shouted urgently, helplessly watching as Colonel Smoker soared into the sky, a feat she could not replicate. Hellish black-leg Sanji, this is our Navy's blockade point for capturing pirates. If you wish to avoid misunderstandings regarding your bounty, then I advise you to cease your actions immediately. His subordinates were already following orders to open fire, but unfortunately, they were no sharpshooters. With his keen observation, Sanji effortlessly evaded the multitude of bullets raining down upon him, executing several more leaps in the air. Before long, Sanji had distanced himself from the scene, sprinting through the air above the sea. However, to evade the bullets, his speed had diminished slightly, allowing Colonel Smoker to close in behind him. As he pursued Sanji, he attempted to steady him with words while his hands transformed into smoke, ready to intercept him at any moment. Stopping was simply not an option. I must apologize. In truth, I am also a member of the Blackbeard Pirates, serving as the ship's cook. Therefore, upon learning of your intent to capture us here, how could I stand idly by while my captain and comrades fall into a trap? Upon hearing Colonel Smoker's words, Sanji did not hesitate. Instead, he quickened his pace, revealing his identity without a backward glance. Humph. I never expected you to truly be a member of the Blackbeard Pirates. Allowing you to roam freely in town was indeed a grave miscalculation on my part. Colonel Smoker's face flushed with anger, realizing that his intentions were laid bare before the enemy. Unbeknownst to him, a target he sought to apprehend was wandering right beneath his nose, leaving him feeling intellectually humiliated. Now that you have revealed your identity, you shall remain here. I will capture you first, and then the other members of the Blackbeard Pirates. With a sharp command, Colonel Smoker activated his smoke launcher, propelling himself forward with a surge of speed. The 3 large smoke canisters he had clutched in his mouth ignited, scattering sparks as flames erupted. The smoke enveloped his lower body, and as it met the sparks, a tremendous explosion of smoke and fire erupted. Under Colonel Smoker's control, this conflagration acted as a booster, catapulting his already swift speed to new heights. In mere moments, he dashed past Sanji, positioning himself in front of him. Taken aback by Smoker's sudden burst of speed, Sanji quickly halted, retreating a few meters and executing a moonwalk midair. The operation to capture the Blackbeard Pirates will not be compromised. You have no opportunity to alert them now. Once Colonel Smoker intercepted Sanji, he discarded the remnants of the smoke and resumed his usual form. A closer look revealed a pallor to his complexion, indicating that this maneuver had taken a toll on him. After all, his body was composed of smoke. Being ignited by fire would undoubtedly inflict harm. Had he not ignited the flames himself, the smoke mingled with fire could have led to dire consequences for his lower body. Colonel Smoker would only resort to such perilous tactics when absolutely necessary. Had it not been imperative to intercept Sanji, he would never have taken such a risk. Glancing at the distant silhouette of the approaching ship, he exhaled in relief, as long as he could swiftly apprehend Sanji. There would be time to prevent the members of the Blackbeard Pirates from witnessing this scene. Without wasting a moment, Colonel Smoker transformed into smoke, a dense, swirling mass cascading towards Sanji in an attempt to ensnare him. Raging steps, chaotic dance. Colonel Smoker underestimated the situation. Sanji would not be so easily captured. Confronted by the billowing smoke advancing from all directions, Sanji inhaled deeply, his feet launching into a chaotic yet rhythmic flurry against the encroaching haze. The once-layered smoke was cleaved apart by his crescent-shaped kicks, the Ranchaku, while a single or a couple of strikes would have little effect. The relentless barrage of his kicks tore through the smoke like a tempest, preventing it from coalescing and restraining his body. How do you wield our Navy's 6 styles? Smoker, momentarily unable to contend with Sanji, reverted to his corporeal form, maintaining only the lower half of his body as smoke, hovering in midair. His expression displayed astonishment as he regarded Sanji. Mastery of the Navy's 6 styles was not something one could simply acquire, even for the elite. Sanji, who was not even a member of the Navy, had seemingly mastered it. Even Smoker, who had the opportunity to learn the 6 styles, had focused solely on the powers of the smoke fruit, rendering him unfamiliar with them. The realization that Sanji possessed such proficiency in the Navy's techniques was akin to discovering a vice admiral among pirates, leaving Smoker both shocked and incredulous. Someone taught me, Sanji retorted nonchalantly, unwilling to engage further with Smoker. With a sudden surge of power, a resounding thud echoed beneath his feet as a violent gust of energy erupted forth. Utilizing the Soru technique, he executed the Sorusen, a skill that combined the principles of Soru, allowing him to flicker through the air with astonishing speed, amplifying his velocity several-fold. However, this maneuver would significantly deplete his stamina. Nevertheless, eager to escape Smoker and relay a warning to Luffy and the others, Sanji pressed on without concern. Executing several rapid Sorusen movements, Sanji's form flickered in and out of visibility, swiftly bypassing an unprepared Smoker, drawing closer to the distant silhouette of a ship. Chapter 150, A Drop of Water's Urgent Rescue. Damn it. Stop right there, White Snake. Smoker barked as he hastily pivoted to pursue Sanji, closing the distance between them. After all, he was utilizing the swift and convenient elemental flight, while Sanji was merely walking through the air using Saru, giving Smoker a significant advantage in the skies. Seeing that he could not intercept Sanji once more, Smoker transformed his hands into the form of white snakes, launching an assault. Ranchaku. Sanji, bounding ahead, sensed the incoming attack and, in a flurry of activity, unleashed a standard Ranshaku to intercept the White Snake's strike. However, this maneuver would inevitably slow his pace, allowing Smoker to close the gap further. White Fist, White Snake, White Snake. The acceleration method akin to that of a rocket booster, when employed excessively, not only greatly depletes one's stamina, but may also inflict permanent harm to the body. Thus, Colonel Smoker refrains from utilizing it unless absolutely necessary. After just one use, he felt a searing pain in his lower body. To avoid further injury, he hesitated to use it again, opting instead to continuously launch attacks to slow Sanji's pace, thereby allowing him to surpass Sanji once more and intercept him. The principle is akin to the saying a horse dies from running too far. Although the ship's silhouette appeared in the distance, the actual distance remained vast. Utilizing the Moonwalk-esque Sky Flash would waste too much energy, and if Sanji employed it too frequently, he might not have the stamina to reach the ship. Moreover, Sanji was mindful of Colonel Smoker trailing behind him. Should he expend excessive energy and find himself entangled again, he would be unable to fend off Smoker, rendering his efforts futile. Consequently, while employing the moonwalk, Sanji was also preoccupied with defending against the attacks from behind, inevitably slowing his speed. As he realized he was about to be cornered by Colonel Smoker, he gritted his teeth. There was no other choice but to utilize the Moonwalk-esque Sky Flash once more, making several quick steps to evade Smoker and surpass him. It seemed that capturing him in the short term was unlikely. Even if Smoker managed to do so, the members of the Blackbeard Pirates would certainly take notice. However, that was of little concern, for he too was a member of the Blackbeard Pirates. If he could be captured and brought back to Loketown, it might provoke the Blackbeard Pirates to come to his rescue. Seeing that the chase between him and Sanji was intensifying as the ship in the distance drew ever closer, Colonel Smoker resolved to conceal his pursuit of the Blackbeard Pirates, determined not to let them discover his intentions. He was steadfast in his approach, unleashing relentless attacks to force Sanji to reduce his speed and once again block his path. "You shall not pass," he declared, enveloping his surroundings in a shroud of white mist. The advantage of a Logia-type fruit is its capacity for widespread assault. To prevent Sanji from employing the Moonwalk-esque Sky Flash to escape him again, Colonel Smoker transformed his entire body into smoke, which billowed forth in dense clouds, enveloping an area of over 1,000 square meters and ensnaring Sanji within its grasp. This is disastrous. As Sanji surveyed the surrounding white expanse, he felt a surge of dread. Instinctively, he sought to use the Moonwalk-esque Sky Flash to shake off Smoker. Yet, to his surprise, Colonel Smoker deviated from the expected and unleashed a formidable attack. The smoke was peculiar, and he realized that Smoker's true form was likely concealed within. The captain had warned him about the formidable and troublesome abilities of Logia fruit users, and indeed, the warning rang true. Frowning, Sanji recalled a conversation with Luffy. Reflecting on the tendrils of smoke that encircled him, the ominous sensation of being bound at any moment, he finally grasped the formidable nature of Logia fruit users. Just like Colonel Smoker, who transformed into smoke, he would not allow Sanji to inflict harm easily. The dispersing smoke acted as his limbs, capable of transforming into an attack at any moment, posing a threat to Sanji. Moreover, the elemental smoker concealed within the shrouds of smoke could transform into a tangible form at any moment to launch a surprise assault. A mere lapse in Sanji's vigilance could result in a devastating blow. In contrast to Sanji, despite possessing the ability to wield haki, his lack of mastery rendered it a formidable challenge to accurately capture the corporeal manifestation of Captain Smoker. Engaging in a protracted struggle within the fog was evidently unwise. Thus, Sanji resolved decisively, igniting his right leg in flames. With the technique of Demon Wind Foot, Frenzied Dance, a more potent and relentless barrage of fiery strikes erupted from Sanji, tearing through a significant portion of the surrounding smoke. The once dense fog swiftly dissipated, allowing rays of sunlight to penetrate and reveal glimpses of the outside scenery. Employing Demon Windfoot, Air Flash, Sanji, disregarding his waning stamina, seized this rare opportunity. He darted towards the outside direction, moving with a velocity amplified by the technique, akin to a flash of lightning. Even though Captain Smoker could maneuver rapidly within this smoky domain, appearing in every corner, he could not impede Sanji's escape. Captain Smoker, filled with determination, pursued relentlessly, his visage pale as if burdened by the weight of exhaustion from repeated exertions. It was evident that the use of such a grand technique had drained much of his energy. Just as Sanji was about to break free from the fog, Captain Smoker hastily wielded his sea stone weapon, the Tenshi, and struck towards Sanji's back. Sanji, unwilling to look back and defend against the assault, braced himself against the strike, letting out a grunt of pain, yet using the force of the blow to hasten his escape from the smoky realm. "You won't get away," Captain Smoker declared, rapidly retracting the fog and utilizing the white smoke launcher to propel himself in pursuit of Sanji. Ahead, Sanji, taking advantage of the speed granted by his technique, momentarily distanced himself from Captain Smoker before ceasing its use. He had no time to respond, nor to wipe the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, fixated solely on the approaching silhouette of a ship as he continued to tread upon the moonwalk. Breathless, his feet fatigued, Sanji was not short on endurance. He had managed to cover nearly a kilometer while entangled in battle with Captain Smoker, all while employing the moonwalk, the most exhausting technique among the Marine Six styles. Gritting his teeth, Sanji focused on the ship ahead, aware that despite their proximity, a daunting distance of nearly a kilometer remained. Even if he could reach it, the relentless Captain Smoker would not allow him to arrive unopposed. White Fist. Came the sound of Captain Smoker's attack from behind. With no choice, Sanji halted momentarily, countering the incoming strike with a swift kick, dispersing the force of the blow. "Haha, you fell for it." Colonel Smoker laughed heartily, only to discover that within the shattered fist lay concealed the weapon known as Tin Hands. At the grip of Tin Hands, a solid thread of smoke was entwined. With this thread, he deftly maneuvered Tin Hands, circumventing Sanji's kick, hurtling towards Sanji's forehead with the swiftness of an arrow. The fierce wind struck his face, and the speed of Tin Hands swept through, ruffling Sanji's golden hair and revealing the other side of his face. Sanji's pupils constricted and then dilated. His observation haki had not yet achieved the foresight of the future, nearly sensing the incoming fist while neglecting the hidden Tin Hands. This move was utterly unexpected, and the speed of Tin Hands was too swift for him to evade. A sharp sound rang out. Tin Hands did not collide with Sanji's forehead, but was instead deflected away. Sanji's expression shifted. He had been prepared to employ his haki for defense, resigned to the reality of a severe blow. Colonel Smoker's face fell in disbelief, unable to comprehend that a seemingly certain attack had missed its target. The force that had intercepted Tin Hands was a drop of seawater, glistening like a black pearl. After effortlessly deflecting Tin Hands, it swiftly reverted from black to its original blue hue, plummeting through the air and splashing into the sea below. Chapter 151. Two naturally contrarian individuals. Monkey D. Luffy probably cannot yet wield armament haki. With your Logia advantage, there lies an opportunity to capture him. The words of Sengoku echoed in Colonel Smoker's mind, and he twitched his mouth, fixated on the droplet that had merged with the sea surface. There was a sentiment he was unsure whether to voice or suppress. How infuriating. Colonel Smoker tugged on the smoke thread, retracting Tin Hands, his gaze solemnly fixed upon the approaching vessel on the water. The ship, which had yet to hoist the Jolly Roger, undoubtedly belonged to the Straw Hat Pirates. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to intervene from such a distance upon witnessing Sanji in peril. Simultaneously, Smoker surmised that the one who intervened possessed formidable armament haki. Undoubtedly the strongest presence in the Straw Hat Pirates, their captain, Monkey D. Luffy. The formidable and notorious Straw Hat Pirates, alongside the immensely powerful Luffy, this anomaly. Colonel Smoker gripped Tin Hands tightly, his heart tumultuous. Just from that droplet of seawater that had deflected his weapon, he understood that Luffy's armament haki must be exceptionally potent. His elemental form could not withstand Luffy's haki. Logia users' elemental forms are not always susceptible to armament haki. If the haki is not sufficiently mastered, it cannot grasp the elemental body. However, if the haki is highly refined, it is assuredly effective. Yet, if the mastery of elemental transformation is adept and elevated, one may preemptively evade capture through elementalization. Thus, both elemental transformation and the use of armament haki are not absolute advantages. Rather, it is the individual's mastery of their abilities that truly matters. This realization dawned on Captain Smoker when he speculated that it was Luffy who imbued a droplet of seawater with armament haki, causing him to lose confidence in elemental transformation. From a distance of 1,000 miles, merely a single drop of seawater enhanced with armament haki effortlessly sent his Tin Hands of weaponry flying, demonstrating that such haki is no trifling matter. To his knowledge, even among the formidable ranks of the top 10 vice-admirals, only one or two could achieve such a feat. Consequently, Smoker swiftly discerned the precariousness of the situation. Should the Blackbeard pirates arrive, he would undoubtedly be no match for Luffy. His smoke fruit, while not a particularly potent Logia-type devil fruit, would offer no advantage in elemental transformation, leaving him vulnerable to Luffy's relentless assaults. Sanji's strength was not inferior to his own, and had he not been caught off guard, capturing him would have been a challenge. With this in mind, Smoker dismissed the notion of confronting his adversaries alone and resolved to retreat to Logue Town to seek assistance from Vice Admiral Garp. He would leave the rebellious grandson to face his grandfather, while the other members of the Blackbeard pirates would be his true opponents. Consider yourself fortunate, Hell's Black like Sanji. Should you dare to approach Logue Town again, the depths of the great prison shall be your destination. With this parting remark, Smoker turned without hesitation, making his way back to Logue Town. His plan to capture had utterly failed, and he could only hope that Vice Admiral Garp's words held truth, that even if Luffy were to learn of the impending capture in Logue Town, he would still proceed there. The captain remained formidable as ever. Without even making an appearance, he had frightened Smoker away with nothing more than a distant drop of seawater. Sanji, employing his moonwalk, hovered in the air until Smoker's figure faded from view, at which point he allowed himself to relax. Reflecting on the critical moment when the droplet of seawater had shielded him from the 10 hands of weaponry, he marveled at Luffy's strength. However, despite the captain's impressive abilities, Logue Town was home to 2 other formidable beings akin to monsters, prompting Sanji to hasten and share this news with Luffy. With this thought, he continued to bounce toward the ship, relieved to be free from Smoker's pursuit, thus conserving considerable energy. As both parties drew closer, it wasn't long before Sanji, drenched in sweat from his moonwalk, finally reached the air above the ship. "Captain, we have a grave situation," he called out upon seeing Luffy and his companions awaiting him on the deck. Without waiting to descend, he rushed to shout the alarming news. However, as he noticed the 2 women standing beside Luffy, particularly Nami, he fell into an uncontrollable stupor of infatuation. His eyes sparkled with hearts, his heart raced violently, and he began to bleed profusely from his nose in exaggerated fashion. At that moment, Sanji forgot he was still airborne, oblivious to his moonwalk, and plummeted straight down. Fortunately, he landed directly on the Mary, resulting in a resounding thud as he crashed onto the deck. Even with a bump on his head, he did not utter a sound of pain, instead continually exclaiming how beautiful it was, lost in a daze. It was only when Luffy doused Sanji's head with a bucket of cold water that he returned to his senses. How should one put it? As a member of my crew, your first appearance, a chef whom others had only heard of but never met, was indeed quite embarrassing. Upon witnessing Sanji regain consciousness, Luffy crossed his arms, shaking his head in exasperation, his expression seemingly questioning whether this was truly the chef he had invited. Nami, covering her mouth, giggled softly, her enchanting eyes filled with mirth. She knew that consuming the Suk Nomi had made him remarkably handsome. Yet she had never encountered someone in such a disheveled state as Sanji. Kuina also bore a smile, unable to look away from Sanji's comical disarray after being drenched. When she had heard Luffy claim that Sanji's strength was on par with hers, she had entertained the thought of a friendly competition, but that notion had since evaporated. Usopp and Chopper pondered whether such a man, whose resolve faltered at the sight of beauty, could truly be their comrade. Zoro, without reservation, mocked Sanji, saying, "Captain, why did you recruit such a lecherous chef?" "Who is a lecherous chef? I merely appreciate beauty. It was so stunning that I momentarily lost my composure." "You green-haired fool. Cease your nonsense." Sanji, previously shaking the cold water from his hair as he stood on the deck, felt insulted by the belittlement of his appreciation for beauty. Noticing Zoro's green hair, he retorted, "Who has green hair, you lecherous chef? Who is the lecherous chef? You, with your green hair." The two seemed destined to clash, and barely having met, they were already at each other's throats, their gazes sparking with tension. "All right, you two, cease your bickering." Luffy pushed the two apart and gazed at Sanji, saying, "Did I not instruct you to wait for me in Logue Town? How could you have been pursued by Captain Smoker? Logically, your identity should not have been revealed yet. This is due to my inadvertent exposure of my identity, which led to the pursuit. Captain, I am aware of your formidable strength, yet the current situation in Logue Town is genuinely perilous." Sanji, making a concerted effort to avert his gaze from Nami's beauty, managed to suppress his usual demeanor. He took a deep breath and spoke gravely. In Chapter 152, Hawkeye Takes Action, Sanji had arrived in Logue Town ahead of time. As his identity remained undisclosed, he learned of Captain Smoker's plan to encircle the pirate crew of the Don Quixote family. Furthermore, upon discovering that one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the world's greatest swordsman Dracul Mihawk, was present in Logue Town, he also witnessed the arrival of Vice Admiral Garp. In a state of shock, Sanji, undeterred by the danger, recklessly revealed his identity and dashed towards the sea, heading for the distant ship that had yet to arrive. He was determined to relay the vital information he had obtained to Luffy. As Sanji recounted his experiences, he glossed over the dangerous pursuit by Captain Smoker. Yet everyone aboard understood that if the situation were not urgent, Luffy would not have intervened from afar. Though merely a cook, Sanji proved unexpectedly reliable. A steadfast companion one could count on. Apart from Luffy, who had already placed his trust in Sanji, the others, upon hearing the sequence of events that had led Sanji to them, silently acknowledged his worth. This is the reality, Captain. The circumstances in Low Town are far too dangerous for us. We should not proceed. Sanji stated his conclusion, fixing his gaze on Luffy. Fully aware that Luffy was not one to easily retreat and that the response he received might not align with his hopes. If the captain insists on going, then I shall accompany him at the cost of my own life. Sanji contemplated, recognizing that once aboard the pirate ship, he must follow Luffy's lead. No matter the course of action, Dracul Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, had unexpectedly arrived in the East Blue, precisely in Low Town. The very dream I have long pursued. The target I wish to challenge lies right there before me. Upon hearing Sanji's words, Luffy remained silent, only to notice Zoro, with an expression of fervent excitement. Gazing intently towards the direction of Rogue Town, his hand poised on the hilt of his sword, ready to draw it at any moment. As Luffy turned his head, he indeed beheld the equally excited expression of Kuina, who was tightly gripping the sword, yearning to confront Dracul Mihawk at that very moment. I remarked that the two of them should temper their enthusiasm. Given their current level of strength, facing Mihawk would merely result in a few casual slashes. I surmised that Sanji had gained a profound understanding of Mihawk's formidable prowess. Sanji had previously recounted an unexpected encounter with Mihawk, where he was effortlessly defeated by a mere stroke of the sword. Luffy was not surprised by Sanji's dismal defeat, regardless of how formidable Sanji, Zoro, and Kuina appeared at the outset of their journey. They would still be mere fledglings against Mihawk. Indeed, even a distant strike from Mihawk had compelled me to exert every ounce of my strength to evade it. His power is immense. In my estimation, your abilities are akin to mine, and presently, facing Mihawk would only culminate in a crushing defeat. If anyone among us stood a chance against Mihawk, it would be the captain, for he too could easily vanquish me with a single blow, Sanji replied. Humph, my dreams lie just ahead, even if my strength falters. I shall not retreat, Zoro asserted with unwavering resolve. I share that sentiment, Kuina declared, fully prepared to embrace her fate. Haha, Sanji, you must have noticed. Our companions confront their dreams with a fierce determination to face their demise. How could I possibly falter, regardless of the dangers that await me in Logue Town? The place of execution for the Pirate King, the town that marks both the beginning and the end as a pirate. How could I not pay homage before embarking on the Grand Line? Luffy stood at the forefront, gazing at the distant town of Rogue Town, where numerous Navy officers awaited. His keen eyesight allowed him to spot the figure of Captain Smoker, take note of the bespectacled Tashigi, and even see the donut-eating carp. Moreover, Luffy observed the imposing figure standing atop a house, bearing a black sword. Even from afar, one could sense the piercing gaze of Dracul Mihawk. Rogue Town, I shall conquer it. With a snap, Sanji lit a cigarette, and upon hearing Luffy's unwavering declaration, remarked, "There is no turning back. You are the captain. Since you've decided to go, I must follow. Lady Kuina, Lady Nami, should a battle ensue, I promise to protect you both." Sanji maintained his gentlemanly demeanor, instinctively assuring the two ladies. Although his gaze lingered on Nami, revealing a somewhat lecherous demeanor, which considerably marred his charm. Nami, noticing Sanji's antics, playfully winked at him, causing him to adopt an even more comical expression. Striving to regain his composure, Sanji found it arduous to avert his gaze. Nami could not help but chuckle, finding Sanji's behavior utterly amusing. The flustered Sanji, unable to look at Nami, felt as though his heart might melt at the sound of her laughter. Enough teasing Sanji. If this continues, he might just lose too much blood and perish. Luffy, somewhat exasperated, lightly tapped Nami's head with his hand, then pulled her close to curtail her mischievous antics, effectively obstructing Sanji's line of sight in an effort to help him regain his composure. Hee. Surely this can't be the way one meets their end, can it? Nami chuckled, her disbelief evident, a sentiment echoed by the others. The meaning behind Luffy's words was not lost on them. They recalled Sanji's earlier arrival, where he had gushed blood uncontrollably. If this continued, it would not merely be a matter of excessive blood loss. This was indeed a precarious situation. As Luffy contemplated the original narrative, he recalled Sanji's experiences on Fishman Island. Although those events transpired 2 years ago, they had left him in such a state of fervor that he nearly succumbed to anemia. However, it must be acknowledged that Sanji had a history of such incidents. Captain, I assure you, I shall never meet my demise in the manner you suggest, Sanji retorted, determined to uphold his dignity. That seems rather dubious. I find your captain's words quite plausible, Zoro interjected with a scoff, inexplicably harboring an aversion towards Sanji. I wouldn't be surprised if you were to meet your end by the blade, you green-haired nuisance, Sanji shot back, implying that should he challenge Dracula Mihawk, such would be his fate. Indeed, I believe you ought to be the one to perish by a sword, Zoro replied, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, poised for action, as if ready to strike Sanji at any moment. Come on, I'd prefer to see you kicked to death instead, Sanji retorted defiantly, lifting his foot clad in leather shoes. Enough bickering, the battle approaches, called out Kuro, stepping forward. It was then that they realized the Thousand Sunny was nearing Logtown, where a contingent of Marines awaited, poised to ensnare the Baroque Works pirates. Has Mihawk grown impatient? As Luffy was about to respond, his attention was unexpectedly drawn to the figure of Mihawk, the Hawkeyes, standing atop a distant rooftop. With a swift motion, Mihawk unsheathed his black blade, launching a formidable strike towards Luffy. The powerful slash surged past a group of Navy officers, its blade aura carving a white line across the sea, exuding an unstoppable sharpness and an overwhelming force aimed directly at Luffy. In Chapter 153, Luffy takes action, prior to Mihawk's attack. Colonel Smoker was leading a contingent of Navy personnel at the dock, awaiting the inevitable self-sabotage of the Baroque Works. Frankly, it was evident that this was a trap. Especially with Vice Admiral Garp and Hawkeye's Mihawk present, he truly doubted that Luffy would manage to persevere. However, when Smoker saw the Baroque Works charging straight ahead, he was taken aback yet relieved, realizing that the crew indeed possessed the audacity of youth. Even though Luffy was undeniably powerful and Garp was his grandfather, who might show leniency, and even if Mihawk were merely a warlord of the sea who might not exert his full strength and could possibly just be an observer, the reality was that the current situation in Logtown posed a perilous threat to any pirate crew beneath the Four Emperors. Smoker was uncertain about Luffy's reasoning behind this decision. He chose not to dwell on it, as long as Luffy was advancing. He turned to Vice Admiral Garp and stated, "From here on, I entrust Luffy to you. I shall handle the other members." As he spoke, Smoker felt a flush of embarrassment, recalling how, before the arrival of the Baroque Works, he had confidently proclaimed that the captain, Luffy, was specifically ordered by Fleet Admiral Sengoku to be captured, insisting that Garp need not intervene, for he would certainly apprehend him once he approached. How humiliating it was. Not long after uttering those words, he had barely glimpsed Luffy's face before being frightened off by Luffy's haki, retreating in disarray, and then awkwardly requesting Garp's assistance. Garp, magnanimous in nature, paid no heed to Smoker's prior assertions, casually enjoying a donut while nodding. Rest assured, Luffy is in my care, though that lad's hidden strength must be formidable. I cannot guarantee his capture. Garp's strength was such that he could even apprehend the Pirate King. Thus, Luffy, despite his prowess, should not be a match for Garp. Fool. Silence. Capturing pirates is no simple task. Once they escape? Desbones, surprised, interjected, but Smoker promptly tapped her on the head, interrupting her words. Das, holding her head in confusion over the sudden reprimand, thought to herself, what a fool. Garp's statement implied he would not exert his full strength. Smoker did not blame Garp. Even as a Navy officer, he could not insist that a grandfather devote himself to capturing his grandson. Moreover, as a mere colonel, he had no authority to command Garp. The Pirate King's crew was apprehended under his command, and now, with Garp's assistance, facing the formidable Luffy, who he cannot defeat, is already a gesture of respect. The Pirate King's crew has arrived. We are prepared. Just as Colonel Smoker began to speak, a slicing strike swept over his head, aimed at the approaching pirate ship on the sea. Has Hawkeye Mihawk made his move? So swiftly? Colonel Smoker was taken aback. He had considered the possibility of Mihawk intervening, yet he had not anticipated that Mihawk would be the first to act, launching his strike before the vessel even came to a halt, as if he were eager to engage. For Mihawk, his arrival in the East Blue was driven by boredom and an eagerness to witness Luffy, to see if he truly possessed the monstrous potential that Shanks had praised. With boundless future achievements, he was aware that Sanji had managed to escape his casual strike. When Colonel Smoker returned unsuccessful in his pursuit of Sanji and revealed that Sanji was indeed a member of the Pirate King's crew, Luffy's companions, It became clear that Luffy, the captain of the Pirate King's crew, was the very individual he sought to evaluate. Mihawk understood that remaining in Logtown, even without initially knowing whom Colonel Smoker was after, would ultimately lead to awareness of such significant events. It didn't take long for him to learn what he needed to know. Luffy, with such an audacious moniker and the endorsement of Shanks, piqued his curiosity. He yearned to witness whether Luffy's strength was commensurate with his reputation. Without hesitation, Mihawk drew his black blade and unleashed a powerful strike toward the ship approaching Logtown. This strike was far more potent than the casual blow aimed at Sanji, for Sanji, as a crew member of Luffy, undoubtedly possessed greater strength. Thus, Mihawk amplified his power to a level approximating that of a vice-admiral. In Mihawk's estimation, if Sanji had the prowess of a vice-commander, then Luffy must possess the strength of a commander, perhaps even an elite commander, nearing the threshold of a vice-admiral's might. Mihawk's speculation regarding Luffy's strength was already quite audacious. His keen, eagle-like eyes scrutinized the scene, contemplating whether Luffy would barely manage to block his strike, withstand it with effort, or fail to defend against it altogether. Colonel Smoker and the assembled navy held their breath, wide-eyed, anticipating how Luffy would counter this formidable attack. The sound of crunching donuts filled the air as Carp eagerly munched away, intrigued by the manner in which Luffy would defend himself. He had not entertained the notion that Luffy might fail, that death could be a possibility. Not only those at the dock were curious about how Luffy would withstand the strike. Aboard the Mary, everyone fixed their gaze upon Luffy, awaiting his response. Indeed, it was impressive, truly impressive. Undoubtedly, the formidable slash from Hawkeye Mihawk, striking from afar, instantly sent chills down the spines of the companions aboard the ship. As if drenched in icy water, Zoro and Kuina trembled, their hands shaking. Ignorance once shielded them from fear, but now, confronted with even a mere exertion of Mihawk's might, they were acutely aware of the insurmountable chasm between them. In light of their current abilities, the prospect of overcoming Hawkeye Mihawk appeared utterly hopeless. However, do not despair. No one is born invincible. It is only through relentless pursuit, unwavering effort, and countless trials between life and death that one can gradually attain strength and supremacy. Thus, rest assured, though your current powers may be feeble, by embarking on the grand adventure of the Grand Line with me, you shall one day grow formidable. Therefore, in the face of this daunting situation, as your captain, it is my duty to step forward while you are still in your nascent stages of growth. Luffy placed his hands firmly on Zoro and Kuina's shoulders, as if his powerful grip could dispel their despair. While conversing, he advanced to the forefront, his upright form gradually emanating an overwhelming aura of authority. Luffy's silhouette instilled a sense of reassurance in everyone, banishing their fears as if the sky itself could collapse without evoking trepidation. Year second, Armament Haki, 6-power secret technique, Triple Mountain Puncture Fist. Luffy entered his second gear, distinct from the previous crimson steam that emanated from him. Now, under the potent mastery of life restoration, there was no more vapor sweat. Instead, his entire being radiated a vivid red hue. This shade resembled the enchanting glow concealed within glassy jade, exuding an odd yet exquisite beauty. In Chapter 154, the prowess of Luffy's various forms was showcased as the resplendent red light gleamed upon his rubbery physique, imparting a lustrous, crystalline elegance akin to that of a finely crafted sculpture. In this second gear, empowered by the life restoration, the potential for vitality depletion was entirely eliminated, and the augmentation of strength was significantly amplified. After a decade of diligent refinement, Luffy's command over life restoration had grown immensely, rendering his second gear more flawless than ever. It could be said that if Luffy's ordinary state possessed a strength rating of 1, his second gear escalated this power by nearly 5-fold. The physical strength of his normal state, combined with his instinct and the application of armament haki in combat, represented his baseline capability. Now, as Luffy activated his second gear, he infused his right fist with armament haki. Rob Lucci, adept in the 6 powers, could unleash the profound techniques of this martial art, and Luffy was no less capable. The technique known as Mountain Crusher unleashed a formidable force coupled with a penetrating energy akin to striking through a mountain to hit a cow on the other side. A single strike against a mountain not only shattered its surface, but also caused the energy to permeate the very core, reducing the fragmented rock to dust. Such mastery over force required the formidable control afforded by life restoration, enabling Luffy to execute it. Ultimately, Luffy unleashed his self-created Nail Fist, delivering a powerful combination of 3 successive Mountain Crusher strikes. With his second gear augmented by armament haki and the six powers, Luffy's punch now carried tremendous might. As his astonished companions looked on, Luffy's fist, which had retracted into his arm, suddenly propelled outward just moments before Mihawk's strike would reach him, releasing a resounding explosion. Boom! The sound echoed as a fierce wave of air resonated from Luffy's fist, unleashing an invisible yet formidable force that surged beyond the ship, leaving a distinct indentation upon the ocean's surface. The distance of the invisible force dictated the extent of the impression left behind. On one side was a powerful slash, the tip of the blade barely grazing the sea, creating a slender white line. On the other, an expansive imprint formed by Luffy's powerful invisible punch. The two forces rapidly approached each other, colliding in midair above the ocean in a matter of breaths. Boom, boom, boom. The initial sound resonated as Luffy's invisible punch shattered one-third of Mihawk's strike in a single blow. Immediately following, a second tremor echoed, as the dissipating force of the intangible fist was bolstered by a surge of latent power, regaining its formidable strength and shattering a substantial portion of the remaining slashing attack. With another resounding clash, the waning intangible fist surged once more, effectively dismantling the slashing strike entirely. Furthermore, the intangible fist, having dispersed the slashing force, retained an astonishing 70 to 80% of its original potency due to the repeated support from behind. Thus, the intangible fist pressed forward, soaring above the dock and conjuring a tempest that disheveled the attire and hair of the naval personnel below. The ultimate destination of the intangible fist was none other than Dracula Mihawk. Intriguingly, his strength exceeded my expectations. In astonishment, I remarked as Mihawk wielded his black blade, cleaving the oncoming intangible fist in two. The severed halves, as they dissipated, unleashed a powerful gust that sent tiles flying from rooftops, wildly rustling Mihawk's overcoat. Is this real? Dracula Mihawk's striking prowess is such that he not only deflected the attack but continued to direct it toward him. That previous punch was undoubtedly the strength of a vice admiral. Colonel Smoker gazed, astounded, at the figure standing at the bow of the ship. He was not of the vice admiral's caliber. However, his understanding was not lacking, despite his reluctance to accept it. The power of Luffy's punch undeniably belonged to the realm of a vice admiral. Although merely a preliminary entry into that echelon, it was indeed vice admiral strength. Certainly. Mihawk's slash could be categorized as that of a near vice admiral, akin to a star of war. Luffy's punch, which obliterated the slash and still targeted Mihawk, was indeed the force of a vice admiral. Thus, Luffy's strength in his ordinary state equated to that of a stellar figure, on the verge of vice admiral might. Utilizing his second gear enhancement, combined with his mastery of martial arts, he achieved the level of a vice admiral, employing the more potent, perfected third gear. Alongside his martial prowess, he could contend with the pinnacle of vice admirals. The fourth gear represented the strength to withstand an emperor of the sea. Grandfather, are you here to send me off to sea? The Going Merry approached the dock, with Luffy at the forefront, his aura of pressure undiminished as he threw his fist, evoking a profound sense of intimidation in the eyes of a bewildered Colonel Smoker and the assembled navy. A gulp echoed, the nervous sound of a naval officer swallowing hard. And grandfather? Who is the grandfather that Luffy speaks of? How infuriating. Luffy, you wretched grandson. Did you not say you would enter the navy with your grandfather? How could you set sail as a pirate without a word? You deceived me. This is utterly despicable. I came here to capture you and throw you into the depths of the sea prison. Carp immediately stepped forward, pointing at Luffy and berating him, his anger palpable. Let me clarify. I have never explicitly stated that I would become a navy officer. Luffy shrugged his shoulders, feigning innocence. Carp was taken aback for a moment, but his anger quickly surged. Then you were even more despicable. All this time, you have merely been toying with me. No, Luffy replied with conviction. It is simply that you did not inquire thoroughly enough. That is nothing but a clever excuse to speak so boldly to me. It appears you believe you have outgrown your wings and no longer regard me with respect. Very well, I shall let you experience my grandfather's affectionate iron fist once more. With that, Carp dismissed reason and raised his fist, a grin spreading across his face. Luffy clenched his fists, the sound of cracking bones echoing provocatively. Just right, he declared. Over the years, under the tender guidance of my grandfather's powerful fists, I have longed to repay him. Indeed, I will show you that my grandfather's fists remain as formidable as ever. And know this, I am no longer a child, I have grown, and my fists have hardened, ready to deliver a blow that you will not forget. The exchange between grandfather and grandson was fierce, their gazes locked in a fiery standoff. The grandfather sought to reaffirm his authority, while the grandson aimed to fulfill a childhood vow to strike his grandfather with all his might. Thus, their impending battle was inevitable. After a few exchanged words, they charged at one another, raising their iron fists. Wait, are they really going to fight? The onlookers were baffled. What has to deal with their relationship? Isn't anyone going to explain? Led by Daz Bones, the curious Navy personnel were left to wonder in silence. Aboard the Thousand Sunny, aside from the two women who were already aware of Luffy's close ties to him, the rest of the crew was equally intrigued, particularly Sanji, who lamented that their previous adventures had been in vain. Had he known that Admiral Carp was Luffy's grandfather, he would have been far less anxious. Chapter 155, A Duel with Carp. The gossip of the bystanders was of no concern to the two combatants. Luffy harbors an intense desire, one that has simmered for many years, to land a punch on Garp. He never anticipated that Garp would be waiting for him in Town, just before he embarks on the Grand Line. To fulfill this long-held wish prior to his journey would undoubtedly bring him immense joy. For the sake of this aspiration, he charges forth. In his second gear state, empowered by his peculiar life-returning ability, he can maintain this form for an extended duration. Moreover, the techniques of the Nail Fist and the Six Powers can be executed without exhausting his full strength, allowing Luffy to utilize them as ordinary moves. This peculiar resilience bestowed by his life-returning ability is what enables him to wield the strength of an admiral with the combination of his second gear and physical techniques, albeit only a few times. The Arm 7 Nail Fist, infused with armament haki, represents Luffy's utmost effort in his second gear. When combined with the Nail Fist, he can achieve an astonishing 13 strikes at his limit. The technique, Collapsing Mountain, allows for 6 consecutive strikes. Beyond this, he cannot push further, as the self-created Nail Fist is not easily wielded. For an ordinary person to unleash a full punch requires deep concentration and focus. Yet, Luffy, this extraordinary being, can deliver 13 consecutive punches at full power and execute 6 strikes using techniques that demand complete mental and physical exertion. Such prowess is nothing short of remarkable. In Luffy's second gear state, each strike empowered by his haki represents an initial level of admiral strength. The 7-strike punch, characterized by 7 consecutive bursts of this formidable power, is truly formidable. Haha, the Bone Fist, Iron Fist. Carp, keenly aware of the extraordinary nature of Luffy's punch, began to take it seriously, laughing heartily as he summoned a portion of his strength and utilized his own haki, without hesitation launching his fist to meet Luffy's in collision. Bang! The two obsidian fists clashed violently, producing a resounding clang, sparks flying as if they were 2 iron hammers colliding, a sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. A fierce wind erupted from the point of impact, rapidly expanding like a miniature tempest. Whether it was Colonel Smoker and his crew, or those aboard the ship, the sound of their fists colliding sent a wave of unease through them, as if something within them yearned to leap free. The gust compelled them to squint against the force of the wind. Bang! 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 The 7 consecutive strikes from Luffy were far from simple. Even with Carp's forewarning, he found himself momentarily forced back by the torrent of power surging forth, akin to relentless waves crashing upon the shore. Oh, such exquisite technique. Let us continue, Carp mused. Having personally experienced Luffy's 7-strike punch, he immediately grasped the incredible nature of the technique. Even as a master of martial arts, he recognized that such a skill was beyond his reach. After all, a true full power strike necessitates unwavering strength. How could one simultaneously deliver multiple blows? Witnessing Luffy's 7-strike technique was akin to discovering a new continent upon the boundless sea, filling him with exhilaration, though he may not be able to replicate it. It did not diminish his opportunity to observe and appreciate it. Bone Fist, Iron Fist, shattering bones. Given the distinctive nature of Luffy's technique, a similar level of force would be insufficient to withstand the successive onslaught. Thus, if Carp were to confront Luffy's fists, he would need to exert a strength surpassing that of Luffy's. Carp shouted as he prepared to strike, his right arm enveloped in haki, the dark sheen resembling armor adorning his limb. This punch embodied the peak strength of an admiral. In a fleeting moment, Luffy discerned that a conventional full-force punch, even from a junior admiral possessing the cumulative strength of 13 consecutive strikes, would struggle to withstand the might of Carp's blow. The hierarchy from quasi-admirals, junior admirals, to peak admirals, near the 4 emperors, and ultimately to the 4 emperors themselves reveals a significant disparity in power at each tier, just as with Carp's punch. Should Luffy's utmost effort fail to shatter the force of his strike, Even a relentless barrage of 13 punches may not suffice to break through. The sixth form's ultimate technique, threefold mountain-crushing fist, attains its designation as an ultimate precisely because its power and finesse far surpass that of ordinary fists. The mountain-crushing technique embodies both superficial and profound forms of energy, with each manifestation exhibiting strength that eclipses that of a standard punch. Thus, every strike of the mountain-crushing technique, in terms of raw power, vastly exceeds that of a typical full-force punch, posing a genuine threat to the mightiest of peak admirals. Luffy harbors unwavering confidence in his ability to counter Cap's formidable might with a single punch. Yet one may ponder why he appeared somewhat lacking when faced with the blade of Mihawk. This discrepancy arises from the inherent nature of a swordsman's strike, which is tailored for long-range assaults, whereas a punch is not its forte at a distance. It thrives in close combat, where the collision of fists can truly unleash its power. As the scene unfolds, both combatants' forearms resemble slender black armor, and their fists collide with earth-shattering force. In that instant, the air becomes thick with tension, every onlooker's expression freezes, and time seems to come to a standstill. A thunderous roar erupts, awakening all from their stupor, as if their very beings have been jolted, leaving them teetering on the brink of collapse, engulfed in a sense of impending doom. A tempest rages, sending nearby Navy personnel hurtling through the air, while the sea churns violently, generating towering waves that threaten to capsize the Going Merry. After a considerable pause, the chaotic scene gradually subsides. The spectators shake their dazed heads, regaining a semblance of clarity, and as recollections flood back, they turn their gaze toward the two combatants. A massive crater now marks what was once the dock, leaving them in awe of the sheer magnitude of the spectacle. The Navy had positioned themselves at the dock's edge, the innermost part of Rogue Town, with ample space before them originally designated for the arrival of the Don Quixote pirates. The crew's arrival precipitated an immediate clash, with Luffy and his grandfather engaging in combat, resulting in the dock's substantial obliteration with each successive punch. Such is the power of these titans. Colonel Smoker's lips twitch as he reflects on his decision to refrain from recklessly challenging Luffy. Fortuitously, with Carp present, it seems the young pirate, while formidable, has yet to reach his grandfather's level of strength. Luffy and Garp exchanged a powerful punch, shattering the dock and creating a vast pit from which the sea began to surge forth. Yet, Garp remained steadfast, unmoving in his original position, with a small patch of ground beneath his feet retaining its form. In contrast, Luffy had already been thrust back above the surface of the water. Standing on the waves and gazing at Garp, a faint, enigmatic smile gracing his lips. It was this very scene that prompted Colonel Smoker to form his judgment. Enough of this spectacle. The formidable Monkey D. Luffy will contend with Vice Admiral Garp, while we shall capture the remaining members of the pirate crew. With that, Colonel Smoker led the charge towards the Moby Dick, which had run aground due to the tumultuous waves. Behind him, the bespectacled Dashiji and a throng of Marines shouted as they followed in pursuit. Chapter 156. The first encounter of two maidens. They're here. Let us disembark to confront them. Fighting aboard the ship would only damage the Moby Dick. Kuro adjusted his glasses and leaped off the vessel, his countenance betraying no fear as he faced the approaching Marines. With a swift motion of his hands, a pair of iron claws extended from his wrists with a metallic clang. Very well, I shall fell them all before challenging Mihawk, Zoro declared, wrapping his green bandana around his hair, leaping to Kuro's side, swords in hand, the blade of Yoru clenched between his teeth, exuding an aura of fierce determination. With Kuina wielding her sword, Usopp brandishing a slingshot, Sanji smoking a cigarette, and the alluring Nami standing resolutely alongside them, they faced the oncoming tide of Marines led by Colonel Smoker without trepidation. Everyone, can I take on Colonel Smoker? Sanji suddenly interjected. Our previous encounters ended in a stalemate. Humph. I hope this time we 1T have to intervene, Zoro replied, his tone brusque yet in agreement. That 1T happen, Sanji asserted resolutely, confident that, free from external distractions, he could fully dedicate himself to battling Colonel Smoker, feeling the lingering pain in his back yet determined not to be easily bested again. You members of the pirate crew shall not escape today. Colonel Smoker charged forward, first addressing Sanji, who had previously clashed with him, then turning his gaze to the others. Zoro, the sword demon, Kuina, the prodigious female swordsman, and the remaining three, whose bounties have yet to be established. One with a slingshot or an archer? Clad in a butler's black attire, wearing glasses, and wielding a pair of claws. This one seems familiar as well. And the last one is quite stunning. As Colonel Smoker assessed the situation, He found himself momentarily captivated by Nami's beauty, his heart racing despite his usual disinterest in women. Stay composed. No matter how beautiful she is, she remains a pirate. Colonel Smoker shook his head, halting his unfounded musings and diverting his gaze from Nami. No longer concerned with analyzing her situation, he brandished his jit, transforming his lower body into smoke, and charged ahead. Unbeknownst to him, all four, Kazuki Kuina, Rorinoa Zoro, Sanji, and Frankie had mastered the art of haki. Among them, Zoro was the mightiest, standing on the precipice of mastery. Kuina and Sanji were slightly less formidable, while Frankie was the weakest, only barely proficient, capable of manifesting the black substance of haki with great effort. Thus, in ordinary combat, Frankie refrained from utilizing his haki, reserving it for a critical moment when he could catch his opponent off guard. The other three, however, had become adept at wielding haki in battle. Consequently, when Colonel Smoker recklessly advanced alone, they could have easily combined their strengths to deliver a devastating blow, potentially overwhelming him. Unfortunately, despite Frankie's inclination towards collaboration, the other three were proud and preferred to engage in solitary combat, neglecting the opportunity to defeat Colonel Smoker together. As Colonel Smoker charged forward, only Sanji acknowledged him. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, Sanji utilized the shave technique to vanish, reappearing before Colonel Smoker in an instant, launching a fierce kick aimed at his head. Initially, Colonel Smoker intended to withstand the blow, relying on his elemental transformation. However, from the corner of his eye, he perceived a power emanating from Sanji's foot that sent a shiver down his spine. A dark aura accompanied it, starkly contrasting with the black of his shoes. In a critical moment, Colonel Smoker expertly deflected the kick with his jit, but was forced back several meters, exclaiming, "You can use haki? What's so strange about using haki? Our captain can do it, so of course we can as well," Sanji retorted, executing a series of exquisite kicks while attacking Colonel Smoker. Observing that each of Sanji's strikes was imbued with haki, Colonel Smoker abandoned any notions of flashy maneuvers and opted to respond with his elemental abilities. He blocked Sanji's kick with his jit, astonished. "What? This is serious." Anxiety gripped Colonel Smoker as he realized his plan relied on leveraging his elemental advantages and the distraction posed by his numerous naval subordinates to capture all members save for Monkey D. Luffy. He never anticipated that not only Sanji but also other comrades possessed the ability to wield haki. This revelation bewildered him. When had even the lesser-known pirates in the East Blue, a region scarce with strong warriors, begun to demonstrate haki, a rarity even in the Grand Line's first half? Moreover, their captain, Monkey D., Luffy, wielded haki with monstrous strength. Colonel Smoker had never considered that, even if he acknowledged Luffy's prowess. The other members would also be capable of such abilities, according to the experiences of the formidable individuals in this world. The conventional path to enhancement involves elevating one's strength to the level of a rear admiral before delving into the mastery of haki. However, to my astonishment, the formidable Don Quixote pirates have deviated from this established norm. This formidable Sanji, the Blackleg of Hell, has already acquired the ability to wield haki, which renders it exceedingly difficult for me to triumph over him in the immediate future. Furthermore, the Don Quixote pirates openly boast two swordsmen, both of whom are likely proficient in haki as well. Consequently, with merely myself and these naval subordinates, capturing them appears an insurmountable challenge. Colonel Smoker pondered. As the agonizing cries of his naval comrades reached his ears, it is hardly surprising, as he finds himself ensnared by Sanji, unable to extricate himself. With only his naval subordinates at his disposal, how could they possibly contend against two swordsmen and other unidentified members of formidable strength? Dasky, I sincerely hope you refrain from acting impulsively this time. Colonel Smoker silently expressed concern for his clumsy subordinate. This female Navy officer bears a striking resemblance to you. Kuina. As Colonel Smoker engaged in combat with Sanji, the delayed naval reinforcements finally arrived before them. Standing at the forefront of the naval ranks, Dasky captured everyone's attention. "We are nothing alike. I could never accept that someone resembling me would turn to piracy. I am resolute in my intention to personally apprehend you, the prodigious swordswoman Kuina." From the moment Dasky laid eyes on Kuina's bounty poster, she was taken aback, feeling a deep sense of affront. She adhered to the justice of the Navy and could not fathom a doppelganger like Kuina embracing a life of piracy. Through her spectacles, Dasky's gaze was resolute as she unsheathed her sword, disregarding the others, and charged towards Kuina with a fervent battle cry. Dasky emanated an impressive aura, prompting Kuina to arch an eyebrow at the Navy officer who bore her likeness, gripping the hilt of her sword in preparation to counter Dasky's assault. Unexpectedly, as Dasky surged forward, her foot caught on an uneven stone, causing her to tumble. With a resounding thud, she fell before Kuina, her glasses flying off to the side. Kuina's expression darkened. What was this? After all, this female Navy officer shared her appearance, making it feel as though it was her own dignity that had been compromised by such a clumsy fall. Chapter 157. A one-sided battlefield. How utterly foolish of me. In such a perilous battleground, how could I allow myself to stumble? Where have my glasses gone? This is disastrous. I am certain she will seize this opportunity to best me and mock me mercilessly. How humiliating. Dasky scrambled on the ground in a flurry, desperately searching for her glasses. Being extremely nearsighted, she remained oblivious to the fact that her glasses lay just beside her, merely an arm's length away. What is this? Kuina gazed at Dasky in disbelief, utterly astonished by the presence of such a clumsy naval officer. What was even more intolerable to her was that Dasky bore a striking resemblance to her own face. Observing Dasky's futile attempts to grasp her glasses, Kuina could no longer contain herself. She bent down, retrieved the glasses, and presented them to Dasky. As the glasses were brought to her line of sight, Dasky finally took notice, hurriedly putting them on and instinctively expressing her gratitude. Thank you. I truly appreciate your help. However, upon realizing her own words, she turned to Kuina, who was wearing an amused expression, and felt her face flush with embarrassment. To express gratitude towards a pirate, towards an enemy, left her feeling utterly humiliated. How infuriating. Just because you picked up my glasses doesn't mean I will let you go, Dasky declared, brandishing her sword at Kuina, gritting her teeth. You are mistaken. It is not you who will let me go, but rather I who must contemplate whether to release you. Kuina retorted. Look around you. Do your fellow Navy officers still stand a chance? Upon hearing Kuina's words, Dasky immediately became aware of the previously overlooked cries of agony and was startled, glancing around her. The senses of sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, and thought are the 6 faculties of a human being, complemented by the elements of good, evil, and neutrality, each possessing their own clarity and pollution. Three-sword style, 108 troublesome winds. This technique, originally learned during the events on Skypiea, had been mastered by Zoro due to Luffy's influence. The chaotic blade energy raged within a radius of several dozen meters, leaving numerous Navy officers injured, some collapsing with rolled-back eyes, while others were propelled into the air, helpless to control their bodies. Three-sword style, Demon Slash. Three-sword style, Tiger Hunt. Not a single Navy officer managed to hold their ground against him. As for their firearms, the bullets they fired were easily deflected by Zoro's sword, and with his observation haki, he could effortlessly evade them, rendering them utterly harmless. Determined to challenge Dracul Mihawk, Zoro did not slow his pace, rapidly unleashing his techniques and continuously felling Navy officers. Deadly move, Starlit Gunpowder Star. Usopp launched his oversized slingshot, releasing a barrage of self-made potent explosives that detonated among the Navy ranks, rivaling the power of cannon fire. Deadly move, Fire Phoenix. He sent forth a specially crafted small cannonball from his slingshot, resembling a phoenix in flight, ablaze with flames, cutting a fierce path through the Navy. Of course, it was not solely Usopp who was attacking. The Navy continued to fire back relentlessly. Nevertheless, Usopp skillfully evaded their projectiles with his paper drawings, sustaining no injuries whatsoever. This was a painful lesson learned from the brutal experiences imposed by Luffy. Damn it, die. A competent Navy officer approached from behind, swinging a sword at Usopp. With a swift twist of his body, Usopp adeptly dodged the attack and struck the officer on the head with his slingshot, knocking him unconscious. My apologies. Although I am a sniper, I possess my own strength as well, Usopp declared, once again wielding his slingshot to send several advancing Navy officers flying. Through years of rigorous training, Luffy has honed his skills to a level comparable to that of an ordinary colonel in the Navy headquarters, excluding exceptional figures like Smoker. Coupled with his remarkable marksmanship, he poses a significant threat even to those of the rank of lieutenant commander. Usopp employs his agility to create distance from the Navy, utilizing his slingshot for sniping. With Luffy's financial backing, he has devised an array of powerful projectiles and explosives. This confrontation with the numerous Navy officers presents a rare opportunity for real combat testing. Amidst the throng of Navy personnel, Usopp cannot always maintain distance. However, should he find himself in close quarters, his slingshot is ready to send them flying. Usopp, while primarily a long-range sniper, displays a certain level of ferocity in his approach. On the other hand, Kuro embodies the essence of a nimble and ruthless predator. The shadows dance around the Navy soldiers as his feline claws glisten with a silvery sheen, mercilessly slicing through their ranks. The cries of the fallen echo, and the remaining officers, gripped by terror, hesitate, their aim faltering as they struggle to track Kuro's swift movements. Surrounded by comrades, they dare not fire. Utterly mundane. Suddenly, Kuro materializes, pausing to adjust his glasses, blood dripping from his claws. Now fire. A Navy officer, seizing an opportunity, shouts for his comrades to take aim. Navi, they attempt to act. Before the bullets can reach him, Kuro vanishes once more, continuing his grim harvest. His silent steps, already swift, have been enhanced with the technique of shave, granting him half its speed. Although his silent steps consume less stamina than shave, they prove ideal for dealing with these Navy officers. As for Kuro's ultimate weapon, the spoon, its velocity surpasses even shave, marking it as an extension of that technique. Dressed in a black butler's outfit and wielding his feline claws, he moves with silent precision, coldly reaping the lives of the Navy personnel. Faced with Kuro, the officers are paralyzed by fear, desperately seeking escape. Are you truly going to harm me? Nami's delicate and pitiful demeanor leaves the nearby Navy soldiers conflicted. Their weapons raised but fingers hesitant to pull the trigger. Do not jest. I am a Navy officer, and you are a pirate. Mercy is not an option. Besides, our comrades are being slaughtered by your allies. Let their sacrifices not be in vain. Fire. Under the command of a resolute officer, they shut their eyes and pull the triggers. Why close their eyes? Out of dread at the sight of Nami, unable to bring themselves to shoot. Ah, I'm dead. I'm done for. Just kidding. As Nami witnesses the barrage of bullets approaching, her heart races. Had it not been for Luffy's prior validation of her abilities, she might have attempted to evade with shave. Ultimately, she finds that the bullets slide harmlessly past her smooth skin, leaving no trace behind. Nami squinted and smiled, jesting, how could that be? Even with my eyes closed. I know the bullets were aimed at me. The Navy personnel opened their eyes, unable to believe that Nami remained unscathed. I must say, you are truly heartless. You actually fired at me. After hitting me once, do you intend to shoot again? Nami found herself enjoying the situation. Relishing the notion that her beauty rendered the Navy incapable of harming her, it was undeniably amusing. Fighting and killing are so exhausting. This is the true essence of a lady's combat, she lamented, as she fully harnessed the powers of her smooth fruit for the first time. Her already radiant skin became even more dazzling, enhancing her beauty. How exquisite. The soldiers found themselves unable to pull the trigger, their hearts racing with affection. Their expressions transforming into that of enamored puppies, completely entranced by Nami's allure. Even those among them who regained a semblance of consciousness found their fingers seemingly bewitched, unable to press the trigger when confronted with her enchanting visage. Chapter 158. The persistence of Justice. Sanji delivered a swift and forceful kick aimed at his opponent's neck, empowered by the hockey of armament. Should Colonel Smoker fail to block it or not elementalize in time, it would result in severe injury. However, Colonel Smoker adeptly intercepted the attack with his weapon, swiftly transforming one arm into smoke and retaliating with a white punch directed at Sanji. In the blink of an eye, Sanji vanished from his original position, reappearing behind Colonel Smoker to execute a fierce kick to his cheek. Yet, Smoker's head had already elementalized, allowing Sanji's foot to pass through a cloud of smoke before reverting to its original form. Without glancing back, Smoker enveloped himself in smoke, sending several solid, serpentine tendrils spiraling toward Sanji. Sanji's pupils constricted, becoming ensnared by Smoker's smoky tendrils would be troublesome. Fortunately, he had anticipated this and without the slightest hesitation, utilized the shave technique to evade. Another shave, how bothersome, Smoker mused. He understood that as long as Sanji possessed the shave technique, his smoke would struggle to ensnare him. Even attempting a large-scale attack would ultimately be torn apart by Sanji's explosive strength, a fact already proven. Had Sanji lacked the shave technique, Smoker could have gradually worn down his stamina, awaiting an opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. Yet, such a strategy was now unattainable. With a swift motion, Smoker's wrist transformed into smoke, launching a rapid strike towards Sanji. This time, Sanji did not evade with shave. Instead, he delivered a direct kick imbued with haki to dispel the smoky attack. He executed a shoulder kick, following the same strategy, first using shave to close the distance, then striking with a kick aimed at Colonel Smoker's shoulder, followed by an abdominal kick, a crescent kick, and a thigh kick. Sanji continuously employed the technique of Soru, his figure appearing and vanishing with remarkable agility. After deftly evading the smoke emitted by Colonel Smoker, he unleashed a series of ferocious kicks aimed at his opponent. Colonel Smoker remained resolute, skillfully countering Sanji's assaults, either shielding himself with his jutty or evading the strikes through elemental transformation. Although he was temporarily at a disadvantage against Sanji, his Logia fruit powers rendered him not easily vanquished. After delivering a relentless barrage of kicks, Sanji re-emerged a short distance away. Sharing the same sentiment as Colonel Smoker, this was indeed troublesome. His Busashoka haki was not particularly strong, even if he unleashed his full power with the Diable Jam. Smoker could mitigate half of the impact with his elemental abilities, leaving him with only minor injuries from the remaining force. Thus, realizing that an all-out effort would not determine the victor, Sanji chose not to squander his energy, instead relying on the speed of Saru and his kicking prowess to engage Smoker. You cannot apprehend us. Just look around at your subordinates' plight. If you wish to avoid their complete annihilation, it would be prudent to withdraw and take your men with you, Sanji thought, aware that a prolonged struggle would yield no decisive outcome. Glancing at the overwhelming battlefield on the other side, a sense of compassion compelled him to counsel Colonel Smoker. Indeed, due to my miscalculations regarding your pirate crew's strength, my attempt to capture you has utterly failed, Colonel Smoker admitted in a heavy tone, his gaze drifting to the chaotic scene where his men were on the brink of collapse, feeling a profound sense of anguish and helplessness. Yet, even when faced with impending defeat, as a Navy officer committed to justice, he could not falter in the face of death or retreat before pirates. As a member of the Navy, he understood that the pursuit of capturing pirates would inevitably lead to dire situations like this. If he were to back down now, there would only be more such encounters in the future. He could not allow his sense of justice to be sullied. Retreating was not an option. With a resolute shout, Colonel Smoker proclaimed his unwavering conviction and charged at Sanji with his jutty raised. Sanji raised his leg high to block the incoming strike and questioned, "Is it worth sacrificing your subordinates for the sake of your justice?" Memories of his beloved subordinates flooded Smoker's mind, particularly his clumsy ensign, Tashigi. He shut his eyes in pain, only to reopen them with a steadfast gaze. They, as members of the Navy, have already accepted the same fate as I. With a fierce cry, Colonel Smoker unleashed a frenzied onslaught of attacks. He wished to avoid discussing such heavy topics with Sanji, fearing that his newly fortified resolve might waver under further scrutiny. Sanji, recognizing Smoker's avoidance of reality, suppressed his own compassion and focused intently on countering the Colonel's wild strikes. Clang! You cannot defeat me. Cease this futile struggle. Kuina swiftly pivoted, her sword deftly deflecting Daski's assault, leaving her unsteady and nearly toppling over. Observe those Navy officers. They are on the brink of collapse under my comrade's relentless onslaught. If you wish to spare them from certain demise, I strongly advise you to orchestrate a retreat. Turning her gaze toward the battlefield where Zoro and Kuro were engaged, Kuina felt no resentment toward her companions for their bloody rampage. However, she could not bear the thought of the Navy officers losing their lives in such a brutal manner. Addressing Daski, she implored, "Cease this madness." Daski, despite her reluctance, responded with unwavering resolve, "From the moment we embraced our roles as Navy officers, we have accepted the inevitability of death in our pursuit of justice and the capture of pirates. If I were to lead them to safety now, it would be an affront to their sense of justice." As she spoke, she brandished her sword once more and charged at Kuina, declaring, "Do not underestimate me. Even as a woman, I shall not cower or weep in the face of death." In a moment of clarity, Kuina observed the stubborn determination etched on Daski's face, and it stirred within her a sense of recognition. Quickly regaining her focus, she blocked the incoming blade with her own weapon. "I acknowledge your courage. Henceforth, I shall unleash my true strength against you," Kuina stated earnestly. "Come." Daski, fully aware that Kuina's seriousness would spell her defeat, did not flinch in fear. With a resounding clash, Kuina struck with fervor, her form darting behind Daski in a flash. Daski blinked in confusion, feeling a sudden pain, an unmistakable sensation of being struck. When had it happened? She was caught completely off guard. With a thud, Daski fell to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The once tranquil sea was now roiling violently, as if titanic beasts were thrashing about beneath the surface. Two figures, for fists, stood resolutely upon the waves, seemingly impervious to sinking, as though they trod upon solid ground. The metallic ring of clashing fists echoed, sparks flying from the collisions. The forearms of both combatants appeared clad in dark armor as they collided with ferocity once more. Instantly, A powerful shockwave emanated from their clash, causing the surrounding waters to swell into towering waves. The two fist-bearers were none other than Luffy and Garp. Luffy's punches resonated with 10 thunderous booms, conjuring a cascade of waterfalls upon the sea, temporarily forcing Garp's fists back. Chapter 159, Third Gear, Red Giant Grandfather. Your fists remain as formidable as ever. Even in his second gear state, executing a rapid series of punches against Garp's unwavering strength, which stood at the pinnacle of admiralty. Luffy could only just manage to separate their fists. Feeling a twinge of soreness in his own hands, he exclaimed, "It seems I can hardly make a dent." "Ha ha ha, indeed. My fists have always been as solid as steel. However, your fists are indeed quite formidable. I had suspected that you were concealing a certain degree of strength, but I never imagined it to be of such magnitude. Moreover, when did you surreptitiously acquire the 6 styles of the Navy? If I recall correctly, I never imparted that knowledge to you." Garp stood firmly on the surface of the sea, his stance unwavering, a skill only achievable through mastery of the moonwalk and Jeppo techniques. The fact that Luffy could tread the water in such a manner, along with his proficiency in the ultimate techniques of the 6 styles, clearly indicates his remarkable command over the Navy's martial arts, much like Garp himself. This left Garp thoroughly perplexed. "Oomph, ha ha ha." Luffy tilted his head back, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. "You may not have taught me the 6 styles of the Navy, but surely, Grandpa, you must remember? When I was 3 years old, you demonstrated and explained the 6 styles right before my eyes." Garp's expression shifted in surprise as he recalled that distant memory, his eyes widening in disbelief. "The 6 styles of the Navy are incredibly challenging to master. You learned them after just a single demonstration?" He added, "Not only the 6 styles, but also the technique of returning life, just like this." Luffy unveiled yet another revelation that left Garp utterly astonished, momentarily causing him to lose focus. Seizing this opportunity, Luffy employed the advanced technique of Saru, known as Shuinpa. This technique, far surpassing the speed of Saru, resembled a flash of lightning, an embodiment of light itself. Seemingly disregarding the constraints of spatial distance, allowing him to instantaneously manifest at his intended destination. Such is the essence of Shuinpa. Luffy's current instantaneous movement allows him to traverse within a radius of 100 meters at will. Although his speed may not rival that of true teleportation, it is nonetheless astonishingly swift, akin to that of lightning. In an instant, he materializes before Garp, simultaneously employing the technique of life repayment and control release, skillfully and rapidly entangling Garp with a formidable application of haki. His hair, as glossy and resilient as the finest steel, proves to be an obstacle even for Garp, who cannot immediately extricate himself from its grasp. Third Gear, Red Giant. Luffy, without a moment's hesitation, seized this rare opportunity to unleash his perfected and formidable third gear. Taking a deep breath, he inhaled air into his very being. Under the regulation of life's resurgence, his glass-like crimson form rapidly swelled. An imposing figure nearly 3 meters tall, with a body resembling molten lava, adorned with robust, stone-like muscles, he transformed into a stature akin to that of the Hulk, replacing his original physique. This third gear form allowed him to maintain the benefits of second gear while simultaneously drawing in air, which infused his body and bones, uniformly expanding his entire being, thereby amplifying his foundational strength further under the enhancements of second gear. The simultaneous augmentation of power from both second and third gears propelled Luffy's overall strength to the pinnacle of an admiral's might. Red Giant's Fist, 6-fold mountain-crushing punch. Grandfather, be cautious, for this punch could send you flying. Luffy let out a mighty roar, and before our eyes, the already formidable and thick crimson arm swelled rapidly, transforming into a true giant arm nearly 20 meters in length. The armament haki swiftly enveloped it, shifting its hue from red to black. This punch represented his most potent strike in the Gear 3rd Red Giant state. In this form, his overall strength reached the pinnacle of an admiral, and now, coupled with the technique of the haki balloon to amplify his power, he unleashed the 6 powers secret art, mountain crushing, executing an unprecedented 6 consecutive mountain crushing strikes. This explosive punch embodied the immense strength of a Yonko. Through his exchanges with Garp, Luffy had ascertained that Garp's power resided at the Yonko level. Thus, previously maintaining the pinnacle of an admiral's strength in their battles had not truly utilized his full potential. Luffy understood that even if he were to unleash his 4th gear, truly defeating Garp would be an arduous task. However, his intention had never been to vanquish Garp. He merely sought to land a single blow on him. At present, Garp, That incorrigible grandfather found himself ensnared by Luffy's enhanced Haki-infused hair, rendering him temporarily unable to escape. This opportunity was indeed rare. Luffy noticed that Garp was gazing at him in astonishment, clearly taken aback by his current state. He flashed a grin, for there was no time to offer explanations. The colossal black fist, under the control of his red giant form, struck fiercely at Garp's body. Garp's pupils constricted, his scalp tingling, as he inwardly cursed Luffy for showing such disregard for his well-being. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned his formidable Haki, enveloping his entire being in a darkened sheen. As his body glistened like polished obsidian, the Haki continued to amplify, resembling a heavy black armor encasing him. With a resounding boom, Luffy's giant fist collided with Garp just as he had prepared his defenses. The impact reverberated through the air, causing the surrounding waters to churn violently. As if stirred by a primordial beast, waves soaring high into the sky as if attempting to engulf the heavens. Garp was sent hurtling away. His body propelled through the air, trailing several strands of severed hair, an indication of Luffy's overwhelming force. A broad canal appeared on the sea's surface as Garp soared backward, eventually crashing onto the solid ground of Log Town, but not before he gritted his teeth and dug his feet deep into the earth to halt his backward trajectory. Just as he began to regain his footing, a second wave of force struck him, sending him reeling once more. The second strike was not the end. It was swiftly followed by a third, a fourth, and a fifth, culminating in a sixth. With each successive impact, despite his feet being firmly planted, Garp could not arrest the momentum of his flight. A path was carved across the ocean, and an even longer trail marred the ground as his body traversed through buildings and streets, momentarily crossing the battlefield between Sanji and Captain Smoker. Both Sanji and Smoker stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide, as they beheld the figure hurtling past them. Following the unmistakable trail that led to the other side of the island, it was evident that someone had been launched to the opposite end, leaving them in disbelief. Swallowing hard as the astonishing scene unfolded, halting their battle entirely. What a powerful punch. Had I been struck with such force, I would surely have sustained grave injuries. Mihawk, perched atop a building, wore a grave expression as he observed the clash between Garp and Luffy unfold before him. If he had been able to intercept Luffy's punch with a slash in time, it would have been manageable. However, should he have been hit, he lacked Garp's formidable defenses. There was one individual who had faced Luffy's might and had been utterly overwhelmed. Who was it? None other than Enel, whose powers were completely countered. Doubtful. One need only refer to the early saga of One Piece to understand. Even if one possessed equal strength, being struck by an equally potent force would result in injury. Moreover, Luffy's punch contained the might of 6 equally formidable Yonko powers. Even with Garp exerting all his strength and utilizing his Haki for defense, he was not spared from injury. A deeply etched trail stretches from one side of the island to the other, where, at this end, it seems poised to soar back into the sea. Garp, with great effort, finally halts his momentum, barely managing to come to a stop at the water's edge. Cough, cough, cough. Straining to extract his feet, which had sunk deep into the ground, Garp covers his mouth, unable to suppress a series of coughs. Having dispelled his Haki, he wipes the corner of his mouth, noting the conspicuous red blood. That rascal, truly unafraid of leaving me in ruins, Garp mutters in frustration. Had he not timely employed his Haki for defense, the injury would have been far more severe than a mere light wound. Thus, all things considered, Luffy's most potent punch in Gear 3 merely inflicted a minor injury upon Garp. Such an ailment, for a physical juggernaut like Garp, is nothing more than a trivial annoyance, one that he would recover from swiftly, under the influence of his instincts. Luffy was already aware that his full-powered punch would not pose a significant threat to Garp. Thus, after finally landing a blow on Garp, fulfilling a long-held desire, he had little inclination to continue the battle. Having sent Garp flying, he temporarily freed himself from Garp's entanglement, releasing his second and third gear transformations. Luffy leaped into the air, utilizing the moonwalk technique, and swiftly arrived at the battlefield of Colonel Smoker and Sanji. Pirate King Luffy. Colonel Smoker, bewildered by the identity of the figure who had just been sent hurtling away, was horrified to deduce that the one who had been struck was none other than Vice Admiral Garp. Noticing the dangerous glint in Luffy's eyes directed at him, Smoker felt a chill run down his spine. Regardless of how Garp had been sent flying, there was now no one capable of restraining Luffy. Observing the chaotic scene wrought by Garp's impact, Smoker was filled with dread. To confront Luffy would indeed be tantamount to courting death. Taking a deep breath, Smoker suppressed his inner turmoil. His sense of justice and pride compelled him to stand firm. Gritting his teeth, he stepped forward and declared, "Even if I cannot defeat you, I will not fear you." This proclamation was Smoker's declaration of resolve to Luffy. However, Luffy showed no intention of allowing him to finish. Although Garp had been sent flying, he would soon return. Luffy, uninterested in any further discourse about surrender, flashed forward and landed a heavy, hockey-infused punch squarely in Smoker's abdomen. Though Smoker possessed the ability to elementalize, he was unable to withstand the damage from Luffy's strike. Writhing in pain, he clutched his abdomen, coughed up blood, and collapsed to the ground, rendered incapable of resistance. Yet, his indomitable spirit allowed him to remain somewhat conscious, avoiding complete unconsciousness. Even in a regular state, his combat prowess was at the level of a star, and Luffy was not surprised by Smoker's inability to endure a single blow. "Let us depart and bring this senseless battle to a close," Luffy said to Sanji, as he grasped Smoker by the collar and proceeded towards the lopsided battlefield. Sanji lit a cigarette, shrugging at the outcome of Smoker being unable to withstand a punch from Luffy, having experienced such occurrences multiple times before. Following closely behind Luffy, he marveled at the captain's strength, noting that even Vice Admiral Garp had been sent flying. "All right, the battle is over. You have lost. If you wish to prevent your Colonel Smoker from meeting his demise, then cast down your weapons and surrender." As Luffy arrived on the battlefield, he cast Colonel Smoker aside at his feet and roared, slightly unleashing the oppressive aura of the Emperor's domain, compelling everyone to cease their combat and turn their gazes towards him. "Colonel Smoker has been defeated and lies in the hands of the tyrant Luffy. What shall we do? Should we surrender? We cannot win. Perhaps we should capitulate." The Navy personnel, already traumatized and on the brink of collapse, were grappling with their sense of justice, recalling their superior, Colonel Smoker, and the figure of Vice Admiral Garp, which provided them with a meager resolve to continue resisting. However, witnessing Colonel Smoker subdued and Vice Admiral Garp absent, the steadfast belief in non-surrender began to crumble. The Navy soldiers exchanged hesitant glances, their grips on their weapons fluctuating between tightening and loosening, uncertain. It seemed they awaited a leader to take the first step towards surrender before they would follow suit. "Cough. Do not harm Colonel Smoker. We surrender," gasped Dasbani, propping herself up with her sword and rising from the ground. Earlier, Kuina had struck her without the blade's edge, merely using the back of the sword, leaving her momentarily incapacitated by the sheer force of the blow. Just as Dasbani was on the verge of losing consciousness, the intensity of Luffy's Emperor's domain roused her. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld the sight of Colonel Smoker, devoid of the will to resist, lying at Luffy's feet. Though clumsy, Dasbani was not foolish. She understood the futility of their situation. With Colonel Smoker captured and at risk of execution, she reluctantly took the initiative to declare their surrender. "We surrender." With Dasbani leading the way, the remaining Navy personnel cast aside their arms and surrendered without further hesitation. "Cough. You cannot." "Silence, you defeated foe," Colonel Smoker managed to utter through excruciating pain, bent over on the ground, attempting to dissuade his subordinates from capitulating. Luffy shot him a glance and delivered a swift kick to his back, silencing him. "Stop. We have all surrendered. You must not harm Colonel Smoker," Dasbani urgently shouted. "Humph. Surrendered captives have no right to make demands. What do you intend to do?" Dasbani exclaimed in panic as she observed Luffy approaching with a length of rope. Luffy tugged at the rope, a smirk playing on his lips as he inquired, "What are you doing?" "Naturally, I intend to bind you. Typically, captives must be secured. Therefore, not only you but all of you should promptly seek out a rope and willingly restrain yourselves." Luffy hastily tied ropes around the flustered Dasky, turning to the bewildered Navy personnel and inquired, "What shall we do?" The Navy exchanged glances, and one suggested, "Let's bind her." Indeed, they had already surrendered. Luffy was correct. If they did not secure her, they would inevitably be captured. Conversely, should they bind themselves, they could still escape if circumstances turned adverse. Luffy paid no heed to how the Navy restrained him. Instead, he was cheerfully tying up Dasky, causing her face to flush crimson. Beneath her glasses, her gaze was a mixture of humiliation and indignation directed at Luffy. Regarding Dasky, who bore a striking resemblance to Kuina, Luffy could never simply tie her up with ropes. Such a notion was utterly unimaginable for him, now and forever. Luffy, taking advantage of the situation involving binding, boldly exploited Dasky's predicament. Chapter 161, The Spectators of the Performance. I remarked, "Have you not had enough? Must the binding take so long?" Kuina watched as Luffy tied and untied her repeatedly, always loosening the knots just as he was about to secure them, only to employ another method of binding. Dasky glared at Luffy in a mixture of shame and rage, her teeth clenched in a desire to devour him. The sight made her cheeks flush and her heart race. Reminiscent of her regrettable days as a maid. Of course, her current situation was scarcely more favorable. Indeed, Captain, if you are incapable of binding properly, allow me to take over, Sanji said, initially feigning seriousness before revealing his true nature. At that moment, Dasky was bound, and though her clothing offered some concealment, it accentuated her features, capturing Sanji's full attention. He thought, how delightful. She is now my captive, and it is I who shall bind her, Luffy declared. No longer willing to squander time. The Navy and Colonel Smoker had already been securely bound and were seated nearby. He had indeed spent considerable time tying up Daji, but he swiftly secured her this time, ensuring the bonds would not be loosened. Humph, you scoundrel, Daji remarked, her voice defiant. Though inwardly she felt a sense of relief that Luffy had ceased taking advantage of her, with no means to resist. She found her current status as a captive rather disheartening. It was fortunate that Luffy was only indulging in minor mischief. The thought of him seizing her in a more compromising manner was too distressing to contemplate. Daji had relaxed far too quickly, and Luffy regarded her with a knowing gaze, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Do you harbor any thoughts about her? Nami, ever perceptive, sensed something amiss with Luffy. Her familiarity with him allowed her to form certain conjectures. She leaned closer, her beautiful eyes narrowing in suspicion. Nothing of the sort. What could I possibly think? Luffy feigned ignorance. Really? You would so easily let her go? Someone who bears a striking resemblance to me? Kuina joined in, her expression skeptical. Witnessing Luffy's antics with Daji and the unmistakable heat in Daji's gaze, she shared Nami's suspicions. Enough of this. Now is not the time for such discussions. The battle has yet to conclude. Certainly, Luffy harbored ill intentions. He could not allow the two women to inquire further. After uttering a statement, he turned his gaze towards a figure standing atop a distant rooftop, Dracula Mihawk, the world's foremost swordsman. Are you not going to make a move? Luffy challenged. Even before reaching Log Town, Mihawk launched a distant slash, which Luffy deftly intercepted. After that, he refrained from further engagement, merely observing the unfolding spectacle. Luffy appeared pensive, sensing that Dracula Mihawk would likely refrain from making another move. I have witnessed your strength, and my curiosity has been satiated. Hence, I shall not engage further. Mihawk declared calmly, standing atop the rooftop, his cloak billowing in the wind. Luffy, not being a swordsman, indeed held no interest in battling him. The praise from the red-haired Shanks seemed to underestimate Luffy's potential. While Mihawk maintained a serene demeanor, his heart was tumultuous. He held a deep admiration for Luffy, who, despite his youth and recent ventures at sea, displayed a power rivaling that of the four emperors. Having truly experienced the might of Luffy's punch, he felt that Shanks had indeed underestimated this remarkable individual. What a monster, Mihawk silently contemplated. It is perhaps for the best that we do not fight, for I have no desire to engage with you. Luffy shrugged and spoke candidly. The might and sharpness of a great swordsman's strike are formidable. A careless encounter with such a blow is no trivial matter. If he were to engage in battle with Dracula Mihawk, he would not approach it with the same ease as he did with Garp. He would undoubtedly summon the full power of his gear forth without hesitation. The ease of his combat with Garp does not imply that Garp is weaker than Mihawk. Rather, Luffy understands that Garp would never truly unleash his full strength against him. Thus, Luffy could comfortably land a punch on Garp. Reflecting on this, Luffy touched his fist, his eyes sparkling with joy and a smile gracing his lips. Feeling an exhilarating sense of satisfaction from that punch, Luffy felt a sense of exhilaration, while Garp was far from pleased. In the distance, Garp finally sprinted over from the other side of the island, charging towards Luffy with an imposing demeanor. The Navy had all surrendered, marking the conclusion of the battle. Upon hearing Mihawk's declaration of non-interference and his clash with Luffy, Zoro and Kuina gripped their swords tightly, summoning their courage as they contemplated their aspirations. Their gazes resolute as they prepared to step forward. With a determination akin to facing certain death, they aimed to challenge Mihawk. However, just then, Garp approached with a furious expression, causing both of them to instinctively retract their steps. They decided it was best to wait until Luffy dealt with his grandfather before pursuing their challenge. It wasn't just these two. The other companions also turned their eyes towards Luffy, curious to see how he would handle Garp, until Garp was subdued. Even if they managed to overcome Captain Smoker and the other Navy officers, the battle would still be far from over. Luffy paid no heed to Garp's furious advance. He had already devised a solution to the matter of having sent Carp flying and not continuing their confrontation. "Grandfather, please cease your actions. Their fate rests entirely in your hands." Luffy approached Colonel Smoker and the Navy officers, arms crossed, a playful smile upon his lips. With a swift motion, Garp materialized before him, halting the swing of his fist just beside Luffy's face, a gust of wind tousling Luffy's hair backward. "Are you threatening me, old man?" Garp exclaimed, his eyes narrowing with indignation. Although Luffy did not brandish a weapon against Colonel Smoker's throat, it was evident that if Luffy truly wished to claim the lives of these Navy officers, he could do so with ease. Judging by Luffy's strength in their previous encounter, Garp would be utterly incapable of preventing it. "Ahem, Grandpa, look. Colonel Smoker and his men have surrendered. They are my captives now, and their attempt to apprehend me has thus failed. Therefore, as long as you refrain from intervening any further, I shall return Colonel Smoker and his crew to you." Luffy deftly sidestepped the matter of the looming threat, gesturing towards the naval officers led by Captain Smoker behind him. However, Tashigi was conspicuously absent from their ranks, having been intentionally left aside by Luffy. Carp, seemingly oblivious to this detail, instinctively assumed it encompassed all the captives, retracting his fist and glaring at Luffy in silence. Luffy stood there with a beaming smile, exuding confidence as he awaited Garp's response. Suddenly, without any warning, Garp struck, delivering a heart-shaped iron fist upon Luffy's head. With that blow, some of the pent-up frustration within Garp dissipated. He declared, "Consider yourself fortunate this time, young man. Should I encounter you again, I shall undoubtedly imprison you in the depths of the underwater prison." Luffy clasped his throbbing head, rolling his eyes, dismissing Garp's harsh words, while inwardly cursing, "Damn Grandpa. I will remember this punch." Were it not for his desire to temper Garp's fury and show a modicum of respect, Luffy would have certainly preferred to avoid the brunt of Garp's iron fist. He chuckled softly. Beside him, Nami could not contain her laughter at the rare sight of Luffy being reprimanded, while Kuina wore a smile, encouraging Garp to deliver a few more blows. Their companions looked on in astonishment, stifling their laughter, for they had never witnessed Luffy being struck on the head without retaliating. Most of their memories were filled with experiences of being mercilessly battered by Luffy instead. In an inexplicable manner, they felt a sense of satisfaction, secretly delighted, wishing Garp would land a few more hits on Luffy, as that would bring them even greater joy. Chapter 162, An Inevitable Challenge. After receiving a heartfelt iron fist from Garp, Luffy's threat was acknowledged, and Garp, from the very beginning, had never truly intended to exert himself in capturing Luffy. Thus, Luffy's intimidation, alongside the presence of Colonel Smoker and others, provided Garp with a compelling reason to refrain from taking action. Consequently, the battle in Rogue Town came to a close. In a desolate area, Colonel Smoker and his subordinates remained bound, awaiting their release only after Luffy and his companions had departed. This was, of course, a necessary show of strength. A threat must be accompanied by an appropriate demeanor. If the captives were released while the threat was still present, it would no longer be considered a genuine intimidation, and one could not assume everyone was blind to the charade. In truth, aside from the uncertainty harbored by some of the Navy personnel, Colonel Smoker was acutely aware of Garp's concession. Having endured excruciating pain in his abdomen, he lay helplessly on the ground, his bound hands barely able to touch his own body. With a countenance filled with helplessness and frustration, he could not find a way to express his anger as he observed Garp and Luffy conversing in the distance. His fellow Navy officers might have entertained a naive belief, but he was not so easily deceived. The two, grandfather and grandson, were undoubtedly engaged in a pleasant discussion about familial matters. Just as Colonel Smoker had surmised, Garp had relented and ceased his aggression, allowing Luffy and Garp to deliberately distance themselves from Smoker and his team, engaging in conversation. "Grandpa, this is Nami, your future granddaughter-in-law. What do you think? Isn't she lovely?" Luffy, with a hint of shyness, introduced Nami to Garp, who appeared quite pleased. He refrained from mentioning Kuina, for during the years he had brought her back to Windmill Village, Garp had already met Kuina on numerous occasions. Therefore, standing beside Luffy, Kuina was devoid of the bashfulness typically associated with meeting one's parents for the first time. She casually addressed Garp as Grandpa, although Kuina still stubbornly resisted Luffy at times. Over the years, through Luffy's unwavering efforts and her own internal acceptance, she had grown accustomed to calling Garp Grandpa. Garp first nodded at Kuina, then turned his attention to Nami, his hearty laughter unperturbed by her appearance. Despite this being their first meeting, Garp felt a sense of familiarity as he affectionately patted Nami's head, saying, "So, you are Nami. Indeed, you are quite beautiful. Luffy has mentioned that you are an exceptional navigator, and given the unpredictable weather and storms of the Grand Line, I will rely on you to assist Luffy." Initially, Nami felt a twinge of anxiety typical of meeting a parent, but Garp's warm demeanor eased her nerves. With renewed confidence, she nodded and declared, "Grandpa, rest assured. No matter how treacherous the Grand Line may be, I will manage just fine." Following Kuina's lead, she shyly addressed Garp as Grandpa as well. She held a strong belief in her navigational abilities, and, despite having yet to encounter the perils of the Grand Line, she had no doubt she could handle its challenges. Indeed, Garp replied, then shot a stern glance at Luffy, stating, "Although your strength is commendable, there are many formidable foes in the New World. Therefore, as you venture into the Grand Line, do not let it inflate your ego. A moment's carelessness could jeopardize not only your safety, but also that of your companions and these two future granddaughters of mine. No matter what happens, you must ensure their safety, understood?" "Understood. But wait, you've already hit me once. Could you refrain from doing so again? My companions are watching. And if you strike me again, I will lose face." Luffy first assured the safety of the two women, then took a step back, deftly evading the iron fist delivered by Garp, expressing his dissatisfaction. "Humph, you wretched little brat. Now that you've grown up and gained strength, your once charming innocence has vanished. If it weren't for my loving iron fist education back in the day, you would never have become this formidable," Garp said with a face full of regret as he retracted his fist, realizing that he could no longer freely bestow his affectionate training upon Luffy. "Enough of that. Even without your unreasonable teachings and those deceptive exercises, I would have found a way to strengthen myself." Luffy now possesses the confidence to stand against Garp, retorting, "You speak so eloquently. Yet why did you resort to clandestinely learning my 6 powers and the art of life return?" Garp, displaying a rare moment of shrewdness, promptly replied. Luffy, momentarily at a loss for words, stubbornly retorted, "Who says I learned it by stealing? It's merely a testament to my remarkable aptitude for learning. I observed you using it, and thus, I acquired the skill." Although Luffy's words may seem somewhat narcissistic, they undeniably hold truth. Garp found himself at a loss for words. Internally sighing, a monster. Even as a master of martial arts, he could not have merely observed once and successfully appropriated the technique of life return. Perhaps he could manage to grasp 1 or 2 moves of the Marine 6 styles. "Regardless of the circumstances, without my permission, your clandestine acquisition amounts to thievery," Garp stubbornly concluded, waving his hand dismissively. "All right, it is getting late. I shall not delay your departure any further. Smoker and those Marines will remain here for now. My subordinates are safeguarding the civilians of Low Town. I must go check on them. Farewell." As he turned to leave, Garp cast one last glance at Luffy, sighing as he uttered, "Since you have chosen the path of a pirate, go forth and embrace your freedom to explore." "I will," Luffy replied, determined to pursue his adventures freely. Watching Garp's retreating figure, he murmured to himself, "Now that Garp has departed, shall we set sail?" Kuro inquired, adjusting his glasses as he approached. He and Zoro had instinctively stepped aside, while Luffy exchanged familial greetings with the two women and Garp. "Captain, could we possibly delay our departure? I still wish to challenge Hawkeye Mihawk," Zoro implored, having noticed that the famed swordsman, who had been perched on the rooftop, was also preparing to leave after Garp. "Luffy, you are aware of my long-standing dream, so please allow me to confront Hawkeye Mihawk before we embark," Kuina added, her lips pursed and gaze resolute. As the two expressed their intent to challenge Hawkeye Mihawk, their companions frowned, fully aware that facing him offered little to no chance of victory. Defeat could very well lead to death, and their faces betrayed their concern. Luffy, without much contemplation, stated, "I happen to have a matter to attend to, so I will set sail later. You may proceed with your challenge." He understood that the determination of the two to confront Dracula Mihawk was unwavering, and thus, he did not consider dissuading them. "Thank you, Captain." "Thank you, Luffy." Sauron and Kuina expressed their gratitude, then hurriedly pursued the departing Mihawk. Gratitude to the spirits for bestowing the urging ticket. Chapter 163, Sauron's Disastrous Defeat. In the original narrative, Luffy recalls a blade shop in Rogue Town, where 2 exquisite swords reside. One is known as Snow Walk, and the other is the legendary Sandai Kitetsu. These 2 swords were acquired by Zoro when, through a fortunate turn of events, he managed to impress the shopkeeper, securing them for a mere handful of berries provided by the frugal Nami. However, now, with the Navy closing in on them, Despite the outcome of the battle being a victory, Zoro is poised to challenge Dracula Mihawk. Should fate not intervene, it appears that Zoro shall not have another opportunity to procure such remarkable blades. Luffy refrained from embarking immediately because he had arrived at Logue Town, regardless of the circumstances. He felt compelled to visit the town center, the very site where the Pirate King, Roger, met his fate. In the world of One Piece, not witnessing the location of Roger's execution is akin to what Luffy expressed in his previous life. It would be a lifelong regret akin to visiting Beijing without seeing the Forbidden City or the Great Wall. Thus, after fulfilling his desire to pay homage to the site of Roger's execution, Luffy would feel no remorse. Additionally, he intended to perform a noble deed by acquiring 2 exceptional swords to present to Zoro. As a swordsman of great renown, Zoro possessed only one remarkable blade, Yuru, while the other 2 swords in his possession were merely refined blades, somewhat unworthy of his skill. Should he attain the blade Snow Walk and the legendary Sandai Kitetsu, Zoro would wield 3 exceptional swords, allowing him to unleash his 3-sword style with unparalleled freedom. As they venture into the Grand Line, a series of formidable battles await. Thus, it is imperative that Zoro, as a pivotal force in combat, enhance his strength to the fullest extent. As Luffy contemplated, he sought out Nami for 1,000,000 berries. Why? You may ask, did he approach Nami for money? The reason is rather awkward, given Nami's avaricious nature. How could she resist the temptation to seize all of Luffy's berries for safekeeping? Of course, Luffy did not come away empty-handed, although he relinquished his berries. He gained numerous advantages from Nami. Ultimately, he was content and willingly surrendered the funds. Nami held the power of life and death over Luffy, yet when he requested money, she would not refuse him, as long as he did not demand the entirety of her hoard. 1,000,000 berries was not an insignificant sum. What could he possibly want to purchase? Nami mused, reluctantly handing over the berries to Luffy. To buy 2 fine swords as a gift for Zoro, Luffy replied, gazing into the distance where Zoro and Kuina had finally cornered Dracula Mihawk. He hoped that once Zoro completed his challenge, he would emerge unscathed, without missing limbs. In the original tale, Zoro's confrontation with Mihawk, fueled by his unyielding will and acceptance of death, earned him Mihawk's admiration, resulting in the swordsman sparing Zoro, inflicting only severe injuries. However, the circumstances had shifted. Zoro had significantly increased his prowess and had become a swordsman of repute. Luffy was uncertain whether Mihawk would hold back against a swordsman of Zoro's caliber, perhaps striking with lethal force or inflicting grievous harm. Should such unfortunate events transpire, Luffy might be compelled to intervene. Was it wise to allow Zoro and Kuina to engage in such a perilous challenge against Mihawk? What if something were to happen to Kuina? Nami's heart was heavy with concern, and she could not finish her thought. Over the time spent with Kuina, facing Luffy's antics together, they had forged a profound bond of camaraderie, and Nami genuinely feared for Kuina's safety. Luffy consoled Nami, saying, even in the face of danger, I cannot prevent them from challenging Dracula Mihawk. This is a dream they must pursue, even at the cost of their lives. However, while I shall not intervene in their challenge, should they encounter true peril, I will not hesitate to lend my aid. Come, their challenge is about to commence. With that, Luffy took Nami's hand, and Sanji and the others, silent and solemn, followed behind as they made their way toward the trio in the distance. The 3-sword style swordsman, Roronoa Zoro, challenges you. The young swordsman of the 3-sword style declared, I accept your challenge. Zoro assumed his 3-sword stance, initiating the duel. Mihawk, known as the greatest swordsman in the world, accepted without hesitation. He would not refuse any challenge, regardless of his opponent's strength. Over the years, countless swordsmen had sought to challenge Mihawk, many of whom met grim fates, some perishing, others maimed or grievously injured. The destinies of these defeated challengers lay entirely in Mihawk's hands. As Mihawk acknowledged the challenge, the invisible pressure of facing him caused Zoro to sweat and gasp for breath. The very presence of Mihawk instilled a sense of insurmountable despair. Yet, Zoro did not waver. He unleashed his 3-sword techniques, charging toward Mihawk with unwavering resolve. Clang, clang, slash. The disparity in strength between Zoro and Mihawk was akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. Zoro's spirit was indomitable, his convictions unwavering, yet they proved futile. The battle was short-lived, no matter how swiftly Zoro's blades danced, through techniques like Ghost Slash, Tiger Hunt, and the 108 troublesome winds. Each move was fraught with flaws in Mihawk's keen, eagle-like gaze. Regardless, Zoro had earned the title of swordsman, and out of respect, Mihawk refrained from drawing a smaller blade, wielding instead his black sword from the outset. With a simple flick, a parry, a diagonal slash, and an upward cut, Mihawk executed basic sword maneuvers that not only countered Zoro's attacks, but also inflicted a wound upon him. 9 mountains and 8 seas, invincible. 3-sword style ultimate technique, 3,000 worlds. This ultimate technique of the 3-sword style was Zoro's most potent move, spinning his 2 swords like a windmill. He generated a formidable gust, delivering slashes that were nearly impossible to perceive, yet lacking the strength he would gain 2 years hence. Zoro's proclamation of his technique was not as audacious. Unwilling to succumb so easily, he charged at Mihawk once more. This move has potential. A flicker of interest crossed Mihawk's otherwise disinterested expression. He acknowledged that Zoro's ultimate technique was commendable. However, in Mihawk's eyes, Zoro's current strength was still insufficient. With a forward stride and a sidelong glance, Mihawk executed a slash with his black sword, crossing paths with Zoro as he halted just before him. Cough, cough, cough. Zoro cast aside his 2 broken swords, clutching only the exquisite blade, Yuru, as his unsteady form turned to face Dracula Mihawk. His breath came heavy. A fresh wound intersecting with an earlier one, blood cascading from the 2 gashes. With his hands spread wide, despair enveloped him as he shouted, "I have utterly lost. The scars upon my back bear the disgrace of a swordsman. Come, grant me a swift end." The bitterness of defeat gnawed at him. He was unwilling to succumb. Yet beneath the weight of a swordsman's honor, he was prepared to confront the lethal strike offered by Mihawk. This sentiment resonated with the onlookers, including Luffy, who all clenched their fists, anxiously fixated on Mihawk, awaiting his next move. "I sense your resolve," Mihawk spoke slowly, advancing with his black blade towards Zoro, and without hesitation. He delivered a decisive strike. "Ah!" Nami gasped in shock, while Kuina pressed her lips tightly together, aware of the grim fate that awaited him. Sanji extinguished his cigarette. Usopp gripped his slingshot tightly, and with an impassive demeanor, Brook adjusted his glasses, his gaze shifting towards Luffy. Luffy furrowed his brow, his clenched fist gradually relaxing as if he had reached a conclusion, his tension dissipating. Ultimately, he chose not to intervene. The sound of a blade slicing through the air echoed. Unsurprisingly, with no one to interfere, Dracula Mihawk sheathed his sword after delivering his final blow. The 3rd wound, the longest and most grievous, manifested upon Zoro's body. With a thud, he collapsed, yet his indomitable will prevented him from succumbing to unconsciousness. Young swordsman of the 3-sword style, your journey has only just begun. Strive to grow stronger, and then return to challenge me. Mihawk never feared a challenge. Rather, he dreaded the absence of worthy opponents. He recognized Zoro's swordsmanship talent and potential, eagerly anticipating his ascent to greater strength, thus opting to show mercy. Chapter 164, The Secret of Kuina. Ha ha. I have lost. But next time, I shall not be defeated again. Captain, do you have any objections? The severely injured Zoro was brought forth, and Kuro, having experience as a caretaker, understood how to tend to wounds. He held bandages, diligently wrapping the 3 harrowing gashes on Zoro's body. Truly, Zoro's physique was extraordinary. Any ordinary individual would have perished from such injuries. Despite his stoic demeanor, tears streamed down Zoro's face, the taste of bitter defeat weighing heavily upon him. The anguish in his heart overshadowed the pain in his body as he gazed at Luffy, defiantly inquiring, "Do you have any objections?" "No objections." Luffy placed his hand on Zoro's shoulder and earnestly declared, "I believe in you. This recent defeat will only serve to make you stronger. Let us advance. Become stronger, Zoro. My ambition is to have the world's greatest swordsman standing by my side. Can you achieve that, my 3-sword style swordsman, Zoro?" "Of course, Captain," Zoro replied without hesitation. Raising his sword, Yoru, high in a vow. Their exchange may have seemed juvenile, yet all their comrades present felt an inexplicable surge of excitement and emotion. Following this event, the sense of unfamiliarity among them began to dissipate, deepening the bonds of camaraderie. As understanding and acceptance flourished among the crew summoned by Luffy, they would ultimately cast aside any lingering estrangement and engage in playful antics, much like in the original tale. "Zoro, your challenge has concluded. It is now my turn." Kuina inhaled deeply, a radiant smile illuminating her face. In this pivotal moment, her previous anxieties and fears vanished, replaced by unwavering resolve. Zoro had not perished. Mihawk had spared him. Yet, concerning the forthcoming challenge, she harbored no illusions of luck. All that remained was her steadfast pursuit of the swordsmanship path. a belief that transcended life and death. I, the one-sword-style swordsman Kuina, challenge you. After Zoro's crushing defeat, Kuina stood before Mihawk, enunciating each word with sincerity. Female swordsmen are a rarity, even in the Grand Line. Come forth. I accept your challenge, Mihawk replied, acknowledging Kuina's resolve with admiration. Whether for rising to the rank of swordsman as a woman or facing Zoro's defeat without faltering, her bravery earned him a newfound respect. However, the reality remained that a female swordsman would forever be constrained by physical limitations, never able to claim the title of the world's greatest. A fleeting memory of her father, Keishur, resurfaced in her mind, echoing his words. To refute her father's assertion, Kuina had exerted immense effort, diligently honing her swordsmanship, learning from Luffy to transform her physicality, and seizing every opportunity to grow stronger. Even though her heart secretly belonged to Luffy, Kuina resolutely refrained from fully surrendering to him. Determined to prove to her father and the world that a woman could indeed become the world's greatest swordsman. As she contemplated this, breathless and with beads of sweat forming on her brow, her grip on Wad Ikemanji trembled. It was not fear or fatigue that caused her to shake. She felt powerless and despondent, as if confronted by an insurmountable mountain. Much like Zoro, despite the speed of Kuina's swordplay, she struggled futilely against the piercing gaze of Dracula Mihawk, whose sharp eyes seemed to penetrate all. With effortless grace, he countered her every move using only the most fundamental techniques. The sole distinction lay in the fact that Kuina emerged unscathed, devoid of any wounds, regardless of her frustration. The disparity in treatment between men and women did not alter Mihawk's approach. Clearly, while he respected the prowess of a female swordsman and drew his black blade, he nonetheless relinquished numerous opportunities to strike her down. Indeed, even the world's foremost swordsman harbored a certain disdain for women. Kuina sheathed her sword, her expression darkening. Mihawk had shown her excessive leniency, a fact not lost on her or the onlookers, including Luffy. Zoro, acutely aware of the grievous wounds he bore, felt a sense of bitter sorrow. The differences between individuals were stark. For him, Mihawk delivered blow after blow, while for Kuina, he merely displayed gentlemanly restraint, parrying her attacks and withdrawing his blade upon finding openings. There was no cause for concern. It was evident that Mihawk possessed a traditional masculine mindset, one that would refrain from striking a woman unless absolutely necessary. As Luffy contemplated, a sense of relief washed over him. It is indeed true that a gentleman, particularly one with a kind disposition, tends to exercise restraint towards women. The fashion sense of Dracula Mihawk, with its unmistakable noble flair, serves as a testament to his character as a man who cherishes and respects femininity. I harbor no disdain for you. I merely wish to refrain from striking a woman, Mihawk stated, his tone composed, as he rarely offered explanations. The matter concerning women had long preoccupied Kuina. However, she had since come to terms with it and no longer wished to engage in further debate. She understood that no amount of argumentation could alter the thoughts of certain men. Grasping the hilt of her sword tightly, she stepped forward and declared, "Enough. I have no desire to prolong this discussion. I am well aware that I am far from your equal. Since you have shown such restraint, I shall not embarrass myself by persisting. My next move will be my utmost effort. I ask for your guidance." Defeating Mihawk was an unattainable dream, and with his deliberate restraint, he did not intend to strike her down. Kuina was not foolish enough to seek a decisive blow merely for the thrill of it. Instead, she embraced her role as a junior swordsman challenging a senior, abandoning any notion of wanting to slay him. Let us proceed. Mihawk assumed a stance befitting a master. His black blade pointed forward, awaiting Kuina's ultimate technique. With a resounding cry, Kuina unleashed the secret of the one-sword style, the instant draw. In an instant, her figure vanished from sight, accompanied by a piercing sound of the sword. A flash of silver illuminated the air as her presence and blade became indistinguishable, the shimmering arc striking towards Mihawk with the speed of lightning. This was the culmination of her arduous training, a testament to her relentless practice of the super draw, seamlessly integrating the speed of the shave technique, the velocity with which she struck, as well as the rapidity of her approach towards her opponent, left onlookers in awe. This was the profound technique Kuina had crafted, rivaling that of Zoro's 3,000 worlds. Chapter 165. The unabashed Luffy as expected. Even with her ultimate technique, the instant draw, Kuina was effortlessly thwarted by Mihawk, who then countered with a swift strike that narrowly grazed her face, taking with it a lock of her hair. The near miss startled her, nearly provoking an impulsive response. Luffy gazed at the strands of hair scattered on the ground, casting a glare at the retreating figure of Dracula Mihawk, whose silhouette was on the verge of vanishing. A sense of irritation welled up within him. Was that a showy display of skill, a strike meant to cherish beauty, or perhaps a blow that would leave a lasting impression on women? Although Luffy felt a measure of gratitude towards Hawkeye Mihawk for sparing Kuina, he could not shake off his displeasure at the way Mihawk had sheathed his sword and departed with such nonchalance. Humph, considering your discernment in not harming Kuina, I shall overlook this matter. Luffy, feeling somewhat petty, approached the dejected Kuina, noticing the tears cascading down her cheeks. Hearing her muffled sobs, he sighed deeply and embraced her tightly, offering words of comfort. It must be painful to lose, right? If you feel like crying, then let it out. Zoro isn't afraid of embarrassment, so why should you be? Go ahead and cry. Luffy's words caused Kuina to lose all composure, burying her small head deep in his embrace, her hands gripping him tightly as she cried out loudly. In that moment, Kuina was no longer the strong and stubborn female assassin. She had transformed into a delicate and vulnerable figure, akin to a little woman, weeping in search of solace from Luffy after a harsh fall on her journey toward her dreams. How infuriating. The notion that I am unafraid of humiliation and would never cry is utterly unfounded. Zoro had initially intended to retort angrily to Luffy's remarks, but upon witnessing Kuina's sorrowful state, he could only mutter under his breath. Ah, indeed. There was once a green-haired fellow who wept in a most embarrassing manner. Who could that be? Sanji, puffing on his cigarette, inquired while directing his gaze pointedly at Zoro, making it abundantly clear that he meant him. Do you wish to be slain? Zoro's face flushed with anger. If not for his grievous injuries rendering him immobile, he would have eagerly drawn his sword to challenge Sanji. He lamented inwardly that this disgraceful episode would surely be a source of mockery for Sanji for the rest of his days. If you wish to strike me, perhaps you should wait until your wounds have healed. Sanji leisurely exhaled a plume of smoke, dismissing Zoro's outburst. Feeling better after shedding tears? Ignoring Zoro, Sanji, and the others, Luffy gently comforted Kuina by placing his hand on her back. I must have looked rather foolish just now, didn't I? I cried quite ungracefully, didn't I? Kuina murmured, her earlier strength dissipating, revealing a vulnerable side akin to that of a young woman. She clung to Luffy, relishing his warmth and the sense of security he provided. Reluctant to part from him. Not at all. To me, Kuina, you are always beautiful, Luffy whispered sweetly into her ear. You're deceiving me, Kuina retorted, feigning disbelief, yet internally, she felt a surge of joy. Her defenses were significantly lowered at that moment. She was eager to absorb Luffy's flattering words. I speak the truth. Your beauty surpasses even my haki. You are my eternal lovely treasure. But Nami is more beautiful than I am, isn't she? Nami is indeed stunning. Yet you are also very beautiful. In my heart, both of you are like my two hands. I cannot do without either. Nami, standing nearby, felt the weight of Luffy's gaze upon her, prompting him to adopt a diplomatic approach. However, Kuina did not favor such reasoning. She yearned to hear Luffy express his affection for her more overtly. Humph, if Nami and I are your hands, then what about Makino, Belmer, Nojiko, and Kaya? What do they represent to you? Kuina pouted, stepping away from Luffy's embrace, playfully challenging him like a little woman. Hiki, I am curious to know as well. Nami chimed in, her laughter like silver bells, as she approached Kuina, her eyes sparkling with interest as she glanced at Luffy. Luffy, rendered speechless, mentally counted 1, 2, 3, 4. Then he pondered the 1, 2, 3 of his own limbs. Casting a glance below, he coughed and declared, of course, they are also my most cherished treasures. If my hands and feet prove insufficient, you may divide my heart into several portions. Unruly and shameless, Nami interjected, Kazuki, let us depart for the merry. We shall ignore this incorrigible scoundrel. As Nami hummed a tune, she pulled Kazuki away, who cast Luffy a disdainful glance as they left. This commotion somewhat alleviated Kazuki's feelings of defeat. Indeed, it was shameless behavior. Sanji, Zoro, and the others silently concurred in their hearts. Usopp, assist in lifting Zoro aboard the Mary. We shall set sail once the captain returns, Kuro called out, as he and Usopp hoisted the gravely injured Zoro back to the ship. Captain, you intend to visit Logtown, correct? I shall accompany you. I need to procure some provisions, Sanji remarked, recalling Luffy's intention to acquire swords. Very well, let us be on our way, Luffy replied. Luffy nodded, leading Sanji towards Logtown. Moments later, they arrived at this pockmarked area, scarred by the remnants of battle. Here, only the bound Colonel Smoker and his fellow Navy officers remained, alongside the helpless Tashigi, who had been tied up by Luffy. Observing the departure of the Straw Hat Pirates, Tashigi felt a sense of relief. Freedom was within reach. However, despite Luffy having bound her, he seemed to have forgotten her entirely. Once Luffy and his crew departed, Colonel Smoker and the others would regain their freedom. But Tashigi's fate remained uncertain. In Logtown, during the fierce clash between the Navy and the pirates at the docks, the civilians had been safeguarded by Captain Garp's forces, hidden away in a secure location. When the tumult subsided and Garp returned to Logtown, he instructed his subordinates to lead the civilians back out. Thus, although Garp had wrought a path of destruction through the town, miraculously, the civilians had suffered no harm. Under Garp's reassuring presence, the townsfolk shed their worries and resumed their daily lives. Shops reopened, stalls were set up once more, and the town buzzed with activity again. Yet, the mayor found himself beset with troubles regarding the thoroughfare that had obliterated homes and streets along its length. Whether it was repairing the damage or addressing the townspeople's grievances and demands for compensation, it was a source of considerable distress for him. At that moment, Luffy and Sanji entered the town. The two then parted ways, with Sanji venturing to procure food, while Luffy, guided by his instincts, made his way to the sword shop. Despite having just engaged in a fierce confrontation with the Navy, the two pirates did not raise any alarm among the townspeople. This was largely due to their ignorance of the identities of the pirates the Navy sought to capture, and the prevailing sense of security under the watchful eye of Vice Admiral Garp. Chapter 166, The Unexpected Appearance of the Dragon. 1,000,000 berries for my 2 fine blades? I refuse. The shopkeeper was perplexed by how Luffy had learned of the 2 swords. One of the exquisite blades, the Yuki no Kaze, was a treasured heirloom, known only to a select few. The other was the Sandai Kitetsu, a cursed sword concealed among a heap of dilapidated weapons. Until now, he had been confident that no one would notice it, nor had he divulged its existence to anyone else. Yet here stood Luffy, this unfamiliar face, offering him 1,000,000 berries and directly expressing his desire to purchase both of his prized swords. To think that he could acquire both exquisite blades for a mere 1,000,000 berries was utterly insufficient. Even if the shopkeeper wished to sell at a discount, he would only consider doing so for a swordsman he respected. Luffy, upon observation, hardly resembled a swordsman. He bore no accustomed weaponry. Thus, the proprietor of the sword shop was reluctant to part with 2 exquisite blades for a mere 1,000,000 berries. However, just as he was about to wave his hand in refusal, Luffy narrowed his eyes and subtly unleashed a trace of his formidable aura, silencing the words on the tip of the shopkeeper's tongue. Leaning closer, he declared, I shall offer you 1,000,000 berries for the 2 fine swords. Agree to let me take them and walk away. Refuse, and I shall seize them. He posed a choice that was stark and unembellished. A robber, a pirate, articulating his intentions with such brazen candor, undeniably marked him as a villain of the highest order. The sword shop owner, intimidated by Luffy's presence and unsettled by his words, found himself nervously swallowing. Very well, I shall sell them to you for 1,000,000 berries, he conceded, albeit reluctantly. With a wealth of life experience, he recognized the futility of opposing someone like Luffy, who appeared to possess considerable strength and an unyielding demeanor. If he were to persist in resistance, he would ultimately suffer the consequences. Shortly thereafter, the shopkeeper, with visible reluctance, retrieved his treasured heirloom, the fine blade known as Snowfall, from within the confines of his establishment. Luffy smiled with a mischievous grin, stepping forward to take the snow-white sword from his hand. The black scabbard glinted in the light as he drew the blade, revealing a chaotic edge that shimmered ominously, accompanied by a resounding song of steel. Truly, a magnificent sword. The other fine blade was the cursed sword, Sandai Kitetsu. Its enchanting crimson scabbard exuded a chilling aura of malevolence, sending shivers down one's spine. Luffy, undaunted by the curse of the demon blade, casually unsheathed the sword. Examining it with keen interest, he ran his fingers along its sharp edge, as if contemplating its insatiable hunger for flesh, before sheathing the blade once more. Luffy's reckless act of touching the blade sent shivers down the spine of the swordsmith. Once, he had been curious about individuals like Luffy, who dared to caress the cursed blade, only to suffer a deep gash across their palm as a consequence. The reason a blade is deemed cursed is that it is not meant for the touch or mastery of ordinary beings. Those unworthy who dare to engage with such a blade often meet a tragic demise, their lives extinguished by the very weapon they sought to wield. Such is the nature of the cursed blade. It appears my assumptions were not misguided. This blade poses no threat to him, for he is indeed no ordinary individual. Alas! Luffy's prowess, of course, would not be easily harmed by a mere cursed blade. Having half-threateningly acquired 2 exquisite swords, he departed with a smile. The owner of the sword shop watched as Luffy's figure faded into the crowd, sighing as he abandoned his initial intent to seek assistance from the Navy in recovering the 2 fine swords. A small man must possess the wisdom befitting his stature. He could not afford to offend someone as formidable as Luffy, who could take his life at any moment. Reluctant to face Luffy's wrath, he had no choice but to accept the reality of the situation. At the very least, he would receive a compensation of 1,000,000 berries to mitigate his losses. In the heart of Row Town, there stood a gallows erected over 20 years ago, weathered by the elements, wind, sun, and rain, yet steadfastly remaining in place. Towering at a height of over 10 meters, Luffy, brandishing 2 exquisite swords, swiftly arrived at this place. Gazing upon the execution platform, he was enveloped by the profound historical aura emanating from it, and with a sigh, he closed his eyes. Do you desire my treasure? If so, I shall grant you all of it. Seek it out, the Grand Line. I have placed everything in this world there. In his final moments, the Pirate King Roger, with a smile, boldly proclaimed these words that heralded the era of great pirates, that will pass down through generations, the evolution of times, and the dreams of humanity. These are forces that cannot be quelled. As long as people continue to seek the answers to freedom, this fervor shall never cease. Roger achieved this. Though he has passed away, the allure of his words urging the pursuit of freedom and his free spirit remain eternally etched in the hearts of all. In a certain sense, while the Pirate King Roger has died, he continues to live on in the souls of the people. Luffy, too, is a member touched by the freedom embodied by the Pirate King Roger. He cares not for the so-called treasure of Roger, but rather for the exhilarating experience of navigating the vast seas with unrestrained liberty. Although Roger is deemed the harbinger of the great pirate era by the majority of common folk, to those who yearn for freedom, he stands as a banner of liberation. A truly magnificent pirate king. In a nation steeped in corruption to its very core, the populace lives as if trapped in hell each day. Under such dire circumstances, if the people are to attain happiness, they must rise in rebellion. This insurrection will inevitably involve bloodshed and sacrifice, elements that cannot be avoided. With no retreat possible, the people must pay any price to overthrow a nation beyond redemption, to reconstruct a vibrant new realm upon the ashes of the old, a realm that all aspire to. This world mirrors that of the decaying nation. The populace has grown weary of pervasive oppression, their hearts echoing with cries for revolt. The words of the Pirate King Roger, his embodiment of freedom, have ignited a fervent flame of resistance within the hearts of the people, thus heralding the dawn of the great pirate era. Yet, in my view, this era alone is insufficient to transform the corrupt world. Only through a revolution, a complete upheaval that eradicates all corruption, including the lofty elites, can we hope for the world to be reborn. In this process, even amidst countless sacrifices and bloodshed, the pursuit of a successful revolution is indeed worthwhile. Luffy, what are your thoughts on this revolution? As Luffy closed his eyes to reflect on the tales of the Pirate King Roger, a sudden gust of wind roared around him, accompanied by a deep male voice from behind, articulating profound truths. Upon hearing this, Luffy opened his eyes and turned around. Clad in a deep green coat, his towering figure exuded an air of enigma. The fierce wind swept through, lifting the hoods of those nearby, revealing a face marked by a crimson square tattoo on the left cheek. The sudden gust had rendered the surrounding crowd nearly unable to keep their eyes open, their bodies swaying precariously as if they might be swept away at any moment. In their panic, they fled the scene, seeking refuge from the tempest. Now, at the sight of Joel D. Roger's execution, the only figures remaining steadfast against the gale were Luffy and this mysterious man who had appeared so unexpectedly. Who are you? Luffy cast a casual glance at him, refraining from answering the question, and instead retorted with a rather obvious inquiry. Who are you? Chapter 167. The Purpose of Dragon. Naturally, Luffy's question was entirely justified. He had indeed never encountered this enigmatic man before. However, Luffy's inquiry was also intentional, for he was aware of the man's identity. Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, the son of Garp, and the father of Luffy. Dragon gazed deeply at Luffy and solemnly stated, I am Monkey D. Dragon, your father. Is that so? Luffy replied skeptically. Luffy raised an eyebrow and remarked, unfortunately, I have never seen my father's visage. Now, you suddenly appear, claiming to be him, which makes it exceedingly difficult for me to trust your true identity. Indeed, throughout these many years, I have never had the opportunity to meet you. Your skepticism is justified, and I can only surmise you harbor some resentment towards me. Unbeknownst to me, you have grown up, and your strength surpasses my expectations. I apologize, Sanzan, Luffy. In my fervor for revolution, I have failed to fulfill my duties as a father. Dragon lifted his hood, fully revealing his countenance, his hair billowing in the tempest. Gazing at Luffy with a profound sense of emotion, a complex smile of comfort and regret playing upon his lips. Though I have never made my presence known to you, I have been silently observing your journey, and I am well acquainted with your growth. If you doubt my claim of fatherhood, I can recount tales from your childhood, as well as stories from Windmill Village, to assuage your disbelief. That won't be necessary. Luffy opened his mouth to refuse, and upon meeting Dragon's questioning gaze, he declared, I believe you. You truly are my father, whom I have never met. Luffy was well aware of Dragon's circumstances and identity, and he had no interest in hearing any stories that might persuade him otherwise. Dragon was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Luffy so readily accepted his identity. Consequently, the words he had contemplated to convince Luffy became unnecessary. You never cease to astonish me, Luffy. I have been discreetly watching over you, aware that apart from the old man, no one else has trained you. Yet today, when you fought with him, you unexpectedly displayed a remarkable strength that took me by surprise. Furthermore, although you have never seen my face before, you have consistently referred to me by name, expressing skepticism about my identity. However, I can sense that deep down, you have believed in my words all along, that I am indeed your father. Luffy, throughout your life until now, I have always found it difficult to comprehend you. Dragon gazed deeply at Luffy, not harboring doubts about him being his son, but rather grappling with a pure curiosity. It seemed that Luffy's enigma was not any less profound than his own. Luffy paid no heed to Dragon's words, retorting, Isn't that obvious? You have never been present in my life, so how could you possibly know my secrets? Everyone harbors secrets. If you truly wish to uncover mine, then simply remain by my side for a while. That would suffice. Dragon, with a bitter smile, shook his head, acutely aware of the resentment underlying Luffy's words. It is understandable. After all, a son would naturally harbor grievances towards a father who had been absent throughout his life and had not fulfilled his paternal responsibilities. Luffy now embodies merely a sense of resentment, not outright hostility or indifference towards him. Such an attitude is already commendable. My apologies, Luffy. I am the leader of the Revolutionary Army, burdened with numerous responsibilities that prevent me from remaining by your side. Please forgive me, this negligent father. Dragon expressed with a heavy sigh. After a moment of silence, Luffy shrugged and said, Let us not dwell on this. After all, I have grown accustomed to a life without a father. He continued, If it weren't for your sudden appearance, I would have never realized that I actually have a father in this world. So tell me, you appear out of nowhere and start speaking of revolution. What exactly do you wish to convey? Upon hearing the sarcasm in Luffy's words, Dragon found himself at a loss for words, a bitter smile forming within. Remembering the original purpose of his visit, he said, I had not intended to reveal myself to you so soon. I came to Logue Town today because I received intelligence that you would be here, embarking on your journey into the Grand Line. I am also aware of the precarious situation you face in Logue Town. Thus, my intention was to secretly assist you in escaping this place. However, I did not anticipate that your strength had grown significantly. With your capabilities, you are more than capable of overcoming your current predicament. As Dragon spoke, he could not help but marvel. If I am not mistaken, the power that sent that old man flying is likely not even your true strength. Luffy squinted his eyes and remarked, Indeed, my strength still conceals certain aspects. Just as I thought. Luffy, you are truly a monster. Upon hearing Luffy affirm his suspicions, Long couldn't help but feel astonished, despite having mentally prepared himself for this revelation. In the third gear state, Luffy, exerting his utmost strength, delivered a punch that sent Carp flying, showcasing a power akin to that of the Four Emperors. This strength, however, does not represent Luffy's true potential. The hidden prowess he possesses is undeniably formidable, with even a casual strike reflecting the might of a true emperor. Frankly, even as his father, Dragon had long recognized Luffy's monstrous potential from a young age. Unimaginably, at merely 17 years old and having just set sail, Luffy has already attained the strength of an emperor. The strength of an emperor, considering Dragon's own journey, marked by numerous life and death struggles and bolstered by his innate monstrous talent and powerful devil fruit, he had to toil extensively to reach his current level. In contrast, Luffy's acquisition of such extraordinary power has been remarkably effortless and swift. as if the might of the emperors is a mere trifle for him to grasp. Shaking his head, Dragon dismissed such thoughts. Even he felt a twinge of imbalance upon realizing Luffy's capabilities. It was precisely because he had surmised Luffy's strength that he resolved to reveal himself and meet him. Luffy, your strength is already formidable, and you possess the ability to influence the world's trajectory. He continued, with your immense power, aligning with any faction would provide them with substantial support. Therefore, I have come to invite you to join the Revolutionary Army. Though I am your father, I will not interfere in your choice of path. I wish to introduce you to the ideology of the Revolutionary Army. Regardless of your decision after hearing it, I shall not pressure you. The fierce winds howled around them as Luffy and Dragon stood facing each other, their garments flapping wildly and hair dancing in the gusts. The wind stung his face, causing Luffy to squint as he held two sharp blades, listening intently to Dragon's discourse. He was aware of some aspects, yet had not fully grasped the revolutionary ideals. In Chapter 168, the power at the pinnacle of the world, the strength at the level of the four emperors, is wielded by those extraordinary beings. To be a pirate with such power is to reign as the king of pirates. To be part of the Navy would place one among its admirals or even the fleet admiral. Should one join the Revolutionary Army, they would undoubtedly become an indispensable ally and a powerful asset, leading the movement towards revolutionary triumph. Thus, upon realizing Luffy's immense strength, Dragon's urgency to invite him to the Revolutionary Army becomes clear. It is essential to understand that the grassroots of the Revolutionary Army are steadily expanding, along with their influence. However, in terms of formidable leaders compared to the world government and the Navy headquarters, they remain at a disadvantage. If Luffy were to join the Revolutionary Army, it would undoubtedly yield the most favorable outcome. Not only has the Revolutionary Army gained a formidable figure to safeguard them, but the father and son can also join forces against their adversaries, striving for the ideals of revolution. In pursuit of this noble cause, to overthrow the world government and to dedicate everything to its realization, one must be willing to endure great sacrifices. Father, you possess such resolve, but I do not share it. However, I must say, I merely offered my assistance out of courtesy. If it were convenient, I would lend a hand. You are being rather presumptuous, requesting my help even before we have set sail on the Grand Line. Outside Roguetown, Luffy cast one last glance back at the figure standing resolutely against the wind, lost in thought, before turning dejectedly to return to the Going Merry. Luffy did not agree to join the Revolutionary Army, yet neither did he completely refuse. He was acutely aware that from the moment he embraced the life of a pirate, he would inevitably stand in opposition to the Navy and the world government. With Luffy's audacious and indomitable spirit, it was only a matter of time before he would confront the world government and the haughty celestial dragons, provided he grew stronger and amassed greater influence. Therefore, Luffy clearly expressed to Dragon that should the time come to confront the world government and the celestial dragons, he would lend his assistance. However, at this moment, he was on the brink of embarking on his own adventures in the Grand Line, and thus would not join the Revolutionary Army, nor accompany Dragon to its headquarters. At most, they would maintain a line of communication. Should the Revolutionary Army encounter insurmountable challenges, they could reach out to Luffy, and if circumstances permitted, he might offer his aid. Upon hearing Luffy's decision, Dragon felt a tinge of disappointment that Luffy had not fully committed to the revolutionary cause. Nevertheless, the prospect of maintaining contact and the promise of assistance was not without merit. Consequently, Dragon proceeded to discuss a matter of urgency. Due to insufficient manpower and the sensitivity of a certain nation, he sought Luffy's help in advancing their revolutionary endeavors. This particular nation, being a member of the world government, had its king ruling tyrannically, causing immense suffering among its people, yet no thought of revolution had crossed their minds. With Luffy's assistance as a pirate, openly striving to overthrow the brutal monarch, the Revolutionary Army could covertly bolster their influence within that nation. This approach would ensure that their revolutionary efforts remained under the radar of the world government. Indeed, whether soliciting Luffy's aid or simply maintaining contact, it would be prudent to send someone to accompany Luffy to the Grand Line. This would facilitate ongoing communication and enable Luffy to engage more deeply with revolutionary activities. Dragon contemplated his options, knowing that the individual chosen for this task must be someone who could relate to Luffy and engage amicably, avoiding any potential conflict. Those who commit themselves to the revolutionary cause are individuals willing to risk their lives, imbued with a sense of purpose. Even with the knowledge of Dragon and Luffy's father-son relationship, if their beliefs diverged, it could lead to discord. Thus, Selecting a liaison who could expedite Luffy's involvement in the revolutionary cause required careful consideration. Perhaps, he mused, he could send her. A thought crossed Dragon's mind as he considered Luffy's character. Makino, his daughter-in-law and mother to his adorable granddaughter, came to mind. Additionally, the women from Cocoa Village and Syrup Village, who shared a close bond with Luffy, were also known to him. And he had a fair understanding of these potential future daughters-in-law. Luffy, his monstrous offspring, is undoubtedly characterized by a rather fickle nature, a conclusion firmly established. Thus, it has been decided to assign Kila to him. A little infidelity on the part of the son is inconsequential. He has devoted his entire being to the revolutionary cause. Were it not for a serendipitous encounter, Luffy would never have come into existence. Therefore, the future prosperity of the monkey lineage rests squarely upon Luffy's shoulders. Kila, a girl of unfortunate circumstances, has undoubtedly made significant contributions to the revolutionary endeavor, which ensures her place in Long's heart. Consequently, should Kila assume the role of liaison beside Luffy and simultaneously become his daughter-in-law, he would harbor no objections. Our son has not only matured into a parent of a delightful daughter, but has also grown in strength. Do you realize? Long gazes skyward, a rare expression of nostalgia gracing his features, as the clouds seemed to coalesce into a faint visage, revealing a smile. Previously, Luffy inquired about your identity, but I refrained from divulging any information. I merely indicated that I would reveal the truth once he genuinely joined the Revolutionary Army. I can only imagine Luffy's current state of frustration. His hearty laughter wafted through the air, echoing far and wide, as those below, puzzled by the sound, looked up towards the rooftop, yet strangely failed to catch a glimpse of any figure. After finally managing to meet him, he refuses to disclose my mother's identity, insisting that he will only do so under the condition of joining the Revolutionary Army. How infuriating, truly infuriating. As Luffy made his way back to the Mary, a cloud of discontent loomed over him, prompting him to mutter irritably to himself. He occasionally kicked small pebbles scattered on the ground. With another forceful kick, a pebble soared through the air, only to land with a painful cry echoing from its destination. Two figures, hidden behind a tree, were quick to emerge. Regardless of your intentions, I am inclined to take decisive action, for my mood is exceedingly foul at this moment. Luffy had sensed the presence of two individuals hiding behind a tree, and with a hint of menace, he hummed a warning. Wait. We'll come out right now. We are devoted fans of the seniors. Please don't harm us. The panicked voices emerged from behind the tree, seemingly fearful that Luffy might act violently on a whim, prompting them to hurriedly reveal themselves. The duo consisted of a man and a woman. The man donned a striking yellow coat, his hair styled in a vibrant green mohawk, his face resembling that of a wild beast, adorned with a nose ring and two lines etched beneath his right eye. The woman, clad in an eccentric red outfit, sported a voluminous hairdo with red and yellow highlights. Although her attire was somewhat unconventional, her figure and features undeniably revealed her beauty, marking her as a remarkable young lady. Chapter 169. The enthusiastic fans. Who are you? Why have you been secretly following me? Luffy inquired, observing the two young individuals before him whose faces were etched with panic. In his heart, he had begun to formulate some conjectures. I am Bartolomeo, he proclaimed. And this is my dear friend, Desire. The reason we followed you is that we fortuitously witnessed your fierce battle with the Navy at the dock. Bartolomeo, with his grass-green cap, gazed at Luffy with a look of admiration adorning his face, and continued, You are the infamous Pirate King, Luffy, are you not? Your first bounty was a staggering 80 million berries, and you gathered your comrades to establish the formidable Straw Hat Pirates, usurping the Clown Pirates to become the new sovereign of the East Blue. I have heard tales of your exploits here in Logue Town. Back then, I could only fantasize about the kind of person you were. I never imagined that today, while Desire and I were playing outside the town, we would fortuitously witness your legendary battle against the heroic Marine, Admiral Carp. You were truly remarkable. With a single punch, akin to that of a giant, you sent Admiral Carp flying from one side of the island to the other. Indeed, it was astounding. As Bartolomeo spoke, his excitement grew, his saliva flying as his limbs flailed about. Meanwhile, Desire clasped her hands tightly in front of her, her complexion flushed with exhilaration, gazing at Luffy like an adoring fan. In her heart, she was screaming, having personally witnessed Luffy's formidable prowess, which captivated her restless spirit, one that resembled that of a rebellious girl seeking thrills. Bartolomeo, 2 years later in the original narrative, would emerge as the strongest newcomer among the next generation of pirates. Having consumed the barrier fruit, he possessed formidable defensive capabilities. In the original tale, during his time in Town, Luffy found himself on the execution platform, poised to be beheaded by the clown buggy, only to be miraculously saved by a sudden bolt of lightning. After the storm passed, Luffy joyously retrieved his straw hat, exclaiming he had been given a second chance at life, a moment Bartolomeo witnessed firsthand. From that day forth, Bartolomeo held Luffy in the highest esteem. And after the Marineford War, he, now a devoted fan of Luffy, set sail in pursuit of his idol. Currently, although he was merely a local gang leader in Town and had yet to experience the events of the original story, having witnessed Luffy's battle firsthand made him an ardent admirer. Desire, his childhood companion and confidant, note, a true friend, not a romantic interest, sailed alongside Bartolomeo, establishing her own pirate crew known as the Candy Pirates. 2 years later, following a tragic encounter that led to her crew's demise, she was rescued by the leader of the Silver Pirate Alliance, a user of the Melt fruit, and subsequently joined their ranks. Senior Luffy, we admire you greatly. Please allow us to board your ship. Bartolomeo and Desire gazed at Luffy with eager anticipation, nervously awaiting his response. It was also due to Luffy's decision to remain in Town that they had the opportunity to accompany him here and express the thoughts that lay within their hearts. Luffy, with his arms crossed and chin resting thoughtfully in his hand, did not respond immediately. Knowing the original character of Luffy, it was clear to him that Bartolomeo was indeed a fervent admirer. After consuming the barrier fruit, he would possess the strength to easily defeat a captain, thus qualifying him to join Luffy's crew. However, at this moment, Bartolomeo had yet to consume the barrier fruit and lacked the requisite strength to be accepted aboard. Contemplating this, Luffy spoke. Bartolomeo, is it? Bartolomeo nodded eagerly, his eyes fixed on Luffy with anticipation. We are about to embark on an adventure in the Grand Line. But with your current abilities, you are not yet ready to join my ship. Nevertheless, I can offer you an opportunity. Once you set sail and your strength has grown, should you still wish to come aboard, you will always be welcome. Initially disheartened by Luffy's words, Bartolomeo's spirits were lifted upon hearing the latter part, igniting a sense of hope for the future. Rest assured, Luffy-senpai, as soon as you venture into the Grand Line, I will promptly form my own crew and set sail, striving to follow in your footsteps. One day, I will undoubtedly prove my worth and step aboard your ship, Bartolomeo declared with fervor, his fist clenched and eyes ablaze with determination. Yes, keep pushing forward. Luffy placed a hand on Bartolomeo's shoulder, offering words of encouragement. Being encouraged by the esteemed Luffy, who even patted my shoulder, made my heart swell with joy. Oh, I could almost feel the warmth of Luffy's hand. I was utterly elated. Bartolomeo's face flushed with excitement, his body trembling as he succumbed to a captivating reverie. Luffy, with a resigned roll of his eyes, found the situation rather fanciful. He shook his head, choosing to disregard Bartolomeo, and turned his gaze towards another admirer. Your name is Desire, is it not? You possess an appealing appearance and a commendable figure, though your attire leans towards the unconventional. Ah, I am grateful for your compliments, esteemed Luffy. If my style does not meet your approval, I am more than willing to alter my wardrobe. By the way, what does unconventional mean? Furthermore, I shall strive to become stronger, and I am determined to board your ship in the future. Upon hearing Luffy's praise regarding her looks, Desire was overwhelmed with excitement and glee. Her words tumbled out in a flurry, culminating in a resolute fist clenching as she declared her intentions. Haha, there is no need for you to wait. If you wish, you may embark on my ship right now, Luffy remarked, surveying Desire, noting that 2 years after the original story, her figure and appearance were outstanding. Even now, with a mere change of attire into something elegant, her well-developed physique and the charming visage of a youthful maiden would certainly attract attention. Indeed, Luffy found her quite commendable. Furthermore, if one were to consider her connection to the original characters, it would only enhance Luffy's admiration for her. Thus, even if Desire's combat abilities were lacking, it would not deter Luffy from inviting her aboard his ship. He had no expectations of her in battle. All he required was her companionship and service. Ahem. It seems I have revealed too much. Luffy-senpai, do you truly mean I can join the ship? Desire, the enamored girl, confirmed in disbelief. Upon hearing the mention of boarding, Bartolomeo was jolted from his reverie, exclaiming in surprise, Indeed, I am in need of a maid. If Desire is willing, she may serve as my maid and accompany me aboard. Luffy candidly expressed his thoughts as he gazed at Desire. To be frank, the two women currently on board, Nami and Kuina, were more for play than for genuine companionship. Although they had devised ways to alleviate Luffy's frustrations, such matters were not truly satisfying. Thus, he felt a sense of restlessness. He wondered when he would genuinely engage with them. Until that moment arrived, seeking a maid to satiate his needs seemed entirely reasonable. Desia's expression froze, her heart racing and her cheeks flushed with warmth. The prospect of being invited aboard truly astonished her. Oh my, a woman as ordinary as I. Presented with the chance to gain Luffy-senpai's favor and the opportunity to serve as his maid, am I dreaming? Desia's thoughts were not unfounded. Luffy was a formidable and renowned pirate. While she was merely a girl with a somewhat notorious reputation, never having imagined she would be fortunate enough to serve him. What is the matter? Are you not interested? Luffy inquired upon noticing her silence. I am interested. Of course, I would love to. Desia quickly replied. The notion of being a maid did not concern her. As an ardent admirer of Luffy, she was more than willing to accept. Such fervor mirrored that of fans in Luffy's previous life, who would go to great lengths for their beloved idols. This was precisely why those stars could captivate their fans so deeply. Oh, why am I not a woman? Bartolomeo bit his lip, feeling a twinge of envy. He too would sacrifice everything just to be aboard Luffy's ship. If only he could transform, become a woman, gain Luffy's admiration, and serve as a maid, he would do so without hesitation. Transform, transform, transform. Do not doubt the determination that a fervent admirer would exhibit in pursuit of their idol. Chapter 170, Delayed Departure. In a modest inn in Rog Town, Luffy reclined upon the sofa, anticipation radiating from his expression as he listened to the sound of running water emanating from the adjacent room, a delightful thrill coursing through him. His eyes instinctively wandered to the garments set aside, a sleek black tactical coat, a black tank top, a light charcoal skirt, a pair of knee-high women's boots, a set of black stockings, two petite outfits, and a pair of elegant black thigh-highs. Desia had consented to be his maid, and Luffy was willing to indulge a little longer, bringing her back to Rog Town to allow her to change into that rather unconventional attire. As for Bartolomeo, he could only muster encouragement for himself, vowing that one day, through sheer strength, he would board the vessel of his esteemed idol, Luffy-senpai. He watched with a mix of envy and admiration as his close companion, blushing and beaming, returned to Rog Town with Luffy. Upon their arrival, Luffy instructed Desia to freshen up while he ventured out to procure her new attire. The garments he selected were reminiscent of those in the original narrative. Albeit with slight modifications, the white bandages that once adorned her form were replaced with a tank top, the light blue trousers transformed into a skirt, and an additional pair of thigh-highs was included. While the original depiction of the white bandages might have been visually appealing, such an ensemble proved cumbersome for Luffy's playful endeavors. A change was indeed necessary. The transition from trousers to skirt was imperative, for concealing her long legs would be a travesty of potential. Moreover, the addition of thigh-highs would undoubtedly heighten allure. Clad in this slightly altered ensemble, Desia would appear even more enchanting, invigorating Luffy's spirits. Growing impatient, Luffy pondered whether he might assist her in hastening her bath. Luffy's heart raced with anxiety. Poor fellow, ever since he summoned his companions to set sail, he had not engaged in a true battle. The yearning within him was immense, bordering on impulsive. Thus, regardless of Desia's lack of strength and her diminutive stature, Luffy paid no heed to such trivialities. Time was of the essence. He resolved to bring her aboard and trust that future challenges would find their resolutions. Even if Desia were to hinder his progress, Luffy was confident that, with his prowess, no one could harm her under his protection during the early stages of their journey through the Grand Line. With a soft creak, the door opened, followed by gentle footsteps as Luffy entered. The door clicked shut behind him, and the sound of water ceased. Noticing Luffy's arrival, Desia momentarily froze, and instinctively, her hands moved to shield herself. Luffy's intense gaze made her feel uncomfortable, prompting her to stammer, Luffy-senpai, why did you come in, now that you are aboard my ship? You need not call me Luffy-senpai anymore. Although you are my maid, I would prefer you to address me as captain from now on. I have procured some clothing for you and grew somewhat anxious waiting outside, hence my entrance. My dear little maid, do you not wish for my presence? Desia's figure had matured to a considerable extent. Her slender waist and the curves in all the right places revealed smooth, supple skin. Though she was not yet at her full potential, she had certainly developed to a degree of 7 or 8/10 of her future self. Luffy's gaze swept over Desia, first from above and then from below as he approached her. No, the captain thought he could certainly enter. As Desire spoke, she felt the intense masculinity emanating from Luffy. Her breath caught in her throat, her legs weakened, and her entire body flushed with warmth. It is worth noting that she was entirely exposed at this moment. Even though she understood that, as a maid, she would eventually confront such scenarios, she was willing. However, standing before Luffy, an experience she had never encountered, left Desire feeling anxious and flustered. Desire, are you willing to sacrifice everything for me? Luffy lifted Desirea's chin with his hand, gazing at her blushing face with a mischievous grin. I'm willing, Captain, Desire whispered shyly, closing her eyes. She had long been mentally prepared for this and wouldn't resist. The thought of receiving affection from her idol in the role of a maid was something she had never dared to imagine. Don't worry. It might hurt a little at first, but soon you'll feel very comfortable, Luffy reassured her. This isn't small at all. Having received Desirea's anticipated consent, Luffy took action. Seeing was one thing, but touching was another. Through his own hands, he confirmed and precisely measured just how ample she was. Yes, this is the extent of it. In 2 years, it should be even more. TSK, who would have thought that beneath those white bandages lay such magnificent grandeur? Desirea's body had gone completely limp. If not for Luffy supporting her, she would have collapsed. Having no experience in such matters, she could only let Luffy, the seasoned navigator, guide the way. Luffy's vehicle moved at a leisurely yet steady pace, the prelude resonating with intensity. Amidst the mingling of saliva, his pianist hands strived to play as best as they could. At this moment, the newcomer maid, Desire, blushingly discovered Luffy's peculiar indulgence. How embarrassing. How could the captain engage in such behavior? Although my small feet had been washed earlier, they could not possibly be that meticulously attended to. Moreover, it truly emanated a delightful fragrance. Was it not foul at all? Was it truly delectable? Desire found herself in a haze, occasionally contemplating the actions Luffy was currently undertaking. Throughout the entire process, she could no longer assert her own will. She simply followed Luffy's lead. Suddenly, a pang of pain surged through her, droplets of crimson cascading down, momentarily snapping Desire back to reality. Yet, it wasn't long before she succumbed to the experience, engulfed in joy, her mind and body deeply entwined, drifting alongside Luffy. In truth, Luffy's intention was to have Desire alter her attire before returning her to the Mary, followed by their imminent departure. Little did he anticipate that he had overestimated his own endurance. He thought merely to take a fleeting glance and retreat, to indulge slightly before emerging again, to satisfy a fleeting craving before stepping back. Ultimately, he resigned himself to the notion that he could no longer maintain the decorum of a gentleman. It was better to seize the moment and revel in it. Why does crime proliferate in this world? The answer lies in the inability of individuals to resist temptation. The boundaries gradually erode until one becomes comfortable with the acceptance of their transgressions. Luffy's situation is quite similar. In this regard, he truly possesses little patience. Unbeknownst to him, he has squandered 2 or 3 hours here, and had it not been for the thought of setting sail and the crew aboard the Mary waiting for his return, he might have been reluctant to conclude his activities. In Chapter 171, concerning Luffy, Sanji expresses his concern. Why has the captain taken so long to return? You went to Logtown with him, didn't he? Usopp, gazing towards Logtown from the Mary, queries Sanji. As evening approaches, the impending darkness renders departure problematic. The anxiety is palpable, not just for him but for the entire crew, all pondering the reason behind Luffy's prolonged absence. Sanji shakes his head and shrugs, stating, I don't know. After we arrived in Logtown, I separated from the captain. Upon hearing this, the crew exchanges glances, enveloped in silence. They are perplexed. Just when they were on the verge of embarking on the Grand Line, Luffy unexpectedly falters at a critical juncture. It has been 2 or 3 hours since they entered Logtown, and still, he has not returned. A brief visit to the town center to witness the location where the pirate King Roger was executed and to procure a couple of swords should not have consumed so much time. Could it be that he is delayed due to matters concerning a woman? Nami, considering Luffy's nature, cannot help but speculate. Regardless, neither Nami nor the others worry about the potential dangers of Luffy's tardiness. After all, having withstood Mihawk's devastating strike and easily bested Admiral Smoker, they cannot fathom that such a formidable Luffy could be quietly subdued in Logtown. However, as Nami contemplates, her intuition suggests that perhaps Luffy has been detained by a woman. Before long, when Luffy returns to the Mary, draping his arm around a woman exuding a distinctly feminine aura, her suspicions are confirmed. Dressed in a black coat over a matching vest, her figure accentuated by a short skirt and sheer stockings, she pairs them with knee-high boots. Her hair, A blend of red and yellow cascades lazily down her back, and her complexion radiates a rosy hue. Nami, upon seeing this seemingly feeble woman, who can only move with Luffy's support, instantly deduces that she has just been deflowered, explaining her current state. "Humph, you heartless rogue. We have waited for you for 2 to 3 hours, and you have delayed our departure. We were left to ponder your absence, only to discover you were indulging in carnal pleasures with a woman." Nami, filled with fury, stormed over to Luffy, her petite hands fiercely gripping his waist. Her expression one of clenched teeth and simmering rage, as if she wished to strangle him. Kuina glared intently at Luffy, radiating an aura of deadly intent. Her hand poised upon the hilt of her sword, ready to strike at any moment. The sky was a brilliant blue, adorned with pristine white clouds. The others, witnessing this spectacle, adopted an indifferent demeanor, their gazes averted, only casting fleeting glances towards the commotion. "Go ahead and squeeze. It would be best if you drew your blade." Though Luffy is their esteemed captain, the delay in setting sail has fostered a sense of discontent among them, as they secretly harbor similar dark thoughts. Nami and Kuina, regardless of their actions, would undoubtedly express their full support. Alas, their hopes were dashed. Luffy, confronted by the ire of the two women, was not taken aback. He pulled them aside to share a hushed conversation. "This isn't entirely my fault," he began. "You both know that since we set out to sea, I haven't had a proper meal. It left me feeling quite anxious. So when I unexpectedly encountered Dezaya, I simply couldn't resist. Now that this has transpired, and Dezaya has agreed to become my maid and accompany me aboard, I cannot abandon her after having taken her into my care, which is why I brought her back with me." Luffy, with a hint of frustration, struggled against the two women who held him, explaining his predicament. "Why are you so restless? Haven't we always employed various methods to help you alleviate your anger?" Nami retorted, her grip still firmly pinching Luffy's waist. Although she was aware that his rubbery physique rendered her efforts harmless, her anger compelled her to cling tightly, refusing to relent. "This only alleviates some of my frustration. It cannot truly extinguish it. For a while now, I've felt an overwhelming sense of unease. The only way to genuinely quell this anger is through a more profound experience. Kuina understands this best. If you doubt it, you may inquire with her." Luffy voiced his grievances, explaining to Nami. Upon hearing Luffy's words, Kuina was reminded of the past. At that time, as a maid, although she helped Luffy dispel some of his anger, he would ultimately seek out Makino to completely extinguish the flames of his frustration. Thus, Kuina understood that mere observation would not suffice. Even if she devised ways to satisfy Luffy, true contentment eluded him. In response to Nami's inquisitive gaze, Kuina did not hesitate to nod in affirmation of Luffy's statement. Yet, she thought, even so, he should not casually seek out any woman. After all, it was their refusal to indulge Luffy that led him to bring a maid back with him. Nami, feeling somewhat guilty, felt her anger dissipate slightly. Yet she was unwilling to concede so easily, pursing her lips and remarking, "How could I possibly have just picked anyone? Dezaya, she is." Luffy sensed the waning of Nami's fury and hastily brought up the matter of Dezaya. Dezaya was an ardent admirer, a devoted fan. Certainly not an ordinary woman one might casually select. "Nami, Kuina, I have made up my mind to bring Dezaya aboard, so I hope you will not oppose this decision." After discussing Dezaya, Luffy embraced both women and spoke earnestly. "What do you mean by opposing? I am well aware of your flirtatious nature. How could any woman you have set your sights on possibly escape your grasp? Do as you wish." Nami sighed in resignation, refraining from explicit dissent. Kuina huffed softly and remarked, "If you wish to bring her aboard, then so be it. However, given Dezaya's lack of strength, are you not concerned that she might perish in the perilous waters of the Grand Line during a skirmish with adversaries?" Luffy, with a spirit of bravado, proclaimed, "It's merely the Grand Line. In the first half, no matter what adversaries arise, under my protection, Dezaya shall remain unharmed. Since none of you oppose this, let it be settled. Dezaya and her shall accompany me aboard the ship." "HM? Is it not Dezaya? Why is there another?" Nami and Kuina, realizing the situation, fixed Luffy with an intense and piercing gaze. Luffy, displaying an innocent demeanor, remarked, "There are two of them. Besides Dezaya, isn't there another captive?" "Captive?" Nami and Kuina immediately thought of the prisoner bound by Luffy himself, the bespectacled young female Navy Sergeant, Dashiki, who bore a striking resemblance to Kuina. In Chapter 172, the pirate flag flutters. Initially, Luffy had no intention of releasing Dashiki after capturing her. Dezaya had been an unexpected delight, a surprise gift Luffy had never anticipated. Now, Having successfully captured Desire, Luffy was in high spirits. Nevertheless, he did not intend to forsake the other young woman, Dashiki. After all, it would be absurd to let go of a delectable prize so easily. Thus, in addition to Desire, Dashiki would also find herself aboard the ship. After explaining the situation regarding Desire to the two young women, Luffy casually mentioned Dashiki as well. Upon hearing this, their eyes widened in astonishment, and they glared at Luffy with puffed cheeks, their expressions radiating a desire to devour him. They realized that Luffy's audacity continually surpassed their expectations. The Mary already boasted two beautiful young ladies, yet Luffy, unsatisfied, had brought a maid on board, and furthermore, intended to add a female Navy captive to the crew. Luffy's intentions are clear to both women. He desires to transform the strikingly familiar Dasky, resembling Kuina, into his beloved. They are also aware that Dasky harbors no romantic feelings for Luffy. It is evident that should Luffy wish to possess her, he would resort to some unscrupulous methods to attain Dasky. Luffy is shameless, a notorious flirt. Upon encountering a woman who stirs his desires, he will employ every means to possess her. His behavior is utterly detestable. Both Kuina and Nami, now fully aware of Luffy's nature, find themselves ensnared in his web from the very beginning. They neither struggle to escape nor wish to. All that remains is the question of when Luffy will ultimately claim them. The two women exchange resigned glances, engaging in a game of resistance against Luffy, denying him any opportunity. Yet, when he wishes to bring other women aboard to quell his urges, they find themselves at a loss for words. Having long recognized Luffy's flirtatious and lascivious essence, they have mentally prepared themselves for the inevitable increase in his female companions. What they did not anticipate was that, even before entering the Grand Line, Luffy was intent on bringing two women aboard. At this rate, the modest three-tiered Mary would soon be filled to capacity with women. They mused internally. Humph, I am merely the navigator on this ship, responsible solely for steering our course. As the captain, you may bring whomever you wish aboard. It is beyond my jurisdiction, Nami remarked, struggling to distance herself from Luffy, her discontent evident in her demeanor as she refused to draw close, casting him a displeased glare. In the absence of a challenge, I am but your maid. Do as you please, she continued. As a maid, what right does she have to oppose him? Conversely, if he intends to bring those two aboard, Nami and Kuina would have more leisure, unburdened by his frequent disturbances. Kuina sighed softly, distancing herself from Luffy to stand beside Nami, signaling her solidarity in their dissatisfaction with him. Ahem, since you both have no objections, let us consider this matter settled with delight. Luffy feigned ignorance towards the dissatisfaction expressed by the two women, decisively cutting through the tension as he turned to stride towards Sanji and the others, conveying his intention to bring the two ladies aboard the ship. The women did not openly oppose this decision, and their silence suggested acquiescence. Meanwhile, Zoro, who lay on the deck nursing his severe injuries, was blissfully clutching the two fine swords that Luffy had gifted him, utterly unperturbed by the captain's choice of company. Sanji, puffing on a cigarette, welcomed the idea of having women on board, yet a shadow of melancholy lingered in his heart. He pondered why all the women aboard seemed to captivate the captain's interest, leaving him feeling sidelined. Usopp, fiddling with his slingshot, held no objections to whom the esteemed captain wished to bring along, though he couldn't help but envy Luffy's fortune with the ladies. As a single man yearning for companionship, he too longed for a girlfriend. As for Frankie, he merely raised a concern about their journey through the Grand Line, questioning what might happen if the two women proved inadequate in strength and suffered injury, or worse. Luffy assured them that their safety was not a concern, as he would protect them. Thus, Kuro had no objections, satisfied that everything unfolded as he had anticipated. And with no one opposing his decision, Luffy walked over and leaned against the ship's side beside the anxious Dezaya. He wrapped an arm around her and said, "Come, let me introduce you to my companions." Dezaya nodded, though everyone on the ship, apart from Luffy, was unfamiliar to her. Nevertheless, she felt reassured. As long as Luffy was by her side, she had no reason to fear. She believed that with time spent together, the unfamiliarity would dissipate. This beautiful lady is our navigator, Nami. Beside her is the enchanting swordswoman, Kuina, a master of the one-sword style. The gentleman smoking a cigarette is Sanji, our chef. The one wielding the slingshot is our sharpshooter, and the bespectacled fellow is Kuro, our combat specialist and strategist. Hello, I am Dezaya. I look forward to your kindness in the future, she said, bowing politely to all those Luffy had introduced. Luffy nodded in satisfaction, aware that Dezaya's true nature was that of an unruly and impolite young woman. Now, having become his companion, she was able to temper her rebellious demeanor, transforming into a more refined and courteous individual. It could be said that Dazaya was making considerable efforts to change for Luffy. As an obedient maid, she would be cherished by him. Regardless, Dazaya was now a member of the crew, even if he did not fully accept her in his heart. However, the others did not adopt a pretentious attitude of superiority. Instead, they greeted her warmly. Even Nami and Kuina, the two ladies, set aside their displeasure and responded with nods of acknowledgement. Luffy gazed with satisfaction and a hint of pride, nodding to himself as he thought, these two girls, indeed, are the product of meticulous upbringing since childhood. Had it not been for Luffy's guidance, which had instilled in them a sense of obedience, they would have long accepted the reality of his flirtatious nature. It is likely that their current ambivalent stance would not exist. However, due to certain circumstances, my departure has been delayed. As the sky darkens and time is of the essence to reach the entrance of the Grand Line, we must not linger any longer. Let us set sail. Luffy exclaimed, addressing Usopp, it is time for our pirate flag to be officially raised. Usopp replied, Captain, I have eagerly awaited your words. He then took out the pirate flag that Luffy had prepared, eagerly rushing to hoist it aloft. Luffy smiled and looked up as Usopp swiftly climbed the tall mast to hoist the Jolly Roger. His companions followed suit, gazing at the fluttering pirate flag with smiles that belied the seriousness in their expressions. From that moment on, the flag would symbolize the face of the dread pirate crew. It must remain untainted and never touch the ground. Anyone who dared to harm this emblem would become an enemy that the dread pirate crew would vow to eliminate without hesitation. After observing the flag for a while, Luffy turned and leaped down from the Mary, making his way toward the bound and immobilized Dasky. Chapter 173. Taking Dasky away. Dasky had been tightly bound and left on the ground for several hours, feeling the ache in numerous areas of her body. She had been eagerly anticipating the departure of the dread pirate crew, hoping for the moment she could free herself from her restraints. Initially, she noticed Luffy returning with a woman, and shortly thereafter, she became aware of a pirate flag she had never seen before being raised upon the ship. This flag, adorned with the familiar skull motif, featured a straw hat atop the skull, and within its hollow eye sockets burned a flame reminiscent of a soul. This was indeed the pirate flag hand-painted by Luffy, the straw hat symbolizing his own signature headgear, while the flame represented the powerful spirit that resided within him. As the flag was raised, Dasky faintly heard the sounds of departure, her heart leaping with joy at the thought that the dread pirate crew was about to set sail, which meant she would soon be liberated from her bonds. However, while she anticipated the beginning, she could not foresee the conclusion. Just before the dread pirate crew embarked, Luffy approached her with a knowing smile, his demeanor suggesting ulterior motives. What are you planning to do? Dasky asked, a hint of panic in her voice as she watched Luffy approach, her bound form struggling to inch away from him. Nothing much, he replied nonchalantly. We are about to set sail for the Grand Line, and I have come to take my captive with me. Luffy chuckled as he grasped the ropes binding Dasky, effortlessly lifting her and making his way back to the Mary. I shall never accompany you to the Grand Line, nor will I board your vessel. How despicable! Did you not promise that once you departed, you would release us? Your words ring hollow. Dasky struggled fiercely in Luffy's grip, writhing like a worm, her anger directed at him. Indeed, I did mention that after leaving, I would set Captain Smoker and the others free. However, I never claimed that you would be included in that promise. He smirked. Consider this. At that moment, I was referring specifically to Captain Smoker and his crew, while you seem to be positioned elsewhere, thus excluded from the agreement. Luffy turned Dasky's small face towards him, flashing a beaming smile. Dasky was momentarily taken aback, and upon careful reflection, it seemed that Luffy was indeed correct. Throughout their encounter, he had consistently promised to spare the captives, yet she had been intentionally overlooked. Such an unexpected maneuver? Had Dasky been privy to this revelation, she would have undoubtedly exclaimed in disbelief. Gritting her teeth, she glared at Luffy with indignation, declaring, You are shameless, you lack honor. You have employed despicable tactics, deceiving both Vice Admiral Carp and us. Release me. I have no desire to board your ship. Let go of me. Colonel Smoker, Vice Admiral Carp, everyone, help me. The tyrant Luffy has broken his promise and intends to take me away. As Luffy concluded his explanation, he disregarded her struggles and swiftly brought her aboard the ship. After her furious outburst, Dasky grew anxious, beads of sweat forming on her forehead as she desperately called for aid from Colonel Smoker and the others. At that moment, Colonel Smoker and the other Navy personnel were bewildered, unable to comprehend Luffy's actions in suddenly abducting Dasky. It was only when her distant cries for help reached their ears that they realized, to their astonishment, that Luffy had indeed reneged on his promise and was forcefully taking Dasky away. Such audacity was utterly unexpected. Colonel Smoker had never anticipated that Luffy would treat his pledge to Carp as if it were mere air, disregarding it thereafter. What are you all still doing? Hurry and untie me. Remove the sea stone weapons. If you delay any further, Ensign Dasky will be captured. Colonel Smoker shouted, jolting his subordinate sailors back to reality. They quickly set about untying each other before freeing Smoker from his bonds and removing the sea stone restraints. Once liberated from the sea stone, Colonel Smoker immediately felt his strength return, and he could once again wield his devil fruit powers. He never imagined that his own weapons would one day bind him. Bitterly reflecting on this irony, he chose not to discard the sea stone, but instead clutched it tightly as he anxiously rushed towards the pirate ship that was about to set sail. Oh no! Colonel Smoker is coming. He is here to rescue you. Luffy placed Dasky on the deck, gazing at the approaching Captain Smoker. Despite the merry setting sail under Usopp's command, Captain Smoker's speed would undoubtedly allow him to catch up. Even if they distanced themselves from this place, he could still pursue them in his elemental form. Captain Smoker, save me! Dasky exclaimed, her eyes filled with fervor as she called out, as if seeing a glimmer of hope to escape from Luffy's grasp. Meanwhile, on the ship, Usopp was at the helm, Frankie was assisting in operating the Mary, Sanji had retreated to the kitchen to prepare dinner, and Zoro had simply embraced his three beloved swords, choosing to return to his quarters for some much-needed rest. Nami and Kuina, wishing to avoid witnessing Luffy's abduction of Dasky, opted to retreat to their rooms, preferring to remain oblivious to the unfolding drama. Luffy's new maid, Desire, has gone to select a room, leaving only Luffy and Dasky on the deck. With his lower body transformed into smoke, Captain Smoker clutches his jit tightly as he swiftly approaches the Mary. He glares at Luffy with fury, his demeanor so aggressive that one might think he wishes to incapacitate Luffy entirely. In that moment, his desperation to rescue his subordinate blinds him to the vast disparity in their strengths. Suddenly, a wave of excruciating pain surges from his abdomen, causing Smoker to halt his rapid advance, a grimace of agony crossing his face as he clutches his midsection, nearly losing his elemental form and plummeting from the air. The injury to his abdomen has not healed, serving as a stark reminder that he is far from being Luffy's equal. With Vice Admiral Garp absent, any reckless charge at Luffy would only lead to humiliation. Not only would he fail to save Dasky, but he might also jeopardize his own life. Yet, fully aware of this potential outcome, Smoker takes a deep breath, exhales the bitterness of his situation, and, despite the pain, resumes his charge towards Luffy with unwavering resolve. The gap in their abilities is significant, but retreat is not an option. A man must face his challenges head-on. Do you see? Smoker's injuries have yet to heal. And do you truly believe he can overcome me in his current state? Will he succeed in rescuing you? Both Luffy and Nami noticed that Colonel Smoker paused, clutching his abdomen in apparent pain. With an air of nonchalance, Luffy hoisted Daz's bones and leaned in closer, saying, "What do you think? When Colonel Smoker arrives, do you believe I will strike him down with a single blow?" Luffy's tone resembled that of someone casually discussing the death of an ant, nonchalantly stating that he would crush it without a second thought. Dasky felt a chill run through her body, not doubting Luffy's words, as she envisioned the horrifying scene of Colonel Smoker being struck down by a single punch. In Chapter 174, Dasky made her agreement. Despite her exceptional swordsmanship and commendable strength, her severe nearsightedness often led her to make mistakes in her duties, though she had earned the position of a Navy sergeant. Her clumsiness frequently resulted in blunders that jeopardized her standing, although being a girl afforded her some leniency. The perilous nature of apprehending pirates meant that not all superiors would consistently overlook her errors. Consequently, Dasky had already been reassigned under several colonels due to her recurring mishaps. When she was once again dismissed, feeling despondent, she was appointed as Colonel Smoker's aide. Upon first encountering him, with his fierce gaze and cigar in mouth, she assumed he would be an exceedingly difficult superior to work with. Dasky thought to herself that she would likely make another mistake and be dismissed again. However, despite his intimidating exterior, she soon discovered that Colonel Smoker was surprisingly approachable. Even when she faltered, he would merely raise his voice momentarily before moving on without further reprimand. On one occasion, Dasky made yet another error, allowing a captured pirate to escape. Before Colonel Smoker could arrive to reprimand her, she found herself in tears, lamenting her own incompetence. "I am truly useless. I am so foolish, she sobbed. Hey, stop crying. As she sat on the ground, overwhelmed with self-reproach, a shadow loomed over her, accompanied by a firm hand pressing down on her head. Self-pity is pointless. As my aide, you cannot be so easily disheartened. Get up. The pirate you let escape must be recaptured immediately. Colonel Smoker leaned down, speaking in a stern tone. But the pirate has already fled. And I have no idea where he went, Dasky stammered, fearing that Colonel Smoker would scrutinize her failure, even if the pirate has escaped. He is still in this town and won't disappear so quickly. Even if you don't know where he is hiding, you can search every nook and cranny. You will eventually find him. Now hurry. Colonel Smoker shouted, causing Dasky to jump to her feet. I'll go find him right away, she exclaimed, feeling somewhat aggrieved. The town was vast. How could she possibly locate him alone? Wait, Colonel Smoker, why are you following me? Dasky suddenly noticed him trailing behind her and questioned with confusion. Fool, of course, I am coming with you to find the pirate. Now let us go. In the town, everyone had long been searching for the escaped pirate, leaving only you behind. Colonel Smoker, without any preamble, delivered a sharp blow to Tashiji's head and proceeded forward. Behind him, Tashiji cradled her head, tears streaming down her cheeks not from pain, but from overwhelming emotion. It was she who had faltered, allowing the pirate to escape. Yet, Colonel Smoker did not lay excessive blame upon her. He did not pursue her shortcomings. Though his tone was brusque, he promptly directed his subordinates to apprehend the fleeing pirate while she was lost in self-reproach. In previous encounters, her former superiors would have chastised her harshly for such a blunder and even dismissed her from duty. However, Colonel Smoker exhibited no disdain or intent to cast her aside. His tone, though harsh, served as an unconventional form of solace. Tashiji felt fortunate to serve under such a caring and perceptive leader, one whose fierce exterior belied a compassionate heart. Reflecting on her admiration for Colonel Smoker, Tashiji recalled her instinct to rush in and confront Luffy, a reckless act that could have resulted in her demise at his hands. This was a fate she vehemently wished to avoid, pleading with Luffy, please, do not harm Colonel Smoker. Turning back to Smoker, she implored, I beg you, do not approach. I do not wish for your rescue. After uttering these words to Luffy, she anxiously called out to Colonel Smoker, do not jest. You are my superior. How could I stand by and watch you be captured by a pirate? Colonel Smoker did not hesitate. Rather, he accelerated, finally positioning himself before the two. His imposing presence and unwavering conviction in the face of danger were palpable. Yet some matters cannot be resolved solely by such resolve. As Colonel Smoker wielded his weapon against Luffy, seeking to protect Tashiji, Luffy, with a swiftness that belied his form, struck first, his arm enveloped in the dark hue of haki, firmly grasping Colonel Smoker's neck. Luffy tightened his grip around Colonel Smoker's neck, exerting just enough pressure to render his face an alarming shade of crimson, while the hand clutching his weapon lost all strength, leaving him suspended in midair. How infuriating! Colonel Smoker struggled to pry Luffy's hand away, but to no avail. His breaths became increasingly labored, his complexion resembling that of a ripe tomato, as his strength rapidly waned. To be frank, I hold a deep admiration for you, Smoker. Luffy squinted at the near-death Smoker, feeling a sense of nostalgia that compelled him to forego the title of captain and simply address him by name. Those familiar with the original narrative would recognize the admiration Luffy harbored for Smoker, a character who walked the fine line between adversary and ally. If circumstances allowed, Luffy could show mercy even to his foes, just as he had previously dispatched Carp, when Smoker, in a moment of foolish bravado, attempted to charge at him. Luffy had merely struck him with a single blow, incapacitating him without extinguishing his life. Had it been another unfamiliar captain, even with Carp present, Luffy would have been indifferent to the consequences of his actions, whether they led to life or death. The same principle applied now. Should Tashiji possess the sense to withdraw, Luffy would refrain from taking Smoker's life, despite the resentment Smoker might harbor towards her. As for the notion that sparing an enemy with whom one has deep-seated enmity is a foolish act, Luffy was unconcerned. With Smoker's potential, it was unlikely that he would attain the rank of a formidable adversary in 2 years, rendering him no genuine threat to Luffy. Tashiji anxiously observed the suffocating Smoker, pleading with Luffy to show mercy and spare him. Luffy had indeed shown restraint, choosing not to strike him down with a fatal blow that would leave his body in ruins, but rather allowing him to succumb to suffocation, preserving his corpse intact. Luffy exclaimed, exerting force once more, causing Smoker to roll his eyes in a state of near death. No, Dasky cried out in horror, unable to contain her tears. In truth, if you wish for me to spare him, it is possible, provided you acquiesce to one request of mine, and then I shall grant him his life. Luffy lifted Daski's chin with one hand and, with a wicked smile, said, "Promise me you will be my maid, and I shall spare him. If you refuse, I will strangle him right now." Daski hesitated for only a brief moment, as Smoker's hands began to droop, on the verge of suffocation. She gritted her teeth and declared, "I accept." Chapter 175. The first step completed. Whether one deems Luffy despicable or shameless for employing such tactics, he ultimately compelled Daski to consent to becoming his maid. What followed was Luffy's gradual assertion of his authority as a master, methodically consuming this maid piece by piece. As Luffy witnessed Dashiki tearfully acquiescing, he cast Smoker away, sending him crashing to the ground. The resurgence of his abdominal injury, compounded by the near-fatal experience of asphyxiation, had rendered him unconscious. "Is Colonel Smoker all right?" Dashiki inquired anxiously, noticing the motionless figure of Smoker in the distance. "Yes, fine, just fainted," Luffy reassured her. Upon hearing his explanation, Dashiki, with her glasses accentuating her keen vision, observed the subtle rise and fall of Smoker's chest, a sign of life, allowing her to exhale in relief. "What do you intend to do?" Dashiki exclaimed nervously as she caught sight of a hand reaching towards her, quickly averting her gaze back to Luffy. "Tear." Luffy did not pose any questions. He simply swept his hand across the ropes binding Dashiki, severing them effortlessly. Observing her stunned expression, he remarked, "You previously agreed to be my maid, so there is no need to keep you restrained any longer. I upheld my promise and released Smoker. I trust you will honor yours and refrain from attempting to flee. Otherwise, you are well aware of my capabilities and can easily seek out Smoker to take his life. Unless he remains within the confines of the Navy headquarters. Should that day arrive and Smoker perish, it will be your doing." Dashiki clenched her small hands tightly, her gaze fixed intently on Luffy, her heart racing with fury. After a moment, as if coming to a realization, she glanced at Smoker in the distance and took a deep breath, stating, "I will not be like you, someone who speaks without adhering to their words. Having agreed to be your maid, I shall not escape. In return, you must promise me that as long as I remain by your side, you will not harm Captain Smoker." Smoker was a superior whom Dashiki held in high regard. During her time as a subordinate, he had shown her immense kindness. By offering herself as the price, she not only safeguarded Smoker's life but also ensured that if they were to meet Luffy again in the future, she would have a measure of protection against being killed at his whim. Dashiki had come to this understanding and was willing to make the sacrifice. "I agree. My dear maid, I have no intention of relinquishing you. Therefore, as long as you remain faithfully by my side to serve me, I shall spare Smoker, even if we cross paths again." Luffy nodded in agreement, recognizing Daski's newfound resolve. This was a positive development. Only with an acceptance of reality could his training plan proceed more smoothly. Upon hearing Luffy's promise, Daski felt a wave of relief wash over her. No longer fearing that Colonel Smoker would meet his demise at Luffy's hands in the future, witnessing Luffy's ability to trade blows with Garp, even sending him flying and creating a path of destruction, she understood that no matter how much Smoker's strength might grow, he would never rival Luffy. Even with Daski's limited understanding, it was evident that the comparison between Luffy and Smoker was akin to that of a beast and a prodigy, utterly incomparable. Unless unforeseen circumstances or miracles intervened, Smoker would eternally remain outmatched by Luffy. "My maid, we have made a promise, so what should you call me now?" Luffy stepped forward, lifting Daski's chin with his hand, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Daski's face flushed crimson. After a moment's hesitation, she bashfully whispered, "Master, I can't hear you." "Your voice is too soft," Luffy teased, leaning in closer, their faces mere centimeters apart. Daski's breath quickened as she distinctly felt the warmth of his exhalation and the potent masculine aura he exuded. Now in the role of a maid, she could not resist Luffy's advances too fiercely. Furthermore, Smoker lay in the distance on the ground, even though the ship had drifted away from the shore. Luffy could return at any moment to deal with him, making her reluctance all the more futile. Having already made her decision, what was there left to hesitate about? Daski thought to herself, raising her voice slightly, shyly closing her eyes, unable to meet Luffy's gaze so near. "Master." Just as she uttered the word, she felt something press against her, silencing her. Her body tensed, breath becoming erratic. In a startled reaction, she opened her eyes wide and, indeed, found Luffy in close proximity, treating her as he pleased. Instinctively, she attempted to struggle, but Luffy's arms held her firmly, rendering her efforts futile. As a maid, she could not defy whatever her master wished to do. Would she resist now? Would she betray her promise? Was her resolve limited to this feeble endurance? Luffy temporarily ceased his aggressive advances and whispered softly into Dasky's ear. Upon hearing Luffy's warning, Dasky's struggles came to an abrupt halt. Her body trembled. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. After a moment of contemplation, despite her reluctance and unwillingness, she ultimately surrendered her resistance, letting her hands fall at her sides. Tightly closing her eyes, adopting a posture of submission to Luffy's whims. Your resolve is commendable. I truly admire it. With a sense of appreciation for the maid who had relinquished her defiance, Luffy could not help but express his admiration. For he had a fondness for maids with such awareness. What followed was a gradual and meticulous approach, as Luffy sought to draw closer to the maid. Dasky, inexperienced in such encounters, found herself utterly bewildered, unsure of how to proceed. However, Luffy, seasoned in these matters, expertly guided her, leading this maid into an exquisite realm of sensations she had never before experienced. Dasky initially resisted these feelings, yet the profound instincts within her body gradually compelled her to embrace and revel in the unfamiliar pleasure, becoming lost in it. When her gaze, framed by her glasses, occasionally opened, it reflected a dazed confusion, a blurred clarity as she perceived Luffy's presence, which left an indelible mark upon her heart. Dasky felt a warmth enveloping her body, an overwhelming discomfort. Throughout this process, Luffy's hands were certainly not idle. The resemblance Dasky bore to Kuina, combined with her endearingly clumsy demeanor, endeared her to him even more. Moreover, Dasky was still adorned in her naval uniform, presenting a unique and exhilarating experience for Luffy. The attire only heightened his excitement. Were it not for the inopportune setting and moment upon the deck, Luffy would have yearned to engage in a more genuine game with Dasky. After considerable effort and an immense display of willpower, Luffy managed to separate himself from the dazed Dasky, who was now utterly disoriented. Come, I will take you to the third level of the ship. That shall be your dwelling from now on. Luffy gently supported the weakened Dasky as they made their way into the ship, ascending towards the third level. In her dazed state, Dasky managed to glance back, catching a fleeting glimpse of the azure sky, the white clouds, and the placid sea beneath her. The shadow of Rog Town had already vanished from sight. Chapter 176. Entering the Grand Line as the sun dipped towards the horizon, the distant sea was grazed by a dim, waning light from the sun, which gradually sank lower, descending into darkness. The onset of night was imminent. At that moment, near the entrance to the Grand Line, a crimson hue emerged in the distance, a land of red. Towering like clouds, its summit obscured from view. This was the colossal landmass that partitioned the world, the Red Line. A pirate ship, adorned with a figurehead resembling a ram, approached with its flag billowing in the wind, cutting through the waves. Here, at the entrance to the Grand Line, the tumultuous waves crashed against the land, sending forth sprays of water that soared dozens of meters high. The sound of the waves, the howling wind, and the distant rumbling of thunder in the sky combined as if the Grand Line were welcoming the new travelers. All the currents of the East Sea converged here, forming a canal that surged upward toward the peak of the upside-down mountain, resembling a high-speed one-way road. Is this truly the entrance to the Grand Line? What a magnificent sight! From afar, those standing on the deck gazed towards the happenings beyond the Grand Line, unable to suppress their awe. Indeed, this is the Grand Line. We are on the verge of entering. My dreams, my ambitions, and the dreams and ambitions of all of us will be realized as we venture forth into the Grand Line. Luffy stood at the forefront, arms outstretched, his exuberant emotions lingering unabated. He turned around and bellowed triumphantly at everyone. At this moment, as they were on the brink of entering the Grand Line, a crucial juncture, Zoro, who was nursing his wounds, emerged. Earlier, having chosen a room on the third floor alongside Luffy, he now hesitated to leave. After Luffy, suppressing his eagerness, departed to consult Nami about their voyage, the initially reluctant Desbones finally stepped out of his room. The others, too, emerged with palpable excitement. Legend spoke of an extraordinary ingredient, a coveted treasure among chefs, located at the confluence of the four seas in the Grand Line. This was my aspiration, Sanji mused, contemplating his ambition to become the world's greatest swordsman. Mihawk, one day I shall challenge you again and emerge victorious, Zoro thought, clutching his three swords. Kuina, with unwavering determination, resolved never to relinquish her dream of becoming the world's foremost female swordsman. My dream is to chart the entire world as seas. I cannot wait to explore the Grand Line. Nami's smooth, radiant face gazed eagerly towards the entrance of the Grand Line. Usopp, inspired by Luffy, nurtured a newfound ambition of his own, to become a valiant warrior of the seas and a renowned sniper, following in his father's footsteps. Gripping his slingshot tightly, he resolved to spread his name far and wide while accompanying his captain through the Grand Line. Kuro, adjusting his glasses, displayed an uncharacteristic excitement, his ambitions igniting a desire for renown. My current dream is to stand beside the captain, he declared. Desbones clasped his hands together, his face flushed with admiration for Luffy. Will I ever reclaim all the famed swords from the hands of villains? Desbones' gaze briefly flitted over Zoro's 3 swords and Kuina's wad Ikamanji before returning to Luffy, a look of confusion crossing his features. Having joined Luffy's crew as his maid, Desbones was acutely aware that after Luffy's brazenly claiming her first kiss, she would likely lose even her own autonomy. With her freedom now a distant memory, how could her dreams ever be realized? As the crew contemplated their individual aspirations, the merry-go began to sway perilously, the voyage growing tumultuous. This is bad. Usopp, take the helm quickly, Nami exclaimed, alarmed by the increasingly treacherous waters. The closer we get to the Grand Line's entrance, the more turbulent the currents become, with numerous hidden reefs lurking beneath the surface. If we're not careful, the merry-go could capsize or suffer damage to its hull. Awakened by the urgency, Nami called out to Usopp. I'm on it. Usopp replied without hesitation, swiftly making his way to the helm. Soon, Usopp's voice resonated loudly. It's bad. The helm is difficult to turn, and the direction is hard to control. The currents here are treacherous. You must exert every effort to maneuver it, lest we allow the Mary to collide with the cliffs, resulting in catastrophe. Usopp, quickly, hard to starboard. Sanji, lower the sails. At this moment, Nami's expression grew serious as she diligently fulfilled her duties as navigator, commanding everyone with precision. The entrance to the Grand Line is perilous. Many pirate ships, eager to venture into its depths, have met their demise here, never even reaching the true Grand Line. Fortunately, Nami's navigational talents were exceptional amidst the chaos. She maintained her composure, articulating her commands with clarity and confidence, gradually guiding the Mary closer to the entrance of the Grand Line. The waves roared violently, fierce winds howled, and dark clouds loomed overhead. Whether due to the impending nightfall or an abrupt change in weather remained uncertain. Despite these adverse conditions, the Mary, teetering precariously, inched closer to the entrance, narrowly evading the cliffs on either side, and finally entered the astonishing waterway where the sea flowed upwards. What a miraculous current! It feels as though we are racing towards the heavens, Nami exclaimed, gripping the ship tightly to steady herself, captivated by the wondrous sight before her. Indeed, it is marvelous. The miracles of the Grand Line's entrance are unparalleled, even when compared to the myriad wonders of the Grand Line itself. However, the entrance remained fraught with danger. Most pirate ships perished here. We are fortunate to have you, or else the Mary would not have navigated this path with such ease. Luffy approached Nami, gently wrapping his arm around her slender waist, seizing the moment to utter some flattering words. Of course, my navigational skills shall not be defeated by this mere entrance, Nami retorted with a hint of pride, then subtly wriggled her body and shot Luffy an exasperated glance. The lingering resentment in her heart regarding Luffy bringing 2 women aboard the ship had yet to dissipate. Do not move. The moment of tension and excitement is about to arrive. With a single remark from Luffy, Nami was momentarily taken aback, ceasing her struggles as she gazed ahead, her eyes widening in astonishment. The upside-down mountain was crisscrossed by 5 waterways, forming a V shape, where the currents flowed inward from the 4 seas, converging at the summit before cascading out through a single horizontal channel, leading into the Grand Line. Thus, the Mary had already ascended and was poised to enter this horizontal waterway. It would then plunge downwards at an exhilarating speed, akin to a roller coaster, where a moment's inattention could result in a collision with the cliffs on either side, risking capsizing or damaging the vessel, endangering the lives of all aboard. Chapter 177. The struggle against Laboon's power. To those aboard, the roller coaster ride was not terrifying. What truly incited their shouts of alarm was the realization that as the Mary shot down like a rocket, it could scrape against the cliffs at any moment, leading to dire consequences. Unlike the others who cried out in fear, only Luffy found joy in the exhilarating thrill, which transcended mere physical prowess. It was an experience like no other. Given the velocity, even Usopp, in a panic, struggled to steer the Mary effectively. Time and again, the ship threatened to collide with the cliffs, yet through Usopp's desperate efforts, they narrowly avoided disaster, returning to the center of the straight path. The tension was palpable, and fortunately, Usopp's steering skills proved sufficient to guide the Mary safely down. However, an unexpected shadow fell over the ship as it rushed downward, revealing an enormous mountain directly ahead. Usopp, steer left, full throttle. We're going to crash, Nami shouted, momentarily distracted from questioning how such an obstruction had appeared in their path, her eyes catching sight of a narrow passage to the left. I'm trying, but the speed is too great. We won't make it. Usopp's strained voice reached her ears as the Mary began to turn slowly, yet it was evidently too late. Ha ha ha, we're about to crash. In this precarious moment, panic enveloped everyone, except for Luffy, who continued to laugh, seemingly unfazed. You're still laughing at a time like this? Think of a way to protect the Mary. We're going to hit, Nami exclaimed, exasperated, pinching Luffy's side in urgency. It wasn't just her. Every gaze was fixed on him in desperation. Even Dashiki, feeling a sense of lost freedom and viewing the future with despair, was anxious for Luffy to resolve the imminent crisis. After all, despite her youth, she harbored no thoughts of surrendering to fate. At the same time, Dashiki pondered, having traversed the Grand Line before, why she had not encountered this mountain then. All right, I will bring the Mary to a halt, Luffy declared. Luffy, with a light leap, positioned himself at the bow of the Mary, leaning against the vessel's hull. Channeling his haki into both hands, he extended them outward, firmly gripping the rocky cliffs on either side. Ha ha. Now come to a halt, Luffy shouted, his hands firmly gripping the cliff as the powerful momentum of the Mary gradually stretched him. However, due to Luffy's resistance, the ship's force began to decelerate, ultimately coming to a halt just before colliding with the mountain. Thanks to his rubbery physique and the application of armament haki, which enhanced his elasticity, Luffy emerged unscathed. The Mary, having received ample cushioning, sustained no damage to its hull. As Luffy retracted his hands and leaped back onto the ship, Usopp skillfully maneuvered the going Mary towards the narrow path that emerged to the left. This must be the entrance to the Grand Line. Yet how could there be a massive mountain? Nami, noticing the absence of danger, pondered aloud, gazing at the dark mountain face ahead. Her eyes followed the movement of the going Mary, gradually revealing another mountain wall on the opposite side. What is that? Huh, it's moving. It appears to have an eye, and it's looking our way. While Luffy, already aware of the situation, remained unfazed. The rest of the crew took note of a single eye, larger than the going Mary, gazing down at them. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from that direction, and the so-called mountain wall split apart, revealing a mouth-like shape. With the sound, it began to move, churning the sea into a tumultuous frenzy, causing the already displaced going Mary to sway with the surging waves. Bang! A colossal crash resounded as the enormous body collided with the inverted mountain, sending a jolt through the hearts of the crew, as if a great drum were being struck within them. The spectacle was truly astonishing, resembling two great mountains colliding. What kind of creature is this, so immense in size? At first, I thought it was merely a mountain. Why would it crash into the inverted mountain? Nami, now grasping the situation, gasped in awe, and the others echoed her astonishment. It must be said that upon just entering the Grand Line, the sights and experiences left all but Luffy utterly astounded. It is called Laboon, a colossal island whale, Luffy elucidated, disregarding the perplexed gazes directed at him, questioning how he possessed such knowledge. With a leap, he positioned himself in front of Laboon, who remained oblivious to Luffy's presence. Laboon charged forward once more, gazing up at the towering reverse mountain, his eyes filled with sorrow. The thunderous sound he emitted was, in truth, a lamentation. Luffy sensed Labu's sorrow. Despite his usual demeanor of indifference towards human life, he resorts to unscrupulous tactics to win the heart of the woman who ignites his desires. In his pursuit of possession and the satisfaction it brings, he plays the role of a villain, leading others to perceive him as a cold-hearted individual. Yet, if he were not a sentimental person, if he lacked emotional depth, he would not be a true aficionado of the sea. Although Luffy consistently approaches various matters with a self-centered and domineering attitude, he never forgets certain heartwarming elements. When it comes to Laboon, he reflects on its touching past and is willing to offer his assistance. Laboon, your days of crashing against the mountain are now at an end. Luffy remained undeterred by Laboon's imposing presence, muttering to himself as he activated Gear 3rd, transforming into a colossal figure. His arms swelled into enormous appendages. Gear 3rd, double rocket cannon. He bellowed, and without hesitation, Luffy thrust his gigantic arms forward, bracing against Laboon. Luffy. The crew aboard the Mary stared in astonishment, perplexed by Luffy's decision to stand in front of Laboon. Despite Luffy's formidable stance, an air of tension and apprehension enveloped them, for Laboon's size was indeed formidable. Luffy's gear third manifests as colossal giant arms, exhibiting immense power. Despite Laboon's substantial size and formidable impact, Luffy withstands the force. Step back, he commands, bracing against Laboon. The sheer force of their clash creates deep craters in the standing mountainside. With a thunderous roar, Luffy endures the onslaught of Laboon's giant arms, unleashing a series of 7 consecutive resounding impacts. One giant arm delivers 7 strikes. Thus, with both arms engaged, the total culminates to 14 thunderous blows. Luffy, with a single hand, can execute the formidable 13-punch limit, but with both hands, he would be distracted and thus unable to perform. Nevertheless, he can manage a 7-punch combination even while divided in focus. Consequently, a stunning scene unfolds as the immense force of Luffy's giant arms relentlessly surges forth. Laboon's colossal form is being involuntarily pushed away. In Chapter 178, the striking hue of aquamarine manifests as Laboon, bewildered, is propelled away from the mountainside by this overwhelming power. Luffy, having no intention of harming Laboon and employing a deft technique, ensures that Laboon feels no pain. Laboon emits a confused, muffled sound, lifting his gaze to finally behold the diminutive figure of Luffy, now restored to his usual self. Blinking in disbelief, Laboon stirs his massive body, creating ripples in the seawater, pondering whether this little one truly possesses the strength to push him away. Possessing profound emotions and remarkable intelligence, Laboon struggles to comprehend how Luffy could displace him. Such a feat is hard to believe, even for the crew aboard the Merry Go, who witnessed the entire event unfold. Our captain is truly formidable. One day, I too shall achieve such greatness, capable of cleaving mountains asunder with my sword. Zoro fervently encourages himself, gripping his 3 swords, convinced that he will one day attain a strength akin to Luffy's. If it were 2 years later in the original narrative, Zoro would indeed possess the power to slice through mountains. Now, with his abilities having significantly improved, he believes that he no longer requires 2 years to match the strength he would have achieved then. The remaining companions, having witnessed Luffy's astonishing might, are equally inspired and resolve not to be outdone, vowing to strive to keep pace with him. Indeed, the strength of the mighty Luffy is unparalleled. As we previously deliberated, it was wise to avoid provoking the Don Quixote pirates. With him present, our plans to capture this island whale for sustenance are now futile. We must depart. Nearby, concealed around the corner of a rocky outcrop, 2 figures observe. A man and a woman, having witnessed the incredible scene of Luffy forcefully moving Laboon, stand in awe. After a moment of stunned silence, the man, swallowing hard, urges his partner to leave quietly. Are we truly going to abandon our mission? Capturing this island whale is our task. If we relinquish it now, returning will be difficult to explain. A melodious voice emanates from the woman, her beautiful eyes fixed on Luffy, reflecting curiosity, desire, and an enigmatic complexity. The man, oblivious to her unusual demeanor, simply hastens her to the small boat, stating, "Encountering such a creature, there is little we can do about our failed mission. We have ample justification for our failure, so the organization shall not hold us accountable." Indeed, he is a remarkable being. Although merely a novice pirate, his initial bounty stands at a staggering 80 million berries. Given the astounding power he has recently displayed, it seems uncertain whether even our organization's enigmatic beak could prevail against him. The male companion, unaware of the true strength of the organization's mysterious leader, muttered his speculations as he swiftly steered the small vessel away. The female companion, having overheard his words, felt a stirring in her heart, and the vague notion she had began to crystallize. Biting her pink lips, she pondered aloud, by now, the sky is darkened. Surely the Ba pirate crew would not set sail any longer, would they? The male companion, observing the encroaching night and the rapidly dimming surroundings, replied, "That is certain. The weather in the Grand Line is notoriously treacherous. Navigating by night is tantamount to courting death. Had we not been intimately familiar with this return route, and had our small boat not been modified for the journey, we would never dare to venture forth in the darkness." "Is that so? Then he shall arrive tomorrow." What did you say?" The male companion seemed to catch her murmured words and inquired. "It's nothing." The female companion withheld her intentions, glancing back to glimpse the indistinct figure still visible in the twilight. "Monkey D. Luffy, Perhaps you could aid me in my endeavor, she mused, turning back. Her long aquamarine hair, bound yet flowing to her waist, swaying gently. We shall meet again. Meanwhile, Luffy cast a glance towards the departing duo, contemplating as he called out to the approaching Laboon. Don't crash into Reverse Mountain again, Laboon. I can push you away. I possess great strength, you know. So trust me. With my formidable power, I will surely return. When I do, I will bring back someone you wish to see, a member of the Rumar Pirates. Laboon. Upon hearing Luffy's words, paused momentarily before letting out a great shout, his emotions surging wildly, causing the waters to roil and surge into towering waves. Being so close. The waves crashed upon Luffy, thoroughly soaking him. Luffy paid no heed, merely leaping between Laboon's two large eyes, a region marred with scars and devoid of smoothness. Even as Laboon moved restlessly, he maintained his balance with remarkable steadiness. Luffy fixed his gaze upon Laboon's immense eyes, resolutely asserting, 50 years have passed, and the Rumar Pirates are no more. However, I am certain that one person still lives. If you place your trust in me, then promise not to ram into the Reverse Mountain again. I shall keep my vow and bring back the one who still survives. Laboon, let us make a pact. Luffy shouted, extending his fist. Laboon, capable of understanding human speech, was overwhelmed with emotion upon hearing Luffy declare that the Rumbar Pirates were no more, refusing to accept such a harsh reality. Yet, upon learning that there were still others alive, a glimmer of hope ignited within. The news of the Rumar Pirates' demise left Laboon in a state of confusion. Luffy's fervent shout snapped Laboon back to reality. As it gazed blankly at Luffy's outstretched fist. An agreement? This reminded Laboon of the promise made 50 years ago. With a gentle touch, Luffy, not waiting for Laboon's response, took the initiative to tap his fist against Laboon's, grinning widely as he proclaimed, "All right, our agreement is sealed. From now on, you shall not strike the Reverse Mountain again. Trust me, it won't be long before I return with those who are alive." Laboon gazed at Luffy, tears streaming down its cheeks, and, tilting its head back, shouted in affirmation. Through instinct, Luffy was able to comprehend Laboon's words, and he smiled. In truth, Laboon was quite astute. It understood the perilous fate awaiting the Rumbar Pirates. However, it was unable to accept this reality, clinging to the promise made with the Rumbar Pirates. It repeatedly crashed against Reverse Mountain, seeking to release the anguish within. Luffy initially drew Laboon's attention with his strength, affirming his presence, and subsequently vowed to return with the living, establishing a new pact with the whale. This instilled within Laboon a sense of hope, dispelling the desolation that had once engulfed its heart. With unwavering focus, Laboon gazed at Luffy, determined to etch his image deeply into its memory. Awaiting the day of his return, I had anticipated that Laboon would continue its relentless assault on Reverse Mountain, ceasing only when I could no longer heal it, halting only at the moment of its demise. Little did I expect that someone would emerge capable of bringing this to an end and forging a new promise with Laboon. Young man, I am profoundly grateful to you. A cascade of words flowed from Laboon's mouth, and as it opened wide in cooperation, an elderly man stepped forth. Chapter 179. The yearnings of each at night at Reverse Mountain, the starting point of the Grand Line, alongside the island whale Laboon, stood an old man, the keeper of the Twin Cape Lighthouse, Kurokas. Though Kurokas appeared to be an ordinary old man, his life experiences and true identity were anything but simple. Over 20 years ago, he had sailed with the Pirate King, Roger, serving as the ship's doctor, using his remarkable medical skills to extend the life of the Pirate King for 3 additional years. It can be said that Roger's ability to endure his ailing body, completing his voyage to the legendary Raftel and ultimately becoming the Pirate King, was significantly aided by Kurokas's medical expertise. The crew disbanded before Roger's surrender due to his impending demise, and Kurokas returned to the Twin Cape Lighthouse, living incognito as the caretaker once more. Clad in a floral short-sleeved shirt and shorts reminiscent of a beach outing, with a hairstyle akin to a peacock's display, he spent his days perusing newspapers, waiting for Laboon to finish crashing against Reverse Mountain, ready to tend to its injuries. Indeed, Kurokas's true residence was not the lighthouse but within Laboon itself. Laboon's interior resembled a small sea, where he had fashioned a home for himself. After reading the newspapers, he would paint within Laboon's body. His aspiration was to paint the sky as vast as Laboon's own size. In his solitude, the only companion he had was Laboon, which fostered a profound bond between them. Thus, when Luffy succeeded in preventing Laboon from crashing against Reverse Mountain and forged a new pact, Kurokas felt not only gratitude but also admiration for Luffy. The surroundings within Laboon, above and around, resembled the sky, a masterpiece crafted by Kurokas himself. He warmly invited Luffy and the others inside, presenting a veritable feast, a sumptuous banquet to honor their presence. As conjectured by the mysterious duo from that organization, Luffy had no intention of sailing through the night. Instead, he planned to linger here for the evening, thus graciously accepting Kurakasu's generous hospitality. Such was the course of events, and gratitude overflowed. Had it not been for you and Lab rekindling their pact, Lab would have undoubtedly perished against the relentless mountain, while treating Luffy and the others to the lavish meal. Kurakasu nostalgically recounted Lab's past, stirring emotions within Zoro and the others, who found themselves admiring Lab's valor and offering him resounding praise. As for Nami, Kuina, Desire, and Daisuke, being inherently sentimental women, they were deeply touched. By the way, Lab's backstory, aside from myself, the Rumbar Pirates, and them, the members of the Straw Hat crew, is likely known to no one else. How did you come to know? Kurakasu, having faintly overheard Luffy's words while within Lab, pondered this and inquired of Luffy. Luffy shrugged and remarked, for various reasons, I happen to know about Laboon. He offered no further explanation, and Kurokas recognized that everyone harbors secrets they prefer to keep hidden, much like his own concealed identity. Respecting Luffy's choice to remain silent, Kurokas suppressed his curiosity. With the presence of the seasoned Kurokas, well-versed in the intricacies of the Grand Line, Nami, the navigator, naturally sought his insights on the matter, given her limited knowledge of the Grand Line. What? The magnetic field of the Grand Line is exceedingly complex, and navigation can only be accomplished by following a log pose. This was Nami's first encounter with the concept of a log pose. She learned that relying solely on past experiences would render one utterly lost on the Grand Line, with no hope of reaching their destination. The unpredictable and tumultuous weather posed an even greater threat, capable of capsizing a ship in mere moments. Panic surged within her. Her brow furrowed as she contemplated the daunting challenges of navigating such capricious conditions. While she could rely on nautical skills to some extent, the absence of a log pose was a formidable obstacle. Ah, you don't have a log pose? Kurokas chuckled, producing one from his belongings. I've been stationed here for years, and it's of no use to me, so I'll give it to you. Kurokas, unfazed, handed the log pose to Nami. It was a common plight among rookie pirate crews entering the Grand Line. Most were oblivious to the significance of the log pose. Thank you so much, Nami exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with gratitude. Without hesitation, she reached out and gently took the log pose, cradling it as if it were a precious treasure. Following Kurokas's guidance, she secured the log pose around her wrist. Nearby, Luffy observed nonchalantly, offering no commentary. He was well aware that a log pose was essential for navigating the Grand Line, and knowing he could obtain one from Kurokas alleviated any worries he might have had. Moreover, while he lacked a log pose, he possessed a permanent pointer given to him by Dragon. This permanent pointer would always indicate a single destination, specifically the location where Dragon sought his assistance in fostering a revolution. Consequently, Luffy's journey remained steadfast and unwavering. Thank you for the splendid meal and the log pose. We shall now return to our ship to rest. After enjoying a hearty feast and engaging in extensive conversation, most of which consisted of Nami inquiring about the Grand Line, they prepared to depart. As the hour approached the late night, Luffy led his companions back to the Mary to rest. Upon their return, each individual retreated to their respective quarters, where their minds remained restless, unable to find tranquility in slumber. They were engulfed in a myriad of emotions, anticipation for the future, exhilaration at the unknown challenges ahead, and reverence for the Grand Line, coupled with a sense of curiosity. Some found themselves reminiscing about certain memories now that they had embarked on the Grand Line. Sanji recalled the people and events from the Baratai floating restaurant, while Usopp thought of his late mother and his father, who pursued his dreams. Chopper briefly reflected on the establishment of the Black Cat Pirates and their escapades in the East Blue, before settling into a serene calm. Zoro, cradling his 3 beloved swords, was transported back to memories of the blacksmith who forged his blades, his 2 comrades, and the serendipitous encounter that led him to the legendary sword, Yuru. Nami found herself yearning for Belmer and Nojiko, while Kuina thought of Kushiro. Nami was reminded of Smoker and the Marines by Tashigi. Desire's thoughts drifted to her close friend Bartolomeo, though her mind was predominantly occupied by Luffy's image, just as she pondered whether Luffy was in his room or in someone else's. A creaking sound broke the silence as the door swung open, revealing Luffy's unexpected and delightful presence. Captain, what brings you here? Desire exclaimed, her heart racing with excitement. She had thought that after experiencing Luffy's affection earlier that day, her body would not be able to withstand his attention again that night, leaving her unprepared for his visit. Chapter 180. A pivotal moment for Tashigi. Luffy did not linger in Dezaya's room for long. He shared tender moments with her, whispering sweet nothings, before assuring her a peaceful slumber and stepping out. After all, having claimed her for the first time today, it was only fitting that he not completely disregard her, even if he could not spend the entire night by her side. Thus, Luffy was not devoid of compassion. Perhaps, in a manner of speaking, upon leaving Dezaya's chamber, he made his way to Nami's room, aware that both Nami and Kuina still harbored lingering grievances. He intended to offer some soothing words to placate them. Indeed, having multiple women can be quite a troublesome affair. Luffy now comprehended this phrase, murmuring to himself, while a sense of perplexity lingered in his heart. He pondered over when he would be able to gather all the women together for merriment, ensuring that none would harbor any grievances. Such a future seemed to be a formidable journey ahead. Luffy, insatiably greedy, pushed open Nami's door and entered. "Nami, Kuina, you are here as well," he exclaimed. What brings you here? Do you not have two maids attending to you? Do you still require our presence?" Nami responded. Cough cough, while I do have two maids, you both are my most cherished treasures. How could I not come to see you? I have missed you dearly, hence my visit, Luffy declared, inching closer to the two women. However, the moment the door swung open, he was promptly pushed out, and the door closed once more, leaving Luffy in a state of deep frustration. Do not think you can deceive me. The notion that every woman comes monthly is merely a coincidence tonight. You used that excuse to push me away, but I refuse to believe it, especially when I have not detected any hint of that sanguine scent. Luffy realized that it was a collaboration between the two women aimed at confronting him. It appeared that dispelling their grievances would require additional time and a few more kind words to appease them. Having contemplated his thoughts, Luffy departed from the place. He possessed the confidence that the minor disagreements and misunderstandings between the two women would be swiftly resolved by him. Tonight, he had another significant matter awaiting his attention, and he could not afford to squander this precious time. With a mischievous grin playing upon his lips, Luffy reached for the door, only to find it locked from within. However, this posed no challenge for him. A formidable aura emanated from him, enveloping only a few square meters around, without the slightest hint of diffusion beyond this perimeter. Under Luffy's command, the overwhelming force of the Emperor's domain, so potent it could solidify the very air and exert a physical pressure, crushed the lock inside the door. With a resounding snap, this time, Luffy encountered no obstacles. With a gentle push, he effortlessly opened the door and stepped inside, immediately noticing the flustered and astonished gaze of Dasky. What peculiar ability is this? Luffy possesses the extraordinary ability of rubber, a fact she is well aware of. However, can a rubber user truly crush objects out of thin air? It seems implausible. She gazed at Luffy with a look of bewilderment. Unable to comprehend how he accomplished such a feat simultaneously, Dasky was filled with a sense of panic at Luffy's arrival. She realized that a mere locked door could not possibly hinder him. Her desire for reassurance was merely a futile attempt to comfort herself. What is this ability? Remain by my side, and in due time, you shall discover it. This is not the moment for inquiries, my maid. The night has grown late, and it is time to attend to your masteress' repose. Luffy approached Dasky, who was retreating incessantly, and with a firm yet gentle pull, drew her close. Leaving no room for resistance, he initiated a prelude reminiscent of the one on the deck earlier that day. Dasky let out a soft murmur, rendered speechless. She felt akin to a small mosquito ensnared in a spider's web, utterly powerless and awaiting her fate. Bit by bit, she would be consumed, leaving no remnants behind. Dasky's eyes, clouded with confusion and resignation, reflected her predicament. She was now aboard Luffy's pirate ship, having made prior promises that left her with no choice but to accept the reality of the night, however reluctantly. Tenderly, Luffy positioned Dasky comfortably, and if she retained any semblance of herself, it was merely the pair of glasses perched on her nose, with those glasses framing her face. Dasky bore a resemblance that evoked a different allure compared to Kuina, particularly in her bashful, dazed demeanor. Luffy had long harbored impulses left unfulfilled with Kuina, and now Dasky presented an opportunity to unleash those pin-up emotions. However, this was not to suggest that Luffy regarded Dasky as a mere substitute. She was distinctly herself, unique and cherished. His beloved maid. With a gentle touch, he began to massage her delicate feet, 10 lustrous, round pearls adorning her soft soles and charmingly petite ankles, her contours exquisitely formed. Daski, my adorable maid, regardless of your inner feelings, remember this. From this night onward, you are my woman. Wait, it may hurt a little at first, but it will soon subside. I promise to be gentle with you. Luffy had built up the anticipation splendidly. He whispered softly to Daski, who was near at hand, drawing her from her dazed state. As she opened her eyes, she beheld Luffy's visage with remarkable clarity. Then, an unprecedented pain surged through her, causing her to emit a soft groan and furrow her brow in discomfort. For Luffy, this night was nothing short of enchanting, yet he found himself yearning for more. As time seemed to slip away all too swiftly in his perception. Conversely, for Daski, time dragged on languidly, intensifying the tumultuous sensations coursing through her, compelling her to sing out with increasing fervor. Luffy's actions and demeanor were forcefully impacting her, leaving an indelible mark on both her body and spirit. Regardless of the resentment, hatred, or dissatisfaction that Daski harbored within, tonight's events would remain etched in her memory forever. The soundproofing arrangement aboard the Mary was partially conceived through Luffy's suggestions, ensuring that disturbances would not be heard below the third deck, except for the sound of the ship being dismantled. However, on the same third level, in the adjacent room where Nami and Kuina resided, they faintly discerned those enchanting sounds. Both women felt their cheeks flush, hearts racing, and bodies aflame. This fickle-hearted rogue, humph. I wonder how many women he will bring aboard in the future. I shall not concern myself with that. After all, he shall not easily indulge in my company again. Nami bit her rosy lip, speaking with indignation. Neither will I engage in any challenges with him lightly. Let him wait and stew in his own frustration. Kuina resolutely aligned herself with Nami, standing shoulder to shoulder in their mutual resistance against Luffy. In truth, had Luffy not sought the company of other women, the two would have soon relented, allowing him to have his way. Luffy was courting disaster, unable to resist temptation. Thus, the rebellion within the two women, previously in a state of dormancy, surged to its zenith, overflowing with intensity. They exchanged determined glances, their hands intertwining, solidifying their bond as loyal friends and steadfast allies. Chapter 181. Arrival at Whiskey Peak. The first night of the Straw Hat Pirates' journey through the Grand Line has passed. On this night, some were lost in thoughts of longing, others made resolute decisions, and some experienced a night of exquisite delight. Luffy, feeling utterly content, embraced the exhausted Daski, who had fallen into a deep slumber. After a few hours, dawn broke, and the sun rose. It was truly a delightful night. Rest well, my beloved maid. Luffy bestowed a playful pout upon Dashiki, deliberately refraining from rousing her from slumber. He arose, donned his attire, and ventured outside, his spirits buoyant. To his surprise, Dazaya partook in a meal. The clumsy female navy officer, Dashiki, also indulged in the feast. By welcoming these two women into his harem, his avaricious aspirations took a significant leap forward. In high spirits, Luffy ascended to the deck, gazing at the rising sun, captivated by the breathtaking seascape it adorned. Nami and Kuina, too, had awakened and joined him on the deck, linking arms as they approached. Luffy greeted them, eager to forge a closer connection. However, both women exhibited a reluctance, adopting a stance that sought to maintain their distance from him. Despite this, Luffy's good mood remained unscathed. He merely contemplated how to gradually win the two over. Little did he know that their earlier intention to compromise had been thwarted when he had taken the initiative. This thwarting of their decision might have deepened their resolve to deny him his desires, leaving one to wonder if they would harbor any regrets or if their good spirits would endure. "Captain, you're awake," Dazaya exclaimed, joining Luffy on the deck, her eyes lighting up with joy as she approached him. "So, did you sleep well last night?" Luffy gently embraced Dazaya and spoke softly, "It's quite all right. Although I found it difficult to fall asleep at first, I quickly drifted off once the captain arrived." Dazaya nestled into Luffy's embrace, greedily inhaling his scent, displaying an unmistakable fondness for him. When you first boarded the Mary, there was a sense of unfamiliarity, but soon enough, you will become accustomed to your surroundings. Luffy gently placed his hand on Dazaya's small head and softly spoke. Dazaya obediently nodded, resembling a devoted maid who had been trained by Luffy for many years. This scene of master and servant was a heartwarming tableau, which made the two onlookers nearby feel quite uncomfortable. Typically, it was they who engaged in the master-servant games with Luffy. When did the dynamic shift to Dazaya, while they became mere spectators? Out of sight, out of mind. The two women expressed their discontent with a scoff and turned to walk towards the ship. "Do they harbor grievances against me?" Desire pondered anxiously as she watched the two women depart. She had never desired to vie for attention. Her only wish was to remain by Luffy's side and fulfill her role as a maid. It's all right. They're just unfamiliar with you for the moment. Which is why they are acting this way. Once you become acquainted, your relationship will improve. Take the time to converse with them. Familiarity will foster friendship. Rest assured, they are not malicious and will not treat you harshly, Luffy reassured his obedient maid. Yes, I will endeavor to familiarize myself with them and become friends, Desire replied earnestly, nodding her small face. Hee indeed. The sooner you get to know them, the sooner we can all play together. Luffy wore a mischievous grin, his hands becoming audacious as he playfully pouted alongside the maid. Desire, her cheeks flushed, closed her eyes, acutely aware that they were on the deck and could be interrupted at any moment. Yet, with Luffy seeking closeness, she found it difficult to refuse him. As a maid, how could she deny her master? Naturally, they could not squander time meant for their voyage on frivolity. Luffy merely indulged in a fleeting taste before concluding their playful antics. Subsequently, after Sanji had prepared a delectable breakfast, Luffy savored it heartily. He took his meal to find Dashki, waking her despite her reluctance. Regardless of her bashful protests and indignant glances, he assertively yet tenderly fed her. Following this, he bid farewell to Kurakasu and Labu, setting forth towards the Grand Line. A series of muffled shouts resonated as Labu emerged from the sea, calling out. Kurakasu stood beside him, gazing at the receding silhouette of the Mary, silently wishing for the vibrant and perilous adventures that awaited Luffy and the crew. Their first destination would be Whiskey Peak, where they would replenish their supplies. There, they would select a course, guided by the log pointer, to continue their journey. On board the departing Mary, Nami scrutinized the log pointer on her wrist while articulating her thoughts. Starting from the reverse mountain, 7 magnetic routes extended outward. Initially, any of these could be chosen. However, once a route was selected, they could only advance island by island, ultimately converging into a singular path leading to Raftel, the final destination of the Grand Line. Historically, only Gold, Roger's pirate crew, had reached that fabled island. This intelligence had been gleaned by Nami from Kurakasu. As for why they would choose their course at Whiskey Peak rather than immediately, one reason was that Whiskey Peak still lay within the bounds of Reverse Mountain, allowing for the selection of one of the 7 routes. The second, and more crucial reason, was that Whiskey Peak hosted a small town where provisions could be acquired. Although the Mary was well stocked, navigating the treacherous waters of the Grand Line necessitated prudent preparation. Thus, no one harbored any dissent as the Mary approached the Whiskey Peak. A tempest raged with ferocious winds and thunderous lightning. At times, tumultuous waves surged, only to be followed by eerie calm. Then again, the tides would rise as though attempting to envelop the sky and capsize the Mary. Soon after, tranquility would return, only to be interrupted by miraculous shifts reminiscent of the 4 seasons. Such is the nature of the Grand Line's weather, capricious and unpredictable, arriving with no forewarning and ceasing just as abruptly, leaving one utterly unprepared. As they traversed the path toward Whiskey Peak, Luffy and his comrades bore first-hand witness to the intricate weather patterns of the Grand Line. Fortunately, Nami's navigational prowess proved resilient, directing everyone to assist in their voyage. And even Luffy found it necessary to intervene in addressing some challenges. Ultimately, they managed to navigate through the most perilous area upon entering the Grand Line unscathed. Kurokas had previously remarked that this was the starting point of the Grand Line, where the magnetic fields were exceedingly complex, resulting in such severe weather fluctuations. Once they passed this segment, the subsequent journey would not present such intricate meteorological phenomena. Wiping the perspiration from her brow, Nami cast a wary glance at the tumultuous weather behind them, then turned to face the serene waters ahead, a stark contrast resembling both hell and paradise. Before them lay Whiskey Peak. As she gazed at the distant silhouette, her tense body relaxed, and a smile graced her lips. They had arrived. Luffy responded with a deep, contemplative gaze, harboring thoughts of eagerly anticipating a reunion with the girl adorned with aquamarine hair. Chapter 182. The chaotic town. The Whiskey Peak that Crocus envisioned was reminiscent of the place he had visited over 20 years ago while sailing alongside the Pirate King, Roger. The spirited townsfolk welcomed them with open arms, hosting a lively banquet, and the following day was marked by joyous departure. This was his cherished memory of Whiskey Peak. However, time is relentless. Having lingered for an extended period at the Twin Cape Lighthouse, he had not considered the profound transformations that had befallen Whiskey Peak. The people, the surroundings, and the very essence of the town had all undergone significant change. Now, on the surface, Whiskey Peak appeared to be a haven for pirates. Yet the grim reality was that it had devolved into a den of criminals. The town was under the clandestine dominion of Baroque Works, a criminal organization established by one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile. Among the long-standing inhabitants of the mountain were the ordinary members of Baroque Works, bounty hunters, and several assassins, alongside the intermediate leaders who were known by their code names, including the ostensible town mayor, R, and his partner, Wednesday. R and his female associate, Wednesday, were the very duo who had witnessed Luffy's remarkable prowess the previous day. These individuals were dispatched to capture the fledgling pirates newly entering the Grand Line. Those with promising potential would be coerced or seduced into joining Baroque Works, while those deemed unworthy or resistant would be summarily executed. Their heads traded for bounties to further the organization's expansion. This was the current state of Whiskey Peak. Undoubtedly, Luffy was acutely aware of these developments, and he recognized the true identity of the aquamarine-haired girl he had noted yesterday, known as Wednesday. As they approached Whiskey Peak, his anticipation grew for the imminent sight of her. Nami and the others shared in the excitement, albeit for different reasons. Their curiosity lay purely in the scenic wonders that awaited them at Whiskey Peak. After all, aside from the Twin Cape Lighthouse, this was considered the first stop on the Grand Line. The townspeople appeared to be in a frenzied rush, seemingly searching for something. What was amiss? Contrary to their expectations, as they arrived, the crew aboard the Mary did not hasten to disembark, but stood with furrowed brows, gazing toward the shore. The scene before them was chaotic, with people darting about and shouting, "Have you found him yet?" Around them lay a multitude of scattered items, debris, and spilled liquor. Yet no one seemed concerned with the mess. The ground was stained with fresh blood, and there was no thought of cleaning it up. If the shore was already in such disarray, one could only imagine the state of the town beyond.